Dear family, the moment I arrived, I nearly faced a severe slap from my wretched father. In a flash of brilliance, I caused quite a commotion, and my dear uncle swiftly knocked him to the ground with a single punch. This tale begins half an hour prior, when the original owner of this body was tormented by her stepmother and sister, and I am determined to avenge her. This narrative is simply exhilarating. Let me tell you, I had just arrived and was on the verge of receiving a harsh slap. My so-called father, upon returning from the village, spotted me and, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward, hand raised to strike, all the while hurling the insult, "Ungrateful daughter." In that instant, I assure you, my mind raced faster than a CPU. There was no room for evasion. I needed to escalate this situation. I quickly turned my head, shielding my face with my hand, and my cloak fell away just in time for my little cabbage to audibly respond with a sharp clap. The effect was astounding. To the onlookers, it appeared as though I had indeed been soundly slapped. My father was momentarily stunned, glancing at his own hand, likely pondering how he had mastered the art of striking from a distance. Yet, the others were oblivious. My newly recognized uncle, who had been conversing with me, turned to witness this scene, and his eyes blazed with fury. "Lo, do you think I'm a ghost?" he bellowed, delivering a powerful right hook that sent the feeble scholar father tumbling to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. Oh, how can one describe this exhilarating punch? It instantly erased my exhaustion from the day. Alas, this saga must be traced back to half an hour prior. In my previous life, I was a diligent worker, driven to the brink of collapse, only to awaken suspended in midair before a talking cabbage, which claimed to be a system. Its mission was to transport me across realms, tasked with delivering warmth and companionship to the chosen ones, promoting goodwill while simultaneously siphoning some fortune to extend my own existence. I chuckled at the notion of extending my life. What was there to prolong in my overworked, exploited existence? However, the prospect of engaging in adventures across different worlds was irresistible. Find me, right now. Then, with a chime, as soon as I touched down, a dark hand thrust me forward. Before me lay a frigid, bone-chilling pond. Who did I think I was? I wouldn't suffer such a fate. I grasped the woman's garment, using the little strength provided by the system to stabilize myself, then flung her into the water, exclaiming, "Down you go." That woman, my so-called sister, Luo Qingqing, flailed in the water, attempting to utter threats, but ended up swallowing mouthfuls of water instead. I dusted off my hands and promptly requested the cabbage to relay the storyline. Let me inform you, the original owner was truly a tragic figure. Her mother had passed away early, and her father remarried, relegating her to a mere shadow within her own home. Only thanks to her wealthy grandfather's support did her life avoid utter despair. Now, everything has taken a turn for the worse. Her father is poised for a promotion, and the capital is once again selecting a princess consort. Her half-sister, Luo Qingqing, has begun to entertain malicious thoughts. The original owner was beautiful, and her family background surpassed that of Luo Qingqing, prompting her to perceive the original owner as an obstacle. Today, seizing the opportunity during a family outing, she deceived the original owner into this secluded area, intending to push her into the pond to drown. Even if she does not perish in this frigid winter, the original owner's frail body, a result of her premature birth, would surely be rendered incapacitated, rendering her incapable of bearing children, let alone being selected as a consort. The situation grows even more dire. After the original owner's death, her soul lingers, only to discover that her biological mother was also a victim of this wicked stepmother, and even her own premature birth was a consequence of this venomous woman. As for her father, he was complicit throughout the ordeal, merely a conspirator. In the end, the murderer ascends to the position of the prime minister's wife, while her daughter enters the prince's residence and rises to become a favored concubine, leaving the original owner and her mother to die in anguish. Can I endure this? The original owner's wish is to seek vengeance, to repay harm with harm. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. Kai further informed me that my uncle had intended to visit me today, but had missed the opportunity. If he returns now, it would still be in time. It would be foolish not to cling to a powerful ally. I immediately resolved to flee. However, just as I took a few steps, I turned around to see that Luo Qingqing had managed to pull herself up from the water. I inquired of Kai, "Is it possible for her to perish after just a brief immersion?" Kai replied that it was not. Oh no! I swiftly executed a boomerang maneuver, rushing back to deliver a kick to her abdomen, exclaiming, "Back to the depths with you." A finishing blow is a fundamental skill of us, the youth of 2025. I then sprinted away, securing a carriage to race back to the city. My body, too fragile felt as though it might give out after just a few paces. I quickly activated my starter pack and consumed an energy-replenishing pill, barely restoring half of my vitality. Upon reaching the entrance of the Luo residence, I spotted a man in azure robes preparing to board a carriage, bearing a resemblance to the original owner. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was my Uncle Fong Shuai-jing. I rushed over, tears streaming down my face, calling out, "Uncle!" I was a picture of sorrow. Clutching my uncle's leg, I artistically embellished the events from the estate, portraying myself as a victim, merely stating that Luo Qingqing had fallen in, and I fled out of fear of retaliation. My uncle readily believed me, his heart aching for my plight. At that moment, my peripheral vision caught sight of a striking gentleman standing in the corner, astonishingly handsome. The system chimed, notifying me, "Affection 20. Lo and behold, you are my KPI?" Then, the scene unfolded as previously described. My scoundrel of a father returned with the entire family, immediately attempting to strike me, only to be outmaneuvered by my performance, leading to my uncle delivering a well-deserved beating. My uncle transformed into a verbal powerhouse, boldly confronting my father in front of the entire city, pointing his finger and proclaiming, "Luo, you have benefited from the Gu family, and even the fabric your daughter wears is uniquely from the Gu family. How dare you lay a hand on my niece? Do you have no shame left?" I was nearly applauding from the carriage. My uncle's rhetoric was truly formidable. My father's face turned ashen, unable to muster a retort. Ultimately, my uncle declared, "I am taking her with me. You had better prepare all of my niece's belongings, and I will send someone to collect them tomorrow." The next morning, I was set to return to my maternal grandmother's house. As soon as he departed, I turned to Xiao Baikai and smiled mischievously. "Why aren't you urging me to seize the opportunity to conquer? Isn't that how systems and novels operate?" Xiao Baikai, ever so dutiful, responded, "I trust that every decision made by the host is for a reason. I will follow your lead." "Oh, my dear subordinate, you truly understand me." Early the following day, I donned a veil to conceal the scars on my face and prepared to set off with my uncle and Gu Xianjing. However, upon stepping out of the medical hall, I was confronted by the disconcerting figures of the entire Luo family. Luo Qingqing was swathed like a dumpling, her makeup unable to mask her pallid complexion. The moment she laid eyes on me, her gaze burned with venomous resentment. In a place hidden from others' sight, I shot her a teasing smile, a gesture dripping with provocation. As expected, she exploded, her face contorting with rage. My uncle Gu and Gu Xianjing, noticing this, immediately shielded me from either side, their disdain palpable. Luo father, with a sycophantic demeanor, approached, calling out to my uncle, who completely ignored him. In desperation, he scrambled to clarify, "Brother, it was a misunderstanding." I wrongfully accused it was Luo Qingqing's own clumsiness. He then shoved Luo Qingqing forward, insisting, "Apologize to your sister." Without waiting for her response, I swiftly ducked behind my uncle, my eyes wide with terror as I regarded Luo Qingqing, trembling as if confronted by a monstrous beast. Luo Qingqing, driven to madness, forgot her parents' warnings and shouted at me, "What are you pretending for? You were just smiling at me. You were the one who pushed me into the water." "And me?" I said nothing, merely shuddered, shook my head, and appeared on the verge of breaking down. No, dear sister. My family. Who could possibly understand the stark contrast? One was hysterical, the other trembling in fear. Even passers-by would feel pity for my plight. Wasn't this the very tactic she had employed against the original host? Now that the roles were reversed, was she unable to bear it? Luo Qingqing shrieked, frantically lunging towards me. However, with a resounding thud, she never reached me, as her father swiftly kicked her to the ground, rendering her unconscious on the spot. Clearly, Luo father knew that if Luo Qingqing dared to lay a finger on me today, their entire family would be finished. Gu Xianjing discreetly retracted his half-drawn sword, turning to glance at me, catching a fleeting glimmer of cunning in my eyes as my fear dissipated. He was momentarily stunned. I sensed this and met his gaze, smiling openly at him. This time, it was his turn to be taken aback, but soon he also gently curled his lips into a smile. Beep, favorability 10. He must have thought I was a timid little rabbit, only to discover I am a cunning little fox. Uncle Gu scoffed, "Is this your apology? We cannot accept such a thing." He gestured towards the pile of items brought by the Luo family, stating, "We will take what we have received, and the rest we shall retrieve ourselves." Ridiculous. Were these so-called gifts not all plundered from the Gu family? As the Luo family stood in shock, my uncle led me away triumphantly. By the time Luo father hurried back to the estate, He was met with a courtyard full of Gu family enforcers and the smiling steward Gu, holding a ledger. The Gu family had effectively stripped the entire Luo estate bare, ultimately tossing out a letter of severance, threatening Luo father that if he did not comply, the scandal of his corruption would be revealed. Luo father turned pale, helplessly signing the document. From that moment forth, Luo Li would have no further ties to the Luo family. Upon returning to the Gu household, my grandparents were deeply concerned for me. Once settled, I sought out Uncle Gu and dropped a bombshell. Uncle, my mother's death is connected to that stepmother. She did not die of illness. She was poisoned. Lord Luo is also aware of this. Uncle Gu was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of righteous anger. He finally understood why I harbored such terror towards Luo, Qingqing, and the others. Clenching his fists, his gaze turned icy. All right, Wan, we shall avenge our mother. What ensued was a rapid unfolding of events. The Gu family moved decisively, and the Luo family crumbled instantaneously. Luo father was dismissed from his post, his assets confiscated, becoming a destitute wanderer. Uncle Gu retaliated against the stepmother with an even more potent poison. Luo Qingqing descended into madness, endlessly muttering in a dilapidated temple that she was the prince's consort. Luo father, fleeing with his precious son, encountered bandits on the road, and both perished. Before long, the stepmother succumbed to the poison, while the deranged Luo Qingqing starved to death in the forsaken temple. All perished, a gratifying conclusion. As I contemplated this, Xiao Baikai revealed another startling piece of information. It turned out that Luo Qingqing was so convinced she could become the prince's consort because she had falsely claimed credit for the original host's heroic act of saving the prince. The original host had rescued the pursued prince in a temple, and Luo Qingqing had witnessed this, subsequently adopting the identity of Miss Luo to claim kinship in the capital. This was the fundamental reason she sought to eliminate the original host. My goodness, this plot is painfully transparent and foolishly simplistic. With the original host avenged and her wishes fulfilled, she could rest in peace. My merit points increased by another 10. Well then, side quest complete. It was time to focus on the main storyline. Kai, where's Gu Xianjing? Strangely enough, after returning to the Gu household for over half a month, I had yet to see him. Xiao Baikai poked the screen. He is in his room, taking a bath. I was taken aback. The next moment, a high-definition image flashed before my eyes. 8-pack abs, a well-defined physique, my face flushed crimson. Xiao Baikai innocently remarked, "Host, the screen angle can be adjusted." Just as she was about to fiddle with it, the screen abruptly went black. I coughed for quite some time, suspecting the system deemed the content inappropriate for minors and forcibly logged me out. Hastily, I changed the subject, Kai, with Gu Xianjing's looks and physique. How could he possibly remain single? Xiao Baikai then revealed the truth. It turned out that all the targets I was pursuing were fragments of the same soul. The Demon Lord, who is also the mastermind behind the Temporal Management Bureau. To rectify the world's bugs, his soul had shattered, and we taskers were needed to piece him back together. Yet he himself had absurdly high standards, never having been in a relationship, and previous taskers had all failed, with the highest favorability only reaching 0. 5, but Xiao Baikai was excited. Host, you're different. Your soul compatibility with the Lord is 100. Perfect match. You can definitely do this. Well, it seems I had been bestowed with a fateful script. As the year drew to a close, the Gu household was exceedingly busy. With Uncle Gu and Gu Xianjing leaving early and returning late, the atmosphere almost palpable through the screen. I, on the other hand, could only wash my hands and make soup daily to maintain a semblance of presence. Yet, Gu Xianjing's favorability remained stuck at 35, refusing to budge. This wouldn't do. I needed to make a bold move. One evening, as he returned from the study, I timed it perfectly and approached him with a bowl of soup, only to slip and tumble directly into his arms. Soft and warm, he froze instantly, too stunned to move. I quickly steadied myself, looking up at him with my doe-like eyes, my voice soft and sweet. "I'm so sorry, cousin." The tone, that gaze, clearly conveyed, I did that on purpose. He fell silent for a moment, awkwardly retracting his hand, his ears reddening to the point of embarrassment, while he feigned calmness. "It's nothing." As he walked away with an awkward gait, I couldn't help but chuckle. Beep, favorability 10. Haha, you must have heard my laughter. Beep, favorability 5. Oh, delightful surprise. I realized that this fellow responds positively to physical contact. From that day forward, I ceased pretending. I boldly pursued him, making treats that were always just a touch more exquisite than anyone else's. Our elders quickly caught on, each wearing a knowing smile and creating opportunities for us. On the eve of the Lantern Festival, after a brief stroll with our elders, they left us behind. However, Gu Xianjing, that wooden block, maintained a safe distance of 3 steps from me. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I abruptly halted. He turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Are you tired? I looked at him with a sense of grievance. Cousin Xianjing, do I resemble a ferocious beast? His heart trembled, and he quickly shook his head. Not at all. Then why do you always keep such a distance from me? I took several steps closer, gazing up at him, our proximity such that he could lean down and kiss me with ease. Are you afraid to look at me? Do you dislike me? He turned his head. His voice taut no. Where's the no in that? I felt even more grieved, my eyes reddening. Look at the couples around us, and then look at you. You don't see me as a ferocious beast, yet you keep your distance. Is it because you dislike me? I must say, he was utterly flustered. His hands didn't know where to go, and he stammered an explanation, claiming he maintained such distances with everyone, even walking 8 zhang away from his uncle, insisting it wasn't personal. Listening to his pale and weak defense, a tear fell from my eye, amplifying my sense of grievance. This made him even more flustered. He fumbled for a handkerchief, wanted to wipe my tears, but hesitating to touch me. I was on the verge of laughing, yet my face still bore tears. Snatching his handkerchief, I wiped my face and sobbed. You mustn't keep such a distance from me next time. He looked at my red, swollen eyes, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. What a sight. While wiping my tears, I stealthily tucked his embroidered handkerchief into my sleeve. Aha, a trophy. I tell you, my eyes are sharp. I noticed his ears were flushed bright red. From that moment on, he was exceptionally obedient, sticking closely to my side like a small accessory. When we reached a stall selling candied hawthorn, he bought a skewer for me without a word. I accepted it, and with a mischievous glint in my eye, I held the hawthorn up to his lips. You eat first. He was visibly taken aback, but his body reacted honestly, obediently opening his mouth to take a bite. I, without hesitation, took a big bite from the remaining half. Who understands the situation? His pupils practically trembled. His ears were so red, they seemed ready to bleed. My mind was racing with excitement. Ding, affection points 2. Ding, affection points 2. Delightful. Just as the atmosphere was ripe for an ambiguous breakthrough, an unwelcome voice disrupted the moment. Brother Xianjing? I nearly rolled my eyes to the heavens. Who is this? Calling him so affectionately when I have never done so. A woman rushed over. Her face lit up with surprise as she attempted to approach Gu Xianjing. But guess what? Gu Xianjing, my cheap cousin, reflexively pulled me behind him, retreating several steps and creating a safety distance from the woman. The smile on her face froze instantly, and only then did she notice me. The look in her eyes shifted from shyness to resentment, as if I had snatched 500 million from her. Who is she? She questioned Gu Xianjing, her tone suggesting he was her personal possession. Let me tell you, this woman is Li Zhaohua, the daughter of the city lord of Jiangnan. Her father has some business dealings with the Gu family, and she unilaterally declared herself to be Gu Xianjing's fiancée, often referring to herself as the future matriarch of the Gu family. Gu Xuanjing's face darkened, and he stepped forward to shield me even more securely. His voice as cold as ice. This has nothing to do with you. I hid behind him, peeking out to watch the drama unfold. Li Zhaohua seemed to realize she had overstepped, quickly donning a fake smile, claiming, I was just curious. I haven't seen this sister in the city. Sister? Who is your sister? Such audacity. Before Gu Xianjing could respond, I took center stage, adopting the most innocent and soft-spoken tone, fluttering my big eyes at him. Brother. Who is she? Gu Xianjing glanced at me, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, then turned to Li Zhaohua and calmly stated, She is the daughter of City Lord Li. Not familiar. Ha ha, not familiar. It was like a public execution. I nearly burst into laughter. I quickly chimed in, flashing a sweet smile at the now pale-faced Li Zhaohua. Oh, so you're Miss Li? My brother and I have matters to attend to, so if you have nothing else, please don't block our way. As for my identity, I don't believe we owe you an explanation. With that, Gu Xianjing pulled me away, leaving Li Zhaohua standing there, her face shifting between green and white, trembling with anger. As we continued our stroll, the temperature dropped, and I sneezed. Gu Xianjing immediately suggested we head back. The streets were crowded, and I turned to him with a frown. There are too many people. I'm afraid I might get lost. Then, I slipped my hand into his warm palm. You hold my hand. He froze momentarily, but the next second, he tightly grasped my hand, his ears reddening again, silently guiding me through the crowd. Once we broke free from the throng, feeling a bit flushed, I quickly released his hand, pretending to fan myself, avoiding his gaze. When I looked up, I caught him smiling secretly, his lips nearly reaching the sky. To my surprise, several elders decided to assist, claiming they had arranged a carriage for us to return. Once inside the carriage, the atmosphere was charged with an undeniable tension. No one spoke. The air was thick with the crackling of unspoken feelings. Unable to bear the silence, I pretended to cough twice, and he subtly shifted closer to block the draft from the window. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. I lost my balance and fell directly into his embrace. But it didn't end there. Another jolt followed, and our lips collided. My eyes widened in shock, and he was equally stunned. The sensation was soft and warm. Outside, the coachman shouted, "Are you two all right?" We hit a stone. Snapping back to reality, I pushed him away, retreating to a corner. My face flushed enough to fry an egg. My mind was racing. Host. Affection level 69. Aite amate, requesting deployment. Those 2 bumps were my doing. I gave it a thumbs up. This AI is becoming increasingly perceptive. From that day forth, I began to avoid him. Who understands the need to run after a kiss? Playing a game of extreme tug-of-war? A few days later, he cornered me on a narrow path, leaving me nowhere to escape. He approached step by step, his voice low and gravely. "Why are you avoiding me?" "And no, not at all," I stammered, my gaze drifting, unable to meet his eyes, but my flushed ears betrayed me. He chuckled softly, about to say something more, when my uncle's booming voice called out, "Wan, Xianjing, hurry up, we're heading to the city lord Li's banquet." I felt as if a weight had been lifted, shoving him aside and sprinting away. His teasing voice followed me, a sly little fox. By the way, this banquet was for City Lord Li's 40th birthday, and our Gu family couldn't afford to miss it. My uncle, worried about me, had assigned me a maid skilled in martial arts. Upon arriving at the City Lord's mansion, I tell you, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixated on me. Gu Xuanjing's face darkened instantly. He switched places with me, positioning himself to shield me from view, his expression practically screaming, "Mine." At the banquet, my uncle proudly introduced me. But upon realizing I was not yet engaged, several attendees began to harbor ulterior motives. My uncle's declaration that she will decide her own marriage silenced everyone. While I was enjoying some pastries, the girl who had previously praised me as a fairy, named Su Tutu, approached me, overly familiar and eager to take me away to play. I could tell from her eyes that she was up to no good, clearly in cahoots with Li Xiaohua. As expected, she insisted on dragging me to the pond to feed the fish. I couldn't help but chuckle coldly in my heart. Here we go again, another watery escapade. Just as I was venting to Xiao Baikai, Gu Xianjing approached with a furrowed brow. At that moment, a large, plump cat suddenly darted out, screeching through the crowd. That Su Tutu let out a shriek, pretending to be frightened, and reached out to pull me into the water. It was hilarious. I had anticipated this maneuver long ago. With a smooth sidestep, she grasped at thin air and, unable to stop herself due to inertia, plopped right into the water with a splash. The fat cat even stepped on her in passing, snatching a fish from the pond and scampering away. This sequence of events was nothing short of comedic brilliance. My uncle turned a shade of green with rage, immediately berating Li Chengzhu for failing to manage even his household animals. Li Chengzhu could only apologize in a stifled manner. Did you think that was the end of it? The main event was yet to unfold. At the banquet, Li Chengzhu attempted to propose a match between Li Xiaohua and Gu Xianjing, but my uncle countered his words with a few sharp retorts, leading to our abrupt exit without granting him an ounce of dignity. The following day, the entire city was abuzz with gossip. They said that Li Xiaohua, unsatisfied on the night of the birthday banquet, sought out 3 male companions, only to be caught red-handed by her mother, tarnishing her reputation irrevocably. And that Su Tutu, she accidentally fell into the water again, resulting in a high fever that kept her bedridden. The troublemaking cat met its demise after ingesting something it shouldn't have. It was a total wipeout. Later, Xiao Baikai informed me that Li Xiaohua had initially intended for those 3 men to ruin me. However, Gu Xianjing and his uncle took action that very night, turning the tables on her. I must say, this maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example. Mess with me, and you will find yourself up against an immovable wall. Let me paint you a picture of the scene. As I beheld the young man sprawled on the bed, he resembled a tattered rag doll, his body marred with fresh and old wounds, hardly a spot unscathed. My brows knitted tightly, capable of crushing a mosquito. I exchanged a glance with my system, Xiao Baikai, and in an instant, he fell into a deep slumber. I hurriedly assisted him onto the bed. first administering a special hemostatic pill produced by the system, followed by fetching water to cleanse him. The sight of his wounds was enough to make anyone wince. Next, I applied the finest healing ointment from the system, layer upon layer, wrapping him up like a mummy. Once I completed this flurry of activity, I finally found a moment to ponder this cursed narrative. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview. The place I currently reside in is called Qiangua, where I am the legitimate princess of the realm, with my brother being the reigning emperor. We are the offspring of the empress, and I was raised in the palace, cherished and pampered. This, however, cultivated my headstrong and willful nature, leading me to pursue whatever caught my fancy. Then, calamity struck. I, the princess, had a particular penchant for handsome men. In my palace, even the gatekeepers and cleaners must possess good looks. Yet, these mere mortals could never satisfy my desires until I encountered the male lead of this world, the Prince of Donyang, Si Kong Yao. He initially disguised himself as a humble merchant, but I was undeterred, instantly captivated. I cordially invited him to return to my residence as my consort, but he refused. Inciting my wrath, I resorted to coercion and manipulation, employing every means possible. Ultimately, what did I achieve? Not only did I fail to win him over, but I also managed to offend him grievously. You can easily guess the outcome. He is the chosen one, while I am but a pawn. Our collision was akin to an egg striking a rock. In the end, the nation fell, and both my brother and I met our demise. Thus, the original owner's wish can be succinctly translated: rid myself of the intoxicating allure of Si Kong Yao. Cease this infatuation and instead support my brother in transforming Qiangua into the mightiest of kingdoms, compelling Donyang to bow before us. Xiao Baikai further elaborated, indicating that the original owner had spent some time in a management bureau, learning a plethora of modern terms, and now spoke with a hint of contemporary flair. Well, that's rather progressive. Just as I was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed. Ding, target Monyen, affection level 20. I was taken aback. Fine. If it's negative 20, then so be it. I quickly rummaged through my memories. This Emonyen was a lowly slave I had unwittingly picked up before encountering the male lead, a mere blood-bound servant of the lowest rank. I had initially brought him home because of his good looks, but soon discovered he appeared to be mute, rather dull company. After a few days, I encountered Si Kong Yao, and my attention shifted entirely, leaving Emonyen to endure mistreatment. His grievances towards me were entirely justified. The beginning was nothing short of hellish. Who among my family could fathom? While Emonyen lay in slumber, I immediately set out to uncover the details of today's events. The source of his troubles was the steward in charge of his quarters, along with the steward's little mistress, a maid. The steward, a greedy man, mistreated Emonyen for lack of funds. Today, the maid had a quarrel in the laundry room, and, upon encountering Emonyen, deliberately dropped one of my garments to provoke him, unleashing a tirade of insults. I summoned the two for a confrontation, and it quickly devolved into a dog-eat-dog scenario. Despite irrefutable evidence, they attempted to shift blame onto one another. Ultimately, the maid, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, succumbed to a fit and died on the spot. Truly, it was a literal rage quit. I turned to the steward, who was still begging for mercy, and coldly declared, break his legs and send him to the authorities. As for the other, bury her. Return all ill-gotten gains to the downtrodden servants. I warned the quivering servants in the courtyard. Consider this merely an appetizer. Anyone who dares to harm my people again should think carefully about their own skin, and whether it is as thick as hers. After attending to these matters, I returned to the hall, where Emonyen had awakened. News travels fast in the manor, and he must have been aware of the upheaval outside. Upon hearing my return, he feigned sleep once more. I understood his reasoning. He likely thought that by pleasing me, he could secure a better life. However, his pride refused to allow him to concede. I understood, I truly did. As night fell, I resolved not to disturb him while he pretended to be asleep. However, inexplicably, I chose to remain. Not only did I stay, but I also fetched a bowl of soup and spoon-fed him. Xiao Baikai, didn't Tiyu say he would wake within 4 hours? It's been nearly 8. Surely nothing is amiss? I felt a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Baikai appeared perplexed as well. All vital signs are stable. He is simply in a deep slumber. Very well, we must wait. I felt sticky and uncomfortable, so I decided to bathe in a private chamber separated by a screen and had warm water brought in for a relaxing soak. The main hall was eerily quiet, the sound of water echoing clearly. I couldn't help but hum softly in contentment. Unbeknownst to me, The young man, feigning sleep behind the screen, was blushing so fiercely that one could almost see the blood. He likely wished to vanish on the spot. After finishing my bath and donning my nightgown, the maids had all retreated. I approached his bedside, crouching down to touch his forehead, then checked my own, muttering, "Why is your face so flushed?" Thankfully, it's not too hot. Then, unable to resist, my fingertips grazed his face, tracing from his brow to his eyes, and then down the bridge of his nose to his lips. This little being is indeed remarkable, truly a masterpiece worthy of Nuwa's creation. As I rested my chin on my hand, admiring the sight, I felt a tremor in his eyelashes. In the next moment, our eyes met. We were both momentarily taken aback. Startled, I instinctively drew back, realizing I'd been caught secretly gazing at a handsome figure, an utterly mortifying moment. At that time, I was not wearing any makeup, dressed in my nightgown with damp hair and a collarbone barely concealed, a sight of utmost disarray. Emonian merely glanced at me, and his face flushed crimson, hastily averting his gaze. I silently adjusted my attire and cleared my throat. "Are you feeling better? Would you like something to eat?" He lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper, replying, "To your highness, I am much better. No need for trouble." Observing his demeanor, which suggested he wished to vanish into the floor, I was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to adopt the original persona's domineering character. "I am aware of your previous condition. Those individuals have been dealt with. You must remember, you are my sole possession. No one else is entitled to touch what belongs to me." Indeed, upon hearing these words, his expression appeared somewhat normalized. "I have arranged for you to have new accommodations in this courtyard. You shall remain by my side to serve me." I thought it prudent to have him recuperate under my watchful eye. However, without hesitation, he refused. This humble servant status is lowly. Such a course of action is inappropriate. Saying this, before I could react, he struggled to rise from the bed to pay his respects, his complexion as pale as parchment. "I am fine now, your highness. Please have someone guide me." I was truly exasperated. This fellow was quite stubborn. Observing his unsteady gait, I could only grit my teeth and summon someone to escort him back. As expected, he fainted again before reaching his chamber, his wounds reopened, blood seeping out. Chaos ensued once more. The following day, when I visited him, he had awakened and appeared to be in decent condition, which relieved me. "Your Highness, are we still going to Qingfeng Lu today?" My personal maid, Yu Shuang, inquired. Qingfeng Lu is the establishment where the male lead, Si Kong Yao, resides. According to the original plan, I was supposed to visit him yesterday to administer a potion, ensuring that he succumbed to my designs. Fortunately, I had dressed in time. Otherwise, I would have unwittingly detonated my own demise at the outset. I decisively shook my head. No. What would be the purpose of going? Men only hinder my pursuit of ambition. I sighed, adopting an expression of enlightenment, and told Yu Shuang, "I have come to realize that as a grand princess of 1,000 nations, what sort of men have I not encountered? Why should I demean myself for the son of a mere merchant?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang likely thought to herself, "Well, our princess has changed her taste again. Previously enamored with young Master Si Kong, now she seems captivated by the newcomer, Emon Yen. After all, it is all about appearances. It makes no difference." She nodded in agreement, probably having long harbored discontent towards Si Kong Yao. In the ensuing days, I scarcely thought of the male lead, focusing solely on accompanying and caring for Emon Yen. Remarkably, the system's medicine worked wonders. His external injuries healed significantly, enabling him to walk. However, he persistently avoided me. I inquired with Xiao Bai Kai, "Has his favorability changed?" Xiao Bai Kai despondently replied, "Currently, the favorability is at 5. I exclaimed, from -20 to -5? That's a 75% improvement. What a sensible child, already beginning to self-soothe. Before I knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, and a banquet was to be held in the palace. Before I left, I deliberately raised my chin toward Emon Yen's chamber, instructing Yu Shuang, "Keep an eye on that direction." Her expression clearly indicated, alas, the princess has truly fallen for him this time. I paid no heed to her thoughts. My royal carriage was a sight to behold, crafted of Zeton wood, adorned with gold, and draped in red silk, flanked by scores of handsome guards. As we passed, the young maidens by the roadside peered with a mix of fear and admiration, their cheeks flushed as they whispered among themselves. I must admit, the original owner's taste and aesthetics deserves commendation. As our carriage glided past Qingfeng Lu, I caught sight of Si Kong Yao, clad in white, standing atop the building. Our eyes met, and he bore an expression of disdain, likely assuming I was about to disturb him once more. Xiao Bai Kai reminded me. That is Si Kong Yao. I immediately averted my gaze, internally scoffing at the ill fortune. Our opulent convoy proceeded past without so much as a pause. I could envision his bewildered yet feigned composed expression, probably thinking, merely a new ploy of desire and retreat. Upon arriving at the palace, I headed straight to my brother's study. Pushing open the door, I found my emperor brother buried under a pile of memorials, the scent overwhelming. I rushed over to him with a playful demeanor. "Brother, did you miss me?" He affectionately tapped my forehead, and I eagerly revealed a box of mooncakes I had brought. I acquired this modern mooncake recipe from Xiao Bai Kai, which the palace chefs executed brilliantly, novel and delectable. Upon tasting, my brother's eyes lit up, and he regarded me with a look that suggested, "What do you want now?" I waved my hands. "Nothing, just sharing a delightful treat." He clearly doubted my sincerity. Shifting the conversation, "I heard you have been frequenting Qin Feng Lu lately?" My heart sank. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately donned a woeful expression. "Brother, do you have portraits of the princes from various nations?" I can't shake the feeling that the proprietor of Qin Feng Lu looks familiar, as if I have encountered him before. My brother frowned at this and promptly ordered the retrieval of portraits from royal families across the realm. I feigned interest as I perused them, then excitedly pointed to one. "It's him, brother. I knew it. He is the crown prince of Danyang." As soon as I spoke, my brother's expression darkened. An enemy nation's crown prince, masquerading as a merchant in our capital during a time of internal and external strife following our new emperor's ascension? If there were no ulterior motives, I would willingly offer my head as a plaything. I continued to feign ignorance. But why would a crown prince come here to run a tea house? My brother patted my head, his gaze grave. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to your brother." I nodded obediently. Then, as if suddenly remembering, I retrieved a tiger talisman from my bosom. "Brother, this was left to me by our grandfather. It is said to command a troop of elite soldiers. Please take it." Before he could recover from his shock, I added, "If you find yourself short on funds, let me know. I still have some reserves in my treasury." As the items left to me by grandfather, father, and mother are all intact, my brother and the nearby Li Gonggong were both rendered speechless. My brother looked at me, his expression a complex mix of emotions, gratitude and guilt, before he solemnly replied, "I will borrow the tiger talisman for now. Financially, I am still sufficient. In the future, do not wander about. Remain within the palace." I thought to myself, all right, I shall heed your words. You are my brother, and your word is law." Let me tell you, my brother is quite the two-faced individual. As soon as I departed, he erupted in anger, glancing at the several memorials accusing me. His face darkened ominously. The first accusation claimed I had been entangling with a chaste man in broad daylight. That crown prince of Danyang, whose cunning rivals that of a honeycomb. He is hardly a paragon of virtue. My brother immediately dismissed it. Give these officials something to do. They are clearly too idle. The second accusation stated that I traveled extravagantly, my display rivaling that of the emperor. Good heavens, this reeks of jealousy over my lavishness. Attempting to sow discord between us siblings. My brother scoffed. Investigate. There is definitely something amiss. The third accusation claimed I was neglecting my duties, indulging in vanity. How absurd. As a mere princess, is my duty not to be beautiful and spend freely? Should I be expected to attend court sessions from 9 to 6? My brother immediately defended me with fervor. So what if she enjoys beauty? It has no bearing on you. Investigate. I demand a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, I returned to the palace, ready for a restful slumber. However, upon opening my bedroom door, I was nearly struck down. On my bed, there lay Mo Nian, clad in a thin white nightgown, reclining on his side, his handsome face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger etched upon it. His hands clenched tightly, as if resolved to make a monumental decision. I was utterly bewildered at that moment, and I must confess, my mind went completely blank as I blurted out, "What on earth are you doing?" Just as I was about to call for someone to drag him away, he swiftly reached out to stop me, his voice trembling. "I am willing to serve your highness, but I have one request." Goodness, the weight of his words was overwhelming. Upon opening his mouth, he poured forth 8 centuries of grievances. It turned out that his family belonged to a prestigious literary lineage from a neighboring nation. But their new emperor was a ruthless tyrant, having ascended the throne through patricide and fratricide. He sought their assistance in crafting a false historical account to cleanse his reputation. But his family, possessing integrity, refused. Consequently, in a single night, they faced annihilation, leaving him as a mere slave, sold from place to place, enduring endless humiliation. The most astonishing revelation was that he claimed his brother was still alive, right in the very slave market where I had purchased him. He presented a token, stating that someone had exchanged secret signals with him, leaving no doubt of its authenticity. He then knelt before me, weeping profusely, professing that if I rescued his brother, his life would belong to me. My mind was racing, and I quickly instructed my cyber friend, Xiao Baikai, to verify this information. Xiao Baikai responded instantly. Host, it's true, but his current condition is dire, suffering from a high fever and on the brink of death. My heart sank. This was an urgent matter. I couldn't waste a moment. I hastily donned my outer garment and rushed out, shouting, "Bring the carriage!" to the slave market. Imon Yin stumbled after me, and I exchanged a glance with him, silently acknowledging his presence. Upon arriving at the slave market, the owner was taken aback upon seeing me. I had no time for idle chatter and issued a command. Bring forth all male children under 5 years old. As soon as they were brought to me, Imon Yin instantly recognized his brother, rushing over to embrace him while crying. I promptly took them back to my residence, instructing my servants to have a doctor ready. The market owner attempted to intervene, but my maid, Yu Shuang, threw a bag of gold at him and reclaimed the contract of sale. My family, who could comprehend such matters, understood that just as I had rescued someone, Xiao Baikai soon relayed a live update. You won't believe it, my brother, my own brother, wearing a mask, he appeared in that very slave market. The owner, upon seeing him, immediately knelt and addressed him as master. It turned out my brother was the enigmatic proprietor of this slave market. He was also inquiring about the esteemed Si Kong Yao from Qingfeng Lu, exuding an air of strategic mastery. I was taken aback. My brother had concealed his true identity remarkably well. Xiao Baikai further educated me, explaining that had we not intervened, according to the original script, our nation would have been obliterated by the fortunate Si Kong Yao, blessed by the heavens. Well now, who would be the one to bring about ruin? It remains uncertain. 2 days later, Imon Yin's brother, Imo Tong, awakened, and the two brothers fell into each other's arms, weeping uncontrollably, a heart-wrenching scene indeed. They then approached me, kneeling without hesitation, expressing their profound gratitude for saving their lives. At that moment, Imon Yin looked at me with newfound admiration, and his favor towards me surged by 35 points. To capitalize on this momentum, I decided to take a bold step. I retrieved their contracts of sale and presented them to him with a gesture of benevolence. I understand your noble origins and vast ambitions. While I admire you, I cannot retain you against your will. Upon hearing my heartfelt words, he fell silent. Ultimately, he accepted the contract for his brother while respectfully returning his own to me. A slave is a person of the princess, and I shall have no regrets in this lifetime. My goodness, my favor with him increased by another 20 points. My heart was elated. However, I soon realized I might have invited a wolf into my home. The next morning, upon opening my eyes, I found Imon Yin standing by my bedside, ready to assist me with my attire. My face flushed with embarrassment, and I instinctively recoiled. When I attempted to refuse, he gazed at me with the innocent eyes of a wounded puppy. Does the princess disdain her slave? How could I withstand such a look? I surrendered, allowing him to assist me. Consequently, for the entire day, he took care of my bathing, meals, and even hand-fed me fruit. On one occasion, I inadvertently bit his finger as I reached for a piece, and upon looking up, I noticed his ears flushed crimson, yet his gaze held an innocent cunning. My heart sank. This was no mere protective little wolf, but a cunning and dark wolf ready to devour me whole. Just as I was navigating the complexities of my life with this big bad wolf, an incident unfolded outside. War erupted in the east, and someone within the court attempted to transfer my brother's most formidable general, a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. My brother, astutely aware, did not fall for the ruse. Instead, he sent the general's son in his stead while keeping the main forces in the capital. He even penned a secret letter to me, instructing me to remain within the safety of the residence, declaring it the safest place in the entire capital. Yet, I remained uneasy, fearing that the protagonist's halo might cause trouble. I decided to invest in the system marketplace, purchasing 3 universal talismans for safety for my brother, and had Xiao Baikai alter the memory of a hidden guard, claiming I had sought them from a temple before delivering them to him. My brother, upon receiving them, was deeply moved, exclaiming that I was the best sister in the world. Those schemers, frustrated by their failed attempts to lure me out, resorted to increasingly desperate measures. First, the Princess of Ningguang hosted a flower appreciation event, unattended, Then, a poetry gathering in the outskirts, unattended. My former favorite courtesan made a comeback. Still, I did not attend. Finally, even Si Kong Yao hinted at seeking a marriage partner. I promptly slammed the door shut, declaring that no one could coax me out. I took Imon Yin by the hand and headed towards my chamber. The maids and guards outside assumed they knew my intentions, their faces reddening like ripe peaches. However, upon opening the door to my chamber, I found Imo Tong already seated within, while Yu Shuang had prepared an array of snacks and treats spread across the table. Indeed, I was throwing a party, and no one was to interrupt my revelry. I issued a decree. No one is to leave today. Everyone shall remain here. Why, you ask? Because I am a woman with foreknowledge. In my previous life, my naive predecessor was lured out by a single letter from the scoundrel Si Kong Yao, only to be kidnapped and used as a pawn against my brother, resulting in both siblings meeting their demise and our nation falling apart. Would I allow myself to fall into the same trap again? Not a chance. I had activated the system's protective shield in my chamber, making it safer than anywhere else. Initially, Imon Yin believed I had ulterior motives, his face flushed with embarrassment, but he quietly took up a guard position at the door, which was rather endearing. As expected, those schemers, seeing that I was not taking the bait, resorted to desperate measures. Si Kong Yao, furious, began shouting curses outside, while simultaneously ordering a coup and dispatching assassins to infiltrate my chamber. Unfortunately for them, the bodyguards my brother assigned to me were seasoned players, and coupled with the invincible shield surrounding my chamber, they couldn't even reach the entrance before being swiftly dealt with by the hidden guards. Meanwhile, my brother's grand performance was just beginning. Si Kong Yao stormed into the great hall with the treacherous rebels he had incited. Yet, my brother remained unfazed, as relaxed as if he were enjoying afternoon tea in his backyard, reclining with his legs crossed, casually asking, "Oh, you've arrived? A bit late, aren't you?" The aura he exuded was nothing short of overwhelming. Si Kong Yao's face turned shade of green, but he maintained his composure. My brother's next words rendered him speechless. The owner of Qing Feng Lu? Oh no, I should address you as the Crown Prince of Donyang, shouldn't I? Si Kong Yao was left in shock, likely pondering, this script is all wrong. My brother continued, infiltrating our nation and colluding with the vassal kings. Such tactics are rather lacking in martial ethics, don't you think? Si Kong Yao stubbornly retorted, claiming that deception is part of warfare. Upon hearing this, my brother chuckled. Well said. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, go. In an instant, the elite soldiers I had previously provided descended from above. Their combat prowess was astonishing. One could take down 100 foes, effortlessly clearing the battlefield of Si Kong Yao's men. In the end, my brother threw Si Kong Yao's own words back at him, delivering a gratifying slap to his face. For those who understand, the satisfaction of such a public rebuke is unparalleled. The conclusion was that Si Kong Yao was captured alive, while the entire family of the treacherous Ning Wang awaited their execution. My brother's maneuver was a classic case of ensnaring the enemy while simultaneously cleansing the court of its vermin. Regarding Si Kong Yao, this troublesome hot potato, after all, he is the prince of another nation. Eliminating him directly could easily incite a war between the two countries. What to do? My brother immediately activated his extreme bargaining mode. The people from Donyang Kingdom sent someone to negotiate for his release, starting with an offer of 10 cities. My brother found that rather underwhelming and countered with a bold demand. 15 cities, plus an additional 50,000 in grain, double the silk, and a further 100,000 in silver. After all, he is a prince, the future emperor. We cannot allow him to be undervalued, can we? The other side could only begrudgingly swallow their frustration and comply. I would call this maneuver a stroke of commercial genius. On my end, with the palace intrigue concluded, I naturally returned to my joyful life, eagerly receiving the treasures of gold and jewels sent by my brother, reveling in my luxurious existence. One day, while I was soaking in a bath, I informed Imon Yin that I had arranged for your brother to attend the nation's finest Chihuahua Academy. He was momentarily stunned, his gaze upon me filled with astonishment. Then, to my surprise, he leapt into the water fully clothed. Family, behold the allure of a wet shirt. The contours of his muscles, subtly visible, made me admit I gulped involuntarily. He leaned in close, his voice as smooth as silk, declaring that he had refrained from disturbing me previously due to my royal duties, but now he wished to take a bold step forward. A pure yet passionate kiss followed. As he kissed me, he cautiously gauged my reaction like a timid puppy testing the waters. I swiftly covered his eyes, pulling him into my embrace, splashing water everywhere. Although he ultimately restrained himself from going further, his affection for me soared to an impressive 85. Worth it. The next day, our intimate escapades became the talk of the palace. My brother, upon hearing the news, was unfazed and remarked to his eunuch, "If my sister is fond of him, what harm is there in keeping a consort?" His perspective had broadened. However, I marched straight to him, resolutely declaring, "Brother, I intend to marry him." My brother's pupils nearly bulged in shock. "What did you say? He is but a servant." I laid bare his lineage, revealing that his ancestors were scholars and that he had achieved academic honors himself. My brother was momentarily speechless, then began to appeal to my reason. "Sister, have you truly considered this? What if you encounter someone more handsome in the future? With such a vast princess's estate, would it not be lonely to host only him?" Goodness, he nearly swayed me. Yet I stood firm against temptation, asserting, "He is the one I want." Outside, Yen must have been profoundly moved upon hearing my words. Ultimately, Yen stepped forward and requested a private conversation with my brother. When he emerged, he bore an expression of calm assurance. That evening, he revealed to me that he had made a solemn vow with my brother. Should he pass the imperial examination next year and secure a government position, my brother would personally arrange our marriage. At that moment, his affection rating shot up by another 10 points, reaching a staggering 95. The little system in my mind was overjoyed. Yet, while I was basking in sweetness, the situation for Kong Yao took a dire turn. Upon being redeemed, he faced a torrent of reproach from his father, the Emperor of Donyang. His status as crown prince was revoked. This shattered his psyche, igniting a thirst for revenge against us. Suddenly, my little system began to shriek. "Host, this is bad. The male lead has turned dark. The world's fortune is turning ominous." It explained that there was a bug in this world-as setting. In a normal world, there should be villains and other supporting characters to share the fortune and maintain balance. However, in this world, all the fortune was concentrated solely upon Kong Yao. He was the one and only chosen son. Now that he had turned to malevolence, the entire world was at risk of descending into chaos, transforming into a tyrannical realm. This was a grave concern. After deliberation with my little system, we concluded that we must find a way to bring him back to the light or ascertain where the fortune had gone. Just as I was fretting, Yen approached me, inquiring about my troubles. I casually mentioned my worries regarding potential retaliation from Donyang. He gently patted my head and uttered four reassuring words, "I will handle everything." In that instant, my sense of security surged to its peak. Subsequently, he secluded himself to diligently study, striving for our future. I, too, was not idle. I handed my brother the highly coveted Elite Special Forces training manual. Upon seeing it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He declared that if the army trained in this manner, they could conquer not just the realm, but outer space as well. His enthusiasm prompted an immediate decision to arrange our marriage. My brother, in his fervor, aimed to grant me a wedding dowry that included several coastal cities in Jiangnan and the salt mines of Nanzhou. Such extravagant wealth would bewilder anyone. He sat down, commanding the eunuch Li to draft the royal decree on the spot, creating an atmosphere as if the entire nation would soon celebrate a 3-day holiday. I made a grand gesture to halt him. Brother, calm down. Did we not agree with Yen that we would wait until he achieves the top rank in the imperial examinations? I understood clearly that too much land would breed resentment, but the mines represented wealth and joy. Who could comprehend that? I quickly painted a promising picture for him. Try out the military training methods I provided. Once our army becomes formidable, we can discuss anything. Upon hearing this, my brother found it reasonable and nodded vigorously. Yet his hand moved faster than his mind, and the decree was swiftly completed with the royal seal affixed. All right, we will wait for the results before issuing the decree. Well, that was a futile effort. Nevertheless, it was fine. The outcome would remain the same. I casually placed the Tiger Talisman for troop mobilization on his desk, saying, "Brother, the individuals within are elites. Use them as the first batch of instructors, and the results will be remarkable." Thus, I returned home with a plethora of new rewards. I tell you, these past 3 months have been exceptionally fruitful. With Yen's brilliant intellect, my business flourished, transforming my modest treasury into a grand fortune. Meanwhile, my brother's new recruits trained vigorously, revitalizing the atmosphere across the realm, heralding an era of prosperity. But guess what? Just as we were taking off, Kong Yao, the antagonist of Donyang Kingdom, was nearing a state of electronic madness from the relentless psychological manipulation by his father. His position as crown prince had been stripped, and he was confined to the royal palace, forced to listen to others' achievements in the court while he could only eavesdrop in frustration. His system grew frantic, incessantly warning him, warning, warning. The world's fortune has been completely drained. Please escape quickly. The tone was as cold as an AI customer service representative. Sikong Yao exploded in anger. Shut up. I have endured that old fool for years, like a grandson. Now you want me to leave? Why should I? I cannot rest until I see him and that other one, referring to the Emperor of Donyang and my brother, ground to dust. His system, equally irate, shifted from white to a dark brown hue, ominous and foreboding, but ultimately coward, going silent. Frustrated, Sikong Yao exchanged several items in the system marketplace, his smile turning sinister enough to chill the air. Then, high tension ensued. I tell you, I was deep in slumber when suddenly, Emon Yin beside me opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixated intently on my little system, which was hidden nearby. My system was rendered speechless in shock. A beam of white light shot into the little system, and then Emon Yin closed his eyes again, returning to sleep as if nothing had happened. My little system was so frightened that it momentarily crashed, finally managing to stammer out, "What the heck?" It glanced at its data panel in disbelief and frantically cried out to report to the main deity. "Oh, main deity, this world is filled with evil systems. I cannot compete. The host is sleeping so soundly. I want to comfort the host." However, before it could seek me out to whimper, a cacophony erupted outside. "Princess! Princess! There is trouble in the palace." The little system reacted swiftly, dispatching an upgraded clone to the palace in an instant, and the next moment, it screamed in my mind, "Host, wake up! Your brother has been attacked." Emon Yin and I jolted awake simultaneously. The little system quickly conveyed the shocking news. It turned out that Sikong Yao also possessed a system, which had absorbed the world's fortune. He had just used an item to teleport to the Donyang Palace, eliminating his father, and then teleported to my brother, intending to employ the same tactic. However, he was unsuccessful. Xiao Baikai exclaimed in haste. "The talisman you gave has blocked it, but he has fled as well. Judging by his demeanor, he won't rest until he has eliminated your brother tonight." Together with Emon Yin, I hastened to the palace. Upon reaching my brother's chambers, I found him in a daze, staring blankly at a nightgown in his hands. A clear stab wound visible upon his chest. Upon noticing me, he trembled, instructing everyone to withdraw, then handed the garment to me, his voice quivering. "I just saw Sikong Yao stab me with a knife, but this thing blocked it." He shakily produced the slightly charred talisman from his bosom. Then, before my very eyes, he vanished. Truly, he disappeared into thin air. Witnessing his fright, his words became jumbled. I performed an exaggerated reaction. "Wow. Really? I sought Master Xianxing for this. His powers are astounding." I must have acted quite theatrically, as both Emon Yin and Xiao Baikai fell silent beside me. I patted my brother's shoulder and extracted 2 more talismans, handing one to Emon Yin. "Fear not, we have our own." The master assured me this can save a life 3 times. Not even demons and monsters can harm us. My brother regarded me with skepticism, and I offered him a reassuring glance filled with understanding. Once we settled, I promptly inquired of Xiao Baikai, Kai, when will your deity arrive? The one over there seems formidable." To my surprise, it timidly replied, "The deity is not coming. It instructed me to consume you." I asked, "How do you intend to eat it?" It demonstrated, "Grab it and swallow it whole." As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide, simulating a gulp and chewing. I was astonished. Emon Yin noticed my change in expression and approached with concern. My heart warmed at his care, and I shook my head, assuring him I was fine. I instructed Xiao Baikai to procure an all-encompassing protective barrier to envelop the entire palace. Xiao Baikai mentioned that Sikong Yao had overexerted himself with his tools, and his mental fortitude likely could not withstand it. He was probably hiding in some corner of the palace. Indeed, Xiao Baikai soon detected host southeast corner. Just as we prepared to move, Sikong Yao could no longer maintain his concealment. Hiding in a dilapidated palace, he was in agony, bellowing at the system. "What is happening? What is that thing on Luo Yan'an?" He realized he needed to flee, yet his pride held him back, and he began pleading with his system. "System, I beg you, help me eliminate him, and I shall share half the fortune I accumulate in this world with you." The dark orb of a system surprisingly resonated with his plea and agreed. "Very well, but you must disengage immediately afterward." Just as it was about to act, It found itself ensnared by the barriers we had set in place. However, the dark orb proved formidable and unleashed a surge of golden energy, stolen fortune from the world, that shattered our barriers. A shadowy light, accompanied by Sikong Yao's form, surged toward my brother's quarters. And guess what happened? My gluttonous system sniffed the air, its eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, so fragrant. It stretched out its tiny hand, and with a forceful pull, the hovering dark mass was drawn back uncontrollably as if magnetized. Both Sikong Yao and his system were bewildered. What is happening? In the next moment, Xiao Baikai opened its mouth wide, devouring the dark mass in one gulp, mimicking its earlier demonstration, and swallowed it whole without a sound. Sikong Yao instantly lost contact with his system, all his tools rendered useless, and he plummeted to the ground, revealing his true form right before us. Although Emon Yin could not see the system, he witnessed Sikong Yao's sudden appearance, and in shock, he instinctively shielded me. Sikong Yao, now frantic, pointed at me, shouting, "What have you done? Where's my system?" I cannot be bothered to respond, plunging a dagger into his heart. Eliminating you is quite evident. Is there any need for inquiry? As I watched Xiao Baikai purify his soul effortlessly, I transformed from a cold-blooded killer to a trembling fawn. Seeking refuge in Emon Yin's embrace, quaking, he was so terrifying. Emon Yin, filled with concern, held me tightly, soothing, "Do not be afraid. It is all over now." When my brother arrived with his men, he found only Sikong Yao's corpse on the ground and us entwined together. My brother glanced between me, Emon Yin, and the body, his expression a mix of curiosity and restraint. Ultimately, he ordered the matter to be sealed and incinerated the corpse to avoid complications. Upon returning to our residence, Xiao Baikai restored the stolen fortune of this world. The original child of fortune had been consumed by Sikong Yao, necessitating a new selection. It asked me what to do, and I suggested, what about my brother? Let him become the child of fortune, thriving and fulfilling the original owner's wishes. Xiao Baikai clapped its hands, finding the idea promising. As I spoke, a golden light shot from Xiao Baicai's hand, racing toward the palace and merging with my brother's being. Emon Yin brought water to wash my hands, softly stating, "Next time, allow me to serve. Do not tarnish the princess's hands." I nodded obediently. He did not pry into palace affairs, and I remained silent. The following day, news spread throughout Donyang Nation that the emperor had been assassinated, the former crown prince was missing, and chaos ensued. Half a month later, an obscure ninth prince ascended to the throne, but the nation's strength had already dwindled, nearing the brink of annexation. Subsequently, Emon Yin devoted himself to the autumn examinations, living up to expectations and achieving the highest honors. My brother's long-awaited imperial decree was finally issued, and we were married. The celebration was resplendent, filled with drums and firecrackers, with my brother personally overseeing the festivities and the tributes from various nations piled high. I thought the events of that night in the palace had been put to rest. However, on our wedding night, to my surprise, Emon Yin, intoxicated, embraced me, his eyes glistening with red, his voice trembling. "You have secrets, and I will not inquire. But please, never abandon me, all right?" Although he could not see that night, he felt my presence. I was taken aback and gazed at him earnestly. "I promise you, Montak Niyan, Luoli shall never leave you behind." Upon hearing this, he seemed to gain the world, flipping over to pin me beneath him, and the remaining promises were drowned in fervent kisses. The next morning, I awoke sore, bruised all over, and he clung to me, whispering in my ear, "I remember, princess. I must not break my word." In the subsequent 10 years, we, as a couple, one managing the domestic affairs, amassing wealth, and the other overseeing external matters governing, assisted my brother in ascending to the throne of the most powerful nation. We reclaimed Donyang, annexed Shaoliang, and subdued neighboring states, avenging the blood debts of Emon Yin's family and those loyal ministers wrongfully slain. Once peace was restored, we relinquished our burdens to my brother and ventured to live carefreely. You would not believe it, but my brother turned out to be quite remarkable after a decade. Once his son was capable of standing on his own, he abdicated and traveled with the empress. After several decades, we had aged. Xiao Baikai lamented, "Host, why are you still at level 99? I smiled at Emon Yin, who was peeling pomegranates beside me. "Ah, he is merely cautious of me." No sooner had I spoken than Emon Yin paused, gazing intently at me. "Princess, do you still remember what you promised back then?" I felt the passage of time in his life and nodded, smiling. "Of course, wherever I go, I shall accompany you." He finally smiled in relief, taking my hand to return to our chamber for a midday rest. Lying in his embrace, he suddenly asked, "My lady, do you believe in reincarnation and rebirth?" I looked at him, indeed. He grasped my hand tightly. "Then in the next life, I shall wait for you, my lady. Please come and find me swiftly." "Very well." He smiled, and his hands, which had protected me throughout my life, gently caressed my cheek, sighing, "My lady, I suddenly feel that this life has been rather short." With that sigh, his hand stilled, and his heartbeat ceased. A solitary tear fell, and I smiled as I closed my eyes. A chime sounded, indicating I had achieved a favorability score of 100 and congratulating me for completing the task. Subsequently, my brother found our secluded little courtyard. Upon witnessing our embrace and departure, his eyes reddened with emotion as he chuckled. "It's truly remarkable. You are younger than I, yet you have outpaced me." He gazed skyward and softly murmured, "In this lifetime, I am grateful to both you and your partner, my dear sister." It appeared he had known all along. Upon returning to the system space, the rewards for this task were overwhelming, a magnificent explosion of merit points, totaling 50. The little Baikai remarked that Luo Yin Nan genuinely appreciated our assistance and had long known the truth through dreams, understanding that I was not his biological sister. Yet he chose to acknowledge me as such. I seized Baikai and demanded, "Pray tell, how did you manage to wreak havoc as if under some enchantment?" With an innocent expression, it shook its head and replied, "I don't know. It just seemed so delightful, and I couldn't resist consuming it. It was indeed quite delectable and nourishing." Well, it seems the glutton saves the world. We did not linger, severing our emotional ties, and immediately proceeded to the next realm. The sound of hooves approached from afar, prompting Baikai to alert me. "Host, they're coming." I lifted my head, revealing a stunning visage, only to grimace in pain. My complexion pale. The scouts in the front, upon seeing me, were momentarily stunned, eventually exclaiming, "Commander, there is an injured maiden here." With a collective gasp, a contingent of armored soldiers on horseback surrounded me. The leader, a striking young man with a red ribbon binding his hair, was particularly eye-catching. As they discerned my condition, a collective intake of breath echoed among them. I collapsed onto the ground, covered in dust, with a wounded forehead and tattered clothing barely clinging to my form. My leg was bloodied, and my ankle swollen. I gazed at them timidly, instinctively recoiling. The leading prince, Murongjan, was instantly captivated, his eyes ablaze with a mix of wonder and greed. He cast a fleeting glance my way before diverting his gaze. Yet a sneer lingered at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by others but caught by a certain individual, Pei Yi, the young man with the red ribbon. He tilted his head, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, exuding an air of disdain. Murongjan dismounted and approached me with a disarmingly gentle smile. "Do not fear. We are not villains. I am the crown prince of Shi Kingdom. Your injuries are severe. May I assist you in bandaging them?" His demeanor suggested he had already determined my fate, a pretense that sickened me. For the sake of the mission, I had to play along. I stared at him in confusion, then feigned pain as I clutched my forehead. "Shi Kingdom? It hurts. I cannot remember." At that moment, the soldiers exchanged glances, their CPUs nearly overheating with concern. They looked at me and then at the nearby cliff, their minds weaving an elaborate tale of tragedy. A poor maiden, beset by misfortune, fell from the cliff and lost her memory. Oh, how pitiful! Compassionate gazes pierced through me, yet the notion of an assassin or spy seemed far-fetched given my fragile appearance. Indeed, the need for investigation remained, for these individuals were quite astute. At this juncture, the hypocritical Murongjan resumed his act, his voice dripping with sweetness. "Fear not. Let us tend to your wounds first, and we shall ponder the rest later." With that, his hand reached out toward me. Internally, I rolled my eyes, thinking, "Who needs your assistance?" I pretended to contemplate, shakily rising to my feet without touching him. Then, with a tactical stumble, I deftly grasped the sleeve of another handsome man nearby. Dear friends, that handsome man was Pei Yi, who initially wore an expression of annoyance, but upon my gentle tug, he froze in place. I immediately switched to my innocent damsel mode, my voice soft and tremulous, my face pale as if I had just emerged from a grave. "Sir, could you help me? It hurts." All attention shifted from me to Pei Yi, and then collectively fixed upon Murongjan. I tell you, the expressions on their faces were as vivid as a painter's palette, as Murongjan, with a stiff smile, retracted his hand and said, "In that case, Yi, why don't you assist her first?" Pei Yi raised an eyebrow, glanced at me with a mix of mischief and curiosity, and casually spat out the grass he was chewing. He smiled at me, of course. With that, he dismounted shedding his cloak and enveloping me snugly, apologizing for the offense. The next moment, he lifted me effortlessly, his movements appearing rough yet remarkably stable, intentionally avoiding my wounds. Goodness, his boyfriend material was truly top tier for 2025. He carried me without looking back, commanding, sounding orders, halt here. Summoned the military physician. Yes, deputy commander. The soldiers dispersed without a second glance at their actual commander. Mourong. The hierarchy was unmistakable, revealing who the true leader was and who was merely a gilded mascot, a fact evident to all. Mourong es visage d'arcand, akin to the bottom of a pot. Leaning against Pei Yi's broad shoulder, I turned to witness this spectacle, my heart brimming with joy while my lips silently cursed the ugly brute. Not for any other reason, but for the original host's grievances. Allow me to provide some context. The original host was a newly transformed rabbit spirit, innocent and naive, who had fallen victim to a human trafficking ring. The vile beings had developed lustful intentions midway, and the original host fought desperately. Ultimately, she plummeted from a cliff and lost her memory, leading her to these individuals. And then there was Mourong, who saw through the original host's fairy identity at a glance. He too, being of the same lineage, viewed fairies as mere tools. Feigning rescue, he employed a facade of tenderness to gain the original host's affection and trust. Once she regained her memory and revealed her identity, he began to manipulate her into using her powers to assist him in ascending to the throne. What was the outcome? The original host, believing she could finally live happily ever after with her beloved, was tragically betrayed as he personally extracted her core with a demon-slaying blade, resulting in a most gruesome demise. Meanwhile, he thrived upon her remains, living into his 130s without remorse. The original host's final wish was for him to pay for his blood debts, leading to the downfall of him and his Mourong dynasty. Do you now comprehend my disdain? The mere sight of him sullies my eyes. How is it? Pei's deep voice jolted me back to the present. The military physician began tending to my wounds, and I must say, the pain was excruciating, particularly on my leg, which required a fortnight of rest. Yet, I remained silent, biting my lip throughout. Pei observed me in surprise. Little one, you were just crying out in pain, yet now you remain stoic. Of course, that was merely an act for your benefit. Once the physician departed, I instantly felt tears welling in my eyes, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Pei appeared taken aback, about to speak. But I quickly stifled my tears and replied sweetly, "Thank you, sir." It seemed he was quite taken with my demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing, "Only thanking me? Well, the one who brought you here." I lowered my head, responding softly, "He is rather peculiar." "Oh, in what way?" His curiosity piqued, he leaned in closer. I instinctively recoiled from his proximity, sincerely stating, "His eyes make me uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Pei's eyes narrowed slightly, yet the smile remained, as if he were both jesting and cautioning me. "Well, little one, you seem quite perceptive. In the future, do remember to keep your distance from him." I nodded obediently. MHM, observing my compliant demeanor, his interest intensified. Suddenly, he reached out, lifting my chin, his gaze sharpening with a predatory intensity. "Little one, do you truly remember nothing at all?" Under the weight of his scrutiny, my eyes remained clear as mountain spring water, reflecting only his image. As we locked eyes, I saw his inquisitive gaze soften, and then he abruptly released me, turning away and stating, "Rest here for now," before departing without a backward glance. Goodness, has the pure-hearted god of love fallen to the ground? With such meager skills, how could he dare to assume the role of a major general? That very night, the despicable Mourong indeed crept over with insatiable intentions. I immediately closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. I could feel his greedy and lascivious gaze slithering over me like a venomous snake, making me feel so nauseated I nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, it was not long before someone called him away. Meanwhile, Pei's envoy returned with news that was nothing short of a perfect script. They had discovered a group of human traffickers who had abducted a girl named Shaoli, intending to bully her, but the courageous girl jumped off a cliff. Fearing the military's involvement, the traffickers fled. Now my identity and backstory were all set and even officially certified. Pei was thoroughly reassured. Just as he left his tent, he encountered Mourong leaving my side, glancing back 3 times with a repulsive demeanor, causing Pei to frown. He probably thought to himself how there wasn't a single decent person in the royal family. Irritated, he pulled at a blade of grass and walked towards me. instructing his subordinates to fetch a carriage. After a moment's thought, he added, and prepare a few women's outfits. After giving orders, he lifted the tent flap and entered, only to rush back out in the next second, turning away and tightly holding the tent curtain. From the redness of his ears, I could tell he had just seen something he shouldn't have, my cloak slipping down, revealing my tattered clothing. After a while, he cautiously re-entered, as if stepping into an execution ground, eyes shut as he groped around to cover me with his cloak again. In the chaos, he must have bumped into something, freezing in place, and once he finished covering me, he looked as if he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat. He stole a quick glance to confirm I was covered before turning away, as though burnt, muttering softly, "What a carefree little thing." Afterward, he found a chair inside, clearly intending to keep watch over me. When I awoke, I saw him resting nearby, eyes closed with an extra blanket draped over him. The system's little assistant chattered away, recounting the earlier events, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was fine. Our payee had a thin skin, and he would get used to it after a few more glances. The moment I moved, he woke up, as his eyes met mine. His expression showed a hint of guilt. Without waiting for me to speak, he stood up and walked outside, asking, "Are you uncomfortable? I'll call the military doctor for you." After the doctor examined me, payee brought me food and new clothes, his face stern as he said, "Once you recover, you can go wherever you wish." Upon hearing this, my inner dramatist took over. I hastily set down my bowl, seized his hand, and tears welled up, reflecting my fear of abandonment. "Please don't leave me. I'll be very obedient." Payee froze, looking down at the hand I clutched, his brow furrowing tightly. This was the first time he and T pushed a woman away immediately. His throat bobbed, and after a moment, he awkwardly explained, "I had no intention of abandoning you." Then he nonchalantly pulled my hand away, saying, "Just follow my lead. We could discuss it later." I obediently nodded, my mind already plotting the next step. The strategy was one of gradual companionship, taking our time. However, before I could finish my porridge, that persistent Murong Jean appeared again, accompanied by people carrying a stretcher, claiming that the medical tent was insufficient and wishing to take me to his for better care. Payee smiled coldly at that, a glint of ice in his demeanor. He stepped in front of me, adopting a nonchalant tone. "Your Highness need not trouble yourself. She will rest with me tonight." Murong Jean's face stiffened. How can this be appropriate? Men and women should not engage in close contact. "Oh, P.S.A. Greenvidenet. Then let us inquire about her own wishes, shall we?" Without waiting for Murong Jean's reaction, he turned to me and asked if I was ready, then lifted the tent flap and entered. I immediately understood his intentions. As soon as he stepped inside, I clutched his clothing tightly, resembling a frightened animal. The choice was now glaringly obvious. Payee offered me an apologetic smile, a grin that, to Murong Jean, was undoubtedly a blatant display of triumph. In the next moment, he bent down and lifted me, blanket and all, carrying me securely out of the medical tent and straight to his command tent. Murong Jean, fuming behind us, clenched his fists, muttering Payee's name, his face contorted in a manner more grotesque than if he had swallowed a fly. Upon reaching Payee's tent, he placed me on the bed and pointed to a nearby chaise lounge. "You sleep here. I'll take the outside." Nestled in the blankets, I emulated the soldier's manner of address and softly said, "Thank you, Major General." He visibly stiffened, without turning back, merely responding with a grunt before exiting. At the door, he turned back to remind me, "There are guards outside. Call if you need anything." I must say, it was merely a form of address. But the moment it left my lips, his ears turned as red as if they were on fire. Amen. The next day, the army was set to march back to the capital as swiftly as possible. Throughout the journey, I sat in the carriage, peeking through the curtain to steal glances at him. He felt uncomfortable under my gaze and finally turned around, only to meet my shy yet adoring eyes, causing me to blush and retract instantly. He shook his head in exasperation, but the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. This scene was witnessed by Murong Jean ahead of us. He mistakenly believed I was gazing at him. With a heart full of springtime affection, he boasted to Payee, "The young girl has been caught stealing glances at me. She is quite shy." I was indeed sneaking a look, and upon hearing this, I almost rolled my eyes, slamming the carriage window shut with a thud. Murong Jean's self-satisfaction was utterly outrageous. Payee outside let out a chuckle, turning his head away with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Clearly, she was looking at me. During the noon break, Murong Jean again approached with an exquisite food box, seeing me sip the chicken porridge prepared by Payee's people. His sour expression returned. "Young girl, Why are you only eating this? Wild chicken is tough and unappetizing. Eat this instead. As he spoke, he had someone open the food box, revealing a lavish spread of 5 dishes and soup, all meat. While the entire army nibbled on rations, he indulged, as if trying to ensure everyone knew he was a glutton. I couldn't be bothered to engage with him, retreating behind Pei Yi, clutching my porridge. No thanks, I find chicken quite delicious. Pei Yi, already frowning from Murong Zhan's words, immediately relaxed upon seeing my favor. He donned his signature fake smile. Your Highness should enjoy it yourself. Yet, Murong Zhan's brain seemed to malfunction. He actually pointed at Pei Yi and began to accuse him. Pei Yi, while you are allowed to care for the young girl, you cannot treat her this way. The military doctor said she needs to recuperate carefully. How is this considered careful? I stood by, utterly speechless, wondering if Murong Zhan had lost his mind. His petty schemes and vile thoughts were well known, yet here he was, blaming Pei Yi. He didn't even glance at the battle-hardened soldiers around us, their expressions darkening. Those soldiers fought valiantly for the country, bearing wounds, while Murong Zhan had never shown concern for them, if not for the fact that everyone regarded Luo Li as a girl and didn't hold it against her. There would have been an uproar long ago. Yet Murong Zhan persisted. Seeing that Luo Li ignored him, he directly squatted down, reaching for the bowl in her hand, mumbling, "Little girl, you should try this. It was made just for you." Let me tell you, our Luo Li was no ordinary person. She was akin to an Oscar-winning actress. First, she pretended to struggle, saying, "Your Highness, I truly do not need it." And then, at the moment Murong Zhan attempted to seize it, she let go. A shriek. The scalding porridge, specially heated by the kitchen, splashed entirely onto Murong Zhan's esteemed hands. He yelped in pain, dropping the bowl, his previously gentle demeanor vanishing, replaced by a fearsome scowl as he pointed at Luo Li, shouting, "You wretched woman." His stance suggested he was ready to strike. Drawing Luo Li behind him protectively, showcasing an impressive display of strength. The surrounding individuals were left in a state of shock, and upon glancing at Murong Zhan's hand, it was entirely crimson, the skin beginning to blister. Luo Li immediately switched to her innocent demeanor, tears cascading down her cheeks as she hid behind Pei Yi, sobbing profusely. "I'm so sorry, I did not mean to. I had no idea you would resort to violence." Who could understand? Such acting, such dialogue was simply unparalleled, washing her hands of the entire affair. The onlookers regarded Murong Zhan with newfound disdain. A grown man, snatching something from a young girl, injuring himself, and still wishing to resort to violence. How deplorable. Pei Yi tightened his protective hold on Luo Li and coldly interjected, "Your Highness, she truly did not intend any harm. Perhaps you should tend to your injury first." After the military medic hurriedly treated his wound, Murong Zhan seemed to regain his composure, recalling his plans, his expression shifting faster than the turning of a page. To everyone's surprise, he managed to force a smile to reassure Luo Li, "It is my fault for frightening you." At that moment, I rolled my eyes skyward. Such a rapid change of expression could rival that of a Sichuan opera performer. Once he departed, Luo Li gazed at the spilled food on the ground, particularly the chicken leg that had fallen into the dirt, and pitifully tugged at Pei Yi's sleeve, whispering, "It's all ruined." The sincerity in her tone was far more heartfelt than her earlier apologies to Murong Zhan. Pei Yi could not help but chuckle at her little display, reassuring her, "It's all right, I will prepare more." Yet, Luo Li clung to him, softly insisting, "I want to stay with the general." In the next moment, Pei Yi effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and walked away, his movements remarkably natural. Though, truth be told, had his ears not been as red as blood, it might have appeared even more effortless. This entire scene was witnessed by Murong Zhan from within the tent. His uninjured hand clenched tightly, causing it to creak with tension, sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered curses under his breath. Wretched creature. In his eyes, Luo Li's actions were a breach of propriety, deserving of punishment. He vowed internally to grant her one final chance. Should she prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. Of course, Luo Li sensed the murderous intent, but was she afraid? Not in the slightest. She boldly voiced her thoughts to the system. If he dares to strike, he will surely face consequences. This sister was all about swift retaliation. The following day, their journey continued, and Murong Zhan's hand was rendered useless. He could no longer ride, and his imposing presence had diminished. He foolishly entertained the idea of sharing a carriage with Luo Li to cultivate their relationship. However, Pei Yi unexpectedly produced a dilapidated cart meant for transporting grain and presented it to him, declaring before everyone, "It is inappropriate for a man and woman to share a space, as it tarnishes the lady's reputation." With a single statement, he had completely cut off Murong Zhan's escape route. Enraged, Murong Zhan's face turned a shade of green as he begrudgingly climbed onto the decrepit cart. Meanwhile, Luo Li turned to Pei Yi, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Pei Yi, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, found his ears flushing yet again. Perplexed by the warmth in his heart, previously he had detested such looks, yet with her, it was oddly delightful. Luo Li hastily inquired of the system, "What is my favorability score?" Upon checking, she found it to be a mere 43. Alas, the revolution had not yet succeeded. Her comrades must strive harder. A few days later, while setting up camp in a small area with no extra tents, Pei Yi allowed Luo Li to sleep in the cart while he made do with his comrades outside. No sooner had he departed than Murong Zhan buzzed over like a fly, offering 2 new blankets with exaggerated courtesy. Luo Li's eyes sparkled as she accepted them. Why? She felt sorry for Pei Yi, knowing he would be cold outside at night. During dinner, Pei Yi prepared 2 plump rabbits for roasting. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Li's face blanched. After all, they were of the same kind. Terrified, she clutched Pei Ye's hand and pleaded with a voice on the verge of tears, "General, would you eat fish instead?" The roasted chicken from yesterday was delightful. Her pitiful demeanor was utterly irresistible. Pei Yi had no choice but to exchange the rabbits for wild chickens. Once the meal concluded, Luo Li promptly handed the 2 blankets gifted by Murong Zhan to Pei Yi, saying, "General, it will be chilly tonight. Please take these." Pei Yi chuckled at her expression that seemed to say, "What is wrong with borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha?" His heart softened, and he could not help but express his gratitude. This scene did not escape Murong Zhan's notice, and he angrily approached to confront them. Pei Yi, without hesitation, replied, "Your Highness, your kindness toward the humble servant is greatly appreciated." In front of everyone, he left Murong Zhan speechless, who could only force a smile, and upon returning to his tent, he smashed all the tea sets in a fit of rage. The following day, the main event arrived. Luo Li had heard of a nearby hot spring and insisted that Pei Yi take her there. An isolated man and woman in the depths of the mountains. The atmosphere thick with steam, those in the know would understand. Pei Yi stood guard outside, while Luo Li reveled in the warmth within. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. She had transformed into a small flower snake to scare herself. Without a moment's thought, Pei Yi rushed in, swiftly dispatching the snake with a single stroke of his sword and enveloping the startled Luo Li in his embrace. The scene froze in time. In his arms, she was smooth, wet, and radiating warmth and fragrance. Pei Yi was rendered utterly still, his face reddening to the point of almost dripping blood. Unsure where to direct his gaze. Once Luo Li regained her composure, she hastily retreated, inadvertently revealing everything to Pei Yi. He quickly wrapped his clothing around her and turned his back, embodying pure innocence and regret, an utterly captivating sight. On the return journey, he found himself awkwardly stumbling over his words. Upon reaching the camp, he could no longer contain himself and said to Luo Li, somewhat uncomfortably, "Upon our return to the capital, I will discuss matters with my grandfather and then prepare for our wedding. I will take responsibility." Would Luo Li allow him to evade the issue so easily? She blinked her large eyes and directly interrogated him. "General, do you like me?" Pei Yi was taken aback, falling silent for several moments. Just as Luo Li prepared to press further, he spoke first, his voice low yet resolute. "I do." In that instant, her favorability score skyrocketed to 65. Before they could enjoy their newfound happiness, the next day, the atmosphere shifted ominously as the group entered a dense forest. Suddenly, a cold arrow whizzed toward Pei Yi, followed by a rain of arrows that fell like hail. Strangely, all the arrows deftly avoided Murong Zhan's carriage. Pei Yi dismounted, ready to shield Luo Li, when a shadow suddenly emerged from behind her, swiftly abducting her. Pei Yi launched himself in pursuit, but was ensnared by a group of assailants clad in black. In a swift transition, Luo Li found herself deep in the woods, held captive by none other than Murong Zhan, who, with an air of triumph, embraced her and proclaimed, "Miss Luo Li, your little general has failed to protect you." Yet, to his surprise, Luo Li exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she smirked coldly, revealing a smile as frigid as ice. As Pei Yi emerged from the corner, the little white rabbit in his arms suddenly leaped up and transformed into Luo Li. Her petite figure was simply enchanting. Just as he intended to approach her, he halted, swiftly turned around, and pulled Pei Yi back. The expression on her face was unmistakably one of disdain, clearly conveying the sentiment. It's dirty. General, go pull a few strands of his hair. Who among the family could comprehend such a look of contempt? Pei Yi shared a look of helpless understanding. Producing a piece of black cloth, and with a swift motion, he plucked some hair from Mu Rongzhan, leaving him with a bald patch. Indeed, he too felt a sense of distaste, emphasizing the unity of their marriage. Then, Luo Li took out a small paper figure, chanting incantations under her breath. In an instant, the hair and the paper figure were engulfed in flames, turning to ash. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a white light flashed, and to my astonishment, a puppet identical to Mu Rongzhan stood up from the ashes. Was this not far more impressive than any 3D printing? Pei Yi also stood dumbfounded, his eyes filled with admiration for his wife. As a commotion arose outside, Pei Yi wasted no time, scooping up the unconscious Mu Rongzhan and tucking the transformed Luo Li back into his embrace before vanishing in an instant. These two moved with the ease of strolling through their own backyard. Upon returning to the military camp on the outskirts of the capital, Pei Yi casually tossed Mu Rongzhan into the pit Luo Li had just dug, clapped his hands, ruffled the rabbit's head, and declared, "Let us head into the city to report." The triumphant army paraded through the streets, a scene teeming with people. The citizens cheered for the valiant general. Pei Yi, riding high on his horse, beamed with joy, yet his gaze toward the palace was as cold as ice. Luo Li's carriage followed behind, and as the wind blew the curtain aside, her face was revealed, sparking a wave of awe as onlookers speculated about this ethereal maiden. After ensuring the troops were settled, Pei Yi escorted Luo Li back to his residence. Upon seeing his grandson return with such a charming girl, the old general's eyes nearly popped out. Pei Yi, displaying rare, childlike pride, introduced her, saying, "Grandfather, this is Li heir, my beloved." Luo Li sweetly called out Grandfather Pei, melting the old man's heart, who responded with multiple affectionate replies, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. Having spent a lifetime surrounded by strong women, the sudden presence of such a soft and adorable girl left him unsure of where to place his hands, fearing his imposing aura might frighten her. Recognizing that his grandfather had something to discuss privately, Pei Yi arranged for Luo Li to rest in the courtyard. The courtyard was meticulously prepared, featuring a charming 3-story loft with a view of the city lights at night. Luo Li, being considerate, urged him to attend to serious matters and asked him to remember to come and fetch her later, as she did not feel comfortable leaving Pei Yi alone when they entered the palace. In the study, the atmosphere turned serious. The old general cut to the chase. "Are you certain those people are assassins?" "Indeed. Pei Yi replied resolutely. Let me tell you, only the royal family can afford to raise assassins." Not stopping there, Pei Yi revealed all his cards, and the matter of the food supplies being cut off was intentional. The entire family of the grain official was silenced, and a flood conveniently provided the emperor with the perfect excuse. That old fox, his heart is darker than ink. The old general trembled at the revelation. The Pei family had been loyal for generations, sacrificing life and limb for the sake of the Mu Rong family's dynasty, only to discover that the emperor they had faithfully served was plotting to dispose of them. Who could endure such betrayal? Seeing his grandfather's distress, Pei Yi chose not to elaborate further and placed the blood letter from the citizens of Liangcheng on the table. "Grandfather, the current Mu Rong family is thoroughly rotten." Gazing at the bloodied letter, the old general sighed deeply, feeling deflated yet resolute. "If that is how you wish to proceed, then go ahead. My old bones will not hinder you. The Pei family protects the common people, not the decaying royal family." Emerging from the study, Pei Yi hurried to Luo Li's courtyard, and when he reappeared, he had a cute little rabbit tucked under his shirt. He gently poked the rabbit's head, a smile on his lips that was both affectionate and mischievous. Upon reaching the palace gates, before even getting close, the sounds of frivolity and the cloying scent of perfume wafted out, making one want to sneeze. The emperor was reveling in the company of his concubines. Pei Yi furrowed his brow but maintained a calm demeanor. "Your humble servant is fortunate not to have disgraced my mission. I pay my respects to your majesty." He bowed, and the hall fell silent. The emperor, feigning enthusiasm, pulled him up and showered him with praise, eager to entice Pei Yi into mentioning Mu Rongzhan, hoping to leverage that to distribute military power. In the past, Pei Yi would have played along, but now? He was weary. It was time to obliterate such games. He feigned ignorance, Your Majesty, you flatter me. The emperor's smile faltered, realizing this young man was not taking the bait. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, Pei Yi seized the moment, declaring, Your Majesty, I have matters to report. With a decisive motion, he opened a nearby wooden box, and 2 severed heads rolled out. A collective gasp filled the hall, the courtiers shrieking in terror as the beauties paled at the sight. The old emperor stumbled back in shock. Piye, unfazit, held up the blood letter, solemnly stating, Your Majesty, these 2 were corrupt officials from Liangzhou. In a moment of urgency, I took the liberty of executing them. I beseech your Majesty to pass judgment upon me. Listen to that. The emperor's throat felt constricted. Could he truly pass judgment? Did he dare? He could only stifle his anger and praise Pei Yi. What crime could you have committed? This is a remarkable feat. The emperor attempted to regain control of the situation, bringing up the matter of military power, but Pei Yi immediately countered with, Your Majesty, how wise you are, effectively shutting him down. After several exchanges, the emperor ended up with neither military power nor even a single hair, while Pei Yi walked away with a bounty of rewards and a royal decree, leaving the emperor seething with anger. Once Pei Yi departed, the emperor smashed everything within reach, cursing, That Pei brat, how can he be so slippery, impervious to pressure? His hidden murderous intent and apprehension could no longer be concealed. Upon returning to the Pei residence, Luo Li reverted to her human form and seized the royal decree. This decree was not a military commendation, but rather a posthumous title that Pei Yi had specially requested for her father, instructing the emperor to keep it under wraps. With a flick of her small hand, the characters on the decree vanished, leaving only the emperor's vivid red seal. I must say, this was truly remarkable, a blank official check that could be filled in at will. Pie, observing Luo Li's triumphant demeanor, could not help but smile and compliment her on her prowess. He nearly forgot that a genuine prince was still locked away in the cage outside the city. Luo Li shook her head, saying, There's no rush. Let's let him experience hunger for a couple of days. For compared to the previous life where the original owner had been skinned alive, this mere torment was nothing. Thus, a calm period of half a month ensued. But beneath the surface, currents of tension brewed in the capital. By the end of that month, in the pit on the outskirts of the capital, Mu Rongzhan had become little more than a shadow of his former self, emaciated and daily hurling insults at Luo Li's retreating figure. However, today, as he continued his tirade, he suddenly fell silent, clutching his head as if recalling something. Lier, why are you treating me this way? He suddenly spoke, his voice soft and dripping with sweetness, reminiscent of his attempts to deceive the original owner in a previous life. Luo Li paused, turned around. Her peach blossom eyes filled with icy malice, and smiled. Oh, why? Your Highness, it's time to repay the debts of the past life. Haven't you remembered everything now? That smile was both beautiful and beguiling, causing Mu Rongzhan's pupils to tremble, his body going cold. Luo Li turned to leave, leaving him alone in the endless darkness and fear. Remembering the past? Perfect, with the grandeur of his former life as a contrast. The current existence of a prisoner would only amplify his suffering. Pei Yi waited nearby, his eyes filled with worry as he saw Luo Li return. Yet she smiled, assuring him that all was well, then asked, Shall we head to the 7th Prince's estate shortly? Pei Yi pulled her into an embrace. His voice low, he has made his move. In both grandfather-esque study and my bedroom, a plethora of treasonous evidence has surfaced. Who is it? Ming Bo. Upon hearing that name, my heart sank. Ming Bo, the old steward of the Pei family, had grown up alongside the old general and was the only other relative of the Pei family apart from the grandfather and grandson. The most vicious dagger truly comes from one's own kin. Ming Bo had already taken his own life out of fear of punishment, and arrangements have been made on the old general's side. Tonight, the capital is destined to undergo a transformation. Come with me, said Pei Yi, and Luo Li obediently transformed into a little rabbit, nestling against his chest. The young man in crimson galloped fiercely towards the residence of the 7th Prince. The 7th Prince, the Emperor's least favorite son, was also the only one with a semblance of conscience. Ironically, he was not even the Emperor's biological child. A fortnight ago, Pei Yi had forged an alliance with him. Is everything arranged? The 7th Prince, clad in white, exuded elegance. Indeed, tonight's main event hinges upon you. Pei Yi similit biraitli, radiating confidence. The two stood upon the pavilion, gazing down at the impending chaos that would engulf the imperial city. Within the palace, upon receiving the news, the Emperor clapped his hands in excitement. Has it succeeded? Ha ha ha! Excellent! Dispatch the third prince immediately. Have him lead the troops to the general's manor and eradicate the Pei family. He laughed with unrestrained arrogance, convinced of his assured victory. Little did he know, he was merely the largest pawn in the game. News of the third prince leading troops from the palace quickly reached the second prince's residence. The second prince, already terrified by false information, believed his clandestine weapon manufacturing had been exposed and made a swift decision. Revolt. Attack. A flare shot into the sky, signaling the Imperial Guards to mobilize. The scene was now chaotic. The fireworks above signaled the uprising, and each prince's residence sprang into action, each eager to seize the opportunity. The second prince, accompanied by his sixth brother and leading the guards, charged into the palace to usurp the throne. The third prince, halfway there, abandoned his course to the general's manor and turned back to join forces with the fourth prince to besiege the second prince. The puppet controlled by Luo Li, Murongzhan, also led his troops into the fray. Various factions clashed, the skies darkened with turmoil, blood flowed like rivers, and the emperor had already met his demise upon his dragon throne. Meanwhile, the fifth prince sat outside the palace gates, awaiting their inevitable mutual destruction. What a lively spectacle! Pei observed the flames erupting within the city, his voice as cold as ice. As dawn approached, only the fifth prince remained within the palace, seated upon the dragon throne stained with his brother's blood, laughing like a madman. This position is mine. No sooner had the words left his lips than a long sword pierced through his heart from behind. The seventh prince and Pei emerged slowly. The fifth prince gazed at them with unblinking eyes, unable to close them in death. Pei held the modified imperial edict, turning to gaze at the light on the horizon. This world had changed. By the decree of heaven, the last will of the late emperor, a flawless edict, combined with the full support of the Pei family, ensured the seventh prince's ascension to the throne, with Pei Yi appointed as regent. The officials knelt in reverence, chanting "Long live the emperor." In the corner of the grand hall, Luo Li held an iron chain, the other end tethered to the real Murongzhan. Locked like a dog, his mouth sealed, unable to utter a word, forced to witness everything unfold. The last flicker of light in his eyes was one of excitement and yearning. Luo Li understood and whispered lightly in his ear, "Are you excited? Unfortunately, this throne is not yours to claim. Do you hear that? How does it feel to be so close yet unable to touch it? You shall never be worthy." I must tell you, in that moment, I wore a smirk, relishing the sight of Murongzhan's handsome face contorting into that of a beast. He desperately lunged forward, only to be repelled as if colliding with an invisible wall. The most amusing part? Watching his flames suddenly erupted from his body. Not in a swift demise, but in a slow roast. The fire burned with such finesse, allowing him to witness himself transform from succulent flesh to charred remains, ultimately dissipating into ash. Who could understand? Until his last breath, he fixated on that imperial throne, his eyes brimming with resentment that could almost transcend the screen. Ding! A crisp sound resonated in my mind as the emotionless electronic voice of the system chimed in, reminiscent of completing a game. Congratulations. The original host's wish has been fulfilled. The Murong royal family has been annihilated. I turned to find Pei Yi already extending his hand, awaiting me. We clasped hands and departed without a backward glance. The ensuing days unfolded like a life script accelerated to victory. Shortly after the new emperor's ascension, he abdicated due to illness, and then my Pei Yi, amidst the adoration of the masses, donned the imperial robe. His first decree was to establish me as empress and promptly disband the entire harem, focusing solely on my affection. This tale of imperial romance was sweet enough to make one swoon. 9 years sped by, during which I bore him 4 sons and a daughter. Do not inquire how I managed such fertility. Being a rabbit, one understands my litters were plentiful, and even this was considered modest. Those little rascals clamored around Pei Yi, calling him father and begging for outings and barbecues, driving him to distraction. I reclined nearby, grapes in hand, enjoying the spectacle. After finally pacifying the little ones, he approached, snatched my grapes, and playfully poked my forehead. "Are you eager to go out too?" I nodded vigorously, feeling stifled. He smiled. "Then prepare. We shall depart tomorrow." As soon as he spoke, the eavesdropping little ones erupted in cheers. The following day, our family set forth in grand procession. Even my old general father-in-law, afraid of being left behind, insisted on joining the adventure. The journey was quite lively. However, Pei Yi bore the brunt of the burden, carrying a stack of memorials wherever he went. Our eldest, despite his tender age, possessed an unexpected gravitas, resembling a miniature adult as he nestled beside his father, discussing state affairs in a soft voice. The second son, however, grew drowsy at the mention of politics, only to spring to life at the martial training grounds, as if injected with adrenaline. Observing them, I felt assured, one with intellect and the other with martial might, our dynasty's future was secure. In due course, our eldest ascended the throne, while our second son became a formidable general safeguarding the realm. The other two sons found their paths as a wealthy merchant and a miraculous physician. Our only daughter, the third child, uniquely inherited my demon bloodline, secretly learning sorcery from me, leading a life of splendid freedom. As for the old General Pei, he watched his grandchildren flourish, and on a tranquil evening, he passed away peacefully, having lived a fulfilled life. Once the children grew, Pei and I finally enjoyed our time together as a couple. Years later, with his hair turned white, he held my hand and said, "Thank goodness we had our third child. When I'm gone, you need not fear solitude." I buried my head in his embrace, understanding his sentiment, wishing for me to live well. Yet, after his departure, I followed him into the next life, sharing life together, resting in the same grave. This is the pinnacle of love, is it not? As I closed my eyes and opened them again, the scenery shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, I had been enveloped in a sorrowful farewell, and now I found myself back in the system space. Little Cabbage awaited me, and after a flurry of calculations, my points, fortune, and merits surged upward. I had become a person enveloped in golden light. Suddenly, I remembered to ask, "Hey Kai, why didn't you chat with me in the last world?" Mentioning this, Little Cabbage's entire system seemed to shrink, because, "Host, you were a rabbit." I responded, "Who could understand? In the last world, I was a rabbit, and my system, named Little Cabbage, was too frightened to utter a word. What a reason to be grateful." After finishing my emotional entanglement, Little Cabbage informed me, "Host, the next world is a modern setting." All right then, modern it is. Yet, no sooner had I just arrived than a flower pot came crashing down beside my feet. I was utterly startled. Little Cabbage quickly cautioned, "Host, you must be careful." The original host was truly unlucky. I can assure you, it was more than just bad luck. The day felt like a real-life version of Final Destination, yet without the possibility of death, purely designed to vex me. I was doused with vegetable wash water from above while walking, returned home to find the hot water heater broken, discovered hair in my meal, encountered cockroaches in my milk tea, and could not catch a taxi, only to lose a shoe in the crowded subway. Just as I collapsed on the sofa in utter disarray, the leg of the sofa snapped, sending me tumbling to the floor. I lay despondently on the ground, exclaiming, "Let it be destroyed. Hurry." I addressed the system directly. "Where is that person who snatched the original owner's fortune? Let us go reclaim it right now. I can no longer endure this life." Upon hearing the backstory, my anger surged. To put it succinctly, there was a transcendent young woman with extraordinary abilities, accompanied by a system designed to usurp the original owner's luck, robbing her of all her fortune and her very existence. The original owner was destined to be a formidable supernatural host, yet she met a tragic end, her organs extracted. How could I tolerate this? The original owner's singular wish was to personally slay that interloper and reclaim her life. However, the system currently could not locate that woman. After pondering, I concluded that if we could not find her, we should seek out the male protagonist instead. I recalled that the plot mentioned the male lead had encountered ghosts and was recommended to watch the original owner's live stream. My eyes lit up with the thought, and with a flurry of actions, I discovered he was live streaming games on a platform to earn a living. The system eagerly suggested, "Host, you can join in. I can match you together." In the next moment, a live stream link popped up on my phone. Upon clicking, I realized I know this game, but with his skill level nearing 100 stars, it will take me ages to catch up. The system reassured me, "Fear not, host, for I am here to ensure your consecutive victories." Determined to pursue this man, I resolved to give it my all. While I watched his live stream on my computer, I quietly improved my own skills. His gaming prowess was undoubtedly impressive. He rarely spoke and never showed his face. Yet the allure of his elegantly long fingers and his occasionally cool voice drew a massive audience. Just as I completed a match, I heard him say, "All right, that will be all for today. Thank you, everyone. Good night." His voice, slightly husky yet melodious, struck a chord within me. I swiftly lowered my head, cleverly sending a comment into the chat. "Shirley, bu Shirley, good night, host." To my surprise, he caught my message through his fingers and responded with a slight smile, "Good night." Before the screen faded to black, elated by his reply, I was suddenly beset by an unseen force. causing the cup on my desk to topple towards my computer. Exclaiming, I swiftly moved my computer away, but the cup crashed onto the desk, shattering the nearby vase as well. Glaring at the chaos, I felt utterly defeated. After cleaning up, I was famished, only to encounter various kitchen mishaps. At last, when I managed to eat a warm meal, I donned a mask of pain. I channeled all my frustration into the game, wreaking havoc on my opponents. The following afternoon, as he began his stream, I transformed into a top supporter, flooding the chat with comments and showering him with gifts, determined to make my presence known. What a phenomenal maneuver from a host. Wow, pinnacle. I sang his praises in every conceivable way. The chat erupted, exclaiming that he had acquired yet another devoted fan. To my delight, I heard him chuckle softly. He smiled. The icy demeanor had thawed. However, he had matters to attend to that day, and soon signed off. I was left to grind through the ranks, plagued by intermittent black screens on my phone and numerous reports, but I finally reached diamond status. Just then, my system made a significant breakthrough. Inform me, host. One Yunnan has logged on with a secondary account, and your current rank is a perfect match. With renewed enthusiasm, I exclaimed, arrange it quickly. All right. Meanwhile, One Yunnan returned to his dormitory, and upon seeing his weary expression, his roommate Luchan inquired, What's wrong, Yunnan? Are you feeling down? Want to play a couple of rounds? One nodded, but when Luchan saw his rank, he exclaimed, Oh no, I dropped to Diamond 3 and can't queue. No worries, I have another account. As they entered the character selection screen, Luchan grinned. Wait, is that Shirley? It was Shirley? That nickname. Could she be your little fan, Anga? Wen Yunnan merely replied, just a coincidence. Meanwhile, I was aware from my system that they were duo queuing. Noticing he selected a jungler while his roommate picked an archer, I confidently locked in a courageous O, ready to protect with love. From the start, I roamed and ganked, helping the archer secure a triple kill within 2 minutes. Luchan immediately activated his microphone. No. You're impressive. Seizing the opportunity, he then whispered to Winan, Nanga, this Nthenu as positioning is exceptional, comparable to yours. Just as he finished, I unleashed a spectacular ultimate, sending the opposing mid, support, and jungle flying, while he followed up with his own ultimate, achieving another 3 kills. Luchan jubilantly exclaimed, Nanga, I feel like I can carry this game. Just relax. Wen Yunnan chuckled, sounds good. However, soon the enemy team began targeting our bottom lane relentlessly. Sensing trouble, I played cautiously beneath the tower. Luchan, feeling frustrated, called out, Manga, we're being suppressed. I'm on my way, Wen Yunnan responded. At that moment, I boldly activated my microphone, sweetly saying, Archer, left bush, wait for my ultimate. Luchan was momentarily taken aback before realizing, Nanga, she's a girl. Her voice is so sweet. I executed a flash ultimate, coordinating with him to whittle down the enemy team, only to be confronted by the opposing support's ultimate, narrowly escaping death. Just then, a shark leaped from the river, achieving a 4 kill. Before I could bask in a moment, my voice echoed through the phone. Wow. Luchan burst into laughter, turning to Wunan. Nanga, you can't deny, this girl sounds just like your little fan. They both love exclaiming wow. Though Wen Yunnan remained silent, it was evident he was beginning to pay attention to me. Once again, he saved me, and I sweetly expressed my gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Yunga. You're truly remarkable. The match concluded without a doubt in our victory. As soon as the game ended, Luchan praised my performance, suggesting Bungu did exceptionally well. Let us invite her to join us. I could hardly wait for them to extend the invitation, so I took the initiative. Archer, may I join you in the next match as your protector? Luchan readily agreed. Sure, just let us protect you. Moments later, I found myself in their game room. Seeing the host's cool anime avatar, my heart soared. I had finally connected. In the next match, I played as the mage Jahui. When Moiranon Eslan was ambushed, I rushed in to block a fatal blow, effortlessly taking out the enemy. Proudly, I murmured, finally saved my savior. Wen Yunnan smirked. Not long after, I found myself in danger again, and he promptly rescued me once more, calmly stating a repayment. Well then, it seemed I owed him yet another favor. I chuckled, delighted to have exchanged words with him again. From that point onward, I seized every opportunity to save him, and upon each rescue, I proudly announced, praise me. His smile never faded, his voice carrying a teasing magnetism, very impressive. Elated, I cheekily replied, you're too kind. Luchan erupted in laughter. Nanga. Her tone is reminiscent of someone coaxing a child. Wan's ears turned crimson, and he fell silent. I worried he might be upset, only to hear a notification. Favor increased to 3. To my astonishment, it turned out he had a soft spot for this charming demeanor. By the end of the night, we had become quite familiar. Luchan, attempting to gauge the situation, inadvertently revealed I was that little fan, and we discovered we lived in the same city. He exchanged knowing glances with Nguyen, suggesting this was a stroke of fortune. Eventually, he proposed we add each other as friends, and I was thrilled. To my surprise, Nguyen also shared his contact information in the group. I quickly added him, sending, "Shirli bu Shirli ya, ye wang da da, I am Luo Li." He replied, "Nan, Nguyen." The names are all so melodious. I contentedly uttered a good night. Just as I was basking in bliss, Xiao Baikai suddenly shrieked in my mind, "Host, it seems he has been entangled with malevolent entities." I was taken aback. Huh? We have malevolent entities in our home? Xiao Baikai cowered on my shoulder, trembling. I assure you, my hair stood on end. Malevolent entities in the house. This was far more exhilarating than encountering a ghost. I immediately shouted at Xiao Baikai, "Stop shaking. System shop. Open it now." Relying on luck was no longer an option. I had to resort to spending money for survival. Xiao Baikai nervously opened the shop, and lo and behold, a plethora of new items had been added. Techniques for divination, talisman drawing, ghost expulsion, priced as if they were free. Although they were labeled as limited experience cards for this world, I thought, why not? I instantly emptied my shopping cart, points cascading down like a waterfall, my heart bleeding. But life was paramount. Where was the celestial eye that could see ghosts? And ready-made talismans, find those for me quickly. As I spoke, I tucked the dazed Xiao Baikai into my arms. Although I had once been a ghost, I was human now, and the thought of such invisible entities still sent chills down my spine. Xiao Baikai hastily rummaged and finally unearthed them from the bottom. The celestial eye cost 50 points. Various talismans, just 2 points each. I blinked not once, purchasing the celestial eye, then furiously spent an additional 100 points on a thick stack of talisman paper akin to bricks. After taking a sip of water to calm my nerves, I feigned nonchalance and asked, "Kai, are there many in our home?" Xiao Baikai buried her face deep in my chest, her voice quivering a lot. "Then perhaps it's best we don't look." I said this, but with the celestial eye, the situation before me had transformed. Faintly, I could see shadowy figures resembling gray mist. My modest 40-square-meter apartment now resembled a subway during rush hour, filled with ghosts. Without a second thought, I scooped up Xiao Baikai and dashed back to the bedroom, covering myself with the blanket and playing dead. "Host, are you frightened too?" Xiao Baikai peered out from under the blanket. I retorted defiantly, "Nonsense. This is a strategic adjustment." Just as I was about to complain, I noticed something amiss. The ghostly shadows continued to drift in. What day was it? Was it a ghost party? Xiao Baikai quickly enlightened me, saying today was the 15th, a day of extreme een, where 100 ghosts roam. She added that the original host naturally attracted these spirits due to her affinity, but they meant her no harm. Thus, the transmigrated girl could not use ghosts against her and was limited to petty tricks. They wouldn't harm me. I seized upon this point, abruptly throwing off the blanket, rolling over like a salted fish and lying sprawled on the bed, exhaling deeply. You should have mentioned this earlier. I almost suffocated. Just as I relaxed, I recalled something. Wait, what did you just say about my future husband? He seems to have encountered seductive ghosts, Xiao Baikai said timidly. I exploded. What? How many? Xiao Baikai, trembling, held up 3 fingers. 3. Good gracious. 3? What is this new form of female competition? How dare they team up to snatch my man? Forget them. However, Xiao Baikai quickly reassured me, saying the talisman I had previously gifted him acted like an automatic GPS, adhering to him upon entering the new world, ensuring his safety from those ghosts. My brows relaxed slightly, yet I remained uneasy. Just because they couldn't get close didn't mean they wouldn't cause trouble. I steel myself. Celestial Eye, activate. Oh my, dear friends, you won't believe it. My room was packed with ghosts, save for a 30-centimeter safety zone around me. It was overcrowded. They were jostling for space, each one more bizarre than the last. Perhaps realizing I could see them, these spirits displayed a surprising politeness, stepping back in unison, with a few even offering friendly smiles. I looked at the multitude of spirits and had a sudden inspiration, clearing my throat. Dear neighbors, could you assist me with something? The room full of ghosts and Xiao Baikai were taken aback, likely pondering. What else with this human? Does she dare negotiate with ghosts? A little girl ghost with pigtails squeezed through the crowd, her voice sweet. Sister, what do you need our help with? She was rather adorable, provided one could overlook the gaping black hole at the back of her head. I promptly pulled up photos of the transmigrated girl, Su Tinglan, and Wen Yunan. First, find this woman and keep a close watch on her. Second, my future husband is surrounded by 3 female ruffians. Send a few strong ones to drive them away. I gestured toward a large box of paper money and incense that had appeared out of thin air, grandly declaring, "Upon success, this will be your year-end bonus." The ghost's eyes lit up. The little girl conferred with the others, then confidently proclaimed, "Sister, leave the bad guys to me." Excellent. I could tell from her strong, ghostly aura that she was a formidable character. With our agreement in place, a swarm of ghosts transformed into wisps of smoke and floated away. Xiao Baikai was frantically messaging me, "Wow, host, you actually turned the ghosts to your side. Impressive." I smiled with pride. Wasn't this simply my area of expertise? However, my mind lingered on Wen Yunan, prompting me to directly purchase an invisibility item, allowing Xiao Baikai to carry me over. I must say, behind every dashing host is a system working tirelessly. If it doesn't lose its mind, it's a success. Upon reaching his dormitory balcony, I was greeted with a sight. Those female ghosts were clad in increasingly revealing attire, surrounding my man's bed, blowing air at him. Upon seeing me and the little girl, they even dared to shout for us to leave. My temper flared. The little girl unleashed her ghostly energy, revealing the true forms of the female spirits, each a fearsome red-clad ghost with a terrifying visage. Wen Yunan seemed to awaken, slowly opening his eyes to witness a small black figure, the little girl, and 3 red figures in combat, while I, clad in a bare onesie, stood nearby. One of the red figures lunged to grab me. I swiftly retaliated with a powerful slap. The sound echoed sharply. "Your face is truly tough." I shook my hand. "Mind your own business." Another female ghost yelled at me. I couldn't help but laugh. "You want to harm my future partner and claim it has nothing to do with me?" I already had fire talismans ready, slapping one on her face, burning a gaping hole into it. This stirred up a hornet's nest. All 3 female ghosts were enraged, and the entire dormitory was enveloped in an eerie chill. A guy in the adjacent bed was startled awake, but without looking back. I slapped a yellow talisman onto his forehead. "Sleep on." Then it was my man's turn. Just as he attempted to close his eyes, I turned to him, my movements gentle, placing a talisman on him while stroking his forehead. "Sleep well." Once I confirmed they were all fast asleep, I rolled up my sleeves, unleashing my full power. Where's his life force? Who consumed it? Spit it out. Not willing to comply? Fine, I'll make you. Ultimately, the 3 seductive ghosts were defeated by the combined efforts of me and the little girl, restoring Wen Yunan's essence and longevity. I unceremoniously tossed out several ghost exorcising talismans, and the world instantly became tranquil. In that moment, I felt a surge of warmth engulfing me. Ah, the luck had returned. I clasped the little girl's hand and glanced back at Wen Yunan's bed before departing. Back in the apartment, I honor my promise, burning the little girl's wages. After a hearty meal, she seemed content to stay with me. I pondered for a moment. "Fine, the living room is yours, but the bedroom is my sacred space." At that moment, Xiao Baikai chimed in, excitedly informing me that the Su Tinglan had seized the original host's luck through live-streaming ghost hunting. Thus, I too must follow her path, leaving her with no escape. My eyes sparkled. This was indeed a dimensional strike. On the spot, I registered an account on Wen Yunan's live streaming platform, then tossed my phone aside and went to sleep. Staying up late caused breakouts, but I wanted to look beautiful. The next day, I ventured out fully equipped, first heading to the antique street to shop, splurging on items like Zhusha talisman paper and maxing out the original owner's card. No worries, I had gold. I had a small piece exchanged by Xiao Baikai and instantly transformed into a wealthy woman. Feeling insecure in my current residence, I quickly sought a real estate agent and rented a 2-bedroom apartment near Nanda, signing the contract and moving in on the same day, even bringing along that creepy doll. By the time I settled everything, it was already the afternoon of the next day. I timed my entry into Wen Yunan's live stream perfectly. Surely, I announced, "I'm back." His fervent fan, Lu Chuan, immediately chimed in. "Mala Xianghua. Hey, why weren't you here yesterday? What kept you busy?" I apologized to the host and replied, "Mala Xianghua. I was busy moving." Surely. "Yes, I've moved close to Nanda, where there are plenty of handsome boys and delicious street food." Lu Chuan began to pry. "Mala Xianghua. Ha, handsome boys? Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will get jealous?" Just then, Wen Yunan coughed violently, having choked on his water. I quickly explained, "Si boyfriend. I wish he would get jealous, but unfortunately, he is nowhere to be found." "Are you alright, host?" Lu Chuan continued to tease. asking why I refer to them as handsome boys and not older brothers. Surely boo surely, because I'm their senior from the previous year, haha. After chatting for a while, I noticed the time and shouldered my bag, bidding the host farewell for tomorrow before logging off. Following the map, I arrived at a notorious unfinished building area near Nanda, heading straight for the empty villa in the center. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped me, and I felt satisfied. I immediately began a live stream, titling the homepage, Live Ghost Hunting, What Lies Within This Long-Abandoned Villa. As soon as I started, a wave of warmth surged through me, a sign of good fortune returning. The comment section quickly filled with viewers, including one knowledgeable individual who excitedly shared the history of the place, mentioning suicides, hauntings, and a pregnant girl who had jumped recently, which was rather eerie. I waved at the camera, welcoming everyone to my stream. Today, we shall embark on an adventure to hunt ghosts. Some skeptics questioned my identity, urging me to show my face. Fine, I shall oblige. I turned the camera toward myself, smiling brightly, authentic indeed. Clad in a teddy bear pajama set with a high ponytail, my smile sent the viewer count soaring, ignoring the excitement. I pointed to the eeriest building mentioned by the knowledgeable viewer and strode confidently towards it. Meanwhile, Wen Yunan had just finished his stream, and his chatty roommate was still discussing me. Before he could finish, Wen Yunan stumbled upon my live stream. His finger hesitated for a moment, and there I was, in my teddy bear pajamas. He was momentarily stunned and quickly clicked in. His loquacious roommate, Lu Chuan, curious about the commotion, leaned over to see my ID and avatar, his eyes widening in surprise as he promptly pulled out his phone to join the live stream. As they entered, they heard a knowledgeable viewer warning me about the sinister nature of the place. Wen Yunan, puzzled by the context, asked in the comments, "What is so sinister?" His inquiry piqued the curiosity of the viewers, filling the screen with question marks. The knowledgeable viewer proceeded to explain that this location was the most infamous unfinished building in Sea City, notorious for bizarre death cases easily found online. I glanced at the comments, realizing the audience was unaware of my destination. I swiftly added a bold line on the screen. Sea City's notorious site of multiple deaths. XXX unfinished building, adventure, and ghost hunting. Now it was clear. Upon raising my gaze, I noticed Wen Yunan's familiar ID. Clicking into his profile confirmed it was indeed him. I beamed to the screen, "Host, you've come too." Although I didn't address him by name, they surely understood who I was referring to. Through the screen, I sensed Wen Yunan's face flush with color. Lu Chuan, glancing between us, laughed like a giddy child, exclaiming, "I knew she'd be beautiful. Isn't she much prettier than our campus belle? Oh, why didn't I start streaming? I want such lovely fans too." The audience was bewildered, wondering whom the host was speaking to. Soon, a diligent representative traced my only follow to Wen Yunan, and the entire chat erupted in excitement. Wen Yunan's ears turned bright red. Lu Chuan, beside him, couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. It was undoubtedly his doing. Meanwhile, I had business to attend to, so after a brief greeting, I continued deeper into the building. The atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling, but I found it oddly satisfying. At that moment, a shadow darted past me. I didn't see it myself, but the camera captured it clearly. The chat exploded with astonished reactions, full of exclamations. Some viewers even managed to screenshot the event, buzzing in the comments. Lu Chuan jumped, nearly dropping his phone, stammering, "Nanga? Did you see that just now?" Wen Yunan furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing me as the person who had helped him that night. A wave of concern surged through him. While others might think it was scripted, he knew that what just happened was genuinely unsettling. Lu Chuan continued rambling. "Isn't this the place near our school?" Wen Yunan abruptly interrupted, "I need to go out." He grabbed his jacket and rushed out. Lu Chuan, bewildered, asked, "Are you going there?" Once he realized the urgency, he quickly followed suit. After all, they had played games together. He couldn't just stand by while a girl was in danger. Even if he couldn't help, at least he could call for help. Meanwhile, I was still chatting with the little ghost girl, completely unaware of their frantic rush to my side. I pinched the girl's cheek, saying helplessly, "Sweetheart, you frightened them." The little girl beamed, unfazed, and began reporting her findings. She informed me that today, a woman named Xu Tinglan had sent someone to infiltrate my previous rented apartment, turning on the gas and sabotaging all nearby surveillance. Had I not moved, I would have been in grave danger, with the incident likely classified as an accident afterward. This woman was ruthless, the little girl proudly assured me. "But don't worry, I've handled it. However, that woman seems to know you've moved and is currently seeking you through ghosts." I nodded, drawing a protective circle and burning a bit of salary for the little ones. I told her, have your subordinates keep this a secret and find out where she is. The little girl promised, don't worry, I manage the ghosts in Sea City. No one is allowed to speak. That woman is in a city, far away. Hearing this made me laugh. A city? That is several provinces away. Why be so cowardly? If she had just stolen something, why hide so far? Could it be that the original owner could reclaim her fortune in the same manner? Otherwise, why would she feel so guilty? Understanding this, I pinched the little girl's cheek again. All right, thank you, sweetheart. You should leave now. They won't dare come out while you're here. After bidding farewell to the little ghost king, as I rose to my feet, I stumbled and nearly fell flat on my face due to an unseen obstacle. Cursing my misfortune, I quickly inquired of my system, Xiao Baikai, do you think the original owner could regain her luck? Xiao Baikai pondered for a moment and replied, it's possible. After all, she is the daughter of the heavenly Tao, so it wouldn't be unusual for her to have some advantages. Unfortunately, she was unaware and met with a tragic end. Just as we were reflecting on this, the live chat exploded with excitement. The previous ghostly face screenshot had startled them considerably, prompting a flurry of comments urging me to flee. Before they could finish their warnings, the screen suddenly revealed a blood-soaked, ghostly pregnant woman clad in a white dress, her hair disheveled. My goodness! The chat erupted into chaos. The knowledgeable user reappeared, sharing a new screenshot of a similar incident from years ago, depicting the very same pregnant woman who had jumped to her demise. In an instant, the ghost appeared right before me, her face pale as if coated in layers of powder, her eyes wide with an unsettling gaze fixated on me. Annoyed, I promptly slapped her with a forceful gesture, exclaiming, why are you so close? You're not even as pretty as my little darling. You're just plain ugly. The audience was left in shock, their comments halted. What was this audacity? Who would dare strike such a being? Skeptics were even more energized, insisting she was merely an actress playing a role. Before they could finish their thoughts, the ghost suddenly levitated, her nails elongating and turning a vivid red. Then, the most shocking moment arrived. Her head rolled off and landed at my feet with a dull thud. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of her head rolling. Oh my goodness! The comments went wild, with some recalling how the girl in the news had met a similarly gruesome fate. I, however, wore a look of disdain and kicked the head lightly, as if it were a mere ball, incredulously asking, is this all? Is this the extent of your scare tactics? Just then, the temperature plummeted, and the camera captured a swarm of dark shadows, ghostly faces flickering in and out of sight, shrieking as they lunged toward me. At the peak of this tension, the screen suddenly went black. The platform notified me that I had been banned for promoting superstitions. How utterly infuriating. The chat was filled with curses. Yet, in the next moment, the screen flickered back to life. My support of Xiao Baikai had intervened, disrupting the platform's backend, making it impossible for them to ban us. When the viewers returned, they were met with a spectacular scene. I wielded an unknown wooden stick, knocking away any ghost that approached, displaying an impressive prowess akin to a lone warrior holding back an army, especially that female ghost who consistently attempted to scratch my face. I treated her head like a yo-yo, kicking it away only for it to bounce back. The visual was a testament to physical exorcism. After the scuffle, I drew 2 lines on the ground with a talisman and pointed at the battered ghosts, commanding, those who have never harmed anyone, stand here. The rest, go there. Behave yourselves, or I'll shake my fist. They obediently lined up. I first sent away those who could be redeemed, then turned to the remaining malicious spirits, saying with a chilling smile, you have one last chance. Step into the circle, and you may be reborn. Refuse, and your soul shall scatter. One ghost protested, shouting, we did nothing wrong. Who are you to judge us? I laughed incredulously. How audacious you are. You take lives and drag the deceased along to harm more innocent souls, all under the pretense of saving them? Are you the king of hell? Should I teach you the rules of exterminating malevolent entities? Ultimately, 3 ghosts succumbed to fear and entered the circle, leaving only the obstinate one and the mother ghost. After sending the 3 away, I was suddenly ambushed from behind by the remaining spirits. Watch out! When Yunnan arrived, just in time, stepping in front of me without a moment's hesitation. My heart skipped a beat. This little pup was surprisingly brave. I pulled him behind me, retrieved my exorcism pen, and, with a flash of golden light, dispatched the remaining ghosts with swift strokes. The audience was left dumbfounded, quietly showering us with gifts. I ended the live stream and turned to the 2, somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Before Lu Chuan could respond, I smiled at Wen Yunnan, acknowledging our acquaintance from that fateful evening. Lu Chuan appeared baffled, glancing between me and the blushing Wen Yunan, utterly confused. We found a bubble tea shop to sit down, and Wen Yunan awkwardly apologized for his impulsiveness, expressing concern that he might have caused me trouble. Seeing his regretful demeanor warmed my heart, and I smiled reassuringly. It's all right. His ears turned crimson under my gaze. Lu Chuan interjected. So when did you two get to know each other behind my back? I chuckled and recounted our ghost hunting adventure, prompting Lu Chuan to slap his forehead in realization. So that night wasn't a dream. Li Jia, you were quite forceful. When Yunan too recalled the incident, earnestly thanking me once more, I replied, no need for thanks. Just remember to bring my brave little cow along next time. They were momentarily taken aback, surprised that I even knew their alternate accounts. I cheerfully produced my little sign, fortune-telling and ghost exorcism. We agreed to meet for gaming later that evening and parted ways. After showering, I received an invitation from Wen Yunan to team up. I hurried online, pleasantly surprised to find Lu Chuan had taken the initiative to choose the role of top lane, leaving us to enjoy our time together. As the games progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly charged with tension. In yet another team fight, the two of us faced 4 opponents, with Wen Yunan narrowly escaping after securing a triple kill. Just as I respawned, I charged in, taking down the enemy support to save him. The feeling of rushing to his aid made his heart race, and I heard a soft, heartfelt thank you through the headset, causing his ears to redden. I teased him, is thank you all I get? Considering how many times I've saved you. Calling me Sister wouldn't be too much to ask, right? I eagerly awaited his response. After a pause, I finally heard a low, magnetic thank you, sister. My friends, who could comprehend this moment? My ears practically tingled. I felt that in 2025, I had just heard the most beautiful voice ever. I coughed lightly to regain my composure and replied with a casual My favorability rating increased by 5. While I was enjoying myself in a city, Su Tinglan was nearing a breakdown. Her luck had plummeted, and even drinking water felt like a chore, reverting her to her previous unfortunate state. Her system urged her to return my belongings and cultivate virtue, but she went into a frenzy, suppressing the system as she screamed. You want to teach me how to do things? It was he who risked his life to bring you here to assist me. Do you wish to betray him? She had begun to manipulate the system. My little informant, Xiao Baikai, relayed this information to me, and I mused very well. We shall wait for her to come to us. In the following days, I spent my time exorcising ghosts to bolster my luck during the day while nurturing my bond with Wen Yunan at night, leading a fulfilling life. Fate is indeed strange. On several occasions, I encountered him and Lu Chuan at the food street. One day, I saw them again and hurriedly greeted them with a sweet smile before rushing off to my live stream. Lu Chuan, Patet Van Yunan, who was staring at my departing figure in a daze. Nengu, still eating spicy hot pot. You'll be sick of it soon. Let us head back to the cafeteria. Lu Chuan had been dragging Wen Yunan here daily for a chance encounter. Wen Yunan, snapping back to reality, nodded in agreement just as his phone buzzed. He looked down, his eyes lighting up. I passed the interview. They want me to perform. Lu Chuan was thrilled for him. That is fantastic. It'll ease your burden, but I've heard that place can be quite chaotic. Are you sure you want to go? Lu Chuan had known Wen Yunan since childhood and was aware of his family's situation. The Wen family had gone bankrupt last year, and both parents had perished in a car accident, leaving Wen Yunan a once privileged heir burdened with monumental debt. He had taken numerous jobs before finding some stability as a game streamer, but the compounding debt was insurmountable on streaming income alone. The young man found himself in a predicament, leading him to seek employment as a resident singer at a bar, where it was rumored that tips could accumulate quickly, enough to sustain him for several days. By day, he streamed live, and by night, he performed, working tirelessly for monetary gain. When Lu Chuan inquired about his plans, he smiled nonchalantly and affirmed his intentions to go, though I sensed he had little choice in the matter. Meanwhile, as he pondered ways to make money, I was engrossed in a dramatic spectacle of my own. Having just vanquished the last of the minor spirits, the system chimed with notifications, and I felt my fortunes surge, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from me. Just as I settled in, a piercing scream shattered the air. Upon turning, I was astounded to see the minor spirit king, Yia, ensnared by a woman clad in dark attire, resembling a Zongzi. She flashed a sinister smile my way and declared that she had finally found me, her gaze as venomous as a serpent's. My demeanor darkened as I commanded her to release him. This minor spirit king was typically unruly, often causing even seasoned yin-yang masters to steer clear. So the fact she had him in her grasp indicated her formidable skills. With a cold laugh, she tightened her grip, and I felt my hard-won fortune begin to dwindle once more. Her intentions were clear. She aimed to eliminate the minor spirit king before my eyes, reclaiming her lost luck. However, it seemed she was still half asleep. I watched in awe as Luo Li swiftly intervened, delivering a decisive kick that sent the woman crashing to the floor, her protective charms shattering like mere paper. Stunned, she wore a look of disbelief. Luo Li smiled, a chilling expression that could freeze the air. How could it be impossible? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Little did they know, this was all a ruse. The capture of the minor spirit king was merely a ploy to lure her in. The best was yet to come, as my dear Baikai, Luo Li's system, sprang into action, swiftly extracting the opposing woman's system, revealing a fragile little figure that appeared quite pitiful. The dark-clad woman lost her composure, frantically shouting at her own system to return, but it ignored her completely and instead joined hands with my Baikai, choosing to turn against the darkness. Luo Li observed with a smirk, adding a sharp remark. How dare you exploit such an adorable little creature? It turned out Luo Li had anticipated her arrival, waiting for her to walk into her own trap. The woman's system had previously advised her to flee numerous times, but she had refused, determined to deliver herself to her doom. Ultimately, Luo Li snapped her fingers, and her entourage of spirits surged forth, creating quite the chaotic scene. In the end, the woman, along with her soul, was swiftly dealt with and vanished without a trace. It was only then that Baikai revealed to me that the opposing system was a wild entity, sent out by its love-struck master for Su Tinglan, who had subsequently met his demise. As a result, Su Tinglan, having obtained a golden opportunity, squandered it, relentlessly draining the system. Now, that little system had been recruited by the main deity, becoming a colleague to my Baikai. Once all the fortune returned to me, Luo Li returned home, and, upon opening her phone, found the peculiar live streaming platform from earlier had reappeared. Upon logging in, she discovered Su Tinglan's abandoned account, which had a pitiful number of followers. Baikai remarked that she had become lethargic, opting to relax rather than engage in serious streaming. Luo Li, on the other hand, was invigorated, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the platform's potential, which bridged the realms of the living and the spirits, allowing for genuine monetary rewards and even the occasional antique or beauty elixir. The tides of fortune had finally turned in my favor. Who could resist such a lure? Just as I wrapped up my own affairs, Baikai suddenly burst forth, exclaiming that the demon lord was in trouble. I wondered what could possibly be amiss, only to learn he had become inebriated. Checking the time, I realized it was already past 1 a.m. The young man had lost himself in drink. I promptly asked Baikai for his location, and within minutes, I rushed to the bar. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of Wen Yunan, the towering young man, slumped over the bar in a white shirt, surrounded by several women eyeing him like hungry wolves. Fortunately, the bar staff was attentive, or he would have been whisked away. As I approached to assist him, I was intercepted by a man who inquired about my identity. I replied that I was a friend. Just then, the drunken Wen Yunan seemed to recognize my voice, lifting his head with stars in his eyes, slurring, "Sister, what are you doing here?" With that, he draped himself across me. The man, realizing we were acquainted, handed me the 3,000 yuan Wen Yunan had earned that night. For those who understand, a nearly 6-foot-tall young man, inebriated and heavy as a sack of potatoes, nearly crushed my petite frame of 165 centimeters. After much effort, I managed to drag him home, but just as I attempted to toss him onto the sofa, I stumbled and we both fell onto it, with him pinning me down. I pushed him and called his name until he finally opened his eyes, his gaze moist and reminiscent of a puppy, making my cheeks flush. Upon noticing our position, his face turned crimson, and he clumsily scrambled to sit upright, swaying slightly. I couldn't bear it, so I hastily prepared a cup of honey water. He seemed somewhat alert, yet wobbly, insisting on heading to the door, mumbling something about it being inconvenient. I mentioned that there were 2 rooms, which led him to relent and lean on me as we made our way to the guest room. However, just as we reached the door, he toppled once more, this time landing directly on the bed, and our lips met. We both froze in shock. I can tell you that Luo Li, in that moment, acted on impulse, taking advantage of his momentary confusion to initiate another kiss. I distinctly saw his Adam's apple bob, and his expression shifted dramatically, his heartbeat echoing like thunder. What followed was a dance of unspoken understanding between 2 adults, a clumsy yet fervent kiss fueled by the intoxicating scent of alcohol. Ultimately, Luo Li fell asleep in tears. The next day, I awoke to find it was already afternoon. To my astonishment, my legs felt weak, and the area beside me was still warm. indicating he had only just risen. Upon stepping outside, I discovered Wen Yunan diligently washing the bed linens. For those in the know, you understand. For those who don't, well, you'll have to learn on your own. Upon seeing me awake, his ears flushed crimson, yet he came over, lifting me and placing me on the sofa, assuring me that dinner would be ready shortly. After a refreshing bath, Bai Kai finally emerged, hugging me and tearfully lamenting the darkness of the small room. Just then, the system notification chimed, indicating an increase in affection points, skyrocketing to 85. When Yunan carried me from the bathroom and, displaying great thoughtfulness, began massaging my legs. After our meal, Luo Li handed him the 3,000 yuan from the previous night, along with a spare key to the apartment, suggesting he move in with us. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he grinned like a cat that had caught the cream, replying, "All right, sister, I'll come by later." His movements were swift, and that very afternoon, he returned to his dorm to pack his belongings. His roommate, Lu Chuan, was left dumbfounded, questioning his intentions. When Yunan explained that he was moving out, and when Lu Chuan suggested co-renting, he was firmly rebuffed. It's inconvenient. Lu Chuan quickly understood. "Brother Nan, are you in a relationship?" Wen Yunan's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears, and with a simple affirmation, he departed, leaving Lu Chuan bewildered. Upon returning to the apartment, he boldly hung his clothes in Luo Li's wardrobe. Luo Li was taken aback, and he cautiously inquired, "Is that not allowed, sister?" Who could possibly resist such an adorable request? Of course it is. Then, this little golden retriever began to seek confirmation, asking if he could officially announce our relationship on social media. With a snap, he captured a photo of our hands intertwined, followed by a cheeky picture of him embracing Luo Li from behind, posting it with the caption, "Girlfriend." I swear, who could withstand such sweetness? Luo Li also shared a post, captioned, "Mine." Lu Chuan was the first to comment, humorously stating he would gladly consume this dog food. Once when Yunan, the campus heartthrob, publicly declared our relationship, the school forum erupted with lamentations of heartbreak and fervent discussions about our coupling. In the afternoon, he commenced a gaming livestream with Luoli by his side. Fans soon noticed that he had changed the background to resemble a girl's room, leading to speculations. In a bold move, when Yunan revealed their intertwined hands and proudly declared in the microphone, "Yes, she is my girlfriend," the livestream chat was instantly flooded with messages of admiration. After dinner that evening, he prepared to head to a bar. Before he left, Luoli feigned a stern expression, cautioning him to drink less, adding, "If another lady takes you away, I would be quite displeased." His heart soared upon hearing this, and he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek, assuring her, "All right, sister, I shall behave." Once he departed, Luoli changed into different attire and activated a peculiar platform to begin her own livestream. The progress bar for the original task had already reached 80, and all that remained was to become an exceptional paranormal streamer. I must tell you, the traffic on this platform is astonishing. As soon as she went live, over 10,000 viewers flocked in. The user IDs from the underworld began with D, while those from the mortal realm started with Run, followed by a number. Observing the influx, Luoli remarked to Xiao Kai, Kai, this is incredibly lucrative. Each viewer brings in $1, and I've already earned 10,000 without lifting a finger." Luoli adopted a casual approach to her stream, applying a face mask while lounging on the sofa. She announced that there would be no ghost hunting today, focusing instead on the daily routine, offering random fortune-telling sessions at 5,000 a reading. The first caller was a gentleman from the underworld who requested assistance in locating his eyes, presenting a ghostly visage devoid of eyeballs on the screen. Luoli, without raising her eyelids, lazily remarked, "If you don't return them soon, they might truly be lost." The ghost chuckled, retrieving 2 eyeballs from his throat and placing them back, acknowledging her skills. The second caller was a person wishing to reconnect with his deceased grandmother. Luoli calculated and revealed, "Your grandmother has been reincarnated. She's now a 3-year-old girl with a red birthmark on her ear." The caller, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with gratitude, as his little niece indeed bore a matching mark. After completing 3 readings, Luoli ended the live stream punctually, promising to return the next day. Once the broadcast concluded, she checked her phone and was astonished to find an additional 50,000 yuan in her account, all within just an hour and a half. This newfound fortune was remarkable. While I was reveling in this unexpected windfall, preparing to visit the bar to fetch my younger brother when Yunan, the door swung open unexpectedly. To my surprise, when Yunan returned, carrying late-night snacks, he paused upon seeing my attire, asking, "Sister, are you going out?" I thought to myself, "Am I not here to pick you up?" Didn't you say you would be home later? His gaze flickered momentarily, but quickly returned to normal as he smiled innocently, stating the boss had matters to attend to. So I came back early. Well, if that was his explanation, what more could I say? We sat at the table, shared some food, played games for a while, and then prepared for bed. However, I noticed something amiss. This fellow kept darting in and out of my room, searching for clothes and other items, parading around in a white t-shirt that showcased his sculpted abs, which was quite distracting. Sister, am I disturbing you? He quietly inquired while clutching the last blanket. What could I say? I reassured him, no worries. Tomorrow I will arrange for a wardrobe in your room. This shabby apartment had only my master bedroom equipped with a wardrobe. His room resembled a bare shell. And then, to my astonishment, he said, no need to trouble yourself. Sister, I don't have many clothes. With a gentle smile, he slipped away, leaving me bewildered. Just as I lay down, barely closing my eyes, a loud crash erupted from his room. Instantly alert, I sprang from the bed and rushed to investigate. Upon entering, I found him pale, standing amidst chaos. With 2 arms and a leg neatly arranged on the bed, along with a head, a male ghost lurked nearby, attempting to retrieve his dismembered parts. Casting an innocent glance my way, seemingly apologetic for the inconvenience, I was utterly taken aback when Yunnan quickly covered my eyes, exclaiming, Sister, don't look. Yet, recalling my profession, his hand awkwardly hovered in the air. I grasped his hand and pulled him out of the room, utterly mortified. That was a mistake. I forgot to introduce you to some of our quirky neighbors. They are quite friendly and obedient. In disbelief, I suggested, perhaps you should sleep with me tonight? They wouldn't dare enter my room. I can assure you, sleeping beside a drunken individual is a vastly different experience than with a sober one. Lying on the same bed, the atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable, with every slight movement causing the bed to creak. As I attempted to turn for the umpteenth time, when Yunnan suddenly pulled me into his embrace, gently ruffling my hair, his voice low and soothing, sleep now. His calm demeanor was impressive, but had it not been for the rapid beating of his heart and uneven breathing, I might have believed him entirely. Turning to face him, the dim light revealed his flushed cheeks. Sensing something was off, I reached out to touch his forehead, questioning, have you encountered something troubling? A dark mist clung to his brow, unmistakably ominous. No, sister, just sleep, he insisted, trying to maintain his facade. But the mist thickened with his denial. I confronted him. You should remember, you cannot deceive me. He fell silent. Just as I was about to interrogate him further, his phone chimed with a notification. It read, you have 3 months left. If you can't prepare, it will be on you. Before I could fully comprehend the message, he hastily covered his phone. Vain Yunnan. I furrowed my brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. As I shifted, unintentionally brushing against him, he winced. Alarmed, I turned on the light, revealing a large, bruised patch on his back, hidden beneath his clothing, evidently inflicted by a blunt object. Had it not been for this incident, I would have remained oblivious. What happened? I demanded, my temper flaring as I rummaged for the first aid kit. Reluctantly, he revealed the truth about his family, a car accident, a bankrupt company, and a mountain of debt, leaving him with bowed head and shame. Yet, as I processed this information, something felt off. Examining his hands and face, I cautiously asked, though it may be presumptuous, are you certain your parents are truly in trouble? He hesitated, but eventually nodded. I boldly presented my findings. You said the car was totally destroyed, unrecognizable. Yet how can you be sure the occupants were your parents? I requested their birthdays, and upon calculating, I was stunned to discover they did not align at all. Taking a deep breath, I laid out the shocking revelations. First, your parents are alive and well. Second, the birthdays you provided do not match, indicating you are not their biological child. Third, they are not deceased. The accident was a ruse, and they have a biological son, roughly your age. He stood frozen, finally regaining his voice. Sister, could this possibly be a mistake? Shaking my head resolutely, I reiterated, I have calculated repeatedly. There's no error. Furthermore, your biological parent's son is currently with them. The ominous energy surrounding you is directed at you, as they orchestrated this elaborate deception to escape their debts, leaving you to bear the burden and potentially perish in the process. I must tell you, this situation is even more outrageous than a script written by AI in 2025. These adoptive parents seem intent on having their biological son seize the vast fortune of your true parents, all while planning to eliminate you, the rightful heir. I laid bare my suspicions before him, and his heart sank. Yet he understood the truth of my words, for he had previously noticed discrepancies in the company accounts. But before he could investigate further, his parents encountered misfortune. Do you have their photographs? I inquired. He rummaged through his phone and produced a few images, which made me smile. He mentioned that his family had never taken a group photo. These were all secretly saved by him. At that moment, my heart ached for this boy. I immediately summoned Yaya and the others, instructing them to recognize these faces and search the entire city for these two individuals. In an instant, a group of spirits took flight, dispersing into the night. Before long, Yaya returned with news. They had been located just in the neighboring city and were living extravagantly. Without a moment's hesitation, we hopped into the car and sped off to the adjacent city. Following the address, we arrived at an opulent villa, where we witnessed that pair of despicable individuals alight from a luxury vehicle, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Wen Yunan. The couple was overly attentive, bowing and scraping before him, while he displayed evident impatience. Observing this scene, Wen Yunan let out a self-deprecating laugh, realizing that they were, indeed, alive. I glanced at the imposter and then back at Wen Yunan, suddenly noting a striking resemblance between him and the young man. They appeared to be relatives. Now that I saw the real person, I could deduce even more. Yaya and the others had also discovered the whereabouts of your biological parents. Would you like to visit them first? He nodded. When we finally laid eyes on the so-called biological father of Wen Yunan, I was utterly stunned. The man, clad in a well-tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication, and his features, aside from being slightly more mature, were almost identical to Wen Yunan's. There was no need for a DNA test. We could fast forward to the moment of their reunion. Yet, Wen Yunan remained composed, insisting on first uncovering the truth and obtaining evidence. I understood the intricacies involved. It was indeed a tangled web. I pulled out a card and a small nugget of gold, handing them to him, saying, "Take this. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I have ample funds." He nearly dropped the gold, chuckling at my generosity. "Sister, why do you carry this around?" Nevertheless, he accepted it, promising to repay me double. "Here, take a little more," I added, producing a handful of talismans I had crafted, designed to summon misfortune upon the wicked while sparing the good. From that moment onward, events unfolded with astonishing speed. Wen Yunan swiftly uncovered the entire truth. The car accident was staged, and the remains were merely medical specimens. His adoptive parents and biological father were cousins who had deliberately switched the children in the hospital. Upon realizing the mix-up, the greedy adoptive parents devised a sinister plot to have their son inherit the vast fortune and subsequently eliminate Wen Yunan. With irrefutable evidence in hand, Wen Yunan exposed all the information to the media and anonymously sent multiple paternity test reports and evidence of the family's conspiracy to the chairman of Wen Corporation, who was, in fact, his biological father. I must say, the aftermath was akin to a thrilling narrative brought to life. Each day, the news broke with sensational revelations. First, a CEO faked his own death to evade debts. Then it was revealed that the heir of Wen Corporation was not a biological son, and his inheritance rights were stripped away, followed by the arrest of his adoptive parents for embezzlement and attempted murder. They had even quarreled with their biological son, who wished to distance himself from them. Soon after, the Wen family came knocking. On that day, Wen Yunan was attending class while I was live streaming and sharing mockery of melodramatic dramas with friends from the underworld when the doorbell rang. Standing outside were a middle-aged couple, the man resembling his biological father. I invited them in and messaged Wen Yunan, who rushed back. He took his parents aside, and though I was unaware of their conversation, by the time I re-emerged, they had already departed. Later, I learned that his sole request to his family was to agree to his return, but that his marriage must be free, as he already had me. Goodness, who could withstand such a declaration? The following day, Wen Corporation officially announced that the true heir had been found and designated as the sole successor, while simultaneously clarifying any previous rumors regarding a marriage alliance with some heiress. Thus, this chapter came to a close. A few days later, we dined at the Wen residence. After the meal, his parents summoned him to the study for a discussion. His mother, my future mother-in-law, pulled me aside and presented me with a jade bracelet, entirely green and exquisite, slipping it onto my wrist. "Good child," she said, holding my hand with a gentle smile. "This was passed down from Yunan's grandmother, and today, I gift it to you. I appreciate your companionship through the years and the hardships he has faced. May you both cherish each other." I gazed at the bracelet on my wrist, and then into her sincere eyes, nodding obediently. "Rest assured, Auntie, we will." I must say, this matter was settled. After bidding farewell to Wen's parents, I took Wen Yunan to my divination master's home to assist with some work. We toiled for several hours, capturing 2 hefty creatures, and by the time we returned to Sea City, night had enveloped the sky. Since that day, when Yunnan appeared transformed. Although I was unaware of what transpired in the study, it was evident that he had matured significantly, beginning to engage earnestly with the affairs of incorporation. He purchased the small apartment we lived in, claiming it was convenient for school, but more importantly, it held sentimental value as the place where our love blossomed. No other location could compare. Originally, Uncle intended for us to move to the neighboring city, but given that Nanda is a top institution in the country, with esteemed faculty, he refrained from insisting. Instead, he procured several villas for us in Sea City, lavish flats. Yet we continued to prefer the coziness of our small apartment, as we had grown accustomed to it. Before long, when Yunnan orchestrated an extravagant proposal, I must tell you, the scene was remarkable. With Wen's parents and Lu Chuan present as witnesses, and when corporation's official account announced it in a heartbeat, making it public across the internet. In an instant, compliments flew like confetti, proclaiming our perfect match. However, thereafter, when Yunnan unlocked a new trait, he became a bit of a chatterbox, counting the days until he could legally marry me. Sister, there are still over 2 years left. Time is dragging on, he lamented, yet simultaneously consoled himself. But it's better to wait a little longer. I want to accompany you for a while. Oh, the way he tugged at my heartstrings, both amusing and heartwarming. After the new year, Lu Chuan finally managed to secure a date with his long-coveted senior, and he insisted on bringing us along for a meal. Seizing the opportunity while the senior took a call, he shot me a knowing look. I couldn't help but laugh, reassuring him, "It's a fated connection. Go for it, buddy." "Oh yeah," he exclaimed, celebrating as if he had just won 5 million. When Yunnan shot him a withering glance, clearly unimpressed, Lu Chuan, unbothered, immediately began to tease him. "Hey Nan, don't blame me. Back when you first got together with Li Jia, you were a walking bragging machine." Before he could finish, when Yunnan swiftly silenced him, my curiosity piqued. I pressed, "What else?" Lu Chuan shrugged off when Yunnan's hand, launching into full attack mode. "During that period, you were practically a walking advertisement. No one even asked, and you just chime in, 'How did you know I have a girlfriend? Isn't she stunning and impressive?' You wouldn't stop talking about her. I could practically write a subscription column based on your speech." Unable to contain myself, I burst into laughter. Turning around, I was met with when Yunnan's face flushed red as a boiled shrimp. However, he quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance. "I didn't say anything wrong." Lu Chuan was too exasperated to even comment on the absurdity of his "my girlfriend is the best" demeanor. Receiving the affirmation from this metaphysics master, Lu Chuan was filled with confidence. 3 months later, he successfully won over the senior sister, becoming yet another romantic tale within the school. 2.5 years later, on the day of one Yunnan's 22nd birthday, we proceeded to hold our wedding. On the night of the ceremony, he held those 2 red books. Beaming with joy like a carefree child, and with a jubilant roar, he lunged toward me. Calmly, I extended a hand to block him and quietly took out the pregnancy test report. With impending fatherhood, I urged him to exercise some restraint and not to cause a commotion just yet. Nan was momentarily frozen, staring at the report, his mouth stretching wide with excitement. He was so overwhelmed that he nearly dashed out to run wildly, but then recollected himself and cautiously crawled beside me, gently embracing me. Burying his head in the crook of my neck, his voice trembling with emotion, "Wife, I am so happy." I felt the same. No sooner had I spoken than the familiar sound of the system notification rang out, and the long-dormant affection points surged to full capacity. The next day, upon learning of my pregnancy, Wen's parents were so elated that they nearly emptied the entire shopping mall, showering me with an abundance of jewelry and property deeds. When Yunnan, witnessing this, exclaimed in a panic, "Mom, don't steal my thunder." Even with the company now under his management, he remained steadfast in preparing my meals, deriving immense satisfaction from seeing me enjoy my food. Meanwhile, on the other side, the unfortunate family of 3, still restless in prison, committed further offenses, resulting in an extended sentence. They would likely never see the light of day again, bringing a sense of closure to that chapter. 6 months later, I gave birth to a son. Yunnann accompanied me throughout the labor, witnessing every moment of the process, and I can tell you, he was so startled that he developed PTSD, immediately scheduling himself for a vasectomy. 2 months later, Lu Chuan, equally terrified by his wife's childbirth experience, followed suit. Who understands the plight of families these days? It seems that good men have taken to banding together in this manner. Over the years, I had made quite a name for myself in the realm of metaphysics, fulfilling the original owneress' wishes. However, there was one matter I could no longer endure: the television dramas of this world. In the ghostly live-streaming room, my ghostly brethren were nearly driven to do sit-ups out of frustration, inundating the chat with pleas for me to save their eyes from the terrible shows. Darling, what if we venture into the film industry? I can no longer hold back. One Yunnan, without a flicker of hesitation, replied, sure. He instructed Lu Chuan, who had become his right-hand man, to organize the necessary materials while I took charge of the script writing. I would no longer be an actress. It was time for me to step in as a capital investor and reform the entertainment industry. The little one seemed to understand, crying out in support. Wan Yu Nin expertly cradled the child while I began to nurse. However, as he watched, his ears turned red, his throat bobbed, and he yanked off his tie, charging into the bathroom. I'll take a shower first. From the sound of the water, it was likely a cold shower. A month later, as the little one celebrated his 100th day, I had also recuperated. That evening, I witnessed firsthand the power of a man who had been pent up for too long. It was indeed something remarkable. 2 years later, with the financial prowess of the Wan family, I successfully rewrote the history of poor television dramas, achieving a 100 approval rating among the ghosts of the underworld. This chapter of my life closed perfectly, and I was ready to embark on the next adventure. As the scene faded to black and then illuminated again, I found myself in a new realm. Astonishingly, I had transformed into a diminutive white tiger, soft and fierce, racing through the forest with abandon, pursued relentlessly by a glowing green wolf. The system's emergency assistance arrived, a beam of white light severing the wolf in half, and I collapsed from exhaustion beside a large tree. Before losing consciousness, I heard a few young lion cubs nearby murmuring, "It's an injured little tiger beast. It's almost dead, and it's a female, quite beautiful, but unfortunately, just an ordinary beast." At that moment, a sleek black lion cub, exuding an air of coolness, approached and gently licked my wounds, then, without a word, carried me back to its den before the bewildered gazes of the other cubs. It carefully laid me down and dashed out to fetch a green fruit, biting it open and applying it to my wounds. I hadn't even begun my task when the system notified me that my affection points had skyrocketed to 30. How fortunate I was to start off with a romantic interest right from the beginning. This world was one of beastmen, with beastmen classified as SSR cards, capable of transforming into human forms and possessing skills. We, born without the ability to change forms, were deemed abandoned beasts, categorized as N cards, neglected by our kin. At the bottom of the hierarchy were ordinary wild beasts, mere cannon fodder. I was nothing more than an abandoned beast cub, and without the original owner, I found myself in a brand new world where my role was to be a supporting character, aiding in the construction of the plot. When I groggily regained consciousness, I felt something licking my face. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of the little black lion. Upon seeing me awake, it joyfully exclaimed, and I understood its meaning. "Little female, you've finally awakened." It babbled that I had been asleep for 3 days, and it nearly thought I had passed away, before rushing out to call for the old witch. Shortly thereafter, a grandmotherly figure clad in animal skins approached, taking a glance at me and gently saying, "As long as you are awake, everything is well. Chi, take good care of her." Chi, the little black lion, nodded seriously. It told me that its father had taught it that the first female it found beautiful would be its lifelong companion. The moment it laid eyes on me, it felt I was more stunning than any other female in the tribe. I attempted to respond, but only a soft mewl escaped my lips. Understandable, given that I had only just been born. Mistaking my sound for hunger, it dashed out to retrieve a milky white fruit, carefully gnawing a small opening to release a rich aroma of milk. Despite its own hunger, it pushed the entire fruit toward me. By the time my injuries had healed sufficiently for me to venture outside, 5 days had passed. Upon exiting the cave, I encountered several cubs, one of whom, a foolish lion named Bulu, lit up at the sight of me and attempted to trade his equally white but rather daft younger brother for me. I was truly taken aback. Was this some new age parenting strategy? Chi, naturally protective, kept me shielded behind him, firmly refusing the proposal. Just then, a tall and powerful male beastman approached, the father of Bulu and the current tribe leader. Chi seized the opportunity to emphasize, "Leader, she is a little female, not an ordinary beast." I added my own voice, striving to exude my faint feminine aura. I could not let Chi bear the weight alone. In this world, being female conferred VIP status, allowing access to greater resources. The leader paused, cradling me in his hands and asking me to call out once more. Summoning all my strength, I finally broke through my hidden talents and successfully released my feminine energy. It's truly a little female, Baloo exclaimed first. Let me tell you, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. Beastmen flocked from all directions. Females were rarer than SSR cards. Chi, proudly shielding me, declared, "She is my little female." The leader, amused, suggested, "Chi, your den is too shabby and unsafe. The female needs proper care. Move to the tribe square. It's more suitable for her." For my sake, Chi finally consented to relocate. Once settled, the leader invited the old witch to examine my health. They were puzzled as to why I, a female, was unable to transform into a human form like other female cubs at birth. After a thorough examination, the old witch sighed. It must be because its mother did not consume transforming fruit before giving birth. This little tiger cub lacks the energy of the transforming fruit. Thus, the witch speculated that I was likely the offspring of an abandoned beast. After all, which respectable tribe would carelessly abandon a newborn? Only those ignorant of the rules of beasts would neglect to feed their young transforming fruit, resulting in insufficient energy. I tell you, when the others in the tribe heard this, their faces turned pale, each worrying whether I would face any issues in the future. However, the witch waved her hand, assuring them, "No worries, it just means a delayed transformation. It's similar to ordinary male cubs. This little creature is in exceptional health, and she takes great care of him." Upon hearing this, she visibly let out a huge sigh of relief. The next morning, when I awoke, it felt as though I had plunged into a kindergarten class. A circle of fluffy little heads surrounded me, chattering as if they were convening a grand assembly. "Chi, when will my sister wake up? Chi, my sister's fur is dirty. Let me help." They all knew I was the only female cub in the tribe, and each took it upon themselves to refer to me as brother. She was quite annoyed by their incessant chatter, yet dared not raise his voice, for my little head was still resting on his belly. He could only suppress his voice and exclaim, "Little tiger still needs to sleep. Please be quiet." At that moment, I seized the opportunity, lifted my head, and let out a tiny cry in my baby voice. I swear, I meant to call him brother. And guess what happened? She was instantly petrified. His emerald eyes widened in disbelief, rendering the entire lion immobile. The group of little cubs reacted quickly, bouncing around joyously. Wow. The little female called us brothers. Chi's face turned blank, and he abruptly stood up, letting out a low growl at the group of furry balls. She called me. "You woke up, little tiger. Now get out." While shouting, he pushed and ushered the little tail followers out of the cave. When he returned, the cave was finally quiet. He brought back 2 milk fruits and then picked me up, taking me to the creek by the tribe. This little female, which is me, is particularly fond of cleanliness and insists on washing up before meals, a fact he had memorized. As soon as we reached the creek, that familiar yellow-furred lion, Baloo, came bounding over with his equally familiar white-furred younger brother. I noticed Chi's body stiffen for a moment, his expression seemingly saying, "You again?" Baloo paid no mind and called out to me, "Sister." Today, I could actually understand his call. He trotted over. "Chi, what are you doing? Little tiger looks so adorable washing her face. Please teach my brother." I must say, these 2 brothers are like Chi's personal accessories, following him wherever he goes. After I leisurely finished washing my face, Chi resignedly picked me up and started back, allowing the 2 little nuisances to follow behind. When we returned to our nest, we became 4 little cubs playing together. Well, not exactly. It was Chi supervising, watching Baloo play with his brother and me. Who understands family? Baloo had somehow acquired a feathered stick, waving it in front of me like a cat toy. My insatiable, beastly DNA kicked in, and I could hardly control myself. I lunged forward but missed, rolling around in the grass nest instead. Chi, who had been maintaining a serious demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. Later, I learned that Chi's parents had perished in the beast tide while protecting the tribe. No wonder he had such a distant demeanor at such a young age, spending every day alone in the cave. If it weren't for Baloo, the social butterfly, visiting him daily, he might have grown up isolated. Now that I was around, he finally had some semblance of liveliness. I intended to tell him my name was Lee, not Little Tiger. However, after crying out repeatedly, she looked at me with concern and asked, "Little Tiger, are you hungry?" The system in my head quickly reminded me, "Host. Cubs under 6 months can only communicate using simple familial terms. This is normal." Fine, I accepted that. She noticed I was still, so he brought me a milk fruit. I tapped him with my paw, prompting him to fetch another, and we ate together in small bites. Baloo, imitating him, also brought a milk fruit. and the four little fur balls gathered together to feast. After we were full, Baloo picked up his cat toy again, but I was already tired, letting out a yawn and resting on Chi's soft belly. He immediately understood, lying down to make me more comfortable. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. The cubs in the cave had grown, and Chi and Baloo could already transform into half-human forms, though they still bore fluffy ears atop their heads and tails trailing behind. One day, when I opened my eyes, I was met with a pair of emerald eyes. My goodness, Chi, with his black hair and green eyes, and skin as white as snow, was already astonishingly handsome at such a young age. Upon seeing that I was awake, he smiled gently. "Little tiger, you're awake." I decided to try once more, clearly calling out to him, "Brother, I am Lee." This time, both Chi and the handsome wheat-skinned Baloo were momentarily stunned. It was promising. "All right, Lee." Chi was the first to react, beaming with joy. Baloo was so excited that he nearly took off, shaking his brother while rushing outside. "Father, Mother." Baloo can speak beast language now. Watching his silly antics made me grin from ear to ear. She laughed as he picked me up, carrying me out of the cave, skillfully avoiding Baloo, who was still reporting to the chief, and headed straight for our usual creek. "Lee, do you want to eat CC beast today?" She asked as we walked. CC beast refer to fish, while Taioshios refer to shrimp. Ever since he transformed, he had been practicing catching these every day, and I was almost fed up. "Yes, I want Taioshios," I replied in my baby voice. I must say, their previous attempts at cooking fish were atrocious, leaving the innards intact, which was revolting. Now that I could speak, I had to teach these primitive people a thing or two. Without hesitation, Chi agreed, placing me on the grass before he jumped into the water with a splash. Soon, a fish was tossed ashore, flopping beside me. Baloo and his younger brother also jumped in, and before long, a fish landed right on Baloo's face, leaving the little white lion looking utterly pitiful. I quietly shifted away from the two bumbling brothers to avoid their silliness. She noticed and quickly came ashore to carry me to a safer spot. Once they had caught enough, I watched as she skillfully skewered the Taioshios with a stick, intending to roast them over the fire, and I quickly called out, "Cook." He hesitated for a moment, but complied, stopping when the meat turned red. He took a bite first, his eyes lighting up before offering it to me. When it was time for the fish, I eagerly directed him, "Open it." I pointed the fish's belly. "Here, open it, discard the insides." Although Chi didn't fully understand, he obediently used a stone knife to clumsily slice open the fish's belly, removing the innards. Once roasted, he tasted a piece and was astonished. "Lee, this is amazing. It really tastes better." The Baloo brothers also received a piece, their eyes gleaming with delight. The commotion drew in other tribe members, and Chi shared the prepared roasted fish with them. The entire tribe was astonished. "How has this fish become so delicious?" Chi proudly pointed at me. "Lee taught me." The chief was grinning from ear to ear, ruffling Chi's hair and lifting us little cubs high in turns. Seeing the long-lost smile of childhood on Chi's face filled my heart with warmth. Another blink, and a decade passed. I had transformed from a little white tiger into a 12 or 13-year-old beast-eared beauty. "Big brother, hurry up." I clung to the back of a gigantic black lion, racing through the forest. Behind us, a yellow lion was chasing Baloo fiercely. "Baloo is catching up." She laughed helplessly, quickening his pace. Baloo, panting, called out, "Big brother, are we going to lose again?" Baloo gritted his teeth and retorted, "How dare you say that? How old are you? Still making me carry you?" Yet Baloo, with his unique thought process, suddenly brightened. "Lee is a little female. You are male, a beast man, Baloo. How can you compete with a little female?" Upon hearing his brother say this, he suddenly realized something and transformed into his beast form, sprinting towards me while shouting, "Lee, my big brother praised me as a beast man. Can we become mates now?" At that moment, I nearly fell off the lion's back from laughter. Goodness, did he really dare to say that in front of Chi? Indeed, I could sense the aura of the black lion beneath me had grown markedly colder. I quickly cleared my throat and, with the sweetest tone I could muster, declined, "No, I prefer not to associate with beasts of my own hue." Instantly, the tension in the black lion's presence eased. The foolish Bala, undeterred, inquired, "Oh, very well. Lee, do you know where I might find a lovely little female like you?" I thought to myself, "My dear friend, that question is far beyond your grasp. Such a creature likely does not exist, for I am, after all, unparalleled in beauty." Yet, seeing the earnestness in his love-struck gaze, I couldn't help but remind him, "Foolish Bala, a partner's worth lies not solely in her appearance, but in her heart." My intent was to spare him from the clutches of the main character's enchanting allure, for we were but aspiring villains, after all. We reached our destination and transformed into our human forms, still the same radiant, black-haired, green-eyed youth, tall and graceful. Our purpose for venturing out was to seek cotton and chili peppers. I must tell you, I have not tasted spice in over a decade. My palate has grown dreadfully bland. Just then, a chime echoed in my mind. Host, the main character has successfully traversed realms. The narrative is about to construct its central arc. Before I could process this, I heard Baloo's delighted voice approaching, clutching a fluffy white ball. Lee, is this the flower you desired? Cotton, my thick quilt, is finally within reach. Shortly after, Chi discovered several plants adorned with small red fruits nearby. Chili peppers. With the main character's arrival, the golden fingers of fortune appeared to operate differently. As we reveled in our fortune, an irate shout from ahead broke through. What are you doing? Do not touch that. We found it first. We hurried over to find Bala confronting a group of Serpent Clan beastmen. Leading the charge was a striking young man with crimson eyes, cradling a pure-looking female in his arms. That female must be the main character, Lu Duo. I heard her feeble voice ask, "Is this territory belonging to your tribe? If not, then these items are unclaimed and should be shared." Before her words could settle, Chi and I descended from above. He landed with poise, transforming into human form, and effortlessly lifted me from his beast back, positioning me comfortably in his embrace, my feet dangling above the ground. This posture was one I had grown accustomed to. The captivating beauty of our youthful forms drew the attention of all present. I could sense a hint of displeasure in Lu Duo's gaze as it flicked towards me. Chi's lips curled into a polite smile, yet his emerald eyes were icy as he addressed the assembly with a chilling demeanor. Unfortunately, you are indeed standing on our tribe's territory. I kindly ask you to vacate this forest. How can you prove this is your tribe's land? Words alone hold no weight. Lu Duo retorted, momentarily taken aback by Chi's assertion. Yet she remained resolute, having searched tirelessly with Xian Mo to uncover cotton in this very location. She was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Hearing her words, Baloo could not contain his laughter. He found it peculiar that, despite Lu Duo's decent looks, fair and pleasant, she paled in comparison to Lee. Yet, in a sudden twist, he felt her beauty struck him with an unfamiliar allure, causing his heart to race. Upon hearing her words, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Lee had been right. Kindness and inner beauty would always surpass mere appearances. Despite Lu Duo's adequate looks, her manner of eating was so ungraceful that he suddenly found her the least attractive of them all. Each tribe's territory bore a distinct aura, and this forest, along with the surrounding mountains, belonged solely to our Jinshi tribe. Upon entering the forest, one could easily detect our tribal essence. Was it not the Serpent Clan that prided itself on such keen perception? They knew well they had trespassed into another tribe's domain. Yet Lu Duo audaciously demanded proof from them. Intruding upon another's territory could be construed as a challenge. Were they seeking to provoke the Jinshi tribe? Lu's voice darkened, his aura radiating a palpable danger, though he often played the fool in front of his companions. He was the child of a revered leader and knew better than to be truly foolish. Lu Duo, taken aback by Lu's words, recalled the subtle hints her companions had offered regarding the beastmen. Yet, her strong intuition compelled her to approach, prompting Xian Mo to disregard the warnings of their clan and lead her here. Why had they not been clearer with her? Had she known, she would have refrained from such remarks. Her thoughts flitted through her mind, leaving her somewhat embarrassed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at the man beside her, exuding an air of vulnerability that stirred a deep instinct to protect within those who saw her. The Serpent Clan beastmen, who had initially felt embarrassment at her previous words, softened upon witnessing her distress. Xian Mo drew her close, shielding her with his presence. "I apologize. Our female companion is unable to perceive the aura, which has led to this misunderstanding. We have only recently returned to the Tianyuan tribe and did not intentionally intrude upon your territory. We merely seek to negotiate a trade." This fellow was quite articulate, emphasizing their recent return to portray their unfamiliarity with the area as an excuse for their intrusion. But was he truly so dull as to mishear Baloo's words? Surely, every beast knew of the Serpent Clan's sensitivity to aura. Was he assuming them to be fools? Moreover, they had all overheard their intentions to seize treasures, and now he spoke so sweetly of trade. Preposterous. "We shall not engage in trade. Please vacate at once." Baloo was impatient, disinterested in their company, and pulled Bula back behind him for protection. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Perhaps we could offer favorable terms for exchange? Xianmo, maintaining a smile, still exuded a chilling aura. No matter how he smiled, it left an unsettling impression. His serpent-like gaze swept over them, and Li felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. She sensed something amiss and cast a cold glare at Xianmo, dispelling the uncomfortable sensation that had enveloped Li. Pray tell, what terms might you offer? Wula, sensing the discomfort, inquired, eager to see what these serpents had to sell. Xianmo spoke with confidence. I have heard tales that the Jinshi tribe possesses salt mines. And our Tian Yuan tribe has the method for refining salt which we could teach you. In exchange, we desire this cotton and a small portion of the salt mine. With that, both Xianmo and Lu Duo beamed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the astonished reactions from Bulu and the others. However, to Bulu and his companions, this was akin to hearing a grand jest. Years prior, they had accompanied Li to discover the salt mines. The methods for processing salt were already part of Li's inherent skills. She had taught them long ago, and the only reason they traded the salt mines was to keep their secrets closely guarded. As Li had said, it was merely a matter of concealing one's true capabilities. Now, these serpents dared to leverage such knowledge for cotton? How absurdly amusing. We do not require any dealings with you. Kindly vacate this forest at once, or we will be compelled to drive you away. As Bru's impatient words resounded, the air in the forest thickened with the presence of many clan members. Upon sensing the intrusion of foreign scents into their territory, the chieftain swiftly gathered his people and arrived. Observing Bru and his companions' reactions, Xianmo felt perplexed, his confident smile fading. However, he soon detected the pervasive scent within the forest and immediately embraced Lu Duo. The refined salt, after undergoing processing, can yield greater benefits for you. Do not hastily reject this offer. After careful consideration, feel free to visit the Tian Yuan tribe. With that, he departed with several members of the snake tribe. Regrettably, he left too soon. Had he lingered, witnessing the chieftain's equipment might have astonished him further. What transpired? The clan members behind the chieftain carried gathering baskets, evidently having rushed over upon sensing something amiss. The chieftain regarded these individuals with concern. Fear not, Uncle Chieftain, merely a few vile snakes intruded. But they have been driven away now. Luli spoke up upon seeing the chieftain's arrival. She had felt unwell earlier and wished to remain silent. Indeed, father, your timing is impeccable. Li has led us to discover cotton. We shall plant it in the tribe and return in a few months during the cold season, ensuring we are not cold. Bala chimed in, gazing joyfully at the expansive cotton fields. Li, is this truly cotton? The chieftain, having heard of cotton from Lu Li, understood its merits. Apart from Lu Li's pursuit, other tribe members had also been searching for it. Indeed, Lu Li affirmed with a smile, playfully dangling her feet. However, it was Bru and Bula who discovered it first. The proud maiden dismissed claims of taking others' credit. Hearing her words, the chieftain appreciatively patted the brothers on the shoulder. Nevertheless, the clan members expressed greater gratitude towards Lu Li, for she was the one who had enlightened them about cotton and its uses. To the Jinshi tribe, Li was a rare child endowed with dual innate talents, a fortunate cub deserving of their utmost respect and affection, revered as their little holy beast. Let us hasten to transport the cotton and take the black seeds back to plant in the tribe. Very well. At Lu Li's urging, the clan members began their tasks industriously. The girl nestled in Chi's arms bore 2 faint markings on her collarbone, resembling peach blossoms. Yet the outer markings were of a deeper hue, while the inner ones were nearly imperceptible. One concealed a hidden talent, and the other signified wisdom. Initially, the hidden talent masked the sign of the other, which is why the chieftain had not discerned it. In truth, the inner marking was a result of Kai's assistance in enhancing Lu Li's attributes, merely providing a more favorable excuse to bring forth her abilities. Chapter 90. My little female is raised by me. Lu Li's dual talents were fabricated, while Chi possessed genuine dual talents, albeit one concealed. He only revealed his spatial talent. Nonetheless, this was also a rare and precious skill, as it allowed for the storage of items and food, in a tribe without food preservation methods. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. If the space were ample, the stored food could significantly benefit the community. However, the Jinshi tribe had long since learned to preserve food, rendering this talent temporarily unnecessary. The clan members acted swiftly, and before long, the cotton patch was fully harvested. With time to spare, they also gathered some edible wild fruits before returning to the tribe. Chieftain, Ki, Li, you have returned, Bru and Bala exclaimed. Thanks to the efforts of a few young cubs who had discovered a salt mine years ago, the tribe had flourished immensely, growing from a few hundred members to over 1,000. Everyone cherished Li and her companions, greeting them warmly upon their return. "Ah, we are back," Chi and the others politely responded. Should Lu Duo witness the current state of affairs, she would undoubtedly be astounded. The imposing stone walls, long spears, hunting bows, and the numerous lofted wooden houses painted a picture of strength. Dried beast meat hung from the rafters. Vegetable gardens flourished at the entrances. Practical farming tools were at hand. And every clan member's face radiated happiness. Although it may not rival the grandeur of a flourishing epic, it could certainly be deemed a prosperous little village. "Chieftain, what is this? Is it cotton? Li, did you truly find it?" A young beast man of similar age to Bru expressed surprise upon noticing their bounty. "Yes, we found it. And we also discovered chili peppers," Bala added with cheerful nods. "Wow." The tribe members erupted into jubilant cheers. "I shall plant the seeds now, Li. Is it the same as planting other seeds?" "Yes, exactly," Luli affirmed, standing beside Chi and nodding. "Very well, we shall proceed." Upon hearing Lu Li's words, the clan members eagerly retrieved their ancient farming tools and dashed towards the vacant land in the tribe. There, they had already planted numerous crops. No additional instruction was needed as they efficiently tended to their planting. The chili pepper plants were also included, ensuring a bountiful harvest in the future, yielding seeds for further cultivation. Observing this, Chi produced several chili pepper saplings. "All right." Gently taking the peppers from Chi's hands, the clan members immediately set to work. This sustenance-filled life filled them with hope, as each day unfolded with fulfillment and joy. The chili pepper plants were taken, yet some peppers were reserved for the chieftain and Bru, while they kept a few for themselves. "Brother, I wish to have chili peppers cooked with a hummun beast today." Back at their wooden cabin in the heart of the tribe, Lu Li spoke languidly. "Very well." Their abode was also a two-story wooden structure, with Lu Li residing in the loft and Chi below. The area encircled by stones in front of their cabin served as their cooking space. Bru and Bala lived next door. "Just a couple of peppers will suffice." Noticing Chi's actions, Lu Li reminded him. On the way back, Bala had succumbed to temptation and eaten one, resulting in a swollen mouth, indicating the pepper's exceptional spiciness. "Understood. Lili, Aoli." The young ones had not long returned when a group of little cubs came trotting over. As the tribe's population increased over the years, so too did the number of younglings, representing various species. Some of the tribe members had voluntarily joined, while others were acquired through trade, resulting in a diverse assembly. However, the lion tribe remained the predominant group, with others being relatively few. A cluster of fuzzy little cuties scampered over, including small lions, tigers, bears, wolf pups, and lambs. Upon confirming Lu Li's presence, they eagerly attempted to climb up to the loft, only to be halted by Chi. "Hurry back to find your fathers. They went out to gather today and is quite tired. Do not disturb her." Females were the tribe's most cherished members, and the little cubs were typically cared for by their fathers. If their fathers were unavailable, the little ones would play together, as the tribe had built walls and established patrols for safety. However, ever since Lu Li had wandered about the tribe a few days prior, casually sharing some milk fruits with these little fur balls, they had become inseparable. Time and again, this lively group of little ones would band together to seek her out. The tribe members remarked that the little ones adored Li even more than their own mothers and fathers. Kai Kai remarked that she had become the cub's favorite. To this, Lu Li felt both joy and a hint of distress. A throng of little cubs was a paradise for any plush toy lover. Who could resist such charm? Yet, overwhelming happiness could also morph into a burden. "Aoyo, we brought delicious treats. Aoyo will not make noise." Observing the tall and handsome elder brother, a group of young cubs tilted their heads upwards, proudly waving the food they had brought. "Thank you for your delicious offerings, but Li cannot partake." In the presence of the cubs, Chi exhibited considerable patience. However, the food intended for the cubs should be preserved for themselves. "Chi, you are right. You should return swiftly." Luoli also took a small wooden plate and shared some sugar cubes made from beets that Chi had prepared. After giving a gentle rub to the fluffy young cubs, she waved them goodbye. The cubs exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to leave the fruits behind. "All right then, we will come again next time. This fruit is for Li in exchange." The cubs, not yet transformed, communicated in a manner peculiar to their kind, yet they were capable of conveying their beast language. Very well, but I only wish to keep these few. The rest you may take with you. They had brought an abundance of fruits. Yet Luo Li selected merely 2 or 3. Next time, we will bring more of these fruits. Thank you, dear little ones. Chapter 91. My little female is raised by me, host. Are you not concerned that the female protagonist might notice the situation here and discern our discrepancies? The little Bai Kai, who had been mooching food, perched on Luo Li's shoulder, swaying its tiny feet in unison with its host. Why should I be afraid? The plot does not stipulate that she is the only one capable of such things. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Her character, along with her genuine feelings, does not permit her to suffer unnecessarily when she is able to indulge within her means. You are correct. Host, I still desire meat. Oh, cheese roasted meat is truly delectable. No wonder your host is so well taken care of. Upon hearing this, Luo Li glanced at Qi and discreetly offered him some as well. Where have you been? Why did you take so long? This time they arrived early. The main storyline had not commenced, and Kai Kai had little to attend to, so they simply asked for leave, allowing her access to the marketplace for her own purchases. It seems that nearly 3 years have passed since I last saw Kai Kai. There were some matters at the bureau, and I went to other worlds to observe the happenings. Luo Li perked up her ears, attentively listening to the gossip. While Qi noted that she had indeed eaten a bit more today, a smile gracing his face. It appeared that Li genuinely enjoyed the dishes prepared with this chili, consuming more boiled and roasted meat than ever before. However, as daylight waned and night approached, she ought to wash up and rest. Today, does Li wish to go to the river and boil water? It should be hot. Very well. Luo Li remained focused on a gossip brought back by Bai Kai. And when Qi returned, he transformed into his little tiger form and leaped into his embrace. He held her and placed her in warm water. Strangely enough, Qi and Blue's beast forms had nearly matured to that of adult beasts, while Luo Li still resembled a cub, only slightly larger than a 3-year-old. She could easily hold her. As she soaked in the warm water, the little white tiger emitted a contented purr, prompting Qi to step back. After a little while, he returned with a clean, damp little white tiger in his arms. Skillfully, he used a hide to dry her fur, and once her coat was sufficiently dry, Luo Li transformed back into her human form, resting her head on his lap while he combed her dark hair. Brother, when you have a partner in the future, will you care for her in the same way? The usually quiet girl suddenly spoke, seemingly recalling something. Qi paused momentarily, then resumed his gentle grooming. Why do you ask such a question? You beastmen take care of your females in this manner. You will surely treat her similarly. There was a hint of playful teasing in the girl's voice. However, brother, you must not treat her exactly like me, or I shall feel displeased. She must be unique. Upon her words, his fingers trembled slightly. Understanding her implication, he smiled softly. No one can compare to Li, and there will never be another like her. The girl remained unaware of his deeper meaning, but was quite pleased with his response, her small face lifting in satisfaction. This is what you said, brother. Yes, she replied earnestly, but suddenly his ears twitched, and he turned to glance at the beastmen conversing downstairs. Those serpent beasts were indeed bothersome. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Otherwise, they might have stolen our potatoes. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that we discovered another batch of potatoes. Tomorrow we shall plant them, as Li instructed, ensuring an ample supply of food for the cold season. Their conversation drifted into her ears, accompanied by cheerful laughter over the prospect of increased food supplies. It was inconceivable to embark on a quest for resources without some form of reward. It turned out that those serpent beastmen had not been able to gather cotton earlier. Still unsatisfied on their return journey, they continued their search and fortuitously stumbled upon the potatoes. However, before they could harvest them, they were confronted by members of the Golden Lion tribe, who drove them away. Little Bai Kai remarked, The female protagonist seems to have quite good luck. Listening to Bai Kai's words, Luo Li fell silent, reflecting on how long they had searched for potatoes previously, seriously for nearly a year, if she recalled correctly. Bai Kai had mentioned that the female protagonist encountered them while moving back from the Tianyuan tribe, which had been less than half a month ago. Curse it, people less luck can be infuriating. Nonetheless, Luo Li had a fondness for her good fortune. After all, these were resources within their Golden Lion tribe's territory, thus rightfully theirs. Even the best of luck ultimately benefited them. Luo Li felt no remorse. After all, she neither stole nor robbed. These resources naturally belonged to their land. However, recalling that Bai Kai spoke of moving back, Luo Li was quite curious about that detail. Yet, with no relevant plot from the system, she glanced at Qi. Brother, have you ever heard of the Tianyuan tribe? Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, She noticed Chi's expression darkening for a fleeting moment before quickly returning to normal. Luoli caught that brief flash of hatred in his eyes, causing her to pause momentarily. Was there something she was unaware of? Yes, 13 years ago. They were a neighboring tribe to us. However, after the beast tide occurred, they migrated. He spoke softly, attempting to maintain a calm tone so as not to disturb her. But recalling today when he saw a figure strikingly similar to that beast man, with identical crimson eyes, his previously tranquil gaze swelled with uncontrollable resentment, his fingers subtly tightening as they entwined in her hair. "Brother, my hair is dry now." Sensing his emotional turmoil, Luoli opted not to press further, gently extracting her hair from his grip and promptly changing the subject. Yet, she had formed a suspicion about the matter and planned to inquire with Blue the following day. Upon hearing her words, Chi regained his composure and gently released her. "Rest early." "Yes." After nightfall, the young man stealthily left the room, ascending the mountain alone, gazing at the distant flickering lights of the tribe. "Father, they have finally returned." The soft whisper dissipated with the wind. Chapter 92. My little female is raised by me the following day. Luoli seized the opportunity to question Blue, from whom she learned the truth behind the tribe's experiences during the beast tide years ago. Chi's father should not have perished. However, that detestable red-eyed serpent beast man, in a bid to save his young, callously pushed Chi's mother into the tide of beasts, allowing the wild animals to consume the female and delay their escape. Chi's father died attempting to rescue his mother. They could have survived, if it were not for the Tian Yuan tribe's insistence on capturing the red fox beast. They would not have startled the beasts in heat and triggered the beast tide. She could have grown up cherished by his parents, just like them. He would have been the happiest child in the tribe. More of their kin should have been able to experience the joy of life that they currently know. They should not have perished. By the end, Bulu's eyes were red. The typically masculine boy could not contain his sobs. His fists clenched tightly, filled with rage. Luoli remained silent for a long time. She had always wondered why such a benevolent tribe could be cast as villains. It turned out they had long engraved a hatred for life and death among themselves, destined to be enemies. If that were the case, they need not hold back any longer. After gathering the information, Luoli returned to their modest wooden cabin, where Chi was meticulously crafting his bone knife. "Brother, let us set some traps in the Lingdi Mountains. Otherwise, foolish beasts will wander in." "That sounds good," exclaimed Bulu and his brother, their eyes lighting up in agreement. However, at this moment, Bulu had already composed himself, revealing none of his emotions before Chi. This was a deep wound for Chi, one he could not bear to touch. "All right, we shall speak with the tribe leader shortly and involve our kin." Chi nodded in response, putting away the bone knife. Under Luo Li's guidance, the Jinshi tribe concealed numerous traps along the borders of their territory to deter unwary beasts from intruding. Naturally, to avoid harming the innocent, they ensured to leave enough traces of their territory. The warning was sufficiently clear. Anyone who dared to trespass would be courting death. Meanwhile, in another part of the Tian Yuan tribe, Shinamo, are you certain they will come? With less than 3 months until the cold season. If it were truly as frigid as they claimed, how could she endure without cotton? Indeed, Duo is the goddess bestowed upon us by the beast god. She is the wisest of females. They will undoubtedly be intrigued by her methods. Hearing the handsome man's words, Lu Duo felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Slightly embarrassed by such direct praise, yet inwardly delighted. However, her expression darkened as she recalled something. But yesterday, they were rather harsh. They spoke kindly of exchanging, yet those beasts simply drove us away. They only wished to dig up a few potatoes. Those beasts were so miserly. Although that land indeed belongs to the Jinshi tribe, they do not comprehend its value. Holding on to it is merely wasteful. They might as well yield it to me. I could kindly teach them. They seem too young to understand, but I've already sent word to their tribe leader regarding the exchange. They will come soon. Once they arrive, we shall renegotiate the terms of exchange as a slight punishment for their attitude yesterday. When they come, we shall propose visiting their territory for a couple of days. Good. Listening to Xian Mo's words, Lu Duo felt reassured. Her thoughts aligned with his. Once the Jinshi tribe approaches them, it would imply they have a need for assistance, thus allowing them to appropriately set forth some conditions. The Tian Yuan tribe had just returned, possessing only a small fraction of their old territory, while the rest belonged to other tribes. For some reason, she felt they could find even more within the Jinshi tribe's lands. They were thinking too much. A voice of skepticism rang out from within the Jinshi tribe. Upon hearing the tribe leader's relay, Bala exclaimed loudly. They had just returned from the territory and noticed a serpent beastman leaving, which struck them as odd. Upon inquiry, they learned that the Tian Yuan tribe sought to negotiate with the tribe leader about trading. They proposed exchanging the method of salt refining and appeared quite confident, offering considerable terms. It was said that a goddess gifted by the beast god had taught them this method. At that moment, the tribe leader and the warriors present listened intently as one of the warriors shared what he had heard. They're quite fortunate, another warrior replied with a scoff. Aside from the newly born cubs, all members of their tribe had either experienced or heard of the beast tide. They understood better than anyone the deeds of the Tian Yuan tribe, harboring a profound hatred for those serpent beasts. How could they possibly engage in trade? If it were not for the swift retreat of the Tian Yuan tribe back then, they would have avenged their fallen kin long ago. Now, the Tian Yuan tribe even dared to return. Instead of lying low, they had the audacity to negotiate. It was tantamount to courting death. However, they certainly could not outsmart Li. Indeed, chimed in the remaining warriors. After all these years, their kin held unwavering trust and pride in Luo Li, the naturally gifted cub, their little holy beast. Initially, seated nearby and peacefully enjoying her fruits, Luo Li paused and smiled. Thank you for your generous praise. I did not allow them entry. Upon hearing the news, I instructed them to be sent away. However, when you patrol and hunt in our territory, please remain vigilant. The Serpent Clan is treacherous. The tribe leader, upon hearing this, also issued a reminder. Although he did not permit entry, those serpent beasts had glimpsed their walls from outside. 5 years ago, when the old shaman passed, she had prophesied a communication with the beast god. The enmity with the Tian Yuan tribe would render them eternal foes. Furthermore, the goddess from the Tian Yuan tribe was indeed clever, possessing extensive knowledge that would aid their tribe. They must protect Li, for she was their variable. Yes, rest assured, leader, we have already issued a warning. If they dare intrude again, I will slay them. Indeed, should they dare to intrude again, we shall take immediate action. This way, the Tian Yuan tribe would be the ones breaking the rules, and their retaliation would not violate the beast god's decree against wanton slaughter of beastmen, alleviating their fears of punishment. Nodding at their words, the tribe leader waited until the other tribesmen had departed before calling Bulu and the others over. He glanced at Luo Li, who was blissfully enjoying her fruits, then at Chi, who patiently cared for her, and finally at his own 2 cubs. The tribe leader smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Chi, Bulu, in 5 days, we will hold a warrior competition. By age, you are both eligible to participate this time. However, you must secure the first and second positions in order to challenge me. Only the strongest 2 of the tribe may contend for the position of tribe leader. You must not become complacent. Upon hearing the tribe leader's words, Bulu grinned broadly. Fear not, father. We will certainly defeat you. Even if he could not, Chi undoubtedly could, for Chi had already surpassed the tribe's strongest warrior in private. They were merely too young to compete previously. Rest assured, Uncle Leader, I will rise to the challenge. Good, I await your prowess. The tribe leader smiled, witnessing the growth of these 2 cubs, feeling elated. Even when they were no longer around, the tribe would continue through Chi and Bulu. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. The tribe busied themselves in preparation for this year's warrior competition, with every young beastman aged 16 and above exerting their utmost efforts. In order to secure a position on the warriors list, one not only enhances the opportunity to choose a suitable mate, but also becomes a preferred choice among the females. Within the tribe, these warriors are granted certain privileges. Naturally, with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, they are expected to reciprocate the benefits they receive through contributions to the tribe. Among the thousands of tribe members, only 100 orcs can claim the title of warrior. To achieve this, they must compete from the very beginning. At long last, the day of the warrior competition has arrived. The center of the tribe is alive with excitement. A bonfire crackling as the clansfolk gather, cheering enthusiastically while a group of orcs engage in fierce combat on the stage. The first round is a chaotic melee, featuring participants aged between 16 and 40, totaling 364 contestants. Due to the large number, the initial matches are divided into 2 groups, with half advancing to the next round of melee. After enduring 2 rounds of melee, the survivors will then face off in one-on-one duels. Only those who prevail in these matches will earn the right to challenge the warriors. The one-on-one duels occur simultaneously, with the order of challenges determined by the speed of victory. The fastest to defeat an opponent secures the coveted first position, thereby becoming the 101st challenger to the warriors. Beginning with the 100th warrior, Each victory allows the challenger to ascend the rankings. To rise further, continuous challenges must be made. If one chooses not to proceed, they must accept challenges from those ranked behind them. This year, it is projected that 46 individuals will remain, with one fortunate participant receiving a bye, leading to a maximum of 146 contenders vying for a warrior's position. To attain this esteemed status, one must first conquer the ranks of the preceding hundreds. Such an endeavor is arduous, and the final results will not be determined in a single day. However, within the expansive tribe of Jinshi, boasting over 1,000 members, merely breaking into the top 100 to become a warrior is a commendable achievement. Wow! This year's participants far outnumber those of last year, exclaimed Bula, observing the scene on stage. In these competitions, participants may assume either human or beast forms. However, since orcs are inherently beastly, their animal forms exhibit significantly greater strength. Gazing up, one witnesses a mesmerizing display of beasts in wild motion. Li, you arrived quite early. Who do you think will be the first warrior this time? Qinghua swiftly approached Luo Li, having descended from her partner's side, and inquired with a smile. Qi and Bulu were preparing for their match in the second round, leaving only Bula seated beside Luo Li. As Qinghua arrived, "Si, inadvertently nudgit Bula aside." Qi, Luo Li responded coolly, her attention still focused on the stage. Qinghua is a newly trained shaman, having been mentored by the village elder. She is several years senior to Luo Li, having migrated from another tribe, originally a sheep beast. Her innate skill in healing makes her particularly suited for the role of a shaman, and upon the elder's passing, she assumed the shaman's position within the tribe. Qinghua is also one of the few females with whom Luo Li shares a close bond, primarily due to their similar ages. The other females are either from the previous generation or young cubs. Unfortunately, there are only about 60 females in the tribe. Each female can typically support up to 10 partners. Currently, Qinghua has 3 partners and enjoys advising Luo Li on her choices of mates. Therefore, she harbors some discontent regarding Luo Li's friendship with her. "I knew you would respond like that," Qinghua remarked, revealing an expression of anticipation upon hearing Luo Li's words. "However, our tribe's warriors are exceptionally strong. This is Qi's first year, and merely making the list is already an impressive feat. Claiming the top spot will be quite challenging." Qinghua's words were tactfully phrased, implying her skepticism regarding Qi's ability to secure the title of First Warrior, while still being polite. After all, it is commendable to rank among the top 150 who qualify to challenge the warriors. The melee may sound straightforward, but it is, in truth, the most formidable challenge. In one-on-one combat, one only needs to defeat a single opponent, while in a melee, one must vanquish over 100 foes, with every individual surrounding you potentially posing a threat. It is worth noting that this melee consists of 2 rounds, and only those with true strength will emerge victorious. "I believe in him. Qi will undoubtedly prevail," Luo Li retorted, crossing her arms confidently in response to Qinghua's words. Qi, ahead of them, appeared to have caught wind of their conversation, glancing back in their direction. Qinghua nonchalantly replied, all right, you're right. Qi is the strongest. He has always been the strongest." The girl's attractive brows furrowed, exuding an air of playful entitlement. In her heart, her brother was the mightiest of all. Qinghua, feigning indifference, observed as Qi, having overheard Luo Li's voice, flushed with embarrassment. "Li is so biased. I am her brother too. Why doesn't Qi praise me?" Bulu complained, wearing a look of grievance. "That's true, but she is closer to me," Qi affirmed. Hearing this, Bulu fell silent, unable to retort. "But Bula is even closer to me," Bulu, in a moment of desperation, finally managed to say, attempting to reclaim his standing. "Oh," Qi replied coolly, his response only serving to frustrate Bulu further. "Li, after this winter season, you'll be 14 in beast years, won't you?" Qinghua also shifted the topic, engaging Luo Li in light conversation. Luo Li pondered the timeline and nodded. Why do you still keep an eye on Qi? Do you plan to have him as your sole partner in the future?" Although no one had explicitly stated it, it was widely accepted that Qi would eventually become Luo Li's partner. Upon hearing this, Qi's figure stiffened slightly, his ears perked up in silent curiosity. Bulu glanced over but quickly returned his gaze, also straining to listen. "Isn't there an abundance of handsome males in the tribe? Look at that one. He is a tiger beast, just like you, and he has just come of age. How striking he is. Just look at his stature. He must possess great strength." Qinghua excitedly pointed out an orc. The orc, noticing their attention, turned to them, his ears flushing red as he caught sight of the two most beautiful young females in the tribe observing him. He shifted his posture slightly, showcasing his robust muscles. It is quite common for unpaired orcs of age to display their strengths in an effort to attract females. Wow, look, Qinghua urged, nudging Luo Li. Luo Li quickly turned her head to glance at Qi, feeling a sense of apprehension at the unfolding situation. Qinghua, regarding this matter, Li has expressed that she is not in a hurry. Would you mind helping me focus on the young females instead? Bala interjected eagerly before Luo Li could respond. Li is indeed not in a rush. She is so wonderful that she should take her time to choose. But he was quite anxious. You're still young. How old are you now? Qinghua waved off Bu-La's concerns, brushing aside the naivete of the half-beast orc. You're still too young to be seeking a partner. Let us see if you can secure a warrior position first. Bula. But Li is even younger than I am. Qinghua. That seems to be the case. That is not the same. Li is a young female, and thus should start looking early. As a male, you can wait until someone shows interest in you. However, after some thought, she added, but considering it again, I suppose it is fine. Bula's head drooped, feeling quite defeated. Li, you should definitely listen to Sister Qinghua. Look at Bai and the others. They were all chosen by me before they came of age. Look how well they turned out. Currently, only Qi is taking care of you, which is rather insufficient. Look at me. I have gone out and returned, and besides, Qi is getting closer. Qinghua leaned in slightly, whispering to Luo Li, who felt as if she were about to divulge intimate details about her relationship with her partner. Although orcs are typically quite open about mating and procreation, it does not imply that she has an inclination toward such matters. Contemplating this, she quickly halted her thoughts. Qinghua, I truly am not in a hurry. There is no need to elaborate. Besides, Qi cares for me splendidly, and I believe he alone is sufficient for my needs. Upon hearing her response, Qinghua, Bula, and several males present were momentarily stunned. Qi appeared momentarily dazed, while Bula widened his eyes in astonishment. Li, what are you saying? How can a female be content with just one partner? It was Qinghua who spoke first. With only one partner, how will you endure the cold season? Even the chief's female may not have only the chief as a partner. During such a time when transformation is rarely seen, females are already scarce and vulnerable. Without the care of orcs, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the harshness of the cold season. Young females require the care of their fathers and the tribe to survive through the cold months. Luo Li had managed to endure the cold season in previous years, and she had always prepared ample firewood for warmth, with the chief and tribe members frequently checking on her. It is all right. We have found cotton now. Once we construct the warming beds in due time, we will surely get through the cold season without worry. Having lived here for so many years, Luo Li was well aware of the terrors of the cold season. For 3 consecutive months, the highest temperature rarely rises above freezing, often plunging even lower, making it indeed challenging to endure. However, she intended to have only one partner, and thus felt no need to conceal this. Almost as soon as Luo Li finished speaking, Qi clenched his fist. In the room, the small cabbage observed the affection level suddenly soaring towards the maximum. Oh dear, I must retract my earlier words. It seems that Qi Dada is indeed the one with the highest closeness and the best strategy. All right. Ultimately, seeing Luo Li's determination, Qinghua chose not to say more. Bula and the other partners of Qinghua looked at Qi with eyes full of envy. She was truly fortunate. If they could, they too would wish to monopolize a little female. I said, I should have taken Li home first back then, Bula exclaimed to Qi. Of course, he was merely jesting. After all these years, he had long recognized the distinction Li held for Qi and regarded her as merely a sister. Get lost, Qi replied, his eyes filled with joy, his ears reddening as he frowned in response to Bula's words. Yet, the corners of his mouth still secretly lifted into a smile. The discussions among Luo Li and her companions did not disturb the ongoing competition, as one orc after another fell from the stage. The first round of the melee reached its conclusion. In the second round, Qi, Bula, and Qinghua's 3 partners were set to compete. As expected, they constituted half of those remaining in the arena. The results had emerged, and those left would continue to participate in tomorrow's second melee. In contrast to the disarray of others, Qi appeared remarkably composed and unruffled. He approached Luo Li, lifting her into his arms, as he had cherished doing since childhood. Hey bro, you were fantastic today. Truly, you are my most formidable bro. The young girl nestled in the arms of the handsome youth, her face glowing with pride. Li, and don't forget about Bula bro. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Luo Li turned for a glance before returning her gaze to Qi. Bula bro is also impressive, but my A-bro is even better. Ha ha ha. Bula was momentarily taken aback before laughing heartily. You would have been better off leaving me behind. Li, see you tomorrow. It was evident that Xinghua had a keen eye, for all three of her partners had passed, and they were indeed among the unscathed strong ones. All right, Luali chimed, shaking her little feet. Hey bro, I want to eat jumping beasts today. The most primal river shrimp are exceptionally sweet, and she adores them. Okay, after eavesdropping on Luali's words, she felt particularly elated. Not to mention, she sweetly praised him. After bringing Luali home, she stepped out for a while, returning with a large wooden basin filled with jumping beasts and a few prickly beasts. Together with the meat left at home, it was sufficient for their needs today. However, he would need a hunt tomorrow to replenish their supplies. Hey bro, remember to add chili. Remembering the flavor of chili paired with shrimp, Luali's eyes sparkled. Grilled fish with a sprinkle of chili is also delightful. All right, you can enjoy the milk fruit upstairs for now, she replied, gently pinching her soft little face and placing the milk fruit beside her with a reminder. Even now, he still treated her as a young cub, and she had never lacked for milk fruit. This sweet, nutritious drink, rich in fruity aroma and reminiscent of milk tea, was indeed hard for her to give up. Understood. Gee, Li, we brought over rabbit beasts. Let's eat together today. Just as Luali responded, voices from Bula and the others echoed from downstairs. In addition to the 7 or 8 rabbit beasts they mentioned, they had also dragged in half a pig beast's meat. However, given their now substantial appetites, this was just enough to sate their hunger. The rabbit beasts were specifically brought for Luali. All right, though mildly annoyed by the bothersome duo of brothers, she did not refuse, having grown accustomed to it over the years. That night, Luali's appetite was thoroughly satisfied. Li, remember your promise. You must keep your word. Just as she drifted into a drowsy slumber, she seemed to hear a faint, gentle whisper from him. Chapter 95. My little female is raised by me. The following day, the second melee commenced. As anticipated, both Chi and Bala remained in the arena, beginning one-on-one competitions in the afternoon. After 2 rounds of melee, only 91 individuals remained. Opponents were determined by drawing lots, and the tribe prepared a stack of 1-meter-long grass ropes, layered together, covered with animal skins, leaving only the ends exposed. They would each select one end to grasp. Those who grabbed the same rope would become opponents. Since there were 91 participants, one person would be exempt from the competition. However, the tribe had decided the night before to add an extra round, meaning that after this one-on-one victory, the remaining 46 individuals would have to compete once more in pairs. Ultimately, 23 would remain, ranked by the order of their victories. They would then challenge warriors to vie for warrior positions. Come on by, defeat him. Xinghua's 3 partners, who also remained in the arena, each selected their opponents. And Xinghua shouted enthusiastically. And Mu, you too. The water-fetching master did not miss a beat. Bula, you must win too. Bula bounced around like a little tail. Hey bro, take first place. Luali was equally spirited. The group stood below the stage, shouting loudly, as if afraid others would not hear them. Observing this, others followed suit, cheering for their partners or good friends. Among the crowd on stage, Chi turned his head, smiling at Luali, his youthful grin warm as spring sunshine and exceedingly handsome. Luali felt her heart flutter at the sight of his exquisite appearance, and she beamed back a broad smile. The striking beauty of both left the attendees momentarily bewitched, pausing in awe. All right, let us prepare and begin. With the chief's command, everyone on the stage readied themselves. Go. With that call, pairs clashed on the stage, and this time, being knocked off the platform was considered a victory. Several times, Luali and the others witnessed orcs being driven perilously close to the edge of the stage, yet they gritted their teeth and managed to hold their ground. No one among them wishes to be the first to fall from grace. Li and Chi have yet to transform. Xinghua gazes at the unfolding scene on stage, astonished. The orc's beast form possesses formidable strength. Although a few competitors opted for their human forms in the initial match, they were but a minority. In the second match, the numbers dwindled even further. Now, in this one-on-one battle, everyone stands ready, refraining from choosing their human forms once more. Yet Chi remains unchanged. However, it seems his physical form is incredibly robust. In this match, he faces a bear orc renowned for its immense strength, particularly in its paw strikes, capable of dispatching ferocious beasts with a single blow. Yet, to Xinghua's astonishment, she witnesses Chi effortlessly block the bear's paw with his bare hand and retaliate with a punch, sending the opponent staggering back several steps. Witnessing this, Xinghua's eyes widen in disbelief. Such physical prowess is truly remarkable. Luo Li beams with pride, her eyes glistening. I have always said that my brother is the strongest. If not, how could he justify the years of relentless training? Since his transformation at the tender age of 3. While other cubs played in the mud, he has been diligently honing his skills. This little cub, driven by a desire for vengeance, has accumulated years of effort. Qinghua concedes, believing now. However, Qi has yet to reach 18. Strictly speaking, he is still a half-orc, akin to a larger cub. This prevailing impression has clouded Qinghua's judgment. Who could have anticipated that a cub could possess such strength? Meanwhile, unnoticed by others, the 2 stripes on Qi's neck faintly glow, accompanied by a subtle, shimmering light. He is already on the cusp of stepping into the 3rd tier. Naturally, the first-tier beasts in the arena are no match for him. How formidable! In stark contrast to the astonishment of the onlookers, Qi's opponent feels the impact of his earlier counterattack deeply. The bear orc, astonished, speaks in human tongue while attempting to respond to Qi's assault. Thank you. Qi replies with a warm smile, maintaining the demeanor of a gentle youth. I apologize. But in the next instant, with Qi's polite words of apology, the bear orc tumbles off the stage with a thud. Upon turning to look, he realizes he is the first to fall, his bear-like face flushing with embarrassment, yet acknowledging Qi's prowess with a sense of acceptance. He chuckles, scratching his head with his paw, a goofy grin spreading across his face. Qi emerges victorious as the first, and that bear is rather endearing. Qinghua laughs and watches as the bear transforms back into human form, revealing a charmingly goofy, yet handsome orc. With a momentary pause, Qinghua's eyes brighten, and she suddenly grasps Luo Li's hand. Li, I have found my 4th partner. Luo Li strolls towards Qi, a warm smile gracing her face. The competition is over. Shall we go out together today? His tone is casual, as if he has merely taken a leisurely stroll. The reason for his earlier haste was partly to prepare for a hunting expedition to replenish their household supplies. The tribe has organized hunting teams that provide provisions for Luo Li. However, being raised with meticulous care by Qi, the little female has become quite particular about her tastes, prompting Qi to undertake the hunting himself each time. It also serves as an opportunity for him to hone his own skills. Sounds good, but will Uncle the Chief agree? Luo Li nods, expressing no dissent. Yet, female orcs are expected to remain within bounds. Having ventured out with him last time, she has already exhausted her allowance for the month. I doubt the chief will permit it again. No worries, we won't venture far, just in nearby territories. And Uncle the Chief will surely agree. Very well. Qi, where are you headed? We wish to accompany you. Upon hearing Luo Li's conversation, Bulo was eager to speak. But unexpectedly, it was Bluru, who had raced over after the competition, who spoke first. Brother, we're going hunting, Luo Li responds, glancing at the chief, who is still focused on the competition stage. I want to join too. Could you all help persuade Uncle the Chief? Certainly. Hearing Luo Li's plea, the 2 brothers nod in unison. Ultimately, through Luo Li's charm and their collective assurances, she secures permission to leave the tribe. Uncle Chief, we will return shortly. Listening to their departing voices, the chief chuckles and shakes his head. These little cubs. Qi is nearing the 3rd tier, and Bluru is approaching the 2nd. Our tribe holds great promise for the future. The nearby warriors, who have witnessed Qi and Bluru's performances on stage, share in the astonishment and pride. At 16 years of beast age, to be on the verge of entering the 3rd tier is indeed unparalleled on the Beastman continent. Likewise, reaching the brink of the 2nd tier at this age is a rare and exceptional feat. Observing such outstanding heirs within their tribe fills their hearts with immense excitement and hope for the future. Indeed, the chief nods, smiling at the warriors' words. Continuing to watch the contest unfold, Qi and his peers exhibit their prowess with swift victories, while the competitors on stage remain evenly matched, engaged in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, at the Tianyuan tribe, Duo anxiously grips Xuanma's hand, gazing toward the direction of the Golden Lion tribe. Why had they not yet arrived? From a moment she learned about the possibility of walls from the tribe's messenger, she was taken aback. However, she hesitated to fully believe her suspicions. She had confirmed with Xuanma that such peculiar constructs do not exist on their continent, where all beastmen still live in a primitive state, dwelling in caves, donning animal skins, and consuming raw meat. Their only advancements lie in cooking meat for their women and understanding that consuming salt benefits their health. Beyond that, they remain akin to primitive beings. Yet the eyewitness account from the tribesmen cannot be dismissed as a mere fabrication. How could there be 2 individuals from another world simultaneously? Doubt gnaws at her. prompting her to wait and see if the Golden Lion tribe would indeed come to negotiate, which would provide clarity. However, as days pass with no sign of movement from them, her anxiety escalates. Could it be that they truly will not come? The thought only fuels her unease. Tightening her grip on Xuanma's hand. Xuanma, take me there once more. Let us see. Seeing the little female's hand firmly clasping his, Xuanma's handsome face flushes, and his heart races. Yet, he soon responds to Duoduo's request. Duo, we have already visited once. We cannot intrude again. Unlike Duo, Xuanma is well aware of the customs among beastmen. Their previous visit was a stroke of luck, but should they attempt to return after being warned, the consequences could be dire, as they could be killed within the territory. Although the current low probability of transformation means that beastmen are scarce, the beast god has established rules against the arbitrary killing of beastmen. However, to be protected by these rules, one must adhere to the regulations and maintain a peaceful state. Just as in the past, had his father not perished later, those who had suffered due to his actions during the beast tide could have sought revenge against the Tianyuan tribe. However, since that beast tide was instigated by his father, those affected could only hold him accountable after his father's death. His father's demise marked the conclusion of that chapter. Had his father survived, he would have been a member of the Tianyuan tribe, and all actions would have been attributed to the tribe, bringing repercussions upon them. His father understood this well, which is why he ultimately chose to consume the poisonous herb himself. Upon this thought, Xianmo's gaze flickered subtly, revealing a hint of unease. What few knew was that the reason his father had instigated that beast tide was, in fact, closely tied to him. Why? Duo's voice filled with agitation. Into Hoptet Xuan Montak es reverie. We merely wish to take a look. Why should that be a problem? If it's about trespassing, can't we simply inform them? Her thoughts were naive, utterly failing to grasp the dangers and consequences involved. Yes, there would be peril, and they had rejected any form of communication with us. As for the reasons behind the Jinshi tribe's refusal, Xianmo bowed his head, fully aware of what weighed on their minds. The only reason he had dared to propose a trade with the Jinshi tribe previously was the allure of their cotton. He did not wish to let it slip away. Moreover, he felt a deep-seated conviction that these matters should not be as they currently were. That cotton salt mine, he had an instinctive feeling that it was meant to belong to them. Their return this time was also prompted by prophecy. Ever since the Tianyuan tribe had relocated years ago, they had faced misfortune, with the number of their young dwindling and their tribe declining. Yet a year ago, their shaman had received a prophecy from the beast god. The prophecy foretold that if they returned to their old clan, they would find a turning point and become the most prosperous tribe on the continent. Contemplating this, he cast a deep glance at Duo. Now that the turning point had been discovered, it seemed that the path to prosperity was obstructed by the suddenly robust Jinshi tribe. Why? Did they hold such a grudge? We merely stumbled into their territory once. At worst, we could offer them some food as an apology. After all, they are neighboring tribes. We will have to interact in the future. They cannot just harbor animosity towards us, can they? Duo was truly unwilling to accept this. She yearned to confirm it with her own eyes, just once. However, upon hearing her words, Xianmo's expression darkened slightly, and he ultimately released her hand. Dio, we don't necessarily have to seek anything from them. How about I take you elsewhere to look for something? Having grown up in this place, Xianmo struggled to comprehend Duo's concerns. Seeing her persistence, he assumed she shared his dissatisfaction with the minerals and cotton. He gently spoke. The Jinshi tribe has made their stance clear. They disdain trading with us and still harbor resentment from the past. Given my current capabilities, I cannot confront the Jinshi tribe. I do not believe that only the Jinshi tribe possesses what we seek. I will search elsewhere. Once we grow stronger, the present obstacles will cease to be an issue. But I just want to go once. Like him, Duo could not comprehend why her desire to visit the Jinshi tribe was met with such resistance. Fine, let's explore the Western Mountains then. Yet, observing Xianmo's rigid demeanor, she ultimately sighed in resignation. All right. Upon hearing this, Xianmo's expression softened as he gently lifted her and headed in the direction she indicated. However, upon their arrival, their expressions soured further, for everywhere they looked was infused with the presence of the Jinshi tribe. He had not anticipated that the Jinshi tribe had become so formidable, except for a small area surrounding their own tribe. Nearly everything else had been seized by the Jinshi tribe. The Jinshi tribe, acquired through strength, is there an issue? Brother, why are they back? In their territory, observing the pair standing at the edge Luo Li frowned. It was them. Conversely, Lu Duo spotted several individuals in the woods and quickly spoke up. Let us go. Upon seeing the two, Qi's demeanor darkened slightly as he glanced at the distance separating them from the territorial boundary, then spoke softly. What? Are you not stepping inside? Wait. As Qi indicated they should leave with Luo Li, Lu Duo hurriedly called out. Yet Qi and the others seemed oblivious, proceeding to walk away without acknowledging her. Wait for me. Seeing this, Lu Duo hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed after them. Hearing the commotion behind, Luo Li, who was being shielded by Qi, clearly noticed a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Duo, it's dangerous. Unfortunately, just a step away, Lu Duo was halted by Xianmo. Do you play with phones or computers? Fearing that Luo Li and the others might truly leave, Lu Duo raised her voice urgently. The few males present, upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, instinctively reacted with confusion, while Lu Duo closely monitored their reactions. She had a premonition. If her suspicions were correct, there must be other travelers among them. If so, that individual must be among this group before her. Observing the men's reactions, she seemed to understand something, fixing her gaze intently on Luo Li. The girl's beautiful features shifted slightly, the corner of her mouth lifting in a cold smile that met Lu Duo's gaze. Ah, brother, what is she saying? Her tone, feigning ignorance, was laced with coldness, as if to convey a message. Indeed, it is I. In that instant, a chill ran down Lu Duo's spine, and her face turned pale. It was true. However, in the moment she lowered her head, a flicker of spite crossed her eyes, seemingly resenting the fact that she was not unique. Do not mind her. Listening to Luo Li's voice, Qi replied nonchalantly. The two beside him, Lu and the others, perhaps oblivious, failed to notice the cunning glint in Luo Li's eyes. Recalling the previous tales of the Tian Yuan tribe's goddess descending from the heavens, alongside Lu Duo's probing words, he seemed to sense something amiss. Glancing at Luo Li, but choosing to feign ignorance. Since you are aware, why do you not assist me? Should we not stand together and help one another? After Luo Li and the others had walked a distance, Lu Duo, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke again. Although Luo Li had said nothing moments ago, Lu Duo had already concluded that she was indeed another traveler like herself. Since they were both travelers, should they not support one another in this foreign land? Now that the resources were monopolized by the Jinshu tribe, the Tian Yuan tribe had no means to thrive. What do you think you are? Hearing Lu Duo's tone, Luo Li understood her insinuation and found her self-righteousness amusing. Moreover, given their inherently antagonistic relationship, there was no need for cordiality, let alone any notion of mutual assistance. Luo Li was well aware that Lu Duo's current words stemmed solely from her dependence on others, as the Tian Yuan tribe was at a disadvantage. Were their roles reversed, and Lu Duo to perceive Luo Li's identity, she would likely wish to eliminate her rather than assist her. Luo Li had not missed the cold malice reflected in the other's lower gaze. What did you say? Lu Duo was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Luo Li's reaction, and did not anticipate such a retort. In her mind, they should be two wanderers, both lost in this world, and Luo Li ought to treat her with kindness. Did you not understand? Luo Li habitually swayed her slender legs, her fair calves strikingly prominent. Do you think my legs need to bear an additional burden of ill intent? Do you believe everyone here shares your problems? Luo Li's smile widened as she raised an eyebrow at the two behind her, her delicate fingers tapping her temple. Hey. Nearby, Lu and the others grasped Luo Li's meaning, unable to suppress their laughter, appearing rather foolish. Meanwhile, Xianmo's expression darkened instantly, and Lu Duo felt as though she had swallowed a fly. Recognizing that survival is futile, would it not be prudent to pack up and depart promptly? Do you truly believe that their tribe is malleable, capable of tolerating the presence of their adversaries day after day? Or have you finally come to the realization that you must seek redemption for your transgressions? The frigid gaze fixated upon Xianmo, whose countenance, adorned with a beautiful smile, nonetheless sent chills down one's spine. It is incomprehensible how you have managed to persist for so long, when you retire for the night. Do you not recall the innocent orcs and feel fear? Do you believe that those rules will protect you for much longer? Listening to Luo Li's words, Xianmo's body grew rigid, and in a state of panic, she hastily took Lu Duo and fled in disarray. Observing their frantic retreat, Luo Li scoffed derisively, her voice laced with mockery. She also noticed the three young men beside her had clenched their fists, their eyes locked on a Xian Mo's retreating figure, brimming with animosity. She tempered her emotions and turned to embrace Qi, burying her head in his arms to offer him gentle comfort. Big brother, it is time for us to return home. We shall not have to wait long. Soon, they will pay for their sins. Her soothing voice reached the ears of those present, inexplicably calming their tumultuous feelings. The beast tide from years past did not only implicate the Jinshi tribe. Several surrounding tribes also suffered losses, mourning their kin. Like the Jinshi tribe, they harbored deep resentment towards that group of serpent beasts. The opportunities the world had intended for them had already been seized by Luo Li. This time, Tian Yuan's return can only lead to self-destruction, not a turning point. Unless Lu Duo possesses strength surpassing Luo Li, unless she can produce something even more powerful to aid her male protagonist, the likelihood of that is clearly negligible. After nightfall, Xiao Baikai pondered for a moment before deciding to inquire of its host. Host, did you perhaps know about the events of that year all along? It recalled a day many years prior when the host had suddenly asked about the timeline and location of the main storyline, as if recalling something inexplicable. Although it lacked a plotline and was unaware of the narrative, it was aware of the approximate time of the main events and relayed that information truthfully to the host. How could that be? This world lacks a storyline. Even Kai is unclear. How could I possess such prowess? Luo Li paused momentarily at Xiao Baikai's words. Her expression innocent. She truly knew nothing. She merely seized every opportunity available. Xiao Baikai stroked its chin, somewhat skeptical, yet the host's reasoning did seem plausible. It was only upon the host's inquiry to Bulu that it learned of the events from that year. Meanwhile, in a direction unseen by it, Luo Li tilted her head to gaze downstairs, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That was the person she wished to protect. How could she bear to let a nightmare torment him for so many years? On those nights when he fell asleep, cradling a tiny cub, the haunting memories of nightmares would awaken him from slumber. His little body would tremble in fear, chilled to the bone, as those nightmares tormented him day and night. How could the little cub closest to him remain unaware? Kai never anticipated that her host had long resolved not to be the subdued minor antagonist under the protagonist's shadow. After all, as Kai had previously stated, these were merely flawed little worlds in need of repair, allowing for bold creativity. The next day, in the one-on-one competition, without any unforeseen events, Qi and Bulu remained, along with Qinghua's companion Bai. The other participants were eliminated, leaving only 23 out of the original 300. Qi stood at the forefront. Tribe leader. I choose to challenge beyond my rank, starting from the 5th-ranked warrior. Casting a glance at Luo Li, who smiled encouragingly from below, Qi also curled his lips in a smile and turned to speak. What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Qi's declaration. It should be noted that those on the ranking list had all ascended through numerous competitions, each possessing remarkable strength, having previously triumphed over the others. Although the rules indeed allowed for rank-skipping challenges, most only dared to skip up to 10 ranks. No one had ever challenged the top 5 warriors on their first attempt. Even Qi's father had only begun his challenges from the 10th-ranked warrior. To start with a rank skip meant relinquishing any chance of a second opportunity, should one fail. There would be no further chances to compete, potentially even losing their ranking on the warrior list. Thus, while some may choose to skip ranks, they would typically secure a position within the top 100 first, thereby ensuring their place on the warrior list. There is no denying that Qi's audacity and confidence were indeed commendable. Have you considered this carefully? In contrast to the astonished murmurs of the crowd, the tribe leader appeared unperturbed. Lower-tier beasts are unable to perceive the strength of those just 1 or 2 ranks above them. To many tribe members, Qi still seemed merely a half-grown, ordinary cub eligible to compete. However, the tribe leader and the top 20 warriors were aware of Qi's true capabilities. Thus, they were not surprised, but rather filled with anticipation. Yes, Qi nodded affirmatively. Good, Muta, you shall compete. Watching Qi, the tribe leader smiled and called out. A towering figure, around 2 meters tall, emerged from the crowd, readying himself for battle. Qi, you may begin. As soon as those words were spoken, the opponent launched an assault, and Qi promptly reacted with agility. Initially, the tribe members, who had closed their eyes, fearing the disparity in Qi's strength, were astonished to witness an exchange of blows. My brother never boasts. Amidst the astonished discussions, the girl's voice rang out, steadfast and proud. I choose to challenge, starting from the 30th-ranked uncle. Observing the commotion on stage, Baloo stepped forward and declared. Very well. Before the tribe leader could respond, The 30th ranked warrior laughed heartily in agreement. The remaining tribe members were astounded, and the other competitors felt helpless. These two little cubs, ha ha ha. It seems we cannot fall too far behind. I choose to challenge the 20th ranked. Bai, Qing Hua's companion, then spoke up, having already ascended to a 2-rank beast, possessing the strength to do so. In previous competitions, Bai had consistently secured victories just behind Qi, often placing second. All right, Bai. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The 20th ranked warrior was one who had participated in last year's competition. Originally, Bai was supposed to compete alongside him, but had sustained an injury and could not participate. Otherwise, he would have secured a spot among the top 20 long ago. Upon hearing Bai's words, the warrior responded with a hearty acknowledgement. The remaining 20 competitors exchanged glances. I challenge the 45th. I want 50, 51, 80, 95. Inspired by the two cubs, every participant chose to challenge beyond their ranks. Filled with fighting spirit, the warriors prepared themselves as they had in previous competitions, fully committed to defending their positions. Miraculously, in this round of rank-skipping challenges, every participant emerged victorious. The warrior rankings experienced a significant shift. Warriors previously displaced from the list, unwilling to concede defeat, also initiated challenges, eager for another opportunity to reclaim their standing. The rankings fluctuated multiple times, marking the onset of a 3-day cycle of battles. Remarkably, Qi steadily advanced, soon standing alongside the top-ranked warrior, Tu Lu, on the stage. Big brother, go for it. Defeat Uncle Tu Lu. Claim the title of the top warrior. Luo Li cheered for him from the sidelines, her excitement palpable. Others, too, felt an inexplicable tension rise, for they had witnessed Qi's prowess and sensed his ambition to claim the title of the first warrior. Could Qi indeed become their next champion? If tribe leader Feng were to witness this scene, he would surely be delighted. Suddenly, an elder from the tribe murmured softly. The offspring he left behind is remarkably strong. If Feng Zhuzhong were to witness this at the beast goddess side, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Why, keep it up. Qinghua is also leaping with excitement, determined to break into the top 15. Blue, defeat him. Beulah shouts enthusiastically. The other tribespeople are equally fervent, rallying support for those in the arena. Qi has finally transformed into his beast form. Suddenly, someone gasps in astonishment. Indeed, the 4 warriors challenging ahead are all confronting with their physical bodies. This very fact amplifies the tribe's astonishment at his exceptional strength. Unbeknownst to them, the tiny cub has already evolved into a formidable warrior. The black lion clashes with the larger yellow lion, displaying an unyielding vigor. For a fleeting moment, the tribespeople seem to glimpse their former Feng Zhuzhong, equally powerful, equally majestic, perhaps even stronger. Boom! The prolonged contest between the two titans culminates in the yellow lion collapsing to the ground. The black lion on the stage sways slightly, yet it raises its head high, gazing into the sky. Roar! Its long, resonant roar pierces through the forest. Father, I have made it. Chapter 99. My little female is raised by me. 19. Xian Mo. What are you doing? Why are you so afraid of them? As Lu Duo emerges from the woods, she notices Xian Mo's unusual reaction. Yet she remains oblivious to the underlying circumstances, leaving her puzzled by the words spoken by Luo Li shortly thereafter. You should rest. I will return shortly. However, Xian Mo shows no intention of explaining, instead returning to the tribe to convene with the others. This attitude leaves Lu Duo, who has been favored during this time, feeling a touch of displeasure. At that moment, Xian Mo's urgency to leave prevented her from retorting in time, leaving her feeling stifled. Both having traversed worlds, the woman merely arrived before her, gaining a slight advantage. What is there to boast about? After contemplating, Lu Duo's eyes glimmer as she stealthily approaches the cave where they are discussing matters to eavesdrop. They still harbor resentment from that incident years ago. Upon hearing Xian Mo recount the events from back then, the people of Tianyuan tribe are equally taken aback. Do you believe that rule can protect you for long? This particular statement evokes an inexplicable sense of threat among them. Perhaps we should return. After all, we have already located the goddess foretold in the prophecy. We can simply take her with us, suggests one individual. Although Xian Mo's father has atoned for the past by consuming poisonous herbs, the events are inextricably linked to their Tianyuan tribe. Had they been able to signal the other tribes in time, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. However, should they do so now, their entire clan would face annihilation. If they warn the other tribes to flee, their own tribe will be left to face the beast tide alone, resulting in the death of all their kin. They wish to survive too. They can only blame the other tribes for their lack of vigilance, for failing to notice the ominous beast tide. They merely lack the time to send out signals. It was not their intention to harm those tribes. Yet deep down, they all know the truth. The beast tide that can obliterate vast expanses of forest in a short time was deliberately concealed. How could the other tribes evade it? Tian Yuan tribe was clearly intended to serve as a buffer against the beast tide, although they were the first to encounter it. They suffered the least losses and even relocated their tribe overnight, which speaks volumes. The ones who harm you are always more aware of how unjust your demise is. However, winter is fast approaching, and our food supplies are still unprepared. Soon, we must enter hibernation. The notion of leaving resonates with many. Yet others voice the stark reality. They lack sufficient provisions, and winter is imminent. The cave falls into silence. Why must we flee? I can assist you. Amidst the stillness, a female voice suddenly breaks the silence as Lu Duo steps forward. I can teach you how to craft weapons to defeat them. I can also instruct you on how to keep warm. The sweet potatoes we found earlier can help us through this crisis. Upon her sudden entrance, the attendees are momentarily stunned, but their spirits lift upon hearing her words. Xian Mo rises to embrace her. How did you come here? Goddess, is what you say true? Of course. Ignoring Xuan Montak's query, Lu Duo nods. As she speaks, she produces a long knife and several other weapons, a metal rod, a cleaver, an electric baton, and a crossbow. Additionally, she reveals some food, including rice and flour. She hails from the end times, endowed with spatial abilities. That ordinary woman could never suppress her. Regrettably, guns and gunpowder were prioritized for those with combat abilities, so she could not obtain them. Otherwise, she could have resolved the issue with a single shot. No matter, she knows how to produce gunpowder, and there are materials from their recent excursions. What are these? The crowd gasps in further astonishment at the items she has unveiled. They are weapons. Lu Duo steps outside to test the items, and the crowd is even more amazed, subsequently kneeling in reverence. Thank you, goddess. With the goddess among us, our tribe is saved. Witnessing this, the people of Tian Yuan tribe rejoice and regain their confidence. Indeed, they have the goddess bestowed by the beast god. Why should they fear them? The host discovered that a few days ago, the small world experienced fluctuations due to the emergence of foreign objects. I investigated, and it was because Lu Duo brought forth items from the end times. She's already aware of Tian Yuan tribe's past and intends to assist them. Thus, she has retrieved some items from the end times to teach Tian Yuan tribe how to create them. They're now preparing to manufacture gunpowder. This information was gathered by Xiao Baikai, who has just learned that Lu Duo traversed from the end times. Listening to Kai Kai's words, Luo Li raises an eyebrow. Not overly surprised. Very well. Kai, do you still have the talismans and other items I asked you to keep? Yes. Xiao Baikai nods and produces a box full of talismans. Observing her host seated cross-legged on the ground, swiftly drawing talismans, Xiao Baikai is taken aback. Host, is talisman crafting not limited to the supernatural world? It hesitantly poses its question, to which Luo Li nods. Indeed, but did I not bring my intellect along? Relying not on talisman crafting, but on the memories stored in her mind. This world possesses spiritual energy, and talismans can be effective. Host, you're amazing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baikai exclaims in surprise, its eyes sparkling. Thank you for the compliment, Kai. Brother, come quickly. After making significant progress with her drawings, she calls for Qi. What is it? Upon hearing Luo Li's call, Qi quickly appears by her side. Observing the peculiar items before him, he looks perplexed and glances back, slightly shielding his view from the outside. It's fine. These are gifts from the beast god, derived from my innate abilities. Seeing his reaction, Luo Li waves her hand and smiles. Just returning from the challenge where he secured the title of the first warrior, Qi bears numerous injuries. Speaking of which, she affixes a talisman to him, and it swiftly transforms into green light, absorbed into his body. The wounds visibly begin to mend at an astonishing rate. Witnessing the scene, Qi is filled with astonishment. Li, is this a healing ability? Its effect surpasses that of Qinghua's witchcraft by a considerable margin. It could be considered so, Luo Li replies with a smile. She felt fortunate that Tsai's system produced nothing but exquisite items. The art of talisman drawing encompassed more than merely ghost catching. It was universally applicable throughout history. This knowledge likely originated from the age of cultivation, with numerous talismanic texts containing a diverse array of symbols, all usable as long as there was spiritual energy present. Moreover, Talismans related to ghost capturing could be utilized even without spiritual energy. Ashion, let's take a stroll, Lowly proposed, clutching several attack talisman papers, eager to test their potency. Certainly, she responded with a smile. Just as they stepped out of the tribe, two members of the Bird Beast clan hurried back, their expressions frantic as they rushed towards the chieftain's location. These were the scouts sent to observe the Tian Yuan tribe. It appeared they had received urgent news. Chi's gaze was fixed on them, halting in his tracks with a furrowed brow. Let's go take a look. We can venture out later, Lowly suggested. All right. Upon their arrival, they found the chieftain and Bulubula, along with the tribe's warriors, already gathered. There were many unfamiliar faces, though they were not truly new, as they belonged to the tribe. Chi, you have arrived just in time, the chieftain remarked, preparing to call out to them. As anticipated, the news brought back by the two tribesmen was that the Tian Yuan tribe had commenced preparations for weaponry. We have been observing from the shadows for quite some time and discovered that they're even capable of crafting hunting bows taught by that goddess. It seems they have found something within the territory of the Qing Yao tribe and have already challenged them for territory. I overheard them discussing something called gunpowder, a powerful weapon far superior to stone knives and hunting bows. That goddess claimed that if gunpowder is created, it could easily annihilate a tribe. Hearing this, the expressions of the tribe members turned serious. Lowly sighed inwardly. It was indeed better to be the protagonist. Despite their years of searching for resources, they had never encountered any materials for gunpowder. Yet Lu Duo found them effortlessly. Chieftain, we have detected the presence of those snake beasts near our territory. Just as they finished speaking, another tribesman rushed over to report. Where? Lowly inquired, narrowing her eyes. Shortly thereafter, they followed the tribesmen to the location. Upon detecting the snake beast's scent at the edge of their territory, Lowly wrinkled her nose in disdain and leaned closer to Chi, whose faint scent of wood was quite pleasant. Ashion, I suspect they are searching for something. Please, take a look around and see if there are any unusual scents. Reflecting on the messages brought back by Tsai and the tribesmen, Lowly spoke up. The Tian Yuan tribe's territory is currently quite small. It is impossible for them to possess all the necessary materials. They must have found the gunpowder materials at the Qing Yao tribe, and their presence here must also be for that reason. Host, it is sulfur, an essential material for making gunpowder. As soon as Lowly finished her sentence, Xiaobai returned after a brief flight around the area. Such a valuable resource is located right at the edge of our territory, near the Tian Yuan tribe. It is clearly something set aside for the protagonist. Regrettably, it was still within Lowly's domain. Upon hearing this, Lowly's expression shifted, and the other tribesmen dispersed to search for materials. Chi and Bulu led the way with Lowly, while the chieftain accompanied the remaining tribesmen. After walking for a while, Chi seemed to sense something and guided them in a specific direction. The scent of snake beasts, and that of the female as well. Not long after, Bula wrinkled his nose and muttered. He had encountered Lu Duo and recognized the scent. Up ahead, Chi announced. The others gathered around as Chi held Lowly and walked a short distance, stopping at the foot of a hill covered in yellow stones. They all took a whiff and wrinkled their noses. What a strange smell. Li, are you familiar with this? Considering Lowly's innate abilities, the tribesmen looked at her expectantly. I am not familiar with it. However, this place is saturated with the scent of snake beasts. They are likely searching for these peculiar smelling stones. Listening to the others, Lowly fell into silence for a moment before shaking her head. Gunpowder is not like cold weapons. Its emergence would undoubtedly disrupt the current state of peace across the continent, and thus, it must not come to fruition. I will not allow it to happen. Guai, can you collect all of them into the space? I recall the marketplace might accept such resources. Of course. Upon hearing her words, Xiaobai's eyes lit up, seemingly envisioning a multitude of points being credited to her account. If they were challenging the Qing Yao tribe in search of resources, they might also challenge us for territory. Nodding at Lowly's words, Chi replied, Indeed, let us await their approach. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chi's words, everyone appeared calm, even somewhat eager. The challenge for territory was a matter of life and death. This was an opportunity for them to seek vengeance, and naturally, they anticipated it. Let us return and discuss this further, the chieftain said, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as he clenched and released his fists before addressing the tribesmen. Understood. Lowly left Xiaobai behind. Unseen by anyone, Xiaobai stood where Chi had previously been, touched the ground, and all the sulfur vanished in an instant. Then, with a cheerful wave, a pile of fakes appeared in its place. After completing everything, it scampered to catch up with its host. Host, I sold all that sulfur to the marketplace for 3,000 points. We should seek out more mines in the future. Well done, sighed Sai. However, let us refrain from mining. It is quite difficult to find. Lowly replied with a smile, contemplating as she tucked away the few drawn explosive talismans. In the following 2 days, the tribesmen of the Jinshi tribe diligently trained their bodies, sharpening their claws. Occasionally, someone would saunter to the tribe's entrance, as if anticipating something. Meanwhile, on the other side, after 2 days of holding out, the Qingyao tribe, who had successfully slain 9 snake beasts on the challenge platform, finally ceased their efforts. Stop. We concede. That territory belongs to you. Had I known this would happen, why not surrender sooner? Watching the defeated, feathered folk, Lu Duo smiled triumphantly, seemingly pleased with herself. However, the expressions of Xianmo and the others behind her were not quite as favorable. They could discern that the Qingyao tribe was seizing this opportunity to avenge past grievances, conceding territory without losing a single tribesman, whereas the Tian Yuan tribe, despite their victory, had lost nearly 10 warriors. Those were the strong members of their tribe. Yet the fierce determination to take down an opponent that the Qingyao tribe exhibited was something they lacked, and they were indeed influenced by the Qingyao tribe's momentum. Furthermore, there were 3 shamans within the Qingyao tribe continuously healing their members, while they had no shamans, and the so-called goddess could not assist them. Huh! Hearing Lu Duo's words, the chieftain of the Qingyao tribe suddenly laughed, casting a cryptic glance at Xianmo and the others behind him. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the Tian Yuan tribe darkened further. Lu Duo frowned, but just as she was about to speak, she was already pulled away by Xianmo. Let's go. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lu Duo furrowed her brow. Do we not win? Why are you not happy? Yet, given the situation, she dared not speak too loudly, only whispering. However, the orc's keen hearing had picked up her words long ago. Duo, have you gathered the materials you need? Xianmo countered her question with one of his own. Almost. I only need the materials from the Jinshi tribe, and then defeating a tribe will merely require 2 bags of explosives. The sacrifices we make today are undoubtedly worthwhile for the future of our tribe. Observing his reaction, Lu Duo seemed to understand something and gently began to paint a brighter picture, hoping to mitigate any displeasure her previous words may have caused. When the female Qingyao went to assist the Qingyao tribe's orcs with their healing, she was also aware of Xuanmo and his companions' gazes. Yet, she felt powerless, as she was neither a healer nor possessed any wood-based abilities. Let us reconvene in a couple of days before we approach the Jinshi tribe. Upon hearing her words, Xuanmo and the others appeared somewhat more relaxed, albeit only slightly. Lu Duo opened her mouth, feeling reluctant to wait. But upon observing the expressions of Xuanmo and his companions, she chose to remain silent and acquiesced. Very well. Strangely, it seemed that the orcs from the nearby tribes had received some news, as they were particularly vigilant about their territories. Even attempting to procure a mere token was met with refusal. After returning to the Tianyuan tribe, the clansmen learned of their successful acquisition of territory. Yet they too could not find joy in the victory. Goddess, can you truly assure us that what we create will indeed be useful? Of course. Lu Duo replied confidently, without a second thought. Good. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clansmen softened somewhat, casting a deep gaze at Lu Duo. They were pinning all their hopes on this occasion. 3 days later, Chieftain, the people from the Tianyuan tribe have arrived. They bring many strong warriors, and the goddess is among them. The messenger, transformed into a great lion, spoke excitedly, instinctively clawing at the ground in anticipation. The other tribe members brightened at this news, sharpening their claws in eagerness. Let's go out and see what they desire. The chieftain waved his large hand, his eyes filled with martial spirit. A brother, Lowly exclaimed upon hearing the news, reaching out to grasp Chi's arm tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Chi skillfully lifted her, and they stepped outside to find many orcs from the tribe bringing their young females as they headed towards the tribe's entrance, clearly expressing their eagerness for the Tianyuan tribe's visit. We come today because our tribe intends to choose a new territory, and the Shina forest is quite suitable for us. Chieftain Jinshi, these prey are tokens of our sincerity. In addition to these, we are willing to offer a piece of forest land from the Tianyuan tribe in exchange for the Shina forest. By the time Lo Li and the others arrived, the Tianyuan tribe had already begun negotiations with the chieftain. However, having suffered a setback at the Qingyao tribe, they opted not to directly challenge, but rather to barter land and the prey they brought. A dozen large prey was a considerable offering. Yet the Jinshi tribe was not particularly impressed. The Shina forest was the one near the Sulphur Mountains. Upon hearing Xuanma's words, many of the Jinshi tribe members revealed subtle expressions of disappointment. Oh, we refuse the exchange. No territory of the Jinshi tribe will be traded with the Tianyuan tribe. The chieftain flashed a disingenuous smile and outright declined. At this declaration, the Tianyuan tribe members visibly stiffened. It was known that they possessed only 5 forest territories. Offering one along with so much prey was already a significant gesture of goodwill. Little did they expect the Jinshi tribe. But Xuanma was also a person capable of bending and yielding. Hearing the chieftain's words, he paused for a moment, but soon wore a smile again. We assure you that the forest we are offering in exchange is untouched by hunters. Perhaps Chieftain Jinshi could discuss it further with your people before making a decision. It was truly a cunning maneuver, akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, as Tsaitsai rolled her eyes dramatically at Lo Li's shoulder. Do they really think they were the only clever ones in the world, with everyone else being fools? What kind of relationship do we have that you assume we would simply exchange? It is clear you harbor ill intentions and wish to treat others as fools. No need. You may leave. The chieftain feigned impatience, gesturing for them to depart. Upon hearing their father's words, Bula instinctively shifted, nearly unable to contain himself, fearing that they might actually leave. Ha! Lo Li buried her face in Chi's arm, unable to suppress a quiet laugh. Chi wore a somewhat helpless expression, yet instinctively shielded her from the gazes of others. However, in the next moment, he felt an uncomfortable stare and turned to find the female they had encountered in the forest previously. Chi frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. Lo Li too sensed something amiss and looked up, locking eyes with Lu Duodway's displeased face. Trash! At this, Lo Li smiled and silently mouthed a provocative challenge. With a sharp crack, the branch in Lu Duodway's hand snapped. If the chieftain of the Jinshi tribe believes our sincerity is lacking, we are willing to offer another piece of forest. The faces of the Tianyuan tribe members turned grim, but recalling their fallen comrades. Xuanma exchanged glances with the others and continued, this condition is quite tempting. A 1-for-2 exchange is something no tribe could refuse. However, this further exposed their ulterior motives. Refused, the chieftain maintained his disdainful demeanor, firmly rejecting the offer. The other members of the Jinshi tribe also expressed their disdain. Indeed, they are intentionally provoking us. Why can the Tianyuan tribe endure so much? Quickly, initiate a challenge. Hurry, hurry. My claws are itching. These despicable snakes were dragging their feet. Were they not beasts? Could they not act? In truth, their hearts were already impatient. Seeing this scene, Xuanma's forced smile finally shattered. After exchanging glances with his clansmen, his expression turned cold. If that is the case, we can only challenge the Jinshi tribe. The Tianyuan tribe declared their intention to contest for the Shina forest, issuing a challenge to the Jinshi tribe. May the beast god witness, on the battle platform, life and death shall be disregarded. Chieftain Jinshi, do you dare accept? Of course. The chieftain immediately responded, as they awaited this very statement. The Jinshi tribe accepts the Tianyuan tribe's challenge. Victory will drive the Tianyuan tribe away and occupy one of their forest territories. Defeat will yield the Shina forest. May the beast god witness on the battle platform. Life and death shall be disregarded. As the chieftain concluded his statement, 2 beams of white light descended from the heavens into both tribes, forming a large square battle platform between them. This was the beast god's representation, signifying approval of their challenge. On the battle platform, life and death shall be disregarded. Observing the Jinshi tribe's eager anticipation, the Tianyuan tribe members' expressions darkened slightly. After exchanging glances, they turned to Lu Duodwa. In response, Lu Duodwa nodded, her eyes shimmering with confidence as if she held some assurance. According to the rules, each of us will select 20 strong warriors from our tribes for the challenge, and the number of victories will determine the winner. As the chieftain concluded his statement, the first 20 warriors from the Jinshi tribe stepped forward, including Chi, Bulu, and Bai. Each clenched their fists, unable to contain their excitement any longer. Lo Li and Bula Qinghua stood together, fists raised, cheering for them. The Tianyuan tribe members exchanged glances. Aside from a few retreating, the remaining warriors, along with Xuanma and Lu Duodwa, stepped forward, precisely 20 in total. The sight of a female among the challengers caused the Jinshi tribe members to frown. What does this mean? She spoke coldly. His brow furrowed as he glared at the pair who appeared to be confident of victory. Lu Duodwa raised an eyebrow, smiling as her gaze swept over the Jinshi tribe, finally resting on Lo Li and her companions. I recall there has never been a rule forbidding females from participating in challenges on the battle platform. Are you all truly afraid of a single female? Huh, who would fear you? Bulu laughed. Who would fear her or this group of ugly snakes? Allowing one female to compete seems rather shameless. In the mainland, there exists a regulation that forbids the orcs from harming females. From a young age, they are conditioned to refrain from attacking the weaker females. If a female ascends to the arena, under the constraints of such rules, the orcs, unable to retaliate, are destined for defeat. The Tianyuan tribe's decision to send a female into battle is precisely rooted in this strategy. The arena, which ought to be a venue for a contest of strength, has been manipulated by these vile serpents. Observing this, Luoli stepped forward and pulled out the last standing warrior, taking a step forward. If that is the case, then I shall compete with you, she declared coldly. At dosing lu dio. You choose to disregard the principles of martial ethics? Very well, then let us engage together. The expression of the Tianyuan tribe members visibly stiffened momentarily, but after exchanging glances, their demeanor returned to normal, now tinged with a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Lu Duo's eyes sparkled with a fierce glint. Her earlier gaze was intentionally aimed at provoking Luoli to take the stage, which suited her intentions perfectly. Li, come back. The other members of the Golden Lion tribe gasped in surprise at Luoli's actions, calling out with concern. The chief, Qinghua, furrowed his brow in worry. Yet Luoli reassured them with a wave of her hand. Since they have chosen to send a female warrior, we cannot afford to fall behind. Our Golden Lion tribe must secure victory. Upon hearing Luoli's words, there was a moment of silence. They were already aware of Tianyuan's motives for contending over territory. The situation had reached a critical point. If they did not allow Luoli to compete, they would certainly be defeated in this challenge. Considering the items they had previously discovered, conceding to Shina Forest would yield immeasurable consequences. Without that female, they would have had an absolute advantage in this challenge. They had been preparing for this day for many years with utmost confidence. Reflecting on this, they fell silent, yet their concern for Luoli persisted. Li, you return. Let me take your place. Qinghua glanced at Lu Duo across the arena, gritting her teeth as she stepped forward to speak. Li is still just a cub. We cannot allow a cub to fight. If anyone should go, it should be me. No, let me go. I can do this. Luoli insista. As the other females of the tribe also stepped up, grasping her arms, wishing to pull her back. They were all females who had been carefully nurtured, fragile and in need of protection. Yet faced with the tribe's adversaries, they exhibited unparalleled courage. Gazing at these elder sisters, Luoli felt warmth in her heart. She truly cherished her kind and nurturing kin. However, she resolutely shook off Qinghua and the others' hands. Trust me, do not forget. I grew up following Xiong and the others, she proclaimed with pride. Qi, Bulu, and the chief were the mightiest of the tribe, and she had been raised under their guidance. She was strong in her own right. But Li, Qinghua, please do not contest with me. I am capable, she asserted firmly, addressing the chief. Uncle Chief, let me participate. Interrupting Qinghua's words and facing Lu Duo's smug smile, Luoli's voice rang with determination. The chief looked at Luoli, then turned to Qi. Qi, being the one closest to Luoli, understood her uniqueness and her strength. Observing the fierce resolve in the young female, he opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. After confirming with Luoli by grasping her hand, he nodded to the chief. Only then did the chief grit his teeth and acquiesce. Very well, Li, you must ensure your own safety. All right, Luoli replied with a bright smile. Be cautious. Upon hearing Qi's admonition, Luoli nodded, acknowledging I understand. The disdainful expressions of those vile serpents had truly displeased her. The challenge begins. With that declaration, the chosen challengers could no longer be swapped. Initially, both sides opted to send forth their most stable and powerful combatants. On both sides, the contestants were second-tier orcs, their strengths evenly matched. Muta, Muta. The tribe members cheered fervently for below. Indeed, the first to take the stage was Muta, who had previously engaged with Qi, now recognized as their tribe's sixth warrior. The lion's might lay in its beastly form and powerful forepaws, while the serpent relied on its venomous fangs and formidable tail. The great serpent, with its vertical pupils, locked its gaze onto the lion and charged first. Muta, possessing ample combat experience, swiftly evaded. He then counterattacked, his massive claws leaving deep gashes on the serpent's tough skin. This was Muta's advantage. His forepaws were exceptionally sharp. The great serpent let out a pained hiss, quickly retaliating with its tail, sending the mighty lion staggering backwards. It then lunged forward again, its fangs laced with venom, capable of delivering a lethal bite. However, the lion evaded this assault yet again, and Muta discerned the serpent's intentions, beginning to guard himself while seeking opportunities to strike. In no time, the great serpent was covered in claw marks, while the lion bore several wounds from the serpent's sweeping tail. The ground was littered with the serpent's venom, as its aim was to spray the venom into the lion's wounds, but had yet to succeed. At this moment, facing the great serpent, whose breath was becoming unsteady, Muta's condition was evidently superior. Soon, the lion lunged once more, seizing the opportunity as the serpent turned to evade, revealing its true objective, and bit down fiercely on the serpent's neck. The stench of blood filled the air. The serpent's reflexes were quick, and almost simultaneously, it coiled its tail around the lion's body. The serpent's tail constricted tightly, squeezing the lion relentlessly, yet the lion did not relent. As the lion tightened its grip, the serpent's strength diminished considerably. The lion had seized the serpent's lifeline, but the serpent was already defeated. Even now, the serpent struggled, attempting to spray venom. Yet the lion held its head firmly down, exerting more force. With a sickening crunch, we have lost. As the great serpent's energy waned, Xian Mo clenched his fists and spoke rapidly. Just as he began to speak, the lion forcefully severed the serpent's neck. The members of the Tianyuan tribe turned pale instantly. Muta raised his head and spat the serpent's severed body onto the ground. I apologize, but you spoke too late. Driven by vengeance from the very beginning, they had no intention of allowing the Tianyuan tribe members to leave the arena alive. With their first victory, the morale of the Golden Lion tribe surged, and Muta was called down to receive treatment for his injuries. Upon seeing Muta's wounds, Qinghua gasped in shock. Luoli turned to glance at Qinghua, who quickly realized and stealthily retrieved the talisman Luoli had previously given her. As she covered the wound with her hand, she activated her innate skill to heal Muta while applying the talisman. Though others could not see it, Muta understood the significance of that small piece of paper and looked up in confusion. Qinghua silenced him with a gesture. Curse be it. In stark contrast to the atmosphere of the Golden Lion tribe, the Tianyuan tribe was suffocatingly tense. Gazing at their fallen companion, they instinctively turned to Lu Duo. Fists clenched. They couldn't help but doubt whether it was truly wise to heed Lu Duo's counsel to remain. By now, they had already lost 10 members of their tribe. I shall take the next match. At this moment, Lu Duo was also thoroughly displeased, questioning why they had lost yet again. To her, it felt as though the Tianyuan tribe lacked strength. They could not even best a mere feline. Truly pathetic. Very well. After a moment of silence, Xian Mo finally acquiesced to her demand. Before long, Muta's injuries had healed significantly, and he rejoined the combat team. He was quite astonished, for not long ago, he had sought Qinghua's assistance for treatment. Yet the results had not been as remarkable as today. Recalling how Qinghua had cast a glance at Li, Muta seemed to grasp the situation, turning to look at Luoli with gratitude. Thank you, Li Zai. Luoli was momentarily taken aback, then composed herself and smiled. You're welcome, Uncle Muta. Immediately afterward, the second challenge commenced. The Jinshi tribe had deliberated and prepared their next warrior, who paused and gazed toward Lu Duo. Ishadgal. With this, Luoli released Chi's hand and stepped forward to join Lu Duo on the stage. Take care of yourself, Chi hastily advised. The others felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing her on stage. In Lu Duo's eyes, there was a flicker of anticipation, an eagerness that was palpable. I lack a beast form. You wouldn't compare me unfairly using yours, would you? Lu Duo suddenly spoke, meeting Luoli's gaze, aware that women in this realm could also transform into their beast forms for combat. This would not be advantageous for her, hence her deliberate words. Luoli raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. That is acceptable. Her somewhat adorable beast form indeed lacked an imposing presence. Let's begin. With that declaration, Lu Duo lunged at Luoli. Chi's heart tightened. Having survived in the apocalypse, Lu Duo must have been stained with blood. Yet she relished playing the innocent flower. Luoli effortlessly evaded the seemingly fierce attack, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to Lu Duo's shoulder, sending her staggering back several steps, astonishment in her eyes. You have trained. Indeed. Luoli maintained a relaxed smile, her ethereal visage now exuding a commanding aura. I had to capture ghosts earlier. One cannot do so without skills. Huh, I underestimated you. Duo scoffed, launching another assault. Luo Li easily seized her incoming fist and flung her forward, causing Duo to crash to the ground. Although Luo Li appeared delicate, she had no issues taking on 5 of Duo's kind. Come again. She beckoned Duo like a playful puppy. A snicker escaped from the onlookers, leaving Duo's expression darkened. Behind her were a group with faces resembling those who had tasted something foul. Gritting her teeth, Duo charged once more, this time unleashing her full strength, targeting Luo Li's more vulnerable back. Yet Luo Li's reflexes were swift, consistently neutralizing her attacks and countering with ease. With a swift motion, Luo Li withdrew her leg, causing Duo to fall yet again, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled, resembling a wild woman, her form in disarray and marred with injuries. Her face bore several handprints, a testament to her humiliation. Dio, Xian Mo shouted from below. Duo's expression darkened at his call, coldly fixing her gaze on Luo Li. Do not get too complacent. TSK, the novice loves to boast, Luo Li replied, shaking her head. Vile creature, I will have your life. Enraged and shamed, Duo once again engaged Luo Li, recognizing Duo's intent as she drew closer. Luo Li anticipated her move. Seizing the opportunity to evade, Duo maneuvered behind her. In a flash, 2 gleaming blades appeared in Duo's hands, aimed directly at Luo Li's neck and heart. Li. The onlookers gasped at the sudden emergence of weapons in Duo's grasp, and she nearly rushed to intervene. However, in an instant, Duo was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. No one could discern how Luo Li had made her move. The blades were now in her possession. Before anyone could react, a series of silver flashes occurred, and Duo's eyes widened in shock as her hands fell limply to the ground. A deep gash marred her neck, and she stared in disbelief at Luo Li. You have no chance left. A hint of blood stained the corners of the girl's mouth, her smile both dangerous and enchanting. Yet her eyes retained an air of utmost innocence. What a pity. The juxtaposition of her bloodied, knife-wielding demeanor against her seemingly harmless gaze created a striking contrast, both perilous and alluring. Dio, Divin and Moiden. The members of the Tian Yuan tribe were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Just behind Luo Li, a massive green python surged from the crowd. It was Xian Mo roar. A jet-black lion materialized before her, swatting aside the python's attack. Hiss! A dozen more giant serpents suddenly surged from the Tian Yuan tribe, converging upon the black lion. The Jinshi tribe also sent forth several giant lions and bears. As the 2 factions clashed, Luo Li crouched amidst them, her knife in hand, while Duo lay before her, eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Those unblinking eyes gazed skyward, filled with disbelief and resentment, unwilling to close in death. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered above, pressing down upon the arena. Lightning flickering and thunder crashing, deafening in its intensity. Luo Li felt an overwhelming pressure, as if her very breath was being stifled, while bolts of lightning cascaded onto the stage. Yet this did not deter the fierce struggle between the tribes. Roar! Hiss! The sounds of beasts echoed through the air. A bolt of lightning struck perilously close to Luo Li, seemingly poised to strike her down. The tribe leaders rushed forward, desperate to pull her away, but an invisible barrier held them back. Li. Xinghua's voice was filled with urgency. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck near Luo Li. Qi and the others had reached her side, shielding her as they roared at the sky. They could not comprehend why the beast god would protect the Tian Yuan tribe, harming their young. This challenge had been sanctioned by the beast god. Witnessing the Tian Yuan tribe's impending defeat, should they now regret it? Observing the scorch marks on the ground, Luo Li snorted softly, gritting her teeth as she stood. Resolutely, she produced a fire talisman, casting it onto Duo, then raised her hand to extend her middle finger toward the heavens. The little Baikai nestled into her shoulder, anxiously biting its tiny hands, watching its host's actions with trepidation. Courage, truly a worthy host. The fire talisman ignited upon contact with Duo, flames consuming her even as the raindrops fell. Boom! The dark clouds above thickened ominously, rumbling incessantly, enveloping the battlefield in darkness. It seemed the beast god's bias had emboldened the Tian Yuan tribe. As serpents surged toward Luo Li, roar, The black lion's green eyes narrowed, decisively striking, sinking its teeth into the neck of one serpent. With relentless force, it dispatched the creature swiftly. Casting aside the lifeless serpent, more lightning struck at his feet as Chi evaded. Roar! Years of pent-up hatred and feelings of injustice toward the beast god's favoritism erupted at that moment. His voice brimmed with disbelief as he questioned why the deity they had always revered would aid serpents responsible for the deaths of countless beastmen. Wretched creatures! Xian Mo bellowed in a futile attempt to save Lu Duo's body. Turning to face the black lion, Xian Mo roared, and in an instant, lion and serpent clashed. However, in this moment of fury, Chi's power far surpassed his previous capabilities. While battling Xian Mo, he ruthlessly eliminated any serpent that dared approach Luo Li. Xian Mo was adorned with wounds, and the ground bore the remnants of many slain serpents. Chi had become a force of madness. At this moment, the black lion stood at the center of the battlefield, its body drenched in blood, while behind it stood a pure white little tiger. The little tiger seemed to deliberately shield itself from the ferocious lions and giant bears surrounding them, its pristine white fur starkly contrasting with the hellish blood-soaked arena. Observing the frenzied golden lion tribe, the remaining giant snakes felt a surge of panic within. The remaining giant snakes, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, attempted to retreat from the arena, only to be blocked by an invisible force. As the bolts of lightning intensified, they all struck towards Luo Li. Yet she nimbly evaded them using her beastly agility. An intangible layer of protection enveloped her, rendering the suffocating pressure ineffective against her. With a roar, the black lion halted the lightning midair. Unbeknownst to the others, the black lion had already subdued the green python, its claws piercing through the serpent's body. In an instant, the green python was torn apart, reminiscent of that helpless female being intentionally pushed back into the beast's hide, only to be shredded by the wild creatures. Shock and anguish filled the air. The black lion slammed its paw heavily upon the lifeless head of the green python, seemingly lamenting. The memories of his parents' demise resurfaced vividly before his eyes. Chi run! The little black cub was hastily led away, facing a sea of crimson, an endless horde of beasts. Recalling the moment when his father grasped his mother's hand, only to be engulfed and torn apart by the ferocity of the beasts. Xuan Montak, why did you run back? The voice of the snake beast echoed in his ears, scolding the playful cub for its reckless return. However, she had already cradled that little snake beast. Why did you push her back? She clearly would not die. Father had already arrived. It was merely a step away. Why? As he sank deeper into the chilling memories, warmth suddenly enveloped him. A familiar, gentle voice whispered in his ear. The little white tiger had appeared before him, leaning softly against his chest in a comforting manner. Its snow-white fur was stained with his grime. Brother. It looked up, its bright blue eyes filled with concern. Unbeknownst to him, the snakes on the battlefield had all fallen silent, and the surrounding tribespeople gazed at him with worry. It's fine. The black lion snapped back to reality, gently lowering its head to touch against the little tiger, responding softly. The dark clouds in the sky churned before finally dissipating into the horizon. Rays of light descended from above, illuminating the two figures of black and white. This scene captured the attention of all. Yet the once imbued reverence for the light had vanished. Thereafter, the continent returned to tranquility. The Golden Lion tribe regained its former happiness and joy, but the smiles on the tribespeople's faces bore a deeper authenticity than before. Upon learning of their defeat and the demise of their leader Xian Mo and the goddess, the Tian Yuan tribe departed hastily, only to be intercepted by other tribes. Whether they could escape remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, after that, the name of the Tian Yuan tribe was never heard again on the Beastman continent. 2 years later, Chi challenged the chieftain for the position. Chi, you must become the strongest warrior and the mightiest chieftain like father, protecting the tribe and safeguarding your mother, all right? Good, good. The youthful voices of childhood intertwined with the tone of his adolescence. Ultimately, as an adult, he did not disappoint the expectations his father had left him, becoming the most outstanding chieftain his father had envisioned. In the distance, a yellow and a white lion, accompanied by a little white tiger, rushed towards him. Chi, let us go. Brother, I must win this time. Transformed in her beast form, Luo Li looked up, her eyes shining brightly. All right, she responded with a gentle smile. Like in their childhood, the four of them ran freely in the forest. The little cub that once huddled alone in a cramped old den would no longer face a solitary future. Several years later, on the day of Luo Li's coming of age, she and Chi became partners. The next day, Chi, Lee just turned adult. Why did you have to become partners on the very day she matured? Couldn't we all remain single for just one more day? As a single beast, Bulubula's envy and frustration spread throughout the tribe. She remained silent, sitting under a tree, crafting a new leather skirt for Luo Li with a bone needle. Suddenly, he stiffened, his ears turning bright red. I'll head back first. After leaving a message for Bulu and the others, he hurried home. Upon returning, he saw Luo Li, still waking from slumber, sleepily tracing the partner mark with her fingertips. Brother, your mark looks beautiful. Hearing the noise, she looked up and smiled at him, her voice slightly hoarse, imbued with the softness of awakening. She then glanced down at the partner mark on her chest. This mark, a symbol of their bond after mating, represented their partnership. On her chest was a miniature version of a black lion, resembling Chi's appearance as a cub. Furthermore, her body was dotted with spots resembling plum blossoms. Huh, why does this mark seem to move? Grasping her curious hand that playfully caressed the mark, he swallowed hard. Well, Lee, take a closer look. Huh. The remainder of her words were swallowed, leaving only intermittent sobs. At the same time, upon his heart, there was a small white tiger identical to her cub form. As her emotions fluctuated, the little white tiger stirred, its claws gripping tightly. After 5 years of partnership, Luo Li gave birth to 2 cubs, one resembling Chi, a little black lion, and the other a little white lioness with fur akin to Luo Li's. Ah, why aren't they tigers? Observing the pair of little cubs holding hands, Luo Li's voice carried a hint of regret. Chi chuckled and embraced her tighter. Shall we have another? No. Although her current pregnancy cycle was quite brief, akin to ordinary lions and tigers, lasting around 100 days, her petite waist could hardly withstand the strain. Her legs trembled as she immediately refused. All right, I'll heed Li's wishes. Noticing her reaction, Chi's smile deepened, and he obediently nodded. You only listen to me now. You're completely unmanageable in bed. Upon hearing his words, Luo Li quietly retorted. In the next moment, he leaned closer. What did Li say? Nothing, you misheard. Luo Li flared up, standing abruptly and hurriedly fleeing. Laughter followed from Chi, a deep chuckle. The 2 little cubs nearby, confused by the scene, watched their father's joyful demeanor, mirroring his silliness as they too burst into giggles. As Luo Li ran a distance away, a smile crept onto her lips. Li, Gi, we're here. Before long, Bulu and Bala, along with Qinghua, had each brought their cubs over to visit. The small yard outside the wooden house echoed with the sounds of cubs frolicking, while inside, the adults shared laughter. Simple joys. World 5 completed. System space. Host. The fortune bestowed in this world amounts to 40 points. With 1,000 points, plus the 3,000 points from our mining, we have earned a total of 4,000. However, we caused the protagonist of this little world to perish, hence no merit points. Adding the data from these 2 worlds, here is the current data sheet. Points, 6,000, 1,000. For 1,000, total 11,000 points. Fortune value, 90, 40, 40, 170. Merit value, 90, 40, 130. In the previous supernatural world, these 2 items each increased by 40. Luo Li calmly glanced at the data before hastily turning to Xiao Bai Kai. Kai, what you said last time is true, right? After I complete my tasks, I can retire to other worlds, and can these points truly be exchanged for money? Of course, Kai would never deceive the host. 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. 11,000. So now I have 11,000 points. Luo Li's eyes sparkled as 2 golden coins seemed to float from her gaze, and she grasped Kai's small hand. Let's go. Kai, we must continue. Time waits for no one. We must strive for our future comfortable life. All right, host. Just as the 2 were about to disappear, the system emitted a familiar notification sound. Following that was Xiao Bai Kai's excited voice. Host, the main deity, said we helped to rectify the chaos and modify the protagonist's role of good and evil being reversed. We each received a reward of 2,000 points. Luo Li exclaimed, You tell your big radish that I want to give it a 5-star rating. A flood of likes. They're all good people. I love them dearly. In chapter 106, the little zombie is very obedient. A little zombie clad in a tattered white princess dress trudged forward with stiff, awkward movements, her dress stained with dark red blood and torn to shreds. Her skin as pale as paper. She turned her neck stiffly, her dark, bright eyes scanning her surroundings, occasionally opening her mouth to emit a series of clicking sounds. As she raised her head, her delicate, youthful face became evident, despite the grime, making her appear as a beautifully shattered doll. Unlike other zombies, Her skin bore no signs of rotting. It was smooth and unblemished. If not for her rigid gait, it would be hard to discern that she was a zombie. Listening to her own sounds, the little zombie's expression stiffened for a moment as a mask of pain emerged in her heart. Kai Kai, this noise is truly maddening. When will I ever speak human language again? And can't you block my sense of smell? The meat they are eating smells so delicious. She gazed at a nearby group of zombies gnawing on decaying flesh, unable to suppress another series of clicks. Though she internally resisted the thought of human flesh, her physiology was unyielding. The repulsive meat somehow smelled enticing. What torment! Host, your sense of smell hasn't fully recovered yet. The original body had completely rotted away, and we have only just started to restore the surface. The internal functions are still not operational. All of this is merely an instinctual illusion of a zombie. We should not look. Xiao Bai Kai spoke sin so li. If we don't look, we want to crave it. Damn it, I can hardly control myself. Luo Li lifted her stiff arm with difficulty, turning her head away, redirecting her gaze. Revenge first, revenge first. We must focus on our tasks. Our will must be steadfast. We cannot let the passing food distract us. Before the apocalypse erupted, Luo Li's original self had been a sheltered princess, nurtured in a greenhouse. As the daughter of a wealthy magnate, she grew up carefree, with her own interests and excellent academic performance. She was sweet and gentle, resembling a delicate doll, and her upbringing instilled in her exceptional manners and pure kindness. She was the epitome of the ideal daughter, praised by all. However, her innocence and kindness did not yield favorable outcomes. When the zombie outbreak first began, her father, a powerful magnate, received first-hand information and immediately began preparations. He gathered supplies and drove to retrieve family members. Nevertheless, the speed of the outbreak far exceeded their preparations. Before her parents could reach her, the original owner was betrayed by her closest and most trusted friend, Su Qingyu, who thrust her into the jaws of the zombies that had suddenly invaded the school. By the time her family arrived, they found only Su Qingyu and the mangled remains of the original owner. Upon seeing the family, Su Qingyu twisted the truth, claiming that the original owner died, saving her, pleading sorrowfully for them to take her along. Little did she know that the original owner had been on the phone with her parents at the time of her betrayal. Understanding the truth, the original owner's parents sought revenge, only to be cruelly murdered by the cunning Su Qingyu, who conspired with classmates to use them as bait against the zombies. In truth, Su Qingyu had been aware of the phone call. Her actions had been calculated, intending to eliminate the original owner's family. The more beautiful something was, the more she envied it, yearning to destroy it. Su Qingyu had been a classmate of the original owner since elementary school, always overshadowed by her brilliance in every aspect: grades, appearance, talent, and family background. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she had no ability to compete, but in chaos, she became the ruler. However, she forgot that in a patriarchal family, without the original owner's family support, she would have been a pitiful creature unable to complete middle school, forced to drop out and work to support her family. In her parents' eyes, she was merely a burden, a tool to pave the way for her brother. Without the original owner's family, she would not have had the opportunity to live her current life, escape her origins, attend a good university, and receive substantial monthly support. Biting the hand that feeds you indeed. The original owner's deep regret and hatred were captured by the system. Her greatest regret was not heeding her parents' warnings. Bad bamboo rarely produces good shoots because their roots are the same. The original owner's wish: to kill Su Qingyu for revenge. To find her sister who is working in another city and is not in this city. The little zombie continued her awkward march forward, her mouth uncontrollably emitting strange sounds. This task posed some challenges. They had arrived a little late. It had already been a month since the apocalypse erupted, and many changes had occurred. Mindless zombies had begun to develop cores. Where was Su Qingyu now? It was indeed difficult to find her. As for the original owner's sister, even harder to locate. Their master was also elusive. This broken leg is painfully slow. Xiao Baikai silently noted her host's growing agitation. Host, the system detects that they should be in the west. West. The little zombie paused, her stiff body lifting to survey the overcast sky, devoid of sunlight. Up north. Down south. Left west. Right east. The sound seemed to soften a bit. Host, you're going the wrong way. Who taught you that? It's completely inaccurate. The little zombie fumed. In Chapter 107, the little zombie is very obedient to Luo Li, who had struggled just days before, now moved effortlessly, covering 5 meters with each step. The exhilarating sensation of instantaneous movement was something she felt she could relish all day. She turned her gaze to a nearby zombie, a flicker of light igniting in her dark eyes. In an instant, that zombie became a marionette devoid of consciousness, as she controlled it to raise its arms and legs, awkwardly dancing in place. Ah. The little zombie's voice, merely a sound, betrayed her current joy. So, zombies can possess special abilities, especially speed and psychic powers of the wind. How marvelous! Listening to her host's words, Xiao Baikai nodded, flipping through the data to explain. Indeed, but it's quite rare for zombies to manifest abilities in the early stages. Typically, only zombie kings might possess them, and according to data, they should gradually develop abilities in the later stages. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, this area experienced 3 consecutive days of torrential rain. The rain, imbued with an enigmatic energy, served as the catalyst for the emergence of the zombies. Those who were caught in the downpour began to undergo mutations, transforming into zombies. Others, however, awakened their latent supernatural abilities, becoming practitioners of such powers. The awakening of these abilities varied depending on individual genetic predispositions. Given the current condition of the host, it was evident that the original owner was also destined to awaken their powers. Yet before they could do so, they met an untimely demise and were subsequently infected by the oral transmission of the zombie virus, becoming one of the undead. After our arrival, the system repaired this body, inadvertently triggering the awakening of its abilities. It appears that we possess dual powers, placing us among the more formidable beings within the current zombie ranks. Listening to Kai Kai's words, Luo Li nodded in agreement, but suddenly furrowed her brow, turning her head to survey her surroundings and inhaling deeply. Her body had been restored by the system, regaining her sense of smell, yet her limbs remained stiff, a testament to her undead state, essentially a lifeless husk devoid of humanity. As a corpse, it was natural for her to exhibit signs of rigor mortis. Nevertheless, Kai Kai had mentioned that with more practice and training, she would gradually regain her former agility. However, she had just caught a whiff of the scent of a living person. This was a city overrun by zombies. Who would dare venture here? Could it be another practitioner of supernatural abilities? Excitement bubbled within her. Perhaps she had finally found the one she had been searching for in this western area. With a swift motion, she teleported a couple of times, but quickly regained her composure, resuming her stiff, zombie-like gait. Her dark eyes, obscured by her long hair, shone with an unusual brightness, betraying her undead guise. This scene did not go unnoticed by a man clad in a black tactical jacket in the distance, who regarded her with a hint of surprise as his brown eyes flickered. The resources in this area were indeed abundant. A voice of awe emanated from within. Wang Yi, what are you looking at? The front has been cleared. We need to hurry and gather supplies. A companion, noticing his momentary pause, expressed confusion and urgency, prompting him to respond. It's nothing, Jiang Wang replied, returning to focus without delay. He swiftly entered the area to collect the resources, observing the quantity he could gather, 3 times that of an ordinary spatial ability user. The eyes of his teammates sparkled with admiration for his strength. In a world where most were merely novice practitioners, Jiang Wang had already reached the 3rd level of power, and both of his abilities were at that level. Possessing dual abilities was a mark of exceptional strength, placing him firmly among the elite. Such a powerhouse was indeed someone to be revered. Let us move, Jiang Wang instructed once the supplies were secured, stepping to the front of the group. As he did so, all the zombies instinctively parted to allow him passage. His companions followed closely, maintaining silence to avoid disturbing the subdued undead. Wang Gu, your mental abilities are truly remarkable. They dared to whisper their admiration only after successfully reaching a safe zone. Had they not teamed up with Jiang Wang, their journey would have been fraught with peril. Jiang Wang, however, merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, a diminutive zombie, concealing itself behind a nearby wall, caught wind of their conversation. Its head turned slightly, peeking at the man. Is he truly a mental type? She pondered. It feels more like a display of power suppression. As a genuine practitioner of mental abilities herself, she had not sensed any mental fluctuations from him. Rather, it resembled the behavior of lower-tier zombies, who would cower in fear upon seeing her. Perplexed, the little zombie made a sound barely noticeable, quickly swallowed by the cacophony of moans from the surrounding undead. Yet Jiang Wang noticed, his peripheral vision catching sight of the small, furry head. He raised an eyebrow slightly, bemused. What are you doing, waiting here like a sitting duck? Once they had moved a considerable distance away, the little zombie began to follow them, her movements awkward and sluggish. At least she had the sense to find something to conceal herself, avoiding detection. She wasn't entirely foolish. Beep, favorability level, 5. Upon hearing this sound, the little zombie paused, her eyes lighting up with delight as she stealthily trailed behind. Apparently, he favored her kind. In this zombie-infested city, their journey was filled with stealth and caution, and the little zombie managed to keep pace. Initially, it was manageable within the city, where walls and zombies provided ample cover. However, once they successfully reached the open road, the wide expanse made concealment increasingly difficult. The small zombie seemed acutely aware of this change, adopting a stealthy approach, even occasionally lying on the ground to mimic a corpse. Jiang Wang, while carving a bloody path with his teammates, discreetly reserved some energy to observe her. He found her little antics amusing. Her awkward attempts to blend in were endearing. She was quite small, yet remarkably bold, daring to follow them despite the numerous zombies that had fallen at their hands. Utilizing his powers was demanding and required careful management of energy. As they neared the city's exit, Jiang Wang seized his mental control and began to rely on his physical strength to forge a path. Just as he turned to dispatch 2 more zombies, the little zombie appeared to be confronted by another. A muscular, hulking zombie blocked her path, seemingly possessing a degree of intelligence, one of the rare undead that had begun to develop a core. The little zombie's voice faltered, realizing the danger, and her steps quickened in a frantic attempt to evade. The large zombie, with a simple grip, ensnared her arm, rendering her immobile, while its hand reached for her head. It was aware that this little zombie possessed a core within, one that could enhance its strength. With immense power, the large zombie tightened its hold, and the little one's panic escalated. In an instant, the hulking figure froze, releasing her as it staggered away, surrounded by other zombies that quickly engulfed it. Within moments, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind a green core that one of the zombies pushed toward her before hastily retreating. Such scenes of zombies feasting upon one another were commonplace in this chaotic world, so the commotion failed to alert the nearby practitioners accompanying Jiang Wang. The little zombie glanced at the man, as if understanding something, and obediently grasped the core from the ground, resuming her stiff, shuffling gait to follow him closely. Chapter 108. The little zombie is quite obedient. 3. She yearned to keep up with them, but their vehicle sped away, and her teleportation couldn't match their pace. Exhausted, she had taken a brief rest, only to lose track of them. Clutching the core and lowering her head, her expression turned sorrowful as she trudged onward until darkness enveloped the world. In this apocalyptic realm, devoid of sun and moon, night fell into an impenetrable blackness. Wasn't it said that zombies could see in the dark? Why was she unable to? It felt just like her vision from when she was still human. Frustrated, the little zombie stumbled into a wall of flesh. The density felt firmer than her own decaying form. The scent wafting from it was tantalizing. She felt an urge to bite. As she opened her mouth to gnaw at his arm, Jiang Wang chuckled softly, raising his hand to gently close her jaw. You seem to have no qualms about what you consume. The zombies that emerge at night are significantly more challenging to deal with than those during the day, rendering movement inadvisable. Thus, their group sought a secure location for a temporary respite, and it was during the night watch that he ventured out. To his surprise, this little zombie was quite persistent. Having followed him for dozens of kilometers, her calves surprisingly agile. I have already given you the core. Why do you insist on following me? Ignoring the little zombie's grievances, he playfully pinched her somewhat chubby face, discovering that her skin was unexpectedly soft, unlike the rigidity of other zombies. You smell delightful. Quite attractive. Understanding her implication, Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. So you follow me without fear of being sold? Do not forget, I am capable of exterminating zombies. After a brief pause, he bent down to meet her gaze, tapping her on the head, an action that inexplicably conveyed a sense of danger. With a little head like yours, I could easily squash you. His tone bore a hint of menace, causing the little zombie to shiver. Indeed, she froze for a moment, her eyes wide, before quickly regaining her boldness. You are handsome, and I am too. She was beautiful, and so was he. Attractive zombies would not harm one another. Amused by the little zombie's foolish yet seemingly proud demeanor, Jiang Wang couldn't suppress another laugh. As he drew closer, the faint scent of pine wafted from him, pleasantly fragrant. He brushed aside her hair that nearly obscured her eyes, scrutinizing her features and nodding earnestly. You are right. You are indeed lovely. I do not kill beautiful zombies. However, my destination is a human base, which is not a suitable place for you. Just stay here. Do not follow me, little one. Be obedient. He had surveyed the area, confirming that it was inhabited solely by low-level zombies, and in her state, she could roam freely here. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. She looked tender, almost like a little potato, though she was already in her second year of college. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, prompting him to adopt a tone suitable for addressing a child. Having spoken, he did not wait for the little zombie to respond and turned to leave. He left her calling after him, while the other zombies nearby were momentarily stirred by her cries. Yet Jiang Wang's silhouette remained unaffected. In the end, Luo Li sat down in frustration. She had feigned vulnerability, acted weak, and attempted to charm him, only to have him decisively abandon her. Her heart felt cold. Yet, he was indeed correct. The human base was not a place for a zombie like her. Ding, affection level 10, current affection value 15. Hearing this notification, her spirits lifted considerably. Guy, how long will it take for my body to soften a bit? Today's exertion should suffice, right? At this rate, would she soon be able to mingle among humans and masquerade as one? Pretending to be human would greatly benefit her in completing tasks. After consuming that core, and based on today's performance, perhaps about half a month, Little Bai Kai estimated. If the host levels up more quickly, it could be even sooner, as each upgrade leads to evolution and the body will undergo changes. As for what changes? Well, becoming increasingly human-like. Understood. Luli Nudda. I shall proceed to slay monsters. However, as she neared the human base, zombies with cores became increasingly scarce, for the area surrounding the base had been thoroughly cleaned out. If she wished to upgrade using cores, she would need to venture farther afield. Contemplating this, she hurried toward the direction Jiang Wang had departed, carefully following his scent to find her way. Upon returning to the resting area, Jiang Wang spotted the little zombie stealthily trailing behind him. I'm leaving now. I will come back to play with you later. Seeing this, he frowned, about to speak when the little zombie preemptively chimed in. After finishing her words, she turned without a hint of regret and walked away. Jiang Wang called out, "Little one." Observing her direction, it seemed she intended to head back. He hesitated, but ultimately decided against saying anything further. Leaning lazily against the wall with his weapon in hand, he closed his eyes to rest. It was rare to encounter a clever little one. He hoped she would not get herself into trouble, for that would be a pity. After all, compared to the mindless zombies that only knew how to consume, this little creature was undeniably special. Unbeknownst to Luo Li, who was wholeheartedly focused on slaying monsters and advancing her career, Jiang Wang's thoughts were elsewhere, observing the affection value of 15 on the system screen. Alongside a progress bar of 0 for the original host, she understood that her journey remained long and arduous. Off we go. How do I consume this? Raw. As she walked, she raised a core in her hand to inquire. Little Bai Kai, having been prompted, checked the information. Host. Try gathering your physical strength in your hand and then absorb it? All right. However, after attempting, it seemed ineffective. Then you should eat it raw. Guy, please help me clean it. That large, unsightly piece was difficult to stomach, and the mere thought of it was somewhat unappetizing. Before long, Little Bai Kai had thoroughly cleaned it. The filthy little zombie, with only her hands and face clean, held the core and began to nibble at it. Crunch, crunch. It lacked flavor, was quite hard, and strained her teeth, but fortunately, her teeth were strong. After finishing, she felt no significant change. The little zombie stiffly waved her hand, searching for targets among the crowd of zombies. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and one of the zombies suddenly stopped and stood still. In the next moment, the little zombie swiftly darted past, and when next observed, she held an orange core in her grasp. Behind her, that zombie collapsed, its head crushed. Dual abilities are truly effective. Little Bai Kai, is this one the same color? Can I eat it? It should be fine, right? Let's give it a try. The preceding dialogue stemmed from two novice adventurers in the apocalyptic world. All right, I'll give it a try. It tastes terrible. The little zombie complained, but obediently finished it nonetheless. Chapter 109. The little zombie is quite obedient 10 days later. Luo Li's efforts bore fruit. Her limbs had become significantly more coordinated and supple, her appearance now resembling that of a normal human, provided she refrained from speaking. For some reason, everything had improved except her ability to articulate. Her tongue simply refused to cooperate, causing her to emit heh instead. But that was all right. She could pretend to be mute. At this moment, she donned a black Lolita outfit, resembling a delicate doll. The clothes were scavenged from the mall over the past few days. Her small face was undeniably suited to this style. Girls should boldly explore various aspects of themselves. She expressed great satisfaction with her current self. Su Qingyu, what's wrong? A petite figure swiftly flitted past in the distance, causing Su Qingyu to halt abruptly, her expression one of astonishment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that figure vanished, as if it had merely been an illusion. The boy accompanying her noticed her unusual behavior and took the opportunity to express concern. Are you all right? It's nothing. Su Qingyu shook her head at the voice, offering a gentle smile in response, though her complexion paled as she reassured herself internally. It cannot be her. She has been dead for a long time. Shall we proceed? Hearing her words, the boy nodded and did not press further. Soon, their group turned the corner and headed in another direction. Just as they departed, the petite figure appeared at the spot where Su Qingyu had just stood. Finally found you. Observing the direction, Su Qingyu had vanished. Luo Li softly spoke. Her bright black eyes now filled with a cold glimmer. Her youthful face was exquisitely delicate. When confronting adversaries, she resembled a sinisterly beautiful doll. Host, Jiang Wang and the others have also arrived. Little Bai Kai whispered from her shoulder, offering a reminder. Understood. At this, Luo Li regained her composure, reverting to her originally innocent and harmless demeanor. A glance at her would suggest she was a well-behaved student, the kind who could still assist in counting money even if sold. No doubt about it. You all head over there. I will handle this side with Brother Wang. All right. A group of individuals split into two paths, swiftly gathering supplies. It was during this moment that Luo Li made her appearance, hiding in a small courtyard within a city village, precisely at the location where Jiang Wang and his companions were about to collect resources. Their previous base, although the first to be established after the apocalypse, was hastily prepared with unsuitable selection of land and construction conditions. As the number of zombies continued to rise, their base had become increasingly perilous. Consequently, the base's supernatural beings made the decision to relocate, having already identified a suitable new site. Naturally, the first team, led by Jiang Wang, was entrusted with this crucial task of gathering supplies. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu and her team had a similar mission, tasked with collecting resources as well. Such courtyards typically contain storage areas akin to warehouses. Familiar with the layout, Jiang Wang and his group, after ensuring safety, headed straight for a reinforced iron door. This door had been fortified, featuring an outer iron gate and an inner security door, but for them, it posed no significant challenge. Zhou Cheng raised his hand, channeling his powers, and within moments, two holes appeared where the doorknob used to be. As the door swung open with a dull thud, it startled the two, who quickly steadied themselves to avoid causing further noise. Once they secured the items, Zhou Cheng exhaled in relief, only to notice a small girl, dirty and disheveled, huddled in the corner, watching them with a mix of fear and caution. Clutching a machete, she appeared to have been hiding there for quite some time, her frame thin and frail. Little sister, do not be afraid. We are not bad people. Zhou Cheng quickly reassured her, realizing they had unexpectedly encountered a survivor. This area had long become a dead city, and it was evident that it was no easy feat for the girl to remain hidden. With only a small ventilation opening in the room providing fresh air, Jiang Wang, recognizing the familiar face of the girl, raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Luo Li had disguised herself, intentionally dirtying her appearance, and even enlisted Xiao Baikai to help arrange the courtyard. Nearby, she had set out water and food, but in limited quantities, resembling the provisions of a refugee. Now, she presented herself as a victim who had been hiding for days. Given her lack of visible signs of a zombie, Zhou Cheng naturally harbored no suspicions. As he stepped closer, the girl instinctively raised her weapon, still on guard. Do not move. We will remain here, so please do not be frightened, Zhou Cheng said, halting in his tracks to calm her down, glancing at his partner. Wango, please say something. Unlike Jiang Wang, who bore a scar that gave him a somewhat intimidating appearance, Zhou Cheng was more approachable, his looks more congenial. Observing the girl's pitiful demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, she seemed barely past childhood. Upon entering, they had already seen traces of blood in the courtyard, which saddened him. We are supernatural beings from the first base, Jiang Wang interjected. If you require assistance, perhaps we can help you. He gestured towards her limited supplies, hinting at their capacity to aid her. Recognizing the significance of the terms supernatural beings and base, the girl's demeanor shifted, her gaze still wary, as if waiting for something. Look, this is our base's insignia. You should recognize it. We are not deceiving you. Zhou Cheng quickly produced his identification, prompting Jiang Wang to do the same. Upon examining their insignias, she visibly relaxed, her tension easing. What is your name, little sister? Zhou Cheng inquired, noticing she had lowered her weapon. Luo Li glanced at him, then at Jiang Wang, raising her hand to her mouth and shaking her head. Zhou Cheng paused, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly apologized. I am sorry. It was not my intention. He realized that her silence was due to her inability to speak, which only deepened his sympathy for her. Observing Zhou Cheng's empathetic expression, Jiang Wang remained silent. But internally, he was surprised. In just 10 days, this little one had matured significantly. Ultimately, Luo Li surrendered a portion of her food as a trade for entry into the base and chose to accompany them. After all, in these tumultuous times, the base was not a charitable institution. Ordinary individuals needed to offer valuable goods to receive protection. Zhou Cheng, feeling pity for her, allowed her to keep the remainder. Understanding the difficulty of survival in such an environment, especially for a mute child. As they continued, Luo Li instinctively fell in line behind Jiang Wang, and when she drew near, he momentarily flashed a smile before returning to his usual stoic demeanor. Wang Ge, please take care of her, Zhou Cheng suggested. Jiang Wang responded, his voice smooth and reassuring. Luo Li lifted her gaze to meet his, and as their eyes locked, he offered her a gentle smile, which quickly faded into his usual coolness. Remarkably, their pace in gathering supplies did not falter, with Luo Li even outpacing them in her efficiency. She instinctively placed the items she found before Jiang Wang, having observed Zhou Cheng doing the same. Impressive, Zhou Cheng praised, reminiscent of a younger sister he once had, and unable to resist drawing parallels with Luo Li. At the sound of his compliment, she shyly smiled, appearing even more obedient, like a well-behaved child. That should suffice. Let us proceed, Jiang Wang remarked, subtly raising an eyebrow at their interaction. Agreed, Zhou Cheng nodded, and together they led Luo Li to reunite with their other teammates. With a small black bear backpack containing her few belongings, she obediently followed behind them. Cheng Wang Ge, who is she? One of their teammates inquired upon their arrival, having noticed the seamless collaboration among the group. We found her as a survivor hiding in a small storage room. Her family has perished, and she was left alone, Zhou Cheng briefly explained. The others regarded her with curiosity, but ultimately nodded in acceptance, not questioning further. Considering her appearance, they too perceived her as a mere child. Do not worry. You will be safe once we return to the base, one of them comforted, noticing her timid demeanor as she stayed close to Jiang Wang. After all, no one would suspect that zombies had evolved to a point where they nearly resembled humans. Observing her reaction, Zhou Cheng gestured to his teammates, pointing to his mouth and then waving his hand. The others paused momentarily, casting another glance at Luo Li before nodding in understanding. Let us go, Jiang Wang stated, producing a metal rod from his space and handing it to Luo Li. This is not a safe zone. You will need to defend yourself. Grasping the iron rod obediently, Luo Li held it close in front of her, demonstrating her compliance. Onward. Others heard the sound and readied their weapons, preparing to retreat. As supernatural beings, they instinctively shielded the vulnerable, ordinary people in the center. Luo Li, though pale with fear, gripped her weapon tightly and did not create any disturbances. In this moment of crisis, she even boldly swung her iron rod to assist them. Thank you, just stay safe, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, grateful for her help. Jiang Wang glanced at Luo Li, inwardly marveling at the impressive acting skills of this little one. Fortunately, their vehicle was not parked too far away, and the group swiftly made their way to it. Jiang Wang, walking behind, quickly ushered her inside and promptly shut the door with a deft motion. The modified Wuling van had 8 seats, perfectly accommodating them, with Luo Li included. As the vehicle sped away, the pursuing zombies were left far behind. Luo Li glanced back, her eyes sparkling with joy as she realized she had blended in with the humans. Jiang Wang understood her sentiment, chuckling inwardly, and offered her a towel. Wipe your face. Don't open your mouth. She had inadvertently smeared some zombie blood on her face during the chaos. Although he knew she could easily eat a zombie raw, Jiang Wang still played along, pretending she was human. Without a mirror, the little zombie could not see her own reflection. Following his advice, she clumsily wiped her face with the towel, but when she turned back, remnants of the mess still lingered. Jiang Wang frowned slightly, gently pinching her cheek and wiping her face with the towel before discarding it. Dong Zi, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, don't say it. Wang Ge, you two look quite like a father and daughter. He was merely joking, as Jiang Wang's actions had indeed resembled those of a caretaker. However, to his surprise, both of them responded with disapproving frowns. Jiang Wang thought to himself. I may be slightly more mature than her, but surely I don't look like a father. Luo Li chimed in. Father and daughter? No, no, no. We are meant to be in love. Just kidding, huh? Dongzi was momentarily taken aback by their expressions, awkwardly chuckling as he rubbed his nose. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that, in a way, they did resemble a familial duo, their expressions perfectly synchronized. Nonetheless, considering Jiang Wang's temperament, he refrained from saying more. Zhou Cheng was behind the wheel, and despite everything else, his driving skills were truly impressive. He maneuvered the vehicle with agility, zigzagging left and right, making even Luo Li, the little zombie, feel nauseous. Sheng Yi, maybe you should take it easy next time. Xiao, who was usually on the same team with him and seated next to him, also found it hard to endure. The others shared similar sentiments, their expressions even more distressed than during zombie encounters, except for Jiang Wang, who remained calm. It's just a matter of getting used to it. Little girl, take a sip of water to calm down. Hearing Dongzi's words, Zhou Cheng chuckled and tossed a bottle of water back to Luo Li. The others glanced at the scene, but said nothing. You can't really get used to it. Dongzi continued his silent grumbling. Luo Li blinked at the bottle of water, glanced at Jiang Wang, and upon seeing him nod, she accepted it. Soon, the group returned to the base, and Zhou Cheng, after inquiring about the name Luo Li had written down, sought assistance to register her. The base was currently in the process of relocating, and the registration was not overly strict or cumbersome, so it was completed swiftly. Although her registration was finalized, there was no housing available at the moment, as the area designated for ordinary people was already full. Zhou Cheng, holding the base's insignia, looked at Luo Li with a hint of apology. Their base was not large. The accommodations for ordinary people had long been filled, and there were no vacancies in the area for supernatural beings. However, the day after tomorrow, our group will be moving to a new base, and I will ensure that arrangements are made for you. Nonetheless, the issue of Luo Li's accommodation in the meantime remained unresolved. Observing her bewildered demeanor, the several men present exchanged glances, while she silently tugged at Jiang Wang's shirt. Noticing the little one's actions, Jiang Wang turned to her, meeting her pitiful gaze filled with a plea. Unexplainably, his heart felt as if it had been struck. She can stay with me, he sighed quietly. Currently, there were no standalone residences in the base. He was assigned a small one-bedroom apartment, but it was better than the cramped quarters of his other teammates. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Cheng and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing this arrangement as the most suitable under the circumstances. All right then, Little Li, you will stay with your Jiang Wang. After learning her name, they decided on this title, as calling her little girl or sister felt inappropriate since she had a name. After exchanging farewells with the others, they all returned to their respective quarters, while Luo Li followed Jiang Wang closely. Jiang Wang glanced back at her, taking her backpack into his hands. It was a large bear-themed backpack filled to the brim, making it quite heavy. He looked at her petite frame and frowned slightly. Stay close. Hearing his words, the little zombie looked up and quickened her pace. Once they reached his residence and set the belongings down, Jiang Wang turned to gently pinch her soft little face. She was so thin all over, resembling a twig, with only her face retaining a bit of flesh. Why did you come here? What do you want? I came to keep you company, the little zombie replied sincerely, but Jiang Wang saw through her facade. Nevertheless, he enjoyed hearing her words. While he thought this, he raised his hand to cover her mouth. Don't make noise, the soundproofing isn't great. So that was why she had gone silent. Opening her mouth would only cause trouble. The little zombie nodded in agreement, her eyes still bright. Seeing her compliance, Jiang Wang relaxed his grip, tentatively squeezing her arm, which felt soft and warm. She surprisingly resembled a normal person more than he did. How did you evolve so quickly? Did you encounter something extraordinary? He couldn't help but ask curiously. However, he merely posed the question without expecting a genuine revelation. The little zombie had no intention of keeping secrets. Upon hearing his inquiry, she obediently produced a handful of various crystal cores, placing them in his hand. This is what I eat, and I've consumed a lot. Remembering his earlier instructions, she spoke in a hushed tone, almost a whisper. Seeing her innocent demeanor, Jiang Wang felt a twinge of emotion but raised an eyebrow at her words. He returned her items to her, then took out a sizable handful of crystal cores from his own space and absorbed them. After trying, he felt nothing. Turning to look, he noticed the little zombie attentively watching his actions. When he paused, she quickly opened her mouth. I ate over 100, implying that perhaps he had eaten too few. Under the little zombie-esque gaze, Jiang Wang pulled out another large batch of crystal cores, attempting to absorb around 100. However, it yielded no results. Observing the little zombie's bewildered expression, he chuckled and withdrew his hands. Forget it. It seems ineffective. Perhaps your constitution is different. Having already tried, he concluded that this was the only explanation. This little one was indeed quite unique. In response, the little zombie nodded, believing it was likely due to her system enhancement. After pinching his arm, she frowned. You're already quite human-like. It definitely won't work for you. Although his arm was somewhat rigid and cold, he still had a pulse, albeit a bit slow. Isn't that better than you? Although she possesses a body temperature and a heartbeat, these are mere illusions maintained by the system. Xiaobai said that she must diligently consume crystal nuclei if she wishes to truly become a normal human. She must also strive to defeat monsters. For the zombies to evolve to their utmost peak is the only way they can be completely equivalent to normal humans, yet they remain immortal. Luo Li currently finds herself at a standstill. The lower-level crystal nuclei have become ineffective for her. Even the system's enhancement to maximize her energy output proves futile, and she must wait for the zombies to level up further. Listening to her words, Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in acknowledgement. To be fair, this little one speaks quite convincingly. You can sleep inside. There are new blankets in the wardrobe, he instructed, putting away the crystal nuclei and gesturing towards the room. As a grown man, he certainly would not allow a young girl to sleep on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Luo Li glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and then obediently nodded. Returning to the room, she began to organize her belongings. When she noticed a few skirts that had suddenly appeared beside her, Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accustomed himself to it. It turned out she possessed dual abilities, which was rather impressive. He had only witnessed her teleportation and the space she had just revealed, leading him to believe she had only these two powers. However, in reality, the space she utilized was a function of the system, yet it could easily serve as an ability. After tidying up her clothes, Luo Li emerged with a towel in hand, looking eagerly at him and then at the bathroom. Can I take a shower here? She asked. Yes, Jiang Wang replied. Turning towards the bathroom, he placed his hand in the bathtub, and a soft blue and red light flickered before the tub quickly filled with warm water. All set. You may wash up. This little one, so dirty, truly needs a bath. Hearing his words, the little zombie entered the bathroom and closed the door, finally taking a rare bath without resorting to the system's space since arriving. Host, he possesses abilities across all categories. Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly at that moment. The host is taking a shower, but since we are all girls, it is of no concern. It feels like the adult is incredibly strong, being the most powerful zombie king, as well as the zombie king with abilities from all categories. All categories? Luo Li asked, somewhat puzzled by Kai's words. Yes, all categories. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, including mutated abilities, everything. He is so powerful. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with admiration, and upon hearing this, Luo Li displayed a similar expression, though her gaze held a hint of envy. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, believing she was not inferior in any way. She would be the most confident little one. After a thorough wash, she emerged as a pristine beauty. The young girl donned a layered white dress adorned with ruffles, her black hair cascading down with the ends curled, exuding a clean, playful, and lively charm. Jiang Wang paused for a moment, nodding in approval. Well, now that you're clean, you look presentable. Before, you resembled a little beggar, but now you bear the air of a pampered princess. It seems her previous living conditions were quite favorable, as she possesses an innate grace. The little zombie seemed somewhat displeased by his remark. Do not make a fuss, it damages your image. Sighing, he thought she truly had a knack for inciting trouble. Thank you, Luo Li replied, but in the end, she remained silent, returning to her room to cover herself with blankets and sleep. After a while, she turned over and gazed out at Jiang Wang, who was on the sofa. Suddenly meeting his gaze, Jiang Wang assumed she was concerned about the door, and he silently shrugged. I have no choice. This base was cleared from a chaotic state. When I arrived, the room lacked a door and I live alone, so I'm not picky. I can't sleep, she feigned. After all, she nearly forgot that zombies do not require sleep. She was quite energetic. What do you wish to do? Can we go out? I am hungry. We cannot eat humans in the base. We will discuss it tomorrow. For now, let's consume some crystal nuclei to tide you over. Never mind, I'm not hungry. After saying this, she lay back down, closing her eyes in a pretense of sleep. Jiang Wang thought to himself that indeed, children are challenging to manage. Meanwhile, on another side, after completing her mission, Su Qingyu returned, her mind uncontrollably replaying the figure she had seen outside. It was strikingly similar. However, she had witnessed that person being devoured, leaving only half of their body behind. Even if she had been infected and had fortuitously turned into a zombie, it was impossible for her to appear as intact as she had seen. The thought deepened her frown, yet that figure inexplicably troubled her, preventing her from finding peace. Tossing and turning in bed, if Luo Li were aware of her current state, she would surely remark, "How normal. If you have a guilty conscience, you will feel anxious and struggle to sleep, won't you?" The next day, Luo Li rose early, obediently following Jiang Wang to the base cafeteria to procure food. To blend in, she knew she had to act accordingly. Dining was certainly part of the act. "Wanga, you all have arrived. Come here, there is space." Zhou Cheng and a few others were dining in the cafeteria and waved them over upon seeing Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang instinctively lifted his foot, but suddenly recalled something, turning to glance at Luo Li before decisively waving his hand towards them. "No, we will eat back at our place. It is not convenient for her to be here." This cafeteria was designated for ability users, and ordinary people did not dine there. Leaving Luo Li in such a setting would indeed be rather awkward. They had already attracted many curious gazes upon entering. Zhou Cheng and the others understood Jiang Wang's words and found them reasonable, thus refraining from commenting further. "All right, we will call you when we head out for a mission." "MHM," he replied, and Jiang Wang led Luo Li away from the cafeteria. As they approached the entrance, they encountered a group of men and women. Upon seeing one of the women, Luo Li unexpectedly smiled at her. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Su Qingyu's pupils constricted sharply, and she swiftly turned to look at the retreating figures of Luo Li and Jiang Wang, her heart racing with a surge of panic. How is that possible? Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed in fear. However, Luo Li remained utterly calm, her face adorned with a smile akin to that of a hunter who had found her prey, with no intention of concealing her identity. Though this analogy may not be entirely appropriate, who fears a victim when encountering a murderer? She was the lethal hunter. The only ones who should feel alarmed were the prey. "Do you recognize her?" Noticing her expression, Jiang Wang raised his gaze slightly. "Lu Li Nudda," only explaining to him once they returned home. He. That person caused the demise of my family. I seek vengeance," the little zombie declared, her dark eyes flashing uncontrollably with deep-seated hatred, as if recalling something particularly difficult to forget. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Wang's lips pressed together. He inexplicably disliked this expression on her. She ought to smile, her eyes sparkling, carefree, and filled with joy. "Do you need assistance?" he asked suddenly, feeling an overwhelming desire to eliminate whatever made her unhappy. Ultimately, he repressed his emotions, speaking calmly. Luo Li shook her head, patting her small chest. I can handle it myself." Jiang Wang nodded in response, choosing not to say more, but instead retrieving some crystal nuclei from his space for her. "Eat this." Zombies can only consume two types of food, raw meat and crystal nuclei. Their bodies cannot digest anything else, which could be fatal. This was also the reason he did not stay in the cafeteria, but opted to take her away. However, the little zombie looked at him with a hint of confusion, pushing his crystal nuclei back towards him. "I can eat regular food." She had chosen to evolve her physical appearance and digestive system first, and now both were identical to those of normal humans. Her five senses were also functioning normally. The other systems merely fabricated illusions, such as heartbeat and blood, all of which could operate like a normal person. Except for the slight flaw of speaking, she added. Hearing this, he was quite astonished. So impressive? After all, he had only recently developed immunity to food himself. The little zombie nodded repeatedly, her small face puffed up as she savored each spoonful of kanji. However, Jiang Wang could not help but furrow his brow, watching her with concern. Just as he intended to intervene, he noticed she had already swallowed her food. He quickly grasped her arm to check for any signs of discomfort, and upon confirming she was indeed fine, he felt a sense of relief. "Go ahead and eat." After they finished their meal, Zhou Cheng and the others arrived just in time. The base had arranged for their team to relocate tomorrow, while today's task was to continue gathering supplies. Understood, Jiang Wang nodded in response to Zhou Cheng's words. "Shall we? We will head out for the mission first. You stay at home today." Zhou Cheng then turned to speak with Luo Li, but she quickly shook her head. She found an item nearby and demonstrated how to store it in her space and retrieve it again. Upon arriving at the base, She had realized that being an ordinary person was not enough. In this moment, ordinary individuals held no standing. It seemed she would be recognized as an ability user. In space ability, users appear to be quite rare. Xiaoli, are you a space ability user? Upon witnessing her actions, the others understood her intention. She did not wish to stay at home, but wanted to help, as she possessed spatial abilities. They were still quite astonished, having previously assumed she was an ordinary person. Observing their reactions, Luo silently turned to Jiang Wang, who, sensing her cue, sighed inwardly. Like a concerned father, he began to clarify her situation. She had only discovered her ability the previous night. A few days prior, she had experienced a fever. However, she had been hiding and had not received any external information after severing communication, which was why she remained unaware of her abilities. So that's how it is. That's wonderful news. Congratulations, Xiaoli, Dongzi exclaimed with a smile. The others were equally pleased, for this meant their team now had 2 space ability users. Space abilities fell under the category of mutated powers, and thus far, space ability users remained quite scarce. Their base had only ever had 6, and, with Luo Li, they now had 7. I will go help Xiaoli modify her registration. Ability users earn points, Zhou Cheng quickly added. Within the base, points could be exchanged for many useful items, akin to the importance of the former currency, RMB. All right, hurry. The others nodded at Zhou Cheng's words. It was unfortunate that the base had yet to develop devices capable of detecting abilities. They nearly overlooked a rare ability user. After Zhou Cheng took Luo Li to amend her identity registration and obtain her points card, assigning her to Jiang Wang's ability team, they finally set off. Chapter 113, Little Zombie, she's quite well behaved. Their first team was already formidable with Jiang Wang, and now that they had added a space ability user, it seemed they were destined to dominate the rankings. Alas, why didn't we take on missions in that area yesterday? If we had, wouldn't we have discovered that space ability user ourselves? They lamented their misfortune compared to Zhou Cheng, who effortlessly stumbled upon Jiang Wang, and now another space ability user. I'm tired of this envy. Adults do not make choices. If given the chance, Jiang Wang and the new little ability user would both have been welcomed. When Su Qingyu and her team arrived to take on missions, they overheard the chatter. Are you referring to that woman who accompanies Jiang Wang? She suddenly inquired, her steps halting. Su Qingyu, a standout of the base's 6 team of ability users, maintained a respectable reputation, and those around her nodded in affirmation. Indeed, though she seems quite young, it would be unfair to call her a woman. She is merely a tender young girl. However, recalling the girl-esque features, the speaker glanced at Su Qingyu and suddenly felt that this 6-team standout did not seem particularly remarkable. Her looks were merely delicate, with her charm stemming from a cultivated gentleness. Now, in comparison, she appeared slightly diminished. Noticing the familiar shift in the gazes around her, Su Qingyu stiffened, her hands clenching. Once again, whenever she shone brightly in a certain area, Luo Li's presence would cast her into shadow. Thank you. Jealousy surged within her, yet she maintained a gentle smile. Expressing her gratitude, she reasoned that even if it were truly her, so what? If she could defeat them once, she could do so again. Had she become an ability user? Truly, her luck was as consistent as ever. So fortunate that it made one wish to obliterate her. Qingyu, why are you dawdling? Let us go. Her teammate urged as they noticed her standing still. Coming. Su Qingyu was among the first to discover her abilities. She possessed wood-based powers, capable of controlling plants and healing. Among ability users, she was considered quite significant. This was also why she had managed to persuade her classmates to support her. During the outbreak of zombies, when most were ordinary and powerless, she was seen as the strongest in the eyes of common people. For the protection she promised, her peers chose to assist her in eliminating the original family. But what kind of person was Su Qingyu? Her promises were never to be trusted. In the end, only a handful of awakened ability users managed to escape from that school, while the ordinary people, in chaotic times, they were mere burdens, only useful for fending off zombies. And Luo Li was no different. She was merely a stepping stone for Su Qingyu. Far outside the base, Luo Li suddenly felt a tickling sensation in her nose, akin to the urge to sneeze, but it wouldn't come. Rubbing her nose, as if sensing something, she glanced back only to lower her head again, her hands itching. She longed to experience the sensation of smashing someone's head. That Su fellow had gotten close this morning. Would she deliver herself to her doorstep? Would she provide her with an opportunity? Why was she so timid, unable to venture out alone? If she had the ability, she could challenge her one-on-one. The little zombie's thoughts churned. Even if she could not voice them, it was stifling. She appeared rather silly. Jiang Wang, noticing her looking down with a pensive expression, could not help but chuckle and tapped her head. Luo Li glared at him in annoyance. The other teammates laughed upon witnessing the scene. For Luo Li had a delicate doll-like appearance, and her expressions were simply adorable. It was the kind of look that made one want to deceive them into thinking they had a daughter. Zhou Cheng and Dong Zi in front turned to see the amusing sight and chuckled as well. The camaraderie within their team was genuinely delightful. Once equipped, however, as the vehicle passed through the base's secure zone, their demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Their destination was farther and more perilous than the previous day. Each member readied their weapons, with Luo Li touching a real gun for the first time. "Can you operate it?" Jiang Wang inquired, handing the weapon to Luo Li. The novice, Luo Li, shook her head earnestly. "I'll demonstrate how to use it once. Pay close attention." She nodded obediently. The ground was littered with corpses, the undead feasting upon flesh. Unlike the temporary safety of the base, this place was a paradise for zombies. As the vehicle sped along the highway, the zombies on the road turned their attention towards them, lumbering forward at their fastest pace. Some, grotesquely decayed, shed bits of flesh with each step. Their dark green forms repugnant. Their eyes, mere whites, were terrifying, fixated on the vehicle as though they were famished wolves eyeing their prey. Chapter 114. The Little Zombie is Very Well Behaved, Part 9. The cacophony of zombies sent shivers down one's spine, yet for C, it was different. Luo Li felt an inexplicable urge to join in the chorus. "Stay close, everyone. Do not stray apart. Xiao Li, you stay in the middle." After disembarking, Zhou Cheng instructed them to grasp their weapons tightly, as the area was far more perilous than the previous day's location, necessitating coordinated action. All of them possessed offensive abilities, and upon exiting the vehicle, they formed a protective circle around Luo Li. She obediently complied, refraining from causing any disruption as she firmly gripped the assault rifle allocated to her. Observing her companions already engaging in headshots, she recalled the technique Jiang Wang had just taught her and aimed her weapon at the nearest zombie. Bang! With a resounding shot, a hole appeared in the zombie's head, causing it to collapse to the ground. The others nearby cast a glance at Luo Li. More zombies, stepping onto the fallen creature, surged forward. Bang! 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 The air was filled with gunfire as the leading zombies fell, while those behind continued their relentless advance. The group did not hesitate, swiftly retreating towards their destination. "Let us go. Xiao Li, your aim is impressive." During a brief lull, Dong Zi seized the opportunity to express his astonishment. The key to a zombie's demise lay in its head, and they had not anticipated Luo Li's proficiency on her first attempt with a firearm. They noticed that her targets were typically dispatched with a single shot to the head. In response, Luo Li offered a naive smile, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise at her own prowess. Understanding the meaning behind her expression, Zhou Cheng and the others chuckled. "Our Xiao Li possesses talent. You cannot compare," Zhou Cheng casually remarked, teasing Dong Zi. "Ah, Chenggu, one should not belittle others." Although they jested, their actions remained unceasing. With limited ammunition, they stowed their firearms after traversing the zombie-infested area and resorted to melee weapons. Luo Li once again wielded her hefty iron rod, delivering strikes to the filthy heads of zombies. Although she did not always achieve headshots, her weapons needed to be sharp nonetheless. Let us find a wolf-toothed club. Following their path, they searched extensively before finally locating a department store. Upon entering, Luo Li trailed behind Jiang Wang as the group made a beeline for the food section. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, disappointment washed over their faces, brows furrowing in dismay. "It seems the supplies here have already been taken. We must venture deeper," Zhou Cheng remarked, his frown deepening, for the deeper they delved, the more perilous the situation became. "Let us go." Jiang Wang nodded, leading the way. Having come this far, they had no choice but to proceed. Just as they departed, the sixth team, led by Su Qingyu, arrived at the same location, equally somber upon seeing the desolate supermarket. Ultimately, they too, like Luo Li's group, chose to push further inside. It's Zhou Cheng's vehicle. After exiting the supermarket and navigating through two alleys, the members of the sixth team spotted the familiar Wuling van. It seemed they were also assigned a task in this area. "I wonder if we will cross paths soon," Su Qingyu mused, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luo Li's group did not fare much better. After leaving the department store, they searched several smaller supermarkets and convenience stores, but to no avail. With no other options, They turned their attention to surrounding eateries, hoping to find something in the warehouses. Fortunately, they managed to uncover a few scattered supplies in these smaller establishments, avoiding complete loss. The restaurant's kitchen pantry contained some rice and flour, though most vegetables had spoiled. However, a few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots were still salvageable. Luoli ignored everything else, eagerly collecting all the edible items. In contrast, the sixth team, trailing behind, fared worse. After a lengthy search yielding nothing, the team leader could no longer suppress his frustration. Which fool has picked this place clean, leaving not even a trace behind? After deliberating, he decided, let us proceed further. If we find nothing, we'll withdraw. This was indeed a stroke of bad luck. This area had previously not been scavenged. Yet they found nothing. They had wasted considerable ammunition clearing a path. Remarkably, the roads had seemed somewhat cleared, making their journey easier. Otherwise, their losses would have been even greater. On the other hand, upon witnessing their meager spoils, Luoli's group discreetly employed their zombie abilities to carve a path directly to a large shopping mall at the innermost point. What challenge! Upon entering the supermarket, Dong Zi's eyes welled with tears of despair at the sight of abundant supplies. Luo Li and Jiang Wang each took charge of one side, collecting all the goods from the shelves into their spatial storage. Host, there's a warehouse inside. As they reached a corner, Xiao Baikai offered a reminder. Lulia Pruoka. Spotting a tightly locked iron door, she turned to summon Zhou Cheng. It turned out the warehouse was located here, and it was Luo Li's keen observation that led them to it. Zhou Cheng chuckled, placing his hand on the door, and quickly succeeded in opening it. Inside lay a wealth of supplies. Boxes upon boxes of beverages and bags of rice and flour, filling a vast warehouse of over 500 square meters across 2 levels. With a wave of her hand, Luo Li instantly stored everything within her space. As Zhou Cheng opened the door, preparing to call Jiang Wang over, his voice caught in his throat. Wow, Xiao Li, your spatial capacity is astonishing. It seems even larger than Wang Gu's level 3 space. Lu Li, oh no, I forgot to estimate. Indeed, it was difficult to cover up a lie, and storing such quantities could easily lead to complications. But it was all right. She would feign ignorance. Hearing Zhou Cheng's astonishment, she merely gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Cheng's astonishment quickly transformed into that of a concerned elder. Offering advice. This is a good thing, but Xiao Li, remember to only reveal this in front of our teammates. Do not disclose it to outsiders, all right? Luo Li possessed spatial abilities, but lacked any offensive powers, which posed certain drawbacks. If her unique spatial abilities were exposed, it could attract trouble, especially at a time when being a girl was considerably more challenging than being a man. Although they were all in the base, there might be moments when they could not keep a watchful eye on her. Therefore, it was best not to disclose her abilities. Seeing the concern in Zhou Cheng's eyes, Luo Li obediently nodded and raised her hand to signal for silence. Good child. Zhou Cheng's laughter resonated, resembling that of a proud father. The other teammates, drawn by the commotion, shared a smile. The outside is already cleared. Shall we depart? All right. Luo Li remained silent, dutifully following Jiang Wang step by step. When no one was watching, Jiang Wang affectionately ruffled her hair. You're fortunate I have good taste. Thankfully, I selected this group of teammates. Their character and principles are sound. Otherwise, this little one would surely encounter endless troubles. Although he knew she, as a zombie, could not possibly be wronged, it would still be bothersome. Luo Li, feeling guilty. Chapter 115. The little zombie is very well behaved. Part 10. Help. Zhou Chengge, please help us. Just as Luo Li's group exited the deepest area, they encountered the sixth team, who were evading a horde of zombies. Without the unique presence of Luo Li and Jiang Wang to clear the way, the sixth team could not penetrate as deeply. However, they had discovered a small supermarket in the mid-level zone and managed to gather a substantial amount of supplies. Yet, today, Su Qingyu seemed unusually off, frequently making mistakes. They had just encountered a few evolved crystal core zombies and had attempted to stealthily retreat. Unfortunately, Su Qingyu inadvertently hindered their escape, and their group had to fight their way out of the zombie horde, exhausting their abilities and ammunition in the process. They nearly believed that today would be their last. But unexpectedly, upon turning around, they encountered Zhou Cheng and his companions. In their moment of desperation, they quickly sought assistance. Luo Li, on the other hand, locked eyes with the particularly disheveled Su Qingyu. Their collision was unavoidable, leaving Zhou Cheng and his group no choice but to lend a helping hand. What is happening? While coordinating their retreat, Zhou Cheng inquired about the situation, determined to clarify matters rather than blindly suffer the consequences. The captain of the 6th squad shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging a team member's mistake. A boy beside the captain seemed poised to defend himself, but his attention was diverted by the unfolding situation. Xiaoli, Dong Zi and his group had been retreating in an orderly manner with Luo Li, but suddenly, a vine emerged from the ground, ensnaring one of Luo Li's feet and causing her to fall. As the zombies threatened to engulf her, Dong Zi shouted in alarm. His cry alerted the others, who turned instinctively to Su Qingyu, catching a glimpse of her sinister smile. Jiang Wang rushed to Luo Li's side, swiftly severing the vine with a single stroke and pulling her back. Bang! 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 Now free, Luo Li retrieved her assault rifle from her space, sweeping it across the surrounding zombies before decisively firing 6 shots at Su Qingyu. In an instant, Su Qingyu was riddled with wounds, collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could react, the gun's muzzle was pressed against her head. The swiftness of Luo Li's actions left everyone stunned. Just moments ago, she had been battling zombies, and now she was retaliating against Su Qingyu. Even Su Qingyu herself, still caught in the fantasy of Luo Li being devoured by zombies, could only instinctively use her powers to heal herself, oblivious to everything else. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang employed his abilities to control the remaining zombies, while Zhou Cheng and his team quickly dealt with the evolved ones. The crisis was averted. What are you doing? At that moment, the boy who had intended to defend Su Qingyu charged forward, shouting at Luo Li. One of Luo Li's teammates stepped forward to block him, pushing him back. Why don't you tell us what you intend to do? We all witnessed the vine that ensnared Xiao Li, and the only wood element in the vicinity is you. Luo Li was their precious little sister, the only one of her kind in their team. Though they had not known her for long, they cherished her deeply. Once she joined their ranks, she became someone they were bound to protect. What is going on? The captain of the 6th squad took a step forward, only to be restrained by Zhou Cheng. Do I even need to ask? Your teammate's blunder nearly cost us our member's life. Lao Lu, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Cheng maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, yet his smile no longer concealed the menace etched across his face, instead amplifying the threat he posed. How dare you? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Luo Li would dare to strike back. The pain coursing through her body, however, served as a harsh reminder of reality, and her breaths grew increasingly labored. Yet, Luo Li merely regarded her with a faint smile, the gun's barrel pressing heavily against Su Qingyu's forehead. Why should she hesitate? Don't be ridiculous, sister. Her finger hovered over the trigger, and with the slightest movement, Su Qingyu could be liberated in an instant. Wait. Just then, a voice rang out. The captain of the 6th squad pushed past Zhou Cheng and rushed to restrain Luo Li's hand, urgently speaking. This may simply be a misunderstanding, and you lack the authority to execute base-level ability users. Luo Li tilted her head, raising an eyebrow as if questioning him, her gaze pointedly directed at Su Qingyu's wound. Her injury is tainted with zombie blood. She is already infected. Are you sure you will not intervene? Jiang Wang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Li. He was, after all, the perfect mouthpiece for her intentions, always understanding what she wished to convey. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the crowd began to realize the gravity of the situation. During their earlier battle with the zombies, Su Qingyu had been splattered with infected blood, and Luo Li had aimed her shots at the areas tainted by it. The zombie virus is highly contagious. Even the slightest exposure renders any remedy futile. She had indeed been infected. What? Even Su Qingyu, upon noticing the condition of her wounds, trembled uncontrollably. It was no wonder she had been unable to heal herself with her powers earlier. Captain, save me. Help me. In that instant, she was gripped by the stark awareness of her impending death, her voice filled with panic as her body grew increasingly stiff. Captain, Zhao Zichen, help. Bang. The sound of gunshots silenced the commotion, as Luo Li calmly withdrew her weapon, now aimed at Su Qingyu's already infected neck. Her expression conveyed that she was merely eliminating a threat. The 6th squad stood in stunned silence, gazing at Su Qingyu's lifeless body before shifting their sights to Zhou Cheng and his group, who were poised for action. Ultimately, they averted their gaze. There was no hope of salvation for her. They could only watch as Su Qingyu transformed into a zombie, a creature of the apocalypse, no different from the refuse littering the streets. Indeed, she was nothing but trash. Even Zhao Zichen, her most devoted pursuer, did not linger over her corpse, casting only a couple of regretful glances before moving on. Chapter 116. The little zombie is quite well behaved. You just saved us once. That makes us even. Su Qingyu died at the hands of zombies. The captain of the 6th squad, astute as he was, understood Jiang Wang's intentions. After walking a short distance, he suddenly halted and spoke. Their implication was clear. They would keep silent and attribute Su Qingyu's death to the zombies. Luo Li and her companions were indeed satisfied with the 6th squad's discretion. All right. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng and the others exchanged genuine smiles. The two parties reached a consensus and resumed their respective tasks without further discussion. Su Qingyu harbored a deeper animosity towards Luo Li than anticipated. Having only met once, she already sensed a threat. Seizing her opportunity, she could not help but strike. Yet, alas, Luo Li felt the same animosity towards her. Did Luo Li not notice Su Qingyu's intentions? Of course she did. She had deliberately left an opening. How else could she justify her counterattack? It was Su Qingyu who had struck first, and her retaliation was entirely reasonable. Thank you, Su Qingyu, for presenting me with the opportunity to strike. What is happening? In a place unseen by others, a gray mist emanated from Su Qingyu's body. Why are you not dead? Witnessing Luo Li's moment, it became agitated, manifesting a grotesque visage from a mist and lunging at her. However, in the blink of an eye, Luo Li grasped in her hand, utilizing her system's power to crush it effortlessly, reducing it to mere ash before it could struggle. Original task progress. 50 after handling the situation. Luo Li turned to Jiang Wang and the others with an innocent expression. There must not be a next time. Observing her deliberately coy demeanor, Jiang Wang felt amused internally. Yet his expression remained stoic. His voice was barely audible, making it difficult for others to discern his words. However, upon seeing his stern countenance, Zhou Cheng swiftly pulled him aside, then turned to Luo Li, adopting a gentler tone. Xiao Li, what you did earlier was correct. At this moment, being aware of anyone who might wish you harm and eliminating potential threats is the wisest course of action. However, let us be more vigilant next time to avoid placing ourselves in peril, shall we? Zhou Cheng spoke patiently to the young girl, as if fearing his tone might intimidate her. The others nodded in agreement. It was not that they blamed her. Rather, the outside world was fraught with dangers, and they could not always protect her. Hence, she must learn to be more self-reliant and alert. You truly startled me earlier. Thankfully, Wang Gu reacted swiftly, Dongzi added, still feeling a sense of trepidation. They found no fault in Luo Li's decisive retort. After all, those who survived in this post-apocalyptic world were anything but ordinary. The malevolence of human nature was starkly revealed. It was either you or them. There is nothing wrong with self-preservation, and eliminating someone who sought to harm you was entirely justifiable. Observing the concern on everyone's faces, Luo Li nodded earnestly, signaling that she understood. In response to Jiang Wang, she offered a sweet smile. Seeing this, the group felt relieved and began to search for a vehicle to return, their journey smooth. Wang Yi, please set aside the portion of supplies we need to turn over to the base, and the rest can be stored in your space for now, to be divided later. Zhou Cheng suggested once they were back in the vehicle. Jiang Wang replied with a slight nod. Luo Li glanced at him, noticing that he spoke little when outside. They were at the base for survival. The benefits they obtained from the base were proportional to their efforts. Anything extra was their own merit and should be retained. They were not fools. Not just them, but other teams with spatial abilities operated under the same principle. Everyone fought tooth and nail to gather resources for their own survival. Who would do it solely for the base? Naturally, the base was well aware of this, each individual fully cognizant of the reality. Xiao Li, just keep your supplies for now. We can discuss it later, Zhou Cheng instructed, to which Luo Li obediently nodded. After returning to the base, Jiang Wang and Zhou Cheng delivered the supplies. Once home, he lazily leaned against the wall, arms crossed, gazing at the little zombie. Have you achieved your goal? Are you preparing to leave? Reflecting on it, Jiang Wang suspected that the little creature's purpose for entering the base was likely to find that woman. Now that matters were settled, she wouldn't be leaving, would she? This thought stirred a peculiar unease within him. The little zombie, clad in blue overalls, stood obediently before him, resembling a student being reprimanded by a teacher. I'm not leaving. What goal has been accomplished? We're only halfway there, and my favorability rating is only at 40. Even if she did achieve it, she still hasn't gotten away, he scoffed. I promised to accompany you. Really? Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight flickering in his gaze, though still tinged with skepticism. Huh, of course. For dinner, shall we have self-heating hot pot? Due to resource limitations, the cafeteria could not offer much variety, but they had fortuitously gathered some good items from the supermarket. The little zombie's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. Be cautious. Zhou Cheng and the others will be over soon. Understood. Zhou Cheng and the others did not delay, arriving within minutes. Mama, after 2 months, I finally get to eat hot pot again, even if it's self-heating. After a few bites, Gang Zi couldn't help but exclaim. His pause effectively captured everyone's attention. Yes, it had only been 2 months, yet it felt as if they had endured a protracted 2 years filled with upheaval. They had lost loved ones and friends, faced life and death, weathered trials and tribulations. Each day was a struggle, living in constant peril. However, the zombies outside were growing ever stronger, and each step forward in the future would be far more arduous than the present. Reflecting on this, the group's expressions darkened. Hurry and eat. We've finally got a chance to indulge. Let us not ruin our mood, Zhou Cheng reminded, snapping them back to reality. Indeed, this hot pot is truly delicious. Dong Zi chimed in, sharing a smile. Hey, Gang Zi, how does yours taste? Let me have a bite. Get away. You eat your own. Gang Zi protectively shielded his hot pot. Laughter erupted as the other's spirits lifted. Indeed, there was no need for sorrow. One should embrace joy and live each day to the fullest. Observing them, Luo Li turned to Jiang Wang, and they exchanged a silent glance, continuing to enjoy their meal. The next day, they set out again. This marked the third batch of relocations from the base. 2 previous groups had already departed, and they were the third. Zhou Cheng's team was responsible for escorting over 20 ordinary civilians. Dong Zi drove the large vehicle, positioned centrally, flanked by members of their first team, with Zhou Cheng leading the way as captain. Stay vigilant and aware of your surroundings. Zhou Cheng instructed over the walkie-talkie, ensuring everyone remained alert. Luo Li and Jiang Wang were also aboard the bus, listening to Zhou Cheng's directives. Received, Jiang Wang replied before putting down the walkie-talkie. Each gripped their weapons, stationed on either side, scanning the scene outside. Due to the need to accommodate the civilians, their vigilance was heightened. Moreover, this group was not ordinary. They were individuals of some standing, connected to the higher echelons of the base. All clear ahead, Gang Zi. Watch your rear, Zhou Cheng communicated. Understood, the rear is secure. Proceed with confidence. Remarkably, the journey was unusually calm, with only occasional small groups of zombies encountered. Nevertheless, the distance from the base to the new location still required at least 3 days of travel, so they could not afford to relax their guard. Little girl, why haven't I seen you at the base before? Are you new here? In a bus filled with people, it was unrealistic to sit in silence. So someone struck up a conversation with Luo Li, noticing her youthful appearance. She glanced at the plump woman speaking to her, although she was seated in the bus. Her disdain was palpable. Acknowledging the woman's polite inquiry, Luo Li nodded awkwardly and returned her attention to the surroundings. What abilities do you possess? My son has lightning powers and is already at level 2. The pride in the woman's voice was unmistakable, as if she wished to boast. Luo Li glanced at her, but remained silent. Oh no, she couldn't speak. She was currently mute. However, others reacted to her words, their expressions shifting, as level 2 ability users were still quite rare, with those who could speak being among the elite in the base. There would always be those eager to associate themselves with the influential. Really? Big sister, who is your son? Is he Zhao Lei from Team 3? There were only a few level 2 ability users in the base, and the lightning element had only 2 individuals. Indeed, do you know him? How coincidental. We gave him that name because he happens to be lightning-based. The plump woman chuckled, her pride unabated. Of course I know him. He is frequently mentioned at the base. Quite formidable. Oh, he is not that impressive, the woman replied, her laughter growing. Luo Li felt inexplicably speechless, glancing at Jiang Wang. The base's only level 3 powerhouse was still present, yet she was boasting so freely. Wasn't that a bit awkward? Little girl, why are you silent? Just as Luo Li remained quiet, the woman redirected the conversation towards her. She is indisposed, and we have a mission. Please do not disturb us, Jiang Wang stated coldly, casting a brief glance at the woman before turning his gaze back to the window. The woman seemed eager to say more, but another woman beside her grasped her arm, and they leaned in close, whispering to one another. Subsequently, the plump woman shot a glance at Luo Li that was laden with an inexplicable expression. So, she is a mute. She muttered softly, yet her words reached everyone's ears. The woman in yellow, who had relayed the situation to her, suddenly appeared embarrassed. Even if she were mute, one ought not to speak so. Regardless, she was still a formidable ability user, far superior to you. Do you believe it? You too may find yourself in her position someday. Jiang Wang suddenly turned back, offering a smile, his voice calm. A chill coursed through the woman, and she fell silent. Initially, she had not recognized him, but with the reminders from those around her, she now understood that this man was the base's sole level 3 ability user. A being far more powerful than her son, someone she could not provoke. Nonetheless, in her heart, she couldn't help but scoff. What is he so proud of? Once my son levels up, he will be just the same. As the plump woman settled down, Luoli flashed a sweet smile at Jiang Wang. She truly adored her perfect mouthpiece. Be careful, Jiang Wang observed her silently. Then, recalling that she was unable to speak and thus could not retaliate, he muttered a quiet warning. Luoli obediently nodded, appearing increasingly easy to bully in his eyes. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly. Let's take a break. Allow the crowd to use the restroom first. Hearing the voice over the intercom, Dongzi brought the vehicle to a halt. We shall rest for 10 minutes. Those in need should resolve their business quickly. After traveling for 3 to 4 hours, they had arrived at a gas station where the number of zombies was minimal, making it a safe place to pause. Luoli and the others exited the vehicle and, after ensuring the gas station and its surroundings were clear of zombies, allowed the rest to disembark. They also refueled several vehicles and stored most of the gasoline in their space, as Luoli had collected some supplies from the supermarket yesterday, which included barrels. I'll drive next, Jiang Wang said, patting Dongzi on the shoulder. All right, with the distant howls of zombies echoing. The group hurriedly wrapped up their business and returned to the vehicle, especially the plump woman, who fled in a frightened hurry. Hurry up, hurry up. Didn't they say it would be difficult to travel after dark? Once inside, she hurriedly urged everyone on, and Luoli cast a calm glance at her before returning to her seat. Why aren't you keeping watch? What if there's danger and you miss it? Seeing Luoli's actions, the woman began to nag once more. I've been standing for hours. Is it wrong for me to take a break? If I tire myself out, will you step down to deal with the zombies? Dongzi's temper with outsiders was not as forgiving as with teammates. He retorted sharply, showing no leniency. Little just sit. Ignore her, I'll keep watch. He gently pulled Luoli down to sit. After a moment, Luoli stood once more, turning to face the woman. Drawing a knife from her waist, she pointed the sharp blade threateningly at the woman's mouth, exuding an unmistakable sense of menace. You think it's amusing to bully someone who cannot speak? No problem, I can still act. If you say another word, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of this. Both parties were fierce characters, and the woman finally fell silent. Why are you talking so much? Just follow the orders. Some among the group, recognizing the woman's attitude, openly criticized her. You're just a typical case of someone who talks without understanding the hardship. A girl who appeared to be around Luoli's age added quietly, supporting the sentiment. The plump woman, upon hearing this, was incensed and was about to retort when she noticed Luoli playing with the knife, prompting her to remain silent. Meanwhile, the woman in yellow, observing Luoli's demeanor, discreetly distanced herself from the plump woman. Noticing the shift in attitudes, the plump woman gritted her teeth, mentally noting it all down. Chapter 118. The little zombie is quite well behaved today. S journey progressed smoothly, and before dark, they found a standalone house to rest temporarily. Pair up in twos for the night. Zombies will swarm in the evening, so be cautious. If you notice anything unusual, notify us immediately. Is that clear? Zhou Cheng spoke coldly, surveying the group. Understood. They all echoed, though one individual remained silent, scrutinizing the house with a look of disdain, her motives unclear. Anyone who knowingly invites zombies should be left behind to be their meal. I mean it, Zhou Cheng added ominously, his gaze fixed on that individual. They understood why the base assigned this troublesome group to them. The more favorable the treatment given to these connections, the more they would take advantage of it. Thus, Zhou Cheng spoke sternly, showing no leniency whatsoever. Instantly, all eyes turned to the plump woman, as Dongzi and Zhou Cheng were already aware of the events that had transpired in the vehicle earlier that day. I heard everything. Why are you all looking at me? I haven't done anything wrong, the plump woman murmured uncomfortably, retreating into the nearest room with her belongings. We will gather at 6 tomorrow morning. Zhou Cheng coldly reminded them as he watched her retreating figure. They all complied and dispersed to find rooms for rest. The house was quite spacious, containing over a dozen rooms, sufficient for their needs. We are 8 in total, and tonight we'll split into pairs for night watch. 2 teams for the first half and 2 teams for the second half. Stay vigilant. Little Lee, will you be all right with Wanga? Luoli nodded immediately, affirming her agreement. Seeing her approval, Zhou Cheng began organizing the night watch, first pairing Dongzi with another teammate, then switching to Luoli and Jiang Wang for the latter half of the night, with Zhou Cheng and Gongzi taking the lead. During the midnight hours, things will be most chaotic, so Jiang Wang and Zhou Cheng will bear the primary responsibility. All right, Jiang Wang, Little Li, you two should rest for now. We will switch you out later. MHM. The room assigned to Luoli was shared with the girl who had previously criticized the plump woman. I've tidied up a bit. Which side do you want to sleep on? Upon Luoli's return, the girl, Lu Xiaojin, withdrew her hand shyly and asked, "This is a rental house. There is only one bed in the room." Luoli pointed to the outer side of the bed. "I'll keep watch. It's more convenient for me to sleep on the outside. Then I'll take the inside," Lu Xiaojin said, slightly embarrassed as she brushed her hair. I tend to move around a bit while sleeping and like to cuddle things. If I disturb you, just push me away." Luoli nodded silently, then approached the bed and closed her eyes to rest. Ah, how comfortable it is to lie down. Watching her actions, Lu Xiaojin hesitated before pulling out 2 pieces of bread from her bag. "Would you like a bite?" After a moment's hesitation, she softly offered, noticing that Luoli hadn't eaten anything on the road. Hearing her, Luoli opened her eyes and shook her head. After a moment of thought, she retrieved a small blackboard from her space and wrote a few words on it. "I already ate, thank you." Lu Xiaojin read it aloud and nodded, smiling sweetly. "It's fine, I have plenty. My brother is a space ability user, and he brought these back for me. You should have one." Lu Xiaojin had only just arrived 2 minutes ago, and they still needed to organize their tasks, so it was implausible for them to eat so quickly. She assumed Luoli was feeling shy, and with that thought, she eagerly handed a piece of bread to Luoli, offering her a smile. Luoli suddenly understood the sentiment behind Jiang Wang and the others' constant expressions of concern, as if they feared she might be sold. This little girl was simply too kind-hearted. Nevertheless, she did not refuse the gesture, glanced at her companion, and silently opened the packaging, taking a few bites. After contemplating for a moment, she rummaged through her personal space and pulled out some chocolates to share. It was her principle to not owe favors and to not take from others without giving back. "Wow, chocolate. I'll just take one. Let's make a trade." Seeing that her companion had food as well, Lu Xiaojin was momentarily surprised, but quickly grasped Luoli's intention and accepted one without any pretentiousness. "By the way, I'm Lu Xiaojin. What's your name?" On Luoli's little blackboard, 2 characters danced elegantly as she chewed on her bread, her mouth filled. "What a lovely name." Hearing the compliment, Luoli smiled politely, quickly finished her food, and then lay back with her eyes closed. Lu Xiaojin obediently finished her meal and climbed into bed to rest, placing her hands on her stomach in an effort to sleep soundly. After more than 10 minutes, Luoli quietly pushed away the heavy weight pressing against her. Downstairs, Dongzi and another person on watch were gnawing on compressed biscuits, their eyes peering out through the window. Once they had their fill, one stayed downstairs while the other ascended to the rooftop, splitting into 2 sides to observe. Chapter 119. Little zombie, she was quite obedient. Everything outside appeared normal. The surrounding area had been cleared, leaving only a few zombies wandering in the distance. However, simultaneously, the other side of the city, several kilometers away, was not at peace. "Quickly, hurry." Lu Bai urged his teammates to evacuate as he anxiously called out to the woman behind him. "I'm fine, you all go." The woman had her hair tied neatly in a high ponytail, clad in a sleek black tactical suit, as she effortlessly decapitated a zombie without batting an eye. In the next moment, Lu Bai stood by her side, pulling her back. "Run." They sprinted at the limit of human capacity, wishing they had 8 legs. Yet the zombies prowling at night moved significantly faster than during the day. Moreover, their vision was unhindered, swarming in from all directions, overwhelming in number. There was no escape. The path ahead was blocked by the horde, and as they watched the relentless onslaught of zombies, despair crept into their expressions, tightening Luoyi's lips. She raised her hand to the sky, releasing her last flare. If this call for help yielded no response, then they would have no choice but to accept their fate. It was a pity she had yet to find her parents and Shaoli. She longed to see them again. "We must break out through the left side. We cannot wait to die." Meanwhile, Lu Bai thought of his sister, distributing the last of their ammunition to everyone, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This was a crossroads, and they were cornered with nowhere to hide. Their only chance lay in their ability to break through. "All right." At that moment, Luoli abruptly opened her eyes, stood up, and moved to the window, peering outside. She sensed a familiar aura, albeit from a distance. Glancing back at Lu Xiaojin on the bed, She opened the window and leapt from the second floor, vanishing into the darkness in mere moments, covering several hundred meters. What was that? Downstairs. Dong Zi felt a flicker in his vision, rubbing his eyes, yet saw nothing. In the next instant, it seemed as though something had dashed out from the house again. In less than half a minute, Luo Li appeared 2 kilometers away, with Jiang Wang following closely behind, his speed impressive. Just a turn of the head, and he was already at her side. What's wrong? As the words left his lips, they both noticed a signal flare illuminating the sky ahead. Sister. Luo Li quickened her pace, confirming that the source was indeed her sister's aura as they drew closer. Perhaps due to a recent upgrade, her perception had vastly improved. A minute later, they arrived in the city. However, it was inundated by an endless tide of zombies. Seeing the chaos in the city center, Luo Li's heart tightened. She immediately released her aura, issuing a command for the zombies below to retreat. The zombies within her vicinity stiffened and began to withdraw. Upon seeing the face below that bore a resemblance to Luo Li, Jiang Wang turned his gaze toward the horde as well. A stronger force of suppression radiated from him, momentarily halting the zombies below. Then, as if under command, they began to retreat. What is happening? Why are they suddenly dispersing? The group below, initially resigned to a desperate fight, paused in confusion. Forget the reason. Let us retreat first, Luo Yi urged, furrowing her brow. The others nodded in agreement, quickly making their escape. As they successfully located a vehicle to flee, Luo Li and Jiang Wang vanished from the scene. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves back in their respective rooms. The cold wind she brought in made Lu Xiaojin shiver. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Liang had seen the distress signal from the south while upstairs, likely indicating some urgent situation. Xiaoli, Wang Ge, let us go check it out together. Dong Zi and the others will guard here. Luo Li nodded in agreement, turning to meet Jiang Wang's gaze, sharing a silent understanding without words. Zhou Cheng and the others reacted swiftly, with Zhang Liang calling for help as soon as he noticed the signal. Yet, alas, Luo Li and Jiang Wang, with their extraordinary speed, had already completed their task and returned. By the time the others drove halfway there, they encountered Lu Bai's vehicle head-on. It's Team 1. Seeing the familiar car, Lu Bai's eyes lit up with joy. The frequency of zombie activity surged at night, and in just a short while, they had attracted a large horde behind them. Zhou Qing executed a stylish drift to turn around, while Luo Li gripped the vehicle tightly, waiting for it to stabilize before leaning out the window, each taking charge of one side, ready to clear the zombies behind them. Xiao Li, a woman in another vehicle, turned and gasped upon seeing the familiar figure. Bang! A gunshot snapped her back to reality, and she immediately joined in to deal with the impending danger. The two teams coordinated effectively, successfully shaking off the pursuing zombies and securing their safety. Thank you. Lu Bai smiled in gratitude, glancing at Zhou Cheng and his team as they drove alongside. No need for thanks. Just remember to allocate some points for our teammates later, Zhou Cheng replied playfully, suggesting something more tangible than mere words. Lu Bai chuckled in response. Sure, no problem. As they conversed, the group returned to their temporary residence. Upon arriving at the lodging, Luo Li was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace, lifted off the ground and nestled against a soft chest. Her face flushed a deep crimson at the unexpected softness. The others nearby were left bewildered, while Jiang Wang furrowed his brow, hesitating before stilling his feet. Sister, I finally found you. Where are Mom and Dad? Why are you alone? The overwhelming excitement of family reunion was uncontainable as Luo Yi hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face as she examined her sister. Seeing that Luo Li was safe and sound relieved her, but then she remembered something and began to search around, asking questions. Upon recalling their parents, Luo Li lowered her gaze and shook her head. Noticing her expression, Luo Yi felt a pang of foreboding in her heart, sensing something was amiss. What is wrong with your voice? She quickly noticed Luo Li's unusual demeanor. Luo Li was about to take out a small blackboard to explain, but she noticed a crowd of people gathering around. Ultimately, she shook her head lightly, indicating that she would discuss it with her sister later. Observing her actions, Luo Yi also realized that many had descended from the upper floors, filling the area with spectators. The commotion caused by Zhou Cheng and the others leaving was considerable. Several ability users had exited, reducing their protective detail by half, prompting someone to rush down and inquire about the situation. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng and his team return with a squad of ability users from a base, everyone felt reassured. Let us observe what you all are deliberating, someone remarked, noting the expressions of the ability users. Promptly, A group of individuals retreated to their rooms, leaving only 2 squads of ability users and Lu Xiaojin, who was excitedly sneaking around to see her brother. Lu Bai and his team were members of the 9th squad from the base, originally a group of 7, now reduced to 4 members, plus Luo Yi, who was not part of their base. This is Luo Yi, an ability user we encountered during our mission. We were fortunate to meet her, otherwise, we might have faced complete annihilation. Lu Bai briefly recounted their team's experiences and introduced Luo Yi. She is an ability user from the 2nd base. No, I am from your base. Are you lacking members in your team? Luo Yi interjected, turning to Zhou Cheng. Upon finding her sister, she was ready to switch teams without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, we are certainly short-staffed. Welcome aboard. We shall register you upon our return. Zhou Cheng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and then extended his hand for a handshake, only to be intercepted by Lu Bai. Sister Yi, we cannot proceed like this. We share a bond forged in the crucible of battle. How can you so easily abandon us? His expression portrayed a sense of profound grievance. Lu Xiaojin felt that her previously cool and impressive brother had his image utterly shattered. Hearing his words, Luo Yi paused for a moment. Reflecting on their shared experiences over the past few days, she acknowledged that they had indeed formed a bond worthy of such an expression. How about this? You join our team. After all, we are from the same base, and it will be more convenient for us to meet in the future, Lu Bai suggested earnestly. His gaze fixed on Luo Yi with intensity. Strangely, Luo Yi felt as if she had been momentarily scorched by his gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhou Cheng, amused by Lu Bai's anxious demeanor, chuckled but refrained from interrupting. After all, Luo Yi was brought back by them, and the 9th squad genuinely needed more members. He was not so naive as to compete for her. Observing this, Luo Li glanced between her sister and Lu Bai as if grasping something, and then decisively nudged her sister. Fine, considering our bond, it does seem that you would fit well with us. Henceforth, we shall be teammates. Let us look out for one another. Upon receiving Luo Li's approving gaze, Luo Yi thought for a moment and readily agreed. All right, we shall look out for each other. Seeing Luo Yi's acceptance, the members of the 9th squad felt a surge of joy, although the sorrow of losing comrades lingered in their hearts. They greeted Luo Yi with genuine smiles, recognizing the need to move forward. Thus, Luo Yi officially became a member of the 9th squad. You have just returned from a life-threatening mission. Go rest for now. We shall take the night watch, Zhou Cheng instructed, allowing them some time to recuperate. Luo Li took this opportunity to return to her room with Luo Yi, while Lu Xiaojin hurried to find her brother. Xiao Li, what on earth transpired? When I received the news and rushed back to find you, I could no longer establish contact. There was no sign of our family at home or school. I searched for a long time before unexpectedly joining the 2nd base. From Luo Li's small blackboard, Luo Yi learned the entire sequence of events. Although Luo Li concealed her transformation into a zombie, she recounted instead that she awakened her abilities and inadvertently joined the 1st base's ability team to seek vengeance. Indeed, there are instances of ordinary people being bitten by zombies and not being assimilated, but instead becoming ability users, and Luo Yi had no reason to doubt her sister's account. However, the thought of her sister enduring so much alone filled her with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It is my fault for returning late, she murmured, embracing Luo Li tightly. Her body trembled slightly, and Luo Li felt the dampness at her neck, gently patting Luo Yi's back in a comforting gesture. After some time, Luo Yi regained her composure, cautiously gazing at Luo Li. In your throat? Luo Li waved her hand, signaling her sister not to worry. It is temporary. I will recover in time, so there is no need for concern. On her blackboard, a reassuring message was added. She was a mute who could not use sign language. Hence she had prepared the small blackboard early on, finding it quite practical. That's good to hear. Upon reading the words on the small blackboard, Luo Yi finally felt at ease. The sisters nestled together, exchanging written messages about their recent circumstances. However, after narrowly escaping death, Luo Yi was indeed exhausted. As they chatted, she leaned against the side of the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the comfort of having family nearby that allowed her to sleep particularly soundly this time. Luo Li glanced at her sister and quietly slipped out. Just as she exited, she encountered Lu Xiaojin returning. Remembering her sister in the room, Luo Li made a shushing gesture. Lu Xiaojin nodded obediently and tiptoed back to her room, climbing back into bed. She peeked at Luo Yi and then contentedly closed her eyes. My future sister-in-law is truly beautiful, and my new friend is stunning as well, She had just observed that her brother's gaze toward Luo Yi was anything but innocent. Luo Yi's face had also flushed slightly. This budding pairing was one she would ship. As Luo Li descended the stairs, Dong Zi and the others had just returned. Jiang Wang sat alone in the living room, the dim light casting a melancholic aura around him. It was as if he had finally squeezed into the bustling crowd for a fleeting moment, only to return to solitude once more. "You've come," he remarked quietly, lifting his head as if sensing her presence. "You stay down here. I will go upstairs," he stated, rising and heading for the stairs without awaiting Luo Li's response, casting only a passing glance in her direction. As he walked past her, Luo Li reached out and grasped his hand. The little zombie's eyes brimmed with concern for him, as if puzzled by his sudden melancholy. "Let go." Meeting her gaze, Jiang Wang remained silent for a long time before finally uttering softly, "You are deceiving me." The little zombie stubbornly refused to release his hand, her clear black eyes reflecting a serious inquiry, as if a child eager to understand the reason behind his sorrow. "You lied to me." They remained in a stalemate for a while, but ultimately, Jiang Wang could no longer withstand it. Turning his head away and muttering in a sullen tone, a hint of betrayal lacing his voice. He had come to seek her companionship, yet each time, it seemed she harbored some ulterior motive. Initially, it was for vengeance, and now it was to find her sister. Clearly, she had planned her visit to the base for these two purposes. Regardless of the reasons, they did not involve him. Of course, their paths had never truly crossed. It was entirely natural that her intentions did not center on him. Yet, she ought not to deceive him. Strangely, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, Luo Li was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the logic behind his thoughts. She pondered intently, but her mind remained a blank slate. Deceiving him? Was she? She was confused. As if perceiving her bewilderment, Jiang Wang's throat tightened, and in annoyance, he turned to ascend the stairs. "Forget it. It's nothing. Pretend I never said anything." Even he himself remained oblivious to the nature of his own pretentiousness. She was not obligated to pay him any particular attention. After all, he was not significant to her. With this thought in mind, he halted momentarily, turning to glance at her. She appeared as worried and perplexed as ever, staring vacantly at him, prompting him to let out a silent sigh. He then affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Let us go together." Upon hearing this, Luo Li snapped back to reality and obediently followed him. The two ascended to the top floor, making their way to the rooftop terrace through a small window. Jiang Wang found a spot to sit, idly twirling a small stick he had acquired from somewhere. His presence alone was enough to deter the nearby zombies from approaching the building. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li settled beside him, softly inquiring, "So, what do you think I am being dishonest?" After much reflection, she felt it prudent to clarify, as her intuition suggested that this question might be the reason for his stagnant affections, stuck at a mere 40. Jiang Wang paused, turning to look at her. The little zombie met his gaze for a moment, blinking in confusion. In the end, Jiang Wang conceded, tilting his head to respond. "You claim you are here to accompany me, but that is evidently not the case. Your true purpose is to facilitate your revenge and to seek your sister." This had been her original intention, rather than the sweet lie she spun about being there for him. He was acutely aware that she was merely placating him, yet he found himself secretly believing her words. Having faced abandonment numerous times, he yearned to trust in sweet nothings. He thought to himself he was not so flawed. Why couldn't he believe such sentiments? After hearing his words, Luo Li finally grasped his meaning and nodded. "Indeed, that is my secondary objective. If I did not deceive you, I am here to keep you company, for we are the only two of our kind, and we must support one another." Upon hearing her words, he suddenly halted, as if awakened. Gazing at Luo Li's small face, he broke into a radiant smile. "That is true. They cannot accompany you for long, but I can." He understood that their lifespans would be endless. Having evolved to his level, he had become an indestructible entity. Observing the obedient little zombie, he pinched her soft, tender cheek. "However, your progress seems rather slow." He had become immortal, yet she was not yet so fortunate. "I have done my utmost, but there are no more advanced crystal cores available." She had indeed tried her best, but her efforts had reached their limits. Listening to her, Jiang Wang paused again, gently squeezing her pleasantly soft cheek. "Who says there are none?" At his words, Luo Li appeared puzzled, but he withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards the distance, choosing not to elaborate further. This all seemed rather mysterious, leaving her feeling somewhat frustrated, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. In the pitch-black night, only a few scattered lights flickered in the darkness. The two figures, one large and one small, sat closely together, finding solace in each other's company. The next day, the team was once again prepared to set out. Accompanied by the members of Team 9, they were among the first to embark on the journey to the new base, tasked with clearing zombies to expand the safety perimeter of the base. This mission was undeniably perilous. They had encountered a horde of advanced zombies, resulting in several teammates being lost. They had also inadvertently stumbled into a zombie city, nearly facing total annihilation. After such an ordeal, it was clear that they could not continue with their missions, so they decided to return to the base to recuperate before making further plans. The two teams would travel together, ensuring a higher degree of safety. "Miss, are you new here? You are quite beautiful. What is your ability?" Luo Yi sat with Luo Li on the bus when the plump woman began her inquiries. Before boarding, Luo Yi had heard from Dong Zi about this woman. At first, her questions seemed friendly, but her true nature was that of a schemer. "Your abilities are of no concern to me. If you have time to spare, stand up and help us guard. I'll give you a knife to take down a few zombies." Luo Yi coldly retorted, offering her a machete. The woman immediately fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Bang! At that moment, Luo Li fired a shot from the window, taking down a zombie that was rushing toward the bus. Seeing this, the woman shrank even lower in her seat. The remainder of the journey went smoothly. On the morning of the fourth day after departing from the base, they successfully arrived at the new base, although there had been a few talkative individuals along the way. Fortunately, they were not the sort to hinder progress. Aside from being bothersome, they posed no real threat, and overall, the trip was successful. The new base was indeed vast, significantly larger than their previous location, with the area designated for ability users resembling a small community. Based on their capabilities, the members of Team 1 were allocated residences in a villa district. Jiang Wang, demonstrating his prowess, had claimed an entire building for himself. Zhou Cheng Lu Bai and the other team leaders also received independent houses. Luo Li couldn't help but feel envious, and she was invited to choose between staying with Jiang Wang or Zhou Cheng, her team leader. Naturally, she chose Jiang Wang, which Zhou Cheng anticipated, smiling and nodding in agreement. "Then I shall claim it for myself. Is the captain worried about an empty home? You should find a sister-in-law soon." Dong Zi and the others teased jovially. Luo Yi was also invited by her team leader to stay, while Lu Xiaojin eagerly followed her brother. "Sister Luo Yi, come stay with us. Jiang Wang's room is next to my brother's. We can all be neighbors." While Luo Yi secretly desired to be near her sister, her relationship with Jiang Wang was still in its infancy, making it awkward to impose on her sister's goodwill. After some thought, she nodded in agreement to Lu Xiaojin, as they would be living next door, allowing her to visit Luo Li whenever she wished. Lu Bai, being her team leader, naturally had the responsibility to accommodate his team members. "That's wonderful. From now on, we are all one big family," Lu Xiaojin exclaimed joyfully, while Lu Bai and Luo Yi exchanged a perplexed glance, both feeling an inexplicable warmth in their ears. Standing beside Jiang Wang, Luo Li wore a beaming smile. Jiang Wang, upon noticing her expression, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Cheng and a few others were also sharing knowing smiles at the sight of the two. Having learned from Luo Yi about Luo Li's age, they understood that although she appeared youthful, she was already an adult. To be honest, when Wang Ge and Xiao Li stand together, they do seem quite compatible. They had previously thought Xiao Li too young, but now their perspective had shifted, and they increasingly felt that the two were well matched. The aloof and reserved handsome man paired with the delicate little princess truly resembled a fairy tale knight and princess. Their combined beauty would surely garner attention even in the past, making them a national couple. Well then, since everything is arranged, let us all return to our respective quarters to rest. The base will likely have further arrangements tomorrow. Zhou Cheng finally spoke up. "All right, see you tomorrow." The group nodded in agreement, dispersing to their new residences. "You can choose your room first. I am fine with any," Jiang Wang said, leading Luo Li to the villa. Without hesitation, she dashed inside to explore, then rushed upstairs to take a look. Observing her little figure bouncing around the house, Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile. "I want the one upstairs, the one with the balcony." In the next moment, Luo Li's voice bubbled up from the second floor, calling out to him. "All right," Jiang Wang replied, following her upstairs and selecting a room adjacent to hers. Watching the little one rearranging her belongings, it wasn't long before various trinkets and decorations filled her room, transforming it into a charming little nest. It remained a mystery from where she had sourced all these items. Just as she finished her task, she darted into his room again, bustling about. Before long, the once desolate space transformed, infused with a touch of vitality. Hee hee, do you like it? The little zombie, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, looked expectantly at him. Jiang Wang returned to his senses and nodded slightly, causing her to beam with even greater delight. Chapter 122. The little zombie is quite obedient. Will it hurt when you level up and evolve? As he beheld her beaming smile, he suddenly inquired, his thoughts drifting. Luoli appeared momentarily perplexed, then earnestly shook her head. Hee hee, my constitution is quite extraordinary. It won't hurt. With Kai Kai's assistance, the process is painless. Hearing her response, his expression relaxed a bit, and he continued, if an immediate opportunity to upgrade presented itself, would you desire it? Of course, Luoli responded without hesitation, eager to become the most dazzling version of herself. All right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang fell silent for a moment, then gently tapped her on the head. Opening his mouth, he prompted her to comply. Luoli, bewildered yet obedient, opened her mouth, and a drop of crimson blood oozed from his fingertip, dripping into her mouth. The subtly metallic and sweet flavor momentarily stunned her. Sensing the immense power within that blood, Xiao Bai Kai quickly assisted her in converting and absorbing it. Goodness, that tiny drop must be equivalent to tens of thousands of crystal cores for its host. Is it uncomfortable? Noticing her dazed expression, he furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes. He had once endured excruciating pain from injection of a serum, the virus swiftly eroding every cell within him, followed by an indescribable agony. He had experienced that sensation countless times, and even now, recalling it made his face pale, the shadow of fear rooted deep within him, memories he could never escape. When he last awoke from a trial in the laboratory, he had transformed into his current self. The figures in white coats, wielding syringes, had morphed into something monstrous, while the outside world had irrevocably changed. He had never experienced the pain of evolution, yet he feared that it might resemble what he had once endured. She would not withstand it. Ha, it's nothing, Luo Li reassured him, shaking her head as she regained her composure. Suddenly, she froze, astonished as she touched her throat. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over her, causing her to sway and collapse against his chest. Jiang Wang hurriedly embraced her, using his strength to ascertain that she was merely undergoing a steady evolution, which relieved him. He carried Luo Li back to her room, quietly watching over her while his mind involuntarily drifted to those agonizing memories. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai Kai, unnoticed by anyone, widened her eyes in surprise as she observed him. As Luo Li fell into a deep slumber, her consciousness inexplicably returned to the system space, where she too was momentarily taken aback. Both she and the entity were furrowing their brows, intently observing the memories that Jiang Wang had unexpectedly revealed. His recollections spanned a considerable length, beginning from his infancy. He was not favored by his biological parents, a product of a failed romance. At 5 days old, he was abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage, where he spent what could be considered the warmest moments of his early life. At 2.5 years old, a childless couple adopted him. Listening to the orphanage director, he believed he would find happiness. In this new family, he indeed experienced fleeting joy, but soon his adoptive parents bore their own child. At just 3 years old, he was returned to the orphanage. Perhaps due to his exceptional appearance, he was quickly favored by potential adopters. Not long after his return, another couple took him in. However, he was merely a substitute. Their biological child had gone missing, and they treated him as a replacement. Yet he was content, for merely having a mother and father was a blessing for a child raised in an orphanage. He was obedient, striving to impress his adoptive parents, hoping to shine brightly enough for them to truly love him, rather than seeing through him to someone else. However, a substitute could never replace the original. When his adoptive parents' biological child was found, he was once again discarded, returned to the orphanage. By then, he was 10 years old, and the years had felt long. The director had changed. He, at an age deemed neither too young nor too old to work or earn, was not favored by the new director. Thus, when a research facility offered a high price for subjects, he was unhesitatingly cast aside, becoming a test subject. This marked the beginning of his suffering. Confined in a hellish place for 12 long years. After countless trials, he emerged as the most exceptional subject, the closest to success. Ultimately, after many failed experiments, they succeeded in creating a superhuman existence. Consequently, they embarked on a grand experiment, the zombie apocalypse, the crisis of the end times. These were merely excuses to conceal humanity's malevolence. They extracted viral samples from Jiang Wang's body and introduced them into water systems worldwide, leading humanity to contract the virus and undergo genetic evolution. This was the true cause of the human crisis. However, they reaped what they sowed. Upon witnessing Jiang Wang's condition, they believed they could attain the same strength and achieve immortality. Thus, they secretly injected themselves with the virus. In the end, that greedy group failed to endure the virus, transforming into grotesque creatures, mere shadows of their former selves. The current ability users are the successful products of their grand experiment, while zombies are the failed byproducts of human evolution. Not entirely a failure, for zombies, though no longer human, can indeed achieve a form of immortality, provided their heads remain intact. The above details comprise the memories inadvertently extracted from Jiang Wang's mind by the system, encompassing all matters related to him. Upon reaching the conclusion, Luo Li felt a sense of satisfaction imagining Jiang Wang avenging himself upon those detestable figures in white coats. Did they believe themselves to be divine beings, attempting to improve humanity? How dare they? Did they ever consult humanity's will? Did they ever ask before imposing their changes? Nevertheless, have they yet discovered an antidote for the virus? Xiao Baikai nodded. The data indicates that the current zombie crisis cannot be resolved. Ultimately, ability users will coexist with zombies, while pure humans may gradually vanish, leading to a new world dominated by ability users and zombies. Chapter 123. The little zombie is quite obedient. Host, the energy in his blood is quite potent. Just now, Kai has helped you enhance your vocal cords. Furthermore, Xiao Xiong has often heard the host mention that this world's physique is lacking. Kai has also assisted you in further evolving. Zombie evolution equates to development. Making slight adjustments is not an issue. Observing the innocent and earnest expression of Xiao Baikai as she reported, Luo Li felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet she sincerely glanced at her own body and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Kai, love you. Her little system was truly dear to her. Xiao Baikai covered her blushing cheeks, feeling slightly bashful. As the time approached, Luo Li nestled back into her body, yet still absorbing energy, she did not awaken, seizing the moment to take a nap. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang remained vigilantly beside her. The following day, as dawn broke, Luo Li finally stirred from her slumber. Feeling utterly at ease in her body, she comfortably stretched and turned her head to find Jiang Wang gazing at her with a smile in his eyes. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Luo Li habitually shook her head, then recalled something before speaking. I feel fine, you need not worry. Her voice, sweet and soft, matched her appearance. Yet there was an inexplicable sense that she seemed more delicate than before. Thank you, Brother Jiang Wang. Just as she was thinking this, she sweetly smiled at him and softly called his name. Unaccountably, Jiang Wang felt his heart struck by her smile, and he instinctively turned his head away. They should be coming soon for the gathering. You should tidy up first. With his hasty departure, the system notification chimed in. Luo Li smiled with her eyes crinkling as she turned and walked into the bathroom, soon emerging to call out to the next room. I want to take a shower. She knocked on the door, announcing her desire. After a brief moment, Jiang Wang opened the door and silently entered her bathroom, quickly preparing the bathtub with water at the perfect temperature. After he left, Luo Li joyfully took out her fragrant bath products, humming a little tune, revealing her delight. Hearing her gentle hum, Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile slightly. She was right. They were indeed kindred spirits, the only ones truly accompanying each other. He would hold on her tightly and allow no one else to abandon her. Moreover, it was she who had insisted they support one another. He had taken her words to heart. Indeed, not long after Luo Li finished bathing, Zhou Cheng and the others arrived. Luo Li tied her long, curly hair into a bun, donned a pair of overalls, and topped it off with a yellow shirt. With little sunglasses perched atop her head, she appeared adorably cool. The base has assigned a task for us to expand the safe zone, but there's no rush to leave immediately. We can rest for a couple of days first. What do you all think? Zhou Cheng explained the situation, glancing at his teammates. I'm fine with that. Dong Zi was the first to respond, as he was always amenable to the Group S plans. Captain, what are your thoughts? Jiang Wang did not rush to express his opinion, but first inquired about Zhou Cheng's intentions. I think it's best to clear our base sooner rather than later for stability. However, we just completed a mission, and we have been busy for a while. The brothers should have a chance to rest. Then let us go. What's the harm in taking a bit more time? We can rest when we return. I've heard there are plenty of crystal cores around here. Let us gather some more. Gang Zi chimed in, having learned that the new base had changed its rules. Like points, crystal cores could now serve as currency, even beyond the confines of the base. There was now a consensus outside that crystal cores could be used as trading currency, essentially making them akin to money. Upon hearing this news, everyone was eager to stockpile. The new base's safe zone had already expanded significantly, but further expansion would ensure greater safety. We can't miss out on this, Dongzi added. Luo Li and Jiang Wang exchanged glances and nodded at Zhou Cheng. Given Luo Li's attire, it was clear she was ready to set off. All right, let us get moving, Zhou Cheng declared without hesitation, and as they stepped outside, they encountered Team 9. Out to hunt monsters? Lu Bai raised an eyebrow at them. What is up? Want to join us? Sure. Team 9 had initially intended to rest, but, driven by the new information, they were eager to set out. They had heard that zombies outside were beginning to evolve. If that were the case, delaying might mean missing out on the crystal cores while they were still plentiful. Xiaoli, how did you sleep last night? Luo Yi had already wrapped her arm around her sister S, and the two sisters began to chat intimately. Okay. Luo Li feigned a hoarse voice. You can speak now, Luo Yi exclaimed, filled with joy. The others turned their attention to them. Jiang Wang and Luo Li exchanged a glance, maintaining their composure as they began to convey the narrative they had agreed upon. Yes. Last night while she was at home eating, her voice suddenly returned. I took her to see the old doctor at the base, who said her inability to speak was not due to external factors, but rather a deep emotional shock leading to a physiological response. Now, she has experienced some relief and can start to speak again. Listening to his calm explanation, Luo Li glanced at him and stifled a smile. Jiang Wang returned her a helpless look. The teammates who understood Luo Li's situation pieced together the explanation in their minds. Due to her family circumstances, Xiaoli had endured immense trauma that rendered her mute, and now that she had found her older sister, she had begun to heal, allowing her to speak once more. In conclusion, it was evident that Xiaoli had faced great difficulties. Seeing the sympathy in their gazes, Luo Yi couldn't hold back her tears and embraced Luo Li tightly. Although Luo Li hadn't intended to cause her sister to cry, she quickly patted her back in comfort. This was indeed a good thing. Xiaoli would recover soon. Observing Luo Yi's emotional state, Lu Bai quickly chimed in to console, his eyes filled with compassion. Yes, Luo Yi nodded, choking back her tears, releasing Luo Li to smile at her. You're right. Xiaoli will get better and better. She would surely protect her. Unbeknownst to Luo Yi's thoughts, Luo Li simply smiled sweetly at her. Watching the two sisters, everyone couldn't help but smile in response. Let us go. We need to hurry and set off. I heard there are many people receiving missions today. We should be late and miss out. Zhou Cheng reminded them cheerfully. Let us go. Luo Yi nodded in agreement, pulling her sister along to catch up with the others. Jiang Wang observed Luo Li's hand being tightly held by someone else, his gaze flickering as his fingertips curled slightly. Unaccountably, he wished to hold her hand as well. Chapter 124. The little zombie is quite well behaved. Wow, there are indeed a lot of people out today. Once they set off and arrived at their destination, Dongzi could not contain his surprise. There were many people present, including their base's ability users, as well as numerous unfamiliar faces, possibly from other bases or independent ability users. They were forming small groups, all aiming for zombies carrying crystal cores. I heard someone say that crystal cores from zombies with the same ability attribute can help enhance abilities. Perhaps that's why. Gang Z spoke up, noticing the excitement in the eyes of the others, who were now even more eager. Whether for using crystal cores as currency or absorbing them to enhance abilities, the allure of crystal cores was immense. Thus, it was no wonder that so many people had gathered. It seems we can't stick together. Everyone should pair up and not wander too far. We'll regroup here in 2 hours. This scene was quite rare. There seemed to be more people than zombies now. All right, Xiao, let us team up. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. As Luo Yi approached Luo Li, Lu Bai called her away. Luo Li naturally ended up in a team with Jiang Wang. Typically, everyone would avoid these high-level zombies, but now they were actively seeking them out, presenting quite the contrast. However, she could also clearly sense that both the ability users and zombies had significantly increased in strength recently. It seemed she could even smell the scent of a second-tier zombie, which made her a bit restless. Let us go. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Wang seemed to understand her thoughts, and when he saw that everyone had already dispersed in various directions, he naturally grasped Luo Li's wrist, leading her forward. His gaze lingered on her hand for a moment, yet he was aware of his boundaries and refrained from pushing further, only holding her wrist. Luo Li sensed the dampness of his palm and, puzzled, glanced up at him. His expression appeared perfectly normal, yet his sweaty hands betrayed a different story. Luo Li's intuition was not unfounded. In recent days, many ability users had felt a significant enhancement in their powers. Perhaps it was due to their continuous missions, or perhaps the lingering effects of the recent rainfall. Nonetheless, they all felt a newfound confidence in their abilities. Most individuals present were now capable of independently dealing with a single crystal core zombie, and even those with slightly lesser abilities could collaborate effectively. Suddenly, a tall figure and a small one appeared several kilometers away from them. Luo Li swiftly maneuvered through the throngs of zombies, quickly gathering an impressive number of crystal cores. Among them were 2 second-level zombie cores, and for some inexplicable reason, she found the scent of these second-level cores rather sweet. After contemplating, she asked Jiang Wang to wash them with water before tasting them. They were indeed sweet. The little zombie's eyes widened in delight, clearly enjoying the flavor. Observing her expression, Jiang Wang smiled faintly. "Let's find some more," he suggested, reaching out to take her hand, and their figures soon vanished into a denser cluster of zombies. In this scene, they exhibited no fear. Rather, they were filled with excitement. "Wow, this barbecue place has so many grilling materials." Luo Li's voice echoed from the street below, her small backpack already brimming with crystal cores, which she casually tossed back into the system space. "Brother Wang, those mutated animals are inedible for them, but we should be able to eat them, right?" Looking at the materials, she suddenly craved barbecued meat. "Of course," Jiang Wang replied with a nod. And in the next moment, he retrieved some meat from mutated pigs, along with fresh vegetables from the space. "I can preserve and store food in my space. I saved some ingredients from when I first began gathering supplies. Would you like to try them?" "Yes." The little zombie nodded eagerly. After quickly setting up a table and igniting the charcoal, they began grilling the meat. "This is incredibly delicious. Your sister-in-law will be so happy in the future." The little zombie munched on the barbecue, giving him a thumbs up and praising him with a sweet voice. Hearing her somewhat intentional yet casual remarks, Jiang Wang paused, placing the freshly grilled meat beside her. He replied nonchalantly, his gaze lingering on her as she devoured the food. Sister-in-law? He had never contemplated this notion before. But given the current circumstances, there was only one person of his kind who could fulfill that role. "Do you want a sister-in-law?" He pondered, a sudden thought crossing his mind as he lowered his voice. His expression remained composed, as if casually following her line of inquiry, yet it bore an air of significance. As anticipated, she hesitated before beginning to laugh it off. "If you have someone you like, of course I would want that." Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly dissatisfied with her response. "But you promised me that you would always be by my side. How would you accompany me if you had a sister-in-law?" Strangely, Luo Li felt a surge of apprehension at his words. In the next instant, he unexpectedly stood up, encircling her with his arms from behind in an embrace that didn't actually touch her. The little zombie's ears flushed a deep hue, her mouth opening in shock, rendered speechless. Jiang Wang observed her reaction and suddenly chuckled softly, his handsome features glowing even more radiantly. He retrieved 2 paper towels to wipe his hands. "I'll get the napkins." As he spoke, she appeared increasingly uncomfortable. Who would bring napkins by circling from behind? "You haven't answered me." Jiang Wang was determined not to let her evade the question. Gently pinching her cheek to help her wipe off the remnants of food, his voice calm. The faint floral sweetness of her scent mingled with the crisp pine fragrance emanating from him, creating an atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. "It's getting late. We should head back, or else my sister and the others might start to worry." Luo Li abruptly stood up, awkwardly shifting the topic. "Let us pack this up first. We can eat when we return." With that, she swiftly gathered her things and dashed away. Left standing there, Jiang Wang stared at his empty hands for a moment before breaking into a smile. So timid yet playful. However, this encounter had ignited genuine thoughts in his heart. After all, she had said it herself, they were the only ones of their kind. Thus, it was only natural that they were the perfect match. Ding. Affection level 5. Current affection value 63. Watching the host run off and noticing the rising affection level, Xiao Bai Kai scratched her head. Ding. The affection value surged to 70. Chapter 125. The little zombie is very well behaved. Jiang Wang took a few steps and soon caught up with her. Shortly after, Luo Yi and the others approached. "Xiao Li, where did you go? I couldn't find you." Inside, Luo Li pointed towards the inner city, struggling to maintain her raspy voice. However, her wit quickly resurfaced. "I just went inside for a quick look. How did your haul go?" Hearing Jiang Wang mention this, everyone present wore expressions of delight. "The haul is decent. Since it's still early, We can discuss going back inside for another look. Did you see many zombies with crystal cores? As Jiang Wang spoke, everyone brightened. Then let us hurry. I just tested it out. The rumor about upgrading abilities is true. The same type crystal cores can really be absorbed and transformed into ability energy. Zhou Cheng chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All right. Once they entered the inner city, everyone busied themselves again. Although Luo Li was still cooperating with Jiang Wang, her usual liveliness had noticeably diminished. Evading won't resolve the issue, Jiang Wang subtly reminded her. And you were the one who made the promise first. Do you intend to go back on your word? As he spoke, his tone bore a hint of hurt. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat. After confirming there were no familiar faces around, she began to organize her thoughts and replied softly, I won't go back on my word. Jiang Wang nodded, looking intently at her. Then why are you hiding? Because it's your fault for teasing me earlier. She nearly finished her sentence, but hesitated. What did I do wrong? Jiang Wang frowned slightly, feigning confusion. It's your fault, cunning big bad wolf. She retorted. No, I don't blame you. As long as you know I won't go back on my word, that's what matters, After saying that, Luo Li truly ran away, not wishing to play along with his cunning big bad wolf anymore. All right, I'll remember that. You should remember as well. But just before she dashed off, his words clearly reached her ears. That night, upon returning to the base, Luo Li found Jiang Wang unusually attentive, preparing warm water and meals for her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Wow, the big boss has awakened. Xiao Baikai fluttered excitedly nearby. Get some rest. Good night, Luo Li said as she prepared for bed. Uncommonly, Jiang Wang also wished her a good night. In the following days, he indeed transformed into a gentle and considerate older brother, taking excellent care of Luo Li. Yet for some reason, Luo Li felt inexplicably anxious, sensing a slight crisis within. What do you want to eat today? On this particular day, as she descended the stairs, Jiang Wang inquired. Let's have porridge. After half a month of continuous missions, their team finally had a day off. So Zhou Cheng and the others didn't come over today. Now, Luo Li's throat had fully healed. All right. After breakfast, Luo Li strolled around the base with Jiang Wang. Over the past half-month, they had successfully relocated everything from the old base. During this period, they had also gathered many new ability users and taken in several ordinary people. Now, the base's population had nearly doubled compared to before. The marketplace has re-emerged within the base, situated near the residential area of ordinary citizens. Many individuals bring forth their possessions to barter for other goods. Furthermore, through the extensive collection of crystal cores and subsequent upgrades, the base's supernatural beings have notably strengthened, ascending to a higher level of power. However, the zombies outside have also evolved, with a significant number of second-tier zombies now present, and their agility has increased markedly. Consequently, when undertaking missions, vigilance and caution are paramount. Luo Li had yet to visit the marketplace, so, with some free time today, she decided to take a look. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a dispute. You cannot leave. You haven't paid yet. A frail middle-aged woman was firmly grasping the arm of a plump figure who looked somewhat familiar. Do you know who I am? It's already generous of me to ask for your help. And you want money too? Zhao Mu forcefully wrenched her arm from the woman's grasp, her demeanor arrogant. But we agreed beforehand. I would alter your clothes, and you would exchange goods with me. The frail woman was clearly taken aback by Zhao Mu's imposing presence, but still timidly sought to defend her position. What did I say that? Where's the evidence? Do you have any proof? And after just a few stitches, you expect something in return? A bystander, standing beside Luo Li, clicked his tongue in dismay at the scene. Do you recognize her? What is this all about? Others, intrigued by the commotion, quickly inquired. Luo Li, too, perked up her ears. Jiang Wang, observing her inquisitive expression, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It turned out that due to the scarcity of spatial, supernatural beings within the base, it has become increasingly difficult for ordinary citizens to procure supplies. Although Zhao Mu received assistance from her son in gathering materials, the items he brought back were often ill-fitting. Having previously lived a life of luxury, she was accustomed to custom-made clothing and had sought out the frail woman for assistance, having heard of her skill. They had agreed on a trade, but Zhao Mu, true to her nature, reneged on the deal. In essence, she was taking advantage of others. This was not the first occurrence. It was rumored that the woman's son was a formidable supernatural being within the base, and Zhao Mu, emboldened by her son's reputation, had committed many such injustices. Let us go. After hearing the details, Luo Li waved to Jiang Wang. She suddenly recognized the plump woman as the affluent figure from their previous relocation. Her son was said to possess lightning abilities, and he was quite impressive. What are you doing? Jiang Wang asked. I'm going to report this to the base management, Luo Li replied, quickening her pace. The base has implemented stricter regulations, and incidents like these are now monitored. Not long after Luo Li and Jiang Wang voiced their observations, personnel from the base arrived. The unreasonable and arrogant Zhao Mu was swiftly taken away for disciplinary action. Before her son could rescue her, she was sure to receive a lesson in accountability. As the zombies evolved and supernatural beings progressed, some ordinary citizens began to awaken their abilities for a second time. And several new supernatural beings have recently appeared among the ordinary populace. The base is now paying special attention to the ordinary citizens. Zhao Mu was merely courting trouble. You don't like her? Jiang Wang inquired. Luo Li shot him a peculiar look, as if to say the question was strange. Who would like someone like her? Jiang Wang fell silent, rubbing his nose. You've become increasingly impolite in our conversations. You weren't like this before. He recalled how she used to be quite well-mannered. Have I? Luo Li was uncertain, but she didn't believe she had changed. Perhaps you become a bit spoiled, Jiang Wang suggested, causing Luo Li to blush with embarrassment. She realized he was teasing her again. Who taught him such ways? Soon, the outcome of Zhao Mu's misconduct was revealed. Not only was she required to return double the items she had improperly claimed, but she also had to apologize in person and bear the consequences of her violations against the base's rules. It was rumored that her son had surrendered a considerable number of crystal cores to secure her release. As a result of this incident, both mother and son gained notoriety within the base, albeit not for commendable reasons. It was unfortunate that her own actions brought about this consequence, coinciding with the base's crackdown on misbehavior. Days later, it became apparent that Zhao Mu was stirring up trouble once more, repeatedly disrupting the business of those altering clothing. Meanwhile, her son was thriving, and both of her children were excelling, one wielding lightning abilities, the other mastering dual attributes of golden fire. It was clear that she had made an enemy of the wrong people. Despite being an ordinary citizen herself, she acted as if she were superior simply because she had a son with powers. Now, with many young people awakening their abilities for the second time, the confidence of ordinary citizens has grown significantly. Upon returning from their mission, Luo Li and Jiang Wang learned more about Zhao Mu's situation for passersby. Xiao Li, come over for dinner tonight. I have an important announcement, Luo Yi said with a smile as they arrived home. What is it, sister? You seem mysterious, Luo Li replied, noticing her sister's slight blush as she waved her hand dismissively. Oh, you'll find out later. Just rest for now. See you soon. With that, Luo Yi hurried away. Luo Li glanced outside to see Lu Bai waiting at the door, grinning. The two families lived only a few steps apart, yet there was a need for such formality. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Her sister was about to gain a brother-in-law. Observing the two outside, Jiang Wang began to ponder. After leaving Luo Li, Luo Yi and her companions visited Zhou Cheng and his group, inviting their friends over that evening. Lu Bai, possessing spatial abilities, brought out supplies to celebrate together. Gathered in camaraderie, they shared laughter, a rare and joyful scene in these apocalyptic times. As the evening wore on, Luo Yi and Lu Bai exchanged glances, and Lu Bai cleared his throat to propose a toast. The reason for gathering everyone tonight is that Luo Yi and I have something to share. What is it? Several attendees had already sensed the budding romance between the two, yet they feigned curiosity. All eyes, including those of Luo Li and Jiang Wang, were fixed on them. Facing the audience, Lu Bai turned to Luo Yi, grasping her hand securely. Their fingers intertwined, both flushed with embarrassment. Luo Yi and I are together. We wanted to celebrate this moment with all of you. Tomorrow, we plan to register at the base and become husband and wife. Wow. Congratulations. Congratulations. Dong Zi and Gang Zi were the first to cheer, the atmosphere electrified. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Luo Li exchanged glances with Lu Xiaojin, joining in the jubilant chorus. The two lovebirds blushed even more at the enthusiastic response, but everyone was genuinely happy for them. After the celebrations and dinner, the female members of the group retreated upstairs while the men remained downstairs to drink and converse. Lu Bai, you're quite swift. I remember you being the second youngest among us. Now you've left us in the dust, someone remarked. Among the male group, Jiang Wang was the youngest, and Lu Bai was second to last. It's not that fast, Lu Bai replied, his face flushed from the drink, waving his hand dismissively. In these perilous times, danger lurks everywhere, and no one knows what tomorrow may bring. Therefore, one must be bolder and not let opportunities slip away, lest one be left with regrets. Cherish every moment. Having already encountered the person with whom he wishes to spend his life, It is only natural to seize the moment. Listening to Lu Bai's words, the others present paused in reflection. Indeed, this is what needs to be acknowledged. We must treasure the present. Cheers! Jiang Wang raised his glass to clink with everyone else's, his gaze drifting towards the upper floor. Meanwhile, upstairs, Luo, he was expressing sentiments akin to those of Lu Bai. You two are not young anymore. If you meet someone suitable, be sure to grasp the opportunity. We cherish each day, and we must seize the moment. As she spoke, Luo Yi affectionately ruffled Luo Li's hair, saying, in the blink of an eye, our little Li has grown into a young lady. Whatever choice you make, your sister will always be your steadfast support. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Luo Li nodded with a smile. All right, if he dares to bully me in the future, I will seek your backing, sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Very well, if he dares to bully you. Even if I cannot win, I will not let him off easily. No worries, we can call my brother and Zhou Chong. We will all stand by little Li. Lu Xiaojin chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group. In truth, everyone had noticed the budding romance between Luo Yi and Lu Bai, as well as the developing situation between Luo Li and Jiang Wang. They all saw and silently wished them well. Today, everyone gathered was genuinely joyful. In the end, they each contributed a considerable number of crystal nuclei as gifts. Additionally, Luo Li presented Luo Yi with a pile of crystal nuclei as a dowry. Although organizing a grand wedding is quite challenging at present, we will not overlook the essentials. Upon returning from next door, Luo Li distinctly sensed that Jiang Wang's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Yet, when she turned to look, he appeared to maintain his usual demeanor, preparing water for her and leaving her some crystal nuclei for a midnight snack. Good night, he warmly wished her, just as he always did. Good night. Just as Luo Li nearly convinced herself it was merely her imagination, he suddenly halted in his tracks. I just heard something, he remarked abruptly, leaving her bewildered. Luo Li was taken aback. He nodded toward his ear, explaining, my body is a bit different. Even from a distance, I can hear your voice. As long as it is something I focus on, I can hear it from afar. I will not bully you. At home, you are in charge, and I will follow your lead. Luo Li paused for a moment before realizing he was referring to her earlier conversation with her sister. Observing his earnest demeanor, both charming and oblivious, Luo Li felt a flush of embarrassment. How did you know I was talking about you? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she wished she could take them back. Was there another corpse? Indeed, he instantly frowned, his expression growing dangerous. No. Luo Li nervously shook her head, leaning slightly to confirm that no other presence lingered around her. His expression softened. Naturally, it was usually he who accompanied her. Others had no chance. Once his gaze softened, he transformed into a harmless figure, easily mistaken for someone who could be bullied, his eyes fixed intently upon her. At that moment, he resembled a charming younger brother, one who effortlessly elicits sympathy. Then let us register, he suggested, his voice laced with a subtle allure that caused Luo Li to momentarily lose her composure. Are we progressing this quickly? She asked, not refusing, much to the delight of the corpse king. We must hurry, they all say to seize the opportunity. With that, he took her hand and led her outside, and before the base closed for the night, they acquired the necessary documentation. Their speed surpassed even that of their sister and brother-in-law. After obtaining the certificate equivalent to a marriage license, he wore a broad grin that seemed unremovable. Upon returning home, he was finally free to embrace her tightly, lifting her high into the air. You are so light. You need to gain some weight. No, I am perfectly fine as I am, Luo Li quickly protested. Little Potato's height cannot afford to gain too much weight. Very well, then have just a little more of this. He let a drop of enticing blood fall onto her lips, adding a tempting crimson hue, inviting her to taste. Through his abilities, he could sense that while she maintained a semblance of a normal human appearance, her body was not fully evolved like his. She would need several more nourishing feeds. I feel drowsy. Luo Li obediently extended her tongue to lick away the blood, mumbling softly. No worries, I will watch over you. Holding the soft little corpse, he gently reassured her, his gaze dark yet restrained. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, resting her head against his shoulder. Jiang Wang laid her upon the bed. Encircling her with his arms, the little corpse nestled against him, appearing exceptionally docile. Indeed, she is very obedient. This time, Luo Li slept for 2 full days, and upon awakening, she felt a significant change in her body. Her strength was far greater than before. Even her skin had evolved. While still soft to the touch, It was impervious to a knife's edge. How cool, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiangwang. It will only become cooler from here. Shall I notify them to come over for dinner later? He asked, eager to announce to the world that his little corpse had awakened. All right, Luo Li smiled and nodded. That evening, they gathered once more. Ah, you lot are truly insufferable. We are sick of hearing your envy, Dong Zi and the others exclaimed. Every day, you torment us single folks. You should hurry as well. Soon it will be our turn to be guests. Seeing her sister find her partner brought Luo Yi joy, and she chimed in with a smile. All right, just you wait. I will definitely be quicker than Gang Zi. We'll see when that time comes. Gang Zi replied, bantering back as everyone laughed together, all reveling in their single status. After a lively and boisterous gathering, only two remained in the house. Yet, solitude was far from evident. They found comfort in each other's presence. Let me take you to bathe. Today was delightful, and having consumed a bit of alcohol, Luo Li discovered that alcohol still affected corpses. After the party, she felt somewhat dazed. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, she merely nestled against his neck, emitting soft sounds. The warmth and tickle sent a shiver through him. Yet he securely held her and carried her upstairs. However, the tipsy little corpse had shed her usual docility, transforming into a mischievous little imp, causing chaos everywhere. Naturally, she would face severe consequences for her antics. The next day, Luo Li groaned, struggling to rise from bed, her waist nearly giving way beneath her. Her premonitions had proven true. It was indeed taxing on her. Moreover, the Corpse King's energy was boundless, and she, the little corpse, was overwhelmed. Get up and eat something. He had somehow transformed a second-tier crystal nucleus into a liquid form, which she could drink as if it were a beverage. I don't want to eat. He was too cruel. If she ate well to regain her strength, she would have to pay the price. She was not about to fall for that. Be good. Listen to me, just have a little. As he spoke, he moved closer, holding a bowl and spoon in hand. His hands were exquisite, pale, and cold. With elegantly elongated fingers, the nails meticulously groomed, the tips and joints hinting at a delicate pink hue. Luo Li caught a glance, and suddenly felt as if she had been scalded, quickly averting her gaze. Noticing her reaction, he paused, then chuckled softly as a thought crossed his mind. What's wrong? Nothing, she mumbled from beneath the covers, her voice muffled. Her mind was filled with images of his beautiful hands stirring honey. All right, be a good girl and eat. I won't bully you, and later, I'll take you out. Ultimately, she was still coaxed into compliance. Fine, I'll trust you for now. In the end, reality proved that a man newly awakened to his desires could not be trusted. For several consecutive days, Xiao Baikai, confined within the dim confines of a small black room, has learned to amuse herself. Ding, affection value, a chime echoed. Ding, affection value. Oh, why is it stuck at 99 again? A soft and tender voice mused in confusion. Of course, it is due to this particular Corpse King, who is filled with trepidation. He is consumed by an overwhelming fear of abandonment. In this lifetime, Luo Li and Jiang Wang have traversed an exceptionally lengthy existence together. While human appearances may wither with age, they remain unchanged. Thus, at the age of 40, they departed from the human base to embark on a life solely for the two of them. Naturally, two individuals in love shall never feel lonely. Until the world undergoes its transformations, the silhouettes of the large and the small entwine together, eventually fading from this realm. World 6 completed. System space. This session scores 1,000 points, 30 fortune points, 30 merit points. Total points 130001000, 14,000 points. Fortune points 17,030, 200 points. Merit points 13,030, 160 points. Until we meet again in the next world. Chapter 128. The delicate youth is irresistibly charming one. Hongguang Brigade, Youth Academy. Hum 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 hum. Luo Li cheerfully hummed a little tune, preparing her milk powder with a military canteen, shaking it gently before lifting the lid to reveal a delightful aroma wafting forth. Satisfied, she nodded and placed the canteen aside. Ignoring the fervent gazes behind her, she returned the remaining milk powder to the cupboard, locked it, and hung the key around her neck. Galugulu. With her movements, a sound of someone swallowing could be heard from behind, but Luo Li paid it no mind. However, the individual behind her hastily stepped forward, blocking her path. Luo Jiqing, are you delivering water to Zhao Jiqing? Let me help you, Luo Xiaolan said with a smile. Her gaze greedily fixed on the canteen, not waiting for Luo Li's response before reaching out to grab it. No need, Luo Li sidestepped, raising her hand to avoid her. Speaking in a calm tone, without regard for the other's reaction, she made her way towards the work area. What pretense? Who doesn't know that she wants to curry favor with Zhao Jiqing? Witnessing Luo Li's unusual reaction today, Luo Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback before muttering a curse under her breath, her eyes filled with disdain. After glancing at Luo Li's cupboard one last time, she finally exited. However, upon stepping outside and catching sight of the man in the courtyard, her expression instantly transformed, becoming bashful, akin to a lovesick maiden. Hey, Zhao Jiqing, you haven't gone out yet? It seems Luo Jiqing just went to deliver something to you. Hearing Luo Xiaolan's words, Zhao Dongming's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He replied curtly, making his way outside as it was time to begin work. Luo Xiaolan followed closely behind, intentionally maintaining proximity to Zhao Dongming. Unbeknownst to Luo Li, who had already left, events were unfolding in the Youth Academy. This is a world set in the backdrop of a historical romance novel. In every story, there exists a wicked female antagonist who serves as a stepping stone for the love between the male and female leads. And the original host is this very antagonistic character. The original host hails from a family of considerable means. Her brother has achieved modest success in the military, and her parents hold important positions, earning a substantial monthly salary. Under normal circumstances, the original host could have secured a job in the city, avoiding the arduous life in the countryside. However, they encountered a strict crackdown period, where authorities mandated that each family send at least one child to the countryside to support rural development. Due to the original host's privileged background, many envious individuals took notice, voicing their discontent at her not being sent away. To evade malicious reporting, the original host's parents reluctantly allowed her to go to the countryside. Yet, as their beloved daughter, they were unwilling to let her suffer hardships, so they secretly prepared a plethora of supplies for her. Unfortunately, the original host squandered these provisions on the male and female leads. Raised in a sheltered environment, the original host had never experienced the darker aspects of humanity. And in this era of prolonged journeys, she had little contact with the outside world. A naive and affluent beauty, upon arriving in this place, fell head over heels for the male lead, who was kind-hearted, tall, and handsome, the very first to offer her assistance. Thus began a relentless spiral of infatuation, where she selflessly provided food, drink, and money, offering whatever he required. In the end, she gained nothing, and her reputation soured. Upon discovering that the male lead favored the female lead, she launched a series of frenzied attacks against her, ultimately leading to her own downfall, which also implicated her family. A quintessential wicked female antagonist, the original host was nothing but a stepping stone in the narrative. However, this was merely the original host storyline. Displeased with her character's mindless portrayal, the original host awakened. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to escape the narrative's grip, watching in dismay as she was manipulated into committing a series of foolish actions that ultimately harmed her family. Consequently, she developed a profound resentment and eventually summoned a system. Original host's wish to escape the plot, protect her family, and achieve lasting happiness and joy. Hiss, Kai, that has hurt a bit. Simply because she had no intention of delivering water to Zhao Dongming, an inexplicable sharp pain coursed through her body. Truly, the narrative's control is formidable. Observing that no one was around, she quietly raised her middle finger towards the heavens. As we always say, if you can do it, then do it. If not, we shall assist you. Indeed, Xiao Baikai utilized the system's energy to sever Luo Li's connection to that controlling force, also raising her own little middle finger towards the sky. The audacious duo, both large and small, dared to undertake the original host's mission. Host, does it still hurt? Not anymore. That's good. They arrived in this timeline, neither too early nor too late. The original host has been in the countryside for merely 10 days. However, due to her infatuation, she has already been enamored with Zhao Dongming for 10 days. During this time, she has provided him with nourishment, fearful that he would tire from work, preparing a cup of milk powder for him each day before he left for labor. Initially, she was quite reserved, as her modesty prevented her from directly approaching him. So she always had Luo Xiaolan assist in delivering her offerings. However, unbeknownst to her, whatever Luo Xiaolan had said resulted in Zhao Dongming harboring increasing disdain for her, even as he accepted her gifts. Upon her arrival, Luo Li's first task was to discard the filthy canteen and thermos that had been used to deliver water and food to Zhao Dongming. To mitigate any anomalies, She instructed Kai Kai to procure 2 identical replacements. Now, the canteen she held was new and pristine. Dear readers, a historical romance is here. This is Guagua's first attempt at writing in this genre. Please be gentle with your critiques. Shower me with praise, and I shall surely improve. Hihimwa, Chapter 129. The delicate youth is irresistibly charming too. Upon arriving at the worksite, Luo Li found the brigade leader coordinating tasks. Brigade leader. Spotting him, Luo Li immediately greeted him obediently. Upon seeing Luo Li, the brigade leader felt a headache coming on. He could not help but raise his hand to his forehead. He truly could not fathom the reasoning behind the higher-ups' decision to send a delicate young girl to them. What could she possibly contribute? This batch of new youths had only been here for 10 days, and on her very first day in the fields, she had fainted from sun exposure. The next day, still unwell, she returned to work only to vomit. On the 3rd day, she developed a fever, and it wasn't until the 6th day that she had recovered, only to sprain her ankle. It was truly absurd, and even he felt apprehensive just hearing it. Noticing his gaze, Luo Li felt a bit embarrassed. Yet she maintained an exceedingly obedient demeanor. Before the protagonist ventured into the countryside, her family had cautioned her that the villagers were not easily dealt with. They advised her to be obedient and not to cause any trouble, as long as she took care of herself. Removed from the influence of romantic distractions, the protagonist was indeed very compliant. She earnestly wished to work diligently and not disturb the collective, yet she had not anticipated that her health would deteriorate so significantly, considering she had been quite healthy for the first 18 years of her life. Director, what tasks do I have for today? She inquired. Today's mission is to harvest sweet potatoes. The director surveyed the fields and then glanced at Luo Li, hesitating to speak directly. How about you join Zhao Dongming and the others in collecting sweet potato vines? Previously, the protagonist had often wanted to join Zhao Dongming, her romantic inclinations driving her desire to work alongside him, but her physical condition had prevented her. However, now Luo Li felt fortunate that her health had not yet led to misunderstandings among the villagers. Is there still a need for hands to collect sweet potatoes? I see some people digging over there. I shall assist in gathering and bagging the sweet potatoes. The director followed her gaze and noticed she was pointing towards where his son, Xie Yanshu, was working. This young lady seemed genuinely considerate, thinking of her son who was reliable and capable of helping others. After some hesitation, the director consented. All right, Luo Jiqing, let us proceed according to our capabilities. Your willingness to contribute to the community is duly noted. After much deliberation, the director could not help but offer a stern reminder. What kind of brigade leader needs to remind a member not to slack off? Yet he was burdened with such a delicate member. He would rather she took her time than exhaust herself completely. He recalled the previous instances that had been quite alarming. She would faint without warning, collapsing to the ground. Pale and unresponsive, which was genuinely terrifying. Very well. With the director's words, Luo Li fluttered towards Xie Yanshu like a joyful little swallow. She rummaged through her small bag and donned the gloves prepared for her by her family. Comrade Xie, the director has requested that I work with you. Xie Yanshu, who was tending to a plot of land, had just unearthed a perfect cluster of sweet potatoes when he heard her soft voice. Upon glancing up, he saw the young girl wearing a pink shirt paired with black trousers, her dark hair styled in a side braid, her delicate and fair face, with exquisite features and sparkling eyes, seemed to draw one into her entire world. She wore a gentle smile that was particularly charming, leaving a lasting impression. Xie Yanshu stammered, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and averted his gaze towards the director. Noticing his father nodding in his direction, he responded affirmatively. I'll help you bag the sweet potatoes. Recognizing his reserved demeanor, Luo Li took the initiative. Just place them in the bag. He had already cleared the sweet potato vines in his area, leaving only the collection task, so he did not offer further comments. All right, Luo Li responda obediently. Her clear voice melodious. The young girl found a burlap sack nearby, squatting beside him to break off the stems connecting the sweet potatoes, placing them one by one into the bag. Observing her movements, Xie Yanshu retrieved a nearby broken sickle blade. Use this. Sweet potatoes should not be broken open, or they would spoil. Thus, she found it somewhat laborious to rely solely on her hands to snap off the stems. After a while, her hands would ache, and even with gloves, there would still be discomfort. Thank you. Luo Li accepted the tool and smiled sweetly at him. The proximity allowed Xie Yanshu to appreciate her beauty more clearly, and he felt a rush of warmth at her smile, hastily diverting his gaze. At that moment, the director, concerned that his son might not grasp his intentions, approached him discreetly after ensuring the other members were assigned their tasks. This girl is not in good health, so keep an eye on her. If anything seems off, call for me immediately. Hearing his father's words, Xie Yanchu glanced at Luo Li and nodded. He was aware of the recent incidents that had garnered much attention. All right, as long as you are aware, I will go find your mother. Seeing his son was attentive, the director felt reassured and planned to assist his wife. Okay, Xie Yanchu replied, turning back to see Luo Li had filled the bag halfway. He instinctively helped her lift it. Their harmonious interaction did not go unnoticed by others. The young intellectuals were working alongside Xie Yanchu. Zhao Dongming, upon seeing Luo Li conversing with the brigade leader and then approaching their direction, instinctively displayed his disdain. Luo Xiaolan noticed his reaction and chuckled to herself, glancing at the water bottle in Luo Li's hand. She presumed Luo Li had chosen to carry it herself today, as she had previously expressed a desire to try. Observing Zhao Dongming's expression, she smirked, contemplating how she would comment when Luo Li faced rejection, hoping to take the water bottle for herself. After all, it contained my Ru Jing, a rare delicacy she had only tasted after helping Luo Li carry items. Moreover, this way, she had also used the same water bottle as Zhao Jiqing. As Luo Xiaolan's face flushed with excitement, she was taken aback when she noticed that Luo Li was completely ignoring them and heading next door. This left her momentarily stunned, her expression stiff. What is wrong with this Luo Jiqing? Why is she not joining us to work? After pondering, she began to speak sarcastically, showcasing her talents. What she was implying translated to questioning Luo Li's desire to form a small clique, suggesting she was not conforming. Did she think Luo Li was deaf? Hearing the commotion next door, Xie Yanchu frowned. At this moment, everything was about teamwork, and being accused of forming a small group would surely have repercussions. Are you implying you disagree with the director's arrangement? Just as Luo Li began to speak, Xie Yanchu interjected, echoing her intended words. Meeting of minds. Thus, she could only clarify her position. It is due to my poor health that the director assigned me here. I had heard from Xiaolan previously. I feared I would burden you all, and it was not intentional. There are no limits to the art of tea. It only becomes more intricate. Nevertheless, her words were the truth. The discord between the protagonist and the young intellectuals was partly due to Luo Xiaolan's influence. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Li's explanation, the expressions of those present shifted, and they turned to glance at Luo Xiaolan with mixed feelings. They were all aware of Luo Li's previous incidents in the fields, which had left them shocked. When Luo Li fell ill, their tasks remained unfulfilled, and addressing her condition had hindered their work, resulting in lost opportunities to earn work points. However, they had also witnessed Luo Li's condition and thus refrained from speaking ill of her. Yet, Luo Xiaolan had insisted they were all new young intellectuals, all in the same boat, suggesting that it wasn't that serious. Moreover, she had seen Luo Li eat well and appear healthy upon her return, leading her to speculate that perhaps Luo Li was merely feigning illness. It was after Luo Xiaolan's comments that they began to suspect Luo Li was indeed pretending to be unwell, thus directing their reproach towards her. But feigned illness certainly did, especially considering that Luo Li's previous condition had been somewhat exaggerated and appeared extremely frail. However, their thoughts were one thing. Luo Xiaolan's private remarks to Luo Li were another. Furthermore, their suspicions were undoubtedly guided by Luo Xiaolan's influence, revealing her duplicity. With this realization, their gazes towards Luo Xiaolan shifted dramatically. You are lying. Luo Jiqing. How could you slander me? Luo Xiaolan noticed the unusual expressions of the crowd. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Even if she had indeed acted in such a manner, what could Luo Li produce as evidence? At that moment, there were only the two of them. As long as she did not admit it, no one could hold her accountable. In such a scenario, it sufficed to shift the blame onto Luo Li. I did not speak accurately. It was my fabrication. Xiaolan, please do not be upset. Upon hearing Luo Xiaolan's words, Luo Li's eyes widened as if she wished to explain, but upon meeting Luo Xiaolan's gaze, she seemed to realize something and timidly retracted her statement. Had she directly refuted the claim, it might have been better. Her desire to explain, coupled with her hesitation, only intensified the suspicion of those present, reinforcing their thoughts. Consequently, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Luo Xiaolan. Observing Luo Li's demeanor, some even began to speculate whether Luo Xiaolan had secretly bullied her in a manner unbeknownst to others. We do not believe you are a burden. Someone hesitantly spoke to Luo Li. Instantly, Luo Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Witnessing her astonished and joyful reaction, the individual paused for a moment before hesitantly nodding. Internally, they thought, I suddenly feel guilty. I had misunderstood her before. How despicable. With this in mind, their gazes towards Luo Xiaolan grew increasingly complex. Luo Xiaolan truly found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the others paid her no heed. They still had work to accomplish. Only Zhao Dongming cast a fleeting glance at Luo Li before reverting to his usual demeanor, nonchalantly averting his gaze. Luo Jiqing feared that Zhao Dongming might misunderstand her as well, yet he completely ignored her. Luo Li, petite and frail, could hardly manage. After only filling a handful of bags, she was already drenched in sweat, her face pale and on the verge of collapse. She promptly stopped her efforts. You take a break, I can manage. Aware of her condition, Xie Yanchu naturally took the items from her hands and spoke up. All right, I will rest for a moment and return. Luo Li did not feign reluctance, finding a place to sit. Passers-by, noticing her sweat-drenched hair and pale face, refrained from commenting. They acknowledged her spirit, recognizing her determination despite her frail health. They cannot despise those who, despite being physically weak, continue to strive. In regards to Luo Li's condition, they could only summarize it as follows. She was a child willing to endure hardship, though her body was ill-suited for labor. The intense sun bore down upon the men. Their muscular arms taut as they moved bag after bag of sweet potatoes. Grasping the handle of a shovel, each turn revealed a cluster of sweet potatoes, and he deftly picked out the scattered ones, ensuring not a single one went to waste. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, casually wiped away, a testament to his industrious nature. "Xie comrade, take a sip of water and rest a bit," Luo Li offered, taking the opportunity to present the water she had prepared. Her voice gentle and tinged with a hint of regret. She deliberately ignored Zhao Dongming, who pretended to be exhausted. After all, he was moving items and tilling the land without complaining, while she merely picked a few vines, engaging in what could be considered a woman's task. Yet, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over her. Although the small sweet potatoes had been swiftly dealt with, she still felt a momentary unease, her face paling slightly. No need, Xie Yanchu politely declined as he continued to labor. However, noticing her pale complexion, he furrowed his brow. If you are unwell, you may return to rest. I will explain to the team leader. His tone carried a hint of concern. Internally, Luo Li cursed the narrative countless times. Yet she maintained a composed exterior and gently shook her head. I am fine. I will rest after finishing. The small sweet potatoes had already been checked. Her health was robust, with no ailments whatsoever. Any perceived weakness stemmed from the original character's resistance to the narrative after her awakening. The more one attempts to escape, the more entangled they become. The original character could not break free from their control, suffering from the effects of being weak, while Luo Li, having escaped, experienced an even more intense sensation of discomfort. It was not merely a punishment. It felt more like a manifestation of a narrative's displeasure towards a wayward puppet. Luo Li silently cursed the narrative yet again, as the small sweet potato continued to bombard her with dozens of messages, seeking assistance from its master. Observing her persistence, Xie Yanchu refrained from saying more, and as she maintained her gesture of offering water, he hesitated before finally accepting the water bottle. Thank you. It was evident that she possessed a stubborn temperament, as if refusing to accept the bottle was not an option for him. However, Luo Li had intended to retract her offer, only to be surprised when he accepted it. Their hands brushed during the transfer, causing both to pause momentarily. Upon opening the water bottle, he was taken aback by the fragrance wafting from within and turned to look at Luo Li, meeting her gentle, smiling gaze. He felt an inexplicable warmth spread to his ears. Yet, noticing the attention of those around them, he said little, turning to shield himself from their sight and sipping from the bottle with an air of normalcy. After handing the bottle back, he suddenly realized something, his hand freezing momentarily. But Luo Li had already effortlessly taken it back. Her cool fingertips brushed against his hand, causing his ears to redden further. Ding, favorability 5. This is wonderful. Host. The small sweet potato's exclamation was not solely due to the system's notification, but they had discovered that physical contact with Xie Yanchu could directly sever the narrative's control. Indeed, he was the master of these small worlds, and the narrative could not govern him. He was the most effective solution. Chapter 131. The delicate Jiqing is irresistibly charming. Luo Li felt the wave of weakness dissipate, her body brimming with vitality. Wasn't that water prepared for Zhao Jiqing? Why don't you give it to Comrade Xie? Having learned from past experiences, Luo Xiaolan murmured her thoughts in a low voice, ensuring only Zhao Dongming could hear. As anticipated, Zhao Dongming's expression soured at her words. Satisfied, Luo Xiaolan observed the scene. Xie Yanchu was exceptionally handsome, possessing a tall, robust frame and strikingly deep features, exuding a sense of security merely by standing nearby. In contrast, Zhao Dongming was slender and gentle, a typical city-bred intellectual, quite appealing to the ladies. Luo Xiaolan had a fondness for Zhao Dongming's type, but to Luo Li, he was simply a delicate dog. After Luo Xiaolan's comment, she deliberately moved closer to Zhao Dongming under the pretense of working. Yet Luo Li did not spare them a single glance. Wow, Brother Xie, you are incredible. Watching Xie Yanchu effortlessly lift a filled sack, she softly praised him with sparkling eyes. He momentarily halted, his ears reddening, feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon returning to see her naturally drinking from the water bottle, he felt even more rigid. Although he knew he hadn't touched the bottle, her demeanor inexplicably made him feel flustered. Ding, favorability 3. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongming struggled with a bundle of sweet potato vines, panting heavily after his exertion, which was hardly any different from Luo Xiaolan's efforts. Was this not the very definition of a delicate dog? After the sensation of physical weakness faded, Luo Li moved more swiftly. However, Xie Yanchu's pace quickened as well. Although she wished to assist further, he ultimately completed most of the work. He was genuinely capable, managing to carry a small burden while becoming the first to finish the day's tasks. Xie Yanchu consistently earned a full 10 work points, while Luo Li, being realistic about her abilities, received only 3. However, this is already a significant improvement compared to before. At least she has earned some work points, whereas the previous 10 days were utterly fruitless. After all, she had only been in the field for less than 10 minutes before losing her breath, so it was evident that she had no points to speak of. Today, I truly appreciate your assistance, Xietaga. Luo Li is quite adept at climbing the social ladder. As her favorability increases, so does the intimacy of our address, thus strengthening our bond. No worries. Other than his family, Xie Yanchu has had no interactions with other female comrades. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, he was at a loss for what to say, only offering a faint acknowledgement. Luo Li did not linger, merely greeted him and returned. Due to Xie Yanchu's presence, she was the earliest to return from the educated youth station, and now there was no one at home. Feeling a bit hungry, she thought for a moment and decided to ask Xiao Baikai for some noodles, which she then cooked for herself. Although the original owner had rice and flour, she was at a loss when it came to making dough. Past attempts had ended in failure, either too much water or too much flour, leading her to abandon the endeavor. She was not particularly inclined to eat porridge at present, having consumed it excessively during the apocalypse. But there were still supplies in her storage, so she preferred to cook something ready-made. After satisfying her hunger, she cleaned up thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Host, these noodles are truly delicious. Luo Li shared some with Xiao Baikai, who was now happily enjoying its small bowl. See Gai plies. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over her, accompanied by a dull ache. It seemed that the effect of the medicine was time-limited. She would need to find opportunities for more applications to extend her vitality. Yes, observing the host's condition, Xiao Baikai felt that the noodles had lost some of their appeal and obediently nodded. It attempted to add more layers of isolation, but to no avail. It appeared that only the strong would suffice. Luo Li, feeling unwell, boiled some water and took a bath before returning to rest. Luo Zhiqing, are you hungry? Shall I cook for you? Upon returning an hour later, Luo Xiaolan approached Luo Li, carrying the scent of sweat. She looked as if nothing had transpired that day. Since the original owner arrived here, she had shared meals with everyone twice, but the conditions were truly harsh, and the original owner, having been raised delicately, found it difficult to adapt. Subsequently, she began cooking for herself, and upon learning of this, Luo Xiaolan took over the cooking duties. The original owner felt it was inappropriate to let her do all the work, so she would often offer additional rice and flour, sharing a portion with Luo Xiaolan. Over time, their relationship had deepened significantly, and Luo Xiaolan began to enjoy meals with the original owner daily. The once thin and emaciated figure had now rounded out considerably. Alas, she could not dwell on such matters. Overthinking would inevitably lead to trouble. Once again, she found herself in a familiar cycle of eating and breaking dishes, a frustrating existence. However, given her current frail state, she dared not provoke any conflict. waiting instead to regain her strength. Luo Zhiqing, why didn't you deliver water to Zhao Zhiqing today? Without waiting for Luo Li to respond, Luo Xiaolan continued her inquiries. When have I ever delivered water to him? Isn't it you who has been doing that? With no one else present, Luo Li found little reason to feign politeness. Indeed, she refused to acknowledge it. If she did, misunderstandings could arise, complicating matters. Furthermore, it had always been Luo Xiaolan delivering water to Zhao Dongming, albeit at the behest of the original owner, who was inwardly reluctant. The narrative was frustrating. Nevertheless, she was determined to reclaim her agency. Even feeding dogs was preferable to allowing those two scoundrels to benefit. At this remark, Luo Xiaolan hesitated, her gaze shifting to Luo Li with a hint of astonishment. She could not fathom why the usually easy-to-manipulate Luo Li had suddenly changed her demeanor. But she quickly regained her composure. Luo Zhiqing, are you upset with me? I didn't mean it, and besides, didn't we agree that no one should speak of this outside? I was just caught off guard. Luo Li regarded her coldly, as if watching a monkey prepare for a performance. The derisive gaze made Luo Xiaolan feel humiliated, her face stiffening in discomfort as her facade crumbled. That's more like it. Why pretend? Do you believe your subpar acting is convincing? Your manner of eating is truly off-putting. Upon witnessing this, Luo Li finally displayed a satisfied expression. Such a candid assessment. Moreover, I have already eaten and will no longer require your assistance. This way, you won't have the energy to concoct stories about me later. I do not enjoy keeping dogs. The softness of her tone belied the sharpness of her words, each phrase piercing the heart. Luo Xiaolan felt her nails digging into her flesh, but she managed to maintain a strained smile. What are you saying, Luo Zhiqing? I don't quite understand. Did someone say something to you? You must be misunderstanding me. Enough of the charade. It's far too contrived. Those four simple words shattered the brittle smile Luo Xiaolan had maintained, twisting her expression into one of rage and confusion. Unable to comprehend how Luo Li had transformed into this new persona. Just a moment ago, she had been an easily manipulated fool. Chapter 132. The delicate educated youth is too alluring. Luo Zhiqing. How is your health? Two other female educated youths from the dormitory had just returned and, upon entering, noticed Luo Li lying weakly on the bed. However, the next moment, their eyes met Luo Xiaolan's still lingering, hostile expression, and they paused in surprise. Even though Luo Xiaolan had quickly adjusted her demeanor, they had already seen through it. Recalling today's events, they felt a renewed sense of disdain for Luo Xiaolan. It seemed she indeed had ulterior motives. They had misjudged her all along. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll be all right after some rest. In front of the two female educated youths, Luo Li adopted a completely different demeanor, smiling gently and speaking softly. Her small appearance and delicate voice inexplicably softened their hearts. Upon seeing this, the two looked at Luo Li with a hint of concern. Are you hungry? We cooked today. We can bring you some once it's ready. No need. I've already eaten. Thank you, Xiaolan and Xiaonai. These two female educated youths were sisters, having been placed in the same location by their family to support one another. Xiaolan was the one who had previously told Luo Li that she didn't find her burdensome. Upon hearing Luo Li's response, they decided not to press further. But as they recalled Luo Xiaolan's earlier gaze, they glanced back at her, noticing the change in their expressions. Luo Xiaolan clenched her clothing tightly and angrily left the dormitory. Observing her reaction, the sisters hesitated for a moment before approaching Luo Li. Luo Zhiqing, you should avoid associating with her in the future. One must see beyond the surface. Upon hearing Xiaoni's words, Luo Li paused, then nodded obediently. All right, I understand. Uni, it is not easy to be the one who speaks the truth and offers kind reminders, often reaping little reward. Thus, she accepted their goodwill. Seeing Luo Li's response, the sisters smiled, satisfied that she had taken their words to heart and chose not to elaborate further. After resting for a while, they went to prepare dinner. The advice they had given to Luo Li was, in fact, a reminder to themselves. One must not judge solely by appearances. Look how agreeable Luo Zhiqing is. She is nothing like the irritable, deceitful, and quarrelsome person Luo Xiaolan described. Moving forward, they must not heed the words of others blindly, but instead make their own judgments based on understanding. What's going on? Those outside had also noticed Luo Xiaolan's poor demeanor, and upon seeing the sisters emerge, casually inquired about it. Xiaolan and her sister did not hide anything. recounting the situation they had witnessed inside without embellishment, merely stating the facts. However, the way others looked at Luo Xiaolan had indeed changed. Witnessing this, she clenched her fists, unable to defend herself, as no one paid her any mind. The next day, Luo Li went to work, as usual, carrying her water bottle and a small cloth bag that contained the boiled eggs she had prepared herself. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Zhao Dongming waiting at the entrance, his expression revealing a desire to speak but hesitating. Luo Li chose to ignore him completely. "I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier," Zhao Dongming blurted out, sensing her indifference. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have only listened to one side and assumed you were that kind of person." In truth, Luo Li was the most attractive girl at the Jiqing point, and when he first encountered her, he felt a fondness for her, which prompted him to help carry her luggage. However, as time passed, Luo Li's deceitful behavior, feigning illness, and forming cliques while looking down on others, particularly her mistreatment of Luo Xiaolan, led him to gradually develop a distaste for her. It was only after yesterday's events that he began to realize he might have misjudged Luo Li. Thus, he sought an opportunity to explain himself. If those previous situations were false, he believed he might be able to accept her overtures toward him. Lost in thought, he felt his cheeks flush slightly, adding a rosy hue to his refined features, which he could not deny were somewhat handsome. Yet, Luo Li felt a wave of nausea wash over her, a shiver running down her spine as if she might retch. She had left the Jiqing point late, and with everyone else already gone. She checked around to ensure no one was nearby before feeling relieved. "You misunderstood me and took my things. How shameless can you be?" Bearing the weight of this absurd drama, she found it increasingly uncomfortable. If there was ever a time to speak out, it was now. "If you truly feel sorry, I believe returning my belongings would show genuine sincerity. You collected 10 of my eggs, a 20th of a jar of malt extract, and a pack of fruit candies. Are you planning to return them now? I don't even need you to give everything back. Just give me 5 yuan. One candy is 1 cent, and there are 300 in a pack. That's 3 yuan. The eggs are 50 cents a pound. And let's say you took 2 pounds. That's 1 yuan. Perhaps that's not even all. Let us just ask for more. Plus, the malt extract is over 10 yuan a jar. Surely that's worth at least 1 yuan. Zhao Dongming was taken aback by Luo Li's boldness, his face turning red as he struggled to find words. "Hurry and return it. If you don't, I'll tell everyone you stole my things. Everyone saw me pack those candies, right? I even shared some with everyone. No one saw me give anything to you. So how did those things end up in your possession? If I say you stole them, do you think anyone will believe you?" Luo Li was unconcerned with his protests. She was aware he had exactly 5 yuan on him, as Xiao Baikai had informed her. She felt fortunate that the original owner of her body had been so discreet about everything. No one knew anything, except for Luo Xiaolan, who no longer had anyone to believe her. Getting caught stealing was serious business, and it could lead to imprisonment, ruining one's reputation forever. So, upon hearing Luo Li's words, Zhao Dongming's face went pale. "But you insisted on giving them to me," he finally managed to say through gritted teeth, lowering his voice. "Do you have any evidence? We're not close, so why would I give you anything? Who would believe you if you said otherwise? Do you plan to ask Luo Xiaolan to vouch for you? I advise against it. After all, I never let anyone see me give her anything. If you stir up trouble, do you think she will help you? Moreover, I could claim you both stole my things, as they are indeed in your possession, and you cannot prove your innocence." At that moment, Luo Li noticed a shadow passing by and immediately shouted, "Thief!" Before she could finish, Zhao Dongming quickly stopped her, shoving a crumpled 5 yuan bill into her hand. "You are indeed as vile as Xiaolan described. Full of lies. I hope you don't regret this." Seeing Luo Li calmly accept the money, he ground his teeth in frustration. Luo Li rolled her eyes at him. "You and she are a perfect match, both deceitful and lowly." With that, she lost interest in him and walked away leisurely. Zhao Dongming, now scowling, clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration and pretending nothing had happened. Was he guilty of something? Why was he so cowardly? As Luo Li counted the money while walking, she couldn't help but express her astonishment to Xiao Baikai. She and he expected to retrieve the money so easily, but the outcome was delightful. How wonderful. Perhaps, Xiao Baikai replied, uncertain. "Forget it, I'm not concerned." With that thought, Luo Li raised her head and paused slightly upon noticing someone ahead, her eyes brightening. "See, what a coincidence." The gentle, soft voice of the young girl exuded sweetness and innocence. As she followed the other's footsteps around a corner, she selectively ignored a crooked stone on the ground. Stepping on it, which caused her to stumble and lurch toward the other person. Xia Yinshu heard the commotion and turned, his heart tightening in fear as he instinctively reached out to help. However, the delicate girl had already steadied herself and released him. In that fleeting moment, he thought he heard a faint, comfortable sigh. "Thank you," she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor entirely innocent, devoid of any premeditated intent. Internally, she rejoiced. "I made contact. What bliss! Be more careful next time," Xie Yinshu advised softly, but his racing heart betrayed his calm demeanor. "All right." The girl continued as if nothing had happened, as though the gentle brush and sigh were mere illusions. Ding! Affection level increased by 10. Hearing the sound, Luo Li's smile widened. He was so pure. How delightful. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongming, having caught up, saw her smiling face. He had missed the earlier moment due to his blind spot around the corner. Witnessing Luo Li's flirtatious behavior, his disdain for her deepened. Yet, Luo Li paid him no mind. Why should she concern herself with a beast's feelings? Her only focus was on her future partner. Noticing the young girl's gaze fixed on him, Xie Yinshu's ears reddened. But upon catching sight of Zhao Dongming's expression, he too grew cold, frowning. Observing this, Zhao Dongming quickened his pace. What does a disgraceful person like you need to study for? Get back to work and earn some points for your family. As they walked, a sharp shout echoed from a nearby courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of slapping. "But you promised me. Let me finish my studies," came a girl's choked voice from within. "Study, study, study. You agreed to let her finish junior high, but you've completed it now. Haven to you? How much longer do you want to study? Can your family afford it?" That girl from Old Wang's family over at the West End didn't even finish elementary school. Yet she can still keep accounts for the team and earn points. You've studied more than her. What good can you do? Which disgraceful person in the village has studied as much as you? Be content, you wretched girl. Hurry and get back to work. As she spoke in anger, the elderly woman jabbed the girl's forehead, pushing her out the door. The girl stumbled out, almost tripping right in front of Luo Li, her pitiful face brimming with tears, evoking sympathy. However, Luo Li merely glanced at her and turned away, dismissing her entirely, muttering to herself about her misfortune. After a sharp rebuke, she felt as though the atmosphere around her had shifted momentarily. She hurried a couple of steps closer, keeping pace behind Xie Yinshu. Noticing Luo Li's reaction, Zhang Wanwan paused, seemingly unprepared for such a response from her. In her previous life, this Luo Jiqing had rushed to her aid when she witnessed her suffering at home. What could have caused this change? The answer was simple. She was fed up with the situation and unwilling to play the role of the victim anymore. Indeed, Zhang Wanwan had become the protagonist in this world. Reflecting on the original storyline, Luo Li felt utterly speechless. The male lead, a delicate and pampered gentleman, showed no ambition after his rebirth and preferred to embody the role of a fragile flower, always depending on the female lead. She cursed the plot and its creator 100 times in her mind. In the original narrative, the former protagonist faced a similar situation today. Upon witnessing it, she couldn't bear to remain passive and stepped in to defend the female lead. However, her family insisted, and the female lead was ultimately unable to continue her studies. The former protagonist, feeling compassion for the female lead, assisted her in self-education and occasionally gifted her with clothing and shoes. Consequently, the female lead successfully self-studied with her help and, through the former protagonist's brother, obtained a middle school diploma, securing a decent job. Due to their frequent interactions, the female lead often visited the youth center and developed feelings for the male lead, leading to a romantic relationship. In the end, the former protagonist felt doubly betrayed, which prompted her to darken her heart against them. Ultimately, she fell victim to their schemes. This was truly absurd. The former protagonist was the archetype of a selfless martyr, offering food, clothing, and even sacrificing herself. The main character's future was precarious, surrounded by ungrateful individuals. If she had not awakened, how could she hope to change her fate? It was frustrating. One could argue that even defending herself against these ungrateful souls would be justified. As she contemplated this, she felt as if she had been struck by an electric shock for failing to assist the female lead, thus altering a crucial plotline. Fortunately, with Xie Yinshu and the system by her side, the pain quickly dissipated, yet she gritted her teeth in defiance. "Try to mess with me again," she muttered, tilting her head toward the sky in anger. "What's wrong?" Xie Yinshu, unable to discern her words, turned to find her gazing upward with a perplexed expression. He noticed her pale face, and his eyes reflected concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing his worried tone, Luo Li shook her head. There were matters she couldn't clarify with him, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. Seeing the once lively girl now subdued, Xie Yinshu's heart sank. If you need help, just let me know. Don't try to bear it alone. Reflecting on her demeanor, he spoke the longest sentence he had uttered in days. As the son of the brigade leader, he felt a responsibility to care for the members of the commune. All right, Luo Li replied, forcing a smile and nodding obediently. Chapter 134. Tender young intellectuals are irresistibly alluring. She would not endure silently. She intended to be strong. Kai, can you help me assess the luck value of this world's protagonists? Absolutely. Xiao Baikai, concerned for Luo Li, immediately agreed. Host, the male lead's luck value is 130, while the female lead's is 120. Upon hearing this, Luo Li clenched her fist. So this is how you, the plot creator, lead your precious son and daughter astray? Very well. Kai, I recall you mentioned that my luck and virtue values could be activated to assist with tasks when necessary, correct? Yes. The host can activate help within the small world for tasks, and upon leaving the world, there will be no deduction from the host's existing luck or virtue values. Essentially, these two values function like significant advantages, making them hard to accumulate. They are useful both in the task world and in the host's future retirement world. Luo Li declared. Activate. A wicked supporting character, is it? Very well. I shall fulfill this role. Currently, the host's luck value stands at 200 and virtue at 160, making it the highest among all here, excluding the major players. However, their values remain concealed, so the host remains the most formidable. Listening to Xiao Baikai, Luo Li nodded, mentally cursing the male and female leads, and indeed, the surrounding atmosphere shifted once more. It seemed that, burdened by her character role, she remained constrained. Yet, she understood that once her luck and virtue values were activated, she could directly suppress the protagonists and even seize opportunities from them. Since she was to play the role of the wicked supporting character, she would engage in actions befitting of one. Selfless dedication would not define her as a wicked character, but rather as cannon fodder. Life was not devoid of madness. She could no longer endure. As they pondered these thoughts, they arrived at their work site. The tasks from the previous day had been completed, so today, Luo Li needed to seek the brigade leader for further assignments. Observing her slightly pale face, the brigade leader hesitated, glancing at his son before deciding to direct her towards Xie Yinshu. You should go to Yinshu. Let him decide your tasks. He witnessed your work ethic yesterday, and I am pleased with your diligence. As for your health, it is not something I can fault you for. With Xie Yinshu watching over you, I can rest easy. As for your family circumstances, it seems you manage well enough, so I need not worry about your provisions. With this thought, he waved Luo Li off, assuring her that as long as she remained safe, all would be well. Thank you, brigade leader. Luo Li smiled in response, following closely behind Xie Yinshu. Today, they were digging sweet potatoes, but at a newly assigned location. Xie Yinshu had yet to cut the vines, so she took on that task. She gathered the sweet potato vines while he dug, packed, and transported them. Truth be told, his speed was impressive. However, she struggled to keep pace. Her petite frame was not suited for heavy labor, and after a while, she found a place to rest. The sun was scorching, and she realized she would need a hat to shield herself from the heat. As she contemplated this, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking the sun's rays. Looking up, she saw Xie Yinshu returning from moving sweet potatoes, but before she could react, he had already walked away. Yet her little bag now contained 2 candies. After some thought, she assumed it was a thank you gift for the milk powder she had given him yesterday, as he did not strike her as the type to take advantage of others. After stowing the candy, she smiled and resumed her work. Thank you. I love candy, she whispered as he passed by. He replied softly, and the conversation ended there. However, Luo Li noticed a faint blush creeping onto his ears. This sight made her smile even wider as she continued to focus on her tasks. Her appearance did not go unnoticed by him. The sun had added a rosy hue to her delicate face. Tiny beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and a few strands of hair had come loose, framing her smile, rendering her astonishingly beautiful. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly averted his gaze. Thus, the days passed in a busy yet comfortable manner. During this time, the male and female leads made no significant moves, although the female lead attempted to assert her presence. Luo Li ignored her entirely, and Luo Xiaolan did not cause any trouble. While passing water, tools, and sweet potatoes, she discreetly sought physical contact with Xie Yinshu, steadily building their rapport and prolonging her own survival in this narrative. Overall, these days have been quite pleasant for her. Xiao Li, we're taking a break today and plan to buy some things. Would you like to join us? Time flew by, and it had been over half a month since the original protagonist had come to the countryside, finally leading to their first day of rest. Absolutely. I want to go to the post office to send a letter and see if there are any packages for me. Upon hearing Chioni's words, Luoli nodded eagerly. After spending quite some time in the countryside, it was high time for her to write letters to her parents and elder brother to update them on her current situation. Last night, she hastily penned 2 letters, one intended for her brother serving in the military and the other for her parents. All right, let us gather our things and set off. The village tractor is scheduled to depart today. Luoli responded affirmatively, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Xiaolan without uttering another word. However, while she was tidying up and locking her cabinet, she discreetly instructed Kai to store her belongings in the space. It was not merely precautionary. Luo Xiaolan had been eyeing her cabinet with a rather suspicious demeanor. How annoying! It's not the thief that worries me, but the one who covets. Furthermore, it must be said that Luo Xiaolan's figure resembled that of a balloon. Having previously indulged in food with the original owner, she had gained some weight. In recent days, however, Luoli had ignored her, leading to a return to her previous emaciated state, darker and thinner than before. Such rapid changes. Noticing Luoli's gaze, Luo Xiaolan suddenly called out in an uncertain tone, appearing somewhat aggrieved as she looked at Luoli. Stop right there. I am not Zhao Dongming. Do not look at me like that, it's disturbing. Luoli retorted coldly, a shiver running down her spine. Nearby, Qilan and the others turned to glance at Luo Xiaolan. Frowning at her, they too had observed how she wore a scowl during their recent meals together, clearly dissatisfied. However, this behavior could be understood. After all, she had previously enjoyed the best of everything while in Luoli's company. The stark contrast must have been difficult to adjust to. Luoli mused, wondering if Luo Xiaolan regretted her actions and sought to reconcile. Chioni, sensing the tension, felt a pang of worry for Luoli. Luoli, in turn, looked at her in confusion, quickly reassuring her with a glance that conveyed, do not worry. My eyes may have been blinded once, but I shall not associate with a thankless wolf. The others stifled their laughter at Luoli's bluntness, yet they quickly stifled their amusement upon seeing Luo Xiaolan's distressed expression. Her complexion shifted from pale to green, resembling a painter's palette, yet no one paid her any mind. Luoziking, it was my fault before. Please do not be angry. May I apologize? Luo Xiaolan implored. And indeed, the others were correct. She was regretting her earlier actions. It dawned on her that only by befriending Luoli could she enjoy a life she had never previously imagined, a life filled with eggs and fine rice flour. She should not have severed ties with Luoli so hastily. She felt remorse. Being one who could bend and stretch, she had endured Luoli's blunt rebuke. Yet she still had the audacity to seek reconciliation. But what was she truly thinking? Was she belittling Luoli? Did she consider herself a rare gem deserving of forgiveness? No. Enough of this. There had never been a genuine friendship. It was all calculation and ulterior motives. Ugh, excuse me, you are repulsive. Unable to endure any longer. Luoli furrowed her brow, holding her belongings tightly. She longed to escape this sordid place and seek a haven. Luoziking, noticing Luo Xiaolan attempting to approach, Luoli promptly sidestepped and hastily joined Qiulan and the others. I'm all set. Let us hurry. Were it not for the rule of law in society, she would have turned back to kick her. Let us depart. Qiulan and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing, and left alongside Luoli. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Xiaolan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Turning her gaze to Luoli's cabinet, she instinctively swallowed as she remembered the treasures it contained. For days, she had been subsisting on sweet potatoes, and her palate had grown weary. At the entrance, Luoli turned back just in time to witness this scene. After contemplating, she decided to instruct Kai to return her items to the cabinet. Once they departed, Luo Xiaolan cautiously surveyed her surroundings to confirm they had gone far, checking for other knowledgeable youth nearby. Fortunately, most of them had traveled to the city, and the others had also left, leaving her alone. Once she was certain of her safety, she returned to her room and shut the door. Glancing at Luoli's cabinet, she hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a delicate hairpin she had fashioned from a piece of wire. Having spent time with Luoli, she understood that Luoli was fundamentally a naive young lady, utterly oblivious to the world. During her previous cooking sessions for Luoli, she had pilfered small items from the cabinet without ever being discovered. Just a little, merely a morsel. With that thought, she approached Luoli's cabinet, using the hairpin to fiddle with the lock. Before long, it clicked open. The contents of the cabinet came into view: 2 bags of rice flour, half a bag of sugar, a portion of biscuits, and malted milk powder. Indeed, valuable goods. Seeing these, Luo Xiaolan's heart brimmed with envy at the unfairness of fate. While Luoli received such thoughtful provisions from her family, she had nothing. As her hand reached for the sugar, she hesitated momentarily, but ultimately took several pieces. As she moved, the sugar bag shifted, revealing a small cloth pouch hidden behind it. Luo Xiaolan's eyes widened as she stared at the pouch, which appeared to contain money. In a panic, she glanced around, ensuring her safety before cautiously extracting the pouch from the depths of the cabinet. Untying the strings revealed scattered bills inside. Beneath them lay a hard object. She sifted through and uncovered a watch. This watch was recognizable. It was a gift from Luoli's brother for her 18th birthday, a moment she had recounted with pride. Reflecting on that scene, jealousy surged within Luo Xiaolan as she gazed at the pouch filled with cash. Her heart raced, and after a long internal struggle, she finally took out a few bills and tucked them into her pants pocket. It would be fine. There was no evidence. No one would ever know, she whispered to herself, her gaze transfixed on the pouch. Driven by greed, she ultimately extracted all the money, including the watch. Bang! What are you doing? Just as she hastily attempted to hide her plunder, the door was abruptly kicked open, revealing a group of individuals at the threshold. It was Luoli, having returned. Alongside her were several fellow youth from the residence, villagers, and a few militia members, with the team leader and Xie Yanshu trailing behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xiaolan's courage shattered, her face drained of color. Caught red-handed, she had no defense. You stole my belongings. Luoli rushed forward, snatching the items from her grasp. The small pouch contained dozens of bills and the watch, which she examined with a sense of dread. This was of considerable value. The expressions of the militia members and the team leader darkened, their demeanor growing serious. I was just, Luo Xiaolan stammered, her pallor evident. Yet, everyone had witnessed her attempting to conceal the items in her pocket, while the cabinet bore the marks of forced entry. She had no arguments left. Take her away. Without waiting for further explanation, the militia members seized her. In her panic, Luo Xiaolan locked eyes with Luoli, pleading, Luoziking, please explain to them. I did not mean to. I truly did not intend to. She understood the consequences of being taken away. Her father had faced a similar fate, having taught her this very skill. She cried out desperately, hoping Luoli would offer her a chance at redemption. But Luoli merely furrowed her brow, disappointment evident in her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiaolan's heart instantly grew cold. What had appeared to be quite respectable turned out to be a thief. The villagers and the educated youth nearby were all murmuring in disbelief, while Zhao Dongming's expression was particularly grim. You did well this time. If you notice anything unusual in the future, do not hesitate to call for help. Everyone here is eager to assist, and a simple shout will bring them running. Do not attempt to confront any situation alone in haste. Furthermore, it would be prudent to keep such valuable items securely on your person. Only after the intruder had departed did the team leader furrow his brow and offer this advice. It was unexpected that this young girl came from a well-off family. If today's events were spread, everyone would undoubtedly find out. Having thwarted this attempt, it was unlikely they would be so fortunate next time. All he could do was offer this counsel. Indeed, I will remember your words, team leader. Thank you all so much for your help today. Luo Li's complexion was somewhat pale, and upon hearing this, she quickly nodded in gratitude, clutching her belongings tightly. Filled with trepidation, after she had left her home and walked a short distance, she falsely claimed to have urgent business and hurried back to rejoin Xiaolan and the others. Turning around, she dashed to the team leader's house, exclaiming that she had seen a thief in the educated youth dormitory, which had drawn such a large crowd. Observing her anxious demeanor, Xie Yanshu had even called upon the village militia just in case. The integrity of their team was commendable. They did not conceal matters out of fear that it would tarnish the village's reputation, a common occurrence among local leaders. Moreover, the villagers were all quite eager to help. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over, each armed. Seeing this, Luo Li glanced at the cupboard, grabbed a bag of candy, and distributed 2 pieces to everyone. When I returned, I spotted a suspicious figure lurking in the courtyard from afar. I was startled and hurried to call for help without having a clear look at the person. I truly appreciate everyone's assistance today. Otherwise, I fear my belongings would have been stolen. Thank you all for making the effort. Luo Li expressed her gratitude with sincerity. It was no trouble at all. There is no need for such thanks, Luo Jiqing. Should anything arise again, just call out. It's simply a matter of lending a hand. We did not even have to intervene physically, yet we are fortunate to receive candy in return, making us like her even more. Listening to their words, Luo Li smiled gently, aware that everyone had seen her possessions. Her silence did not imply anything amiss. She knew how to garner goodwill. As the situation was resolved and the thief was taken away, everyone gradually dispersed, returning to their rooms to check on their belongings, relieved to find nothing amiss. However, they all felt a wave of anxiety. They had not anticipated living alongside a thief for such a long time. Observing this, the team leader called out and walked ahead, noticing his son's worried gaze towards the young girl, and he kindly refrained from addressing him immediately. "Siete-gu," Luo Li called out, turning to rummage through another cupboard for some eggs, which she handed to Xie Yanchu. "Siete-gu, there were too many people just now. Please take these back with you. I am truly grateful for your and the team leader's timely assistance." Xie Yanchu, of course, refused, yet Luo Li insisted. "Please accept them. This is my token of appreciation for all the trouble I have caused you. The items in my cupboard are all half-opened and unsuitable for gifting, so I can only offer you some eggs." Upon hearing her insistence, Xie Yanchu found it difficult to refuse, yet he still did not accept. As a team leader, he could not accept gifts from the members. Today's events fell within his responsibilities. Luo Li paused momentarily at his words, only to hear him speak again. "I overheard you mention that you intended to visit the post office today. The team needs to purchase some items. I will be going there too, and I can accompany you. The village's tractor has already left, so if you wish to go, we will have to walk." "Oh, really? Sure." Observing his slightly uneasy demeanor and the faint blush on his ears, Luo Li smiled and nodded. He has finally come around. The team leader had just returned home when he saw Xie Yanchu riding his bicycle back. "Where are you up to?" he asked, perplexed. "To the post office." Xie Yanchu replied casually, pedaling away. "Oh, really? What business do you have at the post office?" The elderly couple at home exchanged puzzled glances. "Oh, I just remembered. When Luo Jiqing came to call for help, she mentioned that she had intended to go to the post office but forgot to bring her items." Hearing this from his wife, the team leader suddenly understood, and both of them smiled broadly. This young man has finally figured it out. Just as he finished speaking, Xie Yanchu turned back, entered the house to retrieve something, and then paused in front of his parents, recalling Luo Jiqing's intention to send her gratitude. "I didn't accept anything. You cannot take things from the members," he stated seriously, acknowledging her rationale that it was her goodwill, and thus he felt the need to inform them. The team leader nodded, understanding that he was trying to win favor with the young girl. Thinking ahead to when the two would be going out alone together, Luo Li deliberately changed into a new outfit. She styled her hair into a fishtail braid, leaving 2 small strands of hair framing her delicate face, making her appear even more vibrant and lively. The two had agreed to meet at the village entrance, and when Luo Li arrived, her changed appearance caught Xie Yanchu's attention, making him blush again. "Yes, let us go." It was not until she approached and called out to him again that he cleared his throat and responded. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded, turning to sit on the back of his bicycle. Afraid it would be unsteady, she discreetly grasped the hem of his shirt from behind. Feeling the movement behind him, Xie Yanchu's body stiffened for a moment, yet he refrained from saying anything further, his heart racing in his chest. Upon arriving in the city, Luo Li first sent off her 2 letters and, at the post office, discovered that a large package had indeed arrived. "Where are we going to buy things?" Seeing Xie Yanchu help secure the items to the front of the bicycle, Luo Li inquired. Xie Yanchu paused briefly, then calmly pointed in a direction, to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Great, I also need to buy some things there." "Yes." As they strolled along, chatting amiably, the warm sunlight stretched their shadows long. The tall and handsome man alongside the beautiful and radiant girl made for a striking couple, drawing the attention of passers-by. This scene, however, stung the eyes of some onlookers. Zhao Dongming, who had arrived a step later than Luo Li and the others, clenched his fists tightly, watching the 2 figures. For some reason, he felt that it should not be this way. She ought to be focused on the one she truly liked. It should be him, and all the things in that cupboard should have been his. Xie Yanchu, who was supposed to be a mere background character, was now taking center stage. He felt as though he had lost so much. As his thoughts spiraled, Luo Li suddenly gasped, rubbing her head. "Damn, I haven't replenished my energy today. I should have only tugged at the hem of my shirt earlier. Ouch, is your head hurting again?" "Just a moment," Xie Yanchu asked with concern, quickly turning to stop the bicycle and dashed into a nearby shop. "Drink some water." Moments later, he emerged with a cup of warm water. Over the past few days, he had noticed her condition. She was indeed unwell, often feeling uncomfortable without warning. He had suggested that she see a doctor, but she had declined, saying it was something she was accustomed to and considered normal. Strangely enough, he had observed that after handing her water, she seemed to feel much better. He did not quite understand whether drinking water truly alleviated her headache, but seeing her appear more comfortable eased his worry. "Thank you." Luoli received the water, their fingertips brushing against one another as she softly expressed her gratitude. Upon noticing her small gesture, Xie Yinchu's handsome face turned crimson, and he awkwardly withdrew his fingers. Looking away, noticing his reaction, Luoli secretly curved her lips into a smile. The current plot had already been thoroughly disrupted by her. Luo Xiaolan, a significant supporting character, had been prematurely removed from the narrative, leaving the heroine in a state of neglect. As for the male lead, deprived of her resources and financial support, he found himself unable to explore other avenues, rendering the main storyline incapable of progressing. Consequently, the backlash she experienced intensified her suffering, the pain striking her soul profoundly, even affecting Xiao Baikai. Furthermore, Xie Yinshu had become remarkably self-aware. She needed to act promptly, for mere fleeting touches would not suffice. She was determined to extend her fate. In Chapter 137, delicate young intellectuals are too alluring. She inquired, Kai, are you all right? Taking advantage of his momentary absence while he returned cups to the shop, Luoli expressed her concern. The slightly charred Xiao Baikai bubbled up, shaking its head in response. "I'm fine. Just caught off guard and fell for a little trick, nothing serious." Hearing this, Luoli sighed in relief. However, upon seeing its appearance, she paused momentarily, stifling her laughter before bursting into it. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was cautiously chuckling at the direction of the shop. "Apologies," but she could not help but laugh at the sight of a little black explosion of curls. "Why are you laughing?" The smile on Luoli's face abruptly vanished as she turned around, her expression clouded with misfortune, when she inadvertently met Xie Yinshu's gaze, who had noticed her reaction and followed her line of sight to see Zhao Dongming's peculiar expression. "It's nothing, let's go." Luoli shook her head, tugging at his sleeve. Aware of her affectionate gesture, Xie Yinshu felt his ears redden, nodding in acknowledgement. The supply and marketing cooperative was as crowded as ever, protected by Xie Yinshu. Luoli managed to squeeze inside. Given the throng, she inevitably found herself pressed against him, feeling as if she were small, being cradled tightly in his embrace. "Sister, could you please help me?" Upon reaching the counter, Luoli shyly emerged from his arms, her cheeks flushed, and turned to the older sister at the counter to request her desired items. Meanwhile, Xie Yinshu observed all her expressions with acute awareness. He shared her discomfort, yet there was a hint of secret delight. On their way back, the conversation between the two noticeably dwindled, but the atmosphere between them grew inexplicably closer. Luoli sat quietly in the back seat. When she glanced down, she noticed how the sunlight stretched their shadows long. The tall silhouette in the front contrasted with her petite shadow leaning against him, resembling a warm embrace. Observing this, Luoli inched closer, enhancing the illusion. Xie Yinshu also noted her subtle movements, causing his heart to race faster, his ears still flushed. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they alighted from the vehicle, with Xie Yinshu assisting her with her luggage to the young intellectual station. "Xie, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." As she vanished from sight at the doorway, Xie Yinshu finally departed. On his way back, the scenes from the cooperative replayed in his mind, along with the image of their elongated shadows. Even as he drifted into sleep that night, the sight of her flushed cheeks remained vividly etched in his memory. The following morning, Xie Yinshu awkwardly woke early to wash his trousers. After a day of labor in the fields, he dared not meet Luoli's gaze directly. Observing his demeanor, Luoli felt bewildered but grew increasingly impatient as someone blocked her path. "Luoji Qing, why didn't you help me?" Zhang Wanwan, aware of the reprimand Luoli had overheard at her home, insisted. Not only that, but Luoli had likely heard every instance of her passage, yet she had always chosen to ignore it. In her past life, Luoli had not behaved this way. "Who are you?" Stopped by an outstretched hand, Luoli was compelled to halt. "I am Zhang Wanwan, the daughter of this household." Eagerly introducing herself, Zhang Wanwan responded to Luoli's inquiry. However, Luoli merely cast a fleeting glance her way before turning away. "Oh, I don't know you." That was all she left behind. Zhang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure to block Luoli once more. "I don't know you and am not obligated to help you. Do you understand?" Luoli's tone was laced with utmost impatience. Why should he not help me? Zhang Wanwan failed to comprehend. In her view, it was indeed how it should be. Luoli should have helped me. What do you mean should? Who do you think you are? Am I your father or your mother? Why must I assist you? Do you presume everyone is as afflicted as you? Even if I were your mother, I might still choose to ignore you. This was the truth. Her real parents were at home, and they also chose not to acknowledge her. After saying this, Luali disregarded the presence of such an intellectually challenged individual and walked away. Zhang Wanwan was left in disbelief. What had she just said? How could she speak so harshly? In her memories of her past life, the kind-hearted Luaji Qing was never like this. This woman bore no resemblance to Luaji Qing. As her thoughts continued, Luali, who had not walked far, took a sharp breath, gritting her teeth as she returned to the young intellectual station, where she learned that Zhao Dongming and his group planned to collect firewood after work. Without hesitation, she joined them. While gathering firewood alongside Xiaolan and the others, she kept an eye on Zhao Dongming's movements. Seeing him walk alone in one direction, she immediately followed. Having Xiao Baikai stall Zhao Dongming, she rushed ahead to gather good finds, stuffing them into her pockets. Ginseng, huh? Planning to pick it up for your son to sell for profit? Dream on. I'm digging it up. Not even the tiniest seedlings were spared. Scan Xiao Baikai. See if there's anything we missed. All right, everything showing on my end is valuable. Good. I shall leave nothing behind. Off to the narrative realm. Xiao Baikai was equally irate, darting about and collecting faster than Luali, benefiting from her luck, revealing numerous treasures. They even stumbled upon a stash of jewelry and gold bars hidden near a grave. Without hesitation, Luali and her companion collected it all. By the time Zhao Dongming arrived, following his instincts, he found nothing, leaving him with a sense of having missed something crucial. In Chapter 138, delicate young intellectuals are too alluring. Luali, having fully stocked her space and planning to return to find Xiaolan and the others, encountered Xie Yinshu ascending the mountain. Over the past half-month, the weather had been splendid, and many had come to collect firewood and dry branches. Luali did not expect to run into Xie Yinshu by such coincidence. Hey, she called out, but as she approached, she noticed him awkwardly averting his gaze, responding to her with a simple acknowledgement, seemingly wanting to escape. That behavior felt decidedly off. Xietago, what's wrong? Luali inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. It was not like him to behave this way. Yesterday had been entirely different. It's nothing. Recognizing her puzzled tone, Xie Yinshu suddenly realized he was acting unusually. However, recalling the dreams that haunted him through the night, he felt embarrassed and uncertain about how to face her. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for his disgraceful thoughts. What a fine young lady. How could he all right, Xietago? Are you here to gather firewood? May I join you? I can't collect much on my own. Although he tried his utmost to maintain a facade of normalcy, Luali could still sense something amiss. His demeanor revealed an unmistakable sense of guilt. The flush of his ears, increasingly crimson, was particularly telling. Observing Luali's empty backpack, Xie Yinshu hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. As a native of this area, he was far more familiar with the mountains than the sent-down youth. Luali followed him along the path, gathering a fair amount of wild fruits he had foraged. When he found a tree with branches adorned with yellowing leaves, he swiftly climbed it. Luali, in turn, found a spot to wait patiently. Be careful and don't come too close. Xie Yinshu reminded her from his perch in the tree. Nestled to one side, Luali watched him chop firewood, but soon grew bored and began observing the ants scurrying about on the ground. The ants were busy, indicating that rain was on the horizon. Just as she pondered this, she felt something dark move at her feet. A fleeting glance revealed a tiny row of legs attempting to ascend her shoe. Startled, her body stiffened, and she turned her pale face to confirm her suspicion. She exclaimed, jumping up in fright, clinging desperately to him and burying her head against his chest. It touched my foot. Her small frame trembled, her face pale, and her voice quivering with the threat of tears. With her soft hands clinging to his neck, Xie Yinshu felt himself tense. Nevertheless, he instinctively steadied her, glancing back at the spot she had just vacated. With a swift motion of his hatchet, he dispatched the centipede and tossed it far away. After a moment's hesitation, he gently patted her back in a comforting gesture. It's all right, don't be afraid. I got rid of it. Hearing his words, her choked voice softened considerably, and cautiously, she raised her head to sneak a glance in the direction of her previous fright. Confirming that the creature was gone, she finally exhaled in relief. It was then that she became acutely aware of her position, realizing she was nestled in his embrace. Her pale cheeks flushed crimson, with traces of unshed tears glistening in her eyes as she looked up at him in a fluster. The sight of her, both pitiful and charming, struck him with a sudden resonance of last night's dreams, causing his heart to race. Quickly, Xie Yinshu averted his gaze. Realizing her predicament, he abruptly pulled away, turning to gather the firewood again. Silently, he filled her backpack before attending to his own. Noticing her attempt to assist him, he spoke up. I'll finish up quickly, but you should wait here. Don't hurt your hands without gloves. He stepped forward to gently guide Luali away, finding a clean spot free of insects for her to remain. Before long, he had organized both backpacks of firewood, holding onto Luali's smaller one without any intention of returning it. I'll walk you back. At his words, Luali obediently nodded. They chose a narrow path that led directly back to the sent-down youth point. Observing her obedient demeanor, he felt an increasing sense of regret for his own inner turmoil. Yet, amidst all these reactions, he began to clarify his own feelings. As he glanced back at Luali, he found himself lost in contemplation for quite some time. But did she harbor feelings for him? Luoziyuth. In the silence, as they walked side by side, just as Luali thought they would part quietly, he suddenly stopped and called her name. Ultimately, he resolved to take a bold step. He turned to face her, opening his mouth but hesitating. Do you have someone you like? After a considerable pause, Luali finally heard his voice again, his hand hanging down, gently grasping hers, as if mustering courage. Luali nodded earnestly. Yes. The moment the words left her lips, she saw him freeze, as though the courage he had gathered had evaporated in an instant. He was asking her a question. Her gentle voice resonated in his ears, soft yet profoundly impactful, causing his heart to race as if overwhelmed by immense joy. However, in the next heartbeat, his lips were graced by a tender warmth, and even as the warmth faded, he remained in a daze, unable to comprehend. His mind went blank as he stared at the radiant, blushing girl before him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Regaining his composure, he felt his face flush and his tightly clenched fist tremble slightly. So, Xie, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? His heart raced uncontrollably, and before he could articulate his thoughts, she had already posed her question. For a brief moment, he was taken aback before breaking into a smile, his excitement barely contained. I would. Then, Luali, would you consent to be Xie girlfriend? Although she had spoken first, as a gentleman, he felt it necessary to uphold the formality of the occasion. Luali agreed to be Xie girlfriend. With those words, they exchanged a smile. His large hand tentatively took hold of her soft little hand. The journey from the foot of the mountain to the sent-down youth point suddenly felt considerably longer. As they walked side by side, they dared not hasten their pace, as if fearing to miss this precious moment in time. Chapter 139, Delicate Sent-Down Youth is Irresistibly Charming 12. After a brief mishap, the little cabbage helped Luali gather her belongings before being summoned back to the Time and Space Bureau for a checkup. The results confirmed its robust health. I told you it was just a minor issue. I'm Little Cabbage, incredibly skilled. Upon returning in the evening, it was astonished to see the data and widened its eyes in surprise. Last night, it had noticed a significant increase in the big boss's affection for the host, which had inexplicably surged overnight. Now, after this brief return, it had skyrocketed again, soaring by 20 points to reach a total of 80. Host, what did you do? The data is at 80. Due to this figure, the original host's wish fulfillment rate had also significantly improved. Hugs, kisses, holding hands. On the bed, Luali had already drifted into a semi-conscious slumber. At the mention of this, she stirred slightly, preparing to sink back into deep sleep, but then suddenly remembered something. Guy, help me find an insect repellent talisman. She had truly been startled today. Although she was unafraid of snakes, rats, ghosts, zombies, and fierce beasts, she had a profound fear of cockroaches and centipedes, which were the most terrifying creatures in her eyes. Dark, numerous legs, and they could crawl on people. Just the thought made her skin crawl. All right, Little Cabbage, unaware of the specifics, obediently rummaged through its host collection of talismans to find an insect repellent talisman. Clutching the talisman, Luali finally felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when he saw his son up early washing his pants, the captain leisurely sipped his tea. Young lad, your temper is too fiery. It's time to find a wife. You should have listened to your mother and gone on a blind date, but you refused. The captain, already married, spoke with a tone of pride. I've said it before, I will only marry the girl I truly like. At just 22, he had endured 4 years of his parents' subtle nudges. Many young men who had just turned 18 were marrying immediately. Watching others, his parents were eager for grandchildren. Thinking of Luali made him smile involuntarily, revealing the youthful foolishness of budding affection within him. The captain, noticing this, stroked his chin, sensing something was off. In his experience, this young rascal was definitely hiding something. Mother, I'm taking some eggs to the fields. Mother, where are the biscuits I bought last time? Upon hearing Xie Yinchu's words, the captain's suspicions piqued. Once at the fields, witnessing his son fawning over Lolly, he immediately understood the situation. After arranging the members, he hurried off to find his wife. Heavens, it seems you might soon have a daughter-in-law. A few days ago, Xiamu had already noticed the situation between Xie Yinshu and Luo Li, and now she was grinning from ear to ear. Of course, there was no need for you to mention it. Hearing her man's words, she responded with a hint of disdain, her eyes occasionally glancing towards Luo Li. Oh my, this young lady is truly charming. And that foolish boy, how clumsy he is. He seems almost unworthy of such a girl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Li obediently sipped the sweet soup brewed by Xie Yinshu and nibbled on cookies and eggs. Before long, she peeled 2 smooth eggs and handed them to him. I will eat what you cook, and you can eat what I cook. What a delightful coincidence, as they had both prepared food for each other. Xie Yinshu accepted the eggs she had peeled, his ears betraying a blush. Are they delicious? Very delicious. Seeing him nod obediently brought a smile to Luo Li's eyes. Then she noticed that he was working much faster than usual. Initially perplexed, she soon understood when they finished their tasks early, and he took her to the riverside to enjoy the scenery. They sat side by side on the grassy bank, gazing at the picturesque view below, where the river rippled and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, making the reeds sway softly. A truly delightful scene. There are wild duck eggs in there. Would you like a try? The reeds by the river often sheltered wild ducks, and sometimes luck would have it that they could gather some eggs. Xie Yinshu frequently visited this spot, and having saved up some days' worth of luck, he was eager to take her there to explore. It was his first experience in a romantic relationship, and though he was unsure of what to do, he followed his heart's desires, wishing to show her something special and make her happy. Sound great? Luo Li nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as she had never attempted to gather wild duck eggs before. Xie Yinshu took her hand again, his heart racing uncontrollably. Be careful, he reminded her. Look over there. The white ones, could they be wild duck eggs? Startled by her own excitement, Luo Li whispered, pointing to a spot. Indeed, Xie Yinshu confirmed, turning to nod, pleasantly surprised by their good fortune today. Observing the joy on Luo Li's face, he couldn't help but smile. As they continued their search, he was even more astonished. Despite having visited frequently, it had only been a few days since his last visit, yet they found more wild duck eggs than ever before, filling his pockets to the brim. Ah, had I known, we should have brought a basket, Luo Li lamented, glancing at the large nest of eggs before looking at his overflowing clothes. It turned out that good fortune was on their side, and this ongoing surprise brought immense joy. No worries. Wait here, Xie Yinshu chuckled, turning to rummage through the nearby grass. In a short while, he emerged with a somewhat worn basket. I had hidden this here before. Sometimes when I catch fish, I use it to carry them, he explained to Luo Li with a smile. Pleased to find a practical use for it now. Seeing the hint of regret in her eyes, he was determined to make her happy. That's wonderful. As her face brightened again, Xie Yinshu felt his ears grow warm. Luo Li gathered some grass to line the basket's bottom, and together they filled it with duck eggs, accumulating quite a haul. Just as they finished, Luo Li noticed something small leaping near the shallow water. She approached to find a nest of shrimp clinging to the riverbank, with small fish swimming nearby. And shrimp, she exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of scaring them away, but her widened eyes revealed her excitement. Xie Yinshu quickly reacted, upon hearing her words. He gently set down the duck eggs by the grass and moved to where she was, swiftly dipping the basket into the water to catch the shrimp. The basket was shallow, and the shrimp kept leaping, so he covered it with some wet grass. Luo Li looked at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Faced with the young lady's eager gaze, Xie Yinshu felt a bit awkward yet immensely delighted. After securing the shrimp, he placed the duck eggs back in the basket, setting the shrimp aside to avoid crushing them. They decided not to linger any longer, fearing they might lose track of time. Should we take this back to the commune? Or I could prepare it and deliver it to you later, he inquired, glancing at their bountiful harvest. You can cook. Luo Li's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a remarkable treasure. You note that? Yes, my mother taught me to cook from a young age. My father can cook too, as my mother said that men who can't cook are not favored by women. Then I shall be fortunate indeed. The young girl's tone carried a hint of pride, prompting Xie Yinshu to feel his heart race as he nodded in agreement. Luo Li decided not to take the duck eggs, allowing Xie Yinshu to bring them back. Although she could cook, she preferred to enjoy being pampered occasionally. You're back. My, you've gathered quite a haul. The captain of the CF family exclaimed upon seeing the lively shrimp, already preparing for a delightful evening. No need. I can handle it myself. This is my contribution with Luo Zhiqing. Xie Chu sidestepped his father's attempt to help and headed to the water tank to clean the catch. His parents exchanged amused glances upon hearing his words and burst into laughter. All right, take your time to win over a young lady. One must first capture her heart through her stomach, they teased, leaving Xie Chu's face even more flushed than before. Later, after delivering the prepared dishes to Luo Li, she received similar playful jests. Why are you staring at me? Would you like to share a meal? In addition to the duck eggs and shrimp, he had also brought her a bowl of noodles. Their commune was relatively spacious, accommodating 4 people per room. With Luo Xiaolan absent, only Luo Li and her sister Qiulan remained in the room. Feeling the teasing gazes from her sister, the slightly brazen Luo Li felt embarrassed under scrutiny. No. We both have eaten. It wouldn't be good if Comrade Xian knew we let you go hungry, Qiu and I quipped, her tone playful and suggestive. Luolis Jacques Flusha. Realizing Qiulan was referencing Xie Chu's earlier admonition to eat well and not go hungry. Well, I won't worry about you two. I'll eat by myself. Seeing Luo Li's flustered reaction, her sisters laughed even more, their curiosity piqued. All right, but do tell us what's happening between you and Comrade Xie. You suddenly seem to be in a relationship. Initially unnoticed, they were now eager to know what had transpired. What can I say? We simply liked each other. Luo Li mumbled, burying her face in her food, her cheeks still flushed, as if fearing more probing questions. Observing her demeanor, Qiulan and the others raised their eyebrows, but chose not to press further. Meanwhile, in a corner, a small cabbage was savoring the shrimp. The chef's skills are truly impressive. Delicious. The next day, a group of militia members and police officers visited, as Luo Li needed to discuss some matters related to Luo Xiaolan's situation. Subsequently, all of Luo Xiaolan's belongings were taken, as she was to be sent to a farm for reformation in the mining district. The conditions there were significantly harsher than those here, with overexertion and illness being commonplace. They arrived while the workers were toiling away. The team leader, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention to the gossip, merely called upon Xie Chu to accompany Luo Li back to the Jiqing point while he conversed with the officers. What is the matter? Noticing Luo Li gazing at Luo Xiaolan's empty bed, seemingly lost in thought, Xie Chu softly inquired. It's nothing. It was her own decision. No one forced her, and she cannot blame anyone for the outcome. Xie Chu assumed she felt troubled, so he offered some words of comfort. Furthermore, the resolution regarding Luo Xiaolan was somewhat influenced by her father's criminal record. Their entire family had a history of thievery, so it was hardly unjust. Luo Li nodded and returned to the fields alongside him. After laboring for half a day, as Luo Li took a break, Xie Chu suddenly stood beside her, hesitating, his handsome face tinged with a hint of bashfulness. What's wrong? Seeing this, Luo Li couldn't help but smile as she looked up at him. The man ran his hand through his hair. There's a film screening in the neighboring village tonight. Would you like to go together? Unlike the previous day when he had simply whisked her away, this was their first date since they had begun courting, and it felt somewhat awkward. A film? Sure. Luo Li readily accepted without hesitation. She had heard that in this era, films were sometimes shown in the villages, creating quite a buzz, and she was genuinely eager to attend. With her enthusiastic agreement, Xie Chu's smile broadened considerably. Then let us finish work early. I'll come to fetch you later. All right. As expected, they were among the first to finish work. Xie Chu earned 10 work points, while Luo Li earned 5, thanks to his assistance. Yet she had indeed exerted herself. Her capabilities were limited, and her frail constitution was still a concern. However, over the past 2 days, she had felt relatively at ease, free from the pressure of the narrative. Upon returning to the Jiqing point, she prepared some food, boiled water, bathed, and changed into fresh clothes before seeking a sunny spot to dry her hair. Lacking a hairdryer, she resorted to the sun and a towel to hasten the drying process. At that moment, Zhao Dongming and the other Jiqing returned. Upon seeing her in the courtyard, he halted abruptly, captivated by the sight of the woman seated sideways in the sunlight, the glow of the setting sun enveloping her. Her wet, dark hair cascaded down, revealing a slender, delicate neck, exuding fragility and beauty. Others, too, were momentarily spellbound by the scene, before collectively averting their gazes. Shaoli, have you washed your hair? I'd like to wash mine, too. Qilan and the others approached, as many in the village had heard about the film screening in the neighboring village, and the Jiqing were planning to go early. Of course, I saved some water for you both. Really? Xiaoli, you're too kind. Luo Li laughed as she dried her hair, glancing at the others nearby before grabbing a small stool and returning to the room with the two sisters. Bang! The door closed behind them. Luo Jiqing is truly exquisite. I've always thought she was beautiful, but seeing her just now, she resembled a beauty from a painting. Her fragile silhouette backlit was simply enchanting. Indeed, but she is beyond our reach, especially since she is already in a relationship. The Jiqing were well aware of Luo Li's affluent background, and they all held a sense of self-awareness. Moreover, the matter of her courtship with Xie Yanchu was quite public, and many had come to know of it. Just now, they merely offered compliments and expressed their astonishment. However, Zhao Dongming harbored different thoughts. Reflecting on Luo Li's circumstances in the earlier scene, he felt he had missed out on far too much. It felt akin to that day on the mountain. He had followed his instincts, only to find an empty expanse, staring at the freshly dug earth before the grave. He felt as though something had been snatched away from him. Yet, he had seen no one. Still, he sensed that something that should have been his had been taken. This was not how things were meant to be. Luo Li should not shine so brilliantly. She ought to trail behind him, a foolish and pitiful pleaser, belittled to the ground. She could not possess the purity and beauty that deterred others from desecrating her. Conversely, he should not be sinking into the mediocrity of the crowd. He was meant to be the one of high virtue and excellence, someone unattainable. Everything should not be as it is now. Chapter 141. The delicate Jiqing is too alluring. 14. Why are you banging so hard? What if you break it? Be gentle. Zhang Mu watched as Zhang Wanwan washed clothes, chattering incessantly. Upon hearing her mother, Zhang Wanwan pounded the clothes even more forcefully. Mother, why won't you let me study? Why isn't as good as I am? Like Zhao Dongming, she too felt a surge of indignation, believing she should not be in such a position. She should not be an ordinary village girl, washing clothes and cooking every day. She had been reborn. She was different from those mundane individuals. She was meant to become someone beyond reach. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Yet with her own abilities, she felt powerless to rise above. She sought someone to help lift her up, but Luo Li was not as she had imagined. This left her greatly troubled. When did I stop you from studying? You are the one who has been given the most education in the family. Has just started school. How can you say he is not better than you? He is your own brother. Can't you wish him to do well? I believe is certainly clever. Stop your nonsense and work hard. Why can't you be like the Wang family girl? She studied even less than you. And don't blame your grandmother for criticizing you. How did you speak to the family before? Did you ask them to support your education? Now that you're in school, you haven't upheld your end of the bargain. If your grandmother doesn't scold you, who will? How did the job you were supposed to look at turn out? Can it work out? I'm telling you, if you truly don't want to work, you need to quickly find a job. Once you have work, your grandmother will surely stop criticizing you and will treat you better. Listening to her mother's words, Zhang Wanwan grew increasingly furious, striking the clothes with a sense of frustration. If she had succeeded, she wouldn't be in such a mood today. It was precisely because she felt inadequate that her anger intensified. Everything seemed to be going wrong. TSK. Slap. Did you hear me tell you to be gentle? Seeing her exert more force, Zhang Mu slapped her shoulder lightly. She had been talking for ages, yet her daughter was still not listening and had to resort to force. However, being her daughter, she didn't hit her hard, just a gentle tap. Enough, enough, work properly. Once you're done, your grandmother wants to take the family to see the film tonight. Despite Zhang Mu softening her tone, Zhang Wanwan was still clutching her arm, harboring resentment. To her, her mother's actions were nothing but favoritism. Favoring her brother and denying her education was just an attempt to save money for him. Yet, why couldn't she consider the family's circumstances and face reality? With a family of over 10 mouths to feed, how much work was needed just to survive? In the current conditions, raising a child to junior high was already quite a feat. Moreover, her brother was indeed younger. She had at least completed her studies, while he was just beginning. She had heard that the Jiqing in the village were also going out tonight, all city kids who looked quite different from them, all educated. Wanwan, if you really want to study, you might ask the Jiqing. I heard that both Luo Jiqing and Zhao Jiqing graduated from high school. By the way, that young Xie from the team leader's family is quite impressive. He managed to date that Luo Jiqing. They do make a good pair, as the saying goes. Handsome boys and beautiful girls. Zhang Mu continued her work, not noticing her daughter's expression, merely chattering about trivial matters. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, as if a sudden realization had illuminated her eyes. Indeed, in the village, there was not only Luo Jiqing, a formidable figure from a city, There was also Zhao Jiqing, whose family background was reportedly quite prosperous, and he possessed an appealing appearance. The thought of possibly engaging with him made her cheeks flush. Having formed a plan, she deliberately adorned herself after washing clothes with Zhang Mu and returned home. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Li was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the heroine's mind. At that moment, she was comfortably seated in the back of Xie Yinchu's vehicle, humming a light-hearted tune. Was it melodious? After finishing, she turned to Xie Yinchu, seeking his opinion. It was pleasing. Observing the small hand encircling his waist stirred a tumult of emotions within him, and he responded absent-mindedly. Seeing his expression, Luo Li couldn't help but laugh. Leaning against his back to shield herself from the evening chill, the fragrance of clean soap wafted from him. Thump, thump, feeling the warmth around her waist and behind her. Xie Yinchu could only hear his own racing heartbeat, his cheeks burning fiercely, thankfully concealed by the night. Your heartbeat is quite rapid. Yet, the mischievous young lady continued to stoke the flames of flirtation. Clad in a thin autumn garment, her fingertips lightly grazed his muscular waist, firm and strong. With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, she mischievously traced her fingers along the contours. In an instant, he gasped, his long hands swiftly capturing hers. Bihab, no mischief. His voice had taken on a decidedly husky tone. Sensing the shift in tension, Luo Li instinctively withdrew her fingers, her bravado faltering. However, his grasp remained firm, preventing her from escaping, merely restraining her movements. We are almost there. He spoke in a low voice, glancing ahead. The beam of the flashlight illuminated only a short distance. But flickering lights were already visible ahead, and the sounds of revelry grew increasingly distinct as they approached. Luo Li quietly retracted her hand, adopting a more demure demeanor. And Xie Yinchu, noticing her change, no longer hindered her. Though their arrival was not particularly early, they were not the last to come. They found themselves in a vast clearing where a few lanterns hung, accompanied by a large curtain and several benches arranged around. The front was already packed with people, while those further back had a less favorable view. Additionally, a towering old tree stood in front of the curtain. Assessing the situation, Xie Yinchu guided Luo Li to the tree side. Enveloping her in his arms, he effortlessly lifted her to a sturdy branch, which was thicker than she was. They could sit there comfortably and even accommodate a few more. Xie Yinchu settled beside her, protectively placing an arm around her. Behind them, numerous branches provided a secure vantage point. No need to worry, it's quite safe here. Noticing Luo Li's gaze, he whispered, fully aware of their safety, which was why she focused intently on him. The shade of a large tree concealed them, creating a secluded space. As Xie Yinchu listened to her tone, he sensed something amiss, but before he could ponder further, the familiar sweet fragrance enveloped him. Soft lips brushed against his, twice in quick succession, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the warmth lingered on his lips, the spot she had kissed feeling increasingly heated. How delightful! Her voice, imbued with laughter and tenderness, reached his ears. Gazing at the young lady before him, his heart raced uncontrollably, his throat dry. Below them lay a throng of people, and if anyone approached, they would easily spot the two nestled among the branches. In stark contrast to the modesty of the moment, her audacity was simply overwhelming. Yet, it made him all the more captivated. The mischievous girl's smile faltered as he seized her delicate neck, retaliating fiercely. An inexperienced yet assertive kiss ensued, infused with his fresh, inviting scent. After a brief moment, he reluctantly released her, his voice now hoarse, panting to regain his composure. Next time, no more playfulness, or you shall suffer the consequences. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet she had the uncanny ability to drive him to the brink of chaos. Luo Li's cheeks were aflame from the kiss, her swollen lips betraying her surrender as she nodded in agreement. Under the moonlight, her face glowed a rosy hue, a few disheveled strands of hair framing her delicate features. Her lips, slightly swollen and glistening, paired with her moist, tear-filled eyes, exuded a certain vulnerability, akin to a fragile flower begging to be cherished further. Her voice was soft and endearing, causing him to catch his breath again. Though she appeared innocent, Xie Yinchu understood her boldness and mischief, which tested his patience to the limit. His throat tightened as he raised a hand to gently wipe away the moisture at the corner of her lips. His gaze, dark and difficult to tear away from her visage, caught a glimmer of mischief in her eyes as she subtly moved her delicate fingers. Who could comprehend? With his tousled black hair, white shirt, and an alluring voice, The marks of their kiss lingering on his lips rendered him irresistibly enticing. She too found it excruciating to restrain herself. Nearby, a young girl quietly consumed her dog food, nibbling on her own fingers, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Why not kiss a little more? It was truly captivating, and she yearned for more. Show it starting. After a brief lull, a voice from below signaled the commencement of the film. Following closely behind them, other Jiqing and villagers began to arrive, soon filling the space beneath the old tree. Some even climbed up, but the prime spots had already been claimed by Luo Li and her companions. Noticing the young couple engaged in their courtship, the onlookers quickly diverted their attention to the movie projected on the curtain. Unbeknownst to the others, Xie Yanchu firmly grasped Luo Li's hand. Turning to see his serious expression, she couldn't help but smile. Xiao Li. At that moment, Qiu Lan, squeezed among the crowd below, also spotted them and waved quietly. Luo Li smiled back, waving in return. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a particular corner below, and she suddenly paused. There, the seemingly well-prepared heroine frequently glanced towards Zhao Dongming, attempting to find an opportunity to approach him. Of course, beside her, several other young ladies were also vying for Zhao Dongming's attention. The handsome, refined demeanor Zhao Dongming exuded was intentional, resembling a peacock flaunting its feathers, undeniably drawing the attention of naive young girls. Luo Li leaned back, seeking a comfortable position to enjoy the show, but unexpectedly found herself nestled in the embrace of the person beside her. What's wrong? Noticing her gaze, Xie Yanchu lowered his voice. In response, Luo Li inclined her head, whispering playfully in his ear. Gossiping. With that, she straightened up, resuming her observation of the earlier scene. Upon locating Zhao Dongming, Zhang Wanwan immediately squeezed her way over. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently sat in Zhao Dongming's lap. Zhao Jiqing. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she looked up at him, shy and hesitant. The sudden weight caught Zhao Dongming off guard, and upon recognizing the girl's somewhat tanned complexion, he visibly stiffened, a flicker of distaste crossing his features. In truth, Zhang Wanwan was not unattractive, yet the rural upbringing had inevitably left her skin rough and dark from days spent outdoors. Though her complexion had improved considerably compared to many village girls due to her education, it still could not compete with that of city girls. Zhao Dongming had only recently returned to the countryside, and his memories were filled with the charming young women of the city. With the presence of Luo Li at the educated youth site, Zhang Wanwan appeared exceedingly ordinary in comparison. To make matters worse, she had chosen a yellow dress that accentuated her dark complexion, magnifying her flaws. Lacking the original owner's assistance in her transformation, she truly seemed unremarkable. This stood in stark contrast to how the original owner had flourished with proper attire, a fair complexion, and an air of cultured elegance. Now, Zhang Wanwan exuded a certain rusticity, her guile still immature, leaving a rough impression that was unappealing to others. Nevertheless, Zhao Dongming, adept at maintaining appearances, offered a gentle smile to Zhang Wanwan, assisting her with care. Be careful, he spoke softly, his tone warm and soothing. Luo Li felt a chill at this insincere display, her skin prickling with discomfort. Yet, observing Zhao Dongming's demeanor, Zhang Wanwan mistakenly believed her objectives had been achieved, displaying a bashful demeanor that radiated a false gentility. Thank you, Zhao Ziqing, she said in a deliberately sweet tone that made one's scalp tingle. Zhao Dongming forced a stiff smile, hastily redirecting his gaze back to the film, fearing he might not maintain the facade of insincerity. Boldly, Zhang Wanwan squeezed beside Zhao Dongming, frequently engaging him in conversation, her eyes glinting with evident calculation and delight. Unbeknownst to her, the more she acted thus, the stronger Zhao Dongming's aversion grew. Within the narrative of this world, the male lead eventually became a business magnate. As a merchant, he valued profit above all else, and like any astute businessman, he favored that which was useful to him. The cheap, ordinary, and evidently scheming elements repulsed him the most. At this juncture, Luo Li withdrew her gaze, already aware of the outcome. The romantic arc between the male and female leads was collapsing. The narrative was unraveling splendidly, and she felt a thrill of joy at the chaos that ensued. It was precisely this control that allowed the original owner and Luo Li to be so tightly bound together. In Chapter 143, the delicate educated youth proved to be irresistibly alluring. However, as her gaze strayed from the two, Xie Yanchu's expression relaxed somewhat, and he discreetly grasped Luo Li's hand. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss, Luo Li turned her head to ask quietly. I don't like you looking at him, Xie Yinshu replied candidly. He was aware of her previous infatuation with Zhao Ziqing, though the original owner had never openly displayed it. He had once overheard Zhao Dongming boasting about his conquests, an experience that struck him as a display of personal accolades. At that moment, he had felt nothing, for he did not yet know Luo Li. But now, the thought of her showing interest in another stirred jealousy within him. She was his now. All right, I won't look any more. I will only look at you. Upon hearing her earnest, flirtatious reply, Xie Yinshu found himself turning his head away, unable to suppress a smile. Yes, let's keep our word, he responded gruffly. Of course. Suddenly reminded, he rummaged through his bag, retrieving a packet of sunflower seeds and some candy. Here. Luo Li accepted graciously, joining the others in cracking seeds while swinging her feet freely in the air. Noticing her struggle with the peanuts, Xie Yinshu prepared some for her. Not far below, the captain discreetly offered his wife a handful of shelled peanuts. It was evident that a good familial background and guidance were essential in finding a partner. After the film concluded, Luo Li and her companions did not rush to leave. They waited until most had departed before descending from the tree and cycling home. Xiao Li, how often do you ride home? About once every half-month, why? Luo Li responded truthfully, not thinking much of his sudden inquiry. It's nothing. Let us go to the city together next break. He wanted to take her for photographs and find an opportunity to appear in the envelope of her letters home. Sound good. My parents said they would like to have you over for dinner when they have the chance. After she agreed, Xie Yinshu hesitated before speaking again. Since learning of their relationship, his parents had been thrilled, frequently urging him to bring her home for a meal. Oh, Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. Meeting the parents seemed rather swift. Although she was eager, she wondered if it might be too soon. They had only been dating for 3 days. But perhaps it wasn't too hasty in an era where many couples married shortly after meeting. After all, they were in a free relationship that allowed for a gradual transition. Nowadays, many people met once or twice before becoming spouses. There's no rush. They just wish to share a meal with you. We can discuss it when the time is right. Sensing her hesitation, Xie Yinshu quickly reassured her. All right, perhaps I was too impatient. However, they had already held hands, albeit unexpectedly, and embraced. She should be accountable for that, shouldn't she? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his ears flushed with warmth. Yes, Luo Li acknowledged softly, contemplating her preparations. Suddenly, she felt another surge of narrative energy, likely due to the unraveling of the protagonist's storyline. This time, the intensity was stronger than ever before. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Xie Yinshu's waist, her cool fingertips slipping through the gaps of his shirt to rest upon his abdomen. Clearly, that surge of energy was stifled, and Xie Yinshu, momentarily rigid, quickly regained his composure. On their way back, Luo Li leaned quietly against him, listening to the rhythmic beats of his heart intermingled with the sounds of chirping insects. An oddly comforting sensation. Yet, for Xie Yinshu, who had been single for 22 years, this journey felt particularly arduous. The area where she had touched him felt as if it had ignited a flame within. That night, her figure inevitably invaded his dreams once more. The following day, witnessing Xie Yinshu immersed in washing his trousers, the captain stroked his chin. Wife, perhaps you should prepare some herbal tea later to cool him down a bit. With such intense feelings, he might end up exhausting himself. Hearing his parents' remarks, Xie Yinshu felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, his handsome face burning with embarrassment. Yet, truth be told, he could not solely blame himself. After all, a certain enchanting individual was always innocently igniting the flames without taking responsibility for extinguishing them. What's wrong? Upon arriving at the fields, Luo Li noticed his unusual expression and grew concerned. It's nothing. Xie Yinshu shook his head, lifting a straw hat to place on her head. It will be sunny today. Wear this. Oh, Luo Li nodded, adjusting the hat and flashing him a smile. Indeed, beautiful people can pull off anything. Despite the hat being quite rustic and likely to diminish one's attractiveness, she wore it with such sunshine and charm that it was captivating. After diligently working for a while, Luo Li found a spot to sit, obediently sipping water and resting. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan happened to pass by, seemingly on her way to deliver water to Zhao Dongming. Just wait and see. If you want to help me, someone else will. You will regret it in time. She scoffed upon seeing Luo Li. If you're sick, get treated, Luo Li retorted without a hint of tolerance. Could Zhao Dongming truly assist her? Given his pitiful attempts to masquerade as a wealthy gentleman, She considered it fortunate he hadn't required her to subsidize him. You. Zhang Wanwan's face darkened, and just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of Xie Yinshu approaching with a stern expression, instantly deflating her. With a huff, she turned and walked away. Zhao Ziking. When she approached Zhao Dongming, a shy smile instantly blossomed on her face. Luo Li honored her promise, not casting a single glance beyond what was necessary. What's the matter? Is she bullying you? Noticing Luo Li's earlier change in demeanor, Xie Yinshu hurried over, concern etched on his face. She can't bully me. Don't be deceived by her delicate appearance. When it comes to a fight, it's others who end up being bullied, when not under the control of the melodramatic plot. Her combat prowess is formidable. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Xie Yinshu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Suddenly, Guoguo mused, this theme, this setting. Perhaps we could write an extensive piece about it. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The tasks within the team had finally reached a pause, granting them a temporary respite. Luo Li received a reply from home, and as she opened a large package filled with heartfelt letters, a wave of warmth washed over her. It was comforting and reassuring to have a family she could rely on, a sense of support that instilled peace within her. She cherished this feeling deeply. This was the family the original owner yearned to protect. Just as she was organizing her belongings, she overheard Qiu Ni's murmurs. Peering outside, she was unsurprised to see Zhang Wanwan once again seeking Zhao Dongming. It was unclear how Zhao Dongming had managed to charm her, as Zhang Wanwan frequently brought him gifts during this period. Their relationship appeared quite intimate, with Zhang Wanwan openly expressing their courtship, while Zhao Dongming remained ambiguous. This situation felt oddly familiar. In the original narrative, the original owner had been manipulated in precisely this manner. However, witnessing the white-eyed wolf female lead endure such treatment oddly brought her a sense of comfort. Given Zhang's family's financial struggles, how much could Zhang Wanwan possibly contribute? If she could no longer provide, it would be interesting to see them turn on each other. Dongming, the weather will soon turn cold. Here's some gloves I knitted for you. Try them on and see if they fit well. Zhang Wanwan noticed Luo Li and the others, inexplicably nodding at Luo Li while raising her voice. Simultaneously, both Luo Li and Xiaolan instinctively touched their arms and averted their gazes. The weather indeed had begun to chill. Luo Li had just experienced a shiver. Xiaolan couldn't help but mutter, prompting Luo Li to chuckle and shake her head. Xiao Li, hearing the voice and spotting the figure outside, Luo Li set her things down and picked up her small bag to head out. I'm going now, she called back to Qiulan and the others, waving goodbye. Again, as the young girl rushed towards him, Xie Yinshu's smile widened considerably. Slow down. No need to rush. So, where are we headed first? She asked, naturally tugging at his shirt as she took a seat in the back. First, we'll pick up the photos, then we can wander around and grab a bite. All right. As the car drove away, their voices faded into the distance. Yet, Zhao Dongming's gaze lingered, unyielding. Dongming, Zhang Wanwan, having overheard their conversation, brightened and tightened her grip on the gloves, mimicking Luo Li's softer tone as she called out. Shall we go for a stroll in town too? It's been so long since we've had a private outing. Observing their earlier interaction sparked envy in her. Upon hearing her voice and seeing her face, Zhao Dongming suddenly felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, subtly withdrawing his hand from her grasp and frowning in feigned distress. I would love to go with Wanwan, but I have some matters to attend to today. Can we reschedule? Hearing his response, it would be a lie to say Zhang Wanwan was not disappointed, yet she reassured herself inwardly that it was all right. What is it? Do you need my assistance? She inquired, displaying her concern. No, it will be too much trouble for you. You've already worked hard knitting those gloves for me, he replied, softening his tone and gazing at her with tenderness. This immediately flushed Zhang Wanwan's cheeks, causing her to shyly look down and fidget. All right then, get some rest, and once I'm done, I'll come find you. Amicham. Zhao Dongming smiled gently, and after successfully sending her away, his expression darkened. Looking at his recently touched hand, he washed it repeatedly with water, filled with disgust. Zhao Dongming. Isn't this rather inappropriate? A fellow youth in the courtyard could no longer bear the scene and spoke up. What is inappropriate? She asked the one who willingly clung to me. Recently, Zhao Dongming had faced several setbacks, having barely found his way into the black market only to be thwarted again. The team was establishing a literacy class, and he lost the opportunity to be selected as a teacher to someone else. Everything seemed to go awry, enhancing his darker inclinations. Within the youth point, he no longer wished to pretend. Each individual was mocking him behind his back, the same ones who snatched opportunities from him. After Zhang Wanwan left, she suddenly remembered the eggs she had secretly brought for Zhao Dongming and promptly turned back. The youth point was harsh, and Dongming had quarreled with his family, refusing their assistance. Thus, she could only provide him with some aid. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the scene and overheard Zhao Dongming's conversation with others. Zhang Wanwan's expression darkened instantly. But for reasons unknown, she remained silent and left without a word. Meanwhile, Luo Li and the others had arrived in the city. They had visited earlier to take photographs, and now it was time to collect them. Upon receiving the photos from the studio, she was quite pleased with the results. Although they were merely simple black and white pictures, the charm of the handsome youth and the lovely maiden was undeniable, creating a visually pleasing harmony. Indeed, the photographer possesses commendable skills. The developed photographs included 5 in total, 1 large distinct one and 4 smaller identical ones, 2 of which were to be sent to her parents and brother. The remainder was for her and Xie Yanshu to keep. "Let us sit at the noodle shop ahead," she suggested to Xie Yanshu. Once seated, she retrieved a prepared envelope from her small bag, adding a few more lines to the letter before placing the photos inside. Xiao Li. Although he did not look closely, Xie Yanshu caught sight of his name and Luo Li's introduction of him in her letter. "This is my partner, the one I wish to share my life with." It was a brief statement, yet conveyed her intentions clearly. "What is the matter?" Luo Li inquired, turning to him after securing the letter. She suddenly noticed his cheeks flushed, and his gaze upon her burned with intensity, making her feel a bit timid. "Later, let us have dinner at my place. My father went out this morning to catch some shrimp and crabs. He had risen early to accompany his father and had also procured some game from mountains. Since the last time he brought Luo Li home, his mother had become increasingly fond of her, often mentioning her and urging him to bring her over for meals. She said that the young girl is certainly not as comfortable in the youth point as she would be at home, and that the food is far better at home, so he should take good care of her. Indeed, my mother shares my sentiments. My little girl is petite and requires proper nourishment. All right, then let us buy some wine on the way back. The captain enjoys drinking. MHM. Subsequently, the pair went to the post office to mail the letters, then purchased some wine. At the shop, they spotted a beautiful clip, which Luo Li decided to buy for Siemu. In the evening, laughter and joy filled the Xie family's courtyard, with Siemu's resounding voice echoing brightly. "Shao Li, let them go. Our men can handle things. When I can sit inside and chat." "Wow, Shao Li, your taste is excellent. Do you think it looks good?" "It's beautiful. Ha ha ha, you sweet-talking girl." "Oh, this photo turned out splendidly. The young girl is truly charming." "Yen Chu, this wooden board." "Shao Li, the family has prepared some local delicacies. Tomorrow, let Yen Chu send them to your parents for a taste." Indeed, I must say that Xie father and Xie mother are exceptionally amiable individuals, straightforward and easy to get along with, creating a comfortable atmosphere, with many details that evoke warmth. Not long after, Luo father, Luo mother, and Luo elder brother received the news. Upon reading the letter that mentioned their daughter and sister had begun a romantic relationship, they were taken aback. It had only been a brief time since she went to the countryside, yet she already had a suitor. Although the contents of her letter indicated that this young man came from a respectable family, they remained apprehensive. Thus, a month later, the Luo and Xie families arranged to meet. Listening to the conversation among the elders inside, Luo Li and Xie Yen Chu stood together outside, exchanging glances with her elder brother, Luo Yiku. Luo Yiku looked at Luo Li, opened his mouth, but seeing her shrink back, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Turning to Xie Yen Chu, who bore a protective demeanor, he furrowed his brow and glanced at Xie Yen Chu's stature, raising an eyebrow. "Shall we compare?" Xie Yen Chu replied, "Sure." It was not a challenge, but rather a simple feeling. If he could not even best this man, how could he protect his sister? "Brother," Luo Li hurriedly called out. "There's no need to worry." Before Luo elder brother could respond, Xie Yen Chu was the first to reassure her. As it turned out, there was indeed no cause for concern. Xie Yen Chu had passed the test, and he had succeeded. "Have you trained before?" "Lo yi kiskiviko, astoniseth." "Found it hard to believe. I grew up in a military district." The two siblings wore expressions of confusion. For Luo, Li had truly been unaware of this. After Xie Yen Chu explained, they learned that he had been a soldier in the past, retiring to settle down with his wife and children in his hometown. Having returned home for nearly 8 or 9 years, the villagers were accustomed to his presence, and few mentioned his past. What a shame. Luo Yiku could not help but lament. Had we discovered Xie Yen Chu's potential earlier, he would undoubtedly have made a name for himself. With that in mind, his eyes brightened as he asked, "Do you have any plans now?" However, Xie Chu smiled and shook his head. It's all right. Luo Yi could genuinely felt a sense of regret, but did not press the issue. Judging by Xie Chu's abilities, it was evident that the former captain had noteworthy skills, and his early retirement must have had compelling reasons. Since Xie Chu had made his decision, he would not insist further. In truth, his guess was not wrong. The captain was indeed capable. He had retired due to injuries, and the severity of his condition was undoubtedly significant. Now, years later, he had fully recovered and improved his life, even becoming a captain, appearing to have no issues whatsoever. However, years prior, it had been the most challenging time for his family, and he had made sacrifices to support them. Therefore, he held no regrets. Moreover, living in this place had brought him immense joy, and he was truly happy now. Are you nervous? Upon hearing his low, surprised question, he gently shook his head. It's fine. No matter what, I will bring her home. I am nervous, Luo Li admitted, furrowing her little brow. This instantly made him laugh, and he pinched her cheek. It's all right. I will bear the burden. Hearing his reassuring words, Luo Li lifted her little face and smiled. All right, you protect me. Indeed. My tooth hurts. The elders who had just finished their discussion emerged. Well, their worries were unwarranted. Both parents and brother have safely navigated their concerns. The arrangements for the couple's marriage, including dowry and gifts, had all been settled. The wedding date was set for 2 months later, during the new year. Luo parents and elder brother stayed for 2 days, but could not linger longer as they had responsibilities in the military. Xie Chu and Luo Li accompanied them to the vehicle, observing the little girl's reluctant demeanor, which stirred a sense of melancholy within him. After the new year, when the farming season is over, we can return to visit Uncle Luo together. Really? Yes. Upon hearing this, her expression visibly softened. That would be wonderful. For a young intellectual like her, returning to the city was challenging, yet with him by her side, she felt reassured. After all, they had a captain in the family who could make decisions. Seeing her in such spirits, Xie Chu smiled in return. By the way, I need to stop by the recycling station to buy some books to bring back. The literacy class in the team is about to commence. As the train's figure disappeared completely, Luo Li suddenly remembered this matter. Yes, the opportunity that Zhao Dongming had was one I seized, though I wouldn't call it stealing. It was a fair competition, earned through ability. After all, I am a college graduate from the 21st century, while the original owner only graduated high school. How could I possibly lose to Zhao Dongming, who didn't even finish his first year of high school? Besides, he hasn't outperformed the others in the young, intellectual group either. It ultimately comes down to capability. Don't worry, my father mentioned this matter might be delayed, but there are plans to directly expand Hongwang Primary School, and they are currently seeking teachers. My father has already registered you. Really? Yes. Ah, you are all too wonderful, she exclaimed. Kulme, let's go get some drinks for the captain. That might not be possible. He drank quite a bit recently, and his health hasn't been the best. Then let's prepare some marinated dishes. I remember they all enjoy that. All right, we should also get some pig trotters. I know you love them. As soon as she mentioned this, he clearly smiled even more broadly, secretly pleased that she hadn't forgotten about him. In addition, she held a small cloth bundle in her embrace. Whatever you buy is fine. You can take care of it. Opening it briefly, she quickly grasped it tightly and turned to him with wide, surprised eyes. Why are there so many? This large roll must be a considerable sum. Had she found an invisible tycoon? There is still more home. I made some business deals earlier. He lowered his voice, gesturing for silence with his finger to his lips. When his father fell ill, and his mother was also affected, the family faced great difficulty. If he hadn't taken some risks, he would not have been able to support the household. Fortunately, everything is past now, and he had achieved success. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, as if she had discovered a treasure. This gaze was undeniably gratifying for him, causing his ears to redden, and he cherished how she looked at him. He could only wish that the 2 months would pass quickly. Meanwhile, a significant incident unfolded in the village. Zhao Dongming and Zhang Wanwan were found disheveled in a small, dilapidated house at the village's edge. Zhao, intellectual, how could you be this kind of person? They had thought he was a respectable young man, only to discover he was a rogue. Everyone, keep your distance from him. Captain, let us call the militia immediately. Hearing the crowd's words, Zhao Dongming found himself at a loss for words. I didn't do anything. She brought me soup, and I have no idea why it ended up like this. I only drank a bowl of soup that Zhang Wanwan delivered, and the next thing I knew, I woke up here. He had merely consumed the soup brought by Zhang Wanwan, completely unaware of the circumstances that led him to this predicament. Zhang Wanwan, You need to say something. He couldn't help but shout at Zhang Wanwan, who had been crying from the beginning. Woo 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 woo. But instead of offering an explanation, Zhang Wanwan only cried harder. Nearby, Elder Zhang, witnessing the scene, raised her hand and pushed Zhao Dongming, who had just been drained of energy, causing him to stagger. What are you shouting about? What do you mean? You won't take responsibility for the incident? Are you trying to shift the blame onto our Wanwan? Oh dear, fellow villagers. Our Wanwan is such a well-behaved girl. Who doesn't know that? This Zhao fellow is deliberately deceiving our girl and refusing to take responsibility. Madame Zhang, upon opening her mouth, began to wail loudly, her voice resonating with such intensity that it left the team leader utterly flummoxed. She refrained from mentioning the matter of the soup. Yet the villagers were well aware of Zhang Wanwan's frequent visits to the educated youth point to seek out Zhao Dongming. This incident could very well be attributed to the actions of her obedient Wanwan. However, Zhao Dongming was hardly a paragon of virtue himself, akin to a pretty boy who deceives young women with false promises. They were both equally culpable, and none were in a position to cast aspersions upon the other. As for the soup, many discerning individuals had already taken note, casting peculiar glances at Zhang Wanwan and her companions. The team leader, sensing the disarray, sighed deeply. Enough, he declared. The situation has unfolded. You both must deliberate on its implications. The Zhang family's ruckus served precisely that purpose. Moreover, Zhao Dongming had his own shortcomings, as it was unbecoming for a man to covet the possessions of young women. Ultimately, he found himself unable to intervene, opting instead to let matters take their course. Indeed, with events having reached this point, Zhao Dongming could not evade responsibility. Ultimately, the Zhang family presented him with two choices. 1. Face charges of lewd conduct and be imprisoned. Or 2. Pay a hefty bride price of 200 yuan under the pretense of courting Zhang Wanwan and marry her. Given the severity of the lewd conduct charges, Zhao Dongming had no option but to choose the latter, though he harbored deep resentment towards the Zhang family, particularly directed at Zhang Wanwan for her manipulations. The wedding was scheduled for 2 weeks hence, during which Zhao Dongming had to scramble to gather the bride price. Should the Zhang family fail to receive their money by the appointed time, he would surely find himself incarcerated. What a predicament this is, he mused. By the time evening supper arrived, the team leader could not help but express his exasperation to his family. Let them handle their own mess. They have brought this upon themselves, he remarked. Madame Xie waved her hand dismissively, serving Luo Li some food, wishing to shield the team leader from further discussions of such sordid affairs. Eat this, she urged, noticing Luo Li's momentary distraction. Xie Yanchu echoed her sentiment, prompting Luo Li to smile and nod in response. Internally, she sighed, realizing that Zhang Wanwan had not yet discerned Zhao Dongming's ruse after such a prolonged period. This entire charade was merely an attempt to latch onto Zhao Dongming's advantageous circumstances, yet was a self-destructive endeavor. Nonetheless, she relished the spectacle, as it was akin to a dog-eat-dog scenario, and the ensuing chaos was most entertaining. In the following days, the Zhang family relentlessly pressured Zhao Dongming for money. Zhang Wanwan also exploited the situation to compel Zhao Dongming into various actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongming's demeanor grew increasingly dark and ominous. It was unclear what means he employed, but just before the wedding, he miraculously managed to procure the 200 yuan bride price and delivered it to the Zhang family. He even rented the dilapidated little house where he and Zhang Wanwan had been involved, refurbishing it into a wedding chamber. In the context of a 1970s rural village, such an exorbitant bride price was indeed a rarity, allowing the Zhang family to bask in admiration for a considerable time. Consequently, Zhang Wanwan became ever more convinced of Zhao Dongming's prowess, delighting in the prospect of marrying a wealthy urbanite. I told you, if you do not assist me, someone else will, she declared to Luo Li the day before the wedding, leaving behind a taunting remark. As long as you are happy, Luo Li replied with a smile, restraining the impatient Xie Yanchu beside her, unaffected by the provocation. Zhao Dongming's skills in deception seemed to have sharpened significantly, as he adeptly set aside past grievances to profess his genuine affection for Zhang Wanwan. His demeanor was tender, warm, and considerate, successfully endearing himself to both Zhang Wanwan and her family. However, immediately after successfully marrying and obtaining the marriage certificate, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. On their wedding night, he turned violent, his face contorted with rage, completely devoid of the gentleness he had previously exhibited. You schemed against me, did you not? You thought to manipulate me. You have ruined my life, and now I shall ruin yours. Did you not desire to marry me? Were you not drawn to my wealth? Do you find satisfaction in your choices now? You even resorted to drugging me. Are you so desperate for a man? Well, I have some IOUs. I promise to use you to repay my debts. Be obedient and earn your keep for me. Did you not once revel in the company of men, even resorting to drugs? Now you shall have your fill. As Zhang Wanwan, already disoriented and terrified, beheld his monstrous visage, fear overwhelmed her, and she trembled, shaking her head in denial. I was wrong. I should not have drugged you. I am sorry, Dongming, please. Realizing the imminent danger, she hastily pleaded for mercy. In the next moment, however, Zhao Dongming seized her by the hair, blindfolded her, and forcefully dragged her away, pulling her into the woods behind the little house, where several older bachelors awaited. Zhao Dongming was not wealthy. The bride price had merely been borrowed from those older bachelors. The Zhang family had been hesitant to confront him directly, and Zhang Wanwan had insisted she would not marry without the 200 yuan, so he complied. The agonized cries of women echoed through the woods as Zhao Dongming reveled in delight and madness. The choice of this secluded location for the wedding chamber was deliberate, ensuring that no one would witness the events that transpired there. It was evident that the previous knowledge of these events was merely a scheme. He was a profoundly hypocritical and selfish individual. Since Zhang Wanwan dared to plot against him, she ought to have foreseen her own fate before marriage. He feared being constrained by the Zhang family due to the potential of lewd conduct charges, but once the marriage certificate was obtained, the dynamic shifted entirely. They could no longer exert control over him. As the anguished cries of the women in the woods intensified, his laughter grew louder. After a considerable time had passed, once the older bachelors had departed, he returned to retrieve Zhang Wanwan. She endured countless days of torment, living in a hellish existence. She had contemplated seeking help from her family, but without evidence, it was futile. The cunning Zhao Dongming had blindfolded her upon entering, leaving her unable to identify anyone. It was not until Luo Li learned of her plight through the system that she seized the opportunity to report it to the authorities. Once again in the woods, that group of older bachelors was apprehended and taken away, yet Zhang Wanwan did not implicate Zhao Dongming. While he remained puzzled by her silence, Zhang Wanwan herself resorted to poisoning, leading to their mutual demise in the dilapidated house. The older bachelors received execution orders, and soon they all met their end. When this news reached Luo Li, she felt no particular emotion. It was merely the natural course of events. In the original narrative, the protagonist met her fate at the hands of the colluding male and female leads. They were not innocent, and Luo Li's intervention was merely an act of vengeance for the original protagonist. Even if everything appeared favorable this time and nothing transpired, the original protagonist had already endured those experiences. They were her true suffering. If Luo Li were unable to resist this time, the original protagonist's fate would remain unchanged. And due to the world's unceasing progression, she would be ensnared in an endless cycle. They had always been deserving of their just retribution. Chapter 147, Delicate Educated Youth to Alluring. After the demise of the male and female leads, the narrative fell apart without incident. The controlling power of the narrative dissipated entirely. Yet, with the fortune of Luo Li and Xie Yanchu to uphold it, the world continued to operate as usual. Only the protagonists were destined for replacement. A month later, the day of Luo Li's wedding arrived. Luo's father, mother, and elder brother were all present, as Luo Li was to marry at the Jiqing point. As her mother gazed at her daughter adorned in a resplendent red attire, she could no longer hold back her tears and embraced Luo Li tightly. "My dear child, you have grown up. Please take good care of yourself," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, though she struggled to find the right words. She ultimately smiled through her tears and offered her gentle admonitions. "All right," Luo Li replied with a sincere smile, wiping away the tears from her mother's eyes. Soon after, the sounds of the groom arriving to collect his bride echoed outside. This part of the ceremony did not pose any difficulties for him, and the groom successfully brought his bride home. However, once they had completed the toast and shared a meal in their new home, Xie Yanchu found himself cornered. "Gulme, come, today we must toast to the groom." A group of young men, who had grown up alongside Xie Yanchu in the village, raised their glasses, eager to celebrate. It was evident that they were determined to get him intoxicated. "One cup will not suffice. Come on, Yanchu, let us have another." Luo Iku joined in, reveling in the merriment. "Cheers!" Xie Yanchu laughed heartily as he complied. Since this morning, a smile had not left his face, as he was eager for everyone to know that he had married the woman he adored. Another round. The more cups he downed, the more spirited the crowd became. A few busy elders nearby exchanged knowing smiles. It was a rare, joyous occasion, and they decided to let the young men enjoy themselves, confident that they would know their limits. Don't worry, Yin Chu can handle his liquor. He could drink 10 more and still be fine. Upon entering the new home and seeing Luo Li's worried expression, Xia's mother laughed and reassured her. Xia Yin Chu had been with them since he was 5 years old, and he had begun drinking when his father brought home comrades for dinner. His tolerance was impressive. Even if 10 more young men joined, it would be no problem. With this assurance from Xia's mother, Luo Li felt more at ease. Indeed, by the end of the night, many had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and were being carried home, while Xia Yin Chu, slightly tipsy, returned steadily to their marital chamber. "Wife," he exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of Luo Li, filled with admiration. Though he had seen her beauty earlier that day, the sight under the soft glow of the lights was entirely different. Every gesture was captivating. With a soft exclamation from Luo Li, her cheeks flushed. The two of them tumbled onto the bed, their voices drowned out by their laughter. Shortly after their marriage, Xia Yin Chu kept his promise and visited the Luo family together with Luo Li. Luo's parents were delighted, and the young couple spent over a month at her family's home before returning to the village. 3 months after their return, Luo Li, who had always enjoyed fish and shrimp, suddenly felt nauseous upon smelling fish. A hospital visit confirmed her pregnancy, now over 2 months along. The news stunned Xia Yin Chu, and as he regained his composure, he felt a rush of emotions, both joy and concern, as he looked at Luo Li. "Will it be very uncomfortable for you? This little one is rather restless." He was elated, but also felt for Luo Li's discomfort during her pregnancy. "I'm fine," she reassured him with a soft smile, sensing his worry. Yet, he could not shake off his concern. Whenever she felt unwell, he would care for her and then gently pat her belly, scolding the little one inside. Over time, her pregnancy symptoms did indeed improve. Her appetite returned, and all previous discomforts vanished. Strangely, he began to experience symptoms akin to pregnancy discomfort himself. Kai explained that this was a phenomenon known as sympathetic pregnancy, or Kuvad syndrome, which often occurs due to excessive worry and psychological influence leading to physiological reactions. However, seeing Luo Li feeling better brought him a sense of relief. Months later, their child was born safely, named Xie Xingyan. This little world welcomed a new fortunate soul. With the lessons of the past in mind, Luo Li and Xia Yin Chu diligently guided their child. Fortunately, their expectations were met as Xie Xingyan grew up with sound values and became a pillar of the nation. Eventually, Xie Xingyan encountered a virtuous young woman with whom he shared a deep connection, and they lived happily together. When the 3 generations of the Xie family gathered, their enduring love was celebrated and admired by all. The end of the world. Chapter 148. The little fox entangles the demon hunter. Under a peach tree in full bloom, a young gentleman clad in dark robes rested with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a snow-white fox peeked from the branches and asked, "Young master, what do I resemble? A human or a celestial being?" The gentleman sighed, shifting slightly. The little fox leaped down from the tree, its soft paws landing lightly on his dark attire. "Young master, what do I resemble? A human or a celestial being?" It inquired persistently with its bright, expressive eyes. It belonged to the rare spirit fox lineage, which could transform upon reaching 100 years of age. If the person it sought to impress declared it looked human, it could transform into one. If deemed celestial, it could become a fox deity. In truth, it was merely a little fox spirit. Once a spirit fox chooses a person, it cannot change its choice. Failure to impress means waiting another century, during which time vengeful spirit foxes may seek revenge on those who caused their failure. Seeing the gentleman remain still, the little fox edged closer, ready to speak, only to be abruptly seized by the neck and pulled down. As it squirmed and kicked, the gentleman held up his demon-catching pouch. "Little fox, understand this. I am a demon hunter." He had been bothered by this little fox for several days and finally spoke his first words to it. "I know. So do I look like a human or a celestial being?" The little fox gazed up at him with innocent eyes, tilting its head adorably. Its charming demeanor made it hard to feel angry. With a sigh of exasperation, Lian gently pushed the little fox away. "Stop following me." Without further explanation, he picked up his sword and left, ignoring the little fox that trailed behind him. Realizing she could no longer hide, Luo Li followed at a cautious distance. The original inhabitant of this world was a premature little spirit fox. Unlike humans, spirit foxes live for centuries before reaching maturity, equivalent to about 15 years in human terms. However, the original inhabitant, due to inherent deficiencies, had a lifespan of less than 50 years and ultimately passed away with regrets. Her simple wish was to live and become a fox deity, akin to her powerful mother, an avenger. She had been born after her mother was gravely injured in battle against their natural enemies, the wolf clan. From the moment of her birth, she was a lonely little fox, yet she had heard tales of her mother's strength and beauty from her kin. Her mother had eagerly awaited her birth, hoping for her safe growth. However, as a premature fox, the original inhabitant was frail and fought hard to survive, but ultimately failed to fulfill her mother's hopes. Before her death, she was filled with regrets, hence her wish. Because of the original inhabitant's circumstances, Luoli arrived early and waited over 50 years until she could finally leave her clan to seek a patron. Therefore, she would never give up. Moreover, she had no second chance to seek a patron. As she pondered this, the little fox suddenly twitched its nose as if it had sensed something, its gaze turning cold. Gazing at the figure of Li Yin ahead, a flicker of determination sparked within its heart as its tail twitched. The idea it conceived was straightforward. With a lift of its paw, it prepared itself and transformed into a shadow of a fox, dashing forth. Seizing the opportunity, it snatched the demon-locking pouch and darted in the opposite direction. At that moment, it was no longer a demon, but merely an ordinary little spirit fox. Unafraid of the consequences. Little fox! A furious shout echoed from behind, prompting the little fox to race even faster, its forepaws daring not to pause for an instant. Li Yin swiftly closed the distance, and upon spotting a large tree ahead, the little fox executed an urgent turn, skidding to a halt. Alas! Li Yin, unable to stop in time, bumped his forehead painfully. Observing his plight, the little fox retracted its neck, its eyes glistening with remorse. Hiss! Li Yin let out a soft exclamation, frowning as he regarded the little fox ahead. In the next moment, he charged forward, his hand reaching for the pouch. Oh! Luoli was startled into a shiver, quickly regaining its composure and fleeing. The chase between the man and the fox continued, the duration unknown, until the little fox finally halted, detecting a scent that made its body recoil in revulsion. Without waiting for Li Yin to speak, it obediently placed the pouch on a clean patch of grass. With a whimper, it tucked its head in, howling softly. Not bad at all. You can run quite well. Li Yin, witnessing its pitiful appearance, felt a lump rise in his throat, but sighed in relief upon confirming the pouch was intact. What is this? You were quite eloquent a moment ago. Just as he spoke, as if sensing something, he abruptly froze, turning his gaze forward. A wave of bloodiness wafted from not far ahead. He cast a glance at the little fox, gripping his sword tightly, and warily advanced. The little fox cautiously followed behind, treading lightly and deliberately, suppressing its aura. As they drew closer, the stench of blood grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, something darted through the woods, a fleeting shadow racing ahead. A wolf's howl resounded through the forest, and Li Yin distinctly sensed the presence of several demonic entities fleeing. He pursued at top speed, but arrived a moment too late, witnessing the wolf shadows vanish into the trees. Meanwhile, the village at the foot of the mountain had become a scene of carnage and bloodshed. Staring at the horrific sight before him, his eyes burned with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Regaining his composure, he ignited a message talisman, sending word into the skies, swiftly disseminating the information about the calamity. Chapter 149. The little fox entangles the demon catcher too. This was the fastest method of communication among demon catchers. A single message talisman could convey information to other catchers with remarkable speed. However, it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and the talismans were not inexpensive. In no time, nearby demon catchers arrived upon hearing the news. Observing the scene in the village, they were incensed. Every villager's corpse bore the marks of savage bites, leaving no survivors, and the figures of children had vanished without a trace. There were claw marks from wolves everywhere, as well as signs of villagers battling the wolves. Damn it, another wolf demon, Li Yin lamented, unable to recall how many times such incidents had occurred over the years. Since the wolf demon clan's victory in the century-old war among the demon tribes, their audacity had only grown. Just half a month prior, a similar tragedy had unfolded in a village not far from here. The demon catchers had already initiated operations against the wolf demons. Yet, these wolf demons were cunning, always acting with premeditation, appearing and vanishing like shadows. Although they had managed to eliminate a few small packs, They had never encountered a large group of man-eating wolf demons until now. I arrived a moment too late, allowing them to escape. But there should still be traces of them nearby. We will split up and search. Li Yin's voice was cold as he surveyed the scene, determined to eradicate these malevolent wolf demons this time. Agreed. The others responded, promptly setting off in various directions. After the crowd dispersed, the hidden Luo Li re-emerged, licking its paw before leaping onto Li Yan's shoulder. Young master, I can find them. Before Li Yan could shoot away, it eagerly spoke. To the southwest. There are many of them. We need to gather more people. Following the scent of the fleeing wolf demons, the little fox had pinpointed their lair, seeking vengeance. It lacked the strength to act itself, but could certainly lend its aid. It could not ascertain whether these wolves were the ones responsible for its mother's demise. But all were evil wolves and deserved to be dealt with. The spirit fox clan, represented by the character Ling, signified their ethereal nature. Thus, they bore no demonic aura. To the untrained eye, they resembled ordinary animals, making it exceedingly difficult for other demon catchers to detect them if they chose to conceal themselves. Why do you wish to assist me? If he still could not discern that this little fox was deliberately leading him, he would be a fool. I am a spirit fox. The little fox licked its paw again, speaking in a nonchalant tone, its voice resonating in his ears. Upon hearing this, Li Yan was taken aback, lifting Luo Li to examine it closely, confirming its identity. Indeed, a fox. With that, he activated another message talisman, calling for reinforcements. He had initially thought it was a mere weasel masquerading as a fox, seeking favor. After all, the Spirit Fox clan had vanished a century ago, and it had been over 100 years since one had appeared in the human realm. They had all assumed the Spirit Foxes had perished during the Great Demon War, for they had always been scarce, and following their defeat, they had been ruthlessly hunted by the wolf demons. Even the new generation of demon catchers was oblivious to this breed of fox. He himself had only learned of it by secretly perusing ancient texts left by his ancestor. Weasels were notoriously sly, often transforming into appealing forms to garner sympathy. This little fox, with its charming appearance, was undoubtedly likable. Not a fox. What do you think I am? The little fox, upon hearing his words, widened its eyes in surprise, struggled momentarily, and then leapt back onto his shoulder. A weasel? It expressed disdain for such creatures, particularly due to the presence of wolf in their name. Weasel, nothing of the sort. Perhaps sensing its distaste, he quickly amended his tone. After all, they still needed the little fox to guide them. With that thought, he proceeded southwest, where the atmosphere remained normal, a mix of demonic scents that blurred the sense of direction. However, after advancing a distance, he felt something amiss, while other areas still reeked of demon presence. Here the scent was surprisingly faint, as if deliberately concealed. Searching the vicinity, he soon discovered a cluster of spiritual plants used to mask their presence. Upon the arrival of a large contingent of demon catchers, he presented the lead he had uncovered. I suspect they fled in this direction. This area is filled with scent-masking plants, while the aromas in other locations remain strong, likely intended to mislead us. The little fox had stealthily hidden itself again. Cling to him. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Eradicate these beasts. As the group of demon catchers charged ahead with fierce intent, Luo Li quietly trailed behind. Young master, halt. There are traps ahead. Just as they reached a certain point, an unusual sensation struck him. Noticing the claws suspended in midair, the little fox hurriedly warned him. Almost simultaneously, Li Yan shouted for everyone to stop. A barrier-breaking talisman was cast, revealing a bottomless chasm before them. The person at the front was merely a step away from plummeting. Goodness! Upon witnessing this, the frontline members hastily retreated, filled with trepidation. They glanced at Li Yan in astonishment. Indeed, he was worthy of being the renowned prodigy of their generation among demon catchers. The illusion was so remarkably vivid that many did not perceive anything amiss, yet he was able to discern the discrepancy. Luo Li glanced at his claws and quietly withdrew them. Indeed, he was superior to it. After resolving the issue, Li Yan surveyed the surroundings calmly, but still could not locate the little fox. It seemed this path was indeed correct. Caution was paramount. Observing the scene before them, everyone felt increasingly assured that they were on the right track. They quickened their pace, remaining vigilant as Li Yan led them through several traps. Meanwhile, the pack of wolf demons, just returned to their lair and still warming their seats, were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the demon hunters. Without uttering a word, they were swiftly dispatched. During the scuffle, upon seeing the partially digested human flesh within the wolf demons, the hunters became even more frenzied. Other demon hunters, scattered in various locations, hurried to provide support upon hearing the news. After half a month, the last wolf demon was finally hunted down by the combined efforts of the hunters, leaving no survivors among the man-eating beasts, though all useful demon cores were collected. Glancing at the corpse of the final wolf demon, Luo Li calmly averted his gaze to groom his fur. He expressed gratitude to his companions, stating that they would part ways for now. With matters settled, Li Yin did not linger. He had further demons to hunt. The spoils were divided among them, and since everyone had benefited, no one impeded his departure. They bid him farewell, requesting that he inform them of any future news, as the extermination of demons was a shared responsibility. Listening to their words, Li Yin nodded and clasped his fists in farewell. The young man, clad in black, wielding a long sword, with a red ribbon fluttering in the wind, stood tall and dignified, exuding an aura that deterred any demons from approaching. Luo Li Boja, gazing up at him, inexplicably feeling an insurmountable distance between them. Yet, after a brief moment, it leapt onto his shoulder, its fluffy tail brushing against his neck. What insurmountable distance? It would cross anyway. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing little fox, Li Yin hesitated but did not immediately remove it. I thought you had already left. You still haven't answered my question, so I won't leave. The little fox's voice was imbued with persistence, rendering him momentarily silent. In the next instant, it was lifted by its scruff and placed on the ground. Once again being grabbed, the little fox grew irritated, struggling with its tiny legs. You bad guy. Don't you have any pity for the delicate? How can you treat me like this? It's quite disrespectful to a fox. Upon hearing its complaint, Li Yin fell silent. I apologize. I did not realize you were female. Its voice was that of a young child, indistinguishable in gender. He had been polite and had not closely examined its belly. Pity for the delicate should be a term used by females, right? Furthermore, I cannot assist you. You should seek someone else. He was a demon hunter, and after the spirit fox received its title, whether human or immortal, it was essentially considered a demon. His identity and duties constrained him, preventing him from personally creating a demon. Upon hearing his words, the little fox instantly ceased its fussing, its large eyes brimming with tears, looking particularly pitiable. Is it really impossible? Seeing its appearance, Li Yin quietly averted his gaze. All right then, I guess I'll have to cling to you. The little fox's expression transformed swiftly. As soon as it finished speaking, its tears vanished, and it leaped directly into his arms, finding a comfortable position to nestle. Once we obtain a title, we must stick to that one. If we fail, we must wait another 100 years for a second chance. If you refuse me, I will have failed. So during this time, I can only cling to you. Don't think of abandoning me. I will cry. Its cherubic voice was filled with righteous indignation. It had realized that he could not bear to see a fox cry. Li Yin indeed felt a lump in his throat. His intention to set it down halted as he stiffly held on to it. The soft, fluffy bundle was quite an adjustment for someone accustomed to wielding a cold sword. Is it really necessary to choose just one person? After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. The ancient texts do not specify. The weasel is known to approach anyone. If one person ignores it, it simply waits for the next until someone responds. Really? Why would I deceive you? The little fox gazed at him with wide, sincere eyes. Li Yin fell silent, choosing not to respond. Yet this time, Luo Li discerned the conflict within him. Conflict was precisely right. He should embrace it. For the little fox intended to exploit his soft-heartedness and thoroughly latch onto him. After traversing the mountains for so long, it was indeed time for a well-deserved rest. Accompanied by the little fox that had latched onto him, he arrived at a human settlement and sought a tavern for respite. Guest, do you wish to dine or stay? One room. Please bring some water. Li Yin tossed some silver to the attendant and ascended to the upper room. The little fox's gaze had not strayed from the roasted chicken on the table since entering the tavern. Only when they were led into the room did it reluctantly withdraw its gaze. Before Li Yin could speak, it scampered onto the table, curling up in a ball, clutching its little belly. Hungry, Li Yin replied. Prepare some dishes and another roasted chicken. He turned to shout down the stairs. Coming right up. The attendant's voice rang out cheerfully. The little fox, successfully feasting on roasted chicken, squinted its eyes in bliss, lazily sprawled on the table while rubbing its round little belly. So comfortable, so delicious. The well-fed little fox resembled an adorably clumsy pig. Witnessing this scene, Li Yin could not help but smile, reaching out to playfully touch its fox ears. In the next instant, a snowy white paw swatted his hand away. Hey, don't touch. The cherubic voice protested. Though it did not open its mouth, the entire fox exuded a drowsy air. Indeed, before long, soft snoring sounds filled the air. The little fox had fallen asleep. Li Yan realized that foxes could snore when asleep. It was quite endearing. However, he did not linger to observe, as the attendant had just delivered water, prompting him to rise and bathe in the inner chamber. After he left, the little fox stirred, sleepily gazing at the garments hanging on the screen. Suddenly, the tips of its ears turned pink. It quietly curled into a ball and turned over. Yet before long it sprawled out, basking in the comfortable light streaming through the window, its belly facing up, sleeping in a most undignified manner. Xiao Bai, bewildered, observed its host, who appeared more intoxicated than asleep, and sniffed at a chicken bone. Who is it? Who is it? Why does this roasted chicken smell like alcohol? The image of its host. However, before it could intervene, Li Yan emerged from his bath just in time to witness the scene. Water droplets clung to the ends of his hair, revealing a handsome figure fresh from his bath. Yet upon seeing the little fox's state, he suddenly recalled something, and his ears turned crimson. In the next moment, a handkerchief was placed over its belly. After a moment's thought, he kindly lifted the little fox and placed it on the bed for a more comfortable slumber. In this cozier environment, the little fox's sleeping position became even more chaotic. Once Li Yan also fell asleep, Xiao Bai attempted several times to restore its image, but ultimately decided to give up. Ding, current favorability 20. Forget it. As long as there are results, it is sufficient. The following day, upon seeing the little fox still deep in slumber, sprawled out in a rather undignified manner, Li Yan realized something was amiss. After a thorough examination, he deduced that the issue lay with the roasted chicken. Upon inquiring at the inn, it was revealed that they merely brushed a thin layer of wine over the surface of the roast chicken to enhance its crispness and aroma. Observing the little fox's condition, he fell into silence. Unlike humans, small pets might not be able to handle such indulgences. Fear not, esteemed guest. Our establishment will certainly take heed next time. Thus, for your next 2 days of lodging, we shall offer you our delicacies at half price. Noticing his gaze, the innkeeper hastily spoke, his demeanor sincere. To the casual observer, Luoli appeared to be an ordinary little fox, merely regarded as a common pet belonging to Li Yan. After all, many affluent families possess such charming creatures as pets, be it cats, dogs, rabbits, or foxes, showcasing their status through the care of these delightful beings. Judging by Li Yan's demeanor, he too seemed to be a young master of considerable fortune. Just as the innkeeper finished his words, the little fox in Li Yan's arms stretched and woke, its snow-white paws reaching out as it blinked its misty eyes, bewildered by its surroundings. No need for concern, Li Yan replied to the innkeeper and took Luoli back. The innkeeper's attitude was commendable, yet it was not his fault. He could not have anticipated the little fox's poor tolerance for alcohol. It would be more accurate to say it had no tolerance at all. Meanwhile, Luoli had also learned the situation from Xiao Bai. Silence was a refuge. However, Li Yan did not elaborate further on the matter. After resting for 2 days, he set off again, with Luoli hastily following, curling up on his shoulder when he did not hold her. The handsome young man clad in black carried a pure white fox upon his shoulder, radiating an aura of cool detachment, while the little fox exuded a playful charm. The stark contrast of their appearances drew attention in the crowd. Yet upon noticing the sword at the young man's waist, onlookers dared not approach, merely casting a glance before retreating. "Do you wish to return to your clan?" he suddenly inquired during their walk. "You want to shake me off?" "Not a chance." The little fox instantly became agitated, its thoughts echoing in his ears without uttering a word. "You must take responsibility for me, since you failed to grant my request. I shall cling to you for the next century. Moreover, I cannot return. Once I stepped out, I lost my kin." The little fox spoke with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, as the world had observed, the Linghu clan was nearly extinct, with very few members remaining in their ancestral lands. From a young age, the elders taught the young Ling who to discern human hearts and recognize all things, preparing them to survive once they left their clan. When a Ling who reached maturity, the clan permitted them to venture out to seek their fortunes, with the path to adulthood or transcendence being their own destiny. However, one rule remained. Once they left the clan, they must conceal their identities and never return. If they retained gratitude towards their clan, they could lend assistance during times of need, should they possess the ability. This foresight was born from the clan's awareness of their impending decline, allowing more Ling who to venture forth in search of survival. Yet, upon stepping out, the prohibition against returning was equally due to the complexity of the outside world. This was to ensure the safety of both the clan and those Ling who had already emerged. The name Ling Hu imbued with the essence of spirit, signified their uniqueness. From their inception, they were favored by the heavenly path, capable of becoming spirits from birth, unlike other creatures who required centuries or even millennia of cultivation. Moreover, their innate intelligence provided them with an advantage, allowing their cultivation to be remarkably efficient. Legend has it that their hearts could be used in medicine, granting longevity to humans and hundreds of years of cultivation to spirits. Such attributes were the very reasons for the envy directed towards the Ling Hu, leading to their persecution and extermination during the inter-tribal conflicts with the wolf spirits. The rapid advancement of the wolf spirits over the past century can be traced back to this very issue. Having suffered a devastating blow, the Ling Hu clan could not endure another catastrophe. Regardless, you promised to take responsibility for me. Do not even think of abandoning me. Resolutely thinking this, the little fox glared at him, its tone fierce yet lacking any real menace, appearing adorably fierce. Very well, Lien sighed, once again falling into silence. If you truly do not wish to bring me along, you may simply answer my questions. The little fox's soft tail brushed against his neck, evoking a ticklish sensation. After saying this, it leaped back into his arms, tilting its head upwards. Young master, do I resemble a human or a celestial being? Lowering his gaze beneath the scorching sun, he finally discerned the true nature of its eyes. They were not black. In this light, they revealed a pair of gem-like, dark heterochromatic eyes, one a deep emerald and the other a dazzling violet. Seemingly noticing his change in expression, the little fox blinked, and its eyes quickly reverted to black. Heterochromatic eyes served as one method of identifying Ling Hu, necessitating concealment. Answer me, it insisted, its claws gently scratching at his chest, its voice once again reaching his ears. Very well, I shall take responsibility. However, he turned his head, providing an alternative response. You must keep your word. No, you must swear an oath. Otherwise, I cannot trust you. I need assurance. The little fox's head bobbed as it spoke once more. This demon-hunting master always seemed intent on abandoning it, and it needed a guarantee. The astute little fox was determined to secure its safety. I will not break my promise, Lien replied, resigned. The little fox remained silent, but its expression conveyed disbelief. It gazed at him, and as he continued to hold his tongue, tears began to well in its eyes, reminiscent of a child abandoned, devoid of a home. Reflecting on its words about having no clan and nowhere to return, Lien hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding and speaking. I swear, I will never entertain the thought of abandoning you. Upon hearing his vow, the little fox's demeanor softened, letting out a gentle hum as it nestled into his embrace, secretly wiping away its tears. Witnessing this, Lien felt a growing sense of guilt. It seemed that offering a few comforting words was not out of the question. Suddenly, this thought surged within him, causing his heart to tremble. Slaying demons and protecting humanity, upholding the righteous path, was the essence of his being. He had witnessed the darkest facets of demonic beings: treachery, cunning, malice, and slaughter. He himself was a child raised by his master after being rescued from the clutches of demons. Countless tales existed of those deceived by the masks of demons, only to meet cruel fates at their hands. Even if the little fox appeared kind and gentle now, no one could guarantee how it would behave upon becoming a demon. At present, he was unable to make such assurances, for his understanding of it remained woefully superficial. We still have to eat roast chicken today. The little fox suddenly popped its head up, having discreetly wiped away its tears, speaking with unabashed confidence. In truth, it was aware of his thoughts. It understood everything. To put it bluntly, it was a conflict between humans and demons, and, as a demon-hunting master, he was indeed the nemesis of all demons. Furthermore, they were still strangers to one another, with him knowing very little about it, which hindered his ability to place his full trust in the little fox. From his perspective, this was entirely understandable. Do not use wine on it, it quickly added, recalling its own embarrassing incident. Very well. The little fox's carefree demeanor dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Approaching a nearby vendor, he purchased roast chicken for the little fox and a jar of wine for himself. The sight of the young man leaning against a tree, drinking with abandon, epitomized the spirited youth filled with ambition. The little fox, munching on a chicken leg, gazed at him with wide, awestruck eyes. After finishing its meal, it scampered over to the young man, looking up at him with admiration. Lien paused for a moment, but eventually produced a handkerchief to wipe the grease from its face. The little fox was thoroughly pleased, clean and looking like the beautiful little creature it was. Caring for the little fox must begin now. As I pondered, its nose twitched as if sensing something, and it turned to gaze at a disheveled yet beautiful woman ahead. Ah, it is a sister of the spider spirit. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Lian paused momentarily and followed the fox's line of sight. Chapter 152. The little fox entangles the demon hunter. 5. The pitiful-looking spider spirit approached, and upon seeing the demon-catching bag in Lian's possession, her body stiffened, and she attempted to flee. Yet, before she could even take a half-step, Lian ensnared her with the demon-catching net and directly trapped her in the bag. Curse that Taoist. How can you treat a female demon so rudely? Just before entering the bag, one could still hear the furious roar of the giant spider after being reverted to her true form. The stench of blood was evident, indicating she had recently taken a life. Lian's expression remained impassive as he tightened the demon-catching bag. "Oh dear, Brother Taoist, you are so rough." The childish voice rang in his ears, causing him to freeze momentarily before casting a resigned glance at the little fox. He reached out to cradle the fox in his arms and strode back towards the city gate, tearing down a notice for capturing the wicked demon from the demon-catching board. Before long, the bag containing the spider spirit was handed over, and he received a bag of bounty in return. Alas, Brother Taoist had discovered it long ago. Considering that I recognized her true identity first, I deserve 3 roasted chickens, don't you think? Seeing the little fox's eyes gleaming with anticipation, Lian nodded. Indeed. Upon receiving the affirmative, the little fox joyfully exclaimed a few times, its eyes sparkling. In front of others, it would make sounds of discontent, yet its speech was clearly articulated to him. As they walked a short distance, they spotted a trembling child amidst the crowd. Lian hesitated briefly, but then continued forward, causing the child to hurriedly flee. The little fox looked back, its nose twitching. That was a mouse demon. Isn't Brother Taoist going to catch it? Its voice carried a playful, yet mischievous tone. Lian helplessly restrained its swaying tail. "Children, do not kill. How do you know?" The little fox's tone was tinged with surprise. "Your eyes are sharper than my nose, able to discern whether someone has taken a life. With experience comes recognition. The gaze of one who has killed or intends to harm is distinct, and the aura they exude is different," he replied quietly, appearing to gently coax the little fox, as if speaking softly to it. The little fox was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at him, hesitating to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. In a huff, it turned away, presenting him only with the back of its head. Lian, in the days that followed, their journey was filled with busyness and fulfillment. Over the course of half a year, the little fox observed the extent of his capabilities, the individuals he encountered, as he repeatedly vanquished those malevolent beings, aiding the common folk in escaping calamities and delivering justice to the innocent. Time and again, he chose to overlook those demons who had blended into human society, living ordinary lives. His principles were clear and straightforward, distinguishing good from evil. Yet, the more he adhered to such rules, the more frustrated the little fox became. "You are so slow. If you take any longer, what if another demon carries him away?" They had just dealt with a snake demon that specialized in abducting children, and over the 6 months, they had developed a fine rapport. He would engage the snake demon in battle while it safeguarded the little ones, clutching the swaddled infant. It spoke to Lian in a deliberately unpleasant tone. "It's my fault." Gripping the demon-catching bag tightly, Lian lowered his head in acknowledgement. The little fox grew more sullen, wanted to say something, but ultimately turning its back and sitting on the ground. Suddenly, it felt a pair of hands lifted up, and in the next moment, it found itself back in familiar arms. Turning its head, it noticed the same infant being cradled in his embrace, gazing at her with wide, curious eyes. "Little brat." Although its tone seemed disdainful, Lian could discern the awkward amusement within. A slight smile graced his lips. The infant was returned to the village and handed over to her parents. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Witnessing their lost child being returned, the family wept uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "I have merely fulfilled my duty," Lian attempted to respond, but upon realizing he could not deter their gratitude, he simply uttered, "Please, be on your way," and left hastily. When the family lifted their heads again, the figure of the man and the fox had long since vanished. After departing with the little fox, Lian presented the snake demon's severed head to the city officials, and yet another notice was removed from the demon-catching board, only to be replaced by a new one almost immediately. This board encompassed all incidents involving demons within a radius of several hundred miles. Upon seeing the old notice taken down, it was not long before a new announcement appeared, causing Luo Li to furrow her brows. This board seemed to be an endless cycle, with notices being removed and added continuously. Although she did not articulate her thoughts, he understood her sentiment. In chaotic times, such as the way, though the words seemed calm, Luo Li discerned the underlying turbulence. It was precisely because of such disorder that individuals like them existed, resisting formidable demons and safeguarding the vulnerable humans. It was in these tumultuous times that they witnessed horrors far surpassing those perceived by ordinary people. Therefore, they must remain steadfast in their principles, avoid excessive sympathy, uphold their moral compass, and protect the righteous path. Lost in thought, the little fox suddenly drooped its ears. Sulking against him, Li Yin looked down at it, a rare occurrence where he had proactively bought 3 roasted chickens for it. Are you trying to appease me? It glanced between the enticing roasted chicken and Li Yin, raising its head. Do you know why I'm unhappy? Without waiting for an answer, it asked again. Li Yin fell silent for a moment before nodding. Oomph. The little fox was more direct this time, huffing at him and crossing its little paws over its chest in a distinctly human-like manner. Li Yin silently observed it without moving. However, the sight of the little fox's angry demeanor was undeniably adorable, softening his heart. It maintained its stance for a brief while, but soon succumbed to the alluring aroma of the roasted chicken, its small body honestly rising to nibble on a chicken leg. First of all, I am not appeased. You trust all the other demons you do not know and let them go. Why can't you trust me? Our Linghu clan is the most honest and reliable. We have even set rules that prohibit bullying the weak. Its mouth was stuffed full, mumbling incoherently, yet its resentment was still apparent. Li Yin silently rubbed his nose, aware of his shortcomings, and dared not respond. If I were to ask you now, could you answer? Seeing him remain silent, the little fox looked up at him earnestly. After a brief pause, Li Yin slowly nodded. Then do I seem like? The little fox's eyes brightened, and it opened its mouth, but abruptly halted. If I ask, will I no longer be able to accompany you? It frowned at the now taller youth before it. Yes. Upon hearing its words, Li Yin stiffened, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Humans and demons walk different paths. If so, we indeed cannot continue as we do now. Moreover, at that time, you will be a young lady, entirely different from the little fox I know. The differences between genders would complicate matters. Ultimately, it was indeed impossible. Upon hearing his response, the little fox unceremoniously turned and bit down on his finger, grinding its teeth. Li Yin did not evade, allowing it to act out. Bad Taoist, you clearly promised not to abandon me, and even swore it. You are deceiving the fox. The little fox was astute and clever, adept at digging up old grievances. At its words, Li Yin felt a pang of silence, left without words to counter. Bad Taoist, your stubbornness will leave you without a companion. Li Yin's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly returned to calm. He had never considered the matter of marrying and having children, and thus, he was indifferent, believing in the course of fate. In the tender years of youth, the little Taoist's demeanor inexplicably mirrors that of an aged monk. Biting his finger, the little fox's ears perked up as a sudden thought sparked within, illuminating its eyes. Chapter 153. The little fox entangles the demon hunter. 6. It understands that for the demon clan, a century passes like a day, while for humanity, a century stretches into an eternity. Ancient texts may still hold references to the spirit fox, albeit rather vague. Its youthful voice might just lend it a hand, feigning innocence and evoking sympathy. Surely, it would not withstand such a ploy. Contemplating this, it lifted its gaze, transforming into a visage of tears. But I'm still so small, incapable of doing anything. You are the only one I know. Can you truly bear to abandon me? Furthermore, your kind, the demon hunters, are fearsome. What if they are unlike you and capture me indiscriminately, leading to my demise? The little one's voice quivered, tears cascading like an unrestrained torrent. The little fox trembled, overwhelmed by trepidation for its uncertain future. This was a vulnerability it had never revealed before. The once mischievous and proud little fox now exposed its fear of abandonment. Warm tears fell upon the back of Li Yin's hand, stirring a melancholic feeling within him. He absorbed its words, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his eyes betraying his concern. I do not wish to cling to you forever. Please wait until I grow a little more. Once I can fend for myself, I shall leave. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. We spirit foxes are adept at concealing our presence. They will not discern me. I am obedient and easy to care for. A roast chicken every 3 days will suffice. The little fox discreetly observed his expression, raising its head at the opportune moment, its tear-streaked face appearing pitiful before him. It obediently lifted a paw to wipe its tears. an expression of endearment mixed with pain in its eyes. Seeing this, Lien could not help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling its little head. "All right," he mused after a moment of contemplation, yielding to its request. Upon hearing this, the little fox's tears transformed into a smile, and after a moment's thought, it sat up straight, gazing at him earnestly. Confirming that the mountains were deserted, it cleared its throat and spoke solemnly, "Brother Taoist, do I appear more human or more celestial?" It tilted its head, earnestly searching his gaze, eyes brimming with anticipation. Lien lowered his gaze to meet its own, contemplating for a long while before responding. "You resemble a celestial being. Undeniably, throughout these past 6 months, despite its mischievous nature, it had always acted with kindness, and he believed it would prove to be a benevolent spirit. If it were otherwise, he would take full responsibility for its actions, vowing to guide it henceforth." Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently dismissed the divide between humans and demons, embracing its words. Just then the little fox suddenly gasped, gazing at its own form. A burst of white light illuminated the surroundings, and within that brilliance, a delicate figure flickered, casting a distant glance at him, its enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of affection. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be but a fleeting mirage, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. When the light dissipated, a girl of about 4 years stood at his feet, clad in a white fur skirt with 2 small buns atop her head, her chubby face radiating an endearing innocence. Her bright, lively eyes mirrored those of the little fox, yet a tiny crimson beauty mark at the corner added a touch of allure. "Brother Taoist, hug me." Before he could regain his composure, the little girl had already opened her arms towards him with a twinkle in her eye. Returning her smile, Lien lifted her into his embrace. Indeed, she felt a tad heavier than the little fox. As he gazed at her cherubic face, a fleeting image from moments ago flickered in his mind. He realized that this must be her appearance as she matured. Strangely, a tremor ran through his heart, and he felt somewhat unsettled. Ding! Affection level 5. Current affection value 50. Roast chicken, roast chicken. Bring me roast chicken, I want to eat. The little girl exclaimed, reaching for the roast chicken nearby. But realizing she couldn't reach it, she hurriedly called out. Lien turned to assist her, placing the food into her arms, watching her eat with delight as her eyes squinted with joy. "This was given to me first today. It shouldn't count." Suddenly recalling her earlier statement about only eating 1 roast chicken every 3 days, she quickly interjected, clutching the chicken tightly in her soft hands. Lien chuckled in disbelief. All right, he had no intention of depriving her. Over the course of 6 months, the once small boy had grown taller, now without the little fox by his side, but instead cradling a delightful, tender girl. 6 months had passed, and finally, they had reached an affection value of 50. It had not been an easy journey. The little cabbage soaring nearby could not help but express its astonishment to its host. Meanwhile, Luoli remained silent, filled with regret. Damn, if this continues, why do I feel like transforming directly into an adult might be better? The little cabbage scratched its head and replied, but if you do that, he might abandon you without hesitation, just like all the female demons you've encountered along the way. This demon hunter Taoist seemed devoid of compassion, utterly cold and heartless, lacking any sense of tenderness. Luoli conceded, you make a valid point. She felt resolute in her decision. After walking for some time, Lien seemed to recall something. Glancing down at her, have you thought of a name for yourself? The little fox had never mentioned a name since their acquaintance. Typically, demons would only acquire a name after maturing into their human forms. Luoli, the little bundle nodded, sharing a chicken leg with him. But Lien shook his head in refusal. Luoli, he pondered over the name, nodding in approval. It sounds lovely. Noticing his own reaction was somewhat subdued, he silently added, very beautiful. Luoli responded with a sweet smile, lifting the chicken leg in her hand. Aren't you going to eat? It's almost gone. The little fox devoured the roast chicken with remarkable speed, and missing out would mean truly losing out. MHM. Chapter 154. The little fox entangles the demon hunter. 7. The little fox found her attire somewhat inconvenient. While visually appealing, it distinctly resembled that of a demon. After strolling for a while, they arrived at a quaint little town, one they had never visited before. Once she was settled, Lien ventured into the town to procure several sets of children's clothing for her. Before long, he found himself accompanied by a delicate little girl, her hand clasped in his as they walked through the town together. Suddenly, they came across a small stall, and the little girl halted, gazing up at the young man eagerly. Li Yin silently led her closer and purchased 2 jars of fruit preserves for her. "Dear customer, they are delicious. Do come again," the vendor called cheerfully, causing the little girl to squint her eyes in delight. "Here." She presented him with a small wooden spoon given by the vendor. Li Yin silently shook his head. "I do not favor sweets." "All right then." They found a tavern to rest in, and, after freshening up, she eagerly urged him to summon the waiter to place their order. "Shrimp, shrimp." Recalling the delightful aroma from earlier, she hurriedly spoke, anxious not to miss out. "1 more serving of crispy shrimp and a jug of wine." As the dishes were served, Li Yin closed the door to their room and turned to see the little girl in a state of shock. The furniture in the room was rather high for her. She sat on the chair with her little feet dangling, one hand grasping shrimp and the other meat, relishing her meal with gusto. Her fox ears bobbed with excitement, and a fluffy fox tail swayed behind her, a clear indication of her current joy. "You must keep it hidden," ensuring the doors and windows were securely fastened. He raised a hand to his forehead. Just then, the little girl looked up in confusion, her face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes wide with bewilderment. "What did you say?" As she leaned to the side, Li Yin quickly caught her, gently placing her onto the soft couch beside him. Uncertain, she picked up a shrimp and sniffed it carefully, then proceeded to examine the other dishes, ultimately pausing at the stir-fried duck. Observing the already tipsy little Tuanzi, he pressed his forehead and sighed deeply. Truly, one must not be the least bit negligent. The following day, gazing at the little Tuanzi who stood with hands tucked away, looking both obedient and anxious, he could only sigh in resignation. "Next time, wait for me to try first. Do not rush." "Yes, I remember," the little Tuanzi replied, lowering her head with a commendable attitude of remorse. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose as if sensing something, her bright gaze instantly turning cold as she transformed back into a small fox and leapt onto him. "There's a wolf demon." Upon hearing this, Li Yin swiftly grasped his sword, left some silver on the table, and, cradling the small fox, leapt out of the window, racing across the rooftops. Following the direction indicated by the little fox, they hurried on. The unique, rancid odor of the man-eating wolf demon gradually intensified. When they arrived at a secluded alley in the city, the scent of blood was already palpable. This was a humble abode, and by the time Luo, Li, and the others arrived, 2 individuals had already collapsed at the gate, an elderly man and a middle-aged man. Fortunately, both still had a breath left in them and could be saved, the bloodiness emanating from their bodies. Li Yin immediately fed each of them a pill. "Don't come over. Vuvuvu, daddy, I'm scared." A voice filled with fear rang out from within the house, accompanied by the muffled cries of women and children. They could never have imagined that in their kindness, they had rescued an injured young gentleman on the road, only to inadvertently bring back a man-eating wolf demon with a heart full of grudges. However, the wolf demon before them paid no heed to the man's cries, its fingers extending into sharp claws, lunging straight for the man's heart. The human heart was the most delectable part, the younger, the fresher, and more tender. The 2 elderly ones outside were of no interest to it. The group inside, however, was rather appealing. The man widened his eyes in horror, but was held fast by an unseen force, utterly unable to move. Just as the wolf demon was about to strike the man's chest, a long sword swooped in, barely missing the wolf demon as it turned to defend with its sharp claws. The man and the demon were instantly locked in combat, with Li Yin's strength. The wolf demon surprisingly proved to be an equal match for him for the time being. Luo Li twitched her nose, suddenly catching a familiar scent amidst the overpowering stench. Realizing what it was, she looked at the wolf demon, a surge of murderous intent flooding her eyes. With a flick of her fox claw, a flash of white light caused those nearby to instantly fall unconscious. "Let it outside the city." Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in Li Yan's ears. Giving a glance at the surrounding scene, he pressed his sword, driving the wolf demon toward a corner of the wall. Seeing the man's assault intensify, the wolf demon realized it was at a disadvantage and immediately transformed back into its original form, leaping atop the wall to escape. It revealed itself to be a rare black wolf, entirely black in color. Luo Li and the others quickly pursued. She recognized that this was the scent of her mother's heart. This wolf demon had consumed the heart of the original owner's mother. Years ago, the original owner's mother had been besieged, her heart taken, leaving her gravely injured. The powerful spirit fox already possessed a demon core. Without its heart, it would not perish. Yet, to protect her unborn child, the original owner's mother expended all her strength. using the last of her demon core's power to escape the siege of the demons. This allowed her to give birth to the original owner and entrust her to the remaining kin. However, she lost her life in the process, marking the fall of a formidable warrior in the Spirit Fox clan. Damn it! Seeing the relentless pursuit of one man and one fox behind, the wolf demon cursed quietly. A howl erupted from its mouth, echoing through the heavens. Li Yan halted in his tracks, signaling Luo Li to stop. He understood all too well that this was the wolf demon summoning its companions. They typically operated in packs. Alone, the two of them would be at a disadvantage. It was unwise to continue chasing. "Shall we stop?" he admonished, watching the disobedient little fox. At this moment, they had exited the city gates and entered a forest. The instant they stepped into the woods, the petite white fox suddenly grew significantly in size, its tail sprouting 2 additional appendages. In the blink of an eye, it leapt before the wolf demon, its form flickering, a splash of crimson blooming before it. The wolf demon's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at the gaping hole where its heart had been. In the next moment, its demon core was forcibly extracted, crushed alongside its heart before its very eyes, leaving it utterly defenseless. How is this possible? Even in the final moments of its life, disbelief lingered in its eyes. What shocked it further was the sight of the fox's tail. A naturally 3-tailed spirit fox. The one most likely to become a 9-tailed spirit fox. There was only one in existence. Yet, a century ago, it had already been slain by his father. As its thoughts faded, its life force was entirely extinguished. The indifferent tone met the wolf demon's eyes, still wide with disbelief, its face smeared with warm blood. Solitude, power, blood, and beauty intertwined. In the next instant, the wolf demon's corpse was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. The blood on the ground vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Li Yan landed before the little fox, observing it closely. It turned to him, its gaze filled with an unfamiliar coldness, though it melted away in an instant. Meanwhile, several wolf demon presences emerged in the forest. Li Yan turned, gripping his sword tightly to shield her behind him. "Damn exorcists, hand over our young master." Hearing the cries from the wolf demons, Li Yan finally learned the identity of the wolf demon. He glanced at the spot where the demon had turned to ashes. "Taoist brother, I've caused trouble." The childish voice echoed in his ears once more. To avoid angering the Taoist brother, I must redeem myself. As soon as the words left her mouth, a white figure dashed into the midst of the wolf pack. Li Yan could only see a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, she resembled a merciless specter of slaughter, leaving a trail of silence in her wake. Even the prey had no chance to gasp for breath. When she returned to him once more, the surroundings were enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of life. She had reverted to her usual size, her tails drooping in unison as she obediently sat on the ground, gazing up at him with hurrying, perhaps sensing his prolonged silence. She lowered her head, seemingly about to groom herself. In the next moment, her paw was grasped by a cool hand. Bloodstained, despite the words, he cradled her, as usual, allowing the blood to stain him without complaint. Yet, on ordinary days, the little Taoist was particularly fastidious. Even a speck of dust on his shoes would prompt him to scrub it away meticulously. He had always helped clean her little paws, ensuring they were spotless. Whenever they sat down, he would carefully tidy the surroundings. After every battle, he would seek a place to wash for an extended period. Now, covered in the most detestable blood of the wolf demon, he did not even furrow his brow. "All right." The little fox looked at him and gently responded. He did not inquire further, for he had seen the hatred in Luo Li's eyes, reminiscent of his own past, a powerful and intense loathing. A 3-tailed spirit fox, the young master of the wolf clan. Perhaps he had already pieced it together. The tale known to all a century ago was also recorded in his master's ancient texts. The Fox clan, with each additional tale representing a life and an immeasurable strength. The Spirit Fox clan, favored by the heavens, produced exceptional beings known as naturally 3-tailed. Such spirit foxes possess immense power and are the most likely to evolve into 9-tailed divine foxes, born to lead the Spirit Fox clan. They faced challenges in reproduction and gradually dwindled. In nearly a millennium, only one naturally 3-tailed spirit fox had been documented. Ancient texts recorded that after the birth of this spirit fox, it protected the clan for 3 centuries, growing stronger, nearing 4 tails at its peak. It single-handedly revitalized the declining Spirit Fox clan, sacrificing 2 tails in the process, but the results were remarkable. Alas, fate often plays cruel tricks on the gifted. A century ago, As the fourth tail of the mystical fox was on the verge of manifestation, a civil war erupted within the demon clan. In that chaos, it was collectively slain by numerous demons, leading to its tragic demise. Ancient texts proclaim that the incomplete fourth tail, regarded as a half-tail, was a vestige meant to prolong the life of its progeny. Yet, there are whispers suggesting that its offspring may have perished alongside it, a dual demise. Since that fateful day, the Linghu clan has vanished from the annals of history, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. Presently, it appears the former narrative holds merit. The three tails of the little fox may indeed be linked to the Linghu. Furthermore, the current leader of the wolf demons, the Wolf King, was the very individual who instigated the conflict and proposed a united front against the Linghu. Thus, the little fox's animosity becomes clearer. Within its being resides the essence of my mother's heart, for it has consumed her heart. The words of the little fox resonate with his suspicions. She is not one to remain silent when given the opportunity to explain. This wolf demon appears to be around 2 centuries old, and back then, he certainly had the right to stake his claim. Contemplating this, the little fox is once again overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent. Li Yin lowers his head and gently strokes the little fox's head, as if offering silent solace. Suddenly, the little fox's ears twitch, as if struck by a realization. It dawns on her that, since she can sense her mother's essence, the recently deceased wolf demon's father, the Wolf King, must also be aware of it and will undoubtedly seek to identify the one responsible for his son's death. Her attempts to destroy the evidence after slaying other wolf demons will be futile. Fear not, for I shall protect you, she hastily reassures him before he can respond. Having spent so many years within the Fox clan, she has not merely wasted time. In her 50 years in this realm, she has mastered all she could learn from her kin, and the cultivation techniques left by her mother have been honed to perfection. Even before her transformation, her strength surpassed all within her clan. They say she bears the shadow of her mother, and once she transforms, she shall undoubtedly surpass her. If her mother could see her now, she would surely rejoice. The original owner's quest for vengeance has reached 80% completion, signifying the truth of their words. Only the act of revenge remains. She is confident in her ability to slay the Wolf King. Given this, why not take the initiative? Dear Taoist brother, rather than wait for the Wolf King to come for us and risk being hunted by the Wolf Clan, let us strike first. She has long harbored the desire to eradicate them. With that, she raises her chin. Fortunately, blood still lingers on her face. Quickly, dear Taoist brother, let's employ the tracking technique. Utilizing the essence of our shared bloodline, we shall undoubtedly locate them. The demon hunters possess unique tracking techniques to pursue malevolent beings. They can discern the whereabouts of others based on residual essences and can identify close kin through bloodlines. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Li Yin does not hesitate, utilizing the blood of the wolf demon that remains on her face to activate the tracking technique. The Wolf King, a powerful demon king, will not be easily traced. Employing the tracking technique demands immense effort. Fortunately, though the process is arduous, he ultimately pinpoints a general location. The direction of the Bei Yuan ancient forest is likely their true clan territory. We are outnumbered, so I will disseminate this information. The wolf demons have been rampant, claiming the lives of countless innocents over the years. To eliminate them is also our mission as demon hunters. Very well. Hearing this, and noting the slight pallor on Li Yin's face from the exertion of the technique, Luo Li nods. However, the Wolf King must be slain by my hand. It is fate. We, the demon hunters, have sought the Wolf King for many years, yet have repeatedly failed to track him down. Today, encountering this wolf demon may very well be our destiny. This world abides by the laws of cause and effect, and indeed, it is no mere adage. Justice will be served. The debts of a century past must be repaid. First, we shall slay the Wolf King, and everything else shall follow. As Li Yin converges with the other demon hunters, the little fox's figure stealthily vanishes, leaving no trace behind. A warm sensation envelopes him, and the discomfort from utilizing the tracking technique dissipates instantaneously. Dear Taoist brother, I shall take my leave first. Wait for me. I will return. She knows they are no match for those demon kings, and in the realm of humans and demons, she cannot expose her identity in front of the demon hunters, lest she brings trouble upon him. Thus she departs. Shaoli, hearing the voice in his ear, Li Yin looks around but finds no trace, not even a hint of her essence. Upon closer inspection, he realizes she has left behind no belongings. She arrived without a trace and departed without a sound. Yet she often expresses concern that he might abandon her. As the sound of her voice fades, he distinctly hears a soft giggle. Suddenly, the image of the girl who flashed before him on the day of her transformation materializes in his mind. For a brief moment, clarity strikes him, and his ears flush with warmth. Little trickster. Turning to the spot where she once stood, he instinctively tightens his grip on the cold sword in his hand. At this moment, the blade feels unusually frigid, unlike before. In the depths of the Bei Yuan ancient forest, a black wolf, meditating within an ancient cave, abruptly awakens, recalling the scene from his recent dream, and lets out a heart-wrenching cry. No! A howl reverberates through the ancient forest, summoning countless wolves that surge forth, prostrating themselves at his feet. Where is the young master? Where has he gone? The wolf possesses exceptional night vision, yet as he gazes at the pack below, he cannot discern a single familiar figure beside his son. Having lived for a millennium, he reflects on the inexplicable fact that, over the years, while many pups have been born, only one has survived. He dotes on his sole child with an unparalleled affection, caring for him deeply. The entire wolf clan mirrors this sentiment, catering to his every whim. Before entering seclusion, the Wolf King had instructed his clan to watch over his son diligently. Yet now he has vanished without a trace. Moreover, he senses nothing of his son's presence. As he recalls his dream, a wave of panic surges within him. My king, the young master wished to prepare a surprise for you upon your emergence from seclusion. A month ago, he departed the clan with the others in search of treasures. The wolves below, unaware of the situation, feel a sense of dread at the Wolf King's reaction. Among them, a wolf demon who understands the circumstances quickly speaks up. Perhaps the Wolf King, burdened by guilt over his past actions, fears retribution. Since the birth of his son, he has confined him within the clan, unwilling to allow him to venture outside, fearing he would be targeted for revenge. Little does he realize that such actions only foster a rebellious spirit in his son. The notion of preparing a gift is merely an excuse for the young master to seize the opportunity to escape while he is unable to supervise. Why did he not stop him? Upon realizing this, the Wolf King bellows in anger. The wolves below lower their heads in trepidation, afraid to speak. They do not wish to hinder him, but they dare not oppose the young master. None have met a good end for defying him. They either face a cruel demise at his hands or suffer the Wolf King's wrath. Such intimidation naturally deters them from opposing the young master's wishes. Cursed! Witnessing their reaction, the Wolf King roars, sending several wolf demons flying with a surge of power, landing with blood on their lips. As a thought crosses his mind, the Wolf King hastens toward the clan's forbidden grounds. Ah, my child, who is responsible? I will surely exact my vengeance. When the lamp of life was extinguished, the anguished howls of wolves echoed throughout the mountains. What melodious sound it was. Atop the summit, a resplendent three-tailed spirit fox, entirely cloaked in white, stood majestically. Listening to the lamentations below, it flicked its tail languidly, gazing down with a playful smirk. In that very moment, the Wolf King suddenly turned, his gaze lifting. Upon seeing the solitary, snow-white spirit fox at the mountain's peak, terror filled his eyes. Luo Wei, he instinctively called out, but upon realizing that no fourth tail was forming behind it, he quickly shook his head. No, it cannot be. Yet in the next instant, when he caught a whiff of his son's familiar scent emanating from the creature, his pupils constricted sharply, filled with murderous intent. It is you. You have slain my son. Luo Li smiled softly, casting a glance at him. Her captivating, enchanting eyes sparkled with provocation, icy and unyielding. Indeed, it was I. Each word rolled off her tongue with a chilling nonchalance. Just then, a black wolf transformed into a streak of darkness, charging towards her. The spirit fox, unperturbed, met the attack head-on. From below, one could only discern the contrasting shadows of black and white, a blur of movement impossible to distinguish. It was the three-tailed spirit fox. Below, several elder wolves, drawn by the commotion, felt a familiar aura and recognized what it was. They too transformed into phantoms, rushing toward the white figure. The three-tailed spirit fox was an entity that must not be allowed to mature. Moreover, this fox emanated an aura they recognized all too well. It was evident that she was a descendant of Luo Wei, and they bitterly regretted not having eradicated Luo Wei's offspring back in the day, allowing such a calamity to persist. Thus, they could not allow her to live. However, they had miscalculated. The spirit fox before them was no longer the pregnant creature that had once been unable to unleash her full power. They lacked the combined strength of the past. 3 days later, a solitary snow-colored figure emerged from the woods, the wolf clan behind her reduced to mere desolation, countless wolf demons scattering in panic. All the life lamps of the powerful beings enshrined within their forbidden grounds had been extinguished. Cough. A soft cough escaped her lips, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Observing the slightly ethereal appearance of her 3 tails, Xiao Baikai's eyes filled with concern. I am fine. Luoli shook her head reassuringly. Turning to glance at her tails, she gave them a gentle flick, and they returned to their normal state. Indeed, the original host was not born with 3 tails. Her fate was meant to culminate in death alongside her mother. It was her mother's half-tail that granted her an additional 50 years of life. Born with deficiencies, merely surviving was already a feat. How could she possess 3 tails? 3 lives? The current 3 tails were a manifestation of merit earned through her deeds, for the original host's tail had been severed on the day of her demise. Now, all 3 tails were illusions, conjured by virtue. Of course, Luoli was not entirely self-sacrificial. The merit she earned could also be utilized within her own small world. And once she departed, it would revert to her. Moreover, the merit within this world was doubled, as it was a shared wish between the original host and her mother. The toil and sweat of the present were undoubtedly worthwhile. As Luoli had not ventured far, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the ancient forest below. The demon catchers had arrived. Unconsciously halting her steps, she turned her gaze towards the mountainside, seemingly searching for something. Yet the outcome left her somewhat disheartened. For the individual she sought was not among them. A soft whimper escaped her lips, masking her disappointed sigh. Soon, her figure vanished into the thicket. It seemed her sound had reached a familiar figure clad in dark robes, who approached with a delighted chuckle, leisurely following the direction of her departure. Though it was but a small step, the distance he traversed was vast, as if he had contracted the span of the earth. After a considerable while, upon seeing the small fox curled up resting within a cave, he gently stroked its head, his eyes betraying a tenderness. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, pouring into the little fox's body, facilitating its rapid healing. Once he withdrew his hand and beheld the tranquil form of the sleeping creature, he lost himself for a moment, delicately tracing the contours of its brow and eyes. Simultaneously, the system's values fluctuated wildly, leaping from 65 to full capacity, even showing signs of nearing a breakthrough. Yet, in the next instant, the figures plummeted back to 65, oscillating feverishly between these 2 numbers. As he gazed at her, his expression was filled with warmth and affection. And through the small fox's form, he seemed to glimpse the same being curled up in repose, silently observing for an extended period. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the small system beside her, now frozen in place, and its fluctuating values finally stabilized, settling at 65. Casting one last gentle look at her, he quietly turned to depart. His silhouette bore resemblance to himself, yet was also distinct, as if accompanied by an illusory shadow. As he stepped out of the cave, Xiao Baikai instantaneously returned to normal, glancing at her host without noticing anything amiss. With a yawn, she nestled beside the little fox, curling up asleep, while the cave entrance was shielded by her protective barrier. The following day, Luoli awoke feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. Unable to contain her delight, she frolicked within the cave, her voice jubilant. Kai, our system's elixirs are truly effective. Just one night, and I am completely healed. It feels so wonderful. Hearing her host's words, Xiao Baikai beamed with pride. Of course, we exchanged our hard-earned points for this. It must work. That makes sense. Let us go. It's time to engage in battle. Those who once feasted upon my mother's heart, and those of our kin shall not escape retribution. Since they had chosen to grow stronger through the lineage of the spirit fox, they must pay the price. All right, based on the clues extracted from the Wolf King's memories, the nearest villain should lie in this direction. After the Wolf King's demise, Xiao Baikai had accessed all his memories, conveniently uncovering leads to some old enemies' hideouts. A tempest brewed across the realm. Chaos reigned among the demon kind. In a brief span, various powerful demons met untimely ends within their own abodes, their deaths gruesome. Yet no traces of others were found at the scenes. Fear gripped the hearts of all demons. However, upon further analysis, it was discovered that those fallen were all involved in the massacre of the Spirit Fox clan. Many lesser demons subsequently felt reassured. Yet for the remaining few, their trepidation only intensified. Realizing it could be retribution from the Spirit Fox clan, they acknowledged the terrifying prowess of the unseen assailant and hastily declared seclusion to hide. But it was futile. The condemned demons were destined to perish. This act of vengeance was not solely Luo Li's undertaking. Spirit foxes hidden throughout the human realm emerged, lending her their strength. Meanwhile, in places unseen by her, Li Yan exerted his abilities, leading the demon catchers into action. For if they succeeded this time, the benefits would not only accrue to the Spirit Fox clan, but to themselves as well. For 6 long months, Luo Li journeyed with her kin, traversing the land. One by one, they dealt with their adversaries, and at last, they brought the final foe to his end. The powerful demons of the realm had nearly all vanished. The Spirit Fox clan, shrouded for so long, finally re-emerged into the light. Consequently, the disturbance quelled, and the human race was afforded a moment of respite. Before the next generation of demon strength could arise, a balance of approximately 200 years could be maintained between humans and demons. No longer would the human race be suppressed by the demons, innocent lives spared from being devoured and mercilessly slaughtered. Yet during this interlude, humanity too would grow. The equilibrium between the two races might endure for an even longer duration. This outcome is truly splendid, yet the prominent Luoli has also paid a price for it. After retracting her powers, she was carried back to her clan by the numerous Linghu. When she awoke from her slumber once more, it was already another 6 months later, and one of her 3 tails had completely faded into nothingness. How dreadful! The 3 tails were so much more beautiful. 2 tails are rather unsightly. Gazing at her own tail, a lament echoed through the Linghu clan. The clan members looked at her helplessly, but only the grandmother smiled tenderly while gently patting her head. "It's all right. Our Ollie will surely grow back a tail." The little fox responded earnestly, her face adorned with a smile. Yet only she understood that that tail would never return. After resting, disregarding the clan's objections, Luoli once again ventured into the human realm. For she remembered that someone was waiting for her there. "But, young clan leader, what shall we do if you leave?" Before the clan's words could finish, they were interrupted by the grandmother's intervention. The grandmother, who had raised Luoli since childhood, looked at her with a gentle smile, eyes filled with encouragement. "Go ahead, pursue your aspirations. The clan has me, so there is no need for worry." Luoli gazed deeply at her grandmother, ultimately nodding in agreement, offering a smile before turning to depart. "Young clan leader, grandmother, she and Azu have already done enough for the clan. Being born strong does not mean they must bear this responsibility. They have exerted their utmost efforts and even sacrificed their lives to protect us, not to make us burdensome. No one is born to shoulder such responsibilities. What Shaoli and Ame have done for us is already sufficient. We should repay them, not become their shackles." The powerful words struck the others profoundly, leaving them in stunned silence as they lowered their heads in shame. They felt embarrassed for themselves. Shaoli once said that the strength of a clan does not lie in a single individual, but in the collective. We should strive to be strong, not merely rely on the strong and remain sheltered beneath them. Even a mightiest protector can only provide limited shelter when standing alone. However, if everyone becomes a protector, then safety can be found everywhere. "Ah, here comes the warm and comforting wisdom," chuckled a voice, stifling laughter. Chapter 158. The little fox engages the demon hunter host. The headquarters has sent word. They say that the true form of the demon lord has begun to exhibit conscious fluctuations, exclaimed Xiao Baikai with excitement. This signified that their efforts were beginning to bear fruit. How wonderful! Upon hearing this, Luoli was momentarily taken aback. Then she smiled in response. In Wuhua City, amid the forest, a boy in dark robes leaned against a peach blossom tree, petals falling gently onto his hair. Luoli was once again captivated by this scene. The same peach blossom tree, yet in a different place. Ever since the winds of the world ceased 6 months ago, Li Yan had returned to the city where he had previously parted ways with the little fox, waiting for her. Each day, he would come to this forest to wait. Day after day, the leaves in the mountains shifted from vibrant green to yellow, then to withered and fallen, covered by snow, until spring arrived, bringing blossoms anew. He had promised the little fox that he would wait here. He feared that if she truly returned, she might not find him. Yet, after such a long wait, she had still not appeared. He had heard that she had returned to the Linghu clan long ago. He wanted to seek her out, but feared missing her once more. "Young master, do I resemble a human or an immortal?" Suddenly, a ripple came from the tree, and many petals fluttered down. The familiar little fox landing in his embrace along with the blossoms. Hearing her playful question, he smiled. "My lady, you resemble an immortal." The first half of his sentence was so soft that even she, standing right before him, could barely hear it. Rising from his arms, She tilted her head back. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes filled with confusion. What did you say in the first half? I couldn't quite catch it. She furrowed her brow in perplexity. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head as if to conceal his embarrassment, diverting his gaze to the food box beside him, hiding his flushed ears. Roasted chicken, no wine added. Every day he came, he would prepare this, as it was her favorite. If she did not return, he would simply replace it with a fresh one and continue waiting. Wow, Taoist brother, you are so kind. I have been wanting to eat this for ages. The little fox gleefully leaped forward, embracing the roasted chicken with eyes that sparkled with delight. In the next moment, she offered him a chicken leg. You should eat too. With a helpless smile, Li Yin accepted the chicken leg, watching as she devoured her share. The food she adored was indeed delicious. After this day, the figure of the boy in dark robes was no longer lonely. The familiar white fox had returned to his side. Sometimes, he would hold a little fox in his arms, and at other times he would be accompanied by a little girl by his side. Together, they traversed various places, witnessing the splendor of the human world and upholding righteousness. The little girl grew rapidly, as if testing him in secret. Hey, Taoist brother, my clothes are getting shorter. She raised her little arms, her tone hinting at something more. Li Yin coughed gently. We shall go into the city later and get you new clothes. The little girl frowned, looking up at him, her chin resting on her hand. He was tall, and with her current height, she barely reached his waist. Taoist brother, have you noticed something? The girl's innocent voice came from below, and Li Yin averted his gaze once more. What does Xiaoli wish to eat today? Observing his reaction, Luoli stroked her chin, secretly confiding in Xiao Baikai. Kai, why is he acting so strangely? Could it be that I've revealed my age? I can't shake the feeling that his reactions are akin to shyness. Reflecting on the rising affinity that had reached 80, Xiao Baikai mirrored her gesture, stroking her chin. I think you've revealed something. He has noticed. But when did we expose ourselves? He didn't run away after discovering it. It seems his capacity for acceptance has improved. Then, let us strengthen it a little more. A hug. With that, she opened her arms toward him. Now she appeared to be around 6 years old, taller, yet still resembling her childhood self, cherubic and innocent. Upon hearing her words, Li Yin lowered his head and embraced her. Just as he steadied her in his arms, the little girl transformed into a maiden clad in red. Taoist brother, when did you find out? She draped her arm around his neck, her voice soft as she inquired, exhaling like the fragrance of orchids. Dressed in a striking red garment, she exuded allure, her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating at first glance, with a charming beauty mark at the corner of her eye. In an instant, Li Yin turned his head away, feeling a tingling sensation sweep through him. Stiff with surprise, he hesitated to move, desperately wanting to set her down, yet he heard her soft sigh. Caught in the moment, he froze, not daring to make a move. Am I not beautiful? With her delicate hand, she gently lifted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. She frowned slightly, her eyes filled with a wistful sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings. Swallowing hard, he answered truthfully, You are beautiful. Only upon speaking did he realize his voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Then why are you afraid to look at me? What are you scared of? He fell silent once more, yet Luali had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a flick of her wrist, a flash of crimson light enveloped them. The next moment, they found themselves in a secluded courtyard deep within the forest. The man fell onto the bed, and she gently leaned against him, her fingertips gliding down his neck, lingering at his heart. Taoist brother, your heartbeat is so fast. Her tone was soft, reminiscent of sweet whispers shared between lovers, each movement captivating his heart. Li Yan's throat tightened again, and he finally grasped her disobedient little hand. Do not tease. Luali paused, ultimately choosing to cease her playful antics and refrain from further teasing him. However, the individual lazily sought a comfortable place, nestling in his embrace as was customary. Well, now you may ask, when did you realize it? Just moments ago, your eyes did not reflect any overwhelming astonishment. Do not speak falsely. Pressing her hand, which glided softly across her clothing, Li Yin seemed to sigh in resignation, responding truthfully, The day you departed, I heard your laughter. A delightful, low chuckle. On the day of transformation, I also beheld your visage in maturity. Upon hearing his words, Luo Li suddenly comprehended. So you discovered it long ago. While I pretended to struggle during these days. I blame you. Indeed, blame me, she frowned, and he accepted her approach. She raised an eyebrow and lifted her delicate face. Suddenly recalling something, she glanced down at herself and then turned to him. You have grown accustomed to seeing me in plain, modest attire. What do you think of my current appearance? The fiery red was a stark contrast to her previously pristine white garments, representing two entirely different personas. Yet, she found herself favoring the passionate crimson over the innocent simplicity of white. He nodded gently. It suits you well. Your taste is commendable, Luo Li replied with satisfaction, comfortably closing her eyes and nestling within his embrace. The fragrant sensation of her presence caused his body to stiffen momentarily, yet he refrained from disturbing her, allowing her to drift into slumber. When Luo Li awoke once more, night had already fallen. On this 15th day, the moon shone full and bright, its aura teeming with spiritual energy. The body of the spirit fox basked in the moonlight, enveloped in comfort. Not finding any familiar figures ahead, she turned to walk toward the backyard. Indeed, she found him there. Having first met beneath the peach blossom tree, she had adorned the yard with blooming peach blossoms. Under the moonlight, the familiar figure clad in dark attire wielded his sword, each movement a sight to behold. Luo Li leaned against the doorframe, watching with keen interest. In the moonlight, his features appeared even more ethereal, his thin lips pressed lightly together. Though not overtly seductive, he exuded an air of otherworldly charm, particularly accentuated by his slender waist, which was undeniably captivating. Such exquisite beauty, she murmured softly. Although her voice was barely audible, it still startled him. He paused, lowering his hands and turning to face Luo Li, a faint blush rising on his face at her words. You are awake. First, eat something. Beside him blazed a campfire, with roast chicken emanating a rich aroma. Luo Li nodded and stepped out from the shadows of the house. Dressed in a red gown, her delicate white calves peeked out from beneath, her jade feet treading upon a carpet of peach blossoms, with a red silk thread tied around her ankle. An enchanting sight that was difficult to look away from. Just a glance deepened the blush on his face, causing him to frown. Upon a second glance, Luo Li found herself swept into his arms, placed by the fire, her exposed legs covered by his cloak. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Listening to him, the little fox feigned innocence and wiggled her legs. It feels comfortable this way. Foxes in the mountains grew up barefoot. Wearing shoes had felt more uncomfortable for her. You might catch a chill, he instinctively began to say, but upon seeing her expression, he hesitated. Very well. Quickly, he realized she was a fox, not an ordinary person, and thus refrained from further comment. Yet, she suddenly drew closer, her breath mingling with his, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, Taoist brother, you are worried about me. It brings me joy. Unsurprisingly, she once again caused him a flush. Turning his head awkwardly, he retrieved a piece of roast chicken from the fire. Eat quickly. You haven't had anything today. All right. This was a genuine courtyard with a vast expanse of mountains beyond. The waters in harmony. The man tended to the fire, preparing food, while the woman beside him quietly ate. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of peach blossoms, creating a tranquil tableau of contentment. Seeing this, Luo Li felt a stirring in her heart, locking her gaze upon him. Taoist brother, shall we reside here together from now on? Just like a couple in the mortal realm, just the two of us, living in solitude. Her soft-spoken words were thunderous in his ears, the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat echoing loudly. Do not jest. Yet, turning to look at her, he ultimately smiled and replied, I am not jesting. I am serious. In the next moment, she had landed on him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I am fully aware. I know I like you, which is why I returned to find you. Now, I wish to be your partner. Her sincerity was palpable, and he could hear the steady thrum of his heart, quickening uncontrollably in response. Lian met her gaze, utterly captivated by her words. I am human. I'm not like you. My time to accompany you is limited. Yet, he remained clear-headed, recognizing that the little fox had yet to understand so much. The lifespan of spirit was extensive, while a human's was but a fleeting century, merely a brief span in the eyes of spirit. Though all was well now, should he agree, what would happen if he were to leave her in the future? Imagining the unending solitude she would have to endure brought him immense pain. Before his thoughts could fully form, her soft lips suddenly pressed against his, the fragrance of her presence enveloping him. Realizing what was happening, his pupils constricted. With the kiss complete, Luo Li playfully bit his lip as if in punishment. You stubborn Taoist. I warned you that being too obstinate would leave you alone. How can a man be so hesitant? I do not appreciate that. This matter should be decided by me. And even if what you say is true, I can indeed accompany you for a lifetime. Moreover, this is not a concern for you, With With a glimmer of moisture from her playful bite on his lips, his gaze was firmly fixed on her pouting, irate mouth. Struggling to maintain composure, he ultimately lost control. Before she could finish her sentence, he had completely subdued her with a kiss, his response tender yet inexperienced, weaving a passionate connection that made her melt into him. "Very well, I have taken your words to heart," he acknowledged. "You are right. I have erred and must amend my ways." After a lengthy moment, she, with swollen lips and flushed cheeks, lay in his embrace, panting, her eyes glistening with mist. "I understand my faults." He spoke hoarsely, his voice thick with emotion. Observing her current state, his gaze darkened, but he ultimately restrained himself, not daring to push too far. Luoli leaned against his shoulder, responding dully. Hearing her voice, Leanne's lips curled into a gentle smile. Still smiling, in the next instant, she had playfully pinched him. He froze, obediently sitting still, awaiting her reprimand. Yet, she said no more, returning him a look of teachable spirit, while clutching her stomach and murmuring. Eventually, with flushed ears, he wrapped her in his arms, resignedly feeding her. Although his movements were not clumsy, they differed significantly from when she was a small fox. "I declare, you will undoubtedly be the most competent husband," she proclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight. Once more, she had caused his ears to flush crimson, the warmth spreading all the way to his neck. In the next moment, her soft, delicate hands were playfully toying with his earlobe, sending shivers down his spine, leaving him tingling all over. Even his eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. "I adore you," she murmured, her voice filled with laughter. For a moment, he found himself unable to pull away, his cheeks growing ever redder. "Are you full?" His voice trembled slightly. As she nodded in confusion, another fervent kiss descended upon her. Such a teasing little fox deserves a punishment. He easily blushes due to the sensitivity of his ears. Chapter 160. The Little Fox Entangles the Demon Catcher. Just as she was being kissed into a daze, cradled in his arms, and falling back onto the bed, fearing she would be devoured, he abruptly halted, his eyes aflame with crimson. A sigh, tinged with both resignation and restraint, escaped his lips. "Next time, do not be mischievous." His voice was hoarse, the flush on his face still lingering, and his gaze, glistening with moisture, was particularly enticing. Luoli dazedly nodded, watching him stride toward the exit, with a sound of cold water splashing soon echoed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly buried herself under the covers, her fox ears peeking out. Who understands? His actions are so alluring. Outside the door, after splashing cold water on himself, Li Yin felt considerably more awake. He recalled her words, which were not without merit. She was so forthright. What was he hesitating for? A flicker of self-disdain crossed his eyes. Moreover, if demons could cultivate, so too should humans be able, as he remembered from the ancient texts left by his master. After this day, Luoli noticed that he began to grow busier. He left early and returned late, bringing back heaps of items, always stealthily hiding them from her view. "Brother Taoist, let me just take a look, okay? Just wait a couple more days." Despite her best efforts, even as his cheeks and neck flushed from her teasing, he remained tight-lipped, until one day, noticing the auspicious red silk decorations in the courtyard, she finally understood what he had been secretly busying himself with. This vast courtyard had transformed overnight, adorned with festive red. Noticing Luo Li's expression, Leanne's face flushed slightly as he presented her with the items he had prepared, filling the courtyard with several large boxes. "This is the silver I have saved over the years, intended as a betrothal gift," he added, handing her a pouch resembling a chinquin bag. "This chinquin bag was left by my ancestor, filled with the demon cores and precious items I have collected, also as part of the betrothal gift. Additionally, these are the remaining treasures from my private stash, which you will manage in the future." Finally, he carefully took out a jade hairpin from his bosom and placed it in her hair. "I wish to offer my heart and soul to you, my lady, and to share this life together." His gaze was firmly locked onto hers, his handsome face flushed, yet every word was laden with significance. Luoli met his gaze and smiled radiantly, a beauty that could captivate nations. "I wish to walk alongside you, wearing red garments until we grow old together." Hearing her words, Li Yin smiled back, and they embraced tightly in their little courtyard. They donned festive robes, hand in hand, and bowed to the heavens and earth, becoming husband and wife. Together, they vowed to cherish this life. When it came time for the ceremonial cup of wine, knowing her tolerance, Li Yin specially prepared tea for her. Luo Li drank, but the ceremonial wine, symbolizing their future happiness, naturally required a touch of wine for the best effect. Rest assured, I won't drink much, just a little bit. She waved her hand, her eyes fixed on the wine stain at the corner of his lips and in his stunned gaze. She leaned in to kiss him. A helpless chuckle escaped his throat, and in the next moment, he held her tightly, reversing their roles. The effects of the wine made her feel even softer, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with moisture. Be gentle, she murmured softly, her voice wavering. What he returned to her was a deeper kiss, his voice hoarse and low. Luoli did not recall how she finally fell asleep, but before succumbing to slumber, her throat was already hoarse from crying, his soothing whispers proving ineffective. The next day, Shaoli, she exclaimed upon spotting the disobedient culprit, promptly turning away to present him with her back. Ouch! The ache in her waist and legs made her gasp. Li Yin, feeling guilty, sat at the edge of the bed and carefully began to massage her lower back. Next time, I definitely won't. I'll apply some medicine afterward. You said the same thing last night. Every time it's the last time. You liar. Li Yin, feeling quite guilty, cautiously spoke, trying to appease her. I made some food. There are shrimp, fish, and chicken porridge. Would you like to eat some? Upon hearing this, Luo Li's stomach audibly protested. She froze. Ahem, look, I'm hungry. So would you mind accompanying me for a bite? Li Yin quickly added. Fine. He knew her little fox's temperament all too well, and upon hearing her words, a smile crept onto his lips. Luo Li's cheeks flushed, glaring at him in annoyance. Li Yin immediately straightened up, clearing his throat. He picked her up and carried her outside. After enjoying the delicious meal, Luo Li's mood finally lightened, sitting comfortably on his lap, swinging her feet as she did in her childhood. Looking down at her, his eyes were filled with adoration. Chapter 161. The Little Fox Entangles the Demon Catcher. Life hidden within the mountains truly resembled that of immortal lovers. Occasionally, they would venture out together to witness the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm. After residing for a while, they set off again to wander the world freely, as was their nature. Subsequently, people began to notice that during times of hardship, a man clad in dark robes would appear, accompanied by a maiden in red, rescuing the common folk from peril. They came and went in haste, wearing mysterious golden masks, and no one had ever glimpsed their true forms. Yet, from their demeanor, it was evident that they were an extraordinarily beautiful pair. Li Yan's attempts at cultivation did not go unnoticed by Luo Li. Observing his growing despondency as he realized his efforts bore no fruit, she embraced him. It's all right. I am very happy now, and my lifespan is not long. Let's live like ordinary people and enjoy our lives together. In this world, humans were at a disadvantage, yet they possessed the ability to resist demons. However, their lifespans were not long, as dictated by the rules of this realm. Humans and demons are fundamentally different. Not live long. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with your health? Should we seek medicine? Upon hearing her words, Li Yin stiffened, seizing upon the crux of her statement with deep concern. The demon race enjoys long lifespans, and as a favored child of destiny, the Linghu clan certainly does as well. But why would she say such things? His first reaction was worry, fearing for her well-being. No, don't worry. I am perfectly fine. It's just that my life is short. I am healthy. Well, that explanation is quite contradictory, she mused, realizing her words were becoming increasingly tangled. His expression grew more anxious. You must have heard about my mother's story, right? My lifespan was meant to end long ago. It was her half-tail that allowed me to live, granting me 200 years of life. Now, I am already over 100. The remaining time is just enough for us to spend a lifetime together. After some thought, Luo Li organized her words. In truth, the reality was that they could only extend her life for that long. A tale derived from virtuous merit could grant 50 years. The previous tale had not been lost in battle. It had simply dissipated after those 50 years had passed. Yet to avoid suspicion, claiming it was lost in combat served as an excellent excuse. Naturally, she could not reveal this to him outright, so she used past events as a shield, hoping he would believe her. It seemed plausible enough, though whether he accepted it or not, he did not probe further. Gazing at her, as if she were a delicate porcelain doll. How about we return? Let us gather some interesting items near the courtyard, so we won't feel bored. Hearing his suggestion, Luo Li felt helpless. It's fine. You need not be so cautious. Just wait and see. On that day, Luo Li sought out several malevolent demons, swiftly vanquishing them to demonstrate her prowess. Yet, Li Yin grew increasingly anxious. Do not exert too much strength. I can handle it, he insisted, trusting her words. He feared that her overexertion would further deplete her life force. Never mind, let it be, she replied. Thus, she was tenderly cared for by him throughout her life. Even when his hair turned completely white, he still treated her as a child in need of protection. Observing her white strands, he frowned once more. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't see your dark hair diminishing today. Thank you, Luali said. All right, I admit my mistakes. Sit down and enjoy some food. Let us see if my culinary skills have improved. In truth, her skills amounted to little more than a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by side dishes. Yet, even this simple meal elicited compliments from him for an extended duration. Delicious. Far superior to anything I have ever tasted. In his youth, he had been rather inept with words and rather rigid. However, as he matured, he became increasingly eloquent. She relished his praise, her eyes sparkling with delight. This sight brought him joy as he gently tended to her hair. By day, the elderly couple playfully teased and laughed with one another. Yet at night, they lay entwined in bed, both having drawn their last breath. Having supported each other throughout their lives, their hands remained clasped until the very end. A glimmer of light emanated from the courtyard as the ancient peach trees surrounding it sprang forth, rapidly growing to tower over the small courtyard, shrouding it in shade. Though it was not the season for peach blossoms, blooms unexpectedly burst forth from the treetops, falling gracefully into the courtyard without a breeze to assist them. One wilted blossom fell as another blossomed. Gradually, it resembled a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the courtyard. They had met beneath the peach trees, and now they were laid to rest beneath them as well. This marked her final act of spiritual magic. When the Linghu clan sensed something amiss and hastily arrived, they beheld this poignant scene of towering ancient trees and endless peach blossoms, a sight both hauntingly beautiful and sorrowful. Upon detecting her fading spirit, thousands of Linghu foxes sat on the ground, bowing their heads with tears in their eyes. They did not disappoint their matriarch and her daughter. After a century, the Linghu clan once again flourished, becoming a formidable power among demons. The realms of humans and demons, just as the couple had once envisioned, reached a state of tranquility lasting for centuries. World 8 concluded. System Space. Host. Long time no see. Upon her return, Xiaobekai immediately rushed over to snuggle close. Luali embraced it, gently ruffling its head. It has indeed been a while. Ever since our marriage, Xiaobekai returned to the space to grant us our own world. Indeed, in the last world, we lacked statistical data. Now, with both worlds combined, I shall present your report. In the era of the educated youth, due to the high difficulty of the original host's tasks, the merit score is 60 and the fortune score is 30, totaling 1,000 points. In the Linghu world, there is double merit, thus also yielding 60 merit points, with a fortune score of 3,020 and an additional 50 points, again totaling 1,000 points. This is your current data report. Points: 1400010001000 16,000. Fortune: 2003050 280. Merit: 1606060 280. Upon viewing the numerical representation, Luali's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaokai, with my current fortune and merit, I should be capable of dominating in those minor worlds, right? This is truly delightful. And my 11,000 points, what a treasure. Indeed, except in the cultivation realm, in all other worlds, you would be a supreme figure. In the cultivation realm, however, since one can genuinely ascend to become an immortal or a deity, the required fortune is exceptionally high, as many individuals possess significant fortune there. Listening to Xiaobekai's words, Luali raised her eyebrows slightly, absorbing the information. Ding! System rewards 2,000 points. A melodious notification chimed, causing Xiaobekai to leap with joy. Host, our rewards have arrived. I knew that the previous arrival of the Demon Lord would yield good news. The Master God would surely reward us. Indeed, it has arrived. Observing its gleeful demeanor, Luali couldn't help but smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the nearby screen as if she wished to glimpse something beyond it. Host's current point total is now 18,000. As Xiaobekai continued to chatter excitedly, its little hand scrolled across the small screen until it discovered a body shop, gazing at it with longing. How adorable! Once Xiaokai saves enough points, I will purchase you, it earnestly declared, referring to a little girl dressed in a red belly band. The price was set at 20,000 points, and Xiaocai's points were nearly equivalent to Luali's. With some additional saving, the purchase would soon be within reach. With stars in its eyes, it expressed an overwhelming affection for this new form. Luali found its reaction amusing and waved at it. All right, to ensure we can buy it for Shaokai soon. Let's set off without delay. Won't the host rest? No, I won't. All right then, let us proceed. In the Tianwu Kingdom, within the confines of the minister's residence, a baby's wail echoed, bringing tears to the mother's eyes while joyous laughter erupted outside. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, madam. You have given birth to a daughter. As the midwife presented the news, the commotion outside diminished, revealing the disappointment etched on the faces of the crowd. Yet, one little boy's voice rang out with unrestrained joy. Really? That's wonderful. Now I have a sister. How's my mother? Is she all right? The young boy's happiness was accompanied by concern for the well-being of the mother. Observing the reactions of his father and the matriarch, the midwife who had come to deliver the news could not suppress her own emotions, lowering her head in silence. Only when she heard the boy's voice did she manage to force a smile. Young master, both mother and daughter are safe. Sir, it's terrible. Today, concubine Lien has suffered a miscarriage in the courtyard, and upon returning, she sensed something was wrong. It seems she is about to give birth. You must go and see. What? At the panicked shout of the servant, the man at the center of it all turned pale, hastily departing with his entourage. The matriarch, witnessing this, glanced back at the maid stationed at the delivery room door. Take care of your mistress. The wind outside is harsh, and my health is not good. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned away, accompanied by a host of maids and servants, leaving the courtyard, which had been filled with people, now deserted except for the little boy. Watching his father's reaction, he clearly understood the gravity of the situation, clenching his small fists tightly. Midwife, may I go in and see my mother? Finally calming himself, he addressed the midwife. Seeing the situation, the midwife sighed and nodded. The primary wife had just given birth, and the master and matriarch hastily departed for a mere concubine, leaving behind not even a servant or maid to assist. Moreover, the reason for the premature birth of a lady was precisely due to the intentional stumble caused by that concubine. Had it not been for the lady's robust constitution, she would have faced dire consequences. Oh, how unfortunate for the lady. Inside the delivery room, Lin Sherlon heard the noise from outside, and a tear slipped down her cheek as she quietly closed her eyes. At that moment, her heart finally succumbed to despair. Mother, hearing the boy's call, she managed a faint smile, her pale face adorned with a tender expression as she beckoned to him. This is your sister. You must take good care of her in the future. All right, I will remember, mother. Listening to the conversations that floated in the air, the infant wrapped in swaddling shifted slightly. A soft, wailing sound escaped her lips as if she were responding to them. Lin Sherlon and her children were momentarily taken aback, before laughter erupted among them. Is my little sister responding to us? How clever she is. Indeed, within this intimate setting of mother and children, a sinister plot was quietly unfolding. The original host was supposed to be the legitimate daughter of the Ministry of Rights. However, due to her mother being deliberately tripped by a concubine just before childbirth, she was born prematurely. After a difficult delivery, her mother suffered severe hemorrhaging and ultimately succumbed. The original host was then carelessly taken away by a servant, resulting in her disappearance. With their mother deceased and their sister missing, only the original host's twin brother, Luo Yun, remained, struggling in the depths of this terrifying mansion. Yet their father, the husband of their mother, did not pursue the perpetrator at all, and ultimately elevated her to the status of the legitimate wife, showering her with affection. In the end, even Luo Yun, who was not yet 8 years old, was plotted against to his death to pave the way for the favored son. The missing original host, in fact, had been sent into a brothel, cultivated as a promising prospect due to her remarkable beauty. However, under orders, she too was tormented to death, meeting a tragic end. Before the original host perished, the child born of that concubine, the so-called only legitimate daughter of the Ministry of Rights, perhaps seeking to provoke or inflict deeper pain upon the original host, deliberately visited the brothel to reveal the harsh truths. Upon learning the reality that all three of them met untimely fates, while the true culprit reveled in wealth and happiness atop their graves, the original host was consumed by rage. Her wish was to reverse her fate and cast the deserving into the abyss. Thus, in this world, Luo Li and the others arrived early. When Lin Sherlon was in labor, they discreetly provided her with a childbirth pill to ensure a smooth delivery. This pill was designed to safeguard the mother and alleviate the pains of childbirth, facilitating a more effortless experience. Luo Li experienced the miraculous process of being born anew. However, despite their success in keeping Lin Sherlon safe, the hidden dangers had not yet been fully eradicated. The concubine's intent was clearly to harm Lin Sherlon, and upon learning of her delivery, she would undoubtedly not let it go lightly. Moreover, there remained an unseen threat lurking, intent on abducting Luo Li. With the original host lacking her previous memories and unaware of the intricate details, they were indeed navigating in the dark, perceiving all as potential foes. As the infant cried out again, urging herself to muster strength, she realized how limited her capabilities were. She felt overwhelmingly tired. An infant is helpless and can do little. Aside from making soft sounds, she found herself utterly powerless. Sighing, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. Could Kai create a virtual image and project it? Yes. The little cabbage nodded obediently. Could you perhaps visualize the perspectives of my mother and brother, allowing them to witness it alone? The infant's abilities were indeed limited, but adults were a different matter. Hearing Luo Li's words, the little cabbage's eyes sparkled, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Excellent. Lin Sherlon had just given birth and needed rest, so Luo Yun did not linger long inside. After a brief glance at his sister, he obediently departed. The small bundle was exceedingly well-behaved. Observing Luo Li's docile demeanor, Lin Sherlon smiled, but then she froze suddenly, as if she had seen something. Not far from the door, Luo Yun also halted abruptly, his expression turning cold as he clenched his fists and spun around. This time, he would certainly protect his mother and sister. Within the room, Lin Sherlon shared the same sentiment, a sardonic laugh escaping her lips as she gazed at Luo Li, her eyes brimming with tears. Host, it is done. I have directly implanted the simulated memories into their minds, encompassing their perspectives and the revelation of the original host's truths. I even added a line of golden text and a Buddha image, inscribing this chance is but once. For the changes brought about by this childbirth, I have crafted an explanation. They should now believe they have been reborn, aided by the Buddha. For they are all internally grateful to me, vowing to cherish this opportunity. Splendid. Listening to the little cabbage, Luo Li responded enthusiastically. Little Kai is becoming increasingly remarkable, truly the invincible champion of the universe. As she spoke, her voice was tinged with sleepiness. This time, all three of them were of the Nuhila clan, undoubtedly more effective than when she was the sole Nuhila baby. She could finally rest peacefully. Chapter 163. The mad childhood friend only behaves in front of her. Host, sleep now. Kai is here too. Observing Luo Li's appearance, the little cabbage floated close and gently stroked her cheek. With a soft response, Luo Li slipped into a deep slumber. Lin Sherlon clung tightly to her, unwilling to let her go. Seeing her little bundle asleep, she lowered her voice to summon her trusted maid and instructed her to seal the courtyard and conduct a thorough investigation. At the same time, she ordered the dispatch of a letter to her father and brothers on the battlefield. In her previous life, it was due to the deaths of her father and brothers in battle, just half a month later, that no one was left to support them. Hence, in her death, both Yinner and her daughter met such a tragic fate. The news of her demise was deliberately spread to the military, causing their disarray and leading to their deaths in battle. This time, she would not only save herself, but also rescue her father and brothers. Su Junliang, the ungrateful scoundrel. They all deserve to die. Rushing back, Luo Yun, upon discovering his mother's actions, was momentarily stunned. The two locked eyes, both with tears brimming. One hand cradled his daughter, while the other held her tightly. It is the mother who has failed to protect you all. Lin Sherlon trembled as she caressed Luo Yun's face, her voice choked with emotion. No, do not blame mother. It is not her fault. We must place the blame on those in the Chunyang courtyard. Son, they shall pay for their transgressions. In that moment, the small 6-year-old child seemed to grow up in an instant, becoming a reliable young man. Indeed, after a meticulous search, they uncovered a conspirator. They even discovered substances that could induce postpartum hemorrhage, which had been placed in the delivery room, dangerously close to being used on Lin Sherlon. Observing the kneeling figure and the incriminating items, Lin Sherlon felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She truly had not anticipated that the accomplices would be those she trusted. One was a maid who had grown up with her, and the other was a servant enamored with her. Drag them out and execute them in front of the Chunyang courtyard. How dare these two servants, bound by her contracts, act against her? She questioned herself. Having never wronged them, perhaps she had been too naive, pretending to be gentle and generous due to her affection for the Luo family, allowing them to forget her true nature. Lin Sherlon, too, had once fought on the battlefield alongside her father and brothers, having tasted blood, despite her gentle reputation. who in the capital did not know that the Lin family daughter was a courageous warrior. Madam, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Madam, I grew up with you. I was just momentarily confused. You cannot treat me this way, madam. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again, madam. Hearing Lin Shirlan's words, they finally panicked, pleading for mercy, while Lin Shirlan merely closed her eyes, unwilling to look. Luo Yin followed them out, hiding behind a wall, watching as those two servants met their end before the Chunyang courtyard, listening to the tumultuous sounds emanating from the courtyard. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of her mouth, igniting a sense of delight within her. Just wait, this is merely the appetizer. Soon enough. Word spread outside that Aunt Lien had nearly faced a difficult labor due to excessive fright. Lin Shirlan smiled faintly, holding her daughter close. As expected, without fail, that very evening, Lord Luo came to seek justice. Lin Shirlan, what a malicious heart you possess. You are fully aware that Chun Lien is in labor. Are you attempting to endanger the lives of both mother and child? Listening to Luo Mingzhi's words, Lin Shirlan remained unfazed. It was only when Luo Li was startled awake by the commotion, crying uncontrollably, that Lin Shirlan finally furrowed her brow and gently soothed her daughter. Do not cry. Do not cry. Mother is here. Mother is here. Seeing that she had completely disregarded him, Luo Mingzhi's anger flared further. Lin Shirlan. In the next moment, he abruptly halted. Lin Shirlan, with one hand cradling the child, raised a long spear from beside the bed, pressing it perilously against his throat. Utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to embrace widowhood. Is it true that you remain utterly oblivious to the situation? Do you wish for me to elucidate everything for you? The spear's tip pressed forward, eliciting a sharp pain in Luo Mingzhi's neck, and when he touched it, he found blood. Startled, his legs weakened, trembling uncontrollably. The disbelief and fear in his gaze as he regarded Lin Shirlan were palpable. He could never have imagined that the woman who had always been enamored with him and compliant in all matters would dare to confront him thus. In that moment, with the crimson spear in her grip, her unadorned face pale and hair slightly disheveled, she radiated a unique beauty, resilient yet fragmented, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lin Shirlan's brow tightened, feeling nauseated by his gaze. Get out! With a sharp command, she pivoted the spear, forcefully expelling him from the room. Even after being cast out, Luo Mingzhi's mind lingered on her breathtaking visage, unable to erase it from his thoughts. Inside the room, Lin Shirlan let the spear fall, her complexion even more ashen, her eyes reddening. It is mother who is blind. It is mother who has wronged you both. This is her choice, bringing misfortune upon herself. And it is also her choice that has brought misfortune upon her two children. The little infant struggled to keep her eyes open, blowing bubbles as she gazed at her mother, as if to offer comfort. Observing her reaction, Lin Shirlan broke into a smile, holding her even tighter. Do not worry. Do not worry. Once mother has regained her strength, when your grandfather and uncle return, we shall send your father away. What is of no use at all? Keeping him around serves no purpose, right? The little one listened intently to her words, blowing bubbles. Wow, mother is so impressive. So decisive. I approve. I like it. However, this might prove somewhat challenging. The emperor currently favors Lord Luo, so it may not be so easy to eliminate him. Furthermore, should he be removed, those whom the emperor wishes to employ would likely suffer as well. This troublesome cucumber must be retained for the time being. Ah, I'm sleepy again and hungry. Mother understands what I mean. Eat well and sleep soundly. Chapter 164. The mad and passionate childhood friend only behaves in her presence. Lin Shirlan personally cared for the two children she bore, watching the little one eat to her fill and drift into slumber. A smile unconsciously spread across her face as she leaned down to gently nuzzle the infant. In Chunyuan courtyard, upon seeing Luo Mingzhi return, Su Chunlian refrained from saying much. Weakly lying in bed, she began to cry upon seeing him. She appeared delicate and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Yet her eyes secretly glimmered with satisfaction, for she knew what Luo Mingzhi had just done. That wretched woman dared to treat her thus, and she would soon learn the consequences. Usually, Luo Mingzhi adored her gentle demeanor, yet for some reason today, as he looked at the teary-eyed Su Chunlian, he felt an inexplicable dullness. Something seemed amiss, lacking the brilliance he had just witnessed. Lost in thought, he momentarily froze before turning away. No longer inclined to gaze at Su Chunlian, and in a place where she could not see, he furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain lingering in his eyes. Do not blame your sister. She likely did not intend for this. She may have been angry. It is all my fault that you suffered. Is my sister well now? Su Chunlian, oblivious to the shift in his tone, trembled as she feigned concern. Listening to her, one might mistakenly believe she was genuinely worried. The true instigator, yet so hypocritical. As he recalled the scene he had just witnessed, the image of her shattered and furious visage made his heart quiver. Indeed, she is unwell. Her complexion quite poor. With that thought, he turned to Su Chunlian, his tone unexpectedly laced with a warning. Chunlian, there shall be no next time. Upon hearing his words and realizing their implication, the woman on the bed, her face streaked with tears, froze, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. Yet when she lifted her gaze, she was met only with Luo Mingzhi's icy stare. She is my legitimate wife, he continued, his tone carrying an unmistakable warning. Previously, he had said nothing while Su Chunlian acted with impunity. Now that he recognized her as his legitimate wife, he felt compelled to act. Mingzhi's cousin Su Chunlian was taken aback, but maintained her composure, softening her voice to call out, "Yes, she is my legitimate wife." They were cousins, having grown up together, and whenever she addressed him thus, he would forget everything and comply with her every wish. However, the tricks that once worked so effectively had lost their charm today. Given your current state of health, it is best to keep a low profile and remain calm. Remember what I have said. This is the only warning. Although Luo Mingzhi's heart softened slightly at her voice, recalling Su Chunlian's actions, he hardened his expression. He left with a cold remark, turning his back on her. Yes, he knew everything. He knew that the two slaves who were killed had been arranged by Su Chunlian, and he knew their intentions. He was also aware that Su Chunlian was responsible for the premature labor of Lin Shirlan. Yet even with this knowledge, even with a rare awakening of conscience, he merely brushed it aside with indifference. He truly was despicable. Why? Investigate. I demand you investigate. What did that wretched woman do to deserve such treatment from him? After he departed, a cacophony of frenzied shouts erupted in the room, revealing Su Chunlian's fury. She could not believe that Luo Mingzhi would treat her this way. It must be that wretched woman who had orchestrated something. I knew that wretched woman was merely pretending. She could not possibly be so magnanimous. Back then, she snatched away the promise of my rightful position as his legitimate wife, and now she still wishes to compete with me for Mingzhi. No, I will not allow it. I absolutely will not permit her to succeed. Go inform my aunt quickly. Tell her that I have been harmed by that wretched woman. Hearing Su Chunlian's words, the little maid trembled in fear, responding timidly. But the old lady just came, but the master took her away when he left. What does this mean? Is he determined to prevent her from seeking support? Is he intent on protecting that wretched woman? It cannot be. How could he treat me this way? This time, tears truly filled her eyes, and choked with emotion, she fainted. Auntie, quick, fetch a doctor. The little maidservants were startled, their panic palpable. When the news finally reached Luo Mingzhi's ears, he found it hard to believe, for he had only just departed from there. By the time he hastened back, it was already too late. The previous day, Su Chunlian had intentionally induced labor, hoping to lure them all over and then attack Lin Shirlan and her daughter. She was not foolish. She had already been nearing her due date, and a day or two early was no issue, having used very mild herbs. Yet she had not anticipated that Lin Shirlan, whom she had deliberately sought to harm, would have such a smooth and swift delivery. Even those she had arranged were detected by Lin Shirlan, who retaliated directly. Since yesterday, she had been accumulating anger, compounded by the fact that the inducing drugs were inherently toxic, no matter how mild they might seem. Thus, today's blow was too much for her. In an instant, her body succumbed, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. Although her life was saved, she would never be able to conceive again. Upon receiving the doctor's verdict, she wept bitterly and fainted. Justice had been served. When the news reached Lin Shirlan and her companions, she merely scoffed, uttering a single derisive phrase. Beside her, Luo Yun appeared, joyfully playing with his swaddled sister using a wave drum. Mother, that is indeed the truth. Listening to Lin Shirlan, he responded coolly, his gaze frosty. Yet, when he glanced down to see his sister smiling back at him, his demeanor softened, melting like snow under the sun, replaced by genuine joy. Do you want it? When you grow a bit more, you can have it yourself. No, let's celebrate. Justice had been served. No need to sully Mother's hands. The clever little one was already responding to Luo Yun's words. Lin Shirlan smiled and praised her. The little darling laughed even more joyously, her toothless grin offering a soothing balm to all. After this ordeal, the spring sun courtyard became tranquil, allowing Lin Shirlan to finally rest and recuperate. Days passed swiftly, and Lin Shirlan received letters from her father and brothers. Upon learning that they were safe and that they had indeed apprehended several individuals who sought to spread false news of her demise, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. They had dealt with the culprits and were expected to return victoriously soon. Yet, her gaze darkened as she looked toward the Spring Sun courtyard, a glint of malice in her eyes. If she recalled correctly, that person's maternal family had recently secured a minor military position. Thus, the rumors must have originated from that individual. A vile attempt to disrupt the army's morale and influence the key generals. She was truly deserving of her fate. During this time, Luo Mingjie persistently sought opportunities to approach her, which was quite bothersome. However, Lin Shirlan had instructed her people to keep him at bay. It was unclear whether he was mentally unwell, but the more he was rebuffed, the more frequently he appeared. Truly, he was a persistent nuisance. Nevertheless, they found amusement in the escalating madness and fury of the individual in the Spring Sun courtyard. Witnessing their enemies' discomfort brought them delight. Not long after, Lin Shirlan finally emerged from her confinement. On this day, she rarely took Luo Li outside the courtyard, for her father and brothers had come to visit. She felt elated, knowing they had returned safely. Moreover, both father and son had distinguished themselves in battle and received promotions. Their originally third-ranked general's household had now ascended to the second rank, bringing joy to the entire family. Conversely, the Su family had come under scrutiny due to allegations of corruption, discovered to be exploiting their official positions for personal gain in the military. After barely securing their official status, they had nearly jeopardized significant matters due to their incompetence. The situation had been investigated directly by the emperor's officials, and they were now imprisoned. Upon hearing this news, the matriarch and Su Chunlian were filled with anxiety and frustration, while Luo Mingjie was in a frenzy. However, being caught red-handed by the emperor's people meant that rescuing them would require considerable effort. This was the first time Luo Li had seen the outside world since arriving in this realm. Lin Shirlan had protected her well. Apart from occasional outings for fresh air, she spent her time indoors with her mother. Now, witnessing the new scenery, her eyes darted about, straining to gaze upward. Luo Yun, noticing her fascination, beamed with pride. His eyes filled with affection for his sister. "Father, brother," Lin Shirlan exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears upon seeing the two men waiting in the front hall. Luo Yun's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. "Maternal grandfather, uncle. Oh, why are you all crying? Has someone named Luo been bullying you? Just wait. I will teach him a lesson." The antics of the large man and the small child startled the father and son, prompting them to comfort her. Lin Shirlan quickly stopped them, shaking her head with a tearful smile. "No rush. We haven't had the chance to talk properly yet." At that moment, Luo Li raised her small hand, calling out, "Maternal grandmother," instantly capturing everyone's attention in the hall. Luo Yun naturally extended his hand for her to grasp. His tears replaced with laughter. "Haha, these siblings are quite close." Lin Shirlan nodded, her gaze filled with tenderness as she observed the two children. "Yes, Tuan Tuan adores her brother. Tuan Tuan is wonderful." Seeing this scene, the old general chuckled and sighed with delight, gazing at the little child who had captured his heart. "Come, Tuan Tuan, let grandfather hold you." The old general cradled the little darling, and Luo Li responded with her toothless grin, enchanting the adults around her. "This little one is truly adorable. She resembles her sister so much." Uncle Lin chuckled as he placed a golden safety lock in front of Luo Li. "Come, Tuan Tuan, this is a gift from your uncle. Do you like it? Oh, gold. She loves it." The little darling squealed, her tiny hands reaching out eagerly. This elicited hearty laughter from both father and son. All right, it belongs to Tuan Tuan. She should keep it safe. And these over here are also for you, Tuan Tuan. Here, Yinner, these are yours as well, and Lanner has some too." The father and son brought a considerable amount of gifts, several boxes filled with provisions for the three of them. "By the way, Lanner, what exactly has happened?" Lin Shirlan had not elaborated in her letter, but her father and brother sensed something amiss, especially given their mother and sister's reactions, which raised their suspicions. Observing the worried expressions on her father and brother's faces, Lin Shirlan decided not to hide the truth and recounted the events as they had transpired. Hearing the details, both father and son were furious, wishing they could seize that scoundrel and punish him severely. How dare he act so brazenly, favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife? Uncle Lin gritted his teeth in anger. "It is my fault for being blind and aligning with the wrong people," Lin Shirlan replied, tears in her eyes, finally revealing her vulnerability in front of her supportive family. "Bang! Damn it! How dare Luo Mingjie?" Uncle Lin, slammed his palm on the table, startling the servants outside who were unaware of the situation. The hastily arriving Luo Mingzhi was taken aback. "Father-in-law, brother." Confused, he called out, but was met with a slap from the old general and a punch from Uncle Lin. "We cannot bear this title. Come, Lanner, let us return home. This filthy place is unworthy of us." Not wanting to linger even a moment longer after learning the truth, they were eager to leave. Lin Shirlan did not refuse, taking Luo Yun's hand and following behind her uncle, while Luo Li remained cradled in the old general's arms. "Lan Niang." Luo Mingzhi, recovering from shock, attempted to intervene but was shoved aside by Uncle Lin. Thus, disregarding Luo Mingzhi's attempts to stop them, the mother and her 2 children returned to her family home. The entire Luo household was mired in filth, filled with despicable individuals. Even a day spent there felt tainted. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before the Luo family encountered trouble, and it was best to distance themselves from such a tainted environment as soon as possible. Without waiting for Luo Mingzhi to act, Lin Shirlan instructed her people to spread the news as she departed the Luo residence. Soon, the tale of the official who favored a concubine over his wife, forcing her to return to her maternal home with her children, spread throughout the capital. Luo Mingzhi scarcely had time to manage these affairs, as the situation with the Su family had already overwhelmed him. Su Chunlian and the old matriarch were causing quite a commotion. "Master, how dare she slander you like this? She seeks to ruin your reputation." Upon Lin Shirlan's departure, she felt a certain joy within, yet it did not prevent her from secretly instigating matters to incite further disdain in Luo Mingzhi towards Lin Shirlan. "Silence. This is all you're doing." In response to Su Chunlian's words, Luo Mingzhi bellowed angrily before storming off. Meanwhile, within the Lin residence, a scene of merriment unfolded. In the backyard, the grandmother's little darling was cradled in Lin Shirlan's arms, her eyes fixed intently on her elder brother and another young boy practicing martial arts. "You and her performed admirably. Young master, perhaps you should take a break?" The 3-year-old child, despite her tender age, bore a countenance more mature and serious than that of adults, stubbornly shaking her head while gripping her wooden sword tightly. Observing this, Uncle Lin sighed deeply. The little darling bit her tiny hand, only to be gently pulled away by her mother. "You can't chew on that. It's dirty," Lin Shirlan said softly, gazing into the bright eyes of her child. The chapter unfolds with the little darling obediently retracting her hand, though her saliva-soaked fingers still reached towards her uncle and the others. "We mustn't disturb them while they practice martial arts," Lin Shirlan said gently, pressing her daughter's chubby cheek against her own. "When Tuan is older, I shall teach you." It is often said that loving someone is akin to nurturing a flower, and this sentiment rings true. Although Lin Shirlan had come to a certain understanding while in the Luo residence, the suffocating feeling akin to a cage still plagued her. It had only been a few days since her return to the Lin family, yet her spirits had notably improved, often graced with a smile. In the presence of the old general and his kin, she appeared much like the youthful maiden she once was before her marriage. The little darling seemed to comprehend only vaguely, her gaze still fixed in that direction. As commotion ensued, the young boy turned to glance over, but quickly returned to his practice with unwavering determination. Alas, Uncle Lin lamented helplessly. The young master shared a similar fate with Luo Li and the others. He was the only brother of the current emperor, the son of the king of Qing. However, the king of Qing, as a nobleman, was far more indulgent than Luo Mingzhi, having frequented the pleasure houses since his youth. After marriage, he took numerous concubines. The young master was the legitimate son of the king of Qing's consort, yet she passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving him alone. The king, known for his frivolous nature, paid little heed to the affairs of his household, where countless women sought to elevate their status following the death of the legitimate wife. For the young master, who occupied the position of the legitimate heir and had already been conferred the title of heir apparent, they could hardly tolerate his presence as an obstacle. Growing up amidst such sordid scheming, the young master developed a cold and obstinate demeanor as a form of self-preservation. Uncle Lin, renowned as one of the top martial artists in the capital, welcomed the young master as a disciple upon learning of his return from victorious endeavors. Understanding his situation, Uncle Lin's heart softened, and he agreed to teach him. On this first day, he guided him alongside Luo Yun in their martial practice. Though still a child, he struggled to maintain a stable stance, yet his stubbornness was unparalleled, having practiced diligently for quite some time to the point of overexertion. Observing the situation, the little darling began to vocalize her encouragement. Luo Yun, thinking his sister was calling for him, set aside his belongings and rushed over. Brother is here. Tuan Tuan, be good. However, the little darling was not appeased. Her lips quivered, and she burst into tears, soft and heart-wrenching. What is wrong, Tuan Tuan? Are you hungry? The two adults grew anxious at her distress. Lin Sherlon quickly took her back, but no amount of coaxing seemed effective. Even nursing did not soothe her, indicating it was not hunger. Remembering the earlier look in her eyes, she paused and tentatively brought Tuan Tuan back outside, closer to the young master. Indeed, the little darling's mood visibly improved as she gazed longingly at the young master. Mo Sun turned to look at her, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet almost immediately, the little darling's eyes reddened, and she pouted before crying again. However, her cries were not of the irritating sort, but rather soft and plaintive, evoking a natural sense of compassion. Tuan Tuan, do you wish for the young master? Uncle Lin seemed to grasp the situation, glancing at Mo Sun and inquiring tentatively. The little darling could not respond verbally, but her tiny hand reached out toward him, as if desiring to be embraced. Luo Yin clutched his heart. Feeling a pang of sorrow, he understood that his sister was not calling for him, but for another brother instead. Observing the reactions of those around them, Mo Sun hesitated momentarily before approaching, extending his hand toward the little darling. The tips of his fingers were grasped by her, the unfamiliar sensation causing him to pause. Upon looking up, he was met with a sweet, toothless smile that was quite healing. Mo Sun remained silent, yet the smile left him momentarily dazed, his serious expression softening slightly. It seemed that Tuan Tuan held a fondness for the young master, and Lin Sherlon could not help but chuckle at the sight. The little darling grinned widely, her bright eyes fixed on him, her tiny hands gripping him tightly. It is said that children do not remember much at the age of 3, yet this moment was one that Mo Sun would carry with him for a lifetime. Tuan Tuan proved to be quite clingy, often insisting that Lin Sherlon take her to see the brothers, each time bringing her sweet, milky smile and holding hands with them. Her appearance was indeed endearing. The mischievous grandson has returned the divorce papers, Uncle Lin remarked, though his expression was less than favorable. On the first day of bringing the mother and daughter back, after confirming Lin Sherlon's intentions, they had sent the papers over. Given the circumstances, it seemed better to sever ties cleanly than to remain entangled as resentful partners. To his surprise, Luo Mingzhi had the audacity to refuse. However, it was understandable. The Luo family's only treasured grandson remained in the Lin household. It was rumored that his favored concubine had suffered an injury that would prevent future pregnancies. He deserves it, Uncle Lin thought. No worries, he will eventually acquiesce. Lin Sherlon remained unperturbed. With the backing of her family, she felt emboldened. She could afford to wait. However, brother, isn't it time to hasten your marriage plans? Father has mentioned it several times, she chided gently. I am not in a hurry, Uncle Lin replied, a rare blush on his cheeks. Why not? You are 2 years my senior, now 25. Look at me, Yinner is already this big, and then look at you. If you do not hurry, it will be too late. Holding her daughter, Lin Sherlon spoke earnestly. Their mother had passed away early, and their father was often away at war. The siblings had essentially grown up on the battlefield. It was only when they reached a certain age that they returned to the capital to consider marriage. She had immediately been smitten by the handsome and cultured Luo Mingzhi, plunging headlong into that relationship. Her brother, on the other hand, had followed their father to war, and years had slipped by. Upon reflecting, Lin Sherlon suddenly appeared lost in thought. What is it? Uncle Lin sensed something amiss and inquired. Nothing, she replied softly, shaking her head. Before her marriage, she had believed that her feelings for Luo Mingzhi were mutual. The events had unfolded smoothly from the start. Both families were agreeable, and he readily accepted, professing his affection for her. It was only after their marriage that she discovered Luo Mingzhi had a cousin with whom he shared mutual feelings, and their families had even arranged a betrothal, though the engagement had been suddenly called off for reasons unknown. At that time, Luo Mingzhi had skillfully maintained his facade of deep affection, insisting that he truly liked her, and that his cousin was merely a wish of his mother, the old matriarch of the Luo family. For this reason, they spent 3 years in a blissful marital life. However, everything abruptly changed when the matriarch insisted on elevating Su Chunlian to the status of a concubine in the household. From that moment onward, his demeanor shifted significantly. He constantly expressed his sense of indebtedness towards his cousin, urging her to be magnanimous and obedient. Blinded by love at that time, she foolishly believed his words, only to find their relationship deteriorating further. Once a spirited young woman, she transformed into a resentful wife, weeping daily as she listened to his affections for others. Fearing that her family might worry, she concealed her suffering and endured it in silence. Now, reflecting on those times, Lin Sherlon felt as if she had been bewitched. Her mind clouded with confusion. In retrospect, everything seems to have a traceable origin. Initially, Luo Mingzhi's acquiescence likely stemmed from his desire for the power and influence of the Lin family. After all, when she first married, Luo Mingzhi was merely a low-ranking official, far from the esteemed position of a high-ranking minister he held now. Over the years, the Lin family indeed provided him with significant advantages. Upon reflection, it was precisely when Luo Mingzhi began to change his attitude that his career started to flourish, no longer needing to rely on the Lin family. Looking back, it was all a calculated scheme. She harbored intense hatred, not only for her own past blindness, but also for Luo Mingzhi's treachery and betrayal. Remembering the tragic lives of the three of them in her past life filled her eyes with tears of rage. She was determined to make them all pay the price. Chapter 167. The mad and obsessive childhood friend only behaves well in front of her upon sensing her mother's distress. The little bundle in her arms cried out, gazing up at Lin Sherlon. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Sherlon looked down and smiled gently. Good girl, Mama will coax you to sleep. With Lin Sherlon's soothing words, the little one soon drifted into slumber. Being a woman of action, Lin Sherlon quickly resolved to take matters into her own hands. Her previous concessions had allowed Su Chunlian and others to become increasingly audacious. Now, with a quick search, she found ample evidence of Luo Mingzhi's favoritism towards his concubine at the expense of his wife. Su Chunlian, quite pleased with her favored status, would often compare herself to Lin Sherlon at social gatherings, always striving to outshine her. Each incident, observed by others, had already given rise to gossip. But Lin Sherlon's passive demeanor at that time prevented any significant uproar. Now, as these matters resurfaced, and with the Lin family's backing, the news quickly spread throughout the capital. The officials from the censorate began to submit memorials to impeach Luo Mingzhi, causing the emperor considerable distress. Su Chunlian's previous pride and display had now become evidence, wielded as a weapon against them. Meanwhile, the old general, with tears streaming down his face, brought Lin Sherlon into the palace, seeking the emperor's intervention to obtain a divorce decree. Your Majesty, my heart is heavy. I have only this one daughter, and her mother passed away early. I have raised her with great difficulty, playing both father and mother. How can I bear to see her suffer such injustices? Your Majesty, you must intervene on our behalf. Listening to General Lin's cries, the emperor rubbed his forehead in frustration and cast a cold glance at Luo Mingzhi, who immediately lowered his head, clenching his fist beneath his sleeves. Did she truly wish to part ways with him? You may leave now, and next time, ensure your clothing is clean. Do not always rely on him to wipe your mess. The emperor's frown deepened at the sight of Luo Mingzhi. Understanding the emperor's unspoken words, Luo Mingzhi dared not resist the command. Once Luo Mingzhi exited through a side door, the emperor made his way outside. Hearing General Lin's continued lamentations, Lin Sherlon nearly lost her composure. Noticing her expression, General Lin shot her a sharp glance, as if to say, "What is this smirking expression on your face?" Clearing her throat, Lin Sherlon quickly reddened her eyes. My lord, please rise. Just then, the emperor stepped out and promptly assisted General Lin to his feet. Your Majesty, both father and daughter greeted with bowed heads, their eyes clouded with sorrow. No need for formalities. The Lin family had recently earned military accolades, and the emperor certainly did not want to dishearten such loyal subjects. With that support, their visit today had already secured a favorable outcome. Your Majesty, my heart is heavy. Upon seeing the emperor, General Lin poured forth his grievances, recounting every hardship in detail. Lin Sherlon remained silent, tears streaming down her face. They had previously discussed their strategy. General Lin would take the lead in expressing their plight, while she would portray the victim. In ancient times, a woman's life was fraught with challenges, and had she spoken out, she could easily fall victim to malicious rumors. Therefore, having her elders' backing was paramount. After their heartfelt collaboration, the emperor appeared considerably more at ease. Indeed, Luo Mingzhi had acted improperly, but Luo Yun was still the legitimate heir of the Luo family. If he were to return to the Lin family, the emperor's words trailed off, but both General Lin and his daughter understood what was left unsaid. The implication was that while a divorce was permissible, taking Luo Yun along was a different matter altogether. After all, Luo Yun remained the only male heir of the Luo family. This concern had already crossed the Lin family's mind, prompting General Lin to wail, "Your Majesty. Luo Mingzhi is still in his youth, not yet 30. His future offspring are not a concern, as he has other children. But our Lin family has only this one descendant. You know my rebellious son has yet to marry. If he were to meet a misfortune on the battlefield, our lineage would indeed come to an end. If we have Yun'er, at least there is hope for our legacy. Moreover, General Lin's daughter had encountered ill fortune and would face even greater difficulties in the future. If there were to be Yun'er and her siblings, they would at least have someone to look after them. Your Majesty, I have served diligently for years without asking for anything. This time, I am truly compelled to seek your assistance." Fortunately, Lin's uncle was still a bachelor. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to present such reasoning so smoothly. The emperor thought it slightly skewed, yet it seemed valid enough. Luo Mingzhi was still young, so concerns about heirs were unwarranted. The Lin family had indeed served the Tianwu Empire loyally for many years. As the emperor, he could not allow an old minister to feel disheartened. After pondering for a moment, the emperor finally acquiesced. "Very well, I shall advocate for you, General Lin." With a reassuring pat on General Lin's shoulder, the emperor declared, "A gentleman's word is his bond. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your wisdom." Chapter 168. The mad and obsessive childhood friend only behaves well in front of her. The emperor's actions were swift. As soon as General Lin and his daughter returned home, the imperial decree arrived. Upon learning that the emperor had indeed granted the divorce and allowed the children to remain with the Lin family, Luo Mingzhi was left in disbelief. To confirm the truth of the matter, he made a special trip to the palace. Previously, the emperor had not agreed to such terms. The children were at least a connection between him and Lan'er. Even if a divorce occurred, he could still find opportunities to reconcile through them. But now, why had things turned out this way? "Your Majesty, that is my legitimate son." Upon hearing his words, the emperor cast an irritated glance in his direction, as if to say, "You are aware that is your legitimate son? You know that is your rightful wife, your legitimate daughter? Why did you not act sooner? You are still young. There will be more children. The matter is settled. You may leave." With that, he simply echoed General Lin's words back to him. Due to recent events, he has developed a slight aversion towards Lu Mingzhi. However, considering that Lu Mingzhi still holds some importance, he refrained from expressing his discontent further. "Your Majesty," Lu Mingzhi appeared tormented, eager to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by the emperor's raised hand. "The bloodline cannot be severed. Even if they are in the Lin family, as long as you can be a good father, you will always remain their father. Enough, I am weary. You may leave." After uttering these words, the emperor rested his forehead on his hand and closed his eyes, offering no further engagement. Witnessing this, Lu Mingzhi clenched his fists and could only withdraw with reluctance. Nonetheless, the emperor's words resonated within him. Indeed, blood ties cannot be broken. As long as he strives and invests his heart, there remains a possibility for redemption. Contemplating this, hope ignited in his eyes. All of these, move them all away. Meanwhile, Uncle Lin and his associates acted swiftly. As soon as the news arrived, Uncle Lin brought people to move the belongings. "What are you doing? These are Lu family's possessions." The matriarch, who usually remains aloof, was suddenly agitated, watching Uncle Lin's actions with visible distress. "The Lu family's belongings? Have some dignity." He pointed to several shabby boxes not far away and tossed a list onto the ground. "Do you see that? Those are truly your Lu family's possessions. The betrothal gifts you sent." Lu Shirlan had indeed married beneath her status. Compared to her dowry, the Lu family's meager betrothal gifts were laughable. At that time, Lu Mingzhi had the audacity to claim that he had done his utmost to procure the best items. Bah, what a blind fool he had been back then. "As for these years during which you borrowed my sister's dowry, I will not enumerate them. Let these suffice as compensation. Rest assured, we are not in need of trifles, nor do we covet your possessions." Uncle Lin was audacious indeed. Lacking the storehouse key, he simply broke in. "The emperor decreed that henceforth the two families shall have no further ties. Your belongings will be returned to you, and what belongs to my sister is hers alone. We shall not take anything else." After finishing, he gestured for the last item to be removed and said, "Let us return and treat the brothers to some wine." Good, good. Today, Uncle Lin had called upon the brothers from the army. Although drinking was typically forbidden in the barracks, it was permissible at the Lin residence. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chunlian nearly wrung her silk handkerchief to shreds. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the infant beside her continued to wail, her cries sharp and piercing, inducing a headache. "Ah, old matriarch." In a fit of rage, the matriarch fainted. Upon Lu Mingzhi's return, he was met with chaos. The matriarch lay unconscious. The storeroom was half empty, and Su Chunlin was lamenting, yearning for an eye salve. The child, whether hungry or otherwise, cried incessantly. Each issue added to his agitation, and he held his head in his hands. How could they be so oppressive? After all, they had shared years of marital affection. Was this not a deliberate affront, designed to humiliate him? Enough. Silence. Quickly take her away. Can't you see her crying? Will you not attend to her? Get out, all of you. Already fraught with irritation, Su Chunlin's incessant wailing pushed Lu Mingzhi beyond his limits. Yet, he forgot that he had once cherished her demeanor. What had caused this transformation in him? Unlike the tumultuous Lu household, the Lin residents radiated joy. To celebrate, they prepared a grand feast. Of course, it was not overly ostentatious, merely a gathering with the brothers who had joined them today. Separated by a screen, Lin Shirlan dined with her 3 children. Mo Sun had not rushed home today, having been invited by Uncle Lin to stay. At this moment, he was being tightly held by the little milk dumpling. Her toothless grin bright. Mother, why does my sister like young Master Lu so much? Lu Yun felt discomfort. Although he possessed memories of a past life, he was still a novice brother who had never interacted with his sister. Seeing how fond she was of someone else, he felt envy. Whoa! Upon hearing this, Lu Li turned her small head and grasped her brother's hand with her other hand. A sweet, toothless smile emerged, melting hearts. Not all. Sister also adores Brother Yin. Lin Shirlan chuckled softly at this scene. Her daughter was truly clever, so young yet aware of fairness. As if in agreement with her mother-esque words. The little milk dumpling chirped happily. This tender moment caught Mo Sun's attention, and a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, he was startled by a warm touch on his head as the woman before him affectionately ruffled his hair. Young master, do you find the food to your liking? Your sister can be clingy. Please eat some first. Don't let yourself go hungry. Ignoring Mo Sun's status, Lin Shirlan treated him like an ordinary child. Her voice laced with gentle coaxing. Mo Sun nodded in surprise, beginning to eat, yet he did not release the little milk dumpling's hand. Lowering his head, he discreetly wiped away the tears that threatened to spill. Today was, in fact, his birthday, yet no one knew, not even his father. He wished to avoid returning to the terrifying palace filled with cannibals, not wanting to spend his birthday in solitude. Thus, when Uncle Lin extended the invitation, he did not refuse. Though no one was aware, he felt quite joyful today. Unbeknownst to him, the little milk dumpling watched him with unwavering attention. Who says no one knows? She knows, but she cannot speak of it. At parting, the little milk dumpling grasped his hand once more, babbling and producing a small jade buckle she had found, pressing it into his palm. He thought she was merely placing it randomly, so he attempted to set it aside, yet she stubbornly insisted on gifting it to him. He understood now. She wanted to present him with a token. A delicate, milky white little object, accompanied by her sweet smile, was truly heartwarming. Thank you. Observing her expression, he softly expressed his gratitude, clutching the jade buckle tightly in his hand. He intended to etch her smile into his memory. He remembered it vividly. It was the first gift he had ever received on his birthday. Chapter 169. The madcap childhood friend is only good in her presence. Thus, the matter of divorce reached a conclusion. Similarly, Lu Mingzhi's efforts concerning the Su family also drew to a close. After Lu Mingzhi's maneuvering, no lives were lost. Yet the entire family faced exile 1,000 miles away. Regrettably, the journey was fraught with difficulties, and they unfortunately encountered bandits, resulting in their demise. Alas, how tragic. However, in a previous life, General Lin and Uncle Lin suffered a far worse fate. And if this time they failed to receive news about Lin Shirlan and overlooked the Su family, timely intervention could prevent the enormous blunder that would lead to the deaths of innocent soldiers. In the previous life, General Lin, Uncle Lin, and several soldiers perished due to this. The battlefield is no child's play. Those who do not regard lives as sacred, using them to amass wealth, deserve no sympathy. Henceforth, Su Chunlin truly had no support behind her. In seeking revenge against Lu Mingzhi, Lin Shirlan and her allies were resolute. The Su family was mere trifles. After successfully extricating themselves from the Lu family, Lin Shirlan began to take action, with even the young Lu Yun finding ways to assist. Having been married to Lu Mingzhi for 7 years, Lin Shirlan, though lacking genuine affection, had gained some understanding of him over time. Lu Mingzhi currently held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, where monetary matters were often entangled with corruption. It was virtually impossible to remain untainted. After all, who could resist the allure of wealth? Likewise, Lu Mingzhi had his own secrets. Leveraging the connections of the Lin family, they swiftly commenced a thorough investigation. Upon realizing Lin Shirlan's intentions, Lu Li also sought to involve Xiao Baikai, providing them with convenient leads. After days of relentless effort, they finally uncovered significant evidence regarding Luo Mingzhi's embezzlement, an astonishing sum of 1,000 taels of silver amassed over 6 months. It seems that Luo Mingzhi is quite cunning. Perhaps the incident involving the Su family has made him more vigilant, ensuring that he leaves no trace. However, every crime leaves a mark, and ultimately, even the most meticulous plans can contain flaws. The information was discreetly submitted to the emperor's case, and the collected evidence was sent in secrecy. While the Lin family awaited the outcome, to their surprise, the result was unexpected. Although the emperor was furious, he chose to suppress the information. This was because Luo Mingzhi had been secretly working for the emperor. The former emperor's accomplishments were mediocre, leaving the throne in disarray, an outwardly impressive facade concealing internal chaos. With external conflicts and internal corruption rampant, the Ministry of Revenue, overseeing financial matters, was fraught with complications, requiring the emperor to install his own people. Luo Mingzhi was that individual. While the emperor was outraged by Luo Mingzhi's private theft, this also became leverage. A pawn with a weakness is easier to control. Upon learning this outcome, the Lin family was taken aback. Who would have thought that the scoundrel Luo Mingzhi could still prove useful? Lin's uncle remarked coldly, nearly labeling Luo Mingzhi a worthless fool. Thankfully, they had been prudent and did not escalate the matter. Lin's old general furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply. He instructed that all traces be meticulously wiped clean to prevent anyone from discovering the evidence originated from the Lin family. Although every noble family has its own web of connections, these are generally hidden from public view. While they harbored no ill intentions, should the emperor become aware, they would inevitably attract his suspicion. For now, it seemed prudent to let the matter lie. With a sigh, Lin's old general gazed fondly at his daughter. With the emperor's intervention, Luo Mingzhi could not resolve this issue in the short term. The emperor had already discreetly sent someone to warn Luo Mingzhi, testing his cleverness. If he remained blinded by greed, they might not need to dirty their hands. Listening to Lin's old general, Lin Shirlan furrowed her brow but ultimately nodded. A useless pawn is merely a discarded piece. If he proves disobedient, his master will deal with him personally. Nevertheless, they would not allow Luo Mingzhi to live in ease. This outcome was not beyond Luo Li's expectations. After confirming with Xiao Baikai that all traces of the Lin family's involvement had been meticulously erased, she lazily yawned and nestled into her mother's embrace, slipping into a deep slumber. Time flows swiftly, and the years pass by like a fleeting thread. Knowing that Luo Li enjoyed basking in the sun in the courtyard and watching her brothers practice martial arts, Lin Shirlan took her there each day. Thus, the days passed in a monotonous rhythm. The little one, having successfully rolled over for the first time, began to sprout her first teeth. She sat up steadily for the first time and slowly learned to crawl. Each milestone in her growth was witnessed by her brothers and family. Liang Yang, still caught in the surprise of the little one standing and taking her first steps, Lin Shirlan heard a tender voice. Hey, hey! She caught the stumbling little one. Overwhelmed with joy. Mother is here, mother is here. The others, still recovering from their astonishment, echoed her delight. Sister can walk. Sister can call for mother. Wow, my sister is amazing. 7-year-old Luo Yun, in the presence of family, remained childlike, nearly leaping onto Mo Sun beside him in excitement. Mo Sun discreetly avoided him, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he watched the soft little one. Oh, Tuan Tuan, come, call me uncle. I will give you this big bracelet. Lin's uncle, equally delighted, approached Luo Li with a large golden bracelet. Having observed his niece's fondness for such golden trinkets, he presented it with enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, the little one's eyes sparkled. Yay! Her tiny hands reached for the bracelet. Brother, why are you teasing her? Haven't she learned so quickly? Tuan Tuan, come, call mother again, and mother will give you a golden treasure. Hearing this, the little one clasped her hands, gazing up with bright, expectant eyes at her mother. A soft, tender call escaped her lips. Hey! Lin Shirlan responded joyfully and immediately produced a piece of gold, placing it in the little one's hands. Its weight was considerable, and the little one struggled to hold it, prompting Lin Shirlan to chuckle as she took it back. Mother will help Tuan Tuan put it in her little treasure chest. Upon hearing this, the little one smiled contentedly. Tuan Tuan, to say it once more, call uncle. Observing this scene, Lin's uncle felt a twinge of envy but remained undeterred, continuing his efforts to teach her. On the other side, the two brothers, drawn by the commotion, joined in. Under the eager gaze of everyone, the little one looked at Lin's uncle, more specifically at the large bracelet in his hand. Although her voice was still soft and unrefined, it brought Lin's uncle immense joy. "Hey, Uncle is here. Uncle heard you." He scooped the little one into his arms, ecstatic. "Sister, call your brother. You haven't called your brother yet. Brother also has something for you." Mimicking, Luo Yun rummaged through his belongings, pulling out his little pouch and handing it all to her. Mo Sun, watching, quietly placed his jade pendant beside the little one, saying nothing. But his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luo Li beamed at them, revealing her few, budding teeth, extending her hands to grasp one brother in each. "Gidge," she called swiftly, clearly having prepared for this moment. "Tuan Tuan learns quickly. It seems she likes her brothers even more," Lin Shirlan remarked with amusement. The little one looked over at her and flashed a sweet smile. A soft, tender call melted her heart. However, she was not the only one enchanted. The others nearby felt equally charmed. From that moment on, every time she called for her brothers, they were eager to oblige. "Gunyang, that one from the Luo family has come again." Upon hearing the maid's announcement, the atmosphere shifted and their expressions turned cold. They swiftly dismissed her. Over the course of a year, the continual appearances of concubines had only soured their opinions of him. "Disgusting. Shirlan, does he not fear tarnishing your reputation?" The divorce decree clearly stated their separation. His relentless pursuit was nothing short of deliberate harassment. With his persistent interference, even if Lin Shirlan wished to remarry in the future, he would undoubtedly disrupt her plans. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirlan's expression darkened. "Luo Shangshu wishes to meet the young master and young miss." Soon, the maid returned, her expression stiff and difficult to read. "He is not welcome." Luo Yun's stance was unequivocal. They stood firmly by their mother's side. "Yinner, keep an eye on your sister. Mother will be back shortly." That day, news quickly spread throughout the capital about Luo Shangshu being doused with filth in the streets while pursuing the Lin family's Gunyang, leaving him in a pitiful state. Enduring the scornful gazes of the city, Luo Mingzhi found himself utterly humiliated. Finally, he dared not approach the Lin family again. "Master, how could she treat you so disdainfully? Now the whole city knows she intends to humiliate you, dragging your name through the mud. You must not go again. It pains me to see you like this." A year later, Su Chunlian's instigation had begun to take effect once more. The guilt Luo Mingzhi once felt towards Lin Shirlan had now transformed into resentment. "It is dire, my lord. The mistress has learned of today's events and has fainted in her fury. The physician has declared that it is a sign of a stroke." The maid, trembling with fear, quickly knelt and lowered her head, anxious to avoid incurring wrath. The Lin family's departure, taking away 2 children and half of the estate as possessions, was a profound humiliation, and the mistress's health had already been compromised by this outrage. Yet, Lo Mingzhi, instead of seeking justice, continued to placate the Lin family, further aggravating the mistress's distress. For the past year, she had been administering subtle remedies alongside Su Chunlian, yet to no avail. Moreover, her urging for Lo Mingzhi to take a concubine for offspring had yielded no good news, adding to her worries. Each incident had accumulated to a point where the old matriarch could bear it no longer, resulting in this explosive episode. Cursed be the Lin family. In a fit of rage, Lo Mingzhi directed all blame toward them, failing to reflect on his own shortcomings. He remained oblivious to the fleeting satisfaction that flickered in Su Chunlian's eyes. Her aunt, who was indeed her blood relative, had never treated her with kindness. Initially, she had been stripped of her rightful status as the main wife, relegated to the role of a concubine. Subsequently, due to health complications, she was abandoned and faced competition from numerous other concubines for her husband's affections. Naturally, she harbored resentment towards this aunt. From the moment that glimmer in her eyes appeared, the incapacitated matriarch was doomed to suffer. Thus commenced 5 years of astonishing events emanating from the low residence, reverberating throughout the capital. Following the matriarch's stroke and paralysis, the household was rife with scheming and rivalry among the numerous concubines. Despite the abundance of concubines, Lo Mingzhi had not fathered a single child in 5 years. Was he incapable? Did his own niece truly wish to bring harm to her paralyzed aunt? How could such a filial son harbor such intentions? Wishing to elevate a concubine to the status of the main wife simply because she was the mother of his only surviving child? Ultimately, The matriarch was driven to her grave by her grievances. Fearing the scorn of the world due to the matriarch's plight, Lo Mingzhi dared not elevate that concubine to the title of wife. However, he allowed her to refer to herself as such within the household, disregarding propriety. For 5 consecutive years, the Lo family was embroiled in scandalous affairs, each more sensational than the last, drawing keen interest and gossip. Of course, these revelations were aided by the Lin family, who merely sought to entertain the populace. It was only recently that the Lin family openly severed ties. After 5 years of neglect, Lo Mingzhi, upon realizing his own inability to sire children, suddenly remembered the children he had with the Lin family and sought to retrieve them. Such naivety! At the entrance of the Lin residence, Uncle Lin, accompanied by a group of retainers, unceremoniously expelled Lo Mingzhi. There is no need to erect walls in every city. Your face alone as the minister of the Lo family will suffice. After 5 long years of indifference towards the children, only now, when he found himself incapable, did he think to remember them? Or was his concern all this time? Truly, he possesses the audacity of a wall. If he genuinely cared for the children, his actions over the past 5 years would certainly reflect that. Such a person is unworthy to be a father. Begone. Should you appear again, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. Uncle Lin, filled with rage, spat at Lo Mingzhi before dismissing him. At that moment, Lo Mingzhi's countenance was akin to one who had ingested something foul. Indeed, he had tasted such disdain before. I have come to inform you that Luo Yun is of my bloodline. He must eventually acknowledge his roots. With Uncle Lin's expression darkening further, Lo Mingzhi managed to utter this before hastily departing. Coward! Uncle Lin regarded his retreating figure with disdain. Upon returning home, after everyone had gathered for the evening, Uncle Lin recounted the day's events, prompting the entire family to strategize. One could only wonder if Lo Mingzhi was facing retribution, judging by his demeanor. He would not easily relent. After sharing this, Uncle Lin did not forget to express his sarcasm. Let him come. We shall meet him with whatever he brings. Having spent the day engaged in business, Lin Shirlan returned home, her brows furrowing as she absorbed the news. Glancing at her 2 children, she coldly declared that, regardless of circumstances, she would never return them. Agreed. The others nodded, their expressions resolute, and began to take swift action. A few days later, the royal family hosted a flower viewing event, gathering officials, noble families, and young scions from across the capital. After 5 years, the once little boy had grown into a young lad, and the once chubby little girl had blossomed into a delicate and lovely young lady. Brother, do you know where Guemo Sun is? Luo Yun, holding his sister's hand, was not surprised by her inquiry. Whenever she learned of Mo Sun's whereabouts, her first instinct was to seek him out. I know. I will take you there. Luo Yun felt a twinge of sorrow, but brushed it aside. Accustomed to it by now, over the years, Mo Sun had frequently visited the Lin residence to practice martial arts, effectively growing up there and becoming akin to a half-brother. Halt! However, the siblings had not ventured far when they were confronted by a girl clad in a bright red dress, plump and seemingly of a similar age. They exchanged glances, confirming their unfamiliarity with the newcomer, who regarded them with palpable hostility. Are you from the Lin general's residence? The girl, despite her youth, exuded an air of arrogance, her chin held high as if looking down on them. And if we are, though unfamiliar with her, their demeanor alone was enough to provoke. I warn you, I am the sole legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. You shall never claim my position. She glared at Luo Li, her eyes brimming with undisguised disdain, then turned to Luo Yun. And you, my mother has declared that even if I were to invite suitors, I would never entrust the Lo family estate to you. You two shall never return to the Lo family. Upon hearing this, the identity of the girl became clear. She was the sole legitimate daughter of the Lo family. How amusing, the siblings thought, chuckling at her haughty demeanor, as if she were a princess of the realm. Legitimate daughter? I recall that the current minister of the Lo family has no lawful wife. It seems the estate is filled with concubines. Now it becomes clear. The offspring of a concubine is considered a legitimate daughter? This was indeed a rare tale to hear. Luo Yun pulled Luo Li behind him, guarding her as he spoke with a feigned astonishment. When they left the Lo residence, his sister had been too young to grasp the intricacies involving their family, but he would ensure her safety. Hearing his words, Luo Li closed her mouth, having almost forgotten her brother's sharp tongue, which required no assistance from her. You, the child, wise beyond her years, quickly understood his mockery, her round face contorted with anger. Before she could retort, Luo Yun interrupted coldly. Rest assured, Your precious position is entirely secure. No one will vie with you for it. Such a foul-smelling thing is of no interest to us. Only you would desire it." With that, he intended to lead Luo Li away, but paused to glance back, delivering a final scornful remark. Born of a concubine, it appears one's upbringing is rather lacking. The Lo family estate? A trove of ill-gotten gains, a double-edged sword, best left for them to cherish alone. Human nature inclines towards gaiety, and the commotion quickly captivated the attention of others. However, before anyone could scrutinize further, the brother and sister departed. All that remained was the sight of an unfamiliar plump child standing angrily in place. "Who is that?" someone curiously inquired. That is the eldest daughter of the Luo family." Upon hearing this intentionally revealing introduction, the crowd exhibited expressions of sudden understanding. A glance revealed immediate disdain. They had heard numerous tales about the Luo family, each more shocking than the last, and the presence of such an official in the court was indeed a source of embarrassment. Nowadays, the censor practically had to submit petitions to impeach Luo Mingzhi every few days. Whether it was resurrecting past grievances, pointing out his favoritism towards concubines over his wife, or accusing him of being unfilial and unjust, it was said that he had even driven his own mother to her grave over a concubine. Moreover, he was utterly lacking in discipline, with no semblance of order in his household. He actually indulged concubines and illegitimate daughters, allowing them to arrogate titles such as madam and legitimate daughter, completely disregarding the ancestral rules established since time immemorial. In summary, each and every fact was indeed contemptible. Many esteemed families present, known for their adherence to propriety, were firmly averse to any association with the Luo family. It was baffling how a mere concubine would dare instruct a child to call her mother. Such a lack of decorum from an illegitimate daughter was truly astonishing. Indeed, it was said that the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. And what a Minister Luo! He was indeed a peculiar character. The presence of such an official in the court was a blemish on the dignity of the realm. Why, in light of all this, does His Majesty not demote him? Upon hearing this, others nearby hastily gestured for silence and scanned their surroundings. Only when they saw nothing out of the ordinary did they relax. His Majesty's intentions are not for us to discuss. Let us speak less, for there are ears beyond the wall. However, according to what our Lord has said, it should be soon. He has already expressed his anger on several occasions. At this point, the speaker suddenly fell silent, leaving others in suspense. "What is it? Speak quickly." "Hush, the secrets must not be revealed. In any case, the future of the Luo family is bleak." With that, the person discreetly took their leave, leaving a group of bewildered individuals behind. However, they all understood the implications of what they had heard. Following this revelation, they were even more reluctant to engage with anyone from the Luo family. This led to Su Chunlian, who had painstakingly persuaded Luo Mingzhi to bring his daughter out, experiencing nothing but cold shoulders. Regardless of her proactive attempts, no one paid her any heed, and she faced constant exclusion. In stark contrast, Lin Shirlan thrived in the circle of noble women, inciting envy among many. "Mother, why is everyone ignoring us? Did the Lin family say something bad about us?" Her daughter, witnessing this scene, felt quite embarrassed, but more so, she was filled with indignation. Su Chunlian did not immediately respond to her, but instead fixed her gaze on a distant figure, her eyes filled with resentment. In another part of the garden, a group of noble women congregated in the floral courtyard, with Lin Shirlan at the center of attention. "Shirlan, the hairpin you are wearing today is truly exquisite. Has the shop released new products?" "Yes, it just came out. You should come by the shop when you have time." "Great, I'll drop by tomorrow. Please reserve one in the same style for me." "I want one too." "Shirlan, please save one for me." "Of course." Lin Shirlan smiled in response, knowing that while her family adored her, she could not solely rely on their support. Over the years, she had utilized her modest dowry to establish several shops, and now her business was flourishing with substantial income. As she spoke, she noticed the envious glances from the side. She casually returned the gaze with a smile. Though her demeanor was gentle and serene, to Su Chunlian, it appeared as a silent provocation. Very well, if that is how she perceives it, then it serves her right to be infuriated. What a wretched woman, just a castaway, yet she constantly seeks the limelight, utterly disregarding her role as a wife. Just then, Lin's aunt arrived with her two twin sons to visit her sister-in-law and caught wind of this conversation, her expression darkening immediately. "Are you speaking of yourself? Dressed like a courtesan? Is this how you resort to business now that you are aging and losing your charm? But your eyesight seems rather poor." The men are over there. With that, she rolled her eyes at the irate Su Chunlian and walked past her to greet Lin Sherlon. Madam Lin, what did she just say? Nothing of consequence, merely her jealousy at being inferior to my sister. Upon hearing Lin's aunt's words, the onlookers regarded Su Chunlian with even greater disdain. Mother, let us go. The barrage of scornful glances made the mother and daughter feel exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting them to leave without a second thought. How unfortunate! Lin's aunt could not help but add as they departed. Aunt. Lin Sherlon skillfully picked up her little nephew and glanced at her sister-in-law with a gentle smile. Do not be upset, they won't last long. Upon hearing this, Lin's aunt refrained from further comment, but as she turned to look, she failed to spot her niece, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Where are Yinner and Lear? They must be with the young master. Oh, very well. It seems I cannot hold my sweet little niece just now. I'll have to make do with my own little rascal. The twin brothers, one perched in their mother-s lap and the other in their aunt-s, exchanged wide-eyed glances. Lin's uncle married when Luo Li was 2 years old, and 4 years into their union, they were blessed with twins. The couple was deeply affectionate. Lin's aunt hailed from a family of military officials, and her passion for martial arts had once been deemed too rough, causing a delay in her marriage. However, a chance encounter with Lin's uncle led to an instant connection. As they would say, their previous patience was merely waiting for the right moment to find each other. Meanwhile, following the trail they had been pursuing, the brother and sister finally located Mo's son. As they turned a corner, Luo Yun hastily covered Luo Li's eyes. Yet, a faint scent of blood wafted towards them, which Luo Li, with her keen senses, detected. Brother, what is it? Despite her inquiry, her voice maintained an air of innocence, as if she had not perceived anything amiss. In the empty corridor ahead, 2 assassins lay lifeless on the ground, their necks bearing deep gashes, their eyes wide open. Devoid of life, a young boy clad in white stood amidst them, gripping a bloodied blade, the crimson tip contrasting sharply with his pristine attire. His dark eyes were devoid of emotion, as if he had merely crushed 2 ants. Though he was of an age typically associated with carefree youth, his upbringing in a treacherous environment had turned him into a harbinger of death. Noticing Luo Yun's movement, Mo Sun sheathed his bloodied blade, and several shadowy figures descended swiftly. The warm blood of the assassins had just begun to pool when they efficiently cleaned up the scene. Little Li, wait a moment. Luo Yun called out upon hearing Luo Li's voice. After confirming that there were no traces left, Mo Sun turned to approach the siblings, his dark eyes meeting Luo Yun's gaze with a slight nod, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. However, when he looked down at the petite girl, his expression softened like the gentle melting of spring snow. Little Li, you may open your eyes now. As he spoke, Luo Yun released his hand. Wow, is that me? The little girl exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the object before her. In Mo Sun's hand was a delicately crafted clay figurine resembling a girl in a yellow dress, complete with 2 small buns on her head, an exact replica of Luo Li. Do you like it? I do. She cradled the figurine in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mo Sun watched her with a smile, his eyes brightening with her joy. All right, Mo Sun has found it. Let us return now. Luo Yun felt a pang of jealousy, but for the sake of Mo Sun, who truly evoked sympathy, he decided to endure. Yes, brother Mo Sun. Let's go find mother and aunt. Very well. The young man spoke softly, guiding the little girl back home. Luo Yun, feeling a bit mischievous, kicked his back a few times, but when Mo Sun turned around, he quickly feigned innocence. Ahem. Mother, aunt, we are back. Look at this. Upon their return to the flower courtyard, Lin Sherlon and Aunt Lin were admiring the blossoms with the 2 twins. The moment she saw them, Luo Li couldn't resist presenting her little clay figurine. Isn't it beautiful? Doesn't it look like me? The 2 women, charmed by her display, couldn't help but gush over her. So lovely. Our Lear is the cutest. Hearing their praise, the little girl blushed slightly but wore a broad smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of women surrounded an elegantly poised noblewoman as they entered the flower hall. Upon spotting Mo Sun, the noblewoman clearly paused, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face before disappearing. A similar scene unfolded among the young masters gathered elsewhere. A group of children encircled a richly dressed boy, showering him with flattery. The son of the princess of the king of celebration. As they drew closer, these titles reached their ears. He was the new princess consort of the king of celebration, and it was said that the king held great affection for this mother and son duo. In stark contrast, Mo's son, as the heir of the king of celebration, was treated far less favorably. Is everything all right? Noticing Mo Sun's silence, Luo Yun felt a twinge of concern. Mo Sun shook his head lightly. It's nothing. He had grown accustomed to it. Everyone knew he was merely an heir with a hollow title, lacking charm. Given the current fondness for the princess and her child, it was likely that his position would soon be usurped in the King of Celebration's residence. The attitude of the servants towards their masters was far more direct than this superficial display. He had become used to it. Is it her again? Luo Yun lowered his voice, recalling the earlier scene. The former emperor had few heirs. Both princesses had been sent away in marriage, leaving only the emperor and the King of Celebration among the three princes. Presently, within the royal clan in the capital, only the descendants of old feudal lords remained, with the King of Celebration being the only legitimate prince of high status. It could be said that in this capital, apart from the emperor, the King of Celebration, as the emperor's younger brother, held the second highest position. Climbing the social ladder has always been a norm. From the current scene, it was evident that the Princess of Celebration reveled in the adoration she received. To prolong her enjoyment and consolidate more power and wealth, she would not tolerate the existence of an heir born of the previous queen. Who knows? There are many who wish to see him dead, not just this woman. The King of Celebration had a multitude of wives and concubines, along with countless illegitimate children, to the extent that even he couldn't recall their number. Mo Sun stood alone in this position of inheritance. Many sought to dethrone him. Disputes and intrigues abound even in ordinary wealthy households. How much more so in the residence of royalty? Of course, he also wished for their swift demise. Montak Sungiga. A fleeting shadow passed through his clear black eyes, but vanished just as quickly. In front of his little warm son, he would always remain a gentle, pure-hearted youth. What's wrong? Are we going home? Mo Sun Gij, will you come with us? The little bunny you gave me last time has had babies. Would you like to see them? Holding her clay figurine, she looked up earnestly, inviting him. Sure. Sister, why are you only calling him and not me? Luo Yun could no longer contain himself. How could his dear sister show favoritism towards another brother since childhood? Brother, let's go home. All right. With his sister in tow, Luo Yun walked away, brimming with pride, resembling a silly fool. Nearby, an unseen familiar figure flew back to Luo Li's shoulder. Host, I have delivered all the evidence to the Dali Temple. The head of the Dali Temple has sent it to the palace this morning, and it has been confirmed that the emperor has finished reviewing it. Little Bai Kai returned, puffing out her chest with pride. Excellent. How did he react? Furious. A decree has already been issued. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Luo Li's face. After 5 long years, the emperor had completely drained Luo Mingzhi of his usefulness, and now he had firmly consolidated his rule. The recent disturbances caused by Luo Mingzhi only added fuel to the fire, making it a perfect time to ignite chaos. Thus, without hesitation, Luo Li decisively set that fire. Why not let the Lin family intervene? Because actions leave traces, and the current emperor's capabilities are no longer what they used to be. She wished for her family to be safe and sound, free from disaster. Moreover, ever since 5 years ago, when Uncle Lin secretly delivered the evidence, every move made by Luo Mingzhi had been under the emperor's watchful eye. Initially, the emperor had discreetly warned him, but he had ignored it. He thought himself clever, profiting under the guise of serving the emperor, but in reality, he had already incurred the emperor's displeasure. It could be said that the emperor was more aware of his transgressions than anyone else. Have you heard? The Luo family has been reported, and His Majesty has already issued an imperial edict. Really? The decree has been issued, ordering General Lin and others to apprehend them all and seize their property. The troops have already been dispatched. Is there any doubt? What is happening? As the group had just returned halfway, this news had already reached their ears. Stunned, they exchanged glances, though words failed them. Lin Sherlon inquired, did father take action? Aunt Lin responded, I don't know. Both exclaimed, wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? They then changed course towards the Luo residence. Although puzzled, their curiosity compelled them to witness the Luo family's plight firsthand. As Su Chunlian and her daughter returned to their residence, they unexpectedly encountered the officials. Uncle Lin chuckled. You've returned just in time. It saves us the trouble of searching for you. Seize them. Su Chunlian struggled in a panic. But the sight had terrified the others into submission, rendering her efforts futile. What are you doing? On what grounds do you arrest us? Is there no law? Law? Huh. It is you who are blind to the law. Embezzling, using public office for personal gain, and corruption. His Majesty has commanded immediate arrest and confiscation. Upon hearing this, Su Chunlian was taken aback, filled with disbelief. However, the multitude captured in the courtyard left her no room for doubt. This is a wrongful accusation. We are surely innocent. You bear a grudge against us for making Lynn Sherlon a cast-off. You are slandering us. Where's my husband? I want to see my husband. Regaining her senses, she could not accept this reality, attempting to shift the blame onto the Lin family while frantically searching for Luo Mingjie. Father, I want my father. Listening to her cries, her daughter began to wail in terror as well. The jewelry adorning her head scattered during her struggles, each piece of significant value, further affirming their corruption. Otherwise, how could Luo Mingjie, with his modest salary as a minister, afford such a precious daughter and a house full of concubines? At such a young age, she was adorned with so much jewelry, and those concubines were all dressed in vibrant finery. This surely cost a fortune. The fabric she is wearing must be the finest silk. And look at the brocade, even cloud brocade. Several concubines are wearing them. This family must be exceedingly wealthy. Among the onlookers, some sharp-eyed individuals had noticed these details and pointed them out. They say they haven't embezzled? Isn't that blatantly obvious? I remember the legitimate wives and daughters in the other residences never dressed so extravagantly. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the old General Lin said nothing further, merely scoffing as he tossed the evidence in front of Su Chunlian. Alongside this, the ill-gotten wealth secretly hoarded by Lu Mingjie in the dark vault was brought forth and displayed before the gates of the Lu residence. This serves as irrefutable evidence of his crimes. These funds were recently uncovered from within this estate. Moreover, this is Lu Mingjie's confession. He has fully admitted his guilt and has been awaiting your arrival in prison. In my possession is the Emperor's edict, penned in his own hand. Are you questioning the Emperor's judgment and wisdom? Each word rendered Su Chunlian speechless, yet she could hardly believe that she had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. Take them away. A cold command echoed, and all within the Lu residence were forcibly taken away. Not far from the Lu estate, in an inconspicuous alley, 2 carriages lay hidden. However, Su Chunlian immediately recognized the occupants of one of the carriages. It was Lin Sherlon, meeting her indifferent gaze. Su Chunlian's eyes brimmed with resentment and jealousy. She could not comprehend how, despite having secured Lu Mingjie's affections while Lin Sherlon was still in the Lu residence, she now found herself with nothing. She had successfully displaced Lin Sherlon from her position as the primary wife, ascending to the highest rank among the women of the Lu family, rendering Lin Sherlon a cast-off. Yet, why had all her glory and wealth been stripped away? Why was she still unable to escape the label of concubine? Because you deserve it. Perhaps sensing the bitterness in Su Chunlian's eyes, Lin Sherlon smiled with unrestrained delight. The unspoken words fell upon Su Chunlian's ears, and she understood. But before she could voice her anger, an officer shoved her forward. Hurry up. Thus, the Lu family was thoroughly searched, and all its members were imprisoned. That very night, a verdict was rendered, due to the immense sum of embezzlement. Lu Mingjie was sentenced to execution 3 days hence, while the family members were condemned to become courtesans. Just before Lu Mingjie was to ascend the execution platform, Lin Sherlon deliberately brought her 2 children to bid him farewell. What are you doing here to humiliate us? Upon seeing them, Lu Mingjie was instantly agitated. In just 3 short days, the life of imprisonment had left them in a wretched state. Su Chunlian and her daughter bore the mark of disgrace upon their faces, their tongues severed, leaving behind the remnants of their former opulence. They were now mere prisoners. We brought you your last meal. What else could we do? Indeed, it is a humiliation. Seeing you in such a state brings us joy. It was rare to witness Lin Sherlon and Lu Yun, typically gentle and warm, reveal their deep-seated animosity before Lu Li. Watching the imprisoned trio, they smiled, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Madmen, you are all mad. Strangely, this smile instilled both fear and hatred in the hearts of the Lu family's captives. Lu Li, held by Lin Sherlon, cast her gaze upon a corner where a girl, her beauty ravaged, her tongue removed, appeared pale. Observing the fleeting figure of the girl, the expressions of the 3 prisoners shifted dramatically, from lifelessness to shock, disbelief, and eventual collapse. The girl, Xiao Baikai, returned to them all the joys they had once enjoyed in their previous life. Without comparison, how could there be sufficient pain? In their past lives, they had thrived, flourishing atop the corpses of the Lu family. But now, they were merely doomed souls. The chasm between heaven and hell was something they ought to ponder deeply. Why? Why has this happened? Why? I am a first-rank minister. I am to be the future uncle of the state. Why has this occurred? What have you done? Is it your fault? Mother and daughter, despite their severed tongues, struggled to cry out in agony. Their broken voices echoed, each exhibiting signs of madness. The fatal meal had been served, and soon the executioners were upon them. "Time's up. Let us go." Observing the deranged individuals being shackled and bound, they yearned to struggle, yet remained helplessly ensnared. "Ah, it's you, isn't it?" Suddenly, the so-called eldest daughter of the Liu family locked her gaze upon Liu Li, her eyes wild with certainty, as if she wished to articulate something. Liu Li smiled faintly, saying nothing. Yet, the more she remained silent, the more it drove the other to despair. It must be her. In their past lives, they had perished long ago. Lin Shirlan, who had succumbed to death unaware, and Liu Yun, who had been killed in his youth, knew nothing. The only one who comprehended everything was Liu Li, who had learned all from the brothel before her demise. Silence. What madness is this? An officer's stern command accompanied a merciless whip that struck her, drawing blood. Turning to Lin Shirlan and the others, the officer's demeanor softened considerably as he nodded amicably, observing the peculiar expressions of Su Chunlian and her daughter. Lu Mingzhi and his companion seemed to grasp something, turning abruptly to Liu Li. Until the moment of beheading, Lu Mingzhi's eyes still burned with hatred and resentment. The remaining Su Chunlian and her daughter, along with the rest of the family, were sent to the Ministry of Courtesans, where their struggles proved futile. Those admitted to the ministry were deemed serious offenders, once of noble lineage, now reduced to the lowest of playthings, even beneath the most ordinary courtesans. They could not resign themselves to such a fate. Courtesans could still earn a living through their skills and possibly redeem themselves, while they were merely the most degraded of slaves, at the mercy of others, forever trapped in their plight. They would carry the stigma of their low status for life, and even their offspring would be doomed to repeat their parents' fate. Indeed, it was not long before news of Su Chunlian and her daughter's demise circulated. It was said they died in a pitiful state, their bodies exposed. The lowest-ranking official courtesans lived such a life, devoid of rights, at the mercy of clients with peculiar tastes. Even young girls would not be spared. When Lu Mingzhi faced execution, the Lin family and Mo Sun were present. Witnessing the bloodshed and the defiance in Lu Mingzhi's dying gaze, Mo Sun's demeanor subtly shifted, as if he had come to a profound realization. The palpable aura of bloodlust intensified. Perhaps this way, his suffering could be shared with those malevolent spirits? Why should he alone endure all of this? They too should lose all semblance of joy, becoming fearful, timid, resentful, and tormented. This would be justice. Within the Lin residence, the mother and her 2 children gathered closely. Xiao Li and Lin Shirlan were not foolish. Having witnessed the changes in those 3 that day, they surmised they too had regained memories of their past lives. However, they were puzzled by the way the 3 had gazed at Liu Li with an expression of sudden understanding. "Mother, what is wrong?" Liu Li tilted her head slightly, her eyes clear as a mountain spring, reflecting the 2 closest to her. "It's nothing." Meeting her gaze, Lin Shirlan paused, embracing her tightly, suddenly wishing to ask no more questions. It didn't seem matter, nothing else mattered, as long as her children were safe, healthy, and happy. Lian rose, encircling both his mother and sister with his not-so-broad arms. Yes, all that mattered was that they cherished their loved ones. Everything else was of little consequence. The villains had perished. They could now live freely. The tender voice of the little girl was soft, yet moved both mother and son to tears. She understood. She truly comprehended everything. If this were the case, they could hardly fathom the extent of suffering this small frame had endured. In their past lives, upon learning the truth, they had witnessed her collapse, yet in this life, the family had known each other's truths from the outset. In every situation, there exists someone to confide in, yet for Shaoli, they refrained from discussing anything with her, fearing that she might grow up consumed by hatred. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but wonder how many emotions she must stifle within her heart. In Chapter 175, the whimsical childhood companion only shows his obedient side in her presence. Luo Li remained silent, allowing them to embrace her, her gaze drifting towards the dim shadow not far away. Though it merely watched quietly, she could sense its envy. Sighing softly within, after a while, she turned to the now calm Lin Shirlan and uttered a statement somewhat incongruous with the prevailing atmosphere of sorrow. "Mother, I actually quite like Uncle Zhou, the one next to our shop." "A what?" Lin Shirlan was momentarily taken aback, upon realizing her cheeks flushed crimson, still adorned with unshed tears. Luo Yun, noticing, glanced at his sister before both turned to their mother. Mother, I also think Uncle Joe is quite admirable. Uncle Joe, the proprietor of the tavern adjacent to their mother-s shop, was known for his integrity and striking appearance. When their mother initially embarked on her business journey, she had received assistance from Uncle Joe. It was evident to all that there was mutual interest between the two, yet their mother, perhaps considering them or the lingering animosity, had not taken a step forward. Meanwhile, Uncle Joe had patiently waited for her for 3 long years. Now that circumstances had settled, it was time to give him a rightful standing. Are you both serious? Initially, they thought Lynn Sherlon would brush it off, as she often preferred to be vague when asked about such matters. However, she soon snapped back to reality, asking them in return. Yes, the siblings nodded sincerely. Then I shall invite him over soon. Just yesterday, I agreed to meet him, intending to discuss this with you. I did not expect you to speak first, Lynn Sherlon said, still feeling a bit awkward. The siblings responded affirmatively, appreciating their mother's decisiveness. That evening marked a momentous occasion, as the Lynn family gathered to celebrate, with rare wine gracing the table. Father, how did you manage to arrive so swiftly? I thought you intended to wait a couple more days as planned. Uncle Lynn poured himself a drink and offered one to General Lynn, mumbling in surprise. They had prepared to bring down the Luo family well in advance, though their original plan was to act later. Yet, when General Lynn heard this, he appeared bewildered. Wasn't it you who initiated this? I thought you hadn't informed me. At the military camp, he had been caught off guard, hastily receiving the edict to raid the Luo residence. It puzzled him why Uncle Lynn had acted without consulting him. I did not, Uncle Lynn replied, shaking his head in confusion. You didn't act either? Not at all. They exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had both assumed the other had taken the first action, leading to the downfall of the Luo family. Then who could be? Upon hearing this, the rest of the group exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Lynn Sherlon and Aunt Lynn both shook their heads, and even Luo Yun appeared confused. The two twins, still unable to grasp the situation, continued to eat in silence. Only Luo Li remained unfazed, enjoying her chicken leg. Perhaps it was that individual? Hadn't he once warned Luo Mingzhi? However, Luo Mingzhi had only been frightened for a brief period. Upon realizing the situation had not escalated, he grew increasingly reckless. That individual had long harbored discontent. Now that the kingdom was stable and the Luo family had lost its value, it was indeed time to eradicate this malignant tumor. Contemplating this, Uncle Lin could only conclude this individual's identity. Aside from them, the one most eager to deal with Luo Mingzhi was undoubtedly the emperor. Upon hearing this, General Lin and the others found it reasonable. It must indeed be the emperor. Ultimately, with matters settled, they were grateful for the satisfactory outcome. Without further thought, they quietly tidied up their gathered information once more. Several days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for their formal meeting with Uncle Joe. Although he appeared merely as a tavern owner, the establishment had expanded to several neighboring countries, making him exceedingly wealthy. However, with his parents deceased and no siblings, he lived a solitary life, merely waiting for a suitable wife. After the Lin and Zhou families met and discussed, both parties were quite satisfied, and everything progressed smoothly. Uncle Zhou, now 25, was 3 years younger than their mother and was entering his first marriage, with a clean household devoid of concubines. Since returning to the Lin family, Lin Sherlon's condition had steadily improved, and she could easily pass for just over 20. The two appeared well matched. From their first meeting, Uncle Zhou found it difficult to take his eyes off Lin Sherlon. This amused the onlookers, who silently rejoiced for them. Their married life was filled with happiness, akin to nurturing a garden, and surprisingly, their mother's well-being surpassed her previous state. Observing this, the siblings felt a profound sense of relief. In the second year following Lin Sherlan's marriage, she became pregnant again. After 10 months, she safely gave birth to a daughter. Luo Li and Luo Yun rejoiced, thrilled to have a little sister. Watching Lin Sherlan and Zhou Baba play with the small bundle of joy, Luo Li smiled and gently touched her sister's little face. Little Li, you have an older sister now. The little one, unaware of the words, tightly grasped Luo Li's hand, beaming with delight. Seeing this, Luo Li couldn't help but chuckle, leaning down to nuzzle her cheek against her sister's. Observing the affectionate bond between the two, Lin Sherlan and her husband beamed with joy, while Luo Yun wore a silly grin. Their family was enveloped in happiness. Hearing their laughter, Luo Li tenderly stroked her sister's head. The little one couldn't articulate words, but responded to every gesture from Luo Li. It was evident she adored her. In turn, Luo Li looked at her with great fondness. Sister, be good. The original character returned to the world when the Luo family fell from grace. She quietly hid in the shadows, watching her family live in happiness without intruding. She silently rejoiced in their happiness and felt sorrow for their disappointments. Whenever Luo Li gazed at her, she would always smile in gratitude before retreating into the shadows. Her understanding demeanor tugged at Luo Li's heartstrings. Thus, she ultimately resolved to spend 200 points to purchase a reincarnation talisman from the system, successfully allowing the original character to reincarnate ahead of time. Once again, she became her mother's daughter. This time, besides her mother and brother, she also gained a loving father, a doting sister, and a warm maternal family. With her own efforts, the original character fought to reclaim the chance at happiness she deserved. Having witnessed the original character's sufferings, Luo Li hoped that in this lifetime, she would live carefree and joyfully. In Chapter 176, as they exited the courtyard, Luo Li suddenly asked, "Brother, do you know where Imo-sun is?" Over the past 2 years, Imo-sun had become increasingly busy, visiting the Lin family less frequently and hardly playing with them. "I do not know." Luo Yun, unusually, did not respond as he usually would by affirming knowledge and leading her to find him. Upon hearing his words, Luo Li visibly fell into despondency. Luo Yun, unable to bear seeing his sister in such a state, softened and ruffled her hair. "The next time my brother encounters him, he will certainly bring him news. At that time, we can go out to play together, shall we?" Upon hearing this, her expression softened, filled with anticipation. "Then my brother should arrange it for an earlier time. We can visit the Huazhuang in the outskirts of Jing. They say it is incredibly beautiful there. And if we delay, the flowers will be out of season." After seeing off Luo Li, Luo Yun turned his gaze towards the house above. In the next moment, a familiar figure leaped down from above, cloaked in black, emanating a faint scent of blood, his gaze fixed on the spot where Luo Li had just departed. The scent of blood wafted through the air once more, causing Luo Yun to furrow his brows. "Did you hear that?" Imo-sun nodded lightly, responding yes. "Will the matters at your home be resolved?" Observing his demeanor, Luo Yun couldn't help but murmur. As he spoke, he noticed a patch of blood seeping through Imo-sun's clothing and abruptly halted. After a moment of silence, he furrowed his brows again and added, "Can't you take better care of yourself? Otherwise, what if my sister can't find you next time and ends up crying?" The little girl had always adored her Imo-sun Gij, and if she couldn't find him, she would weep, becoming increasingly difficult to console with age. While she cried less now, her sullen expression was even more heart-wrenching. He would rather she express her feelings through tears. Imo-sun glanced down at himself, responding in a low voice, "You are increasingly unlike your former self." Observing him in this state, Luo Yun fell silent for a moment before murmuring another comment. Tossing a few bottles of medicine to Imo-sun. "Use them sparingly. Who applies healing salves as if they were meals?" Sighing, Luo Yun felt a surge of frustration as he watched Imo-sun remain silent for a prolonged period before turning to leave. "Day after day, I feel as if I'm living like a caretaker, worrying about this and that. It is exhausting." After muttering to himself, Luo Yun returned to his own courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the corner of the courtyard, Luo Li had returned, only setting off after witnessing the departure of that figure in black. "Host, why is he avoiding you?" asked Xiao Baikai, puzzled. "Because they all care for and love me. I'm like a delicate flower they meticulously protect." Fearing I may be frightened, Luo Li replied, pondering whether her persona was misaligned and if she could adopt a more courageous stance. "Is that so?" "The host is not timid at all. Luo Yun can compete with him evenly." "Indeed, I feel the same." The Lin family treated their children equally. Initially, Lin Sherlan encouraged her to pursue martial arts when she exhibited interest. Now, although she was only 8 years old, her martial prowess was considerable. Oh, it could also be because the host has been slacking, always learning a bit, but not following through, leading them to believe you are not formidable. "Well, once I acquire a skill, it is natural to take a break, isn't it? Forget it, I won't dwell on it." A few days later, Luo Yun indeed brought news, intending to take Luo Li to the Huazhuang for a visit. At the Huazhuang, Luo Li unexpectedly encountered the long-absent Imo-sun. Upon meeting Luo Li, he transformed back into that pristine young man clad in white, concealing all his burdens in darkness, revealing only the best of himself. Montak Sun Giga, seeing the small figure rushing toward him, the chill on his face dissipated, replaced by a smile. Before Luo Li could steady herself, he presented her with a small gift, a plate of crispy pear paste and an exquisite clay figurine, demonstrating a commendable attitude. "Is this me?" Gazing at the figurine, Luo Li's eyes sparkled. Since discovering her genuine fondness for it, he had filled in the years she had missed. With this addition, her likeness at 8 years old was complete. I really like it. Mo Sun Gij, where did you get it made? I also want to mold a figurine of Mo Sun Gij and of my brother, mother, sister, and Grandpa Zhou, and my uncle. She recited the names of all her family members without missing a beat. I'll take you there another day, Mo Sun patiently replied once she finished speaking. Great. And I want to go too. Luo Yun, feeling overlooked, quietly sought to assert his presence. However, every time he spoke to him, Mo Sun kept his responses brief. As they conversed, they proceeded into the estate. This royal estate was built by the late emperor for his favored concubine, adorned with a variety of blossoming flora. An exquisite work of art in every corner. Whether from the pavilions or the courtyard arrangements, everything was meticulously crafted, showcasing beauty in all 4 seasons. In spring, one could admire the flowers. In summer, hunt in the forest, enjoy the clear streams in autumn, and marvel at the snowy landscape in winter. It was truly a rare gem of a location. Let's go see the flowers first. I heard there is a large swing there that is particularly beautiful. It is said to be the favorite spot of that beloved concubine. All right, today, many noble sons and daughters were present at the Huazhuang. However, unlike before, upon seeing Mo Sun, no one dared to underestimate him. Instead, they were filled with trepidation. For now, Mo Sun had become someone who would repay even the slightest grievance. A complete madman. Those who had offended him or Luo Li faced dire consequences. They understood it was Mo Sun's retribution, yet they could find no evidence. Over time, their fear of him only grew. Quick, let's go. They are coming. Spotting several individuals approaching, everyone hurriedly dispersed, as if they had encountered a ferocious beast in the mountains. Witnessing such reactions, Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. Noticing her expression, Mo Sun halted his steps, casting a slightly cold glance at the people around them. But in the next moment, he heard her jubilant cheer. Oh, how wonderful! They're not playing, so we can have this all to ourselves. Brother, come help me push. I want to swing higher. Observing Luo Li already engrossed in play, Mo Sun's mood eased somewhat. All right, just call me Mo Sun Gij. I shall be your laborer. Luo Yun grumbled, yet his body obeyed, pushing the swing. Hold on tight. He did not forget to remind her. I know, when you ate the snacks I made yesterday. You didn't say that. You even said I was the best sister. Now you say this, and next time, if you want me to make you pastries, it will be difficult. Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yun was taken aback and hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. Montak Sun Giga. I can make pastries now. Did you enjoy the snacks from yesterday? Yesterday, when Luo Yun came to find her with news. She had just finished making her first batch of pastries. Hearing that Mo Sun had returned, she had intended to set aside a portion for him. But when Luo Yun mentioned he was going to see Mo Sun, she handed it over to him. Pastries? Mo Sun paused momentarily, quickly grasping the implication, and turned his narrowed gaze upon Luo Yun with a hint of danger. Luo Yun avoided his eyes, focusing instead on the sky, the ground, and his sister, feeling increasingly guilty. After all, he had only eaten a little bit of the pastries that were her first attempt. Were they not tasty? With her back to Luo Yun, Luo Li remained unaware of his expression and guilt, innocently asking Mo Sun again. Mo Sun's gaze swept over the very guilty individual behind him, who was frantically gesturing for help, and then nodded toward Luo Li. They were delightful. Though his tone was mild, Luo Yun felt a chill run down his spine. That's good, Luo Li responded cheerfully, oblivious to the tension, which only heightened Luo Yun's unease. Shall Li, come, brother will take you to the creek to see the fish. Indeed, he is quite sincere. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the actions of Mo Sun, as he tucked away the oil paper package, were far more cautious than those of Luo Yun just moments prior. All right, I want to catch fish, so we can take them home and eat them, she exclaimed. Mo Sun, will you return with us today? Hearing Luo Li's words, Mo Sun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Brother, he truly listens to you, Luo Yun murmured softly. Throughout their lives, Mo Sun had never rejected any of his sister's requests, while he himself had often been met with indifference. That is because he cherishes me. Luo Li's words brought a realization to Luo Yun. Could this be the reason his sister favored Mo Sun? However, he could not fathom why, as he too cared for her. But it's different. What is different? The siblings quickened their pace, their voices dwindling. The little girl's assertion of different echoed clearly in his ears. The corners of his mouth lifted gently, cold yet captivating. The The group spent a delightful afternoon in the flower garden before preparing to return home. On their way back, they indeed brought along the fish they had caught, eager to share a fresh taste with their family. Shioli, do you think we should braise the fish or steam it? Both. As soon as Luoli finished speaking, the two brothers in the carriage were about to burst into laughter, but suddenly sensed something amiss and halted abruptly. Luoli was swiftly pulled close by Mo-sun, who shielded her beneath him. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced their ears as they embedded themselves in the carriage. Upon seeing the figures of assassins outside, Mo-sun's expression darkened. He met Luo Yun's gaze and entrusted Luoli to him. You all go first. I will handle those coming for me. With that, he leaped out of the carriage. Mo-sun, Luoli reached out, but grasped only air. In an instant, his figure vanished amidst the chaos outside. Luo Yun glanced outside, then back at Luoli, decisively rising to grab the reins and redirect the carriage, seizing the opportunity to take Luoli away from the scene. Brother, Mo-sun is still inside. Do not worry, you'll be fine. As the carriage disappeared, Mo-sun felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his expression turned serious as he unleashed his full strength. In mere moments, he left only lifeless bodies in his wake. Blood splattered across his face, warm and tainted with iron. This sensation seemed to trigger something within him. Soon, he became consumed by rage, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. The sounds of battle in the alley transformed into anguished cries, chilling to the bone. Before long, silence enveloped the alley. When Luoli and the others turned back, the young man's silhouette emerged from the shadows, drenched in blood, his eyes still gleaming with ferocity, causing hearts to tremble. Upon meeting her gaze, he momentarily faltered, instinctively wishing to cleanse himself. Yet the blood on his hands was impossible to wipe away. Does it hurt? Her eyes were filled with concern, resting on his injured hand, nearly brimming with tears. There was not a trace of displeasure, rejection, or disgust, only worry and heartache for him. Seeing her reaction, he was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Let's go to the clinic first. By the time he regained his senses, he was seated obediently, allowing the doctor to tend to his wounds. Young master, young miss. This young man's injuries are not severe. I have already administered medicine. It should be changed tomorrow. During this period, he should avoid water on the wound, and it will heal swiftly. All right. Luoli diligently noted the doctor's instructions. Aren't you afraid? It was at this moment that Mo-sun finally spoke, directing his gaze towards Luoli. Her eyes widened slightly as she nodded. Of course, I am afraid. Afraid you are hurt. I know they're bad people. This looks painful. Let us be more careful next time and avoid getting hurt again. As she spoke, she could not help but tear up. Listening to her words, his heart trembled, as if something had touched him. He raised his uninjured hand to wipe away her tears. It is not hurt. Do not cry, he softly reassured her, yet did not directly answer her question. He was somewhat enamored by this concern. What do you mean it doesn't hurt? You've never even frowned at worse injuries. This is merely a minor scrape. Luo Yun stood by, watching his sister's choked sobs, hesitating to speak. However, upon catching Mo-sun's warning gaze, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Still, he felt that something was amiss. There was an unsettling quality in the way Mo-sun looked at his sister. But what exactly was wrong, he could not articulate. Alas, he found himself at a loss. After this incident, Mo-sun changed. In the past, he had always been careful to conceal his flaws, fearing that her pure, warm light would discover his shortcomings and regard him with disdain. He dared only to present his most beautiful, warm, and harmless self before her, terrified of losing that brilliance. However, upon realizing that she could accept his imperfections, he grew increasingly bold, exposing his darkness time and again for her acceptance. The results brought him joy. He discovered that he could indeed be unconditionally accepted and cherished. Chapter 178. The frantic childhood friend only behaves in front of her this time. The mastermind was unmistakably the princess of the Qing kingdom. In just 2 short years, Mo-sun's growth had accelerated rapidly, becoming increasingly difficult to control, posing a greater threat to her. She could hardly wait any longer. Mo-sun was well aware of this, and he too awaited his chance to retaliate. Yet, she had gravely erred by involving Luoli and her brother. Days later, news spread throughout the capital that the young master-born to the princess of Qing had encountered a wild beast while playing in the outskirts of the city, resulting in a leg being bitten off, rendering him a cripple. An accident? Huh. Listening to the rumors circulating in the city, the princess of Qing who had been vigilantly watching over her son's bed, nearly succumbed to madness. Only she knew that had she delayed even a moment longer in rescuing him, her son would have been doomed. After this incident, she finally felt fear. "What do you want?" she inquired, her voice trembling with suppressed hatred as she faced the suddenly appearing young man. She knew he was deliberate. He could have killed her son outright, but chose instead to give her a chance, sparing her son's life. He must have ulterior motives. Mo-sun scoffed. "What do I want? I merely wish to remind you, Princess, to keep a closer eye on your household. You should be well aware that you are not the only one in this residence vying for the title of heir. With others present, even if I were to perish, the position may not fall to him or the child in your womb." Mo-sun's calm gaze fell upon the young master lying on the bed, his chilling words sending shivers down the spine. The Princess of Qing widened her eyes, instinctively covering her abdomen, astonished that Mo-sun had uncovered the secret she had worked so hard to conceal, one that even the Qing prince was unaware of. It was precisely this realization that made her acutely aware of the boy's frightening capabilities. "I understand." Ultimately, she met his gaze, clenching her fists as she coldly responded. He was correct. There were too many people in this residence, and it was necessary to clear them out to truly pave the way for her child. However, the hatred she harbored deep within her eyes did not dissipate, and Mo-sun perceived it clearly. Yet, he said nothing further and turned to leave. In this vast royal mansion, apart from the princess, there were also concubines, favored maidens, and numerous wives. Countless individuals sought to climb the ranks, and in truth, they were all the same. He was someone everyone wanted to eliminate, including the Princess of Qing. Even without her, others would soon take her place, bringing endless trouble. Thus, he required a scapegoat, someone capable of helping him eliminate the unwanted. That was why he spared her son's life. Of course, it was all the same. Enemies temporarily joining forces did not signify a resolution of their conflicts. Past grievances would not be forgotten. They merely regarded each other as their final prey, awaiting the moment for the decisive strike. Leaving this place, Ma Xuan arrived at a desolate and dilapidated courtyard. This was the abode of his biological mother during her lifetime, yet as his gaze swept across everything here, not a single ripple of emotion stirred within him. In this hellish palace, he had long extinguished all feelings, leaving only a numb and icy intent to kill. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. During this period, the Princess of Qing had not disappointed expectations. The inhabitants of the Qing royal residence had gradually dwindled, and no new children had been added. Now, the entire inner courtyard was left with only a few powerless concubines and a foolish, illegitimate son. The Princess of Qing truly spared no one who might obstruct her children. She had long since given up on her eldest son and devoted herself to nurturing her younger son. The once frivolous Prince of Qing ultimately collapsed, reduced to a paralyzed state, unable to rise from his bed. It could be said that the Princess of Qing now thrived, having the entire royal residence firmly in her grasp. "Good child, the time has finally come. Today, mother shall avenge you." As she caressed her eldest son's hair and gazed at his broken leg, her tone no longer conveyed the fear of years past, but instead bore a hint of mirth. A barely audible chuckle echoed from outside the house. Indeed, the time had truly arrived. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, and within moments, he had quietly returned to the carriage outside the palace. "Depart." A calm voice emerged from within the carriage, while a shadowy figure stealthily retreated from the palace gate, heading toward the direction of the Princess of Qing. Reporting to the princess, the heir's man had not yet finished speaking when the princess's cold gaze swept over, prompting a change in address. That individual had indeed received orders to depart. "Yes, you may leave. Act according to plan. If you fail, there is no need to return." Satisfied with the change in address, a smile graced her lips, but her eyes radiated a threatening malice. "Understood." A chill ran down the spine of the subordinate, who immediately took their leave. Once they were gone, the Princess of Qing pulled her 5-year-old son closer, smiling. "Our little heir is right here, isn't he?" "Ha ha, undeniably. That little wild child possesses remarkable abilities. At such a young age, he has already carved out a place for himself in the court, earning the emperor's favor. However, the damned will eventually meet their end, and today is his destined day." Recently, she had specifically instructed her father to seek opportunities in the court, so that the emperor would send that little wild child away to work. The aim was to ensure that he perished outside, eliminating future troubles. She wanted to make it clear that only her son was worthy of being the heir, and this royal residence would ultimately belong to him. In the past, She had acted recklessly, but now she was no longer the same. At this moment, on the outskirts of the capital, Ma Sun's carriage was traveling along the road when suddenly a frantic whinny of horses erupted, and the carriage veered uncontrollably into the forest. Protect the air. The accompanying entourage was thrown into chaos, attempting to shield their master, but they were blocked by a sudden appearance of figures in black. A hasty glance revealed there were hundreds of them, truly a grand display. As the carriage teetered on the edge of a cliff, the figure within finally burst through the window. Nevertheless, the out-of-control carriage ultimately plummeted down the cliff, shattering into pieces. This group of black-clad individuals was evidently well prepared, and upon seeing Ma Xuan escape, they immediately surged toward him, launching lethal strikes aimed at his vital points. However, several assassins quickly fell, lifeless on the ground, but similarly, Ma Xuan sustained injuries amidst such a dense barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, multiple figures clad in gray surged from the woods, joining the fray to eliminate these assassins alongside Ma Xuan. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, the assassins reacted too late. Could you be more careful? Observing the injuries on Ma Xuan, the arriving Luo Yun was infuriated. Wasn't it agreed that he would delay until reinforcements arrived? This fellow better not return covered in wounds, or his sister will surely weep. Ma Xuan remained silent, his hands relentlessly striking. Be careful, or I will tell my sister when we return. Only when Luo Yun uttered these words did Ma Xuan glance at him, offering an explanation. There are too many people. This indicated that there were too many foes, and it was not his intention. Without allowing Luo Yun to say more, once everything was settled, Ma Sun's figure vanished from sight once again, leaving Luo Yun in a fit of rage. This guy has left me with a mess. If I help him again next time, I am a dog. Though he spoke thus, witnessing the scene, he ultimately proceeded according to the original plan. He spread the news that Ma Xuan had encountered an assassination attempt in the outskirts of the capital and had perished after falling from a cliff. Fearing that his sister might misunderstand, he hastened home to relay the news to her. I am truly exasperated. I have worried from childhood to adulthood. Indeed, being an elder brother is not easy. In the Lin residence, a young woman dressed in blue stood on the water corridor, feeding the fish below, accompanied by a little dumpling of about 6 years old. The woman, in her youthful years, stood gracefully, her beauty beginning to blossom. Radiant as spring flowers, as bright as the moon, every movement was a delight to behold. Beside her, the little bun furrowed his brow, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Sister, those fish have had enough to eat. We cannot feed them anymore. Seeing Luo Li still intending to scatter more fish food into the water, the little bun hesitated several times before stepping forward to stop her. Hearing this, Luo Li snapped back to reality, glancing at the now empty food basin in surprise. Oh, I didn't notice. She quickly retracted her hand, shaking off her distraction. In the blink of an eye, the little bun had already turned 6, mischievous and quite fond of being the caretaker. No problem, we'll remember for next time. Little Mien tugged at Luo Li's sleeve, recalling her sister's moment of distraction as she stroked her chin. Sister, were you thinking about that handsome heir? No. Is little Mien hungry? Shall we go find mother? Luo Li retorted, deftly diverting the topic, pulling the little bun back as they headed home. All right then. The little bun was indeed distracted, but after walking a short distance, she recalled once more. Sister, that brother is bad. He said he would come play with us half a month ago, but he still hasn't come. He doesn't keep his word. You shouldn't think about him. Luo Li, all right. After sending off the little bun and returning to her quarters, she quickly washed up. Reflecting on the recent happenings in the Qing royal residence and the absence of the heir for half a month, she sighed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to her inner chamber, she distinctly smelled a familiar metallic scent. Everyone leave. I wish to rest. After a brief pause, she feigned calmness as she spoke. The maid closed the door, and in the next instant, a familiar figure stumbled forth from the shadows. Luo Li hurriedly supported him. Ma Xuan, looking at the blood-soaked figure before her, she could hardly believe her eyes. It's mostly the blood of others. Did I scare you? However, he merely smiled faintly, his pale face marked with blood, strikingly dangerous. Today, he had once again donned black clothing, with wounds adorning his arms and shoulders, blood trickling down to stain his palms. You're covered in blood. Are you not afraid? Noticing her gaze on his palms, he gently raised his hand and asked softly. Indeed, he no longer bore the clean visage of years past. His hands were already stained with blood. Not afraid. After Luo Li responded, she checked his injuries, frowning in anger as she glared at him and skillfully rummaged through the medicine box under the bed. He quietly allowed her to tend to him, neither crying out in pain nor uttering a sound, simply watching her with calmness, and when she glared at him, he only smiled, still smiling, listening to her reproaches. He obediently suppressed the corners of his mouth, observing her gradually growing dazed and somewhat astonished. In this moment of reverie, he recalled the first time he beheld her, a small bundle swaddled in cloth. Her dark eyes, always fixated on him, sparkled with a soft, toothless smile that melted one's heart. Now, that little bundle had transformed into a stunning young lady before him. In the next instant, as she moved, a blush of tender red emerged, enveloping her fair skin. He suddenly paused, his pupils constricting, turning his head sharply to the side, his breath trembling. After bandaging his wound, Luoli noticed his peculiar demeanor with curiosity. "What's wrong? Your face is so red," she remarked, her surprise dawning as she quickly reached to check his forehead. Confirming there was no fever, she felt relieved. He hastily turned away, awkwardly clearing his throat a few times. "It's nothing, I'll take my leave now." He attempted to rise and depart. "Where are you going?" Luoli stood up in response, her calm tone revealing his discomfort, causing him to halt in his tracks. "You disappeared for half a month, and now you return only to leave again. Do you think this is merely a medical hall?" she said softly, her voice even yet clearly displeased. Emosun dared not move again, replying, "No, there are matters of the residence." Such a dry explanation would have been better left unsaid. He realized he had momentarily lost his composure and lowered his gaze. "Never mind, if you have something to attend to, just go. Take care of yourself." Luoli ultimately did not press him further, turning back to her bedside. He responded quietly, glancing at the silhouette of her reflected on the wall before departing silently. Shortly after he left, Luo Yun came searching for her. Luo Li was changing her clothes in preparation to go out, and noticed that the ties of her nightgown had loosened, revealing more than intended. Realizing this, she paused, finally understanding his earlier reaction. Luo Yun had waited for quite some time, and was relieved to see his sister emerge. "Hey, Xiaoli, why is your face so red?" she exclaimed, noticing her complexion. Luo Li touched her face, coughed lightly, and feigned indifference. "It's a bit stuffy in here. What's the matter? They said you had urgent business." Upon hearing this, Luo Yun dismissed her thoughts, signaling for everyone to leave before discussing the matter at hand. He briefly explained the events of the day. "The news should have reached the capital by now. This was all part of my plan, so do not worry. He is fine." Thinking of the person who had just left, Luo Li nodded. "All right, I understand." In the Wangfu of the Prince of Celebration, laughter echoed, a melody of joy stemming from news received from afar. "You little wildling, daring to compete with me. Come, my good child, eat more, your mother is pleased today." To celebrate, she had specially arranged a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting the news to arrive so she could indulge. At that moment, she was genuinely delighted, the food tasting even better than usual. Rarely, she had even prepared soup for her two sons herself. Unexpectedly, after a few bites, her younger son clutched his stomach in agony. The elder son mirrored his distress, blood spilling from his mouth. "It's poisoned." Struggling to utter those words, he slumped over, lifeless. The sudden turn of events was too swift for the princess to comprehend. Someone come quickly." Regaining her senses, she hurriedly cradled her younger son, terror-stricken. Yet, the child in her arms had already ceased to breathe. "Who did this? Who harmed my children?" she cried out in anguish. They have fallen, truly fallen." A voice from outside, that of the foolish child, echoed with delight as he entered, clapping his hands at the scene before him, frolicking with joy. The sight of the foolish child only intensified the princess's suffering, yet no one responded to her desperate calls. The servants outside had already succumbed to death. In no time, she too clutched her abdomen, coughing up blood. "It's you." In that moment, she recognized a familiar figure, a young man in black standing coldly in the shadows. Like a specter, hearing her voice, Sun smirked, his figure vanishing from sight. The princess's gaze remained fixed on the spot where he had disappeared, her eyes refusing to close. Dead. The wicked woman is dead. The foolish child, checking for a breath, widened his smile, but his eyes were devoid of any foolishness. As he knocked over the candle on the table, he reverted to his foolish demeanor, gleefully running outside, shouting joyfully. Their gazes momentarily met, but he quickly turned away, pretending not to see, playing his part. They were the same, both harboring resentment towards this estate, and he felt fortunate to have engaged in this transaction. The flames ignited the gauzy curtains, spreading rapidly throughout the room, a fierce blaze, particularly radiant in the night. The deceased princess had long forgotten the countless powerless maids, dancers, and concubines within the inner courtyard, all of whom had perished due to her poisonous soup. After death, they were hastily wrapped in straw mats and discarded in mass graves, merely for having garnered the prince's favor or for a fleeting moment of passion. Now, it was her turn to taste this poison broth. In the adjacent chamber, the Prince of Celebration lay paralyzed in bed, gazing at the inferno with wide, terrified eyes, struggling in vain. In that moment, he was a pitiful sight, his body smeared with filth, devoid of his former gallant and noble appearance. How deeply she loved the prince, one might ponder. She could not tolerate anyone attempting to take him from her. Yet now, as the prince lay incapacitated, she had allowed him to be reduced to this state. The prince's eyes widened as he watched the flames approach him, an unavoidable doom, unable to escape, facing the fear of death. "Save me," he gasped, catching sight of his two sons outside, yet could only utter those two words. It's truly painful, one might think. Yet why did this bring such delight? The young man in the shadows laughed, and the foolish child laughed as well. The following day, news spread throughout the capital that the foolish son of the Prince of Celebration had fallen ill, accidentally igniting the candles in the main courtyard, resulting in the tragic demise of the prince, the princess, and both sons in the inferno. Meanwhile, the several legitimate daughters in the side courtyard, being too distant from the main courtyard, were spared. The foolish child had also perished in the flames, though he had already escaped with Mo Sun's assistance. Vanishing from the world, the elder brother bid farewell. Watching the carriage depart, Mo Sun withdrew his gaze. This was why he had played along with the princess's schemes. The fire in the Wang Fu of the Prince of Celebration would not be related to the heir who had already been attacked and fallen from a cliff, whose body was nowhere to be found, nor would it implicate the already deceased foolish son. The meticulous plotting and ruthless methods of the princess had merely dug her own grave. Of course, as Mo Sun had stated, his hands were not clean either, stained with blood long ago. Soon after the incident at the Wang Fu, Luo Yun, involved in the investigation of the heir's disappearance, uncovered compelling evidence. This evidence linked the heir's assassination and disappearance to the princess's maternal family. Furthermore, he revealed that the princess's family had privately trained assassins, daring to use them against the royal heir, an offense most unforgivable. The mother family of the esteemed Qing Wang Fei, which had been covertly supporting her behind the scenes, has now fallen from grace. At this moment, the missing heir is standing in a corner of the young lady's boudoir, looking rather dazed. "Why are you standing there? Sit down," she urges. On the other side of the screen, upon hearing the commotion, Luoli turns her head and vaguely perceives his bewildered stance, prompting her to step out. However, Ma Xuan displays a rare sense of fluster, unable to meet her gaze, and hastily interjects. "There is no need for you to come out. I shall be leaving shortly. I merely came to assure you of my safety." Since childhood, he has been accompanied by this little girl, who has always stuck to him like a shadow, and he is well aware of her penchant for clinging to him. Naturally, he finds joy in her company. Over the years, they have developed a habit where he would always inform her in advance of any matters, or at least reassure her of his well-being, sparing her from unnecessary worry. If he cannot visit, he will send someone with news. This is solely because when she cries, it is truly difficult to console her. Once, he had failed to explain himself clearly in a timely manner, resulting in her sobbing until her throat ached. Since then, he dared not delay and risk her tears again. Although he had sent word a fortnight ago, it still felt somewhat prolonged, and that day she was a bit upset. Therefore, after several days, he could not afford to procrastinate and hurried over. Luoli tilts her head in confusion. The more he avoids her gaze, the more she insists on standing before him. "What are you afraid of? You seem a bit strange." She feigns ignorance, fully aware that he still remembers the incident from that evening when she applied medicine to his wounds. Indeed, not long after her words fell, she noticed his ears turning crimson. Not at all. He coughs lightly, attempting a dry explanation while still avoiding her gaze. "Then sit down. Standing like this makes it tiring for me to look up," she replies, reaching out to tug at the hem of his garment. The young man stands tall and straight, like a sturdy pine tree, towering over her, necessitating that she gaze upward to converse. "Let me see your injury," she says, gently pulling up his sleeve to inspect his wounds. It looks good," she remarks, raising her eyebrows and feeling reassured. "What about your shoulder? Have you been taking care of it these past few days?" "It's no longer a problem," he obediently responds. As they draw closer, a faint, delicate fragrance wafts from her, causing memories of that night to surface in his mind. Vivid images of tender pink and pure white flashed before him, rendering him momentarily stiff and awkward. "What is wrong with you?" she inquires, leaning in closer and meeting his gaze. Her clear, innocent eyes pierce through him, leaving him with nowhere to hide. And his mind is clouded with impure thoughts, making it impossible for him to face her. "I must take my leave," he mutters, escaping in a flustered manner. After matters were resolved, half a month later, the long-missing heir was finally found in a small village beneath a cliff. Upon hearing of the events at the Qingwang Fu, the injured heir returned in deep sorrow, falling ill from the grief. However, this seemingly ailing heir frequently appeared before Luo Li, visiting her every few days. Yet each time, he would come and go swiftly, as if attempting to evade her while lacking the courage to truly hide. Seeing his timid demeanor, Luo Li couldn't help but be amused. "Hide as you will. Let us see how long you can retract your head. You may evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime." It wasn't long before the news of the heir's conferred title as Jingqin Wang was announced to the public. Of course, this title was not inherited. The Qingwang had no ironclad position. The elevation to prince was a result of Ma Sun's hard-earned achievements in the court over the years. In no time, the young and handsome Jingqin Wang became the most sought-after suitor among the noble ladies of the capital. It was said that the front of the royal mansion was nearly overwhelmed with suitors, teeming with visitors daily. Hearing this news, Lin Shirlan and Luo Yin instinctively turned to look at Luo Li. "Mother, let's also attend the poetry gathering in a couple of days," she declared. "Oh, what?" Both mother and son exclaimed in surprise. Who does not know that in the capital, the annual flower appreciation gatherings, tea parties, and poetry readings are organized for the purpose of matchmaking among families? Her words implied that she was indeed willing to attend. "Is that true?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shirlan confirmed with her daughter. Others may not be aware, but as family who had watched these children grow up together, they had long since perceived the bond between Luo Li and Ma Xuan. It could be said that their relationship was nearly an unspoken understanding. The innocent affection between childhood friends was entirely normal, yet they seemed somewhat oblivious to it, especially Ma Xuan, a grown man, who was quite indecisive. Luo Li nodded decisively, affirming her intention. "Very well, it is good to have a look." Compared to this, Lin Shirlan still sided with her daughter. Moreover, with so many eligible young men around and her daughter yet to be betrothed, it was perfectly acceptable for her to observe more. Luo Yin remained silent, silently offering prayers for his brother. "Ma Xuan, if you do not put in effort, do not blame your brother-in-law for not assisting you." However, aside from this, he also thought of another person in relation to the upcoming tea gathering, his handsome face slightly flushed. He wondered if she would attend this time. Soon, news spread that the young lady from the general's residence would also attend the poetry gathering, which excited the young gentleman of the capital. After all, she was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, the very embodiment of everyone's dreams. Who could remain indifferent? Originally, when Luo Li reached the marriageable age, various families had already begun to stir with intentions of seeking her hand. However, due to Lin Shirlan's insistence that her son Luo Yin's engagement had yet to be settled, they had politely declined. Now that this news had emerged, it indicated that Luo Li was starting to show interest in potential matches. The residence where Lin Shirlan and her husband lived was situated adjacent to Lin Jiangjuan's residence, making them very close. As the old general aged, Luo Li often resided in the general's mansion to spend more time with him. Thus, it was not inaccurate to refer to her as the young lady of the general's residence. She truly belonged there. Furthermore, her maternal grandfather was a hidden tycoon, publicly recognized as a wealthy merchant. Her elder brother was a third-rank official, and she had an esteemed maternal uncle who was a first-rank general. Aside from her own merits, the conditions supporting her were top-notch, making it evident that she could choose from among the young men of the capital at will. "You're going to the poetry gathering?" As expected, on the very day the news broke, Ma Xuan came to seek her out. "Indeed," Luo Li replied nonchalantly, her back to him as she played with a clay doll. On her desk, a full row of clay dolls sat, each meticulously crafted over her 14 years, showcasing a variety of designs. The one she held was the only one depicting her alongside Ma Xuan. Upon hearing her response, his heart skipped a beat, a mix of sweetness and ache. Could you possibly not attend? He gazed at her, opening his mouth, and finally managed to utter those words, his handsome face already flushed. Luo Li paused, turned to look at him, and noticed he hurriedly turned away, though his reddened cheeks did not escape her notice. "Why don't you want me to go?" she asked, feigning ignorance with a playful smile. "I just don't want to," he replied. his demeanor slightly awkward as he sensed the teasing tone in her voice. "Why don't you want to?" The mischievous young lady approached him, looking up and pressing him further. The sweet scent enveloping her, combined with her proximity, made his throat tighten and his ears burn with heat. Yet, after a moment of silence, he still could not find the words to respond. "But I have already agreed to go and have received the invitation." Upon witnessing this, Luo Li timely retreated, muttering as she prepared to return to her seat. Yet he, in a fluster, quickly reached out to stop her. "Don't go, please." Upon hearing his words, his heart tightened, his voice trembling, and his eyes reddened in a manner that suggested he might weep. Luo Li was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen him in such a state. Even when he had suffered greatly before, she had never seen his eyes turn red. In fact, she had shed more tears than he. Seeing her in a daze, he cautiously lowered his head, gently enveloping her in his arms, revealing his vulnerability. "Please don't leave. As long as you are with me, that is enough. We need not look elsewhere." His tone carried a plea, the latter part of his statement barely a whisper. As if recalling something, he retrieved a key from his bosom and delicately placed it in her palm. The key to the Wang Fu's treasury, a betrothal gift. His ears, already flushed, seemed on the verge of bleeding, yet his tone was particularly reverent. "I have not been attentive to others. I have been away from the residence these past few days." He only learned of the crowd surrounding the Wang Fu upon his return. Remembering this, he hurriedly explained, his gaze earnest, as if fearing she might misunderstand. Observing his demeanor, Luo Li found it impossible to refuse. However, regarding the betrothal, their previous discussions held no weight. Hearing her words, his cheeks reddened even further. "I have already engaged a matchmaker. A date for the betrothal will soon be set." Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression instantly softened, a smile gracing her lips. "Then I shall agree. We will not concern ourselves with them, and you shall accompany me when the time comes." She added, "You know my brother is of age. It is time for him to find a sister-in-law, and we should go see." This was indeed the primary reason she had mentioned attending the poetry gathering. Luo Yin was 6 years her senior and now 20. While other families had already secured marriages for their sons, he remained unengaged, and their elders were growing increasingly anxious. Realizing this, Imo Sun finally understood, staring blankly at her. "So, this is why you wish to attend the poetry gathering?" "Yes. What other reason could there be? You have said I have you, and I have always felt the same." Luo Li nodded with a smile, successfully reddening his face once more, while a rosy hue graced her own. "Indeed, I shall accompany you," he muttered, gazing at the girl who had playfully teased him, his face filled with a tender smile. Chapter 182. The mischievous childhood companion only behaves for her. Imo Sun's actions were remarkably swift. Having discussed it with her, he returned the very next day with a matchmaker and the betrothal gifts. His arrival was grand, as if he wished for the entire capital to be informed. However, Lin Shirlan and the others, aware of Luo Li's intentions and the current circumstances of the Imo Sun household, did not make it difficult for him. News of the engagement between the two families quickly spread throughout the capital. A tale of childhood sweethearts, families of equal standing, a match made in heaven. It was indeed a delightful story. However, as Luo Li had yet to reach the age of maturity, the wedding date would be postponed for 2 years. On the day of the poetry gathering, Luo Li arrived as promised, accompanied by Imo Sun, who was as close as a personal guard, along with her soft little sister, Xiao Mian. Initially, they had intended to help Luo Yun, but it turned out he had already found someone. Observing her blushing brother and the lovely older sister, Xiao Mian, full of spirit, glanced back at Luo Li and the others. "Sister, I want to walk on your other side." After inspecting her small feet, she looked up at the two people standing beside her, her sister and Imo Sun. Suddenly feeling that standing there was not quite right, she made her way around to the other side, leaving the space between them for Luo Li and Imo Sun. Upon seeing this, both were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Their faces instantly flushed. "What a clever little rascal," Luo Li murmured under her breath, feeling a bit awkward as she pulled Xiao Mian aside to enjoy some pastries. Observing her demeanor, Imo Sun's eyes sparkled with amusement as he leisurely followed. Yet within the poetry gathering, the assembled young gentlemen and ladies displayed expressions of disappointment at the scene. However, considering that the position of the primary consort of the Prince of Jing had been determined, while the secondary consorts and other positions remained vacant, it was known that the Prince of Jing did not even have a concubine yet. Contemplating this rekindled their hopes. To their surprise, the following day, Imo Sun proactively announced his lifelong commitment solely to Luo Li, declaring their bond as one of eternal companionship. This proclamation extinguished any lingering fantasies and stirred envy among those present. By the year's end, Luo Yun successfully brought a sister-in-law into the family. In a rare moment, Mo Sun openly expressed his envy towards him. The previous years had flown by, but now, with only 2 short years remaining, he felt the time stretching endlessly. Fortunately, with each passing day filled with longing, he finally awaited the moment he had longed for. A grand wedding celebration unfolded, filled with the fragrance of wine and joy. In the bridal chamber, as they drank from the ceremonial cup, the aroma of wine lingered and the red curtains fell. As her garments slipped away, she caught sight of a small jade clasp pendant that had fallen from his collarbone. Suddenly pausing, her misty eyes filled with confusion. What is this? It looks so familiar. Following her gaze, he glanced down and smiled broadly. Is the token you gifted me on my birthday when we were young? Before she could respond, a gentle yet inexperienced kiss enveloped her, leaving only soft murmurs. The small jade clasp was her first birthday gift to him during their childhood, transformed into a pendant that he had kept close. Perhaps from that moment, their fates had been irrevocably intertwined, destined to walk hand in hand through this life. Years later, within the Jing Wangfu, a Sun, come quickly and see if my clay dolls look like anyone. Father, look at mine. Father and mine. 2 little bundles of joy, one large and one small, eagerly lifted their clay dolls for Mo Sun to see. Naturally, his first choice remained his wife. Very well done. This one resembles Dabao quite a bit. As he gazed at the cluster of clay dolls, Mo Sun praised without a change in expression, and he could even point out their likenesses. However, Luo Li appeared somewhat perplexed. Father, Mother just said this is Xiao Bao. The larger of the 2, Dabao, popped his head up, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, the 2 adults froze. Ahem, yes, I was referring to Xiao Bao as well, Mo Sun continued, maintaining his composure. Eventually, Luo Li could no longer stifle her laughter, and Mo Sun also finally succumbed, their family of 4 erupting into joyous laughter. Quick, help me out. I want to make one of us 4 together. All right. As they diligently crafted their dolls, several familiar figures appeared in the courtyard. Luo Yun entered, glancing at them, and could not help but scoff. How old are you all? Yet you're still playing with clay like children. Why did you not invite me? With that, he squeezed himself into the family of 4, eliciting laughter from the onlookers behind him. You all come too. Let us see who can make the best one. He even turned to call others over. His sister-in-law shot him a helpless glance as she brought the 2 children over. Xiao Mian joined in with her cousins from Uncle Lin's family. Lin Sherlon, Uncle Zhou, and Aunt Lin stood beside old General Lin, watching the scene with amused smiles. These children never seemed to grow up. Observing the playful antics of a younger generation, the elders wore expressions of exasperation mixed with affection and indulgence. In the guest room of the courtyard, a neat wooden rack displayed a wall filled with clay dolls, each resembling a family member, vividly crafted. Hearing the laughter of the elders from behind and gazing at the scene before her, Luo Li secretly poked Mo Sun, immediately deciding to create a grand masterpiece. My dear, I wish to make the largest clay sculpture, one that includes everyone in our family. What do you think? Mo Sun replied with a smile, lifting his hand to wipe the clay from her nose. This natural display prompted a chorus of teasing laughter. I will help you with it. Luo Yun chimed in cheerfully. Ultimately, they came together to immortalize the moment on canvas, gradually molding it into a magnificent masterpiece, which was prominently displayed in the center of the room. The world is complete. System space. This time, the score is 1,000, with a deduction of 200 for the use of points in this world, leaving 800. Merit, 40. Luck, 30. Points, 18000 18800. Luck, 28030 310. Merit, 28040 320. Chapter 183. The Talented Singer by Yu Egg Wang and Little Flower One. Shaoli, have you arrived? EM downstairs. Don't worry, I'll be up shortly. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Luo Li intentionally exaggerated her breathing, feigning a state of urgent anxiety. Hurry up, I'm so scared. He keeps knocking on the door. The woman on the other end of the line sounded panicked, but it was evident that her acting was overly dramatic. Luo Li sneered inwardly, glanced at the empty hotel lobby before her, and decisively retracted her foot just as she was about to step inside, turning on her heel to leave. Simultaneously, a scream echoed from the phone, which Luo Li chose to ignore. Kai, could you help me clear the surveillance from earlier? Sure. Kai had already finished cleaning. and there would be no traces of the host having been to the hotel or its surroundings. After a long absence, Xiao Baikai perched on Luo Li's shoulder, swinging her little feet leisurely. "Our Kai Kai is truly clever," Luo Li praised, gently touching its head. Xiao Baikai's eyes crinkled with joy, puffing out her little chest, filled with pride. The original inhabitant of this world was a somewhat renowned actress. She had the fortune of starring as a supporting role in a campus drama upon her debut, which unexpectedly skyrocketed in popularity overnight. The supporting character she portrayed became the perfect by Yue Guang in the eyes of many. As a result, she gained popularity immediately upon debut and subsequently secured several new roles, rising to fame and becoming a celebrated star. Under normal circumstances, she could have enjoyed a smooth journey in the entertainment industry due to her talent, but unfortunately, she had a scheming best friend. As the original inhabitant's fame grew, numerous unfounded rumors began to surface, presented as credible allegations. Many of her actions were maliciously edited and exposed by marketing accounts, tarnishing her reputation further. Fortunately, both she and her agency managed the situation well, and her rational fans staunchly supported her, clearing her name from the slander. However, this time, her best friend struck hard. Just like the phone call earlier, this trusted friend deceitfully claimed to have been harassed at the hotel, insisting that someone was persistently knocking on her door to intimidate her. In a panic, she called the original inhabitant for help, pleading that, as public figures, they should avoid involving the police. Hearing the crisis on the phone and worrying for her friend, the original inhabitant rushed over without a second thought, planning to handle the situation with the hotel staff. But for some unknown reason, the vast hotel lobby was devoid of any presence. As the situation for her so-called best friend became increasingly dire, the original inhabitant had no time to contemplate and hurriedly ascended to the room. Yet, upon arriving, she found no sign of her friend. Only a room filled with bare-chested men and several cameras. Thus, The Perfect by Yue Guang fell from grace overnight. The once popular star was implicated in scandalous headlines about being kept by a wealthy benefactor and engaging in illicit activities, trending overnight. No matter how the original inhabitant tried to explain herself, it was futile. All that awaited her were endless insults. Her agency could no longer assist her, and even the loyal fans attempting to clarify the situation were met with repeated setbacks, ultimately falling silent. Some extreme netizens even tracked down her address, repeatedly harassing, vandalizing, and cursing her. Amidst the unending barrage of insults, the original inhabitant chose to end her life through suicide. The original inhabitant's wish, revenge. Let the instigator suffer the consequences, experience double the pain, being kept, acting arrogantly, disrespecting her seniors. Back at home, flipping through the malicious rumors that had been spread about the original inhabitant, Luo Li couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't every single one of them directed at her so-called best friend? Each claim could easily be substantiated. Just as she finished speaking, a call notification popped up, making Luo Li raise an eyebrow. It seemed the moment had arrived. She answered the call and activated the recording. "Luo Li, you set me up." The other party's tone was clearly frantic, likely already informed and possibly scolded by others. "What are you talking about?" Luo Li feigned innocence, her voice laced with confusion, as if she couldn't comprehend the other person's words. Yet her smile was distinctly cold. "You're still pretending. You didn't go to the hotel at all. Why did you lie to me? What hotel? Royale, what are you talking about?" No matter how frantic the other person became, Luo Li remained unresponsive, maintaining her facade of innocence. The more she acted this way, the more it ignited the fury of the person on the other end. Even through the phone, Luo Li could hear the trembling rage. "XXX Hotel. I told you to find me there. Why didn't you go?" Qin Riao, overwhelmed by anger, blurted out the name of the hotel. "Oh, why would I go looking for you?" Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone turned icy. When anger clouds one's judgment, it is easy to be led astray. Luo Li deliberately provoked her. "I wanted to make sure someone captured it." At this point, Qin Royale suddenly snapped back to reality. "You tricked me." Luo Li let out a light chuckle upon hearing this, promptly hanging up the phone. "Ah, so close, what a pity. It seems this recording won't be of much use." Meanwhile, Qin Royale stared at the black screen of her phone, realizing she had momentarily lost her temper and exposed her real feelings to Luo Li. Damn it, she cursed under her breath, tossing her phone onto the table. Soon after, another call came in, and as she answered, a torrent of curses greeted her. The promised individuals were not delivered, and Mr. Wong is furious. "You need to come over yourself. Indeed, the men in the hotel were merely there to record the video, intending to ruin the original inhabitant's reputation. Beyond that, they sought to use the footage as leverage to coerce her into selling herself to this so-called Mr. Wong. Qin Royale hung up the phone, her face pale. Since the promised individuals were not delivered, she had no choice but to take their place. Unbeknownst to her, after she left her apartment, Luo Li had been following closely behind. Upon reaching their destination, Luo Li wasted no time and dialed the police using a newly acquired phone number. Hello, I'd like to report that at XX Club, there are individuals engaging in prostitution. After hanging up, Luo Li searched for several paparazzi contacts, providing them with the address and the scandalous details. Once the calls were made, she withdrew gracefully, returning home to watch dramas while awaiting the fallout. She was greeted by a melodious piano tune from upstairs, which was quite soothing. Unfortunately, it was but a single piece and ended too soon. Guagua. That incident of being tricked by a best friend into a hotel for video recording and defamation is a real case. Everyone should be cautious and vigilant. The closest people may inflict the deepest wounds. Chapter 184. The Talented Singer by Yu Wang and Little Flower 2. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Soon, Luo Li saw related headlines. 18-line actress caught engaging in prostitution at certain club, arrested by police on spot. How is she only 18-line? The buzz is clearly insufficient. Observing the headlines that failed to trend, Luo Li scoffed. It's merely a pity that Qin Royale's talent is lacking, despite securing numerous wealthy benefactors. Her work still fails to ignite any sparks. As she pondered, Luo Li's eyes sparkled with an idea. She instructed Xiao Baikai to help her conceal her account's location, ensuring it would be impenetrable even to hackers. Subsequently, she crafted a sensational video with the headline, Renowned Company President Caught in a Brothel with Famous Actress Qin Royale. After anonymously sending it to several corporate emails and investing a small amount of promotional currency, the entry quickly surged to prominence. The notoriety of President Wang's company far surpassed that of any minor celebrity, swiftly elevating the scandal to trending status. Moreover, several rival companies were eager to assist in this endeavor. With their support, numerous marketing accounts and internet trolls flocked to the story, ensuring that even if Qin Royale's popularity waned, her name and visage would become widely recognized. By the time she and President Wang emerged from the police station, it was already too late. Their intimate photographs had flooded the internet. Upon noticing the progress bar indicating a 50 completion of her original wish, Luo Li was pleasantly surprised and chuckled softly. The original owner was rather easy to please, yet this was merely an appetizer. Kai, I shall rent hacking skills. All right, 3 credits for a day. Soon after, satisfied with the newly acquired videos and images, Luo Li clapped her hands. She found a few paparazzi emails and sent the content anonymously. Let us add some spice, she murmured, her eyes filled with mischievous delight. Unsurprisingly, the first thing President Wang did upon his release was to spend money suppressing the heat of the story. However, within a short span, the information resurfaced, and his efforts to bury it proved futile. Is he feeling guilty? I noticed how the entry vanished overnight, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Ironically, his attempts to cover up only served to confirm the authenticity of the events, leading to an explosion of related entries and videos. This chaos was orchestrated by Luo Li and those rival companies, who seized the opportunity to drag him down. The comments beneath Qin Royale's public account were rife with disdain. Initially, she had garnered a following of detractors due to her lackluster acting skills. Now, both bystanders and her former fans alike were voicing their outrage. Lacking talent is one thing, but breaking the law to sell oneself? She should exit the entertainment industry. Previously, she had cast aspersions on newcomers for using underhanded means to gain resources, yet the tables had turned, revealing her as the main culprit. How could she stoop so low, especially with someone older than her father? I once thought she had decent looks despite her lack of skill, but now what a disgrace. As Qin Royale read through these comments, her face flushed with anger, and she screamed in despair. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Beside her, her manager furrowed his brow, hanging up the phone. It had been confirmed that the paparazzi received a tip-off the previous night. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone lately? The manager fell silent, realizing that Qin Royale had indeed crossed many individuals, relying heavily on her wealthy benefactors and neglecting to treat others with respect. This is serious. Perhaps you should seek help from some of your other sponsors, the manager suggested. Just then, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Upon seeing President Wang's name, both of them paused. After answering, The caller unleashed a torrent of curses, and the manager spent a considerable time apologizing before the onslaught ceased. After hanging up, a new entry appeared, and the manager's gaze towards Qin Ruo Yao became laden with complexity. President Wang has already deduced that this issue originates from you. Be prudent. With that, the manager decisively turned and left. The newly revealed entry displayed intimate photos of Qin Ruo Yao with her other benefactors. After the manager exited, she too glimpsed the new entry. Impossible. She gasped in horror upon confirming her phone's photo album. Yes, all the benefactors she had sought out were married men, engaging in extramarital affairs. To safeguard herself, she had taken pictures and videos with these men, initially intended as leverage for future situations where they might abandon her. However, she never anticipated that her own preparations would ultimately be turned against her. As she stared at her locked phone documents, terror coursed through her, unable to fathom who could have stolen and disseminated such sensitive material. Soon, another phone call rang through, but after viewing the new entry, she dared not answer. One call ended, only to be replaced by another, until a dozen calls later, a brief silence fell. Hiding in a corner of the sofa, Qin Ruo Yao's expression turned venomous, her mind racing to deduce who could be orchestrating this chaos behind her back. Before she could ponder further, a loud knock echoed at her apartment door, and in an instant, it was forcibly kicked open. A well-groomed, middle-aged woman, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, stormed in. Get her! It was none other than President Wang's wife, there to confront the mistress. This apartment had been provided by President Wang, an asset under his name. What are you doing? This is illegal. I will sue you for trespassing. The moment she finished speaking, a few slaps landed on her face. In mere moments, Qin Ruo Yao found herself bruised and battered. Mrs. Wang sneered, trespassing? Under Mr. Wang's name, which property does not involve me. Toss her out. You, a young girl, not following the right path, yet daring to take shortcuts. Do you even know your place? Thus, Qin Ruo Yao was unceremoniously cast out. In truth, she had only recently become involved with President Wang, who had many peculiar preferences, and she was not particularly inclined to please him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought to curry favor with the original owner. This apartment was a recent reward she had received. While she may not have quite been a mistress yet, having only been indulged a few times, she was merely a plaything. Yet who would know? Everyone only saw what they wished to see. Due to those intimate images and videos, she had also alienated several other benefactors, leading to her being blacklisted within the industry. Furthermore, she faced substantial financial liabilities from multiple partnerships. Without her powerful connections and having made numerous enemies, her many real scandals were soon exposed, rendering her a target of public disdain. In a matter of moments, her world had turned upside down. She transformed from a celebrated star into a hunted pariah, forced to seek refuge in a cheap rental. Yet, even in that state, some extreme fans managed to track down her residence, relentlessly harassing her. Shally, please help me. We grew up together in the orphanage. Desperate and with nowhere else to turn, Qin Ruo Yao sought help from Luo Li. Learning that Luo Li had an event that day, she waited in the underground parking lot to block her path. However, her desperation seemed rather comical. Good friends? You mean the ones who want my life? I do not require that. Luo Li maintained a gentle smile, yet her words were icy and unyielding. After speaking, she firmly pushed Qin Ruo Yao aside and turned to leave. Qin Ruo Yao hurriedly pursued her, blocking her once more. Why do you think this way? Why would you think that of me? Last time, you didn't kind of find me. I was merely a bit upset, which is why my tone on the phone was less than pleasant. You know, that day I was genuinely frightened. As she spoke, Qin Ruo Yao unexpectedly began to weep. Fortunately, during that phone call, they did not express their sentiments too bluntly, allowing Qin Ruo Yao to believe she still had an opportunity to mend things. After all, Luo Li understood her best, given that they had grown up together in the orphanage. Luo Li truly regarded her as family. She believed that if she showed vulnerability, someone as soft-hearted as Luo Li would surely not abandon her. This incident was a defamation against me. You know my character, Xiao Li, don't you? Please help me. You're the only one who can assist me now. Her voice, dripping with feigned sweetness, belied the malice and cunning in her eyes. Her situation had already become a sensational topic online, a matter of public record. Asking Luo Li to clarify and speak on her behalf was nothing more than an attempt to drag Luo Li down with her. She was well aware that her prospects were bleak, yet she was unwilling to let Luo Li thrive. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and scheming. Suddenly, a resounding slap shattered Qin Ruo Yao's illusions. The sharp sound echoed as Luo Li, shaking her numb hand, coldly regarded the dazed Qin Ruo Yao. Do you truly not realize that your acting skills are as abysmal as you are? You are a 1,000-year-old fox. Why pretend? Get lost. You are truly despicable. With that final remark, Luo Li did not linger, departing the scene immediately. Qin Ruyao covered her face, her eyes wide with disbelief, filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, as more and more luxury vehicles appeared, she understood that she could not remain there any longer. An event was being held that day, with many celebrities expected to arrive, making it an unsuitable place for her to stay. Resolutely, she turned and left. Yet, unexpectedly, just as she exited the underground parking lot, a group of people suddenly surged toward her, shouting and cursing. It's her, it's really her. I knew I wasn't mistaken today. She actually came here. Everyone, let us go. I'll kill you, little mistress. I'll kill you, you be. Those vile people. They were not fans or haters, but individuals who had experienced familial betrayal. Their greatest hatred was directed at those who destroy others' families. Even if Qin Ruoyao might not even qualify as a legitimate mistress, merely being treated as a plaything by wealthy patrons. Once she engaged in such entanglements with married men, she could never shed that label. They had been watching Qin Ruoyao for a long time, but she had always evaded them until today when they finally caught her. Amidst the struggle, someone discreetly pushed Qin Ruoyao, causing her to crash heavily to the ground, her cheeks scraping against the flower bed. She felt a sharp pain on her face and, trembling, touched it, finding her hands stained with blood, the flower bed clearly marked with crimson. Before she could regain her composure, a bottle of liquid was splashed onto her face. Ack! Ack! Her piercing cries echoed through the venue, accompanied by the terrified shouts of bystanders. The crowd panicked and scattered, each donning hats and masks to obscure their identities. Soon, the sound of ambulances and police cars arrived, and the events that had just transpired were reported in the news. When Luo Li later saw it, the headline screamed of Qin Ruoyao being splashed with acid, resulting in severe disfigurement and a tragic suicide by jumping. Meanwhile, those who had acted violently that day were apprehended by the police, awaiting their judgment. Closing her phone, Luo Li turned to gaze out the window. Just as night fell away, the dawn began to rise, illuminating everything in its path. Chapter 186. The Talented Songbird by Yue Guang Xiaohua. Perhaps in harmony with her thoughts. The gentle sound of piano suddenly filled the air, pure and melodious, gradually blossoming like freshly sprouted buds, brimming with hope. Before her lay the rising sun, and beside her, the enchanting piano melody played. How delightful and fitting! Were it not for the fear of startling the musician, she would have surely praised his remarkable talent. Just then, a call came in. It was her manager. The production team is on their way. I'll come over shortly. Please be mindful. This time, we're merely capturing some preliminary footage, so there's no need to be overly anxious. Just be yourself. As soon as the call connected, her manager proceeded directly to the point, clearly outlining the arrangements. A smile crept onto Luo Li's lips. Understood. My dear sister, you can rest assured. She had accepted an invitation to participate in a dating reality show. As Kai had mentioned, he would also be attending. Recently, the original host had faced some scandalous allegations, and although they had been clarified, it still affected her public image. Therefore, the company decided to have her appear on some reality shows to enhance her visibility, improve public relations, and garner more fans. Consequently, Luo Li chose this dating show. Since its premiere, it had garnered significant attention, featuring both celebrities and ordinary participants. However, this was her first time in a reality show, so her manager had come along to ensure she adjusted well. After ending the call, Luo Li tidied her long hair, and soon there was a knock on the door. Coming, she replied, slipping on her white rubber slippers and walking over. Miss Luo, we are from the Proposed Romance production team. Upon opening the door, the team members waiting outside were momentarily taken aback. The sight before them revealed a girl clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, with a few stray strands casually tucked behind her ear, exposing her fair and pristine face. Delicate and graceful, the sunlight streaming through the window cast a halo around her, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of a vision in a dream. The photographer quickly snapped pictures, and the videographer began recording. This was truly prime material. Please come in. Noticing their reaction, she smiled gently, her lips curving in a warm smile. It was only after entering that they noticed the rubber slippers she wore. I wear these casually at home. Following their gaze, Luo Li became aware of her footwear and awkwardly explained. Compared to her overall elegance, the slippers seemed somewhat juvenile. Yet, they inexplicably made her seem more approachable, as if the elusive moonlight had become attainable. Miss Luo, your choice of footwear is quite charming. One of the team members remarked with a smile. Luo Li glanced at her bunny-eared slippers, her fair cheeks flushing slightly. Returning to the main topic, we intend to film some of your daily routines. May I ask what hobbies you enjoy during your leisure time at home? Or are there any particular interests you excel at? When I am bored, I like to paint. However, it's merely a hobby, and I'm not particularly skilled at it. Let me show you my studio. The original host resided in a spacious flat, usually living alone, apart from a master bedroom. The other rooms remained empty, so she had converted one into a studio for her painting. It was filled with her artwork, and as the staff entered, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this could rival that of a master. Miss Luo, you are too modest." Luo Li merely smiled at this, and seeing them actively searching for material, she took a seat and prepared her easel. Grasping her brush, she began to depict the sunrise that had danced in her mind, in harmony with the piano melody. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the resplendent orange sun rose majestically. In the corner by the window, a figure sat before the piano, most of their form shrouded in shadow, rendering their features indistinguishable, the gender indiscernible. Their gaze was fixed outside, imbued with a sense of yearning, yet also an air of enjoyment. They resembled a flower flourishing in warm light, as well as a tender sprout striving to break free from its confines. Though merely a simple landscape was portrayed, this figure evoked a multitude of intricate emotions. Even Luo Li found herself perplexed at how she could create such a poignant piece. It held profound artistic merit. The staff who observed Luo Li painting were astonished. They had not anticipated that an ordinary rising star would possess genuine talent. Yes, it was confirmed. She was indeed the epitome of an exquisite muse. Once the material was sufficiently gathered, the team bid farewell to Luo Li. "We shall take our leave now. Miss Luo, goodbye." By the time Luo Li's manager arrived, everything had concluded. So soon? Indeed. Luo Li nudda apshammindali, glancing upstairs. "Sister Chun, are there guests from this program upstairs as well?" I noticed they all went up after finishing their shoot. From the snippets of conversation with the staff, she sensed that her neighbors were not mere ordinary folk. Unbeknownst to her, one of them was also a figure from the industry. "Is that so? I shall go take a look." Sister Chun, disinterested in waiting for the elevator, headed directly to the stairwell. Luo Li eagerly followed suit, and Sister Chun, casting her a glance, chose not to comment. Upon discovering the identity of the person upstairs, Luo Li's thoughts grew convoluted. After all this time, was the person she sought residing just above her? Xiao Baikai was equally bewildered. It had failed to detect that a significant figure was upstairs. The host could still hear the illustrious figure playing the piano every few days. I ought to check the detection system at headquarters soon. Sister Chan accompanied Luo Li upstairs, merely glancing at the door before descending. Remembering something, she turned to Luo Li. That Qin Ruoyao, the original host, and Qin Ruoyao entered the entertainment industry around the same time. Qin Ruoyao had mentioned that one should not cultivate too close a relationship within the circle, leading those inside and outside to remain unaware of the connection between the original host and Qin Ruoyao. Unlike others, Sister Chun was one of the few who knew. Having observed countless individuals in the industry, Sister Chun was astute. She had warned the original host several times that Qin Ruoyao was not worth deepening ties with. Sadly, the original host had not heeded her advice in time. "I am fine, Sister Chun, do not worry." Aware that Sister Chun referred to the recently reported news of Qin Ruoyao's tragic demise, she feared Luo Li would be upset, especially since the original host had once considered her a close friend. Yet now, how could Luo Li feel sorrow? She was far too elated. The program starts recording next Monday. Do prepare yourself in the coming days. Seeing that Luo Li appeared to be in good spirits, Sister Chun refrained from saying more, offering only her customary reminders. Luo Li obediently acknowledged her, and due to other matters demanding her attention, Sister Chun did not linger long, departing after a brief stay. Shortly after Sister Chun left, the upstairs crew also vacated the premises. "Kai, hurry and take a look." She instructed Xiao Baikai to investigate the commotion, preparing to orchestrate a chance encounter. They're coming. Host, the illustrious figure has exited." Upon hearing Xiao Baikai's words, Luo Li immediately sprang to her feet, casually grabbing a bag as she stepped outside, patiently waiting before the elevator. Ding! The delightful chime rang out. As the elevator doors opened, Luo Li's gaze met that of the man within. Clad in a simple white shirt, with tousled black hair and gold-rimmed glasses, his chiseled features were striking. the corners of his eyes adorned with a subtle beauty mark, rendering him utterly captivating. His skin was exceptionally fair, allowing Luo Li to discern the delicate veins in his slender hands, with his fingers tinged with a rosy hue, quite pleasing to behold. A true gem of humanity. She nearly faltered. Regaining her composure, Luo Li entered the elevator calmly, finding a spot to stand at a respectful distance while remaining silent. Yet, upon noticing her, he seemed to pause momentarily, glancing down at her feet before quickly returning to his usual demeanor. Luo Li, feeling a surge of apprehension, glanced down, her toes stiffening. Her cheeks flushed. Curse it, she had forgotten to change her shoes. The disparity between her upper body's elegance and her silly holy shoes was stark. As the girl approached, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, causing Shun Shu he to instinctively tilt his head, catching sight of her fair and beautiful profile. When she lowered her gaze, the sight of her blushing face, filled with embarrassment, did not escape his notice. Strangely, he found it somewhat endearing, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ding, favorability 5. Hearing the notification, Luo Li felt even more rigid, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Feigning a calm demeanor, the elevator contained only the two of them, and though the ride was brief, it felt interminably long. Upon reaching the ground floor, she did not exit the elevator, watching him leave, her shoulders finally slumping in defeat. How awkward, Kai Kai. She had intended to leave a memorable first impression, but not one of this nature. Her image as the flawless muse had been tarnished. It's all right, host. You are still the most beautiful. Xiao Bai Kai began to mimic her praises, though it spoke the truth. Her host was indeed stunning, yet akin to the halo effect. Girls instinctively strive to maintain their idealized personas, drawing closer to that image. Luo Li was no exception. When she learned of the original host persona, she genuinely cherished it and held it dear. But alas, she resigned herself to the situation. The recording for the romance variety show was set for the following Monday, leaving several days until then. In the interim, Luo Li planned to ascertain Shun Shu He's schedule, creating opportunities for serendipitous encounters. Surprisingly, fate proved fortuitous. Though her outings were irregular, she encountered him in the elevator several times. His gaze transitioned from unfamiliarity and surprise to a semblance of comfort. However, mere familiarity would not suffice. Luo Li needed to strive for moments of delight. Time swiftly passed, and the day of recording arrived. On that day, Sister Chun came to escort her. The recording venue was selected in a quaint seaside town, renowned as a romantic destination for couples. This recording was expected to last 7 days, and Sister Chun assured her, "I will come to pick you up once it concludes." Upon their arrival at the recording site, the vehicle came to a halt, providing Sister Chun an opportunity to remind her. "All right," Luo Li nodded, rising to exit the vehicle and retrieving her suitcase. The moment her figure graced the camera, her fans erupted in cheers. "It's Li Li. It's really Li Li. Ah, she is so beautiful. I adore her. Luo Li, Luo Li, Luo Li." The fans had been eagerly awaiting her arrival, having received news in advance, and upon seeing her, they could not contain their excitement. Witnessing the fervent fans, Luo Li smiled sweetly, revealing a radiant grin. As expected, another wave of screams ensued. "Lily is so beautiful. Lily, you are my light. We love you. Go for it, Lily. You are the best." As Luo Li's figure disappeared into the villa, the enthusiastic shouts from behind lingered, stirring something within her heart. These were fans who genuinely adored the original host. In her previous life, even when the original host had been vilified and maligned, they chose to believe in her and persistently advocated for her. They were indeed quite endearing. This time, Luo Li would surely not disappoint them. The romance variety show adopted a format of live broadcasting combined with editing, and from the moment Luo Li appeared, her image graced the live feed. At that moment, the fans in a live stream were equally thrilled, crying out in excitement. "Ah, why wasn't I there in person? Lily is so beautiful. I want to see her. Luo Li, send me hugs. Even through the screen, it feels so good. I am but a passerby, yet I must express my admiration for the flower known as the most beautiful by Yuguang. Indeed, she is quite stunning. The individual upstairs, 10086, is undeniably blessed with extraordinary beauty. I am compelled to become an ardent supporter solely based on her appearance." The live broadcast, unembellished by filters or beauty enhancements, reveals her most authentic self. Luo Li has merely applied a light touch of makeup, yet her beauty is striking and, intriguingly, grows more captivating the longer one gazes upon her. For this reason alone, I am determined to support her. Count me in. I have decisively joined the ranks of her fans. Welcome to our Li Z family, dear newcomers. Investing in this admiration is certainly worthwhile. Luo Li arrived neither too early nor too late. Upon entering the villa, she discovered that there were already guests present. They appeared unfamiliar, a pair of amateur guests, a tall, handsome young man who seemed to engage in regular fitness, exuding a palpable aura of strength, and a charming young woman with a lovely lowly appearance, donning an adorable bubble dress that instantly evokes a sense of familiarity. Hello, I am Luli. She greeted with a warm smile upon noticing their gaze. Both stood, visibly excited upon recognizing her, and politely bowed in return. Greetings, I am Gu Xiaoxi. May I refer to you as Li Li? Taken aback by the enthusiasm, Luo Li nodded with a smile. Of course. The young man beside her also introduced himself briefly, confirming his role as a fitness coach. Gu Xiaoxi, a fashion blogger, was also a devoted fan of Luo Li, explaining her excitement. How outrageous! How could this Li Z be sneaking onto the show without us knowing? She exclaimed, even taking Luo Li's hand and embracing her arm. Asa, Li Z. I am genuinely envious. My heart is filled with jealousy. Upon discovering Gu Xiaoxi's fan status, the viewers in the live stream felt an overwhelming wave of envy, transforming into a flurry of lemon-themed comments. In a moment, the room required a draw to determine the distribution of tasks. Miss Luo, please have a seat. Shortly, we will be joined by 3 more guests. After observing the interaction among the group, the production team interjected. Luo Li set her luggage aside and was promptly guided by Gu Xiaoxi to sit down, who eagerly began to explore various topics, from clothing to hair care, engaging in delightful conversation. Gu Xiaoxi, are you a koala? Please release our Li Li. You have been holding her for quite some time. Be careful, or I shall unleash my lemony sarcasm upon you. The comments in the live stream were filled with playful banter, laced with a hint of acidity. However, the viewers' hearts brimmed with joy, witnessing their beloved treasure garner such affection from many others, filling them with pride. Before long, the comments were drowned out as the beauty aficionados were once again captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from the screen. Wow, who is this? An extraordinary visage. The excitement escalated as fans clamored for the identity of the newcomer. That face, that waist, those legs, and those glasses. Oh, he is truly handsome. So alluring. It is almost scandalous. Tears are streaming down my face. As Shun Shu, he stepped out of the vehicle and looked up, a commotion erupted, with fans outside squealing in delight, piquing the curiosity of those in the living room. Shun Shu He, our brother, is incredibly gentle, and his songs are beautiful. Investing in him is absolutely worthwhile. Welcome to join us. His fans, upon seeing him, began to promote him enthusiastically, their voices filled with excitement and pride. Ah, I know him. He is the original singer of the currently popular song Light, along with Distance and Crossing Time, all his own creations. Is it really him? I had no idea. My goodness, I've been listening to his songs for over a year, and I'm still enamored. I must hear them every day. Remarkably, in just 2 short years, he had risen to prominence, with his songs becoming household names, each release a resounding success. Across major platforms, countless individuals used his songs as background music. He is indeed a prodigious creator, a musical genius. Ah, it is him. I have come across several videos of him, but they always only featured half of him. Despite revealing nothing, his voice is truly captivating. This is the first time I have seen his full face, and oh my, he is so handsome. With talent and beauty, he is truly favored by the heavens. As the audience in the live stream chattered excitedly, Shin Shu, he made his entrance into the villa. He briefly introduced himself and greeted everyone. When Luo Li turned to him, their eyes met, and she distinctly noticed a momentary pause in his demeanor, while she herself displayed a hint of surprise. Those with keen eyes in attendance noted this subtle detail, igniting a spark of gossip. Li Li, do you two know each other? Gu Xiao, she could not contain her curiosity, although fans had encountered Shun Shu he privately. This program marked his first public appearance, making it a first for everyone present. Surely, they must know each other. I saw their exchange of glances. It was as if they were surprised to unexpectedly meet an acquaintance. However, it must be said, the two appeared rather compatible. I'm shipping this, someone exclaimed. This couple is mine. Moreover, given the order of their entrance, they were indeed in the same group. The brief exchange of glances undoubtedly harbored intrigue. A genius singer and a beautiful Baiyuguang flower. Both possess striking beauty, and this is a truly delightful pairing. As this is a romantic variety show, if not now, then when, listening to Gu Xiaoxi's words, Luo Li instinctively turned to gaze at Shun Shu-hee, only to once again meet his eyes. Both were momentarily taken aback. Yet Luo Li shook her head in honesty. Not quite acquainted. We are merely neighbors who have crossed paths a few times without even exchanging greetings. Not acquainted? Gu Xiaoxi quickly caught on to the nuance. However, before she could inquire further, another guest arrived. The viewers in the live stream began speculating. What does this mean? Not acquainted? Does this imply they have met before? I believe what you said is true. Oh, what a coincidence. Let us ship them. The exchange of glances earlier was certainly worth pondering. How many strangers would look away as if scorched? The CP fans felt they had already received a delightful morsel of sweetness, savoring the moment. The next guest to arrive was none other than the popular A-list actress, Xu Mei. Upon hearing her name, Luo Li paused for a moment, a sense of agitation rising within her. She was all too familiar with this name. Xu Mei had portrayed the lead role in the campus drama that had initially launched the original character into stardom. While the original character gained fame from that drama, Xu Mei had debuted earlier and had only once been overshadowed by a supporting role in that very same series. It was that drama that had catapulted the original character to fame, thereby inciting Xu Mei's ire, leading her to deliberately snatch several opportunities away from the original character. Luo Li merely wished to participate in a romantic variety show and enjoy a simple love story, yet it seemed fraught with difficulty. Taking a discreet breath in a corner away from the camera's view, she exhaled softly. However, this show's guest list was always a mystery until the recording day, leaving no one aware of who would be present. Even Luo Li had learned of Shun Shu-hee's participation through Kai Kai. As she sensed movement, Shun Shu-hee glanced in her direction once more. Soon, the villa door swung open, revealing Xu Mei. Witnessing the others merely rise to greet her upon hearing the commotion, she displayed a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Upon spotting Luo Li, a look of disdain and contempt crossed her face. However, she soon concealed her emotions, her fleeting expression difficult to capture. Greetings, I am Xu Mei, but you may also call me Meyer. Turning around, she raised a bright smile, appearing quite approachable. Yet, the commotion outside quickly overshadowed her voice. This stir was greater than any previous one. The final guest of the show had arrived. None other than the reigning king of the entertainment industry, Shen Feng. When the Yingdi entered, the others in the room greeted him with the same courtesy, rising to acknowledge his presence. As always, the Yingdi maintained a succinct and aloof demeanor. However, Luo Li distinctly noticed a momentary surprise flicker in his gaze when it met Shun Shu-hee. Despite this, Shun Shu-hee remained composed and unperturbed, and the Yingdi swiftly averted his gaze. Hello, Yingdi. I am your fan. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Xu Mei exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, embodying a mix of shyness and joy. Yet, compared to Gu Xiaoxi's earlier reaction, hers seemed less innocent. While she was indeed thrilled, it was not the enthusiasm of a mere fan, but rather that of a girl smitten. However, such emotions were quite typical in a dating variety show, serving as the perfect catalyst for stirring up romantic pairings that easily captured the hearts of CP fans. Nonetheless, the Yingdi's response to her enthusiasm was rather subdued. Consistent with his well-known cold persona, it appeared as though he was not genuinely interested in participating in a dating show, but rather treating it as a mere obligation. Nevertheless, the program itself was undeniably popular, managing to attract even a star of his caliber. In the live stream, viewers were actively commenting, revealing their perceptions. It was clear that Shun Feng was merely fulfilling familial expectations rather than engaging with the show's concept. While it was common for someone of his age to feel pressured, his younger brother's presence there was indeed unexpected. Had this young man figured things out before him? He was still single, after all. Despite his swirling thoughts, he remained composed, mindful of the ongoing show, and chose to play the part of a stranger towards Shun Shu-hee. What the Yingdi did not realize was that Shun Shu-hee was also there to fulfill obligations, genuinely participating in the work. His manager arranged for him to appear, noting that his music was already widely recognized and it was time for him to make an appearance before the public. Otherwise, he would be failing those who had consistently supported him. While it made sense, he initially believed the show would be a standard variety program, only to discover it was a dating show. His manager, a man who enjoyed shipping couples despite being a grown man, left Shun Shu-hee feeling somewhat skeptical, prompting a soft sigh within him. Oh my, all the guests this time are exceptionally attractive. It's truly a paradise for those who appreciate beauty. I am so fortunate. Ah, how I wish for this visual delight. The live chat was buzzing with excitement, while the atmosphere on-site felt a bit tense. "All right, since everyone is here, let us begin," the director announced, causing everyone present to pause in surprise. "Departing? Were they not recording here?" The comments in the live stream were filled with confusion, suggesting that it was likely the first time many viewers had seen the show, which was notorious for its unconventional twists and turns. Under the director's guidance, the group followed out of the villa, boarding a small bus that took them to a dock, and then they boarded a boat to an independent island not far from the town. The location had been meticulously prepared in advance, with a small square marked in the sand for game tasks. Additionally, there were large photos of various types of housing, some appealing and others less so. One was a modest bungalow, while another was a cave, which was truly outrageous. After everyone had settled, the director cleared his throat and clapped his hands. Couples must endure challenges together to deepen their bond. So our theme this time is a 7-day survival adventure on the island. Team pairings will be decided by drawing lots. One male and one female will form a pair, and throughout these 7 days, you will rely on and support each other. The director raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his refined features. As you can see, this is where you will be residing for the next 7 days. Let me briefly introduce the options. The first is a well-furnished bungalow. Though small, it is fully equipped. The second is a simple accommodation with a bed and kitchen but lacks other amenities, though you may earn appliances through task completion. The third option is the cave you see. While it may be rudimentary, rest assured it is quite safe and boasts the best view on the island. Listening to the director, Luo Li fell silent. Other than the cave, she had no words. The remaining 5 were equally mute. "I heard they could be quite crafty, but I didn't expect them to be this clever." "Gu Xiao," she murmured to Luo Li. Luo Li wholeheartedly agreed. "Wow, they're all stunned. I suspect they're playing a role." However, the earlier comment was indeed accurate. It promised excitement. 7 days of isolation for men and women, coupled with survival on an island, was quite enticing. "I am ready to immerse myself in the live broadcast for these 7 days. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." Turning to the others, she urged, "I speak the truth. Investing in this show is worthwhile. There's no deception here." Meanwhile, at the scene, after a lengthy silence, the fitness instructor among them finally spoke up. "Director, are you serious?" "Of course." Sumei's gaze swept over the D, then back to the photos of their accommodations, her determination palpable. "Now let us begin the drawing. Here are 2 boxes, one for each gender. Inside are red, yellow, and blue balls. You will all draw simultaneously, and those who draw matching colors will form a team." Upon hearing this announcement, the others maintained their composure, but Sumei appeared momentarily stunned, glancing towards the staff with a questioning look. She had previously confirmed that the drawing would occur one by one, even going so far as to pay someone to ensure she would be paired with the Yingdi. How had this changed? Yet, the staff member, meeting her gaze, merely lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Miss Su," the director called out, noticing her distraction. Upon turning, she saw that the others had already gathered by the boxes, their eyes fixed on her as she stood there in a daze. "I apologize," she quickly regained her composure, offering a gentle smile as she moved to join the others by the boxes. The livestream cameras captured her unusual reaction, prompting viewers to speculate. What is wrong with her? Her expression is so strange, and she keeps glancing at the staff. Is there some kind of inside story? Can you all stop at the wild guesses? Mayor was just casually glancing around. Who does not understand that the essence of the Nilien program lies in its spontaneity? Until the truth is revealed, no one truly knows how the production team orchestrates the events. Where could any insider information possibly stem from? It is merely a matter of bewilderment. Let us refrain from baseless accusations and speaking without evidence. However, as soon as doubts were voiced, they were swiftly countered by the fervent supporters of Sumei. Some chose silence, while others retaliated vehemently. Her gaze certainly raised questions, but why such agitation? Is there a sense of guilt? Furthermore, it is no secret that Sumei has her share of scandals and a checkered past. Can such matters be dismissed so easily? This ignited a fierce debate among Sumei's detractors, leading to an immediate uproar. Guagua exclaimed, "How delightful! My rating has increased again. Just one more point, and I'll have a 9. With a playful demeanor, she requested, "Please shower me with more little stars." In Chapter 190, Genius Singer by Yue Guang. Upon observing the staff's actions, Sumei feigned calmness and began to draw lots. Glancing at the boys' side, she swiftly gathered all the balls from the bottom of the box and pressed them down. The drawing appeared ordinary, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue flowed. Luo Li and Gu Xiao, she simultaneously turned to Sumei, frowning in unison. Luo Li inquired. Do you wish to take all three? Gu Shaoxi added. How can we draw if you're holding on to them? They spoke in unison, directly confronting her, and simultaneously withdrew their hands to retrieve their own. The nearby cameraman promptly adjusted the camera to focus on the box. The moment Su Mei hurriedly released the 3 balls was captured live for the audience. The production team is notorious for being impartial. Regardless of who you are, if there is a scoop, it will be exposed. This gaze, this action, it is indeed challenging to evaluate. Su Mei's fans should not interfere. I speak only the truth. It is fine, continue with your remarks. Her supporters are deaf to reality. Unsurprisingly, this prompted another uproar in the live chat. Even with the camera capturing everything, Su Mei's fans remained obstinate. Fairness and transparency dictate that everyone should select their own balls and reveal them simultaneously. The director, witnessing the scene, spoke up. Everyone is astute. Su Mei has watched the film Emperors countless times, and all are well aware. Su Mei's face flushed, revealing her bashfulness. I apologize. I simply yearn to be paired with my idol. This candid admission bolstered her fans' confidence. Our mayor just wishes to team up with her idol. What is wrong with that? Isn't it perfectly natural? Who would want to partner with their favorite on a dating show? While this sentiment is understood, the reality is that it is fundamentally a matter of luck and fate. If one insists on such a viewpoint, does that imply that others are not human? Shun Feng's expression flickered with annoyance. Is this really necessary? My family insists I participate. Su Mei's feelings are understandable, yet we emphasize the importance of fate and transparency. The director responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Mei's expression stiffened, maintaining a smile, but choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief delay, the final results were finally revealed. The balls were small, easily concealed in the palm. Now it is time for the unveiling. Following the director's cue, Luo Li opened her hand, revealing a small red ball, instinctively glancing at Shun Shuhe across from her, unexpectedly meeting his gaze once more. He, too, held a red ball in his palm. How fortuitous! They indeed share a connection. As previously mentioned by Xiao Baikai, their compatibility is strikingly high at 100%. Teamwork is delightful. My partner, Luo Li beamed, stepping forward to speak. Shun Shuhe nodded, tightly grasping the red ball, a hint of pink gracing his ears. Who understands this? What is it about our Li's gaze that seems so endearingly affectionate? And Shun Shuhe, your ears, they have turned pink. The stoic beauty has shyly blushed. I can hardly contain my smile. The CP fans were once again rewarded with sweetness, and those fortunate enough to bask in affection were elated. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoxi, with eyes wide in astonishment, looked from her little yellow ball to the yellow ball held by the film emperor approaching her, finding the situation adorably bewildering. Hello, she stammered, unable to hide her nervousness, standing so close to the film emperor. Realizing her reaction, her cheeks flushed. Oh dear, Lili is overwhelming. I wish to cling to her for courage. Yet, my heart races uncontrollably. Observing her reaction, Shun Feng raised an eyebrow, a rare, genuine smile gracing his features. Hello. In contrast to the two pairs that were well matched, the remaining duo found themselves in an awkward predicament. The moment the answer was revealed, Su Mei's expression froze, unable to maintain her composure. Her countenance darkened, and she ignored her partner as he approached. No one knew what she had missed. Given her stature, she could choose any variety show script she desired. Her intention to join this program was solely to connect with Shun Feng, aware that beneath his film emperor facade lies a background of immense wealth. She had set her sights on this goal, determined to succeed. Yet, fate had other plans, which makes her current emotional state all the more understandable, rendering her incapable of maintaining any semblance of composure. Hello, my name is Cheng Ming, the fitness coach. Initially pleased to partner with Su Mei, whose fame is renowned, quickly noticed her demeanor and his expression dulled. However, respecting the recording of the show, he refrained from showing any displeasure and greeted her politely. Unexpectedly, Su Mei neglected to respond, creating a palpable tension in the air. It became awkwardly silent. Is it truly so? Su Mei has not even acknowledged him. He greeted her warmly, yet she ignored him entirely? The public sentiment shifted unfavorably. Coincidentally, I too turned against her due to her fans' behavior. Predictably, Su Mei garnered a wave of criticism. By the time she regained her composure and attempted to rectify the situation, it was too late. I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. Regaining her poise, Su Mei finally presented the most enchanting smile, speaking softly. She remembered that she needed to uphold her public persona. Yet, she overlooked the fact that this program differs from others. Aside from being broadcast live, they adhere to a policy of revealing the truth. Chungming nodded slightly, his demeanor polite yet distant. Now, let us announce the game rules, which will determine your living arrangements going forward. Everyone must listen attentively. Upon hearing this, Luo Li raised an eyebrow, confirming her suspicion. Despite the director's youth, he harbors a penchant for intrigue. This emphasis on listening closely was directed at someone specific. She relished the unfolding drama. Shen Shu-hee, noticing her reaction, felt warmth flicker in his gaze. The forthcoming game consists of 3 rounds. The first round will test your compatibility. Do you see these balloons beside me? As he spoke, the director paused, moving closer to separate the participants. Now, stand apart. Boys on one side and girls on the other. Once everyone had settled, he nodded in satisfaction and continued. Each balloon bears a number. Each pair, 1 male and 1 female, must select 5 numbers. If both report the same number, they will be awarded that balloon. The more matching numbers reported, the more balloons they will receive. 1 balloon equates to 1 gold coin. After 3 rounds, the pair with the most gold coins will be declared the winner, ranked by the number of coins collected. Additionally, these coins can be exchanged for necessary supplies, making them quite valuable. They are permitted to bring nothing other than personal clothing and items, yet they must survive on this island, necessitating the acquisition of numerous supplies. In Chapter 191 of Tian Kaigu Xing by Yu Guang Xiao Hua 9, paper is provided for them to write down their desired numbers, without any particular order, as they undertake this task simultaneously. Considering that some may take longer to report their numbers, the director promptly clarified the rules. He then distributed the slips of paper and pens. Upon receiving her paper, Luo Li glanced at the numbers on the balloons and, without hesitation, swiftly wrote down her choices. She was the first to submit her answers, with Shun Shu-hee following closely behind. "Oh, the result of the first submission is already out," the director exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the numbers written. They had 4 identical numbers. After several confirmations, he slowly announced the result, clearly disappointed by the unexpectedly high level of agreement, which was not within his expectations. He began to question whether his task had been too easy. Upon hearing the outcome, Shen Shu-hee was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Luo Li. The numbers chosen were entirely random, selected from 20 distinct digits between 1 and 100, and yet they had both coincidentally chosen 4 of the same. It appears our synergy remains impressive. Noticing his gaze, Luo Li smiled at him. "This is simply 6. This is not just good. It's extraordinarily harmonious, a perfect match. I affirm, you two are destined for one another. Please marry on the spot. We shall be your witnesses." In contrast to their reactions, the CP fans were even more elated. Without fail, as Luo Li finished speaking, Shun Shu-hee's ears turned crimson, and he responded softly. Gu Xiaoxi and her group were the second to submit, closely following Shun Shu-hee, with 1 match. The director's tone clearly indicates satisfaction this time. Sume had intended to discreetly signal Chungming, but to her surprise, he didn't even glance in her direction and simply completed his writing. The outcome was predictable. "Apologies, your group did not have any matches, but do not be disheartened. There are still 2 more rounds to go, so please persevere." The director's tone was filled with a sense of schadenfreude. This round's coins earned are as follows. Li Shu Group, 4. Shifeng Group, 1. With that, the staff distributed several small round coins inscribed with the words "Enai Lian." Li Chu, Li Zisu. Excellent. Our CP name is thus established. Li Ziesu Army, a symbol. Here. Number 10,086 reporting. Our Shifeng name remains unchanged. I raise the banner for Shifeng. I rally for you. Now, I declare the second round. The first round tested partner compatibility, while this second round will assess boyfriend strength. The director cleared his throat and began. "Still using these balloons. Do you all see? There are 50 balloons, each tied with a string at a fixed height. One must carry another person or be carried to reach them. Each team has 3 minutes. You may choose your method of cooperation, carry, hug, or lift, with no restrictions, as long as the pointed hat worn by the girl pops the balloon. The quantity popped will determine the winner. 5 coins for first place, 3 for second, and 1 for third." As the director finished speaking, the live broadcast erupted in cheers. "Wow, can we start carrying and hugging now? Woohoo, I love it." Whoever said this program was enjoyable was absolutely correct. It truly engages us and does not alienate us. However, carrying and hugging lacks a certain thrill. We should just proceed to kissing. Director, are you listening? We want to see kisses. Sisters upstairs, you must restrain yourselves and not reveal your true nature. What good is a kiss? We want to observe them alone in a room at night. If you understand. The director should not view us as outsiders. As these comments floated by, the program's large display screen was finally set up. Unsurprisingly, everyone caught sight of the viewers' comments. After reading them, Luo Li turned to see that Shun Shu he appeared somewhat uneasy, his face turning instantly red. Nearby, Gu Xiao she was blushing like an apple, unable to look at Shunning Di beside her. All right, I have noted the audience's suggestions. We are all family here. The director, suppressing a laugh, earnestly responded to the viewers. Upon realizing that the live comments were visible, the chat momentarily fell silent, with everyone holding their tongues. Had it not been for the moving images on screen, one might have thought it was frozen. However, in the next moment, the live chat exploded with excitement. Lili, look at me, look at me. Mumu, mumu, mumu. Stick together, stick together, stick together. Sister Lili, look at me, look at me. Ingdi is so handsome, his gaze kills me. The breeze today is so cool. Love you, moi. Ehe. Here, go for it. Our he meow has joined Li Shu. Li Zi Su raises the banner for you. You must bring your sister-in-law home. Seeing this, Shen Feng glanced at Shen Shu, who had turned beet red from his cheeks to his neck. Shen Feng found it amusing. In all his years, he had never seen this expression on him before. See. Other fans also bubbled up, eagerly flooding the chat in hopes that the stars would notice them. Shu Mash Fence, having been subdued for a while, finally re-emerged. They had been hesitant to speak up after their previous argument, fearing backlash. Nevertheless, after hearing the game rules, Sume felt significantly more confident. Let us not forget, Cheng Ming is a fitness coach. He undoubtedly has an advantage in this physical challenge. All right, back to the matter at hand. The balloons are ready. Which group will go first? The director cleared his throat once more. In games, the first group typically does not hold an advantage. Hearing this, they exchanged glances before falling silent. Observing this, Luo Li met Shan Shu He's gaze from a distance and was about to speak. Then we shall go first. We will set an example. Sume immediately seized the opportunity, eager to gain favor and redeem her earlier misstep. Seeing this, Luo Li and her group conceded, standing under the sunshade to wait. It's all right. Don't be nervous. We are already ahead. Let us just play it safe. Noticing Shan Shu he's standing beside her, his elegant fingers instinctively tightening, Luo Li gently reassured him. As she drew closer, the familiar fragrance enveloped him, causing Shan Shu he to grip even tighter, his ears still flushed. All right. His voice was soft and soothing, truly delightful to hear. Nearby, Shenning Di wore a knowing smile internally, but maintained a calm demeanor. Turning to see Gu Xiao, she was also a bit anxious. It's fine. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. The scenery in the cave is quite nice. Gu Xiao she, visibly more tense, thought, oh dear, perhaps we should skip the comforting next time. Even Shun Feng's fans couldn't help but comment. Exactly. Look how much more nervous you made our she. While they teased, they were genuinely enjoying the unfolding drama. Guagua, I really scored 9 points. You all are amazing. Love you, moi. Who understands? I want to write a small world, but I long to write a lengthy piece. The entertainment industry is so much fun. I am so fickle. After witnessing Su Mei's earlier demeanor, Cheng Ming's attitude also grew indifferent. He now merely maintained a facade of gentlemanly decorum for the sake of the game. Cheng Ming executed his movements with precision, positioning Su Mei directly in front of the balloon, which was tethered by a string, rendering it particularly unstable and elusive. Su Mei struggled to pop it. As they engaged in the task, Cheng Ming was inadvertently tugged by his hair, prompting an involuntary cry of pain. All right, both of you, keep it up. There's still 150 seconds left, the director interjected. Half a minute passed, yet they had not succeeded in popping their first balloon. Could you move a bit closer? I can't reach, Su Mei urged, her impatience palpable as she disregarded Cheng Ming's earlier discomfort. Cheng Ming complied, inching towards her direction. With a sudden pop, they finally managed to burst the first balloon after much effort. Gaining confidence, they proceeded to the second, only to encounter further mishaps, particularly with Cheng Ming's hair being tugged painfully. 30 seconds left. Both of you, keep going. After a prolonged struggle, they had only managed to pop 4 balloons. Su Mei's anxiety escalated, her movements becoming more frantic. Cheng Ming did his utmost to stabilize her, balancing the need to lift her while maintaining his grip, all the while enduring the discomfort of his hair being pulled. His face had turned crimson from exertion, clearly demonstrating his struggle. However, as Su Mei moved excessively, she suddenly lost her grip, nearly falling, which startled the onlookers. Fortunately, Cheng Ming caught her just in time, prompting a collective sigh of relief as the countdown concluded. Time's up. The sound startled Su Mei back to reality, prompting her to reflexively express blame. Yet, it was evident to all that the mishap was not Cheng Ming's fault. Nevertheless, Cheng Ming remained silent, gently setting her down and stepping aside. What was that about? Su Mei questioned, oblivious to Cheng Ming's considerable efforts. Her erratic movements and hair-pulling had gone unacknowledged by him. Moreover, lifting her had been physically demanding, and instead of gratitude, she offered him reproach. I'm truly astonished. I had seen Su Mei on variety shows before. How did I not realize she possessed such traits? Was it possible that the lack of live broadcasts in her previous shows had obscured this reality? The others present fell silent for a moment, until the director broke the quiet. A total of 5 balloons were popped. Staff, please prepare to replenish the balloons. Which group will be up next? The remaining 4 exchanged glances. Su Mei's earlier outburst had genuinely startled Gu Xiaoxi, intensifying her pre-existing nerves. Noticing her tension, Shen Feng hesitated before suggesting, how about you go first? Luo Li, too, observed Gu Xiaoxi's unease and nodded in agreement. All right, it doesn't matter whether we go first or last. Could you carry me? It would save some effort. Noticing Shen Shuha's somewhat frail figure, Luo Li proposed. Although her phrasing was tactful, Shen Shuha understood. It's all right, my height might not suffice. He added reassuringly, I won't let you fall. With that, he crouched down, inviting Luo Li to mount his shoulders. The director promptly chimed in, Are you ready? Good. Get set, 3, 2, 1, go. Without hesitation, Luo Li complied, climbing on his back, her legs secure by his grip, standing steadily as if cradling a child. Wait a moment. When I say go, just move forward, she instructed, adjusting the pointed hat atop her head, aligning her posture with the row of balloons ahead. She leaned slightly forward, ensuring the hat's tip was aimed accurately at the target. Go. As soon as she sensed a decrease in wind resistance, she called out. Shen Shua, interpreting her cue perfectly, stepped forward with remarkable speed. The sound of balloons bursting echoed as they advanced, with Luo Li maintaining focus, continually adjusting her hat. Trusting solely in Shen Shuha's support, she placed her complete faith in him. In mere moments, they had popped 7 or 8 balloons and continued their successful streak. The onlookers were left in astonishment, Su Mei's group wearing expressions of disbelief. Ha ha ha, my sister Li is amazing. This is the proper way to approach this game. Look at the director's reaction. It's hilarious. What expressions are Xiaoxi and the others making? They must have learned something. Ha ha ha. But truly, Luo Li has immense trust in Shen Shua. Both partners must exhibit absolute trust and coordination. The fans were elated, overwhelmed with excitement. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Our Luo Li is truly fortunate to have Shen Shua. As they completed their round with over 30 seconds remaining, Luo Li quickly instructed him to turn around. However, there were few balloons left, resulting in only 2 more being popped. Time's up. The director's tone was vaguely familiar, reminiscent of earlier rounds. A total of 42 balloons were burst, he announced, his voice tinged with disappointment. Staff prepared to replenish the balloons for the next group. This round had undoubtedly been the pinnacle of his tumultuous experience as a director, and he preferred to avert his gaze. Well done, everyone. We were fantastic, Luo Li remarked, handing a tissue to the perspiring Shen Shuha, along with the water provided by the staff. Her beauty was amplified by her smile, and standing so close, Shen Shuha felt his heart race inexplicably, hastily averting his gaze. Whether it was fatigue or the enchanting smile that caused his heart to race, he could not tell. Yes, he replied, perhaps sensing his curt responses were inadequate. Your strategy was excellent. Thank you for your trust, he added after a moment of contemplation, his awkwardness evident as he seldom offered compliments. You performed well. We're partners, after all, and I place my complete trust in you. She maintained her cheerful demeanor, her tone casual, yet something about her words struck a chord with him. The warmth that had dissipated from his ears returned, reddening them anew as he hastily sipped water, diverting his gaze toward his brother, who was still engaged in the task. Don't worry, it's all right, he reassured, mirroring the approach taken by Shen Feng and the others, emulating Luo Li's method. However, due to Su Mei's near fall, Gu Xiaoxi felt apprehensive, only daring to use one hand for support, which hindered their progress. Ultimately, she managed to pop only a handful of balloons. Sensing her unease, Shen Feng offered gentle encouragement. Perhaps it was because Gu Xiaoxi appeared rather amiable. He exhibited an unusual patience. Hearing his calm voice, Gu Xiaoxi inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. During the countdown, they managed to pop several more balloons. In total, we popped 20 balloons. The results were clear, mirroring the previous round. Li Shu's team in first place, Shifeng's team in second, and Ming Mei's team in third. The director promptly announced the results, ready to transition to the next round. "Director, this is unfair," Su Mei exclaimed after much restraint, finally voicing her discontent. "They had time to strategize while we did not. This is inequitable." Her words plunged the group into silence, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment of exasperation. Since the conclusion of the game, Cheng Ming had distanced himself, choosing to ignore Su Mei. The director instructed to proceed based solely on results. He did not anticipate that Su Mei would suddenly speak up, yet being a perceptive individual, he addressed the director accordingly. "What are you doing? This is inherently unfair," Su Mei exclaimed, her voice raised without a moment's hesitation. With both rounds having concluded, their last place was assured. Naturally, Su Mei was unwilling to accept being in last place. The mere thought of that cave filled her with disdain. "You were the one who insisted on going first. No one urged you or pressured you," Cheng Ming remarked calmly, rendering Su Mei speechless. It was evident to all that when Su Mei had seized the opportunity to play the game, she had not conferred with Cheng Ming, but had instead acted impulsively. Coming back to reality, her complexion turned an unflattering shade of blue and purple. "Director, we have no objections. Let us proceed based on results," Cheng Ming reiterated to the director. Su Mei, I grow weary of discussing her." The viewers in the live stream expressed their frustration, their disdain palpable. The director cast a glance at Su Mei before returning to his usual cheerful demeanor. "All right, let us commence the third round, where both luck and teamwork are crucial. The game for this round is called two-person three-legged digging. As you all know, in this game, each pair must bind one leg together, requiring collaboration between partners. You can see the area enclosed by the ropes, correct? It contains a multitude of coins. You will have 5 minutes. Any coins you manage to dig out will belong to you. I have here 3 digging tools, a small shovel, a thin wooden stick, and a plastic spoon, which is a must for takeout, along with a box of freshly purchased chocolate sticks." At this point, the director chuckled mischievously, turning to the viewers in the live stream. "And to all the fans out there, the method for competing for the tools will be to eat chocolate. Each pair must simultaneously consume from opposite ends of the chocolate, and the duo that leaves the least chocolate will win, with rankings determined similarly." As soon as the director finished, Luoli and Gu Xiaoxi blushed instantly. And Shen Shuhe was not much better off. Shen Feng, being an acclaimed actor, initially remained unfazed. However, after glancing at Gu Xiaoxi, an inexplicable discomfort flickered across his face. Su Mei also displayed a hint of surprise and embarrassment, while Cheng Ming maintained an impassive expression. Director, I adore you. I declare from now on, you are my deity. You truly delivered." Their reactions were incredibly entertaining, stimulating, and highly anticipated, prompting the audience in the live stream to jump with excitement. "All right, everyone, please prepare yourselves for the start." As the director's words concluded, the staff moved in to assist, and the pairs stood opposite each other. "Begin." After biting into the chocolate, Shen Shuhe's heart raced, but he could also sense her tension. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her breathing slightly uneven, and her fair face had already flushed crimson. As if aware of his gaze, she lifted her eyes, their glances locking in surprise, both momentarily losing their breath. As they nibbled on the chocolate, their proximity increased, breaths intertwining, and he could hear his heart pounding like thunder. It was too close. In a moment of distraction, he felt something soft brush against his lips, as if they had touched, rendering him momentarily stunned. Luoli had already pulled away, her delicate hand lingering on his chin, her face adorned with a rosy hue. Resembling a vision of innocent beauty, now enhanced with a touch of allure, captivating and eye-catching. Shen Shuhe took in her appearance, his heart racing anew, and the remaining chocolate fell into her hand. Lowering his gaze to the chocolate's dwindling length, he was taken aback, his throat constricting slightly. His ears burned with heat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. I didn't just imagine that, did I? Did we really kiss? Did we? Mom, I'm gonna melt from sweetness. Curse be it. My lips have soared to the cosmos, utterly uncontrollable. Just let me perish, I captured a screenshot. I got it. It's in stunning clarity. The comments section erupted. A flurry of CP fans shrieking, a fresh wave of admirers suddenly joining the fray. I can't handle it. I simply cannot. Are you for real? Please, I beg you. Let me see. Hurry. Shen Shuhe turned his head, catching sight of a comment about the screenshot, as he felt his heart racing wildly, committing that ID to memory. Chapter 194. The talented singer by Yuan Guang, meanwhile, the ever-watchful manager of Shinshuha, hiding in a corner while discreetly watching the live stream, reacted quickly and promptly reached out to the commenter. After successfully obtaining the image, he could hardly conceal his delight. The stunning image has gone viral. Shinshuha had already removed his glasses during the balloon segment, and the captured moment depicted their closest proximity. Their lips had just brushed together, and he was astonished. Raising his gaze, while Luoli looked back in bewilderment, both their cheeks flushed. The chocolate in Luoli's palm was also measured by the staff with a ruler. 0 centimeters. Quite impressive, both of you. The director's teasing voice rang out, causing them to stiffen, their expressions somewhat unnatural, the blush on their cheeks refusing to fade. Turning his head, the result for the other two groups were also revealed. Gu Xiaoxi appeared anxious, just as their distance closed to less than a centimeter. She accidentally broke the chocolate, her face turning as red as an apple. When the final results were announced, it was clear that they had a longer remaining piece compared to Luoli and Shinshuha. Qingming's group fared worse, having bitten through the chocolate halfway, leaving a significant portion untouched, and Xu Mei's expression of disdain transformed into shock. It was evident without needing any measurements that the results were unmistakably clear. All right, everyone can see the results. The Li Shu group is in first place, the Shifeng group in second, and the Ming Mei group trailing behind. As he spoke, the tools they had just earned were delivered to the respective pairs, and the staff moved in to bind their legs together. Luoli wore a pair of light blue denim shorts paired with a white t-shirt. Her slender, fair legs contrasted sharply with his black suit trousers, the lively casual attire clashing beautifully with his formal white shirt and suit pants, creating a striking visual. Even through the fabric, Luoli could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his skin. Everyone, please get ready. You have 5 minutes to dig as much as you can. Observing the pairs bound together, the director smiled with satisfaction. Do not be nervous. Safety is paramount. Noticing her gaze, Shinshuha spoke slightly awkwardly. All right. Luoli replied softly, raising her eyebrows gently. His voice was genuinely tender, causing her to unconsciously mimic his tone, speaking in a hushed manner. Once all three pairs were standing ready within the marked area, the director blew his whistle. 3, 2, 1, time starts now. Almost as soon as the director's words fell, the pairs immediately crouched down to begin. Shinshuha handed Luoli the small shovel, opting to dig with his hands. The sandy area bore the marks of previous diggings, leaving no trace behind, truly resembling a needle in a haystack blind digging. How is this supposed to work? It's utterly useless. While Luoli and her partner had the shovel, which was undoubtedly beneficial, Gu Xiaoxi's wooden stick had some rigidity and could still be utilized, but the soft, flaccid plastic spoon was entirely ineffective. Despite Xu Mei's calls for help, Qingming remained unresponsive, focused solely on excavating. I found something. A shout erupted nearby. Gu Xiaoxi had unearthed a dark plastic ball that could be opened. It's empty. The moment the crowd turned to look, they heard her disheartened cry. It's all right. Keep searching. Shunfeng's demeanor remained remarkably composed as his hands continued their task. However, his efforts yielded nothing. In no time, Luoli unearthed the ball, only to discover it was also empty. No worries, there are still more here. As soon as her words fell, Shun Shu he handed her 3 balls. His elegant hands, now smeared with mud. You are quite impressive, Luoli exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Their legs were bound together, and within the limited space, each was responsible for digging on one side. To her astonishment, he had found so many in such a short time. There, S1. After 2 empty finds, Luoli, who initially felt a tinge of disappointment, was pleasantly surprised by the last one. Witnessing her joyful exuberance, a gentle smile graced Shin Shu Hie's eyes. Lili, you flatter me. He blushed, clearly affected by the compliment. Yes, who understands? I truly adore this pure and reserved male deity. Moreover, without his glasses, his entire visage was revealed, appearing even more handsome. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye was simply exquisite. As he bent down to dig earnestly, his collarbone inadvertently peeked out from his white shirt, radiating an alluring charm. This camera is too good. Watching the show is pure bliss, one viewer proclaimed. Goodness, those hands. Such a waste of beauty. Another exclaimed. Director, how could you bear to film this? Oh my, that smile in your eyes is too indulgent. My heart is melting. The viewers were immersed in a moment of bliss. To provide better coverage for the 3 pairs of partners, the production team opened several live streaming rooms, including separate perspectives for each group and a unified view for all. Observing the scene, Luoli's Group S streaming room was in an uproar, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoxi's group was equally lively, as the fans of the film Emperor were no laughing matter, and the production team adeptly captured the moment. Ah, such divine beauty up close. Feng Er, you become even more handsome. Goodness, Feng Er, you're finally maturing and learning to care for the ladies. It's truly remarkable. When the camera zoomed in on the film Emperor Shan, his fans erupted in cheers, many of whom had followed him since his childhood stardom. During the fans' animated discussions, Luo Li and her companions managed to find a few more balls, adding only one gold coin to their collection. These small balls are quite densely packed. Should we switch to the middle and take a look? There might be more over there. Upon hearing her endearing tone, his heart skipped a beat. All right, he replied, feigning calmness. As they stood, Luo Li stumbled slightly due to the unfamiliar binding of their legs, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Shun Shu he reacted swiftly, steadying her by the waist. Once she regained her footing, he instinctively withdrew his hand, the warmth still lingering in his palm, reminiscent of her delicate softness. As they walked, the thin layer of fabric between them created a subtle friction, heightening the tension. Thank you, Luo Li said, regaining her composure and expressing her gratitude. Though her expression remained somewhat awkward, an inexplicable ambience of intimacy blossomed between them. MHM, he replied softly, his heartbeat growing increasingly difficult to control. With effort, Gu Shaoxi's group also secured a gold coin and quickly switched positions. Meanwhile, Chengming's team primarily relied on Chengming's bare hands, ultimately finding one gold coin after several empty attempts. As Chapter 195 unfolded, the talented singer by Yue Guang and the small flower 13, Su Mei, observed his movements, glancing at the progress of those around them, and begrudgingly began to dig through the sand. She understood that this was their last chance to turn the tables, and unwilling to settle for last place, she had no choice but to act. Only half the time remains. Everyone, let us push ourselves to extract the gold coins. The director's voice rang out, prompting a wave of tension among the participants. MHM, there's an inexplicable dog-like energy in the air. Luo Li dug twice with the shovel but found it slower than using her hands. She promptly discarded it and began to dig with her bare hands. Indeed, one small ball after another emerged from the sand. However, Shu he involuntarily frowned. After unearthing a few more balls, he called out to her. You can open them. I'll continue digging. This will be faster. Luo Li nodded in agreement, shaking the small balls she had collected, discarding the empty ones far away. Yet they had only uncovered one gold coin from the pile. Thus far, they had only found 3. Once she finished opening, Luo Li quickly joined him in digging. Beside them, Gu Shaoxi also responded to the director's words, decisively opting to dig with her hands. The progress of the subsequent groups accelerated significantly, with rewards steadily being revealed. With a whistle, the countdown ended, and Luo Li glanced at the gold coin she had unearthed. MHM, not bad. As time concluded, everyone began to tally their respective findings. 6 coins, Sume announced confidently. 4 coins, Gu Shaoxi's group reported, having unearthed many empty finds, yielding a modest total. 6 coins, Luo Li echoed, matching Su Mei's group. Great. According to the tally, Luo Li's group found 4 in the first round, secured first place with 5 in the second round, and now unearthed 6 more, totaling 15 coins. Gu Shaoxi's group found 1 in the first round, second place with 3 in the second round, and 4 in the last round, totaling 8 coins. Chengming's team, however, did not find anything in the first round, only 1 in the second round, and 6 in the final round, totaling 7 coins. In the end, they fell short, landing in last place. Upon the announcement of results, Sumei's smile faltered. Don't be discouraged. A low ranking doesn't necessarily bring only disadvantages, the director said with a mischievous grin, revealing colored stickers beneath several photos of residences. Each photo had a price tag, 5 coins for the best, 3 for the average, and only 1 for the cave. P.S. Clever, using matching colored stickers to keep people oblivious, Luo Li remarked. Based on your rankings, you all have gained the right to purchase these residences for 7 days. A silence descended over the scene. Director, your heart must be filled with black sesame seeds. Luo Li finally broke the quiet. Indeed, and they're quite numerous, the director chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. Yet the director, unfazed, laughed even harder. Can I purchase their residence? Su Mei inquired, eyeing the prices, clearly averse to the cave. No, the director replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, yet his words remained resolute. I could pay extra. Su Mei pressed urgently. No, the director reiterated, his tone unyielding. Ultimately, after handing over the required coins for their residence, Luo Li's group was left with only 10 coins. Gu Xiaoxi's group, initially with 8 coins, had only 5 remaining after their expenditure, fewer than Su Mei's group, who had 6 coins remaining after purchasing the cave, which was only 1 coin. The supplies here are abundant. You may select what you need. Of course, this supply shop opens daily, allowing you to return after viewing your residence to decide what to purchase. However, while the supplies are plentiful, quantities are limited. Once sold out, they will not be restocked. The array of supplies was indeed impressive, including tents, fishing nets, rods, rice pots, and lighters, everything one could need on the island. Yet, aside from the lighter, there were only 2 of each item available. 2 tents. Cheng Ming spoke first, recognizing the cave was uninhabitable and only tents would suffice. All right, 2 coins. The tents are sold out, the staff promptly replied. It was evident that these tents were intended for those residing in the cave. After all, they were celebrities and could not be overly demanding. 1 lighter and 1 net. Luo Li stepped forward to purchase her necessities. Living by the sea means we must gather seafood, she remarked. A net costs 1 gold coin, a lighter costs 0. 5. Is there anything else we need? Upon hearing the staff's words, Luo Li turned to Shun Shuhi. Do we require anything else? Let's get a bag of instant noodles and some insect repellent spray. Oh, right. Luo Li quickly nodded. Staple foods cannot be neglected. The noodles cost 1 gold coin, and the spray cost 0. 5, totaling 3 gold coins. After the transaction, Luo Li and the others had 7 gold coins remaining. 1 net, 1 bag of noodles, and 1 lighter. Observing their actions, Cheng Ming spoke up. Together with the tent, they had spent a total of 45 gold coins, leaving them with only 15. Well, the net and noodles have been sold out, and only 1 lighter remains. The net and noodles are gone. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Xiaoxi and her group, who also wanted to buy a net, arrived too late. Shun Feng glanced at Shen Shuhi and spoke reassuringly. It's fine, let's get a bag of rice and a lighter. Although their humble abode had a kitchen, it was a rudimentary stove, making the lighter quite essential. That would be 15 gold coins. After their purchase, they had only 35 gold coins left, and they needed to be frugal. All right, everyone has finished buying their necessities and can now return to their accommodations to settle in. The director then spoke, indicating that the various locations were separated, but the island itself was small, so they weren't too far apart. Chapter 196. The Genius Singer by Yue Guang, Xiaohua, Luo Li, and Shun Shu. He followed the staff to their well-furnished small house. It was no wonder the director described it as such. Despite its small size, it was quite complete. It was indeed small, measuring approximately 30 square meters. Upon entering, one found the living room connected to the kitchen, with the bedroom located inside, while the bathroom was situated outside. The bedroom contained only a bed with pillows and blankets, and a nightstand. The living room held merely a small table and a few chairs, leaving it rather empty. The kitchen was similarly sparse. Aside from an induction cooker and a few bowls and utensils, there were no other items, not even knives. It could hardly be considered luxurious, but it was decent enough, as they at least had an induction cooker to prepare meals. Upon witnessing this, Shun Shu he noticeably flushed, for it was clear they would have to share a single room. Haha, a single bed in such a tiny space with no room for a sleeping mat. I'm already eagerly anticipating tonight. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic, practically bursting with laughter. Let's tidy up our belongings first and cook something to eat. Luo Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. From today onward, the production team would no longer provide them with food, and they would have to fend for themselves. All right. In truth, there wasn't much to tidy up. The room lacked storage shelves, so their luggage would have to be set aside for now. They took out toiletries from their suitcases, and that sufficed for their initial organization. Hey, what is this? Luo Li observed the small metal object he took out. A multi-functional keychain. Shun Shu he explained, briefly showing it to her. This keychain could serve as a pair of pliers, a screwdriver, and a small knife. And it could also function as a bottle opener. Impressive. Luo Li gave him a thumbs up. She felt genuinely deceived by the production team, believing they were recording the show in a villa, and had come unprepared, only to find herself in a predicament. Meanwhile, the director, watching this scene on the screen, widened his eyes in astonishment. Who allowed him to bring that in? A staff member shyly raised his hand. He said it was a keychain. It looked cool, but he hadn't thought much of it, and now it turned out to be a loophole. Well, I suppose we must acknowledge his cleverness. There's no way to take back what had already been checked and allowed inside. Just as the director finished speaking, he saw Shen Shu he and the others emerging from the small house, heading straight to the supply store to buy kitchen essentials. A bag of salt. Even if they had nothing else to cook noodles with, they should at least have some salt. Just as they acquired the salt, the other two groups approached. Gu Xiaoxi and her group seemed fine, but Su Mei's group looked genuinely distressed. Luo Li, how's it going over there? Are you alright? We have nothing at all. Upon seeing Luo Li, Gu Xiaoxi sulkily approached, clinging to her arm affectionately. Their accommodation contained only a bed with sponsor-branded blankets and pillows, along with a single large iron pot left on the makeshift stove, nothing else leaving it bare. She felt quite disheartened and desired to cling to Luo Li for some positive energy. It's all right. The adorable girl clung to her arm as if seeking affection, and Luo Li couldn't help but infuse her tone with a hint of softness. The two men nearby exchanged glances, then turned their heads, yet inexplicably returned their gaze to Luo Li's embraced arm. Ha ha! Those two. Their expressions, are they jealous? Shen Shuhe. I don't like her being hugged. Shen Feng. I don't like her hugging others. Upstairs, they both seem to be on the same wavelength. I truly believe their expressions convey that sentiment. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. What did you buy? Luo Li pointed to the items in Shen Shuhe's hands. Salt. We also wanted to buy that. By the way, Luo Li, you probably want to use all of that, right? How about selling us some? This way, we can save a bit. One bag for 1 gold coin is rather expensive. Hearing this, Luo Li turned to Shen Shuhe, suddenly locking eyes with the girl, whose expression seemed slightly caught off guard, but he still nodded. Sure, a pot. The situation in the cave was even worse. There was merely an empty cavern with nothing else. Cheng Ming, who had just purchased a pot, was about to ask if he could buy half a bag of salt when he overheard their conversation. Would you like to buy some too, if that's all right? Upon hearing his words, everyone turned and saw Luo Li and her group nodding in agreement. All right, a week's worth of salt wouldn't be too much, and if the three groups shared, it would suffice. Hey, no private transactions. Seeing this, the director quickly intervened. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a chorus of accusatory glares, which brought forth considerable resentment, making him hesitant to assert himself further. It's fine, we can share some with you. We should help each other out more in the future. Ultimately, it was Shen Shuhe who spoke, noting that both groups had very few gold coins left. One had 35 and the other only 0. 5. One group was his older brother, while the other only had Cheng Ming to consider. Thank you. Sensing their goodwill, Cheng Ming quietly expressed his gratitude. Shen Feng then patted Shen Shuhe on the shoulder. I'll go buy a fishing rod. My fishing skills are decent, and if I catch anything later, I'll bring some to you. All right. After using today's empty mineral water bottles to divide some salt among them, each group returned to their respective places. Having been busy all day, they were quite hungry. However, to be honest, noodles boiled in pure salt water were rather unappetizing. Yet Luo Li and the others finished their meals nonetheless. After satisfying their hunger, the two sat on the chairs in the living room, feeling inexplicably awkward. Ahem, let us go out and see if there is anything else to eat on the island. Having had a decent meal, their future sustenance remained a challenge. Shen Shuhe nodded in agreement, spraying some insect repellent around the house and securely closing the door to prevent any bugs from entering. They wandered around the vicinity, but found nothing of substance. However, they did spot mature coconuts on the coconut trees by the sea. Speaking of which, coconut water boiled with seafood should taste quite delightful, right? Upon hearing Luo Li's idea, Shen Shuhe paused and began searching for some stones nearby. You should go a little further away. Luo Li complied and ran a bit further off, gathering some stones to bring back to him. The coconut tree was quite sturdy and wouldn't budge. Climbing was also no easy feat thus. Using stones to smash it was the most effective method, albeit challenging. Be careful. Watching as a stone struck the coconut and then rebounded directly toward him, Luo Li gasped in surprise. It's fine. Sensing her concern, he moved a bit further away. After a prolonged effort, they managed to procure 3 coconuts. It seems that we shall indulge in delectable food tonight. Luo Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Li, what are you all doing? Gu Xiao, she exclaimed from a distance, rushing over upon spotting Luo Li and the others. The sight of the coconut trees elicited an audible gasp of surprise. Another group nearby, hearing the commotion, also approached. You are incredible. You managed to pick 3. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxi's commendation, Luo Li smiled softly. We intend to see if we can obtain some seafood later and cook it with coconut water. It took quite an effort to gather these, and there are rocks here you might want to try. All right, Mr. Shun, shall we give it a go? Then you all go ahead. We We will take these back first and return shortly. With that, Luo Li and Shan Shu, he embraced the coconuts and headed back to store them, intending to fetch a net before venturing out again for seafood. However, unexpectedly, during their brief absence, a ruckus erupted near the coconut trees. Chapter 197. The Genius Singer by Yuguang Xiaohua 15. I clearly brought that down. Gu Xiaoxi's aggrieved voice could be heard from afar. Yes, it was hers, another voice chimed in, but it sounded even more distressed, almost choked with emotion. A glance revealed Su Mei with tears brimming in her eyes, looking as if she had been wronged, yet choosing to endure the humiliation. Two men standing nearby appeared equally perplexed. What is going on? Luo Li and the others were momentarily taken aback by the scene and approached. The two parties involved struggled to articulate their sides, but from the men's accounts, they gathered the gist of the situation. It turned out that after their departure, Gu Xiao, she had begun smashing coconuts at the previous spot, prompting Su Mei and her group to follow suit and pick coconuts nearby. With Su Mei standing closely beside Gu Xiao Shi. After considerable effort, Gu Xiao, she finally succeeded in bringing down a coconut, coincidentally at the same moment Su Mei did. However, when Gu Xiao, she exclaimed in excitement and rushed to retrieve it, Su Mei had already snatched it up first. At that moment, both men were busy smashing coconuts and had not been attentive to the unfolding events, but they did hear the cries of surprise from the two. Ultimately, only one coconut had fallen. Gu Xiao, she claimed it was hers, while Su Mei insisted it belonged to her, with neither willing to back down, leading to an escalating argument. The two men, having not witnessed the specifics, found themselves in a quandary. Even the livestream audiences were embroiled in the dispute, as both sides had captured the moment the coconut fell. However, due to angle discrepancies, they had only seen the fruit drop from the tree without clarity on where it landed. At that moment, the collective livestream camera was not activated, further fueling the heated debate. Have you no shame? We all saw that Su Mei picked it up first, yet you insist it is Gu Xiaoxi's. Furthermore, Gu Xiao, she did not seem the type to be taken seriously, acting childishly at her age and brazenly attempting to seize another's belongings. How shameless. Shu Mei's fence, feeling justified, began flooding Gu Xiaoxi's livestream with insults. Nonsense. We all witnessed it. It was clearly Xiaoxi who brought it down. With Su Mei's history, why not suggest she did it on purpose? Everyone could see through Su Mei's true nature. The comment section erupted in fervent discussion, and Gu Xiao, she found herself at a loss for words against Su Mei's accusations. The coconut was indeed smashed by her own efforts. She had not stolen it nor intentionally contested it. The coconut's significance paled in comparison to the distress of being wrongfully accused. Observing Gu Xiao, she struggled to defend herself. A barely noticeable smirk crossed Su Mei's face. She had long harbored disdain for Gu Xiaoxi. After all, who was she, a mere nobody, to be in the same sphere as Shen Feng? The jealousy of knowing Gu Xiao she would be dining and residing with Shen Feng in the coming days gnawed at her insides. Noticing the commotion, Luo Li scanned the surroundings, and her gaze fell upon a dark spot on a distant tree, her eyes brightening. Do not fret. We shall ascertain the truth through playback. With that, Luo Li summoned the staff to retrieve the hidden camera positioned to capture the beautiful scenery of the coconut trees, which was perfectly angled to record the incident. Upon seeing Luo Li fetch the camera, Su Mei's expression faltered, her demeanor stiffening. Though she cast an unkind glance towards Luo Li, she maintained a facade of composure. It is all right. I bear no ill will. It was indeed her coconut. Her tone feigned concern for Gu Xiaoxi, as if to shield her from further condemnation once the truth emerged. Good tea, Gu Xiaoxi murmured, her brow furrowed as she struggled to contain her emotions. Could it truly not be mine? I believe it likely isn't. Her demeanor seems genuine. There may indeed be a misunderstanding. The livestream's viewers, observing Gu Xiaoxi's plight, began to side with her. Having failed to achieve her desired outcome, Su Mei's expression soured slightly. All right, I retrieved the footage. Let's view it. The director, eager to stir the pot, had already extracted the relevant footage. The outcome revealed that both had indeed brought down coconuts, but only one had fallen outside, while the other had landed amidst the grass and remained unnoticed. The fallen coconut, which sparked the dispute, was indeed Gu Xiaoxi's. Su Mei's coconut lay hidden in the grass, obscured from view. I truly believed it was mine. I apologize, I did not intend any offense. Upon seeing Shan Shu, he retrieved the coconut from the grass. Su Mei's surprise morphed into a hasty apology. Gu Xiao, she found it difficult to pursue the matter further, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. How strange. I always keep my eyes on the falling fruit. How could I not see where it landed? The expressions of Shun Feng and the others towards Su Mei were complex, soon giving way to sardonic laughter. Though Gu Xiao, she refrained from pursuing the issue. Others did not hold back. Indeed, it was her own efforts that brought down the coconut. How could she miss it? Su Mei, you are clearly scheming. Shu Mei, you green tea. You green tea. The viewers in the live stream echoed in agreement, as the discrepancies became glaringly obvious, compounded by Su Mei's past. But she did not do it on purpose. She has apologized. Why pursue her relentlessly? Is having the upper hand so important? Only Su Mei's fans continued to defend her. However, from that moment onward, the consensus was to distance themselves from Su Mei. Today's trending topics were rife with derogatory terms directed at her. Green tea, scheming, unreasonable, and feigning delicacy. The carefully crafted image she had built crumbled due to the events of this live stream. Meanwhile, Luo Li and Gu Xiao, she garnered attention for their chemistry, trending for their perceived pairing. With the coconuts gathered, the group ventured to the beach in search of food. My apologies, Cheng Ming stepped forward, offering an apology to Shun Feng and the others, feeling the strain of having such a teammate. Fortunately, no one blamed him. It's all right. Thank you, Luo Li. Gu Xiao, she acknowledged, to which Luo Li simply smiled. At the beach, they found a modest collection of sea snails, shellfish, and a few shrimp. Though meager, it would enhance their dinner. Yet, as time wore on, they all felt a palpable tension as they faced the evening's rest. Chapter 198. The talented singer by Yue Guang and Xiao Hua upon returning to their lodgings, after dining and attending to their personal hygiene. The two sat awkwardly at the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, the photographer lingered nearby, the live stream buzzing with excitement. Why are you both just sitting there? It's so late. Hurry up and sleep. Such a delight to watch. We can't get enough. Come on. Ehe, take the initiative. We're eagerly waiting. Oh my. Who would have thought that without makeup, they look just as stunning, their skin radiating health. How enviable. They are truly a perfect match. Photographer, can you see our comments? Hurry and urge them to sleep. It's late. Staying up late harms the skin, and such beautiful skin must not be ruined. Please, let them sleep. The comments were visible not just to the live stream photographer, but to everyone in the chat. Clearing his throat, the photographer nearly burst into laughter upon reading the comments, suppressing it with a couple of coughs. Turning, he met the calm, yet somewhat chilling gaze of Shun Shu He. It was time for a break. The recording should be halted. Ahem. Very well, you two should rest early. According to the contract, recording is prohibited during rest periods. So the photographer, upon hearing this, turned off the live stream and kindly closed the door behind him. As the live stream went dark, the online viewers lamented. Why treat us like outsiders? We are fans. We are CP supporters. We are all family. Why exclude us? Quickly, let us move on. The next live stream with Ing Di Shun is still active. Let us check it out. Oh no, we're too late. Just as the crowd shifted, their stream ended, and they saw Ing Di Shun sleeping on the floor. You sleep? I'll take the couch. Shun Shu, he said, as he stood to leave. The outside area had tables and chairs where he could comfortably rest. No need, you should sleep inside. The temperature difference by the seaside can be quite severe, and sleeping outside might lead to catching a cold, Luo Li suggested, her face flushed. Shin Shu, he was momentarily taken aback, his handsome face turning crimson. No, it's fine, he stammered, awkwardly stepping outside. He then unexpectedly bumped into a crew member. Ah, Mr. Shun, my apologies, but there are not many places to stay on this small island, and some of our staff may need to stay in the living room for the next couple of days. Rest assured, we will be very careful and won't disturb you. Sorry about that, they said, proceeding to set up an inflatable mattress. Shun Shu He, followed by Luo Li, silently closed the door behind them, their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Ultimately, Luo Li arranged a pillow on the bed, establishing an invisible boundary. If you're worried, we can sleep like this. I'm a very good sleeper, she stated, her face flushed as she buried herself under the covers. Shin Shu, he stood frozen for a long moment, his heart racing, as he recalled the scene outside. After some hesitation, he cautiously laid down at the edge of the bed, occupying only a small portion of the space. The bed was 5 meters wide, and at 85 meters tall, he still left a considerable gap between them. As the light dimmed, the room was filled only with their breaths and heartbeats. Luo Li could clearly sense his unsteady breathing and racing heart, feeling somewhat anxious herself. However, perhaps due to exhaustion from the day's activities, her taut nerves relaxed upon touching the soft bed, and soon her breathing steadied, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Hearing the movement, Shinshu, he turned to see her peaceful sleeping face illuminated by the moonlight streaming in through the window. As he gazed at her, memories from their gaming session earlier in the day flooded his mind, the softness of her lips still lingering, causing his cheeks to flush with heat and his heart to race unnaturally. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, his restless heart finally began to calm. But the next moment, with a soft moan, his body stiffened as he felt something sweet and soft nestled against him. She had unknowingly rolled over from her previous spot. The pillow between them kicked aside, revealing her delicate and serene face, blissfully unaware. She clung to him tightly, her small hand brushing over his abdomen, sending shivers through him. As if not satisfied, she seemed to crave more, gently caressing him. He wanted to speak, but looking at her sleeping face, he could not bring himself to disturb her. Ultimately, he remained frozen in place, breathing softly, finding it difficult to fall asleep. She had lied. She was not as docile as she claimed. The next day, when Luo Li awoke, Shinshu he was no longer in the room. As she sleepily stepped out, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. He had made porridge, just switched rice with chiffon. You should eat some. The director mentioned there would be a game task today. Perhaps it was her imagination. But Luo Li noticed Shinshu. He seemed a bit uneasy, avoiding her gaze. All right, I hope I didn't disturb you last night. She had awoken in the same position she had fallen asleep in, feeling quite proud of herself. Shinshu, he turned to give her a deep look before shaking his head. No, after last night, he understood why she felt she had been good. The first half of the night had been quite torturous, but afterward, she had returned to her spot and slept soundly. It felt as though it had all been merely his imagination. Truly, she was a little mischievous one. That's good, Luo Li replied, feeling relieved. After washing up, she returned to have breakfast, changed her clothes, and then joined Shinshu he to gather at the location mentioned by the director. Upon arrival, they found a venue had been newly arranged, indicating they would be engaging in water activities. Luo Li, come quickly, we have tasks today, and we can earn coins. Gu Xiao, she called out excitedly upon seeing Luo Li, her tone jubilant. They had thought they would have to rely on the remaining coins to last through the week. But now hearing they could earn more felt like a rebirth. What happened? Luo Li asked, noticing the two swellings on Gu Xiaoxi's face. She tried to hold back her laughter, but couldn't help but smile, her body trembling slightly. It was clear that Gu Xiaoxi was struggling to contain her discomfort. Both of Gu Xiaoxi's eyes had been bitten by mosquitoes, leaving them swollen, and her large eyes turned into slits, creating a comical yet endearing sight. After hearing the laughter, Gu Xiaoxi had grown numb to it, while Shen Feng had been holding back laughter since the morning. Don't you have any bugs over there? I was bitten too, my arms are covered. Gu Xiaoxi lamented, her tone downtrodden. Chapter 199. The Talented Singer by Yu Guang and Xiao Hua were fine. Have you applied any medicine? Witnessing Gu Xiaoxi's pitiful state, Luo Li felt no further inclination to laugh at her. I did, but it's not very effective. You all had the foresight to buy insect repellent? Gu Xiaoxi replied. During their conversation, the director approached, glancing at their attire before turning to the assistant director. Didn't you inform them? You didn't say anything? They both replied in unison before falling silent. Today is a water activity day. Everyone should go back and change into swimsuits. Ultimately, it was the director who broke the silence. Wow, swimsuits. Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Today is a day of benefits. Director, we love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. As soon as the live stream opened, viewers were ecstatic upon hearing the director's announcement. Indeed, he, Chengming. I can't wait to see. And also Li, Shi, I want to see you all. As for someone, it's better not to watch. Hearing the director's words, Luo Li and the others hurriedly returned to change clothes. Just as Luo Li finished changing, she heard a startled exclamation from Xiao Baikai. What's wrong? The host will know when they see it. Upon hearing the words of Xiao Baikai, Luo Li opened the door and unexpectedly encountered Shinshu He. Both paused momentarily, diverting their gazes, their ears slightly flushed. Nevertheless, the vivid scene from moments before lingered vividly in their minds. He had not changed into swimwear, but instead donned a pair of casual black shorts. His skin, pale and fair as his hands, appeared lean yet undeniably well-defined. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his six-pack abs were not overly muscular, yet perfectly proportioned, exuding a sense of strength. His skin appeared smooth, evoking a myriad of thoughts with a mere glance. I shall fetch a piece of clothing. Noticing Luo Li's expression, he shyly uttered, his cheeks flushed, then turned to step into the room. Shortly after, he emerged, now wearing a casual white tank top. Luo Li couldn't help but steal an extra glance. and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Let's go. At this, Luo Li followed him out. Throughout the journey, his face remained intensely warm, too shy to look at her. To maintain an air of anticipation, the photographer had refrained from following them, waiting instead on the beach. Upon their appearance, both the scene and the live broadcast fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of gasps. Sister, you are killing me. Oh my, that skin, that waist, those legs, I'm utterly lost. Suddenly, it became apparent that girls can be quite captivating. Luo Li was clad in a cream-colored spaghetti-strap swimsuit, her skin snow-white and smooth. Her long hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing her delicate neck. The thin straps tied at the back accentuated her beautiful collarbone, while the view below was too enticing to behold, causing a rush of color to her cheeks. Though she appeared slender, she was perfectly proportioned, with a slender waist accentuated by the swimsuit's ties, and beneath the short skirt were long, straight legs that epitomized perfection. Oh my, how pure and alluring. As a girl, I can hardly bear it. My face is burning. No wonder EH's ears are so red. Wait, that is not right. How could you be so mischievous? What does that outfit mean? Treating us like outsiders. At a time like this, we needn't adhere so strictly to male propriety. Director, EH's outfit is unacceptable. You must have him change. We want to see more. Cough, cough. Mr. Shun, the director, noted the comments on the main screen and cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Apologies, I did not bring swimwear. However, Shun Shu, he replied first, his tone sincere. Glancing at the comments, male propriety? That is something he intends to uphold. Upon hearing this, the director had little more to say. Luo Li and her group were the closest to the beach and the first to arrive, soon followed by Gu Xiaoxi and the others. Upon seeing Shun Shu, He's attire, Shen Feng glanced at his own clothing. Well, it seems like true brothers can indeed match outfits. Apologies, director. I did not bring swimwear. This time, Shen Feng did not wait for the director to speak, taking the initiative to say. He too wore a white casual tank top and black shorts, both brothers embodying a collegiate style. Gu Xiao, she donned a light pink one-piece swimsuit dress, also with spaghetti straps, her hair styled in a bun, enhancing her cute charm. However, from the moment she arrived and saw Luo Li, she couldn't tear her gaze away, playfully linking her arm with Luo Li's. Her cheeks flushed. Li, your figure is truly remarkable. Her tone was softer than usual. I can hardly bear it. I simply cannot look away. It's so embarrassing, yet utterly captivating. Thank you. Lu Li Smilat. Her expression tinged with fondness, allowing her to cling tightly. Observing this, the two men nearby exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Shu, he subtly curled his fingertips, memories of the previous night flooding his mind, his ears reddening once more as he turned his head to greet the sea breeze, hoping to dissipate the heat of his emotions. Gu Xiaoxi, please release your grip. I'm feeling rather jealous. You mischievous rascal. Not only did you come on the show without informing us, but you're also getting close. I wish I could switch places with Gu Xiaoxi, who understands. Cheng Ming, on the other hand, dutifully changed into swimwear, but upon seeing Shen Shu, he and the others, he hesitated. His expression seemed to question, are we all dressing like this? Why was I not informed? When Shen Shu, he and Shen Feng met his gaze, they promptly turned away. My goodness. As expected from a fitness coach, he truly has an impressive physique. Those pectorals, those abs, those biceps, those legs, everywhere is a testament to robust strength. Good gracious. No wonder he can lift someone with one hand. The man is quite formidable. What? Is that Su Mei? Have we matched outfits? Indeed, matching outfits is not intimidating. Whoever looks less appealing should feel embarrassed, and the atmosphere shifted awkwardly upon Su Mei's arrival, leaving Luo Li somewhat stunned. In truth, Su Mei also had a commendable figure, being quite curvaceous, exuding a unique allure, dressed in a black, seductive style, complemented by her makeup. Unfortunately, her outfit was identical to Luo Li's save for the color. The adage that matching outfits are not awkward, but rather who appears less appealing feels the awkwardness held true. Standing at around 168 centimeters. Luo Li was slightly taller than Su Mei, who was approximately 162 centimeters, and due to her fuller figure, she lacked the slenderness of Luo Li. Hence, her proportions were not as striking. Though she possessed the talent of a leading lady, she was far from outshining Luo Li's captivating presence. When both stood before the camera, she appeared somewhat ordinary in comparison. Moreover, due to her different style, Gu Xiao, she seemed even more alluring. Observing this, Su Mei's expression stiffened, becoming quite unpleasant. Well then, Since everyone has arrived, I shall now announce today's game rules. At this, the director timely spoke to break the tension. Today's game, like the previous ones, consists of 3 rounds, where everyone can earn coins to purchase necessary items. So do your best today. For the first round of the water games, we will engage in a water ring toss competition. As you can see, there are plenty of hula hoops here. We have set up a long floating board on the water. Shortly, we will compete simultaneously, with the girls on the floating board and the boys tossing rings from a fixed distance, with a time limit of 3 minutes. The group that successfully tosses the most rings wins. Can you swim? After hearing the director's words, Shun Shu, he turned and quietly inquired. I can. You need not worry. The water is a bit deep around the floating board. Hearing this, Shun Shui nodded and helped Luo Li onto it, while the other 2 groups also took their positions. Safety first. After some thought, he softly reminded her. The sea breeze was somewhat strong, and she did not hear him clearly, leaning slightly forward, bending her body. Her long ponytail cascaded to one side, and the floating board swayed a bit. So she sat in a crouching position, facing him as they spoke. Such a small action caused his ears to flush crimson, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Please be careful. Leaving a final reminder, he turned to depart. The water here reached his waist, his clothes soaked, revealing the subtle contours of his muscles, provoking a wave of admiration in the comment section. Wow. Oh wow. This seawater is a fantastic ally. This is truly impressive. Suddenly, it seems quite nice to be clothed. The subtle hints of form are exquisite. All right, everyone ready? The game is about to begin. Listening to the director, Su Mei discreetly cast a glance at Luo Li's silhouette. Her eyes filled with resentment. The whistle blew, and the countdown commenced. Luo Li quickly signaled an okay to Shun Shu He, and upon seeing him toss the ring, she swiftly adjusted her position, successfully capturing the first ring. Over here. Seeing this, Gu Xiao Shi quickly waved to Shin Feng. However, due to the waves, they failed to secure the first toss. Su Mei's group fared similarly, seemingly in a daze, missing their chance as well. Everyone, hurry up. There are still 150 seconds. Luo Li and Shun Shu, he worked in perfect harmony, their teamwork evident, and despite some misses, they managed to land a considerable number of rings. In the unfolding scenario, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could very well secure the first position. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao Shi and her companions swiftly found their rhythm after a brief adjustment, and a subtle sensation of overtaking began to emerge. Su Mei, on the other hand, seemed to be struggling, and it was only when Cheng Ming furrowed his brow and called out to her that she finally regained her focus, though it was evident that they had already fallen behind. Soon enough, the results of the round were announced, to everyone's astonishment. Luo Li and her team had indeed been overtaken at the last moment, finishing in second place. The first place team, the Shi Feng group, received 5 gold coins, while the Li Shu group secured 3, and the last group received 1. Wow, we won, exclaimed Gu Xiao Shi, her expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Ahem, we'll let you have this round, but be careful next time, Luo Li chimed in with a smile. The group exchanged glances and shared a laugh. All right, let us have a rematch in the next round, Shin Feng declared, feeling an inexplicable surge of competitive spirit as he looked at his younger brother. In response to his gaze, Shin Shu he merely raised an eyebrow, though a smile lingered in her eyes. The 4 of them, standing together, certainly made for a pleasing sight. With the first segment concluded, the second round was announced as a chaotic melee in the water. What? Did I hear that correctly? A melee? Are we really going to fight? The excitement was palpable as everyone settled in for the spectacle. A melee? The audience was taken aback by the director's announcement. Su Mei's eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness. She harbored a dislike for Gu Xiao Shi and an even greater disdain for Luo Li. Ever since her rise to fame, she had been the center of attention. In the presence of these two, she felt like a mere supporting character. The thought that her own actions had contributed to Luo Li's current success only deepened her resentment. To her, the seemingly unremarkable Luo Li was unworthy of using her as a stepping stone. The earlier removal of resources from Luo Li was merely a minor lesson, but today, she was incensed that the insufferable girl had once again used her as a stepping stone, even if it were a mere coincidence that they wore similar outfits. Su Mei was convinced that Luo Li had done it deliberately, feeling it had brought her significant embarrassment. Thus, she resolved to teach Luo Li a lesson. Noticing Su Mei's gaze, Luo Li cast a casual glance in her direction, maintaining an air of calm. Indeed, a melee, the director announced with a mischievous grin. While the crew swiftly prepared the scene, placing a red ball on the floating platform. As you can see, the name of our game is Red Ball Grab. We will have 3 rounds, and a red ball will be present in each round. All 3 teams will dive in simultaneously to grab the ball. After 3 rounds, the ranking will be determined by the number of victories. If one team wins all 3 rounds, a tiebreaker will be held among the remaining 2 teams to determine the victor. If all teams win 1 round each, there will also be a tiebreaker to establish the first place, followed by one-on-one matches to finalize the results. Oh, this is really going to be a fight, someone exclaimed. I can't shake the feeling that Sue May's gaze is rather unsettling. Everyone, please prioritize safety. Safety first, competition second. With all these beautiful people, I would be heartbroken if anyone got hurt. The method of competition was unrestricted, with each round lasting 3 minutes. As long as a player secured the red ball when the whistle blew, victory was theirs. Listening to the director, the participants exchanged glances. Let us all go easy on each other, Sue May said sweetly, feigning vulnerability. The others merely regarded her with indifference, clearly unimpressed by her demeanor. Sue May's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, as if aware of the subtle exclusion she faced, forcing herself to appear calm. This scene elicited sympathy from new onlookers and her fans alike. What is this show about? Why is there exclusion even in a program? Exactly. This is clearly an attempt at forming cliques. What kind of people are these? Glancing at the comments, Luo Li offered a friendly smile in Sue May's direction. Sister Sue is being modest. After all, she is a Taekwondo practitioner. I suppose she should let us win this round. The mention of her martial arts background caused Sue May's expression to stiffen. She recalled how she had previously exaggerated her Taekwondo skills to secure the lead role in a martial arts film, despite lacking any real proficiency. Now, years later, this past was surfacing again, and it felt like a slap in the face. Of course, the claim of her being a martial artist originated from Sue May herself. She even shared photos of her training. This fact cannot be denied. In that moment, Sue May struggled to maintain her smile, her voice becoming noticeably strained. Her gaze directed at Luo Li like a dagger. Yet, Luo Li remained unfazed, responding with an even brighter smile. With such limited skills, do you really think you can stir up trouble? The nearby onlookers noticed Sue May's hostile glare, prompting Gu Xiaoxi to pull Luo Li closer. Shen Shu suddenly positioned herself in front of Luo Li, shielding her from Sue May's venomous gaze. Shen Feng turned to observe his brother in surprise. Had he truly stepped up for someone? He had never seen him protect anyone before. He thought about discreetly informing their father about this development. It was Shen Shu's movement that brought Sue May back to reality, startling her as she realized she had inadvertently revealed her emotions in front of everyone. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly enough to avoid the cameras capturing her moment of weakness, though the ambiguous looks from Shen Feng and the others still pierced her. Sue May could still perform Taekwondo. Upon investigation, it turned out she indeed had some skill and even possessed a black belt. Wait, why was she pretending to be so weak earlier? Wasn't she just dragging Chengming down? With such abilities, one would expect her reflexes to be quite sharp. This only diminished her appeal further. Ah, right. Let's be more discerning in the future before making comments about passers-by. We shouldn't be easily misled. And to certain individuals' fans, perhaps you should refrain from barking too eagerly. You might just end up with egg on your face. The director announced that it was time to start the game, prompting everyone to gather their emotions and prepare. With a sharp whistle, Shen Feng glanced at Shen Shu before leaping onto the floating platform to seize the red ball. Chengming immediately followed, attempting to knock the ball from Shen Feng's hands, while Shen Shu joined the fray, striking the ball so that it fell into the hands of Gu Xiaoxi. However, Luo Li swiftly snatched it from her grasp, startled by the sudden emptiness. Gu Xiaoxi laughed and lunged toward Luo Li to reclaim it. At that moment, Sue May joined the fray, glancing at the camera before leaping toward Luo Li, taking her down into the water. Shen Shu, who had been nearby, jumped off the platform to help Luo Li, but as soon as she grasped her, Luo Li slipped from her grip. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the action was merely a case of losing balance. What has happened? The spectators on the shore were taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Underwater, however, the unseen struggle unfolded as Sue May forcefully pressed Luo Li's chest and gripped her neck, pushing her down. Luo Li fought back, her hands flailing against the waterproof camera, capturing Sue May's menacing expression beneath the surface. Just as she was about to be submerged, she finally seized Shen Shu's outstretched hand, allowing him to pull her back to the surface. Coughing violently as she leaned against him, she gasped for air, her eyes filled with terror. Her neck, marked red from the grip, was exposed to the gaze of onlookers, startling the few who had rushed over to assist. In truth, Sume had not exerted much force on Luo Li's neck, even though she did harbor malicious intentions. However, she was not foolish enough to harm someone in plain sight of the crowd. Her aim was merely to catch Luo Li off guard, causing her to splutter a few mouthfuls of water. After all, it was quite ordinary to stumble and choke while playing in the water. The pressure she had applied was with her other hand, resting on Luo Li's body. Yet, she had not anticipated that such a severe mark would be left on Luo Li's neck. "Sume, how dare you harm someone?" Gu Shaoxi exclaimed in shock. Shinshu he carried Luo Li back to the shore, and upon seeing Luo Li's condition, everyone was taken aback. Goodness, this is tantamount to murder. How could she dare? I saw it clearly. Sume deliberately lunged at Luo Li. This Sume is truly terrifying. It was evident to all that Sume had pushed Luo Li into the water, and the state of Luo Li could only have been caused by her. There was no escaping responsibility, no room for defense. I didn't mean to. I didn't do it. Sume's protests were weak and ineffective. Shut down the live stream. The director hastily instructed, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was imperative to cease recording. Nevertheless, the incident had already begun to rapidly escalate. "Luo Li, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Luo Li's complexion had drained of color, her body limp in Shinshu He's embrace. At the inquiry, she shook her head, yet her gaze towards Sume remained fraught with fear, causing Shinshu He's heart to ache. "We should still take her to the hospital," she insisted, noting Luo Li's poor condition and the severity of the marks on her neck. "All right, I'll have someone come to fetch you." The director nodded in agreement. The situation in the water had been unclear to the onlookers, but Luo Li's appearance was indeed worrisome, warranting a medical examination. Hearing this, Luo Li curled up silently, her peripheral vision catching Sume's seething glare. A fleeting smirk tugged at her lips before she once again adopted a feeble demeanor. Unnoticed by others, Sume clearly perceived the shift, fueling her resentment further. "Miss Su, you should be mindful of your actions." Shinshu he remarked coldly as she rose with Luo Li in her arms, departing the scene. The staff promptly provided Luo Li with clothing and escorted her to the hospital. Throughout the ordeal, Shinshu he did not relinquish her hold on Luo Li. The others, whether due to anxiety or other reasons, failed to notice anything amiss, whether from exhaustion or another cause. Luo Li had inadvertently drifted off to sleep against Shinshu he on the boat. The sudden cessation of the live broadcast and the allegations of attempted murder against Su Mei rapidly trended on social media. By the time Luo Li awoke that evening, she had undergone examinations revealing no serious harm, merely fatigue from the shock. She had fallen asleep. The doctor prescribed medication for the marks on her neck. "How do you feel?" Shinshu he was by her side when she regained consciousness, along with Shunfeng, Cheng Ming, and Gu Shaoxi. "I'm fine," she replied with a gentle shake of her head, her smile reassuring despite their concern. A commotion outside heralded the director's entrance. Due to a report from a viewer, Sume has been taken in for questioning. He hesitated before handing Luo Li a video recording. "This footage was captured during the incident. It should prove beneficial for you." Moments ago, Sume's agent had attempted to acquire the footage, offering to pay handsomely for its destruction. While the director was tempted, he ultimately chose integrity over profit, deciding to present the recording to Luo Li. "Thank you." She accepted the video, surprised by his gesture. She resolved never to disparage the director again, realizing he was, after all, a decent person. In fact, she already possessed a copy of the recording from Xiao Bai Kai, so she was not overly concerned about being caught off guard. But having the director's cooperation was certainly advantageous. The marks on her neck had also been facilitated by Xiao Bai Kai's assistance. Luo Li was unafraid of Su Mei's actions. She would turn her adversary's malice into a double-edged sword, ensuring they bore the consequences of their own wickedness. Once the line had been crossed, one must reckon with the aftermath. Luo Li was never known for her kindness. Due to the incident, the program could not continue filming and was temporarily suspended, with the resumption date to be determined based on subsequent developments. As for Su Mei, Luo Li decisively filed charges of attempted murder against her, providing the recording as compelling evidence. However, Su Mei adamantly denied the accusation, ultimately being charged only with intentional injury, which, due to Luo Li's minor injuries, did not result in a lengthy sentence. Within a month, Su Mei would be free once more. Yet, as a prominent star, her career was irrevocably tarnished by this incident, marking a significant blow to her prospects. In the ensuing days, developments unfolded rapidly. Within 3 days, Su Mei was incarcerated, and it was reported that her agency had terminated her contract. Those who entered the facility were deemed problematic artists, and no company would willingly shoulder the ensuing fallout. Su Mei's career was effectively over. Luo Li responded obediently to Chun Jie, who had expressed concern. Could you please be more cautious next time? I merely wish to support an artist, not lose one. Chun Jie had been terrified upon hearing of Luo Li's ordeal. An attempted murder during a program could have been catastrophic, but thankfully, she was unharmed. All right, just make sure to rest over the next few days. Although the show was interrupted, the initial broadcast received positive feedback, and I have secured several promising new projects to share with you later. As Chun Jie prepared to leave, she turned back to Luo Li. And what about that Ihi? Luo Li faina tinusansa. Nothing is going on. However, after some contemplation, Chun Jie added, it's not impossible to explore. Just ensure you remain cautious. Having seen the trending discussions about the couple online, she acknowledged their chemistry and deemed it acceptable as long as it did not hinder their respective careers. Moreover, she remembered that Ihi resided just upstairs, which could facilitate an opportunity for them to connect. It was better to clarify matters openly than to let the girl sneak around in secrecy. Just as she finished her thought, a gentle fragrance enveloped her, and she was suddenly embraced, causing her cheeks to flush. Woo! I knew our Chun Jie was the most open-minded. Once Chun Jie departed, Luo Li hurried back to the dressing room, opening the door to find Chun Shu-hee's face already flushed. I'm so sorry. Things got urgent, and since Chun Jie has always been strict, I was afraid. So I had to hide you here. Just moments ago, Chun Shu-hee had come down to bring her food, but before they could exchange more than a few words, Chun Jie had approached. In a moment of panic, Luo Li had no choice but to quickly conceal Chun Shu-hee in the dressing room. At that moment, Chun Shu-hee's face was burning, her eyes unable to linger in the room. I should head back now. Okay, after Luo Li replied. He turned stiffly to leave, but not long after, Luo Li saw him return, phone in hand, his face even redder than before, as if he had mustered the courage to speak. Miss Luo, may I have your contact information? During filming, they had surrendered their phones and had no means to contact one another. Of course, that would be wonderful. They exchanged contact details. And as Luo Li peered back into the dressing room, she finally understood why Chun Shu-hee had been so flustered. She had forgotten to close the cabinet door properly while changing earlier that morning, leaving her intimate apparel on display in close proximity to Chun Shu-hee. With a start, Luo Li hastily closed the cabinet door, covering her face with her hands. However, she soon composed herself, clearing her throat before sampling the cookies he had left behind. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her phone and snapped a photograph, sending it to him. Li, the cookies are delicious. I really like them. Thank you. Shu-hee. Just as Chun Shu-hee returned home, he glanced down at the message, feeling a warmth rush to his ears. After a lengthy deliberation, he mustered the courage to reply. Shu, I'm glad you like them. Meanwhile, the search bar on his computer displayed several entries. Why does one blush and have an uncontrollable heartbeat in front of a girl? What should one do when facing a girl they like? Below, a series of replies suggested, take the initiative. To win her heart, first capture her stomach. The key is that a man must learn to be proactive. Only then will there be results. There are also numerous experiences shared by other users. Now, a new query appeared in the search bar. When she compliments the food she made, does it mean something? After pondering, Chun Shu-hee deleted his drafted response and meticulously reviewed the previous user's romantic experiences. His gaze lingered on her profile picture on his phone, unable to look away. Suddenly, he noticed the words changing to indicate that the other party was typing, causing his heart to tighten. However, at that moment, a message from his manager popped up unceremoniously. Manager, hey, did you see? I found a picture. Do you want it? Initially inclined to ignore it, Chun Shu-hee hesitated before opening it. Upon seeing the significantly reduced screenshot, he froze, his heartbeat faltering. Shu, can you send it to me? Manager, you said Prince, please send the picture. Shu, Prince, please send the picture. Manager, image JPG. Manager, I not generous? When the time comes for the wedding banquet, I'll sit at the first table. Is that too much to ask? Shu, after saving the photo to his album, he couldn't help but look at it repeatedly, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. As memories of their interactions on the show played in his mind, his cheeks growing even warmer. Then, another message appeared, intensifying his heartbeat. Li, thank you for saving me last time and taking me to the hospital. If you're free tonight, let's grab dinner together. Sure. Without hesitation, he agreed, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing his quick reply, Luo Li also smiled. Chapter 203, The Talented Singer and the Moonlight Flower. Shu, are you free? Come help me find a couple of outfits. Manager. However, without much thought, the manager came over, as he happened to be nearby. What clothes are you looking for? Did you lose something? Listening to his manager, Shun Shu, he shook his head and then murmured, I have dinner plans tonight. Dinner? With whom? Just wear something casual. It doesn't matter what you wear. The manager said in a half-teasing tone, truthfully. Shin Shuhi's figure and looks are enviable in every regard. It's purely a gift from the heavens. Even a rag would make him look fashionable. It can't be casual. Hearing this, the manager was even more perplexed, suddenly realizing something that made his eyes light up. Who are you going to dinner with? It wouldn't be Li Li, would it? The glimmer of gossip shone in his eyes, filled with anticipation. A surprised exclamation came from the house, quite excited. Then, Shinshu he watched as his manager pulled out more than a dozen outfits from the wardrobe. Try these and these. You must make an effort for your first date with Li Li. Dress well and strive to win her over soon. I have high hope for you, Watching his manager's reaction, Shinshu he felt a bit shy. Afterward, he arranged the specific time for dinner with Luo Li. After careful preparation at the moment they met, he successfully garnered her astonished gaze, which left him feeling somewhat satisfied, though he feigned indifference, acting as if it were nothing. What's wrong? You look very handsome today. Luo Li's compliments were generous, her lips curving into a gentle smile, warm as a spring breeze. However, her soft tone stirred his emotions, causing his smile to rise uncontrollably. His gaze followed her involuntarily. From the moment they met, Luo Li could sense the discreet glances aimed her way, which amused her greatly. Finally, at a certain moment, she seized the opportunity to turn and look, locking eyes with him before he could avert his gaze, capturing all his fluster and nervousness. Miss Luo. Like a thief caught in the act, his voice trembled with anxiety, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, fearing her displeasure. You can call me Xiao Li or Li Li. That is how everyone addresses me. Yet Luo Li appeared entirely unconcerned, smiling brightly and speaking softly. Her gentle voice made him wish to hear more. Li Li, your voice is truly enchanting. Although I haven't had a drink, your voice is intoxicating. Upon hearing her words, he finally let out a soft laugh. The time spent together was enjoyable for both, though regrettably brief, leaving them longing for more. See you tomorrow. As she stepped out of the elevator, Luo Li waved at him with a smile. See you tomorrow. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he felt a sudden pang of reluctance. His body reacted swiftly, and before he could think, he rushed out. What's wrong? Faced with Luo Li's puzzled gaze, he was momentarily speechless, his long fingers nervously tugging at his shirt hem, pondering for a long time before finally having a bright idea. If you like the cookies, I can bring you some again tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo Li raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded in agreement. Sure. Then you should get some rest early. You too. After returning home, Shunshu he finally allowed himself to smile broadly, having suppressed it for so long. Glancing at the time, he began to eagerly anticipate their meeting the next day. Just then, his phone screen lit up with 2 new messages. Shinfeng, what are you doing? Dad is calling for us to find a time to have dinner together. Shinfeng, by the way, he watched our show and really likes your partner. He wants you to bring her along. Upon reading this, Shunshu's face flushed, but he quickly regained his composure and typed a response. Shu, what did you tell him? On the other end of the screen, Shinfeng felt a sudden wave of apprehension, lamenting his brother's swift reactions. Yet he wouldn't foolishly admit it. Shinfeng, what could I say? You two are the hottest couple on the internet. He must have seen it himself. Shu, it's evident he isn't fully convinced, but after a moment of thought, he replied. Shu, I'll ask for her opinion first. You don't need to respond to Dad. I'll talk to him myself. As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fingers. He genuinely wished to take her home, but he had no certainty about her willingness. He still had much to work on. Shinfeng's reply came quickly. Feng, no ruse. Just wait until you've set a date, and we can go back together. Since he didn't have any plans himself, he was more than happy to delay. However, for some reason, as he thought of this, a certain image floated into Shinfeng's mind. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, recalling how she looked with swollen eyes after being bitten by a mosquito. Shum. The conversation between the two brothers came to an end. Shinshu he returned to his computer, resuming his search for answers. Remembering the cookies he promised her, he began looking up other cookie recipes. He recalled their first encounter in the elevator, her awkward yet adorable demeanor vividly surfacing in his mind. He couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of fate and felt fortunate. Yet now, he desired even more fortune, reflecting on the notion that to capture her heart, one must first capture her stomach. He expanded his search to include many more dishes. Manager, how did it go today? Did Lily like your outfit? Until new messages emerged, he finally regained his senses, recalling her reactions from earlier that day. Shum. In the end, she merely shyly responded with a single word, while the rest remained hidden in her heart, where she reveled in joy alone. Unbeknownst to them, time passed swiftly. When he came to again, the moonlight outside the window had enveloped the world. Gazing at the silvery glow, memories of her gentle smile stirred something within him. He turned and picked up paper and pen, capturing the inspiration that ignited in his heart. He cherished that unobserved moment, igniting a desire to possess the moonlight, which felt entirely his own. Chapter 204. Genius Singer by Yueguang Xiaohua. The next morning, Luo Li promptly received her cookies. In addition, she received an invitation to his concert. Observing his cautious approach towards her, Luo Li realized that he must not have overheard her conversation with Chun Jie that day while he was hidden in the cloakroom. However, she had to admit that his demeanor truly stirred her heart. She liked it. The thrill of affection surged within her. She attended his concert, where she witnessed him shining brilliantly on stage, exuding radiance. In their daily lives, they frequently encountered each other, often agreeing to run together at night. He drew closer, and she allowed him to do so. Before long, his new song Yueguang was released, once again igniting a sensation across the internet. His tender and melodic voice resonated deeply, evoking the moonlight within countless hearts. Running towards the moonlight, he took step after step, striving to improve himself, aspiring to be the brightest star, aligned with the moonlight. Xiaoli, do you like stars? On the rooftop, they stood bathed in warm light, with the full moon and a sky full of stars behind them. They resembled their initial meeting. The young man was tall, wearing a simple white shirt that appeared fresh and clean, holding a bouquet of white roses, his fingertips subtly clenched, concealing his nervousness. The young woman, slender, donned a white dress, graceful and elegant, her expression gentle. Without his gold-rimmed glasses, the distance between them seemed to diminish. I really like it. Accepting the roses from his hand, her voice was soft, her gaze resolute, sparkling with joy. Beneath the moonlight and countless stars, they embraced tightly. Finally, they no longer needed to restrain themselves, allowing his moonlight to fill her embrace. A month later, Shinshu he held Luo Li's hand as they returned to the Shun family home. Observing their harmonious appearance, Shun's father smiled broadly. Shen Bufu. Ah, good. With a wave of his hand, their wedding date was promptly set. However, not long after their plans were made, Shenfeng proudly returned home with Gu Xiaoxi. Simultaneously, a call from the director of N.I. Lien arrived. The new guest lineup had been arranged, and the show's revival was scheduled for next Monday. They were reminded to arrive punctually at the designated island location. The two couples exchanged glances and smiled in unison. All right, director, we will be there on time. Although the call was intended solely for Shun Shu-hee, the director instantly recognized the four familiar voices. You all six. It seems that before this dating show even finished filming, two pairs of genuine lovers had already formed. I am indeed a matchmaker, no doubt about it. Thank you for the praise. We will arrive on time. On that day, aside from the announcement of the revival of the dating program, news of Su Mei's release from prison also circulated. Due to her past as a disgraced artist, she could no longer develop her career domestically, and thus left for a foreign land to pursue her stardom. However, it was said that her circumstances there were dire, and she struggled significantly. Later, in a bid for survival, she resorted to unscrupulous means to make a living, leading her further astray, making it impossible for her to return home. On Monday, the N.I. Lien program aired as scheduled. After a long absence, Cheng Ming introduced a stunning new partner, a renowned first-tier actress, rumored to be his own recommendation to the director. Additionally, everyone discovered that Cheng Ming had a hidden identity as the heir to a prominent entertainment company, which he had concealed until now, only revealing it as he began to take the reins. Simultaneously, the engagement of the Shun brothers made headlines, unveiling their identities. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, including the somewhat awkward director. My goodness, who knew that these guests would be so distinguished? Director, what sort of affluent circle have you stumbled into? Your choice of participants is extraordinary. Furthermore, when the incident involving a certain celebrity occurred, many related rumors emerged, claiming that she had entered the industry to leverage the identity behind Emperor Shun. Is this true? Did she lose the watermelon but fail to pick up the cantaloupe? Did she grasp at air? This sister is truly unfortunate, but her character speaks for itself. She is unworthy of either of these melons. My Shifeng, you too. Quickly get closer. And you too, Li Shu. Did I just see correctly? Did they actually kiss during that familiar chocolate segment? What? Both teams are tied for first place? During the hiatus, what did they do behind our backs? Did you all not read the news closely? The fiancés of the Shin brothers are indeed Li Jie and Shi Jie. What? I hadn't seen that. I only noticed Chungming's news. Oh, so we really have a genuine pairing here. How wonderful. As the show unfolded, it became a delightful portrayal of couples in love, aside from Chungming, who felt utterly left out. Watching the two pairs unapologetically display their affection, Chungming gnashed his teeth in frustration. Very well, all of you former co-stars are conspiring against me, aren't you? Shen Shuhi. Conspiring? Not at all. Shaoli and I have always been transparent. Shenfeng, you seem rather sour. No one is stopping you from dating. He raised an eyebrow, suggesting something unspoken. Seeing his expression, Chungming turned to his new partner, as if realizing something. Director, hey, can you all tone it down? Can you please consider the feelings of the entire crew? We single folks are destined to be shown off, aren't we? Staff member 1, raising a hand to reveal a ring. Not me. I'm married. Staff member 2, displaying a photo. My partner. Staff member 3, handing out wedding candies. Just married. Staff member 4, presenting an invitation. Next month, you're all welcome to attend. Staff member 5, it seems that after this round, only the director and a few scattered cameramen remain single. Silence prevailed in the air. All right, today the supply shop will close early. If anyone needs anything, please find a way to resolve it yourselves. In his rather disgruntled state, he couldn't help but feel skeptical. What? Director, you're a bit late. My wife just sold everything to them. A staff member waved a handful of coins. Wife. The two directors silently left with dejected expressions. Amidst the laughter of the staff and guests, the evening arrived. Back in their modest apartment, Luo Li observed Shen Shuhi, who was nestled quietly in a corner. Why aren't you coming over? At this moment, Shen Shuhi was blushing, his heart racing, entirely devoid of the confident demeanor he had displayed earlier. Oh no, there are still 3 months until the wedding. Indeed, they had held hands, embraced, and kissed, yet they had not yet dared to take the step of sharing a bed. Luo Li, well, all right then. Chapter 205. Genius Singer by Yue Guang Xiaohua concludes. Xiaoli. Upon hearing her words, he paused momentarily, letting out a muffled sound, resembling a large dog that had been wronged. Luo Li could not bear to look any longer and silently opened her arms to him. His eyes sparkled, and a hint of lingering blush adorned his face. Is it really possible? His tone was cautious. However, Luo Li, who had come to understand his true nature, was no longer swayed by his antics. That is not permissible. As soon as the words left her lips, he enveloped her in an embrace. That simply will not do. His voice emerged, muffled from her neck, and then she felt a gentle nibble, causing her body to shiver as her eyes glistened with a reproachful gaze. It was evident that he had momentarily lost his breath, his eyes concealed by his elegant hand. Do not look. My self-control is rather diminished at this moment. It seemed she sensed the impending danger, biting her lip, yet she remained silent. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor only served to challenge his endurance further. After much restraint, he could no longer resist and leaned down to capture her lips. I have indeed overestimated myself. Accompanying this was his hoarse whisper. Time passed, and Luo Li, lost in a daze from the kisses, nestled into his embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. He, on the other hand, fought against the fire ignited within him, struggling to fall asleep while silently counting down the days until their wedding. Only 89 days remained. Merely 89 days. The following day, the aquatic games and swimwear from last time remained unfinished, leaving everyone in suspense. Yet, the intense competition with the red ball had left some trepidation, prompting the director to decide that the swimwear segment would continue, but now transformed into cooperative challenges, a race against time. One task required the boys to lift the girls in the water. With sea water glistening, his large hand rested upon her smooth, pale skin, causing Shen Shuhi's ears to flush a deep crimson. Strangely, 89 days felt exceedingly long. Who understands? This hand, this waist, this exhilarating sensation, it could very well take my life. I must request 2 crates of cleaning powder. I cannot endure this. Upstairs. A warm welcome to the community of cleaning powder users. Suddenly, a wave crashed over them, soaking her hair, and Luo Li let out a soft hum. inexplicably feeling the warmth of the hand on her waist intensify. She dared not look back, sensing a hungry wolf lurking, her back stiffening slightly. What is the matter? His voice, low and gentle, was particularly soothing to her ears. Nothing. That evening, without waiting for Luo Li to extend her arms, he approached her, resembling a pitiful large dog. Xiao Li, only 88 days remain. MHM. His warm breath made her instinctively tilt her neck, responding softly. Her delicate neck revealed a beautiful curve, both fragile and inexplicably enchanting. As expected, he nibbled tenderly at her collarbone. You're quite the tease, Luo Li. Who is truly the one teasing here? Day by day, they counted down, and the long 3 months finally came to an end. The program in Lien gained immense popularity due to the gathering of stunning guests. Its sweet effects soaring to new heights, and Luo Li's wedding with Shu, he became a sensational topic, trending on search engines. Holding the red book in one hand and cradling his soft and fragrant wife in the other, he leaned down to nuzzle against her neck. Wife, I'm so happy. Wife, please bear with me. Wife, can you adapt? Wife, I have overestimated myself again. Wife, do not cry. Throughout the night, he called her countless times, as though no amount of calling was sufficient. In her dreamy sleep, Luo Li could still hear him softly calling her wife with that intoxicating voice. Truly, she was utterly captivated by him. On the second day after their wedding, Shu he released a new song titled Yongyu. He had successfully pursuing his moon, embracing it, and walking hand in hand with it. Witnessing their happiness, both Shu he's fans and Luo Li's admirers could not help but shed tears. They are truly wonderful. This celestial couple, I will support them for a lifetime. I have never liked two people this much before. Where do I bow to seek such beautiful love? Wife, where do you want to go for our honeymoon? Luo Li was scrolling through comments when Shu he suddenly interjected. I haven't thought about it yet. Let me focus on Big Brother and Xiao Shi's wedding first before deciding. Due to the timing of their relationship, Shun Feng and their wedding would also be delayed. All right. Habitually, he nestled in her neck, nuzzling. Upon noticing the comments beside her, Shu he's eyes brightened. Wife, can I help you reply to her? Of course. Perhaps we could consider heading towards the direction of the sunrise. For his moon, like the sunrise, arose from the east. The house that Luo Li originally resided in was arranged by the company, but after their marriage, they purchased it. Later, during an unexpected visit to Luo Li's art studio, Shu he discovered her painting of a sunrise. Wife, when did you paint this of me? Huh? What do you mean? This scene is from the angle of my piano practice room. The sunrise can be seen there every day. Is that so? I painted it inspired by the piano melodies I heard that morning while filming for an Alien. Piano melodies? Occasionally, I can hear your gentle piano playing from downstairs. It sounds lovely. Really? I didn't realize you noticed me so early. His voice brimmed with joy. Wife, being able to paint me from inspiration means our fates are surely destined. He was utterly devoted, unable to escape from thoughts of his wife. I believe so. She reciprocated with every word. They were undoubtedly fated to be together. World 10 end. System space. Points, 1,000. Luck, 30. Virtue, 30. Points, 18800100019,800. Luck, 31030, 340. Virtue, 32030, 350. Chapter 206. The Enchanting Eyes of the Merman, Bewitching Hearts 1. In the west, there are mermaids. In the east, there are mermen. It is said that deep within the ocean dwell mermen, and fishermen sailing on the sea can hear their alluring voices in the depths, leading those enchanted to become lost and perish in the waters. Some say that mermen are heavenly treasures. Drinking their blood can cure all ailments. Consuming their flesh can prolong life, and eating their hearts can grant immortality. Their tears are pearls, each worth a fortune. Mermen are perilous, yet their allure is irresistibly enticing. No matter how dangerous the rumors may be, they pale in comparison to the temptation of profit. Since the discovery of mermen's existence, their kind has faced relentless slaughter. Their blood and flesh exchanged for the birth of countless noble and affluent families. Years have passed, and the original host has long since faded. The merman clan has dwindled, now forced into hiding, evading the light of day, yet ultimately unable to escape the fate of capture. Presently, rumors about mermen have become increasingly scarce, and common folk have never heard a whisper. This is due to the immense value of mermen, which others cannot afford to touch. The secrets of the mermen have long been monopolized and concealed by the wealthy elite. Today, captured mermen serve as playthings for the affluent, traded for profit. On the outskirts of the city, in a secluded forest, stood an old mansion. In the center courtyard of the mansion, a pool of water was specially arranged, and beside it lay a woman with pale skin and a fishtail. Her silver-blue tail, submerged in the water, had lost its luster and vitality. "Master, this merman has already passed away." As Luo Li's consciousness returned, she heard this remark beside her. "Useless creature, it has only been half a year since it bled. It can no longer hold on." Truly, one is worse than the other, becoming increasingly ineffective. Quickly, take out her heart and remove her remaining scales. Strip the flesh and bones, freeze them, and later I will deliver them to the noble. Otherwise, prolonged death would render it stale. His final utterance was imbued with a fierce intent, cunning beyond measure. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Li was suddenly engulfed by boundless hatred, wishing to devour him whole, to obliterate his very existence, ensuring his demise was eternal. Yet, despite expending all her strength, her body merely quivered at her fingertips, utterly weakened. Observing this, Luo Li siga inuarli. Kai, assist me in exchanging for merit to restore this body. Understood. As the system's warm light surged within her, Luo Li felt the discomfort and pain dissipating rapidly, her strength gradually returning. Yes, the servant complied, preparing a blade, bowing as he readied to strike at Luo Li. In that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, her azure orbs captivating, ensnaring anyone who dared gaze into them, rendering them motionless. With a swift motion, her sharpened fingertips pierced forth, a warm, sanguine essence erupting. With a delicate flick, she revealed a pulsating heart cradled in her palm. The servant, regaining his senses, widened his eyes in horror, only to slump down breathless. Crimson blood splattered across her cheek, and the man in azure stood transfixed, astonished at the sight of Luo Li. "My lord?" She spoke, her severed tongue now restored. She smiled, enchanting in her beauty, her voice still raspy, yet oddly pleasing. One could only imagine how melodious it would be had her tongue not been severed. "Look, have I not extracted this heart splendidly?" she whispered, cradling the organ. The faint silver-blue glow of her fish-tail vanished, transforming into elongated, jade-like feet as she emerged from the water, draped in ethereal silk, gracefully approaching the man. With each step, it felt as though she were trampling upon his heart, instilling within him an unending dread. Yet, his body remained immobile, his mouth agape, unable to produce a sound, tears of terror glistening in his eyes, laced with crimson. She brandished the blade, gesturing menacingly, and despite his overwhelming fear, he could only emit a low growl. "Do not worry. Today, you shall not perish." No sooner had she spoken than a strip of flesh was carved from his body. Her smile radiant, yet her eyes icy. She spoke no falsehoods. Throughout the day, the inhabitants of the manor were systematically eradicated, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of carnage. His flesh was nearly stripped away, yet he clung to life, his bloodied visage unrecognizable, though the agony in his eyes was unmistakable. "Is this not exquisite? Like the daily bloodletting, each scale flayed. Do you not relish it?" He shook his head in torment, his mouth now home to a mere fragment of his tongue. Yet, he remained tethered to life, unable to succumb to death. "Have you tasted the heart of a Jiaoren? How does it feel to desire death, yet remain alive?" No sooner had she ceased speaking than another blade plunged into him, a gaping wound forming on his arm, inflicting excruciating pain, yet he could neither struggle nor die. "Regretful, are you not?" Each word dripped with penetrating malice. A coarse rope bound the man's arms, and in the pitch-black night, she dragged him like a lifeless dog from the hidden confines of the ancestral manor, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. Yet, as her figure vanished, so too did the evidence of their passage. A great fire ignited, consuming the accursed manor, erasing it from existence. The inferno blazed throughout the night, incinerating the dwelling without tainting a single remnant. Her presence, too, became an enigma, lost to the world. The original inhabitant was indeed a captured Jiaoren, subjected to flaying, bloodletting, and various tortures until she wept pearls. This was her daily torment after being captured, ultimately leading to her demise. Her posthumous wish was for those who slaughtered her to perish in a manner that mirrored and doubled her own suffering. After departing the manor with the man, each day, the same agony unfolded before him. He was an ancient creature, having consumed the heart of a Jiaoren. now over 200 years old, yet appearing no older than 20. Within a nearby cavern, the remnants of numerous Jiao Run lay scattered, victims of his heinous deeds over the years. Had circumstances not intervened, the original inhabitant would have become yet another of these remains. But now, the roles had reversed. This man would become the final skeletal remnant. Daily, anguished cries echoed from the cavern, his blood staining the walls, a tribute to the lost souls of the Jiao Run. Progress of the original inhabitant's wish. 05. Each day, the notification resonated in Luo Li's ears. The original inhabitant was satisfied with her method of vengeance. Yet his torment was still insufficient. The lengthy days passed, and the man endured increasingly profound suffering. Finally, one day, as the original inhabitant's wrath subsided, Luo Li extracted the man's heart, crushing it and feeding it to wild dogs. Observing his soul being devoured by the spirits of the Jiao Run, the system's notification finally chimed. Ding! Progress of the original inhabitant's wish has reached 100. In a mountain spring, she cleansed herself of the foul blood before stepping forth from the forest. Guagua, Jiaoren Saint Monk, Forbidden Love, enter at your own risk, skip if preferred. Chapter 207, Jiaoren Eyes, enchanting the heart too. Upon discovering the sudden disappearance of the manor's inhabitants, the officials and nobles became increasingly anxious. They surmised it was the Jiaoren's retribution, fearing they might be the next targets. However, 6 months passed without further incidents, leading them to feel some relief. They indulged in their daily pleasures, carefree. Yet soon, they began to notice their own Jiao Ren disappearing, one after another, as they succumbed to sudden deaths within their homes. With the abrupt demise of these individuals, all matters concerning the Jiao Ren were thoroughly erased from existence. All ancient texts related to the Jiao Ren were destroyed. After returning the last Jiao Ren scattered across the world to the sea, Luo Li finally paused. Kai, can you sense his presence? There seems to be some trouble. They cannot locate him. With idleness proving unproductive, Luo Li sought to keep herself occupied, wary of potential threats. After all, with the Jiao Run among humans, one must be cautious of opportunistic predators. However, it was odd. Previously, they could always find the original inhabitant nearby. Yet this time, there was an unforeseen complication, rendering him elusive. Gone. Little Bai Kai shook her head, then suddenly brightened. Luo Li felt a surge of joy. Where? It appears to be a temple? Hundreds of miles away, in the ancient capital. Have you heard? The Yi Saint Monk is descending the mountain to preach. As she walked through the crowd, Luo Li overheard the townsfolk conversing. Indeed, my wife has been preparing to welcome him. Every time we listen to the Saint Monk recite scriptures, we feel immensely blessed. Naturally, the Saint Monk possesses profound teachings and bestows great blessings. Merely hearing him recite is a fortune. From the conversations of the townsfolk, Luo Li discerned that the Yi Saint Monk was highly regarded. Strangely, the young women seemed particularly excited about his descent compared to others. Have you all heard? It's true. The Yi Saint Monk is genuinely coming down. Fortunately, I just acquired a new outfit. I must wear it for the occasion. Me too. Just to see the Saint Monk once in this life would be enough. I must dress well. The young girls exchanged shy glances, yet among friends, they felt emboldened. Upon hearing these words, Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Could it truly be so exaggerated? Curiosity piqued. She leaned forward and whispered a question. The few young maidens present were momentarily taken aback by her sweet, melodious voice, slowly turning to face her. Upon seeing Luo Li's exquisite features and attire, they were momentarily stunned, their faces flushing crimson. Naturally, it was so. As I am new to the capital, I have yet to hear of this holy monk. Might you, elder sisters, enlighten me? Observing Luo Li's demeanor, the maidens blushed even more, unable to resist stealing glances at her enchanting beauty, which must surely be as captivating as the legends foretold. After a few hesitant exchanges, they began to share the tale of the holy monk. It turned out that this He Sheng Sung was once an abandoned child discovered by the abbot of Lingxing Temple. However, due to his innate Buddhist nature and remarkable enlightenment, he earned the title of Buddha child at a tender age. It was said that a member of the imperial family, troubled by certain matters, fortuitously encountered the Buddha child at the temple and found profound solace in his counsel. Following the resolution of the troubles, he was bestowed the name of He Sheng Sung. Now, at 18, He Sheng Sung had become a pivotal figure in the ancient kingdom. Whenever the nation faced difficulties, the holy monk would appear to offer assistance. having ensured years of peace and prosperity for the realm, earning the deep affection of its people. The imperial family also held him in high regard. As the young maiden spoke, they suddenly paused, a hint of shyness overtaking them. "And what else?" Luo Li inquired, her curious eyes sparkling with interest, evoking a sense of warmth in those who beheld her. "Moreover, the holy monk is truly a celestial being, possessing an ethereal beauty akin to a descended immortal," they whispered, their voices growing softer under her gaze. Luo Li, feigning enlightenment, responded, "I see. Might I ask how to reach Lingqing Temple?" One of the maidens pointed in a direction, saying, "Just go straight ahead, sister. Once you leave the outskirts of the capital, you will see many people offering incense. You may follow them to the temple." "Thank you, elder sisters, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now." A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and the young maidens stood momentarily entranced, their cheeks flushed. Yet they could no longer recall the visage of the enchanting woman. Kai, he truly is wicked, having chosen to become a monk. Meanwhile, Luo Li continued her banter with Xiao Bai Kai, following the route she had just learned, making her way toward Lingqing Temple. "Indeed, that big shot is exceedingly mischievous. He is a true villain." Xiao Bai Kai nodded vigorously, aligning itself with its host's sentiments. Seeing the adorable demeanor of Xiao Bai Kai, Luo Li couldn't help but chuckle, her melodious laughter resonating as she gracefully navigated through the crowd. Strangely, it seemed as if no one could perceive her presence. The merfolk possessed no magical powers. Yet in this world filled with spiritual energy, Luo Li retained the memories of her past enchantments. With the assistance of her accumulated merits, she could now wield her abilities with grace. As she ventured toward Lingqing Temple, Luo Li found the incense offerings bustling with activity, the temple alive with chatter and movement. Yet, she made her way to the secluded rear mountain, where human presence was sparse. In a tranquil courtyard, the gentle sound of a wooden fish echoed, bringing a sense of peace and clarity to the mind. Outside the courtyard stood a towering ancient tree, and a stream flowed from the mountains into the courtyard, nurturing a pond filled with lotus flowers. Luo Li's gaze was immediately drawn to the pond, and she leaped over a young monk who was tidying up, heading toward the source of the wooden fish's rhythm. Upon entering the room, she discerned someone seated in front of a statue, holding prayer beads and murmuring softly. His feet graced the ground, moving as if each step birthed a lotus, and the jade bells on his ankles chimed softly. The wooden fish in the room fell silent for a moment before resuming its cadence. Feeling unimpeded, Luo Li approached boldly, standing behind him. Yet, he remained oblivious, his focus unwavering on the beads, eyes still closed. Luo Li, slightly dissatisfied with his lack of reaction, took a step closer, and just as her hand was about to rest on his shoulder, he finally opened his eyes. "Mississippium?" Yet her hand did not falter, and she gently leaned into him. In the next moment, however, he hastily rose and stepped aside, causing the wooden fish before him to topple to the ground. Do not be presumptuous. He had not looked at her even once. Though his movements were flustered, his gaze remained as tranquil as a deep pool, undisturbed by the commotion. "The holy monk speaks in jest. I merely sought clarification," she replied innocently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. Clad in flowing aquamarine silk, her graceful figure was subtly outlined, her slender waist barely graspable, exuding a faint fragrance. Her delicate feet touched the ground lightly, her long, fair legs igniting the imagination, and her captivating azure eyes held his gaze, adorned with a gentle smile. Hearing her words, he bowed his head and closed his eyes, continuing to turn the prayer beads in his hands. The maiden has indeed released her burdens, returning to her homeland for peace and safety. Upon hearing his words, Luo Li paused, her smile growing more radiant. He was truly remarkable, having discerned her situation without a single glance. "However, what I seek is not this matter." At her declaration, he hesitated for a brief moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. She stepped closer again, her voice whispering in his ear like a soft murmur, her warmth brushing against him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. His form grew slightly rigid, brows furrowing, and the speed of the prayer beads rotation quickened. "I wish to inquire of the holy monk whether he can reveal my destined love. Should my path diverge from my fated partner, what resolution awaits me in this life?" Given his prowess, she wondered if he could discern the fate entwined between them. He stepped back, resuming his seated position before the statue, silently riding the fallen wooden fish. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "This monk cannot provide answers. Is that truly so? Yuan Chu, you may leave. Yet, he offered no further reply, instead calling out to the outside. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them, but when the door opened, the young monk appeared bewildered. Senior brother, where's the guest? He scratched his bald head, surveying the room, but found nothing amiss. Heeding the question, he Shang Tsung lowered his gaze to the ground, where indeed stood a figure, a woman at the side of Yuan Chu. Yet Yuan Chu could not perceive her presence. Realizing this, he finally shut his eyes. Very well, it is nothing. Hearing his words, the young monk scratched his head again, closing the door with a puzzled expression. Once more, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish filled the air, and he recited scriptures, the fragrance of incense wafting through the room, dispelling the lingering scent left by Luo Li. Not perturbed by his demeanor, she settled herself on a nearby mat, quietly observing him. Growing bored, she began to wander, flipping through scriptures and examining the statue. Logically, a sacred place should repel all malevolent creatures, yet Luo Li, endowed with great merit, remained unaffected by the sanctity of the space or the scriptures. Recognizing this, he refrained from driving her away, though he was undeniably troubled by her presence. As nightfall approached, and she showed no signs of leaving, he finally exhibited a flicker of agitation. Yuan Chu closed the temple, with his eyes still shut, though he was speaking to the young monk. Luo Li understood he was addressing her. The young monk responded from outside, and Luo Li heard the sound of the courtyard gate closing, but she remained unmoved. Noticing his furrowed brow, she finally spoke. The holy monk is aware of my origin, and he should also know that I am now left with nowhere to go. The outside world is indeed perilous. Might the holy monk grant me a brief respite of a few days? Her tone was frail and pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion that made refusal difficult. Moreover, a monk is traditionally filled with benevolence, making it even harder to decline. However, this humble courtyard housed only him and Yuan Chu, and the space was limited. Apart from the meditation hall, there was but one room for the two disciples to rest. How could he accommodate her? Yet, before he could respond, she had already turned and exited the meditation hall. It was not until the night, when sounds emerged from the lotus pond, that he realized she had remained in the water. Under the moonlight, bubbles rose to the surface, and silvery blue fish tails glided through the pond as Luo Li played with delight. Upon entering the water, she discovered the pond's depth, quite suitable for fish. Bubbles danced beneath the surface as she playfully blew them. Suddenly sensing something, her figure emerged from the water, hands resting on the shore. Her gaze fixed upon the lean figure clad in monk's robes. Her long, raven hair cascaded forward, framing her delicate ears that resembled butterfly wings, quite enchanting. Her skin was as white as congealed fat, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage, with red lips untouched yet rosy, resembling a water nymph. However, he did not spare her glance, tightening his grip on the prayer beads before retreating to his chamber. Meanwhile, the little monk in the adjacent room had already fallen into a deep, sound sleep. Seeing this, Luo Li could not help but let out a soft huff, the sound of her fish tail slapping the water's surface resonating loudly. The commotion was sufficient to catch his attention just as he stepped through the door, causing him to pause momentarily, confusion flickering in his eyes, yet ultimately he returned to his calm demeanor. Kai, you really can't entice him. The monk is a vegetarian. Any allure is utterly futile. Throughout the encounter, he had not even glanced at her, leaving her feeling quite defeated. Deeply disheartened, she rummaged through her space for food and fed some to herself. What if we use some systematic medicine on him? We could make him fall asleep. Cough, cough. Luo Li was choked by Kai's words. Shocked, she turned to the innocent little cabbage beside her. Kai, tell me, have you secretly befriended some bad company? You were never like this before. What has happened to my pure and lovely little cabbage? However, what kind of medicine does the system have? Show me. The little cabbage blinked a few times and obediently began searching. Aphrodisiacs, stimulants, and ancient-style clothing. There's a plethora. Kai hasn't secretly made friends. She overheard it while in the little black room. Luo Li froze, her face flushing. Kai, where's the feedback channel for your system? The soundproofing in that little black room really needs improvement. Isn't this corrupting the youth? Here, the little cabbage, oblivious to her host's thoughts, obediently found the feedback channel. After Luo Li's report, the little cabbage's black room was upgraded with enhanced soundproofing. Host, shall we buy the medicine? For now, let us hold off. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we can purchase it then. She was determined. The next day, He was indeed descending the mountain to preach, just as she had heard in the city. Without hesitation, Luo Li stepped out of the water, trailing closely behind him. The faint fragrance of a woman, laced with moisture, made it difficult to ignore. Yet he remained seemingly oblivious, eyes lowered as he spun the prayer beads, standing still and waiting for the little monk behind him. Shi Xiao, we are ready. Let us go. With a gentle nod, Yi stepped forward. The woman's presence lingered, yet the little monk remained unaware, treating it as if it were non-existent. The holy monk has arrived. At the foot of Ling Qing Si, many awaiting villagers spotted his figure from afar and immediately erupted with excitement. Yi, the holy monk. The girls hiding in the corners cast shy glances, their faces flushed. Luo Li observed this scene with raised brows, and as he began to preach with the little monk, she seated herself nearby, scrutinizing him. Indeed, he was as handsome as the rumors suggested, skin like snow, ink-black brows, delicate eyes, and lips as thin as a crescent moon, his garments fluttering in the wind, radiating an aura that rendered everything else dim in comparison, as if a celestial being had descended. Although he sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in the dust, he seemed untouched by its grime, as if he were a being apart from the world, evoking a sense of distance that made one hesitant to approach. Luo Li could not help but turn her gaze to the towering Buddha ahead. He bore a striking resemblance, like a deity, impervious to worldly contamination. Observing this, her brows furrowed and her red lips curled into a soft laugh, her gentle fingers brushing against his cheek. Holy monk, your purity is inaccessible. She did not like it. Her whisper reached his ears, and he frowned. Yet, considering his surroundings, he ultimately remained still, his chanting growing colder. The little monk opened his eyes and glanced over, confusion evident on his face. Had he just heard a girl's voice whispering nearby? As dawn broke and they descended the mountain, they returned only at night. The holy monk, ever compassionate, did not refuse the villagers who approached him, even as beads of sweat adorned his brow and his lips turned pale, desperately needing a moment of rest. He was not as unreachable as he appeared. Yet, why did he persistently keep her at arm's length? It seemed so profoundly unfair. Shi Xiao, I will go to the dining hall to fetch some food. Just as she returned to the courtyard, the little monk dashed out again. Seeing him leave, Luo Li understood he intended to drive her away. However, before he could speak, she had already turned and slipped into the lotus pond. Soon, the sounds of splashing water echoed, preventing him from advancing any closer. She was clever, remaining in the pond, not disturbing them in the slightest, leaving him with no excuse to drive her away. Holy monk! Yet as he grasped the prayer beads, preparing to turn away, she called out to him. The question I posed yesterday, is it truly unsolvable? Why does the holy monk fear me so? Why has he not even glanced my way? What exactly does the holy monk fear? Faced with her probing, he ultimately turned away in silence. This monk was truly exasperating. For several consecutive days, he avoided her as if she were non-existent in this courtyard, remaining oblivious to her increasingly brazen disturbances. He truly was afraid. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to avoid her, disregarding her disruptions as if they did not exist? Holy monk! The familiar fragrance wafted into the meditation hall once more, and though he appeared undisturbed, the prayer beads in his hand stilled momentarily. This time, however, she did not disrupt him as before. Her presence was merely a whisper. Suddenly, her aura fell into a momentary silence. Even he could not detect it, causing him to frown. When her jade-like hand brushed against his throat and warmth suddenly enveloped his lips, he finally opened his eyes, hastily waving his sleeve to dispel her. In his once calm gaze, surprise finally emerged. Upon meeting his eyes, she chuckled softly, her captivating gaze now even more bewitching. In that fleeting moment, he quickly averted his gaze, the prayer beads in his hand spinning rapidly as he recited calming incantations. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not erase the enchanting visage etched in his mind, nor could he ignore the lingering warmth on his lips. Destiny's thread, entwined across lifetimes, was not something he could easily sever. Holy monk, my heart is in turmoil. Her whispering nearness was intoxicating. Yes, his heart was indeed in disarray, unable to find peace. My lady, the time you mentioned has come. You must depart. Realizing the futility of the calming mantra, he turned, gripping the prayer beads tightly, his brow furrowed as he finally spoke. Luo Li's smile faltered as she approached him, her fingertip lightly touching the crimson stain left on his lips. Is the holy monk implying that he intends to abandon me after sullying my purity? He instantly turned his head, momentarily taken aback by her words, and the emotions in his eyes finally began to flourish. You. He seemed to be driven to the edge, wanting to speak, yet faltering, unable to utter even half a sentence. However, the anger in his gaze was evident. She, on the other hand, could not help but suppress a laugh. Holy monk, love is predestined by the heavens, a destiny that cannot be defied. Although she refrained from bursting into laughter, her voice softened, whispering gently to him. His expression stiffened for a fleeting moment, yet his attractive brow furrowed even tighter. The young lady has nowhere to go. The kind-hearted holy monk has graciously taken her in within this lotus pond. Is that acceptable? Her voice grew even gentler, imbued with a sense of delicate compassion, and her azure eyes sparkled with a haunting allure, as if capturing the very essence of his soul. Yet, he merely turned his head away, seemingly unaffected. This place of solitude is not suitable for a lady to linger. Contemplating, he lowered his gaze and added, "Destiny is indeed a different path." Luo Li was momentarily stunned, nearly brought to tears. "So, you truly intend to abandon me?" A single teardrop fell to the ground. His fingers clenched tightly, as if suddenly seized by an overwhelming emotion, rendering him incapable of uttering any further harsh words. Looking down, the invisible red thread had evidently tightened, leaving no room for struggle. Returning to the statue of Buddha, he closed his eyes and finally fell into silence. Observing him in this state, Luo Li also sat quietly for a while. Noticing his lack of response, she boldly perched herself on the edge of the platform, swinging her legs. At that moment, there was no trace of tears in her blue eyes. After all, he remained soft-hearted. After a considerable time, perhaps feeling fatigued, she simply lay down and fell into a deep slumber, hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing. He paused in his movement of turning the prayer beads, glancing down to discover a smooth, snow-white pearl beneath his robe. Raising his gaze to the Buddha statue before him, he hesitated for a long while, ultimately picking up the pearl. With his action, the invisible red thread became even more vibrant. He lowered his head, gazing at the snow pearl in his palm for an extended period, his emotions complex, appearing both bewildered and guilt-ridden. Yet, he still chose to keep it. From that day forth, Luo Li seemed to have truly regarded this place as her home. Unlike before, when she had been cautious and constantly lingering in the small courtyard, she frequently ventured out to play, often returning after a day or two, unable to endure the monotony of his daily recitations. She found herself unable to resist the allure of exploration. Nevertheless, she still remembered him, always bringing back small tokens from her outings. Whether it be candied treats, sugar-coated haws, or little pastries, although he rarely indulged, she never forgot to bring them. Furthermore, it appeared that she had learned her boundaries. Since that day, she had refrained from any improper behavior. Yet, her demeanor towards him grew increasingly affectionate, even altering how she addressed him. "Igaga." Upon hearing this address, he momentarily paused, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. The girl's voice, coming closer, carried a fragrance of wine as she cradled a jade flask in her arms. "Look what I brought you today. It's osmanthus wine," she exclaimed, letting out a small hiccup, and upon glancing at her, it was evident that she was already somewhat inebriated, her butterfly-like ears appearing slightly translucent. Would you like to try some?" She tilted her head, offering the wine forward, attempting to maintain her composure. As expected, he did not accept it. "Ah, you don't like this either? This is already the 21st item I've brought this month." She drowsily counted on her fingers, her expression puzzled. "I brought you over 100 items in total, and you've only accepted 3. She examined her fingers, confirming her count. The 3 items were merely wildflowers she had uprooted, while he had not touched any mundane objects. "You are intoxicated." Upon hearing his response, her eyes lit up with surprise, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not drunk. I'm just a bit wobbly." She stumbled slightly, but managed to regain her balance. He had raised his hand, but soon lowered it, frowning at his palm. In the next moment, her soft body fell directly into his embrace. Turning to look, he noticed that her long legs had vanished, transforming into a shimmering, silver-blue fishtail, while her ears had morphed into beautiful butterfly wings. What is that delightful scent? A faint fragrance wafted from her, spreading quickly, prompting the little monk outside to voice his confusion. Hearing this, he paused, eyes widening with surprise. Her magic had faltered. The water must have put me to sleep," she murmured. "Brother, did you hear any noise?" The little monk outside seemed to sense something amiss, his footsteps drawing closer. "There's nothing," came a gentle voice, exuding a calming assurance. The incense offerings in the hall have dwindled. Please fetch some from the main temple. Upon hearing this, the little monk did not ponder further. All right, I shall go now. Once the sounds of footsteps faded from the courtyard, he finally lowered his gaze to the person in his arms. His hands felt as if they were frozen, rigid with tension, yet witnessing her distressed expression. He hesitated and ultimately wrapped her in his robe before carrying her outside, placing her in the pond. Nevertheless, the warmth of her touch remained unmistakably vivid. Do you want to hold me again? Upon entering the comforting waters, her demeanor softened, and as she drowsily opened her eyes to see him, she called out sweetly, almost like a child seeking affection. Observing his expression turn momentarily blank and stiff, she tilted her head in confusion, extending her hand towards him and calling out once more. I want to be held. The gossamer fabric draping over her had vanished upon contact with the water, leaving only a small, water-blue garment. As she moved, her delicate skin was revealed, captivating his gaze. He hastily diverted his eyes, fleeing the scene and retreating to his chamber, repeatedly reciting the calming mantra. Yet, no matter what he did, it proved ineffective. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, his hands trembling as he turned the prayer beads, his ears flushed crimson. In his panic, he dared not approach the Buddha again. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he opened his eyes wide. Calculating the time it would take for Yuan Chu to return with the incense, rushing out the door, he brought the figure from the waters back into his chamber, hiding her beneath the blankets. After completing everything, he could barely hold the prayer beads, his hands shaking as they fell to the floor. Why is there so much water? Came a little monk's puzzled voice from outside. He flinched, but soon heard the sound of something fluttering. Why has such a large white bird entered the courtyard? Exclaimed the little monk, seemingly in a frenzy as he tried to shoo something away, inadvertently brushing against He's discarded tail. Yee. Before he could collect his thoughts, the person hidden beneath the blankets softly called out once more. Her head peeked out from the covers, her eyes shimmering with a watery gleam, gazing at him expectantly. I didn't hide well. My tail is showing. Seeing him look over, she pointed to the exposed part of her fishtail, sounding quite aggrieved. He paused for a moment before shutting his eyes and pulling the blankets over her tail. All hidden now. Come here, Go. Despite her face being flushed with intoxication and her speech muddled, her gaze was fervent, her small face a mix of shyness and anticipation. The intensity of her gaze was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to look for long. No need, he replied quietly, only then realizing the hoarseness in his voice. Why not? Her voice, filled with confusion, lingered in his ears. Standing at the door, he picked up the prayer beads, turning his back to her, finally letting out a deep sigh, closing his eyes and choosing not to speak further. Upon hearing the familiar sound of the mantra, a soft hum seemed to resonate from behind him. However, before long, her voice gradually steadied. He opened his eyes, gazing at the Buddhist beads, his hands remained steady, and the incantation on his lips did not falter. Yet his heart was in disarray. He could alleviate the suffering of countless beings in the world. Yet he found himself unable to resolve his own turmoil. Xiao Bai Kai observed her sleeping host, then glanced at Yi, and suddenly recalled a saying she had heard long ago. It truly resonated with what the Lord God had said. It was quite fitting. Speaking thus, she flipped through the system marketplace, her small hand resting on her chin, contemplating the items she had selected. Did she still need to recommend these medicines and garments to her host? Sigh, what a troubling matter. After getting drunk, her abilities faltered and fearing discovery. He stood guard in silence for a long time. Chapter 2:11. The eyes of the merfolk, bewitching the heart-sick brother, I have retrieved the incense. On his side, the young monk returned the white bird to the Buddhist hall, but did not see Yi, prompting him to call out, Brother, are you returning to your room this early today? Observing the tightly closed chamber, he expressed some confusion. Could it be that you caught a chill last night? Shall I summon the abbot to check on you? It was still early, and the young monk had never seen Yi resting so early, leading him to worry excessively. Lingxing Temple was no ordinary place. It housed not only the revered monk known as the Bodhisattva, but also the abbot renowned for his medical skills. No need. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued, and just need a rest for a while. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he was startled. Monastics do not speak falsehoods. He had broken his vows, but the vows he had broken were far more than this. Really? If you have matters to attend to, do call for me. Upon hearing Yi's words, the young monk scratched his head and halted his steps. He responded softly, lowering his gaze to the thread of fate in his palm, his hand trembling slightly, fingers turning pale. As night fell, the young monk fell into a deep slumber. Yet, the slender figure remained in the courtyard, kneeling in front of the Buddhist hall throughout the night, as if seeking atonement, or attempting to quiet his worldly heart. The following morning, as dawn broke, he took the young monk down the mountain, journeying through the world to recite scriptures and bless the people. With such determination, he did not dare glance back at the chamber even once. When Luo Li awoke, he had already departed. Looking at the empty courtyard, she laughed, but did not rush to pursue. "Host, why don't we chase after him?" Xiao Bai Kai gazed at her host, who she had worked hard to awaken, confusion written all over her face. A monk may escape, but one cannot flee the temple. If he desires solitude, let him have the time to clear his thoughts. If he wishes to hide, then let him hide. However, feelings, those enigmatic and intangible matters, how could they be easily driven away or evaded? Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the young monk regarded Yi with pure curiosity in his eyes. "Brother, why have we suddenly descended the mountain? Should we not inform the abbot and the others?" Facing the young monk's inquiry, he turned his gaze toward the city gates. "I have left a note. To remain idle in one place, one must venture out to understand the world." "Oh." The young monk nodded, and upon hearing this, ceased to inquire further. In the Buddhist community, Yi held a significant position. He had chosen Yuan Chu to accompany him because of his pure wisdom and straightforward nature. Yet now, Yi felt an inexplicable guilt, a sense of shame for this purity and simplicity. As if sensing his thoughts, the young monk turned back and flashed a bright smile at Yi, a pure and clean smile that brought comfort to the heart. "Brother, you seem a bit troubled today. Is something weighing on your mind? No need to worry. We have descended the mountain and shall surely alleviate the burdens of the people. There will always be a path in front of us. Do not let your heart be troubled." Listening to his words, Yi gently nodded in acknowledgement and walked forward at a leisurely pace. The name of the saintly monk had already spread across the land, and upon hearing of his descent from the mountain, people flocked from all directions to seek him out. No matter where Luo Li went, she could hear news about him. This journey lasted an entire year. In that year, he witnessed all the joys and sorrows of the places he visited. Each day was filled with busyness as he helped others, his heart seeming settled, yet still restless. Today, he was summoned by a local lord to resolve his doubts. "Thank you, saintly monk, thank you. Your kindness today is a great grace to this old man. May I ask if you'll be staying in the city for a while? You have traveled for many days. If it pleases you, why not rest in my humble abode for a few days? It would be my honor to offer hospitality." Having resolved a long-standing issue, the old lord was genuinely grateful. And upon seeing Yi preparing to leave, he hurriedly extended his invitation. The young monk glanced at Yi, realizing his intent, initially inclined to refuse. But in the next moment, Yi seemed captivated by something, lost in thought. Noticing this, the young monk instinctively turned to look as well. "Bai Baogu has new treasures today. It is said they have acquired an exquisite item, rare in the world. Everyone hurry to see." Following that voice came a heavily covered carriage. From within, an oddly familiar aura seemed to waft out. Upon hearing the news, several young nobles on the street exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions filled with unspoken meaning as they walked toward the direction of the carriage. "Rare in the world? I shall see just how rare it is." Nonetheless, it was said that Bai Baogu consistently sought after treasures, and it was unknown what kind of breathtaking item could be labeled as rare in the world. Just imagining it made the young noble feel a sense of anticipation. Laughing heartily, they boarded their respective carriages and sped toward Bai Baogu. Many common folk also surged forward, following suit. "Bai Baogu, what kind of place is that? Why are they so delighted?" Yuan Chu, with his simple mind, couldn't he help but ask curiously. Hearing Yuan Chu's question, the old lord's face turned awkward. Glancing at Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. "Please, do not hesitate to speak." Seeing this, Yuan Chu grew even more puzzled. This Bai Baogu, though it is called a treasure pavilion, does not sell ordinary treasures. What do they sell? Yuan Chu pressed on. "They sell stunning women. The girls inside are gathered from across the world, each one exceptionally beautiful, thus deserving of the term treasure. When they have acquired a fine item, Bai Baogu announces it far and wide, enticing everyone to bid, and the treasure goes to the highest bidder." The old lord gritted his teeth, finally managing to finish explaining. Feeling embarrassed to explain such an unrefined matter to someone as saintly as Yi, the old lord felt his face burning. However, Bai Baogu was indeed formidable. It was rumored they had once found a remarkably beautiful mermaid to auction. ES' grip on the Buddhist beads suddenly tightened, nearly cracking one of the beads. Brother? Yuan Chu was taken aback. May I ask, is it possible for the Lord to take us to this pavilion? ES' next words left everyone stunned. The fleeting familiar aura had stirred unease within him. The old lord and Yuan Chu exchanged looks of astonishment and confusion, yet ultimately acquiesced. Of course. The saintly monk has done me a great favor. There is no reason to refuse. I must ensure that my wife understands the situation clearly. Chapter 212. The eyes of the merfolk, bewitching the heart. 7. The old lord, due to his age, knew a few things about the merfolk. However, he had only heard that their appearance was exceptionally beautiful. Beyond that, he was not well informed. But it was not surprising that Bai Bao Ge, known for its beautiful treasures, would promote the merfolk known for their stunning beauty. When they arrived at Bai Bao Ge, the place was already teeming with people. Inside, every seat was occupied, and those who could not enter craned their necks to peer in. What excitement was this? Such treasures were meant for high-ranking officials and nobles. They were unattainable for the likes of us. Do you not understand? The treasures of Bai Bao Ge are always of the highest quality. Even to catch a glimpse is worth the experience. Indeed, it is as you say. Standing outside the pavilion, they could still hear the murmurs of the crowd. Yuan Chu turned to look and was taken aback. His usually composed senior brother's expression had grown exceedingly grave, marked by furrowed brows and anxious eyes. Gentlemen, please follow me. The old city lord had connections. Although the area was crowded, after sending word inside, someone soon emerged to guide them in. The attendant could not help but cast a surprised glance at the two brothers, astonishment evident in his eyes. The pavilion master had prepared a prime seating area for them. They could rest briefly before the auction commenced. Refreshments were served, and the attendant then withdrew. The appearance of the two monks drew astonished looks from the surrounding crowd. Monks? What are monks doing here? They exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves. Do not speak too freely. This is no ordinary monk. He is a renowned holy monk of our dynasty. Someone who recognized Iha quickly spoke up, causing the crowd to fall silent. The holy monk's profound teachings and status as a natural-born child of Buddha earned him the reverence of even the current emperor. He was not someone to be trifled with, though they dared not voice their thoughts. Seeing Iha in such a place stirred a mix of emotions within them. Yuan Chu seemed to sense this, his expression stiffening and his cheeks flushing. Yet, upon glancing at the serene Iha, he steeled himself and lowered his gaze, choosing to remain oblivious. He trusted his senior brother and believed there was reason behind his actions. The atmosphere was lively below, with dancers of exquisite beauty captivating the audience. However, the crowd seemed distracted, their gazes fixated on the backstage. Observing this reaction, the pavilion master nodded in satisfaction and subtly gestured to the shopkeeper below. With a clap, the shopkeeper promptly took action, signaling with two sharp sounds. A woman, reclining within a delicate cage, was brought forth. Through the gauzy curtain, the crowd could vaguely discern her graceful form, her slender legs elegantly crossed. Her delicate hands emerged from the veil, skin as smooth as jade, tinged with an alluring blush that sparked the imagination. A collective gasp escaped the audience as they swallowed audibly, some unable to contain themselves and rising from their seats. Just the sight of her hand elicited such a reaction. One could only imagine how enticing the treasure within the cage truly was. The people of Bai Bao Ge were clearly pleased by the crowd's response. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. Today, we present a treasure of unparalleled worth, one that we acquired at great expense. The shopkeeper proclaimed with a smile, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. This is a pair of extraordinary eyes, capable of enchanting the world, a true treasure of Bai Bao Ge, unmatched anywhere. He gestured towards the cage, his demeanor both genial and cunning. The audience was taken aback by this proclamation. Unmatched? Such terminology had never before been employed by Bai Bao Ge. Could it possibly surpass all previous treasures? Understanding the implication behind the shopkeeper's words, a voice from the crowd inquired in astonishment. The shopkeeper remained silent, deliberately piquing their curiosity, all eyes now eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the woman behind the curtain. Suddenly, a soft, suppressed sound emerged from within the curtain, causing the audience's throats to tighten. Their eyes widening, the man clutching a string of prayer beads gripped them tightly, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon entering the pavilion, he had sensed her safety, yet hearing that sound made him uncertain. Anxiety and worry gripped his heart. Without warning, a heavy pouch of coins was tossed onto the stage by a familiar patron. Shopkeeper, Unveil the curtain quickly. We cannot wait any longer. Baibaoga was a place of profit, not only from the auction itself, but also from the fees for revealing the treasures. Soon, numerous pouches filled with silver and banknotes were hurled onto the stage, delighting both the pavilion master and the shopkeeper, who exchanged satisfied smiles. Once the piles of coins reached a substantial amount, the shopkeeper finally spoke. Indeed, you speak wisely. With another round of applause, two lightly clad women stepped forward from behind, one grasping the gauzy curtain, slowly drawing aside. As the scene within was revealed, the beauty before them was breathtaking, nearly causing some to forget to breathe. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her presence ethereal, exquisite and captivating. Every beautiful description seemed to apply to her. Dressed in sheer white silk, she rested her delicate hands beneath her, her entire being glowing with an unnatural blush. Her cheeks flushed, brows slightly knitted, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She breathed softly, as if barely able to endure the moment. This sight further tugged at the heartstrings of the onlookers. Shopkeeper, someone stammered, this treasure. Do not gaze too intently. May Amitabha Buddha bless us. Yuanchu cast a fleeting glance and turned crimson, daring not to look again. Iha also hurriedly averted his gaze, yet the worry in his heart prevented him from looking away. Does the holy monk know this girl? The old city lord whispered, observing Iha's distressed demeanor. Yes, he replied without hesitation this time. Beside him, Yuanchu's expression reflected even greater astonishment than that of the old city lord. Do not fret, holy monk, I have made preparations. Baibaoga is not an ordinary place. Treasures can only be obtained through auction. The old city lord spoke gently, sensing Iha's inclination to rescue her. There's been unusual commotion here. Others are already watching us. Chapter 213. The enchanting gaze of the merfolk, captivating hearts as if recognizing a familiar voice. Luali on stage froze, slowly opening her eyes to gaze upwards towards the loft. Her ocean blue eyes, glimmering like water, met his worried gaze, and both were momentarily stunned. Coming back to her senses, she seemed to express a hint of grievance in her eyes as she looked at him. His previously relaxed hand clenched tightly, the pain within his heart surging once more. Below, gasps filled the air again. The beauty, even before raising her gaze, had been stunning. Now, she rendered the audience breathless, fearful of missing a moment. Her flushed complexion, unusual blue eyes, and a misty look in her gaze ignited a fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Finally, the shopkeeper stepped forward to explain. Of course, the treasure is exceptionally proud and difficult to acquire. However, esteemed guests need not worry. We have trained her well. In the future, she will surely be obedient. This proud-eyed beauty, defiant and unyielding, had required considerable effort to tame. It was only after calling upon an influential figure from the Miao region to apply a curse that Luali had become compliant. Her current demeanor was a result of that curse. The efforts of the treasure pavilion were evident. It was indeed more enjoyable to have a proud heart. The patrons, well acquainted with such antics, burst into laughter. The more one resisted, yet had to comply, the more entertaining the situation became. Hearing the lewd whispers around her, Luali's eyes brimmed with disdain as she turned to fix her gaze on a particular spot on the second floor, where the pavilion master resided. Luali arrived at Baibao Pavilion after hearing rumors of the pavilion's past auction involving a mermaid. Upon her arrival, she sensed the lingering aura left by the mermaid, confirming the truth of the matter. To her astonishment, she had managed to capture a filthy creature that had slipped through the cracks. She was equally surprised to see Iha, who, upon noticing the small bug threatening to emerge from her palm, contemplated for a moment but ultimately refrained from expelling it, realizing that being afflicted by a curse might not be entirely disadvantageous. Not only could it save her from performing, but it might also serve as a source of strength. Today, the treasure was set to be auctioned, starting at an opening bid of 10,000 taels, with increments of 1,000 taels. Such a high starting price. The words of the shopkeeper elicited gasps from everyone present. 10,000 taels was indeed exorbitantly steep. However, upon glancing at the stunning beauty on stage, they deemed the price somewhat justifiable. The former city lord and Yuan Chu both gasped in disbelief, taken aback by the pavilion's audacity to elevate the price so dramatically. 11,000 taels, 12,000 taels. Bidding commenced fervently from the audience. The old city lord glanced at his attendant, seemingly confirming whether they had enough money. He had promised the holy monk that he would not be caught short on funds. That young lady was acquainted with the holy monk, and her family had recently received a great favor from him, thus assisting and redeeming someone could be seen as repaying a debt. Noting the old city lord's expression, the attendant fiddled with his coin pouch and hurriedly beckoned someone over to whisper instructions, quickly sending someone out. Meanwhile, he had cast a glance at the Buddhist beads in his hand. 30,000 taels. In the blink of an eye, the price had soared, rendering the surroundings silent. Observing this, the head of Baibao Pavilion raised his hand, and after a moment of silence, the bidding resumed. 31,000 taels. 32,000 taels. 35,000. The room fell into utter silence. The old city lord glanced down, then at Iha's expression, and raised his hand to speak. 41,000 taels. Iha had swiftly outbid him. At this, the crowd turned their gazes upward, first catching sight of the ethereal figure resembling a celestial being. In exchange for this item, he raised the Buddhist beads in his hand. They were the holy monk's beads. Everyone present who recognized his identity immediately stood in shock, including the pavilion master in the second-floor chamber. The holy monk's beads were said to be impervious to all evils, capable of enhancing one's fortune and ensuring peace and prosperity for generations, a treasure even the palace could scarcely procure. Such an invaluable treasure left everyone astonished. Even Yuan Chu seemed momentarily flustered. Luoli, equally taken aback, frowned as she regained her composure. This item was worth far more than 40,000 taels. Even adding another 10 would be undervaluing it. However, given his willingness to spend extravagantly for her sake, she decided to forgive him for his prolonged absence. Yet, the Buddhist beads must not fall into the hands of others. His possessions must remain untainted. Deal. Taking advantage of the moment when the audience was still in shock, the shopkeeper swiftly struck the wooden hammer 3 times to finalize the transaction. But just then, chaos erupted. As a glimmer of light flickered at Luoli's fingertip, the pavilion master, who had just revealed a satisfied smile, suddenly collapsed, lifeless on the ground, along with several attendants in the room. The strong liquor beside him spilled across the floor, igniting a sudden, nameless flame that quickly engulfed the area. In mere moments, the flames burst forth from the chamber. Fire! Fire! The scene descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. The shopkeeper, realizing the position of the fire, disregarded everything else and rushed upstairs. Quick! Save him! The pavilion master is still inside. The guard from the old city lord's residence hurriedly rushed in to escort him away. Holy monk! Senior brother! While others fled in panic, he had dashed towards Luoli, trapped in her cage. Luoli, displaying a considerate nature, discreetly severed the lock and allowed the cursed insects within her to wreak havoc, feigning a weak and helpless appearance. The uncontrollable heat within her body compelled her to emit low groans, beads of sweat forming on her brow. In his frantic state, Ia paid no heed to anything else, scooping Luoli into his arms and hastily making his way outside. Upon reaching the street and noticing that most people had evacuated, Luoli subtly gestured, intensifying the blaze within Baibao Pavilion. Aside from the dancers and maids, no one else from the pavilion escaped. Strangely, the fire spread unnaturally, sparing nearby buildings while consuming Baibao Pavilion entirely. Moreover, all valuable items within had vanished. However, this bizarre occurrence was unbeknownst to Iha, who was anxiously seeking medical attention for the ailing Luoli. Chapter 214. The Mermaid's Eyes, Bewitching Hearts. Yet to their surprise, every physician they consulted for Luoli shook their heads in dismay. Only the final physician remained to administer a needle. This was an aphrodisiac curse. Once implanted, it could not be removed by anyone other than the one who cast it. Should they fail to find the curse's creator, no remedy would suffice. The curse would manifest daily, and only through the rites of marriage could its effects be temporarily suppressed. Otherwise, it would lead to a fatal explosion of blood from the orifices. Upon hearing the physician's words, everyone present was taken aback. The items from Baibao Pavilion were indeed insidious. Employing such vile tactics, the daily torment was incomprehensible. Yet, recalling the preferences of the clientele, it was somewhat understandable. Currently, the curse was still mild, and the old physician had done his utmost to suppress it temporarily. However, the young lady would fall into a deep slumber as a result. If they could find the one who cast the curse within the next few days, there might still be hope. But with her frail condition, they must handle her delicately. Waking her would render the curse uncontrollable. For now, the needlework merely kept Luoli unconscious, buying them time. After glancing at Iha and the others, and then at the old city lord, the old physician gently reminded them before taking his leave. While they expressed their gratitude to the physician, Luoli, who had been forcibly plunged into unconsciousness, was venting her frustrations to Xiaobei Kai. This old physician indeed possessed some genuine skills. He managed to put me to sleep. How annoying. Host, we have so much money, but there are too many banknotes. Let's find an opportunity to exchange them for gold. Xiaobei Kai's eyes sparkled at the sight of their haul. After bidding farewell to the physician and returning to their quarters, he had noticed something amiss with Luoli's ears and suddenly stood up, cradling her in his arms and wrapping her tightly in blankets. Thank you for your assistance today, benefactor. This monk shall take my leave, he said, calling out to Yuan Chu, who was still processing the day's events. Hearing his name, Yuan Chu came to his senses, recognizing his senior brother's intent. He hurriedly retrieved several safety talismans from his pack to present to the old city lord. These are prepared by my senior brother for several patrons in your household. Thank you, city lord, for today's events, he added, hoping the city lord would not speak too much. Thinking that Iha had already deduced the location of the curse's creator, the old city lord assumed that was why they were in such a hurry. After all, who was the holy monk? Finding someone must surely be a simple task. Exiting the main gate, Iha turned sharply into a nearby alley, and the two brothers hurriedly carried Luoli along, but along the way, not a single passerby noticed them. He carefully shielded Luoli until they reached the dilapidated courtyard behind the temple where they had rested days prior, finally coming to a stop. Yuan Chu, you go out first. Upon entering one of the rooms, Iha turned to speak. Although there was some confusion, Yuan Chu obediently left. With a creak, the door closed, and Ihi finally revealed the concealed Luoli. The young woman, with her fair and delicate ears, had now transformed, with a fishtail already visible. In her deep slumber, she had lost control of her body. Carefully placing Luoli down, he closed his eyes and began to estimate the situation. But soon his brows knitted tightly, and his complexion turned pale. The one who had planted the curse upon her had already perished. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Observing his reaction, Luoli also deduced what he had just done and murmured softly. This curse is not a mother-child curse. With the death of the perpetrator, it no longer connects to her. Regardless, he must take on the responsibility of being her savior from this curse. What Xiaobei Kai had said that day held some truth. Looking down at her, his fingertips trembled. After pondering for a while, he began to attempt to expel the curse using Buddhist techniques. However, his expertise was too specialized, and ultimately, he was unable to succeed. Seeing this, he exited the room with a pale face. Xixiang, are you all right? Yuan Chu, unaware of what had transpired, noticed his unusual demeanor and felt a twinge of worry. He shook his head. Observing this, Yuan Chu turned back to the room. Xixiang, is this lady benefactor someone you knew in Jingdu? To be honest, he found Luoli unfamiliar. Ever since he had followed his Xixiang, he had been by his side wherever he went. However, being young and unaware of the events before he had joined, he was uncertain. Hearing Ihi's words, Yuan Chu understood but recalled the sight of Ihi cradling Luoli and hesitated. After fidgeting for a while, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Xixiang had broken his vows, but he was also aware of whether he should speak or remain silent. How should he phrase it? Yuan Chu, I have a request. Hearing Ihi use the word request for the first time, Yuan Chu was taken aback and abruptly looked up. Perhaps even Xixiang himself was unaware of how differently he treated that lady benefactor. Always composed and adhering to Buddhist principles, extending compassion to the world. He had now been thrown into disarray. Go to the city lord's mansion and seek out a few benefactors for assistance. Hurry back to the temple with a carriage and bring the abbot. The one who had cursed Luoli was dead. Now, only the experienced old abbot, skilled in various medical arts, could provide her with a glimmer of hope. Sensing the emotions in Yuan Chu's eyes, he averted his gaze and earnestly urged, the one who planted the curse has perished. Only the abbot holds a chance of survival. Remember, you must be swift. Understood. Observing Ihi's averted gaze, Yuan Chu furrowed his brows tightly. Yet he understood that a life was at stake and dared not delay even a moment longer. Without further ado, he agreed and hurried back. As for Xixiang and that lady benefactor, the young monk dared not dwell on it. Host, that little monk has left. There's no light bulb now. Witnessing this scene, Xiaobei Kai exclaimed in delight, her bright, watery eyes sparkling as she looked at Luoli. Host, do you want to wake up now? Kai can help. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Luoli responded, Kai, you have changed. What are you saying, host? Xiaobei Kai looked adorably confused. However, due to the time-sensitive nature of the acupuncture, when Luoli regained consciousness, she was unable to awaken immediately. It was not until late at night that she stirred awake. When she opened her eyes, He had been guarding outside for quite some time. Hearing the sounds from within, his figure visibly trembled. The old doctor had estimated her state of unconsciousness to last several days. After wandering for a long time, they were now heading back, and the current location was only about 3 days' journey from Jingdu. If they hurried, they should still be able to wait for the abbot's arrival in time. Yet, she had unexpectedly woken early. What should he do? Before he could contemplate a solution, sounds of movement came from behind him. Her condition was not good. Her cheeks were flushed, her forehead glistened with a thin layer of sweat, and her steps were unsteady. The tender, almost affectionate voice of the holy monk sent a shiver through him. "I don't feel well." She softly leaned against him, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Her delicate hands, seemingly disobedient, glided around his neck. Gazing at her closed eyes, her ears flushed a deep crimson, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Her lips curved faintly in a barely perceptible smile. In the next moment, she boldly leaned closer, brushing against his ear with a gentle kiss. He felt her body stiffen, yet he dared not open his eyes. His hands tightened, caught in a struggle between pushing her away and remaining paralyzed. Furrowing his brow, he could not fathom his own feelings. He should have pushed her away. Suddenly, a light tickling sensation at his earlobe made him open his eyes, rising to retreat. The space before him abruptly emptied, and she appeared momentarily dazed, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Saint Monk. She was in great discomfort, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that made one's heart ache. As soon as their gazes met, he hurriedly lowered his head to avert his gaze. Yet his attention was drawn to her bare feet, causing him to frown deeply. Is it not permissible? She seemed lost, maintaining a thread of rationality as her eyes looked at him with palpable sorrow. He bowed his head, remaining silent, his thoughts tangled and chaotic, unable to find clarity. How absurd! A tear fell from her eye, landing at his feet, intensifying the ache in his heart, accompanied by soft, stifled sobs and labored breaths. She staggered to her feet, unsteady on her feet, swaying as she attempted to walk away. Her entire being radiated a soft blush, clearly tormented by the curse. On the verge of losing her sanity, yet even so, she chose to distance herself from him. In the next instant, footsteps echoed behind her, and her wrist was grasped. Meeting her surprised gaze, he turned his head but did not release his grip. A shift in his heart prompted her to lean into his strength, once more touching his flushed earlobe and taut jawline. He noticeably paused, ultimately not evading her, but his hand trembled as he held hers. The string of prayer beads had unknowingly fallen to the ground, gathering dust, and the fallen robe covered them. Once a revered holy monk, he had now fallen from grace, breaking his vows. As dawn approached, she finally settled down, gently leaning against him, drifting into a deep slumber. Her disheveled hair fell over them both, and he gazed at her for a long while. Perhaps stirred by their shared breaths, her hair fluttered, causing her to stir slightly, her brows knitting together as she lazily waved her hand. The remnants of an unknown glimmer fell into his view, startling him into turning his head away. Ultimately, he cautiously cleaned her up, ensuring she was tidy. In the little black room, Xiao Baikai was bored drawing circles. "Wow, wow, wow," she exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly filled data bar. "Oh dear, the big shot is too innocent. They're not even married yet." However, it was rather delightful. She giggled behind her hand. When Luo Li awakened once more, it was already the following evening. Awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met his gaze. Her once clear voice was now hoarse. Luo Li nestled her head, nodding slightly, wanting to say something, but feeling the heat rise in her body once again, the curse's sensation returning. Stunned, she quickly looked up at him, seeing her face flush instantaneously, her body heating up, and her eyes misty. He too was momentarily taken aback. "First, eat something." Regaining his composure, he spoke softly. Only after she had eaten her fill did he awkwardly take the initiative. Once again, Xiao Baikai entered the little black room. It must be said that sometimes those caught in the throes of love lose their rationality. As perceptive as he was, he had forgotten that mere curses could not rival the power of a demon. Perhaps his worries overshadowed all else, clouding his judgment. Or perhaps he had subconsciously overlooked this fact. Regardless of the circumstances, he has thoroughly fallen. Chapter 216. The Eyes of the Merfolk, Bewitching the Heart. A few days later, when Luo Li regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, devoid of the cursed insects that had plagued her. The door creaked open, revealing Yi and Yuan Shu, accompanied by two unfamiliar yet kindly old monks. Notably, she observed that he was not clad in monk robes today, but rather dressed in the ordinary garments of a commoner. Noticing her astonishment, he approached with concern. "Do you feel better now?" "I am much improved," Luoli responded, nodding earnestly. Seeing her reassurance, he seemed to relax, turning to introduce the others. "This is Master Zheng Un, who has resolved the issue with the cursed insects. And this is my master, Master Guiyun." Master Zheng and Master Guiyun, Luoli greeted one by one, hesitating slightly when addressing Master Guiyun. She chose to refer to him as Master, feeling a twinge of guilt for having taken his precious disciple. "Thank you, Master Zheng," and she said, remembering the matter of the curse. Perceiving the unease in her eyes, both monks smiled kindly at her, with Master Guiyun speaking first. "Dear disciple, you may call me Master along with Yi." His compassionate gaze seemed to pierce through her apprehensions, instilling a sense of calm within her. His words brought her unexpected joy, and glancing at Yi, she saw him nod in encouragement. She then addressed him as Master, following his suggestion. After Master Zheng examined her pulse and confirmed her health was stable, he departed with Yuan Chu and the others. This was not how she had envisioned things. They appeared to take her condition in stride, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. "It seems that my master and the others indeed foresaw this event," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "Abandoned at the temple gates as a child, I carry a karmic connection to the Buddhist path, as do you, Luoli. From a young age, I was aware of our destined bond, and my master knew of it as well. Thus, today's events were all foreseen." "So, you intend to return to secular life?" Luoli inquired after hearing his words. "Indeed," he nodded, his gaze lingering on her, his ears still flushed with warmth. "My master and I have been here for several days, and I plan to arrange a wedding." He was genuinely shy, despite their close relationship. Discussions about their future still made him blush. "All right, I will follow your lead," Luoli replied with a smile, readily agreeing. As she spoke, she retrieved the prayer beads she had hidden beneath her pillow and placed them back in his hands. "As husband and wife, we can still uphold righteousness. We shall continue to journey through the world, guiding those in need," she added, understanding the doubts that lingered within him. She recalled the day he hesitated, when she had considered leaving and forcing the curse out herself. Yet he had held her back, choosing her instead. Even if the holy monk returns to secular life, should the world require it, he remains able to guide those he respects. Since he had chosen her, she felt a sense of belonging, yet not of constraint. "Good." He finally smiled at her, his eyes glistening with emotion as he tightened his grip on the prayer beads, holding her hand in the process. A few days later, they were wed in the courtyard, and news of the holy monk's return to secular life spread throughout the realm. The announcement was accompanied by Luoli's declaration. While there were certainly those who spoke out against them, many more continued to admire and respect Yi. Years later, the discussion surrounding this event persisted. The holy monk is also human. Being human entails experiencing emotions and desires. Though he approaches the divine, he remains mortal. Why should he not embrace the secular? He was raised within the Buddhist realm, dedicating his life to the faith. Why should he not choose for himself, at least once? Moreover, he had not abandoned the world. Throughout the years, he had never once forgotten his duty to the people. Those who gossiped should fear the consequences of their words. Listening to the townsfolk, Luoli noticed the person beside her pause in his steps. As if sensing her gaze, he turned to her with a smile. His eyes, once devoid of emotion, now sparkled with life. "What? Do you still want to eat?" Luoli fronat. "No, it's too sweet. Finish it quickly." Despite his reluctance, he chuckled softly and finished the candy. Although he appeared resigned, Luoli could see the joy hidden in his eyes. He now resembled a child who had just been allowed to venture outside, filled with anticipation and delight for the world yet to be explored. "By the way, why does he always invite us to the circus?" Luoli wondered aloud. As an emperor, he can have anything he desires. Why is he so enamored with the circus? He paused, then chuckled again. Perhaps it is simply the novelty of it all. Novelty? We've been married for 3 years, and he has done this for 3 years straight. Ever since he sneaked into our wedding and watched a performance on the way, he has attended every year. After so many visits, how can it still be novel? He refrained from elaborating further on Luoli's confusion. "You've arrived," he said as they entered the circus performance hall, where the emperor awaited them. Dressed in common clothes like the audience below, he lounged casually, cracking peanuts and sipping wine while enjoying the show, entirely devoid of regal airs. It was in that moment that Luoli comprehended Yi's earlier words. The emperor, born into privilege and groomed as the royal heir, had spent his life within the palace walls. Now, He was like a bird released from its cage, marveling at the world beyond. "Apologies for the wait," he said as he seated Luo Li, and the emperor appeared remarkably at ease. "What brings you here this time?" Unlike previous visits, where he sought their counsel during times of trouble, this occasion was different. The kingdom was stable, and he was certain the emperor was not merely seeking casual conversation. "The court is restless. Would you serve as my national advisor?" he asked plainly. "You would be one beneath the ruler, yet above all others, primarily to stabilize the ancient kingdom." The emperor wasted no time with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "The name of the holy monk has spread far and wide, and many nations regard it with trepidation. You may choose how to proceed, but merely attaching a title will suffice to quell their fears." "Very well," he replied, almost immediately, as if the emperor's words had struck a chord. "It feels a bit unfamiliar. As I said before, we remain available should the need arise," Luo Li added with a smile. "Excellent. With your words, I am reassured," the emperor expressed with a smile, turning his gaze toward Luo Li and He with respect. Though outsiders may remain unaware, he understood that he had once conferred the title of Holy Monk upon a remarkable individual, one capable of altering the tides of fate and shaping the kingdom's destiny. The presence of such formidable talents was a blessing for his ancient realm. From that day forward, although the holy monk was no longer present, the ancient kingdom gained a wise national advisor and a capable lady. One day, he had just returned from the palace, intending to share a meal with Luo Li, when he suddenly heard her stifle a sound of surprise. His initial concern transformed into shock as he noticed the change in her expression. "What's wrong?" "Recovering." Luo Li chuckled, playfully poking him. "Can you tell how many there are? Can you tell if it's a boy or a girl?" His talent for reading faces was extraordinary, having witnessed his remarkable abilities. Luo Li blinked expectantly, awaiting his response. Xiao Baikai could also be tested, but she dared not inquire, holding on to her anticipation. However, now she found herself unable to resist the urge to know. Could it be a little fish? Observing his silence, Luo Li spoke again. "The Jiaran are dual-gender beings, and upon reaching adulthood, they may choose their own sex." His laughter was ignited by her words, and he embraced her tightly, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. It was not a fish. As the close relative of the child, he could not see clearly, but he perceived that it was not the same radiant fate as Luo Li's, thus it was not a fish. "Very well." Listening to her voice, he gently kissed the tip of her nose. "I am overjoyed." They had conceived their offspring, a feeling he had never before contemplated, filled with both expectation and joy. "So am I." Luo Li, bolder than he, wrapped her arms around his neck and lightly kissed his lips, a fleeting taste. Yet, his ears could not withstand the teasing. Once more tinged with pink. Months later, Luo Li gave birth to a pair of twins. In this life, their family thrived joyfully. World 11, and System Space. Points 1000, Virtue 50, Fortune 30. Due to the host altering the fate of the Jiaran race, averting the extinction of a lineage, the virtue points were somewhat elevated. Points 198001000200800. Fortune points 34030 370. Virtue points 35050 400. Guagua. I am too short, haha. Chapter 217. She just lacks a husband. Sigh. Luo Li leaned back in her fur-lined chair, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips, while still attempting to maintain the original owner's sorrowful demeanor. A matriarchal society, a world of female empowerment, is truly a beautiful thought. It is a pity that men cannot bear offspring, which is quite vexing. As she pondered, her mind rapidly absorbed the plot of this world, and then she froze. The head of the household need not be too sorrowful. Men are like clothes. If one runs away, we can easily find another 10 or 8. Seeing Luo Li so distressed, the women below hurried to console her. It is just a man, after all. Their leader is the formidable head of the Weifeng Zhai, reigning over a territory of 100 miles. With such dominion, what kind of man could they not find? However, it was indeed a matter of concern that the newlywed husband had fled right after reaching adulthood. The second-in-command was just starting to comprehend when Luo Li's expression changed, and she slammed her palm onto the table. "Do you think I'm saddened by his departure? I am heartbroken over the incompetence of Weifeng Zhai, a village of thousands. Yet we cannot keep track of a single man. You worthless fools. It truly pains me to the core." Observing the stunned second-in-command, Luo Li slammed the table again. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and arrange for the subordinates to capture him. If he escapes today, It will be a monumental disgrace for Wei Fengzhai. Perhaps too agitated. Luo Li gasped for breath, nearly choking. Yes. The second-in-command nodded vigorously, swiftly making arrangements. Luo Li flicked her sleeve and stood up. The head of the household will take matters into her own hands. That wretched man must be dealt with. Her hands rubbed together, feeling a bit of pain from the act. This world is a matriarchal society. Women hold power, and the original owner was the formidable head of Wei Fengzhai. This position was inherited from her mother, for she had founded the village herself. After her mother's death, the position was naturally passed to the original owner. The original owner inherited her mother's prowess, being an exceptionally capable leader, and the entire village respected her. Yet, it is a pity she was enraptured by love. Yes, that husband who just fled was the man the original owner had cherished since childhood, her lifelong love. A month ago, the original owner had finally succeeded in marrying him. But due to various reasons, they had yet to consummate their union, and now he had run away. It was not merely a flight. Rather, it was an elopement with the third-in-command of Wei Fengzhai, hiding in a secluded alley at the foot of the mountain, where they were deeply in love. Furthermore, prior to this, the husband had been feeding the original owner poison, disguised as a soup he personally prepared for over a month. In the original plot, upon learning of her husband's escape, the original owner was filled with anxiety and anger. She then discovered a letter left by him, stating he never loved her, and if she truly cared for him, she should let him go and not seek him out. Upon reading this letter, the original owner was utterly heartbroken. Soon, she received word that it was the third-in-command who had taken her husband away, and they had eloped. Hearing this news, the original owner was overwhelmed with grief and rage, which triggered the poison within her, causing her to bleed and die on the spot. As the head of Wei Fengzhai suddenly perished, chaos ensued, with only the second-in-command present at the scene when the original owner succumbed to the poison. The cunning third-in-command promptly shifted the blame onto the second-in-command, slandering her as having intentions to usurp the position. Thus, the second-in-command was unceremoniously ousted, and the third-in-command seized control of Wei Fengzhai, later bringing back the husband to live happily ever after, dying in such a wretched manner, betrayed and poisoned, and having her legacy usurped. The original owner naturally harbored deep-seated hatred and resentment. Original owner's wish. May the treacherous couple of the third-in-command meet a miserable end. Protect the second-in-command and ensure Wei Fengzhai flourishes. Watching the busy second-in-command, Luo Li chewed on a universal antidote pill. In her haste, she nearly choked, for it was not palatable. Fortunately, its effects were remarkable, discreetly expelling a mouthful of tainted blood. Luo Li wiped her mouth and confidently grasped the large knife beside her, striding forward with a swagger, exuding the essence of a bandit. The head of the household is ready. The second-in-command worked efficiently, quickly gathering the most formidable sisters in the village. Yes, let us set off for the city, Luo Li nodded, her voice cold. According to the plot, the eloping couple was now securely hidden in a secluded alley within the city, indulging in their romance, awaiting news of Luo Li's demise to reap the benefits of their scheming. Everything had been calculated, for with the dosage of poison they administered, even if nothing triggered an outbreak today, Luo Li was destined to die. Their elopement served not only to incite the poison, but also to create an alibi to clear their suspicions. Even if it were discovered later that they had a hidden relationship, it would merely be regarded as the third-in-command's immoral act of stealing his sister's husband. Holding power, this slight would bear no consequence. It must be said they were indeed cunning and shrewd. Yet now, they were destined to miscalculate. Head of the household, why are we searching the city? The second-in-command was somewhat puzzled, for according to her information, that husband had already fled elsewhere. Are you certain he has run off to another place? It is nearly dark. The night outside is perilous. If he is headed to another town, it would take him at least until tomorrow to arrive, and given his frail appearance, he may not endure the hardships of the journey. Luo Li understood the second-in-command's intent and calmly explained. The misleading trail is a crude ploy to draw the tiger away from the mountain. But due to the original owner's predicament in the past life, everyone had overlooked this detail. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the second-in-command quickly grasped the situation. A ploy to draw the tiger away? The head of the household is astute. She sincerely praised Luo Li. Luo Li's smile stiffened slightly. Head of the household, second-in-command. We have found them. Just as she was thinking, the younger sister below returned with news, though her expression was somewhat peculiar, casting a worried glance at Luo Li, as if she wished to say something but hesitated. Luo Li comprehended the situation, yet the second leader remained perplexed. While her actions were commendable, the way she regarded the chief was questionable. If there were thoughts to express, they should be articulated plainly. Casting a disdainful glance at her younger sister, the second leader spoke. Luo Li stepped forward, urging, "Lead the way." This territory, spanning 100 miles, belonged to their Wei Fengjai. The town at the foot of the mountain was no exception. With a mere command from Luo Li, even the minutest details, such as the presence of ants, could be uncovered, not to mention locating two wayward individuals. As they advanced a few paces, Luo Li felt a constriction in her chest. She coughed, and a lump of tainted blood appeared in her palm. Ah, the poison was indeed quite profound. Kai, could you check if the toxin has been expelled? If her memory served her correctly, had they arrived just a few minutes later, the original host would have succumbed to the poison. This indicated a significant level of toxicity. There was still a trace remaining, but fear not, host. That little bit would be expelled swiftly with another bout of purging. Xiao Baikai nestled against Luo Li's shoulder, forming a small bundle. Host, you truly look dashing today. Ah, the host has fully embraced her persona, radiating an aura that is both charismatic and rebellious. Thank you for the compliment, Kai. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of a modest courtyard. It was evident that revelries were occurring within, as sounds of merriment echoed even through the wall. The subordinates surrounding them kept their heads bowed, wary of Luo Li's expression. Even the second leader, upon recognizing the voices within, was taken aback, casting a cautious glance at Luo Li. Luo Li's face darkened, and she gestured to one of the guards standing nearby. Upon receiving the signal, a burly woman kicked the courtyard door with force. The door came crashing down. As they beheld the scene within, it was indeed outrageous. Two individuals were indulging in debauchery, reclining on a stone table in the open yard. The second leader clicked her tongue, intending to shield Luo Li's eyes. Yet fellow was too late. Startled by the noise, the man pinned beneath the woman turned and emitted a piercing scream, instantly losing his composure. Who dares to ruin my pleasure? The woman too turned, collapsing onto the ground. With a cold smirk, Luo Li hurled her blade, which struck the ground, embedding itself 3 inches deep. The woman barely had time to widen her eyes before she was unable to evade the attack. A severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. A cry of agony echoed throughout the courtyard, sending chills down the spine of all present. I detest those who betray me. Without sparing another glance at the others, Luo Li's lips curled into a cold smile, exuding a chilling aura. The onlookers shivered in fear. It was evident that Luo Li was genuinely enraged. Even though the woman was the third leader of the Zhai, none dared to plead for her mercy. Acutely aware that Luo Li had already spared her life by merely severing a leg, a gesture reflecting their past camaraderie. However, they were mistaken. Luo Li would never show leniency towards the third leader. The man, now frantic and terrified, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and lunged toward Luo Li. My lady, I swear it was not intentional. Qing Gur was coerced. He clutched at Luo Li's garments, pleading for mercy, tears welling in his eyes, his face adorably pitiful. He believed that by invoking the original host's past affections for him, he could elicit her forgiveness. Yet, Luo Li merely brushed off her garment, her expression contorted in disgust. So filthy. The man was thrown to the ground, disbelief etched on his face, utterly disheveled, with no time to cover himself. Render him mute, cast him into the flower alley, and let him indulge. Luo Li ordered coldly, leading her entourage away. Isn't he fond of taking others' pleasures? Let him enjoy to his heart's content. Please, my lady, you cannot treat me this way. The cries behind him were abruptly silenced as someone choked his voice. While a proper mute drug could not be procured immediately, fearing delays, the subordinates hastily procured charcoal from the kitchen. A man who dared to betray the chief would receive no leniency. The courtyard was soon filled with even more anguished screams, echoing in torment, until they gradually faded into muffled groans of suffering. Listening to the cacophony, Luo Li expelled a third mouthful of tainted blood. She mused that the original host possessed immense strength. The efficacy of that strike startled even Luo Li, though she maintained her composure. This Qing Gur was indeed not unremarkable in appearance. Shortly after being thrown into the flower alley, he attracted numerous patrons. Within just a few days, the second leader returned with news for Luo Li. Chief, he has been played to death and discarded at the mass grave. The man named Qing Gur had truly met his demise from indulgence. Since his arrival at the flower alley, he had been inundated with visitors. observing his condition deteriorate. They administered drugs, and within mere days, he had been with over 100 patrons, ultimately leading to his death. His corpse was a sight of utter horror, devoid of humanity. Oh, Luo Li responded nonchalantly, then suddenly appeared to recall something. What was the progress on the original host's task? She inquired. What the third leader? Upon recalling the third leader's plight, the second leader instinctively wiped the sweat from her brow. Not well. The bleeding has stopped, but she lies in bed, as if her soul has departed. With one leg gone, how well could she fare? What have the subordinates reported? Luo Li raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. Some of the third leader's followers expressed dissent, but once they learned the circumstances, they fell silent. Very well, let us tend to the third leader. After all, she was once a sister. However, the position of leadership in our Zhai is not one to be occupied by the inept. Vacate her position, and instruct her subordinates to select someone capable to fill the gap. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the second leader was taken aback once more. The chief's actions were indeed heartless. Not only had she crippled the third leader, but she had also vacated her position. Furthermore, she intended to have the third leader's subordinates choose someone competent to replace her, effectively sowing discord among her followers. Truly astute. Yes, the second leader affirmed, preparing to make arrangements, but was halted by Luo Li's voice. Sister, do you think I am too ruthless? Luo Li furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with sorrow, her voice subdued. Although the original host was the eldest, the other two leaders of Weifeng, Zhai, were older, nurtured by the original host's mother as her right and left hands. The second leader was unwaveringly loyal to Luo Li, yet the third leader had grown ambitious. How could it be? This is merely her just deserts. The second leader, having watched Luo Li grow up, felt an immediate pang of sympathy and hurried to console her. Moreover, this is fundamentally the fault of the third leader and that sordid man. Then I shall rest easy. Luo Li offered a reassuring smile, suddenly recalling something. Since he is dead, we shall declare it was a sudden illness. The original host was particularly sensitive about the matter of infidelity. It would be best to keep it concealed. Understood. The second leader promptly set off to make arrangements. Chief, the demise of a husband who never even touched her is hardly significant. However, the third leader's incapacitation and the vacancy of her position as the third leader of Weifeng, Zhai, is a matter that could incite turmoil throughout the entire Zhai. Soon, the followers of the third leader were thrown into chaos. Having lost a leg and rendered incapacitated, her resentment towards Luo Li was palpable. Yet, upon being brought back, she fell into a deep unconsciousness, severely injured and unable to attend to anything else. Just as she regained consciousness, Luo Li delivered this weighty news, causing her subordinates to become even more unruly, leaving her without anyone to command. The loyal confidant she had once relied upon had been dispatched to fulfill other duties, leaving her without a single capable ally at her side. Damn, how dare she speak like that? Upon receiving the news, the third madam let out a furious roar. It was only at this moment that she fully realized that Luo Li's lesson was not merely about a broken leg. What Luo Li truly desired was her life. All that she possessed now was because of her position as the third madam. Without it, she would be nothing but a useless wretch. Could she still survive? Was this not a push towards death? Yet, how could Luo Li be so audacious? Was she not someone who had fought for the Weifeng Zhai? She had merely slept with a husband that Luo Li had just married, one she had not even touched. Was Luo Li not afraid of overstepping and losing the hearts of the people? Moreover, Qingge had grown up in the village, and they shared a deep bond, having long been committed to each other. If it were not for Luo Li's interference, she and Qingge would have been married long ago. Had Luo Li not forced their hand, they would never have plotted against her. Ah, poison. Someone hurry. At this thought, her eyes lit up, and she called out. After losing her leg, she had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain and had no knowledge of what had transpired. Now that she had just awakened, she heard the news of her being usurped, of others already vying for her position. But she remembered that Luo Li had already been poisoned. With the amount they had administered, she should have perished by now. Even if Luo Li had managed to hold on, she must be at her last breath. With this realization, the third madam chuckled, eager to learn of Luo Li's current state. As long as Luo Li was dead, everything could still change. Even if the plans could not proceed as initially intended, Luo Li's death would alleviate the resentment in her heart. Third sister, what is it? Now stripped of her status, her subordinates had altered their manner of address. What the first madam? How is she faring? Is she well? The third madam's inquiry was urgent and filled with excitement. causing suspicion among her followers. Nevertheless, they responded truthfully. The first madam had been emotionally distressed due to heartbreak, but was physically strong. Just yesterday, it was reported that her appetite had improved, and she had consumed 6 bowls of rice. What? Physically strong? How could that be? The third madam's words trailed off as she quickly waved her hand to dismiss them. Once left alone, she could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions. How could this be possible? They had witnessed Luo Li drink the poison with their own eyes. Ah, that despicable man had already perished. The first madam had declared that no blame would be placed, and she would not hold it against them. In time, the third madam would be cared for within the village. The first madam had indeed acted impulsively out of anger, but upon reflection, she also recalled the contributions the third madam had made to the village. Although she had erred, her previous merits were undeniable. Thus, the first madam allocated several new young men to her and arranged substantial property, leaving a prosperous town for her to manage, ensuring her future comfort and wealth. As the third madam pondered this, her subordinate returned and conveyed further news. Look how meticulously Luo Li had managed everything. No one could find fault with her actions. It was all so perfectly orchestrated, and she seemed almost too benevolent. In reality, Luo Li was merely distancing herself, aiming to use others as instruments for her own ends. Of course, this apparent kindness was only visible to the third madam. "Chinga, my chinga!" The third madam cried out in anguish, spitting a mouthful of blood and fainting once more. Meanwhile, outside, the commotion resumed. The third madam had just regained consciousness only to fall into unconsciousness again. Luo Li's careful handling of the third madam's situation had spread throughout the village, further solidifying the people's faith in such a decisive leader. Yet simultaneously, rumors circulated that the first madam harbored deep resentment towards the third madam. If one could eliminate the third madam, it would surely earn them the first madam's favor and secure their position as the third madam. Such whispers reached the ears of those who had long harbored grievances against her. These minor figures, embittered and ruthless, upon hearing such enticing news, would undoubtedly take action. One could only await the outcome with anticipation. As night fell, a notification suddenly rang in Luo Li's ear. "Host, the third madam has been brutally murdered by a group of assailants. The individuals involved have been silenced with the spell you instructed. The rumors that only they knew would not escape their lips. Original host task progress, 100. Complete?" She no longer desired a glorious and prosperous village? Nodding her head, Luo Li rose, responding to the sounds from outside. She stated that their village was already quite splendid. It was enough for the host to simply maintain it. Little by Kai, relay this message. Luo Li paused. She sensed a hint of disdain in her tone, yet found it oddly pleasing. A carefree joy was not so bad after all. A knock echoed at the door, and the voice of the second madam came through. "First madam, the third madam is dead." As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Li stepped out from her room, frowning at the news and striding outside. "What has happened?" "It was a revenge killing by a few women who bore grievances against the third madam," the second madam replied with a furrowed brow, implying malice. "And the perpetrators? They have already been apprehended." Following the second madam, Luo Li soon beheld the gruesome scene of the third madam's demise. It was indeed a horrific sight. Those responsible had shown no mercy, nearly flaying her alive, leaving her body riddled with wounds and even whipping her corpse. What depth of hatred must one possess? Yet, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Take them to the back mountains to feed the wolves, Luo Li expressed coldly, her surprise turning to fury. Before long, the culprits were dragged away, their eyes wide in terror, unable to utter a single word. "Prepare to give the third madam a proper burial," Luo Li instructed softly. The others immediately set to work, ensuring the funeral was appropriately conducted. However, on the very night she was buried, the third madam's body was exhumed by wild dogs, devoured to the bone, leaving not a single complete fragment behind. Truly a lamentable fate. Chapter 220. She only lacked a husband to rule the stronghold. The first madam gazed at Luo Li, who appeared despondent and disinterested. The second madam hesitated before calling out. It had been 2 months since the deaths of the third madam and Qin Ge, and while the final fate of the third madam was indeed startling and regretful, the first madam had been burdened with guilt for quite some time, often remaining gloomy. The first madam is simply too kind-hearted. She must be guided properly. As the former leader advised, the second madam thought. "I heard that a new batch of young men has arrived at the spring and autumn pavilion in the city. Would the first madam like to take a look?" With this, the second madam sought to divert Luo Li's attention and uplift her spirits. Young men? The second madam nodded eagerly, but noticed Luo Li's frown deepening. Are they like the mediocre ones from before? I have no interest. She felt utterly disheartened. They could no longer locate him. Yet little by Kai indicated that, according to the system's hints, there was no need to search. Based on the data, he would appear on his own in due time. However, this wait was utterly uncertain, possibly today, tomorrow, or even this year or the next. Following by Kai's guidance, Luo Li examined every new man arriving in the city, yet none suited her. After 2 months, she was truly exhausted and frustrated. Unless he resembles a celestial being. Do not call for me, she added slowly. There is one thing that can be confidently asserted. He must possess striking good looks. When it comes to selecting based on appearance, one cannot go wrong. Mediocre beauty? A celestial being? Upon hearing Luo Li's assessment, the second-in-command momentarily stood frozen. Reflecting on the young gentleman they had encountered over the past few days, she fell silent. Indeed, none could rival a celestial being. It is only fitting that only the most exceptional suitors deserve to be matched with their esteemed leader. Well then, since there is nothing else to do, let's go and take a look. What if she were to miss out on this batch, causing him to suffer an injustice? After much contemplation, Luo Li decided to set out. The second-in-command, unsure of why Luo Li had suddenly changed her mind, felt relief seeing her shift her focus away from her earlier gloom. In Yicheng, at Chun Xiu Fong, a renowned establishment celebrated for its elegance, the influence behind it is formidable, with outposts scattered across the land. This territory, spanning 100 miles, is under the dominion of Wei Fengzhai. Yet even so, Wei Fengzhai must concede some respect to it. This speaks volumes of Chun Xiu Fong's strength. Welcome, esteemed leaders. We anticipated your arrival and have prepared everything in the courtyard, awaiting your selection. The manager of Chun Xiu Fong, a commendably handsome middle-aged gentleman, was adept in social dealings. Aware that Wei Fengzhai was in search of suitors, they would always reserve new arrivals until they confirmed Wei Fengzhai's intentions. After all, with Wei Fengzhai's control over the territory, they had to tread carefully, despite the respect afforded to them. Well done, the second-in-command expressed her approval with a nod to the manager. Thank you for your recognition, esteemed second-in-command. Please follow me. The people of Yicheng were well acquainted with the character of Wei Fengzhai's leader, a figure of immense strength, cold demeanor, and decisive ruthlessness. Noticing that Luo Li paid no mind to others, the manager merely smiled knowingly and led the way. Chun Xiu Fong truly comes alive in the afternoon, and the morning hours appeared quiet, resembling an elegant haven. As they entered the courtyard, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices, some inquiring about the situation, some sobbing, and others joyfully preparing upon learning of the arrival of distinguished guests. Silence. Who dares to raise their voice? The manager, having noticed Luo Li's expression, immediately commanded, and instantaneously, silence fell, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Esteemed leaders, please enter. Turning back to face Luo Li and her companion, the manager donned his most amicable smile. Upon stepping inside, Luo Li immediately noticed someone eagerly adjusting his garment, exposing a shoulder, which startled her into averting her gaze. She appreciated a well-built man, possessing muscle. But these individuals, thin as reeds, did not attract her. As she considered this, her peripheral vision caught sight of one among them and paused. While not entirely unappealing, a gentler demeanor could also be charming. Everyone, dress appropriately. This is the esteemed leader and second-in-command of Wei Fengzhai. Those who perform well may find favor and escape this place to enjoy a better life. Unbeknownst to the manager, who had his back to Luo Li, he gave a few pointers to the young gentleman, urging them to make a good impression. Chun Xiu Fong held no objections regarding Wei Fengzhai's early selection of individuals, as they relied on the latter's support on their territory. Moreover, with just 2 men, if Luo Li and her companion were to choose 2 suitors to take back, Chun Xiu Fong could benefit from such connections in these tumultuous times. Yes, the young gentlemen responded in unison, eagerly casting flirtatious glances and showcasing their charms. After all, who would wish to remain in such a place when the opportunity for a better life beckoned? Some even took bold steps forward, approaching Luo Li and her companion. Esteemed leader, I have long admired your renown and hold you in high regard. The second-in-command felt her cheeks flush as admirers surrounded her. Esteemed leader, may I serve you upon your return? I am skilled in household duties, music, and the arts, and I shall surely win your favor. Another suitor chimed in. Second-in-command, your stature is truly impressive. I find you most appealing. Luo Li's attention, however, was captured by a hesitant young man in the corner. He possessed an ethereal beauty, and while his features bore a youthful innocence, they exuded an undeniable allure that elicited compassion. As the other suitors displayed their eagerness, the young man's eyes glistened with anxiety, torn between advancing towards Luo Li and retreating in shyness. Just as Luo Li intended to approach him, he mustered the courage to step forward, mimicking the others by untucking his clothing to reveal his collarbone. Despite his trepidation, his face flushed with embarrassment, and his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, rendering him utterly endearing. "Esteemed lady, I implore you, take pity on me." His voice trembled, embodying both fragility and vulnerability, stirring the hearts of those present. The women in attendance were visibly moved by his plea. It was clear why throughout history, heroes have often found it difficult to resist the charms of beauty. The allure of a captivating figure is indeed a formidable challenge. Luo Li feigned composure and gestured for him to approach. "Come closer." The onlookers paused, their gazes filled with envy as the young man obediently stepped forward, standing before Luo Li, his chin gently lifted. "What's your name?" "Muyu." Luo Li could distinctly feel the warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips, sensing his palpable nervousness. "How old are you?" 17. For reasons unknown. As Luo Li posed her question, the young man's cheeks flushed even more intensely, and he stammered his response. Luo Li nodded and, upon releasing her hand, turned to the manager. "He is the one." Muyu appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for such a swift outcome, and lowered his head, his face tinged with a faint blush. "Very well, I shall retrieve his contract." The manager, pleased with Luo Li's selection, felt a twinge of regret. Fort Chun Xiaofang primarily served as a training ground for individuals before sending them out to greet clients. Muyu was a rare gem, and the manager lamented the loss. And this one too. The second in command, having made her choice, pointed to another suitor, the one who had praised her figure. The remaining young gentlemen exchanged glances, some displaying signs of anxiety. Suddenly, one called out to Luo Li, "Esteemed lady, I am 16 and equally worthy. Would you not spare a glance for me?" Luo Li found his words somewhat peculiar, yet upon glancing at him, he did indeed possess a certain charm. However, she had made her choice. "I have already selected." With that, she politely declined, turning to the second in command. Beside her, Muyu appeared surprised, looking up at her before dutifully lowering his gaze once more. Luo Li, however, was indifferent, while the second in command was genuinely intrigued. The one who had spoken up was indeed quite impressive. Although not as striking as Muyu, she far surpasses the others, and what truly matters is her formidable prowess. The steward, along with his belongings, should be included as well. Understanding Luo Li's intentions, the second leader cheerfully spoke up. "For a woman, taking a few young gentlemen as companions is quite normal." "Very well, I shall fetch them." Upon seeing the satisfaction of the two leaders, the steward promptly retrieved the contracts of several young gentlemen. After they stepped outside, they realized they had forgotten to prepare carriages for these young gentlemen. Primarily, a group of rugged women had grown accustomed to riding horses, and there were hardly any carriages available in the village. Perhaps they could ride horses? With that thought, Luo Li turned to Muyu. Indeed, Muyu seemed to grasp her intention and gently nodded, obediently taking her outstretched hand. As she watched the two ride off into the wind, the second leader glanced at her two young gentlemen and beckoned to those nearby. "Call the steward to lend us a carriage." The figures ahead, riding horses, exuded an air of carefree elegance. However, one was manageable, but with two, she might as well not ride along. By the time they returned to the village, Luo Li settled the young gentlemen in her own courtyard and arranged for two male servants to attend to them. Just as everything was in place, and she had yet to say much, there was another matter requiring her attention outside. "If anything arises, just summon me," she instructed before departing. He nodded obediently. "Leader, I must say, our visit was perfectly timed. The 17th and 16th are indeed rare, exceptional individuals." While dealing with affairs, Luo Li found the second leader's words somewhat peculiar. It was then that Luo Li finally realized that her earlier question in Chun Xiaofang about their ages was, in fact, a euphemism referring to something other than age. In the realm of romance, conducting business where quality command high prices, such inquiries are entirely commonplace. However, upon understanding this, Luo Li's cheeks flushed. Despite his youthful appearance, that young gentleman's capabilities were impressive. It seems the leader possesses a keen eye. The second leader's praise was genuine. Though she was not as discerning as Luo Li. Enough of that. How have matters been at the branch village? Luo Li wished to steer the conversation away from this topic and directly shifted the subject. The third leader had been managing those two branch villages, which had become somewhat chaotic. Previously under the third leader, now with news of vacant positions, each was unwilling to yield, all eager to vie for power. Let them contend. Luo Li replied indifferently. She had already made her arrangements. Once the outcome was determined, she would play the role of a fisherman. Those individuals were originally under the third leader's command. It was no secret that the third leader wished to dominate Wei Feng Zhai for quite some time, and her subordinates could not possibly be unaware of this, let alone remain untainted. Luo Li could gradually eliminate them one by one. Alas, though merely a mountain bandit, she felt an inexplicable weariness akin to that of an emperor. She preferred to be carefree and enjoy life. As for the outside world, it is chaotic out there. One cannot solely focus on their immediate surroundings. Hearing Luo Li's words, the second leader frowned. It is said that the capital has fallen, the empress is dead, and the male princes and female princesses have either perished or fled. Luo Li maintained a calm demeanor, finding little surprise in this news. Oh, their incompetence was bound to lead to this outcome. The territory currently held by Wei Feng Zhai indeed fell under the jurisdiction of the capital. But the empress proved utterly inept, turning a prosperous land into disarray. Thus, upon receiving this news, no one across the realm was astonished. Perhaps it is for the best that it has fallen. After stating this, Luo Li rose, glanced at the darkening sky outside, and then at the second leader. You should return and rest. Thinking of the two young gentlemen in her residence, the second leader also felt somewhat restless. When Luo Li returned to the courtyard, he had already changed into a set of elegant blue attire, standing patiently at the door, awaiting her arrival. My lady. Upon seeing her return, he stepped forward and called out, extending his hand to take her cloak. Luo Li raised an eyebrow and naturally handed it to him. How was your adaptation here today? If there is anything amiss, we can procure it without hesitation. Luo Li spoke in a casual tone, yet he inexplicably felt his ears warm. There is nothing amiss, he replied softly. After Luo Li left in the afternoon, various items had continuously been brought in. Everything one could desire was present. How could he possibly lack anything? He cautiously glanced at Luo Li, realizing she was quite different from the rough bandits he had imagined. Instead, she was meticulous and gentle. There are matters to attend to in the village today, but I will take you out tomorrow. You need not remain cooped up here. After all, the entire mountain stronghold is under her dominion, and there is no escape for him. Indeed, upon hearing his response, Luo Li turned to look at him, sensing that he was truly obedient, yet his essence was undeniably fierce. Recalling the issues she had clarified with the second leader, Luo Li inexplicably felt a twinge of pain in her waist. After sitting down, she instinctively raised her hand to rub it, only to freeze when she turned to see him cautiously extending his hand to massage her back. Is the leader feeling discomfort? Muyu had learned techniques for alleviating muscle tension, hoping the leader would not mind. Had she not felt the tremor in his fingertips, Luo Li might have truly believed he had grown bolder. His technique was commendable. However, you need not be so cautious. Just be natural. I am not a monster. Observing his demeanor, she could clearly see his unease and his desire to please her. Furthermore, she couldn't help but feel that she was increasingly resembling a genuine bandit. Yes. Listening to Luo Li's words, his fingers paused momentarily, and he softly replied, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Seeing him like this, Luo Li chose not to say much more. Have you eaten? Looking at the empty table, she suddenly recalled and turned to ask. Not yet. Someone, how can my wife be hungry? No, I'm at my husband. It was I who wished to wait for the lady's return, not to blame others. Upon seeing her appear to be angry, Muyu quickly clarified. Hearing his explanation, Luo Li's expression softened, but she still ordered food to be brought. You need not address yourself so formally. I brought you back to fulfill the role of a husband. In the future, we shall be united as one, so you may refer to yourself in a more casual manner. Furthermore, I have set the wedding date for 10 days from now. What do you think? You are too obedient. We must secure this arrangement soon. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, he was momentarily stunned, and his face turned increasingly red. As you wish, my lady. He had initially thought that bringing him back would be the end of it, but he never anticipated she would arrange a wedding and bestow upon him the title of a legitimate husband. Good. Witnessing his reaction, Luo Li could no longer contain herself and reached out to ruffle his hair, causing him to freeze again, his handsome face nearly ablaze. However, recalling something, Luo Li paused and decided to explain to him about the previous husband whom the original owner had married. This matter was well known throughout the stronghold. Rather than him hearing it from others later, it was better for her to clarify it herself to prevent misunderstandings. Yet, thinking of that couple who had taken his place, Luo Li felt a sense of grievance on his behalf. I understand. I won't mind. After hearing Luo Li's explanation, he was indeed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, expressing that he did not mind. Observing Luo Li's genuine demeanor, he felt a slight stirring within his heart. Ding, affection level 10, current affection level 10. However, although he felt he understood the situation after hearing it, a strange emotion, not entirely his own, lingered in his heart, tinged with a sourness that puzzled him. With the sound of the notification, the food Luo Li had ordered was also delivered. Well, let's eat first. All right. The two shared a comfortable silence over their meal. Although they did not converse, they both relished the food. Luo Li was delighted to have found someone, and, being inherently gluttonous, savored the feast heartily. As for him, it seemed he had not indulged in such fare for quite some time, and Luo Li noticed his actions were remarkably refined and dignified, resembling a well-bred gentleman from a noble family. Nevertheless, Luo Li merely observed quietly, refraining from further inquiries. My lady, during a moment of respite, he hesitated for a considerable time before finally deciding to lie down on the bed cautiously. To his surprise, however, she did not come over, but instead settled onto the adjacent couch. Observing this, he called out her name, propping himself up on the bed, his thin robe slipping off one shoulder, his eyes wide with confusion and astonishment. Sleep, it's fine, Luo Li said, closing her eyes, taking along while to calm herself in the earlier sight, soothing her restless heart. The allure of male beauty was indeed hard to resist. Meanwhile, Muyu stood there, mouth agape, stunned for quite some time before returning to the bed, his gaze once again drawn to her. She was truly unlike what he had envisioned. Having fallen into the brothel, trapped in peril, seeking salvation from bandits was indeed a desperate act. After all, brothels and bandit dens were both equally dismal places. He had heard tales of her exploits and had taken a gamble on her. He did not expect her to be so unexpectedly remarkable. Did this indicate that his gamble was indeed a wise one? With a tumultuous mind, he wrapped himself in the quilt, curling up as he gazed at Luo Li ahem. Luo Li, feigning sleep, was made uncomfortable by his intense stare and let out a couple of light coughs. Startled, he hurriedly averted his gaze, turning his back to her. Once he had shifted his gaze away, Luo Li lifted her hand to her forehead, letting out a sigh. I can't sleep. Host, your second sister is being embraced by suitors. Why don't you leap into his arms? Observing the host's demeanor, Xiao Baikai bubbled with excitement. I am timid, Luo Li admitted, both greedy and fearful. Well then, host, would you like some grapes? Kai seemed to understand, or perhaps not, and decided to follow the host's lead and change the subject. I don't want any. You can keep them. On the other side, Muyu was also restless. After the capital had fallen, he had been sold to Chun Xiu Fong, enduring a long, unsettling journey filled with trepidation and anxiety, never able to find peace. On the way here, he had constantly worried about the future, unable to sleep soundly for a single day. Now everything seemed to have stabilized, and he should allow himself to relax. Yet, for some unknown reason, he remained in turmoil. After finally succumbing to exhaustion, he fell into a troubled sleep, plagued by nightmares. No, no. Hearing the faint cries, Luo Li opened her eyes and turned to look. His forehead was already slick with sweat. He was sleeping very uneasily, as if he were dreaming of some frightful scene. His legs kicked and thrashed as if he were trying to escape something. Luo Li's heart ached at the sight. She rose and approached his bedside, wiping away his sweat, gently patting him in a soothing manner. Don't be afraid. You are safe now. Don't be afraid. Softly spoken, her warm hand offered comfort. Gradually, he indeed began to settle down. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he nuzzled against her hand, inhaling the calming scent. Father, mother, have you come back to see Yua? Yua has grown up. Yua is very obedient, did you see? He whispered softly, causing Luo Li's heart to ache. Host, he regards you as a father. Oh dear, Xiao Gai. Fortunately, after Luo Li's comforting presence, Muyu finally calmed down and fell into a deep slumber. Host, just as Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief and returned to bed, she heard Xiao Baikai's excited call. What is it? She asked, glancing towards Muyu. The great lord has sent news. After careful examination, it has been confirmed that there are only 2 fragments of the demon lord's soul power remaining scattered outside. We are in possession of one of them. Once we collect them all, the demon lord will awaken. This means we are nearing success, host. Xiao Baikai exclaimed joyfully. Bunsing Bazida Luli, and I have saved up 20,000 points. I can finally purchase my own body. I am the first in the system to successfully earn a body on my first mission. Oh, unlike Xiao Baikai's exuberance, Luo Li merely responded softly, not elaborating further. Xiao Baikai, still eager to say something, noticed Luo Li's demeanor and obediently sat down. All right, host is tired. Let her rest first. However, it sensed that the host's emotions were not quite right, even though everything appeared normal. Patting the little leaf atop its head, Xiao Baikai blinked in confusion. The next day, the second leader approached Luo Li, beaming. Great leader, how did you fare last night? Are you well? If you're not accustomed, I have a few sketchbooks I can bring over. Suddenly recalling that Luo Li had only recently come of age and had not truly interacted with the young lord, she wondered if she might feel uncomfortable. No need. Please prepare some items for me, Luo Li replied, listing the wedding supplies she had prepared on a piece of paper. 10 days should suffice for procurement. As she spoke, she sensed something and turned to the entrance, meeting Mu Yu's gaze, immediately breaking into a smile. Yes, here, lady. Second leader. Upon meeting Luo Li's eyes, Mu Yu's face flushed even deeper as he nodded. You go about your business. I'll take him around. With Mu Yu's arrival, Luo Li unceremoniously ushered the third leader away. Hearing her words, the second leader suddenly thought of her two young lords and quickly shook her head. Norus, it's perfect timing. Great leader. Let us all go together. I will call my two young lords as well, as they know each other. Second leader. You usually handle tasks quite well. Why the sudden hesitation? Not waiting for Luo Li to elaborate, the second leader turned and called her two young lords over. What was supposed to be a pleasant outing for two turned into a group of 5. Perhaps seeing her walking alongside the second leader, Mu Yu dared not walk too closely to Luo Li, instead engaging with the two young lords. Great leader, look how well they are getting along, the second leader laughed. Luo Li remained silent, yet the second leader felt an inexplicable sense of resentment. Great leader, second leader. As they passed by, the subordinates greeted them, and Luo Li sensed that Mu Yu had distanced himself even further. This only intensified her feelings of discontent as she cast several glances at the second leader. What is wrong, great leader? Did I draw my brows well today? Noticing Luo Li's gaze, the second leader was puzzled. Suddenly recalling that she had just had her eyebrows styled by a young lord, she assumed Luo Li was admiring that. They look great. Forget it. I will find another opportunity to take Mu Yu out next time. The majestic Zhai stood atop a mountain, and the scenery at the edge of the back cliff was indeed beautiful, with mountains and water resembling an exquisite ink painting. Facing south, the area was open on both sides, allowing for breathtaking views of both sunrise and sunset, a perfect dating spot. However, she decided to wait until another time to take him out to explore. Just as Luo Li was pondering this, the second leader seemed to recall something and turned to the men behind her. By the way, the scenery at the back mountain of the village is quite nice. Let me take you all to have a look. Luo Li's expression hardened. I just remembered I have plans later. It's getting late. Let us save it for another day. Mu Yu, come with me. With that, she took her leave, leaving her companions behind. Hearing this, Mu Yu obediently followed Luo Li. The remaining second leader scratched her chin in confusion, glancing at her two young lords. Why do I feel like the great leader just shot me a glare? The two young lords replied, it was not a feeling. We all saw it. That was a clear glare, filled with disdain. It must be a misunderstanding. How could the great leader glare at me? Not waiting for their reply, the second leader continued to her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Luo Li contemplated and arranged for a carriage to take Mu Yu out of the village. Upon hearing that the lotus flowers in the western suburbs have bloomed, I shall take you for a leisurely boat ride. Do you know how to fish? We can try our hand at fishing by the shore later. No, I do not. Fear not. I shall teach you. The waters in the countryside are abundant, and the fish are delectable. We shall bring some back later for someone to prepare for you to savor. Very well. Spending time alone with Luo Li, Mu Yu has begun to feel a sense of natural ease, despite the brevity of their acquaintance. Moreover, her kindness towards him is rather overwhelming. He had never witnessed the Empress exhibiting such attentiveness to any consort. It is rare for her to take the consorts out for leisure. And even when visiting the consorts' quarters, she typically sends them back after a single night. Why does the lady treat me with such kindness? As the thought escaped his lips, he was suddenly jolted back to reality, realizing he had voiced his innermost feelings. Luo Li paused momentarily at his words, questioning whether this was indeed kindness. She had done nothing significant, merely instructed others to settle him into the village yesterday. Muyu felt he had misspoken and lowered his head in apology. His anxious demeanor was truly heart-wrenching to behold. You have done nothing wrong and need not feel anxious. You are my husband, and as the wife, it is only fitting that I treat you well. Muyu was taken aback. Is it customary for a wife to treat her husband with such regard? Recalling his late parents, he bowed his head. He vividly remembered the Empress's words, declaring that his parents were mere tools, and it was a privilege merely to provide for them. Worthless beings who die are unworthy of even a shred of her compassion. He and his brothers were no different, deemed useless for their inability to protect the realm or accumulate wealth for her. Her assertions seemed valid. Men were barred from the court, could not engage in battle, and certainly could not expose themselves as merchants, rendering them indeed useless. He had always believed himself to be such a worthless being, unworthy of kindness. Last night, upon hearing him refer to his parents, Luoli had instructed Xiao Bai Kai to gather information about the capital. During Mu Yu's silent contemplation, Luoli learned of his circumstances through Xiao Bai Kai. After reviewing the materials, Luoli frowned. What a foolish and incompetent empress. She is quite adept at KTV. Host, it is a case of Pua, yet she is indeed foolish. It was her own lust that led her to admit numerous men into the palace, prioritizing looks over status. Yet when she needed to rely on her connections, she blamed the men in her court for being ineffectual, lamenting their lack of noble birth to assist her. She showed no affection for her own children, belittling them because their father lacked prominence. Despite her incompetence in governance and the squander of her ancestral wealth, she blamed others for her country's misfortunes. She even sought out fortune tellers to identify and eliminate her so-called disaster stars in the harem. At the time, Mu Yu's father and mother were among the least favored and were directly accused by the opportunistic fortune teller, leading to their tragic demise by fire. Truly, she is foolish, incompetent, and cruel. Is that foolish woman still alive? Utilizing her knowledge of fortune-telling, Luoli examined Mu Yu's face and inquired of Xiao Bai Kai. His parental lines have not entirely severed. Is that so? I shall investigate further. Xiao Bai Kai promptly began her search and soon uncovered a lead. Host, it is true. She is not dead. Sensing danger, she faked her death and fled. She is heading towards our direction, but Xiao Bai Kai cannot pinpoint her exact location. Upon hearing Xiao Bai Kai's words, Luoli nodded. Chief, we have arrived. As thoughts swirled in her mind, the commotion outside the carriage drew her attention, and she reached for Mu Yu's hand. Come, let us go. She spoke naturally. Mu Yu, just now coming to his senses, blushed at their interlocked hands and obediently followed behind. Luoli was indeed correct. The lotuses were in full bloom, rendering the scenery exceptionally beautiful. Mu Igriku, having been confined within the palace since childhood, had never beheld such beauty up close and was momentarily entranced, forgetting his embarrassment. How beautiful! I have only seen such scenery in my teacher's paintings. He whispered, evoking a sense of the bitterness he had endured in his early life. I have arranged for a boat. Let us ascend and take a closer look. Very well. Although his response was succinct, it was imbued with a newfound cheerfulness. Look, twin lotuses. As the boat reached the center of the lake, he suddenly pointed towards a particular flower, his tone brimming with delight. Luoli followed his gaze and, upon seeing the twin lotuses, could not help but smile in return. The blooming of twin lotuses is a rare omen of good fortune and prosperity. Truly, Mu Yu is fortunate. I have never before encountered such flowers, yet now, thanks to Mu Yu, I have finally seen them. Mu Igriku paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Does the lady truly feel this way? His eyes concealed a glimmer of joy, akin to the sensation of being recognized and praised for the first time, filled with anticipation yet hesitant to believe. Indeed, it is as such. These flowers are not commonly seen, and one must be exceedingly fortunate to encounter them. Luoli affirmed with utmost seriousness, typically reserved and proper. Mu Yu struggled to contain his smile, turning his gaze back towards the twin lotuses, humbly stating, perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Though he spoke thus, his delight was unmistakable, his demeanor visibly lighter than before. My lady, may we pluck some lotus flowers? I wish to display them in my room for admiration. Of course. Which ones do you fancy? I shall assist you in gathering them. I can manage on my own. Very well, but do take care. We still have fishing to attend to, so we may gather them later. That sounds good. He truly had never engaged in such activities before. Everything was a delightful novelty. When he caught a fish, he could not help but exclaim with joy. After a day of merriment, they returned with a bountiful catch of fish and flowers. Their brief outing had undeniably brought them closer. Chief, you have returned. You gathered so many flowers. Did you venture to the western suburbs without us? Was it enjoyable? How was the scenery? Wow, you even caught so many fish. Upon their return to Weifeng Zhai, they were greeted by the second chief, who was not accompanied by her small lord, but rather by several subordinates, as if preparing to venture out. Before Luoli could respond, the second chief bombarded them with questions. Luoli replied, "It was quite nice. You may visit another day." After acknowledging her, Luoli led Muyu away. "Oh, wait." The second chief noticed the absence of the two and turned to find them gone. "What happened? Why do I feel as though the chief is avoiding me?" She glanced back at her subordinate, puzzled. It is possible that it is not just a feeling. The second chief, though somewhat talkative, is a decent person. Concerned about appearing too obvious and fearing Muyu might misunderstand, Luoli offered him an explanation. "Yes, I understand." Muyu nodded with a smile. The people of this village are not at all like the fearsome bandits he had imagined. The chief is a gentle and kind individual, and the second chief is quite an interesting character. The village's regulations are equally strict, no less organized than those of the palace, to maintain such authority and stability. Weifeng Zhai indeed possesses considerable strength. The following day, the second chief, having left the previous night, had arranged all the wedding banquet preparations by today. "Chief, I have selected these items as per your request. Please review them and let me know if they are suitable. If not, I will replace them." "Excellent." Although the second chief sometimes lacks discernment, she is quite efficient in her tasks. The items chosen for the wedding banquet decorations are all commendable. Indeed, there is also the wedding attire. I have already arranged for someone to find a shop. If the Dadegia is free today, we can go take a look. Shall we proceed? Have they all been informed? Luo Li's grand wedding has not invited outsiders, only those sisters from the branch village. They have been notified, yet the situation with the third brother's side remains quite tumultuous. There is no need to worry. It is merely a matter of competition. Let them contend as they wish. The more raucous, the better. I have instructed the people in the village to keep a close watch on Muyu and her companion. The two of them descended the mountain together. Be cautious, everyone. The items within are precious. If anything were to be damaged, you would not be able to afford it. After resolving the matter of the wedding attire, I happened upon a group of individuals transporting goods for a jewelry shop. As I observed the boxes being moved, I was suddenly reminded of that empress. Has there been any news of newly arrived affluent families in the city lately? With this thought, I turned to the heir Daegia and casually inquired. According to Kai Kai, when the empress fled, she took a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels with her. If she were to seek a place to settle, it is highly likely she would disguise herself as a wealthy merchant from afar. I have not heard anything. What has happened to the Daegia? After pondering for a moment, the heir Daegia shook his head. I have received some information, but cannot divulge much at present. Please have them remain vigilant and observe whether any wealthy families have recently moved to our territory. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the heir Daegia understood and did not press further. Very well, I shall arrange for them to do so. When Luo Li returned to her quarters in the village, Muyu had just come back from outside as well. Having undergone some experience, his ears were slightly flushed, and he held some items in his hands. Wife, master," he murmured, lowering his head as he entered. Just as he intended to secretly hide the items he had brought back, he turned and saw Luo Li silently appearing beside him. "What is it?" Seeing his flustered demeanor and his hurried attempts to conceal the items from her sight, Luo Li found it somewhat amusing. "And nothing. Are you back? Have you eaten? If not, the kitchen has prepared some food." Strangely, his ears grew redder, and his expression became somewhat unnatural, his gaze avoiding Luo Li's. "I just ate. They mentioned you were dining with the two young gentlemen from the heir Daegia." Upon hearing Luo Li bring it up, he obediently nodded. "Yes, they shared some matters with me and taught me a few things." Under Luo Li's gaze, he felt the box in his hand grow increasingly warm. "You are acquainted. If you find yourself bored, you may seek them out for conversation." Luo Li had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of those two young gentlemen, deeming them suitable companions for leisure. "All right, I will go wash up." Noticing his discomfort, Luo Li also sought an excuse to leave, allowing him some space. Almost as soon as Luo Li stepped out, he hurriedly embraced the items and searched for a place to hide them, yet ultimately found no suitable spot. The room was filled with many of Luo Li's belongings, and he felt hesitant to disturb them. After a moment's thought, he took the art album from the box and tucked it beneath his pillow. As he placed it down, the pages fluttered open, revealing images that caused him to flush with embarrassment. "You have not yet consummated your marriage with the Daegia?" Upon learning this from the two young gentlemen, they were quite surprised, as they understood that their arrival at Weifeng Zhai felt akin to grasping a lifeline. Yet upon hearing that Luo Li intended to wait until after the wedding banquet to address this, they could not help but feel envious. However, the heir Dejia had treated them well. Though they had only been in the village for 2 days, they felt at ease, certainly much better than their previous lives. Thus, their envy was merely mild, especially as they noted his innocence and took it upon themselves to teach him various things. In their conversations, they inadvertently broached the subject of how to serve the lady. Upon realizing his ignorance on this matter, they directly gifted him several art albums for him to study in secret. He had just retrieved them when he unexpectedly encountered Luo Li. You are well suited. If you can care for the Dejia well, she will surely appreciate you. If you earn her genuine affection, your future days will be free of concern. Reflecting on the words of the 2 young gentlemen, Mu Yu hesitated, turning to the door, and after some contemplation, he picked up the art album. He suppressed the flush on his face while flipping through it, his expression alternating between surprise and dawning comprehension, with a significant amount of embarrassment. You all may leave now. Considering his earlier demeanor, Luo Li, upon entering, cleared her throat and addressed the nearby subordinates. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Yu hurriedly tucked away the art album, tidied the bed, and stood up. I had them prepare water for you. You should wash up and rest early. Upon entering the room, Luo Li noticed that his face was even redder than when she had departed, yet she pretended not to notice as she conversed with him. Yes. Mu Yu instinctively glanced at the spot where he had concealed the art album, ensuring it was secure before exiting to wash up in the adjacent room. Master, are you not curious? Xiao Bai Kai observed Mu Yu's demeanor, her eyes brimming with inexplicable excitement, even asking Luo Li, curious. Kai Kai knows what he is hiding. Master, do you want to ask Kai Kai? Luo Li felt a twinge of temptation. Not yet. However, since he wished to keep it hidden, Luo Li played along. Ultimately, she knew he would not harm her, and if he intended to, Xiao Bai Kai would certainly not keep it a secret. Why not? Xiao Bai Kai is all set to reveal it. Not urgent. All right then. Xiao Bai Kai pouted. Night fell. Mu Yu lay in bed, listening intently to the steady sound of breathing from the other side. The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight. Through the window, he could see Luo Li sleeping peacefully. As he watched, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. She truly was extraordinarily beautiful, with delicate features reminiscent of a painting, possessing a celestial visage unlike any he had ever encountered. She often wore her long hair tied up high, exuding a simplicity and efficiency that was both elegant and spirited. Although she appeared cold and unyielding on the surface, her heart was intricate and tender, presenting an unexpected contrast. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly diverted his gaze, feeling a sense of annoyance as he closed his eyes. It was already late. What was he doing staring at her and daydreaming? How peculiar. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he averted his gaze, Luo Li frowned slightly, her expression revealing confusion. Was he not captivated by her beauty? Why did he suddenly look away? How vexing. Chapter 226. She only lacks a husband for the stronghold. No. Please don't. Father, mother, do not kill him. Please. No. Sister. Brother. Not long after falling asleep, Mu Yu was jolted awake by a nightmare, his forehead slick with sweat and his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. On the day the capital was besieged by enemy forces, the defending army was overwhelmed, and the enemy surged into the palace. It was not until that moment that they realized the majority of the elite troops guarding the palace had long since vanished, leaving behind only ordinary guards who were no match for the enemy. Mu Yu could only remember an endless sea of corpses and blood before him, and his 2 older brothers had already perished under the enemy's blades, their eyes wide in death. The palace's ladies and consorts were not spared either. All those familiar faces he once knew lay lifeless in pools of blood. He also witnessed the Empress being captured, though she bore a face identical to the Empress. He recognized instantly that it was not her. Quick, we must flee. That is not her. She received news early and escaped. The elite guards have long since been taken away by her, leaving us to take the brunt of the attack and buy her time. In the midst of panic, he heard his elder sister's frantic voice, and his memories began to blur. He could not recall how he ultimately escaped, only that the last memory before everything faded was of his sister being slain by the enemy. It turned out the Empress had already been privy to the news, securing her own escape route while leaving him behind. They were merely left behind intentionally, serving as shields for her and buying her precious time to escape. He felt an overwhelming rage. If she had known of the enemy's imminent attack, why did she not relay the news sooner and prepare the defenses? Instead, she callously abandoned the entire populace of the capital, fleeing the city with her elite troops. Had she merely whispered a warning? Even if it was just to alert others to evacuate, the lives of everyone in the capital and the palace would not have been lost in such a tragic manner. She truly deserved to die. As these thoughts coursed through him, the intense hatred in his eyes became nearly unbearable. Muigreku. Simultaneously, Luo Li, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake by his voice, her tone laced with confusion. What happened? Did you have a nightmare? As she lit the lamp and saw his pale face glistening with sweat, her heart ached for him. Coming to her senses and meeting his gaze filled with dread, Muyu paused for a moment, forcing a smile to mask his turmoil. I am fine. However, Luo Li did not miss the hatred that flickered in his eyes moments ago. Her fingers twitched slightly as she spoke gently. I believe I heard you mention your parents. Did you dream about the events in the capital? As soon as she spoke, Luo Li met his astonished gaze. How did you know? Though my Weifeng Zhai is merely a bandit stronghold, it is still a notable force, and, as the rightful leader, it is imperative to investigate thoroughly. His emotions were poorly concealed, easily discernible to Luo Li, who smiled warmly as she explained softly. If you require assistance, perhaps I can help you. Gazing into his eyes, Luo Li coaxed him gently. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of hope ignited within his stunned gaze. He yearned for vengeance against those who had wronged his parents, and for his 3 siblings, as well as for the citizens of the capital. Yet, he understood that his own strength was woefully inadequate. Just 2 days prior, he had been unable to control his own fate, let alone anything else. However, he could not deny that Luo Li's offer was incredibly enticing. Perhaps she could indeed assist him. Are you sincere in your words? As if fearing he had misheard, he earnestly sought confirmation. Indeed, I speak with utmost sincerity. With this, Luo Li's smile faded, and she responded earnestly, realizing that Luo Li was not speaking falsely. Muyu set aside his tumultuous thoughts and began to recount the events that had transpired in the capital in detail. The more she listened, the colder her expression became. The Empress's escape was not merely a betrayal of the capital. The remaining territories under her command were soaked in blood. Although they were far from the capital, Luo Li had previously believed the news regarding the skirmish with Xiao Baikai was merely a sign of the Empress's poor leadership, leading to a cowardly escape. Little did she know, she had abandoned all her cities and citizens without a fight. Such a person is truly unworthy of life. I seek only her life in return for my assistance. As for what you desire, Muyu, who is now alone, will comply. He truly had nothing to offer her in exchange. You are the greatest reward of all. Hearing his words, Luo Li ruffled his hair and spoke with a gentle smile. His surprise at her statement left him momentarily stunned, his ears burning crimson. It is late. You should rest, and we can discuss everything tomorrow. Very well. Nodding obediently, he watched her return to the couch, his outstretched hand retracting silently. The following morning, Muyu sought out paper and ink, spending the entire morning creating a detailed array of portraits to present to Luo Li. He pointed to one of the women. This is her. This is the Empress's most favored consort. She only took him with her during her escape. Perhaps there was some affection there. And this one is her trusted aide. Pointing at each portrait, Muyu meticulously explained. Luo Li listened intently, her gaze deepening as she examined the only male figure among them. Does the Empress truly have a weakness? How fortuitous! Commanding her subordinates to replicate these portraits, she instructed them to distribute copies among her sisters, ensuring that if anyone spots any of them, they must report immediately. And remember, do not alert the enemy. Second in command, understood. Aware that this was related to the sensitive information Luo Li had mentioned yesterday, the second in command did not inquire further and promptly set about the task. Ultimately, the chief undoubtedly had her reasons for her actions. Watching the second in command depart, Muyu's expression softened somewhat. Do not worry, we will find her. Luo Li spoke soothingly. Yes. However, locating someone who is desperately hiding is not an easy task. With the search organized and the wedding date approaching, preparations for the banquet also needed to be made. Soon, Luo Li began bustling about the stronghold, personally overseeing the wedding arrangements. Red silk, festive lanterns, and invitations were all crafted by her own hands. In the past, he had always meticulously managed these details for her. Now, it was her turn. Truthfully, the feeling of marrying a husband is distinctly different. It is an entirely unique experience. To prevent Muyu from discovering the preparations too early and spoiling the surprise, Luo Li had intentionally instructed him to spend more time playing with the 2 young lords, advising them to remain within the village. Time swiftly passed, and the wedding day arrived. On June 23rd, Weifeng Zhai was filled with joy. bowed to heaven and earth, bowed to the high hall. The entire stronghold, down to the foot of the mountain, was awash in festive red. Guests filled the hall, drums and gongs resounding in a jubilant clamor. Today, Muyu donned a celebratory robe, his youthful red attire less reserved and more vibrant. Similarly, Luo Li wore a wedding gown, her long hair adorned with a red hairpin, exuding a strikingly elegant demeanor. The newlyweds bowed to one another. Standing atop a high platform before the altar, they turned to face each other, exchanging a smile before bowing deeply. With the final words of the officiant, the guests rose to congratulate them. Congratulations to the chief. Greetings to the esteemed lady. Here, the term esteemed lady is equivalent to wife. Hearing this address, Muyu turned to Luo Li, his eyes sparkling with joy. Today, there will be an abundance of food and drink. Let us indulge. Luo Li, akwari dalikta, spuka tsarafuli. Come, chief, let's raise a glass in honor of you and the esteemed lady. Very well. On the wedding day, there was no avoiding the revelry. Luo Li and Muyu took turns toasting the guests. Once they felt it was sufficient, Luo Li suggested that Muyu return to rest. You should head back. I will take care of them. Understanding Luo Li's concern for his well-being, Muyu did not refuse. Just be sure to drink sparingly and take care of yourself. Very well. The young lord's reminder made Luo Li smile. As Muyu stepped away from the festivities, he did not return directly home, but instead stood atop the stronghold. Gazing at the endless sea of red joy below, his eyes sparkling like stars, a smile gracing his lips. When the guests departed, night had already fallen. Luo Li remained mindful of her limits, avoiding intoxication, yet she felt slightly dazed. However, upon returning to the bridal chamber, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The master has returned. The young man, clad in red nightwear, approached her with a smile in his eyes, reaching out to grasp her waist and leading her toward the bed. Luo Li, somewhat dazed, acquiesced until a sudden realization jolted her awake, and she flipped him onto his back. I want to be on top. Very well. A muffled response, his voice hoarse, his ears flushed crimson, and not just his ears. His entire being was enveloped in a rosy hue. The celebratory candles in the room burned throughout the night. The next day, as Luo Li awoke, she met his smiling gaze, and inexplicably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The master has awakened. I had someone prepare water for you, he said, shifting slightly, revealing the marks of their passionate night together. You need not trouble yourself. I can manage. As he attempted to rise, Luo Li hurriedly called out to him. However, as soon as he moved slightly, a sharp ache surged through her waist. She nearly succumbed to the urge to support her waist with her hand. But since he was still watching, she ultimately refrained from doing so. Being on top as a woman had its advantages, yet it was taxing on her waist, especially given his formidable strength, which was somewhat overwhelming for her. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, she noticed that he still appeared quite energetic, and she could not afford to show any signs of weakness. After all, as the mistress of the household, where would her authority be? What was wrong with the mistress? Did she feel unwell? He gazed at her innocently, concern evident in his eyes. Luo Li shook her head and waved her hand, assuring him, I'm fine. You should rest a while longer. There's nothing pressing today. After dressing, she stepped outside, finally unable to resist the urge to rub her waist. Why was it different from what I had imagined? It was always her who suffered the strain. Grumbling, she turned and entered the adjacent washroom. By the time they awoke, it was already afternoon. Time had passed swiftly, and nightfall approached. Observing Muyu diligently massaging himself, Luo Li curled her legs. Mistress, do you find Muyu's skills satisfactory? His voice was clear and gentle, soothing to the ears. Yet, he had turned mischievous. Where was the promised waist massage? Mistress, is Muyu's technique lacking? Seeing her bite her lip in silence, he softly called out again. Very well. If listened to closely, one could detect a tremor in her voice. Muyu has learned much. Tonight, will the mistress give it a try? He revealed a sketchbook hidden beneath the pillow, his innocent eyes sparkling as he smiled at her, resembling an enchanting male spirit. All right. That gaze was indeed hard to resist. Chapter 228. She only lacked a husband to rule the fort. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wedding feast, Luo Li intentionally stoked the flames of conflict among the factions. As expected, within a couple of days, the outcome emerged. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the 4 managers from the 2 factions returned to engage in fierce combat, with some dead and others injured, making them unfit for their positions. Luo Li joyfully appointed 2 of her own subordinates to take over the managerial roles of the 2 factions. With that, There were no longer qualified individuals beneath the third manager to replace him, and naturally, the position of the third manager became vacant. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. Now, with the second manager and herself at the helm of the Wei Fengjai, there was no need for another power-sharing figure. She had no desire to cultivate another third manager. Big manager, we have leads on the individual depicted in the portrait. When the second manager arrived, Muyu was dining with Luo Li, and upon hearing this, he dropped his chopsticks in surprise. The second manager looked momentarily stunned and somewhat confused. How careless. Luo Li naturally picked up the chopsticks and pulled Muyu's hand over, wiping away the soup splatters with calm composure. Where is he? He is in Huacheng, 50 miles away. A wealthy merchant moved there half a month ago, claiming to expand his business here. Our subordinates have confirmed that 2 individuals from the portraits have been seen entering and exiting this merchant's residence. The others have yet to be spotted. The sisters in Huacheng have secretly kept watch. You haven't visited Huacheng yet. Shall we go take a look together? Upon hearing this, Luo Li turned to Muyu with a smile and asked warmly. All right. After Luo Li's words, Muyu had regained his composure and responded with a gentle smile. Gather the sisters, prepare the carriages, and set off immediately. Seeing this, Luo Li pulled Muyu to his feet. Yes, the sounds of galloping carriages echoed along the mountain path as Muyu clenched his fists, glancing outside repeatedly. Luo Li noticed his anxiousness and gently pried apart his nearly pinching fingers, patting his hand lightly. I want to run away, so don't worry. Her voice was soft yet somehow reassuring. Muyu nodded, calming his emotions. Soon after, the group finally arrived at Huacheng, where they were led by the Faction S representatives to the Merchant S mansion. At a tavern on the street corner, Luo Li and Muyu stood behind the window, gazing at the carriages before the mansion. A man wearing a veil descended from one of the carriages, and the guards at the mansion S in trance bowed to him. Yang Sujumem. With a single glance, Muyu recognized him as the one his so-called mother favored the most, Yang Guejun. Little did he expect that the empress would abandon the entire palace and all her subjects, fleeing with only him. Yet in the end, he had not even been granted a proper title. Is it true? Observing Muyu's expression, Luo Li inquired. Yes, it's him. If he is here, she must be as well. Our subordinates have been keeping watch here for 2 days. The activities within the mansion seem rather peculiar. The lady and this Yang Sujun rarely make public appearances. Our subordinates also recognize 2 individuals from the portraits among their staff. Today, the lady did not leave the mansion, and since Yang Sejun has just returned, all the people in the mansion should be present. Our subordinates have already entered the city, concealed and on standby, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Although Luo Li and Muyu's silent communication was somewhat incomprehensible, the leader of the Huacheng faction still reported everything he knew. Good, well done. Have you ascertained the location of their storeroom? As bandits, their expertise lay in locating valuable items, and she trusted her subordinates to do so promptly. Ahem, our subordinates had only just arranged themselves inside, and there was nearly an incident. The leader of the Huacheng faction coughed slightly, speaking honestly. They only knew that Luo Li intended to find someone, but were unaware of the reasons behind it. However, since the other party was a wealthy merchant, they were always eager to rob from the rich to help the poor. While infiltrating the mansion to gather information, they had instinctively sought to locate the storeroom as well. No matter, it's of no concern. Once we enter the mansion, we will thoroughly search the main courtyard. This fish has swum all the way from the capital S treasury. It is quite plump. It's getting late. Let us close the city gates. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, both the leader of the Huacheng faction and the second manager's eyes brightened. Yes, they immediately sprang into action, securing the city gates and gathering their forces. They understood the big manager's intentions, to rob the wealthy. This was something they were quite familiar with, and it was a big catch. They felt a surge of excitement. Mistress, are you planning to charge in and forcefully rob? Muyu, understanding the situation, couldn't he help but express his surprise. Yes, I'm a bandit. Isn't that what bandits do? The Huacheng faction and the people Luo Li had brought were concealed nearby, and soon the second manager and her team returned with everything arranged. Big manager, everything is ready. Luo Li nodded and took the signal flare from the Huacheng faction leader, launching it into the air. With a whoosh, a bright red flare illuminated the sky. The insiders who had infiltrated the mansion's interior brightened at this sight, skillfully retrieving fire sticks from their pockets and setting nearby flammable materials ablaze. They were astute bandits. They had grown accustomed to such tactics. Each time an insider entered the mansion, they would arrange several individuals of various identities, carrying a small bottle of strong liquor and a fire stick. They would ignite a fire upon seeing the signal, regardless of what it was, as long as it created chaos. Moreover, splitting into several teams would create greater commotion, making it easier to escape. Everyone was well practiced, and the fires they set were both large and fierce, a hallmark of Wei Feng Zhai's proficiency, and the coordination was seamless. Soon, flames erupted in several places within the mansion. Fire! Fire! The guards inside the mansion immediately fell into disarray upon witnessing this. Let us go. Seeing this, Luo Li quickly regrouped with the sisters below and, amidst the chaos, charged directly into the mansion. The unprepared guards were no match for them, but the elite soldiers did possess real strength. Realizing something was amiss, they swiftly protected the Empress and Yang Sujun, intending to withdraw from the mansion. However, the entire estate had already been surrounded by the Wei Feng Zhai, making escape impossible. Even if they managed to escape, within 100 miles of Wei Feng Zhai's territory, Luo Li had already made arrangements, ensuring they would not survive to leave. Your Majesty, be careful. Who are you? The Empress pulled Yang Sujun behind the esteemed commander of the elite troops, casting a fierce glare at Luo Li. At that moment, Mu Yu, adorned with a veil, failed to recognize her. Is it not obvious? How can you not see it? Luo Li chuckled lightly, raising her hand to glance at her sisters, arching an eyebrow as she spoke. What poor eyesight! Even a bandit as blatant as this one eludes your notice. The second-in-command offered a scathing remark. Shall we just dispose of her then? She's an eyesore, unseemly. The Lord of Hua Chang discerned Luo Li's disdain for the individual and coldly interjected. Impudent! At this, the elite troop leader barked back, his face contorted with anger. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Who do these mountain bandits think they are to disrespect Her Majesty? Oh, how eager this dog is to bark, the Lord of Hua Chang retorted with an indifferent smile. Adding another jab, might there be a misunderstanding? Perhaps we should sit down and discuss this. The Empress was no fool. She quickly regained her composure, realizing she was on the territory of Wei Feng Zhai, where such arrogance could only be displayed by its people. Misunderstanding? There is none. I simply find you displeasing. Attack! Luo Li sneered, immediately commanding the second-in-command to charge forth with a machete, with the Lord of Hua Chang following suit. It's been a while since we pulled off a big job. This is quite exhilarating. The excitement in the second-in-command's voice was unmistakable. Stay grounded. The Lord of Hua Chang cautioned, though her own tone betrayed her thrill. They had just heard those individuals refer to that woman as Your Majesty. This heist would undoubtedly be bountiful. After all, it was treasure from a national treasury, and there had to be a significant amount, the thought of which stirred their excitement. My lady, observing the unfolding battle, Mu Yu felt a pang of concern. Do not fear. Noticing Luo Li carefully shielding Mu Yu, the Empress narrowed her eyes. Go capture that man, she whispered to a nearby attendant. Upon receiving the order, while both sides were engaged in battle and unable to notice, a group swiftly encircled Luo Li and her companions. Their eyes fixated on Mu Yu. Kill! Came a low command, and they surged forward. Luo Li, feeling impatient at the approaching figures, gripped her machete tightly. Zentli Ryushurin mu igreku. It's nothing. As her words fell, the machete scraped against the ground, igniting sparks as she swung it, sending several attackers flying, even knocking down those behind them. The sounds of retching filled the air as a few coughed up blood. The Empress watched in shock, as did the elite troop leader. Come, I shall take you to catch mice. Yet Luo Li continued to hold Mu Yu's hand, laughing and chatting amiably. With her innate strength, her combat prowess was remarkable, not to mention her mastery of exceptional martial arts. Armed with her machete, she carved a path with ease. This was precisely why the second-in-command and her allies could charge forward without hesitation. Their unwavering loyalty to Luo Li as the chief was rooted in her undeniable capabilities. Chapter 229. She only lacks a bandit husband. Understanding Luo Li's intentions, the second-in-command and the Lord of Hua Chang both advanced, deliberately striking at the elite troop leader. Come on, let us compare skills. The elite troop leader realized their aim was to draw him away, so he remained in a defensive stance, protecting the Empress resolutely. Your Majesty, I am terrified, Yang Sujun whimpered, cowering behind the Empress. But the very person who had just comforted him now ignored his plight entirely. Damn it, outnumbered. The elite troop leader had been cornered with the Empress, but but the second-in-command proved difficult to shake off, and with no avenue for retreat. She had no choice but to retaliate. General Tion, seeing the elite troop leader retreat, the Empress called out, "What are you shouting about? Is the Empress so powerless that she must hide behind others? Why don't you take up a sword and fight?" At that moment, Luoli had already dispatched the hindrances and closed in, sneering. Raising her machete high, she aimed directly at the Empress. "Your Majesty, no." With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. Yang Sujun turned in disbelief to the Empress, while both Luo Li and Mu Yu froze momentarily. Luo Li had not intended to end the Empress's life with a single blow. She calculated that she would need to inflict at least 1,000 cuts. This strike was merely meant to graze the surface and intimidate, but she never anticipated that the Empress would push someone forward to absorb the blow. "Isn't this the one who professes to love me? Huh, you are deceiving me. You will face retribution." Just as Luo Li had surmised, Yang Sujun suddenly came to a realization, recognizing himself as the punchline of a cruel joke, and erupted into a maniacal laugh, vociferously cursing the Empress. When he called out her title, he had already been prepared to leap forward and take the strike, yet it was the Empress who had forcefully shoved him forward. This was the one who claimed to love him, and he had genuinely believed her, especially since she had only taken him away, leading him to think she loved him. But in the end, she could abandon her own child without a second thought. How could she genuinely love anyone? The only love she harbored was for herself. As his thoughts spiraled, Yang Sujun glared at the Empress, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. No, it was not intentional. The fearsome gaze and piercing curses unsettled the Empress, causing her to shake her head, muttering repeatedly, "Stay back. Do not come any closer." When she saw Luo Li approaching, she shouted out in desperation, "Scum!" As Luo Li's words fell, the Empress's tendons were swiftly severed, rendering her limp on the ground. The speed was so swift that even the sensation of pain did not have time to register. By the time the Empress regained her senses, she lay incapacitated like a lifeless dog, the overwhelming agony forcing a wail from her lips. "Ah!" The cry was laced with infinite suffering. "You wretched cur!" Having momentarily evaded danger, General Tion turned to witness the scene that made her blood boil, raising her long sword to strike at Luo Li from behind. Thud! As she charged a few steps, she suddenly halted, staring in disbelief at the sword protruding from her chest. Her eyes wide in shock as she gazed upon the figure who had just discarded her veil. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. With a thud, Muyu hurriedly dropped the sword she held, trembling as she sought refuge behind Luo Li, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with panic and innocence. "She was just trying to kill the lady, and I was frightened," Luo Li remarked, the second-in-command, while the Lord of Hua Cheng added, "The chief's little husband is rather formidable. How did he manage to kill with a single thrust, yet still appear so pitiful and tearful? Men are truly terrifying." "It's all right, you did well." Observing Muyu's demeanor, Luo Li spoke softly to reassure her. "It's fine. If she is dead, then she is dead. Just wipe your hands." Producing a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, Luo Li gently wiped Muyu's hands. The formidable General Tion had caught Luo Li's attention, and she had intended to spare her life in hopes of utilizing her later. However, given her fiercely loyal disposition, she seemed more trouble than she was worth. Death would suffice. "Chief, second-in-command, Lord, the forces in this residence have been entirely dealt with. However, the coveted treasures remain unfound. With the strongest already dead, the minor players posed no threat. The entire estate lay in disarray. Aside from the Empress, who was clinging to life, everyone else had been efficiently dealt with." Hearing this, Luo Li surveyed the courtyard, seeking any hidden chambers or secret rooms. They had all heard the calls for the woman. There must be something of value. Indeed, upon receiving the command, her sisters immediately commenced a thorough search. Having been soothed, Muyu obediently stood behind Luo Li, her gaze fixed on her. "Mu, is that you? I am your mother Empress. Please save me." The veil that Muyu had worn had fallen when she had just evaded the blade, and now, as she caught her breath, the Empress finally recognized her. Unable to move, she could only exert herself to call out. However, with each cry she uttered, Muyu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Seeing this, Luo Li gestured for the others to disperse, leaving the space for them. Big chief, I can tell you where the treasures are hidden. Will you spare me?" Luo Li regarded her coldly, remaining silent. The entire residence was already under their control. Was it necessary for her to provide such information? As if divining the answer from Luo Li's gaze, The Empress quickly turned to Muyu for assistance. Yue, I am your mother Empress. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. Save your mother. As her words fell, Muyu could no longer restrain himself. He turned, retrieved the long sword from the ground, and forcefully plunged it into the Empress's left arm. Do you still know you are our mother Empress? From the day you abandoned the kingdom, how could you not realize your identity? Do you know how painfully my sister and the others suffered? How dare you claim the title of Mother Empress? How dare you take on the revered title bestowed upon you by the people? Withdrawing the sword, he struck again and again, his vision turning crimson. Do you know? Your cries for help sound so familiar to me. The sword struck down once more, piercing her legs. On the day you caused my father and mother to perish, I knelt in front of the palace, begging and pleading for you. But what were you doing? You were reveling with those men, living in debauchery every night. Did you hear the moment when my father cried out in pain, saying how much it hurt? Did you spare him? With each thrust, he pierced her arms, her legs, her body, the crimson blood staining his white garments as he numbly continued. The Empress stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath, yet somehow clinging to life, enduring the torment. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Her body was riddled with wounds, blood pooling around her. Yet she still fought for breath. Her eyes were wide, unable to utter a single word, but she was suffering to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, Muyu trembled, tears streaming down his face. At the final strike, Luo Li seized the sword from Muyu's hand and ended the Empress's life. Killing one's mother defies the heavens. So she took on the burden of that last blow. Mu Igreku. As he suddenly fainted, Luo Li panicked. Go fetch a doctor. Ensure all the bodies here are dealt with. When Muyu awoke again, a day had already passed. They had returned to the main camp, and everything within that mansion had been thoroughly cleaned. The treasures and famous paintings brought from the palace were hidden in a secret chamber, unearthed by the second-in-command, leading to great satisfaction among the subordinates. Wife, you are awake. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, Luo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor mentioned that his fainting was caused by overwhelming emotions, and the time of awakening was uncertain, causing Luo Li much worry. He smiled gently and nodded, his gaze carefully surveying her. Do you feel any discomfort, my wife? That day he had lost consciousness and was unaware of the situation. Unable to see if she had sustained any injuries, he only remembered that during the battle, she had been covered in blood. Me? Em fine. Em okay. Luo Li replied earnestly, shaking her head. By the way, I had someone burn that person. He paused, lightly affirming without elaborating. Seeing this, Luo Li also refrained from discussing the topic further and assisted him in rising. I had someone prepare porridge. You should drink some. Let's eat together. All right. As both instinctively turned to glance at each other, they paused, sharing a smile. With matters settled, the two visibly relaxed in the following days. Perhaps having shown Luo Li's most vulnerable side, Muyu began to open up more, especially during the night, employing various playful tactics. Wife, I've finished studying this sketchbook. Shall we try another one? I think this page is quite nice. What do you think? Luo Li's mind had gone blank, and she could only nod. Who starts before asking for opinions? Do you prefer it lighter or heavier? Looking at the cheeky and teasing husband, Luo Li raised an eyebrow and smiled, turning over. That question should be directed at you, husband. As summer faded away, autumn arrived. The mountain bandits, accustomed to living off the land, often organized hunting trips. This season was just right for it. With a swift shot, an arrow struck a wild chicken firmly to the ground, followed by two more arrows that found their marks, none missing. Luo Li and her subordinates were momentarily stunned, not expecting Muyu to possess such skill. Excellent. What great archery. Coming back to their senses, everyone cheered excitedly. Such a remarkable leader. He is perfectly suited for our chief. In the world of mountain bandits, strength spoke volumes. Compared to the delicate chief, they preferred two equally formidable leaders. Witnessing Muyu's prowess deepened their admiration for him. Wife, I had no idea you was so skilled with a bow. Watching Muyu approach her, Luo Li beamed with joy. I secretly learned from my sister, Muyu replied with a shy smile. Shall we have a competition? Perceiving the excitement in his eyes, Luo Li raised an eyebrow in suggestion. All right, second sister, please light some incense. You arrange the others while we go and return quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Li turned to relay instructions to the second-in-command before meeting Muyu's gaze, both of them spurring their horses into the forest. Clad in red like fire and in white like snow, they rode with an exuberant spirit. This must be the legendary couple blessed by the heavens, perfectly matched. Observing their retreating figures, the subordinates couldn't help but chuckle. They set a time limit based on the number of hunts, and before long, the two figures emerged from the woods once more, this time clearly with Luo Li bringing back more game. However, Muyu had also gathered a fair share, far surpassing many on his first hunting attempt. Yu possesses great talent. It seems my title as the top hunter of the Weifeng stronghold may soon be in jeopardy. You jest, my wife. In response to Luo Li's half-compliment, half-tease, Muyu maintained a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling as they rested on her. Haha, sisters. Thank you for your hard work today. We'll go down the mountain to buy wine and celebrate tonight. All right. Thank you, Chief. Everyone cheered joyfully. That evening, a bonfire was lit in the stronghold, and the game they had caught was being roasted over the fire, sizzling and emitting an enticing aroma. The atmosphere was lively, filled with singing and dancing. Come, Chief, and you too, my lord, I toast to you. The second in command, already flushed from drinking, grinned broadly as he raised a toast to Luo Li and Muyu. They both smiled and raised their cups in response. However, just as the cup reached Muyu's lips, he suddenly paused, as if sensing something. He grimaced and dry-heaved, turning pale in an instant. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Li immediately set down her cup, turning to call for a doctor. Muyu shook his head, initially wanting to stop her, but then hesitating to speak. Hurry. The second in command seemed to realize something and hurriedly urged the nearby subordinates. There was a doctor in the stronghold, skilled in medicine, who quickly arrived. He felt unwell earlier. Can you check him? Yes. The female doctor immediately examined Muyu, but the results showed that he was in good health. Then, please check the pulse of the chief, Luo Li began to say, but Muyu softly interrupted her. Luo Li? She looked bewildered, but didn't say anything further, extending her hand toward the doctor as well. She felt perfectly fine, eating well, and feeling robust. But the doctor's reaction left her somewhat apprehensive. What is it? Upon seeing the female physician suddenly frown, Luo Li's voice carried a hint of panic. Congratulations, esteemed leader. You are over a month pregnant. Luo Li. With a look of astonishment and a touch of joy, she glanced at her belly, while Muyu appeared somewhat expectant, though his delight was unmistakable. Congratulations, esteemed leader. The subordinates below quickly reacted, joyfully cheering. The esteemed leader is pregnant, which means their little village chief will soon make an appearance. The fetus is stable, and I will prepare some herbal remedies to alleviate any discomfort during the pregnancy. Listening to the physician, Luo Li was bewildered. She was pregnant, and Muyu was to take medicine? Thank you, doctor. Before she could say more, Muyu had already expressed his gratitude to the physician and handed over a piece of reward silver. Today is a day of great joy. All sisters present will receive a month's bonus. The celebratory banquet will last for 3 days. Coming to her senses, Luo Li also smiled and chimed in, feeling wealthy and delighted. The crowd erupted in cheers. Thank you, esteemed leader. Congratulations to the esteemed leader and the noble consort. Chapter 231. She only lacks a strong husband later. After a conversation with Xiao Bai Kai, Luo Li learned about the workings of this matriarchal world. Here, women still bear children, but the bond between the infant and the father is profound, linked by blood and mutual sensing. During pregnancy, women experience no discomfort. All symptoms and pains of childbirth are borne by the men, including the agony of delivery. Their connection to the child is particularly strong. However, Xiao Bai Kai did not anticipate the extent of this phenomenon. Muyu had already known even before the pregnancy was confirmed. Hence, the physician had prescribed medication for Muyu. Luo Li understood this feeling. It was quite pleasant yet somewhat heart-wrenching. Is it better now? She asked anxiously as she sent someone to fetch some sour candied fruits. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head, placing his hand gently on Luo Li's belly. Dear wife, we have a child. Do you prefer a boy? Sensing something, he paused momentarily and suddenly asked, his tone tinged with nervousness. Yes, Luo Li answered without hesitation. I want a boy like you. He will surely be adorable. Of course, if he resembles me, that will be fine too. Regardless, he will not be unattractive. Stepping outside, they will be the most glamorous family of beauties. Amused by Luo Li's words, his expression relaxed significantly. I also wish for a daughter resembling my dear wife. Gently caressing Luo Li's belly, he spoke softly, his gaze filled with tender affection. Host, you are carrying twins, Xiao Bai Kai suddenly interjected. Luo Li then understood the subtext of his words, lazily leaning against his chest. If our children misbehave in the future, I shall be a strict mother, and you will be the kind father. We will educate them together, shall we? All right, he replied with a smile, agreeing without reservation. Then it settled. Thereafter, Luo Li truly experienced the advantages of being a woman in this world. Throughout her 10 months of pregnancy, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Symptoms such as back pain or swelling were non-existent. The fetus grew healthily, and apart from her belly swelling, her body underwent no other changes. She felt light and had a hearty appetite, with no signs of unease. However, he had become somewhat thinner due to a lack of appetite, and for reasons unknown, the system's medication she provided him with did not seem effective. One evening, after a period of comfort, Luo Li finally sensed a reaction in her belly, a dull pain. However, this sensation quickly subsided, and Mu Yu's face turned pale with worry. "Call the physician. Bring my wife to the delivery room." Gritting his teeth, he commanded in a low voice, "Mu igiriku." As he observed the surrounding people swiftly making arrangements, Luo Li held his hand, sensing her own anxiousness. He displayed his usual gentle smile, reassuring her. "It's nothing. Mu Yu will stay with you." He did not release her hand, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Dear wife, first have some soup." Although the pain of childbirth was alleviated, it still required strength, and she needed to replenish her energy with medicinal soup. "You should drink some as well." Luo Li did not refuse, drinking some while discreetly dissolving a pain-free pill into the soup before handing it to him. Seeing him obediently drink it, she felt relieved. Yet, for some unknown reason, his face remained pale throughout the process. Hours later, the sound of 2 robust infants crying resonated in the delivery room. Both inside and outside the room sighed in relief upon seeing 2 rosy babies, and Mu Yu momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. "Dear wife, it's a sister and a brother." His previously pale complexion now radiated warmth, and his voice was soft. Luo Li, also sweating, glanced at the 2 children and smiled. The babies, perhaps influenced by their parents, ceased their cries and grinned widely. As the early morning sun rose, warm light enveloped this cozy family of 4. "Does it still hurt?" Seeing the beads of sweat on Mu Yu's forehead, Luo Li raised her hand, her eyes betraying her concern. Xiao Baikai confirmed that the pain-free pill had taken effect, yet he still broke out in a cold sweat, which puzzled Luo Li. Meeting her gaze, he simply chuckled and shook his head. "It's not painful. Dear wife, since we just witnessed the sunrise, shall we name the children accordingly?" The sun symbolizes rebirth, vitality, and hope, embodying justice, confidence, and courage, making it a beautifully meaningful choice. They had been contemplating names for the children for a while, but had yet to settle on any. The recent appearance of the sun's rays seemed perfect. "All right." Luo Li nodded as she cradled the little bundles. "The sister will be called Luo Zhao Zhao, and the brother will be named Luo Yang." Luo Yang sounds like a place name. Let us think of another character for him. Luo Li mused, feeling that calling him Luo Yang was not quite right. If he were to inherit his father's surname, calling him Mu Yang would be more fitting. Yang, shining brilliantly, Mu Yu suggested almost instantly. Luo Li's eyes lit up. "That's great." Thus, they decided on the names for their children, exchanging smiles. 6 years later, after Luo Li had given birth to the twins, the second-in-command had also welcomed 2 children within 3 years, and now they played together with Zhao Zhao and Yang. Watching the group of little bundles of joy frolicking in the village, Luo Li leaned against Mu Yu, swinging her feet. "Mu Yu, even mistel tulatet. I feel Zhao Zhao resembles you more while Yang looks like me." These 2 are fraternal twins. The saying that sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers holds true. They initially wanted a mini version of each other. "Then shall we have 2 more? Mu Yu raised an eyebrow in suggestion. Wow, sister, you hit me." At that moment, during their playful antics, little Zhao Zhao accidentally punched her brother, causing him to cry out immediately. Smack! Wah! But soon, it was Zhao Zhao who was crying as her brother retaliated with a swift smack. The siblings were at it again. Seeing this, Luo Li trembled and quickly shook her head, pulling Mu Yu away. "No, we can't have 2 little troublemakers. It would be a nightmare." These 2 little rascals inherited Luo Li's genes, and at such a young age, they were already strong. Now, at 6 years old, the siblings had already bested every child in the village aged 4 to 7, garnering quite a following. If they disagreed, they would fight, being born just minutes apart. Neither would yield to the other. Moreover, perhaps due to their twin nature, they insisted on having everything identical. The same hairstyle, the same clothes, and even the same portion sizes at mealtime. Managing these 2 little troublemakers left Luo Li feeling overwhelmed. With both hands full, she found it impossible to help either. "Mama, Papa." The 2 little ones, crying in distress, turned to seek solace but quickly realized that their parents, who had been present moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the couple that dashed back into the courtyard breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by the ordeal. From somewhere, Muyu produced a new sketchbook, tugging at her attire as she led him toward the bed. According to my dear wife, we shall not engage in any disputes. We shall only study the sketchbook. Her waist was in jeopardy. Yet, after years of marriage, he had indeed made significant progress with the sketchbook's techniques and was attentive in his service. Well, this sketchbook is not without its merits. My dear wife should apply herself. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in affection points. The little one confined in the dark room. Xiao Bai Kai silently counted on her fingers. On their wedding day, Muyu's affection level surged to 85. Upon learning that Luo Li was pregnant, it leaped to 95. And after the birth of their 2 children, it reached 99. The remaining point was gained slowly and unpredictably, and now it was finally complete. The world was at peace. Chapter 232, the Temporal Management Bureau. In the main chamber of the Temporal Management Bureau, amidst an expanse of blankness, a figure clothed in dark robes lay upon a transparent ice bed. His pallid face bore long, thick lashes that fluttered as if he were enduring immense suffering. His slender fingers clenched tightly, and as he struggled, he finally opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars. He stood tall, elegant as a jade orchid, his features exquisitely painted. Little host, you have awakened. A boy with chestnut short hair appeared before him, adorned in a shirt featuring a whimsical carrot that seemed out of place, contrasting sharply with his sunny demeanor. The man, still reeling from the pain of childbirth, nodded slightly, as if he had not fully returned to his senses. So this is the agony of bringing a child into the world. Uncle Carrot, where is my brother? Has he not yet brought back my sister-in-law? As Mo Moonyen regained his composure, he quietly inquired. Not yet. Your sister-in-law refuses to forgive him. However, thanks to your intervention, the situation in the demon realm is stable, so there is no need for concern. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mo Moonyen asked, what of my mother and father? Have there been any updates? None. Since you entrusted the demon realm and the bureau to you and the little host, Uncle Carrot has been unable to contact them. The demon realm and the temporal management bureau had originally belonged to Mo Moonyen's parents, but they had ventured off to explore the small worlds long ago. The 2 realms were then placed in the hands of the 2 brothers, with the elder managing the demon realm left by their father, while the younger brother oversaw the temporal management bureau founded by their mother. However, after the elder brother pursued his wife with fervor, the demon realm was also entrusted to Mo Moonyen. Being the only single one at the time, he found himself burdened with concerns from both sides, and in his eagerness, he risked overexertion. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him, for it led him to find a wife. The thought of Luo Li brightened his eyes further as he approached the system screen, scrutinizing the situation. Does she know I have awakened? Observing Luo Li, who was also resting in the system space, he was unable to tear his gaze away. Suddenly, he broke into a radiant smile, unable to contain his joy. She is unaware, but our little one has informed her that you are just one piece away from being whole again. Uncle Carrot had not anticipated his early awakening. They had all believed that he would require all the pieces to reunite. However, considering his prowess in single-handedly conquering the demon realm, bringing about a millennium of peace through a single battle, Uncle Carrot could understand. Reflecting on the wayward children of the demon realm, he felt a twinge of regret. Their fates had been dire, and the memories sent a shiver down his spine. Please keep an eye on my body, Uncle Carrot. I must check on her. No sooner had he spoken than his body collapsed to the ground, a glimmering light escaping him and vanishing into the small world. Uncle Carrot was momentarily stunned, resigned to placing the body back on the ice bed. Indeed, he remains as spirited as ever, reckless and exuberant. Despite his words, his expression was filled with affection and lightness. Isn't this splendid? Unlike his brother, who is embroiled in a tumultuous pursuit of his wife. Just then, a man with rabbit ears appeared beside him, chuckling. That is true. Nodding at Luo Tu's remark, Uncle Carrot crossed his arms. I heard you refer to your little one. When shall we tell the child that we are its fathers? Raising an eyebrow, Luo Tu continued. Uncle Carrot replied, let's wait a while. At least until it has completed this task. The child must grow independently and not rely too heavily on us. Otherwise, it may become complacent, just as I did when I knew I had the main deity as my father, nearly causing trouble for the host. However, it had been quite some time since the main deity had vanished along with the host. Seemingly understanding Uncle Carrot's unspoken thoughts, Luo, too, smiled. Very well, as you wish. Why name a little one by Kai? Because rabbits love carrots and cabbage. Guagua. This is a sequel. The previous one focused on the male lead's parents, with Uncle Carrot being the system of the male lead's mother. If you find it confusing, you can refer to the last few chapters of the previous book. Their systems do not give birth like humans, but rather extract shared energy from two systems to create a new system as their child. Xiao Bai Kai is the offspring of Uncle Carrot and Luo Tuesday. However, as mentioned, Kai Kai is still unaware of her true origins. Chapter 233. How could a beauty mislead her life? With 1,000 points, 30 merits, and 60 fortune. Huh. Xiao Bai Kai was bewildered, unable to comprehend, utterly astonished. Luoli was equally perplexed. This world grants considerable fortune points. Xiao Bai Kai not that. Indeed, and there are no reasons provided, but it matters not. What has been given must be accepted. Ha ha ha, kindred spirits. She shared the same sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the screen, someone beamed with delight at her joy. It seemed he had underestimated the amount. Had he known she would be this elated, he should have bestowed more. As Luo, Li, and the others prepared to venture into the next world, he too hastened to follow. Points: 208001000, 21800. Fortune: 37060, 430. Merits: 40030, 430. How could a beauty mislead her life? That is merely the clamor of the inept. After reviewing the original narrative, Luo Li scoffed. Before the mirror, she meticulously groomed her brows, each gesture and smile captivating hearts. With enchanting tear moles and alluring peach blossom eyes, her bewitching figure showcased her essence as a seductress. Lia, are you ready? It will soon be your turn to take the stage. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. A woman clad in heavy makeup entered, accompanied by the sounds of song and dance from outside. With delicate fingers, Luo Li brushed her lips with color and smiled at her reflection. All set. This tale unfolds in an alternate era reminiscent of the warlord period of the Republic of China. The original protagonist's parents had passed away early, and due to her striking beauty, she was taken in by Qian Yang to be nurtured at the Bai Lum Man. With her exceptional looks, she quickly garnered the title of the most beautiful woman. Her enchanting voice and graceful demeanor captivated all who beheld her, creating ripples of admiration. Qian Yang had been wronged by men and had endured much. She imparted many lessons to the original protagonist, faced with the affections of numerous suitors. The original protagonist remained discerning, skillfully navigating the myriad of admirers while remaining untouched. She focused solely on her duties as the headliner of Bai Lum Man, prioritizing profit over frivolities. Yet, it was said that mere observation could not yield profound understanding. The resolute original protagonist was ultimately swayed by a life-saving act of kindness, loosening her heartstrings. In this tumultuous era, street gunfights have become a common sight. One fateful day, the original protagonist inadvertently found herself caught in the crossfire. The bullets do not discriminate. In that fleeting moment, she nearly fell victim to the chaos. It was the male student who had long pursued her who saved her life, shielding her from a bullet that struck his left arm. This act of bravery was significant, not to mention the fact that he had crafted a devoted persona, having admired her for a lengthy period, constantly supporting and pursuing her. Thus, the original protagonist began to soften, and through a series of subsequent encounters, she gradually developed genuine feelings for him. However, the sincerity of a man's affections is often undervalued. At the moment he shielded her from gunfire, he may have truly liked her, perhaps even loved her. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the absolute power at play. Due to her striking beauty, many had their eyes set on her. After a well-known older gentleman, having seen the original protagonist, approached the male student, he was offered a substantial reward to deliver her into the gentleman's embrace. Consequently, she became the 10th concubine of this powerful man. Upon discovering the truth, the original protagonist was shattered, her heart torn as she confronted the male student, demanding an explanation, only to receive a few callous remarks in return. The singer is merely a pretty face, essentially no different from a courtesan. What worth do such women have? I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe my affections? He flaunted his unblemished arms, claiming that he had merely acquired paint on his clothes while painting that day. Did you honestly think I saved you? Do you think you deserve it? Each word struck the original protagonist deeply, revealing that what she believed to be love was nothing but an illusion, and the debt of gratitude was a mere facade. Shortly thereafter, The powerful man fell gravely ill and unexpectedly passed away, leaving his territory without a leader. The news spread like wildfire, and chaos erupted as everyone sought to claim a piece of the former lord's power. Before his demise, the original protagonist, who had ensnared him, became the scapegoat for all that transpired. His subordinates blamed her, likening her to a seductress of the chaotic times, believing her beauty had led to the downfall of their leader and the suffering of countless innocents. She deserved to die. Ultimately, she was bound and drowned in the icy waters of a river. I wish for his demise, and for the powerful man's as well. All who have wronged me shall meet a wretched end. Luoli emerged in a striking red cheepow, instantly silencing the bustling dance hall. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted with excitement, calling out her name. Lia, the enchanting maiden, has arrived. Her eyes sparkled like water, and a smile graced her lips, captivating all. As the music played, Luoli blended into the throng of dancers, her vibrant figure swaying gracefully at the center of the dance floor, drawing all eyes upon her. With skin as smooth as jade and a figure that blossomed like a flower, she shone radiantly. Her gaze swept across the audience, locking onto a man clad in a black turtleneck student outfit, a smile curving on her lips. The man momentarily froze, then quickly returned her smile with a sense of pride, lifting his head as if to flaunt before those nearby. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the cold disdain hidden within Luo Li's eyes. Every movement of Luo Li was observed, and this scene was not lost on an older man in military attire, watching from above. His eyes gleamed with desire when looking at Luo Li, yet brightened further as he glanced at the male student. Excellent, excellent. Another dance. After her performance, patrons showered the stage with money, throwing silver notes and coins at Luo Li's feet. The sisters on stage and the money manager beamed with delight, while Luo Li maintained her usual gentle smile, saying little. Thank you for your support, but I've grown weary from dancing. I shall sing for you shortly. The money manager, filled with joy, responded eagerly. Very well. The audience remained expectant, showing no dissent. As long as it was a performance by Luo Li, they would revel in it regardless of whether it was dance or song. In truth, these were all prearranged. As the headliner of the Bai Luo Men, Luo Li had at least 3 performances each night. However, to create the illusion that her opportunities were scarce, the money manager would only mention additional performances if the audience's contributions were substantial enough. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a gentle spring breeze that warmed all who heard it, enveloping them in its emotional embrace. Yinshi stood above, his gaze fixed on the woman at the center of the stage. After a prolonged moment of silent admiration, a smile graced his lips, his starry eyes twinkling. Truly, her reputation precedes her, he murmured before turning to leave. Suddenly, a notification echoed, startling the woman on stage, who subtly scanned her surroundings but could not catch sight of him. Sister Lier, that young man has come again. He is waiting outside the back door. After stepping off the stage, Luo Li returned to the backstage area to change and remove her makeup. Just as she finished, her fellow performers came to relay the message. Everyone at Bai Luo Men knew that the male student had saved Luo Li, and she was deeply grateful, which only intensified their bond. Thus, her friends conveyed the message with a hint of flirtation. All right, I understand, Luo Li replied, pausing her actions and smiling bashfully in line with the original protagonist's demeanor. However, not far away, the money manager, having overheard their conversation, furrowed her brow and approached Luo Li. Are you not ready yet? They're urging you outside. Hurry. She placed a hand on Luo Li's shoulder to hold her in place, addressing the others nearby first. Once everyone had exited, she turned to Luo Li with a disapproving look. Lier, please do not think me meddlesome. Men cannot be relied upon. Keep your wits about you. Although that young man saved you, he may not only seek to repay you with his body, accumulate some money to repay him, and find opportunities to return the favor. Such matters concerning one's life should be carefully considered. From the money manager's perspective, she sensed that the male student's character might not be trustworthy. However, seeing that the original protagonist had already become somewhat entangled, she could only offer this gentle warning, not wanting to be seen as the villain who would incur resentment. At this point, the money manager had already cautioned the original protagonist several times. Yet, in the end, she remained blind to the truth, leading to her unfortunate fate. Rest assured, money manager, I understand the situation. Acknowledging the money manager's good intentions, Luo Li responded gently. After removing her makeup, she resembled a pristine lotus, devoid of seduction. radiating purity and beauty. Seeing her like this, the money manager chose not to press further. As long as you are aware, I shall go check on the others. With that, the money manager departed to attend to her duties. Indeed, the original protagonist's feelings towards the money manager were complex. She felt gratitude for the guidance she had received, yet she regretted not heeding the money manager's advice more closely. Above all, she felt guilt for the money manager's sincere efforts and good intentions. Watching the money manager's retreating figure, Luoli sighed softly, picked up her exquisite handbag, and walked towards the back door in her high-heeled shoes, her eyes filled with disdain and impatience. However, as she opened the door, all traces of her distaste vanished in an instant. She merely offered a faint smile to the person waiting on the street. On stage, clad in her vibrant red cheapao, she resembled a passionate red rose. Now, adorned in a gentle, understated dress reminiscent of a refined lady, she appeared like a delicate white tea flower, radiating an entirely different kind of beauty. Li'e. Suppressing the unpleasant feelings this address evoked, Luo nodded gently, presenting a tender smile. Have you been waiting long? Yang Ning gazed at her smile, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head to regain his composure. Not for long. Recalling the individual with whom he had just conversed, he cast a subtle glance over Luoli, concealing his intentions beneath an inscrutable demeanor. That sounds delightful. Where shall we go today? I long for a more tranquil place to linger for a while, Luoli suggested in a seemingly casual manner, clearly noting the flicker of excitement and delight in Yang Ning's eyes. Although the original persona had maintained contact with Yang Ning, they had always kept a respectful distance, frequenting lively venues filled with people, ensuring that he did not take undue advantage. Furthermore, having just concluded a transaction with someone else, he was currently pondering how to create an excuse to lead Luoli to a less populated area. Hence, upon hearing Luoli's words, it was as if the stars had aligned perfectly for him, filling him with elation. Nevertheless, he continued to feign an innocent and demure facade, appearing exceedingly bashful. If that is the case, shall we take a stroll along the riverbank? It is quite peaceful there in the evening, with the moon reflected upon the water surface, and one can enjoy the sight of countless lights from the bridges. His words were delivered with an air of artistic flair, almost as if he possessed a wealth of literary talent. Had it not been for the fleeting glimmer of greed and cunning that flashed in his eyes, Wally might have been entirely deceived. Such hypocrisy was truly distasteful. Yet, when it came to the art of performance, Luoli had never faltered. Very well, she responded, mirroring a shy demeanor, nodding obediently and taking small steps to follow him. It was evident that his excitement intensified as they walked. Indeed, after a brief stroll by the river, he could no longer contain himself. The thought of this woman, so close yet untouched, being offered to another was something he found hard to accept. After all, Luoli was truly a stunning beauty, a rare gem that one could hardly hope to encounter. Seizing the opportunity at hand, he resolved to indulge himself first before parting with her. During their leisurely walk, he glanced at Luoli's hand multiple times, wishing to take it in his own, only to have her feign ignorance and evade his advances each time. This left him somewhat dissatisfied as he surveyed the diminishing crowd around them, and without further hesitation, he slowed his pace to fall behind her, stealthily retrieving a handkerchief he had prepared earlier, ready to make his move. Does your injury still cause you pain? To his surprise, Luoli turned to him at that moment, posing the question. Quickly concealing the handkerchief, he chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Ah, it is much better now, no pain at all. There is no need for you to worry. He responded dismissively, already contemplating his next opportunity. Though there were fewer people around, the night was quiet, and should Luoli sense something awry and call out, he would find himself in considerable trouble. Is that so? Luoli halted, tilting her head and smiling at him, her smile radiating an otherworldly beauty. Even after witnessing it countless times, he found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at her in a daze. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and he widened his eyes, just as a familiar handkerchief was pressed over his mouth. No pain, you say? That simply won't do. You must suffer, for you have feigned injury for far too long. It would not be right otherwise, would it? The specially concocted sedative rendered him unconscious, yet his mind remained lucid. Luoli's gentle whispers lingered in his ear, sending chills down his spine as the sharp pain of a blade pierced into his shoulder. She showed no signs of hesitation, delivering blow after blow until his body was riddled with wounds, her eyes unblinking. Just as she had declared, she wished for him to endure unimaginable suffering. But why? Had she uncovered something? How did she know? Yet he had not even had the chance to act. Enduring excruciating pain, he struggled in agony, managing to emit only a few pitiful sounds. Luali disregarded his struggles, retrieving ropes from the hands of a nearby figure, binding him tightly as though he were a lifeless animal, dragging him toward the water's edge and fastening stones to him before pushing him into the depths. Helpless to resist, Yang Ning could feel everything distinctly, aware of his descent into the water, experiencing the pain coursing through his body and the suffocating sensation. The awareness of death engulfed him, leading his heart to crumble under sheer terror. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to fight back. With all his strength, he finally managed to open his eyes. But soon after, his breath ceased, his face contorted in agony, eyes wide open in death. Luali stood at the water's edge, coldly observing as the last bubbles faded, confirming his demise before turning to leave the scene. Notification: the original persona's task completion rate is at 50. With Luali's departure, the area lay deserted, and all traces on the ground were swiftly cleared away. Yang Ning had been waiting for the crowd to disperse, just as she had been. Luali, ever meticulous, remained pristine after disposing of the scum, her attire still immaculate and untainted. Just before her figure completely vanished, 2 points of white light emanated from her, landing on the ground and transforming into 2 identical replicas of herself. The puppet of Yang Ning successfully rendered Luali unconscious, escorting her into a carriage waiting in the alley. Having purchased the puppet talismans from an indeterminate world, she had just the right number left for this occasion. As she maneuvered the 2 puppets toward the general's residence, she hurried back to the bailment. Her puppets were about to execute a significant operation that evening, and she needed to ensure her presence was sufficiently established before the crowd, providing ample evidence of her alibi. As for the puppets, 2 ephemeral beings that would vanish once used, who could definitively say whether they were human or ghost. In any case, it was not Luali's doing. Upon returning to bailment, Luali fortuitously encountered Qian Yang. Glancing towards the direction of the performance hall, she initiated the conversation. Qian Yang, are they still busy inside? I just noticed 2 carriages parked outside. Are there esteemed guests? Shall I go up and add 2 more performances? Seeing Luali return so early today took Qian Yang by surprise, yet it resolved her immediate concerns. What brings you back so soon? I was just about to send someone to find you. Indeed, there are a few distinguished guests who have come specifically to see you. They just requested your presence. Quickly change your clothes and make sure to put on a good show. Understood, Qian Yang. Luali responded with a smile, swiftly changing her attire and re-emerging on stage. There, she spotted the esteemed guests, each adorned in fine clothing, evidently of considerable status. As her gaze swept across the group, it settled on the only man clad in a white robe, adorned with spectacles. After her performance concluded, she descended the stage and approached Ji Yinshi directly amidst the astonished stares of the audience. Young master, is this your first visit? How did you find my song? Seating herself beside him, she spoke with a melodious tone, her voice crisp and charming, her smile utterly enchanting. The audience was taken aback to witness her initiative in engaging with a guest. Qian Yang hesitated momentarily, but upon glancing at Ji Yinshi, she refrained from further comment, subtly cautioning Luali against any indiscretions. Noticing Qian Yang's silent signal, Luali obediently nodded and blinked, assuring her that she was aware of the boundaries, eliciting Qian Yang's relief. Watching the woman seated before him, subtly exchanging glances with Qian Yang, Ji Yinshi found the situation amusing. Very well. However, he maintained a composed exterior, simply responding to Luali's inquiry. In truth, he felt somewhat peculiar today, having previously witnessed her performance and departed. He found himself inexplicably drawn back upon receiving an invitation from others. Do visit again, young master. He was not particularly loquacious, and Luali did not press him further, merely ordering 2 bottles of foreign wine for him, leisurely accompanying him in drinks. Although he observed Luali's behavior, he said nothing and did not refuse her, leading Luali to raise an eyebrow in subtle triumph. It was well known that the cost of these beverages was not insignificant, and they would certainly be charged to him. Would he truly indulge her so? Yet, upon noticing the watch on his wrist, Luali understood. He was evidently a man of means. By the way, I still do not know your name, young master. In a bid to assert her presence, she hesitated momentarily before casually initiating a conversation. Yangtze, with his magnetic voice and the appearance of a refined aristocrat adorned with spectacles, exuded an air of aloof elegance. However, upon closer inspection, the youthful visage beneath the lenses was strikingly tender, particularly his chestnut eyes that sparkled mischievously when he squinted, reminiscent of an affectionate and clinging neighborly brother. Such a melodious name, she mused with a gentle smile. Why does Miss Lee only offer wine to Yinchi? We too desire some. The gentlemen accompanying Ji Yinchi had come to this place, primarily due to their admiration for Luo Li. They were taken aback when she chose to descend from the stage and sit beside them. But their surprise quickly turned to envy as they noticed her engaging solely with Ji Yinchi, prompting them to chuckle politely. A gathering of handsome men, with Luo Li among them, turned this venue into a focal point of attention, as everyone recognized her presence in the dance hall. Seizing the opportunity presented to her, Luo Li graciously accepted the offer. I apologize if I've been remiss. What would you like to drink? Just like him, she suggested. Upon hearing Luo Li speak, the men smiled more broadly and responded casually. Unlike Ji Yinchi, these young gentlemen were remarkably conversational. After a series of exchanges, Luo Li gleaned their general backgrounds. Each one hailed from notable lineages. They were either scions of affluent families or heirs to prestigious pharmaceutical enterprises or even scions of military families. Each possessed a distinguished lineage, and their presence in the city was due to the upcoming birthday celebration of the elder of the Ji family. However, what astonished her most was the Ji family's profound background. She recalled from the original owner's memories that after the demise of the esteemed elder, the city fell into chaos for a prolonged period until the Ji family intervened to restore order, consolidating their territories. The Ji family's influence was formidable, and although they resided in the same city, the former esteemed elder had never dared to encroach upon their domain. Ji Yinchi was indeed a member of the Ji family. Fear not, Yinchi merely takes time to warm up. He is reserved when meeting new acquaintances, but he becomes quite talkative once he becomes familiar, they explained. Assuming Luo Li felt uncomfortable with Ji Yinchi's cool demeanor, Ji Yinchi merely cast a silent glance at the speaker, who immediately fell silent. Observing this, Luo Li flashed a charming smile and raised her glass. It is not easy for us all to gather here, so I raise a toast to everyone. Cheers! Luo Li shifted the topic, and the conversation seamlessly flowed to other subjects, leaving behind discussions about Ji Yinchi. Watching her delicate fingers grasp the wine glass as she consumed drink after drink, Ji Yinchi furrowed his brow slightly. Bring forth a fruit platter, he instructed, raising his hand to signal a passing attendant. When they resumed drinking, he refrained from further comment, merely placing the fruit platter before Luo Li. The others nearby looked on in astonishment, surprised that the young master of the Ji family exhibited such tenderness. Thank you, young Master Yinchi, Luo Li expressed, pausing to meet his gaze with a radiant smile, graciously extending her gratitude. While engaging in lively conversation with those present, she discreetly manipulated her puppet. Chapter 236. How could a beauty misjudge her life at the residence of the esteemed elder? Elder, I have brought the person you requested, Yang Ning inquired with a smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation and greed as he regarded the rotund old man before him. The elder waved his hand impatiently, his gaze fixated on Luo Li, who lay unconscious on the bed, as if he longed to pounce on her immediately. Rest assured, my word is my bond. Arrangements have been made for you. Now, be gone. Yang Ning complied with a chuckle, casting one last lingering glance at the unconscious Luo Li before exiting with others, closing the door behind him. The elder, eyeing the woman who lay in a stupor, revealed a yellowed grin and beckoned the remaining individuals nearby. You all may leave as well. After glancing at the woman on the bed, the vice commanders nodded, preparing to exit. Where do you think you're going? All of you stay. Just as they were about to act, an ethereal voice resonated through the room. The previously unconscious Luo Li rose from the bed, smiling at the astonished elder before suddenly seizing his neck with one hand. The nearly 200-pound old man felt as light as a child in her grasp. The elder struggled to free himself, his throat producing a guttural sound. At that moment, the two vice commanders finally regained their composure and raised their guns toward Luo Li. Release the elder, she scoffed, tightening her grip instead of relenting. With no other choice, the two vice commanders fired at her to save their superior. Yet, to their astonishment, her reflexes surpassed the speed of the bullets, and she pivoted, using the elder as a human shield. Blood oozed from the elder's mouth as he sustained 2 gunshot wounds. Elder, the vice commanders exclaimed, both frightened and alarmed, but before they could react further, Yang Ning appeared unexpectedly, charging at them. The sound of 2 gunshots echoed, leaving 2 lifeless bodies with bullet wounds in their skulls on the ground. Yang Ning had orchestrated a covert transaction with the elder, ensuring that the individuals involved were few. After dispatching the two vice commanders, the puppet's visage became obscured and its attire transformed. In the darkness of the night, the onlookers could scarcely discern their true appearances. The elder is in trouble. Hurry! The commotion drew the attention of others outside, who rushed in. They beheld two figures dragging the elder out step by step, as if they had a specific purpose, gripping their guns with unwavering resolve directed at the onlookers. In response, a barrage of gunfire erupted, but the elder served as an unwitting shield. Regardless of how carefully they aimed to avoid hitting the elder, the bullets inevitably struck him. Before long, the elder was riddled with fatal wounds. At this point, the puppets finally released the bloody corpse. What now? The elder is dead. What now? We have killed the elder. The sight of the elder's lifeless body sent the onlookers into a panic, the eerie scene invoking primal terror. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the two puppets unleashed their wrath, leaving no survivors from that night. Everyone who had wronged the original owner was met with retribution. Soon, terrified screams echoed through the air. How is this possible? The bullets couldn't hit them. What manner of monsters are they? The macabre scene sent chills down their spines. They are ghosts. They're ghosts. Finally, someone broke down, shouting as they fled. But escape was futile. None who had wronged the original owner could evade their fate. In a mere half-hour, the residence of the esteemed elder transformed into a bloody massacre. Ghosts. They're ghosts. Luo Li had initially controlled the puppets to act, but an overwhelming wave of resentment surged from the elder's residence, intertwining with the chaos. Ultimately, the two blood-soaked puppets, their faces obscured, dissipated into a cloud of smoke before the terrified onlookers. Hearing the commotion, many rushed to witness the spectacle, and upon witnessing the scene, several bystanders fainted from fear. It was the dead of night, drenched in blood, compounded by the horrifying specter that vanished before their very eyes. Even those with the steeliest nerves could not withstand the terror. Soon, news of the haunting at the elder's residence, along with the demise of the elder and his vice commanders, spread throughout the city. The Balu men also caught wind of the news, and upon hearing it, Luo Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, only to be steadily caught by Ji Yanqi behind her. Indeed, controlling the puppet talisman remains as exhausting as ever. I'm utterly drained now. Lear, are you all right? Her appearance startled those around her. Just a little scared. Thank you, young Master Yanqi. Luo Li shook her head, seeking an excuse to mask her discomfort. After speaking, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she timidly addressed Ji Yanqi. My legs are weak. Could you escort me backstage? Given the situation, it would take her a while to recover. Were it not for her sheer determination, she might have fainted on the spot. As she spoke, she sensed him stiffen momentarily. After a brief silence, he finally acquiesced, gently lifting her into his arms. The person in his embrace was extraordinarily soft, exuding a faint floral scent mixed with a hint of alcohol, truly intoxicating. Her breath brushed against his chest, and with her glistening eyes gazing up at him, he could not help but glance down, feeling an inexplicable heat rise within him, his ears turning crimson. Turning his head aside, he hurriedly returned her to the backstage area. But Luo Li reached out to grasp him. Her delicate hand slipped into his palm, causing his heart to flutter. Wait a moment. What is it? He knew he should pull away, yet for some reason, he remained still, allowing her to hold him, the tips of his ears burning. The commander is dead. Chaos is sure to ensue in this city, and I am somewhat afraid. In the original plot, the commander did not die this early. But Luo Li truly wished for him not to linger too long, as it would be too lenient. Being shot dead by his subordinates would be an acceptable fate. Yet, she feared the butterfly effect could be significant, so she pondered whether the Ji family might act preemptively. There will be no chaos, he replied softly. Her eyes were genuinely captivating. When she looked up at him, it seemed as though her heart and gaze were already filled with him, drowning in deep affection. This made him hesitant to gaze too long. Really? Hearing his words, Luo Li felt reassured, yet still feigned unease as she spoke. She clung to him as tightly as her weakened state allowed. Her grip was light, and he could easily break free with a single movement. The gentle tone of her voice conveyed her reliance on him. With an awkward expression, he finally released her hand. Rest well, he added softly before turning to leave. Luo Li silently watched his retreating figure until he disappeared completely. Kai, has he awoken? Is it the great demon lord? Not yet. There has been no news from the main god. We should wait until we bring back the overlord of this world before he can awaken, I suppose. Upon hearing Luo Li's question, Xiao Bai Kai appeared somewhat confused but answered truthfully. Luo Li nodded. choosing not to elaborate further. However, deep down, she sensed something different. Although her affection level stood at merely 5, the rapid beating of her heart while in his embrace had left her feeling quite peculiar. It should be noted that in the past, with such a level of affection, he could remain unperturbed. Chapter 237. How could a beauty misjudge a lifetime? Leah, how are you feeling? Just as Ji Yinshi had left, Qian Yang and the others returned. Observing Qian Yang's worried expression, Luo Li smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I simply had a bit of alcohol and was startled. I just need to rest a little. After carefully assessing her, Qian Yang finally felt reassured. That's good. You were quite astute today. If we can retain those distinguished guests, our business at Bai Lo Men will surely flourish. Upon hearing Qian Yang's words, Luo Li remained silent, merely smiling in response. Soon, the news of the haunted commander's residence and the commander's demise spread like wildfire. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Li. Those who had witnessed the puppet wearing her face in the commander's residence had already perished, and the rumors outside only spoke of hauntings. She continued to enjoy her role as the headliner at Bai Lo Men. Moreover, Ji Yinshi indeed kept his word. Within a few days, the matter was suppressed, and even those seeking to seize the opportunity to create chaos were firmly restrained. All this transpired because the elder of the Ji family was preparing for a grand birthday celebration, desiring peace. Before long, news emerged that the Ji family had taken over the commander's residence, and the selection of the new military governor was pending. This time, the Ji family's actions could be described as iron-fisted, suppressing all others. However, ordinary citizens like Luo Li remained oblivious to the true power behind the Ji family. Leah, hurry and prepare. That young Master Ji is coming. Just as she was pondering, Qian Yang suddenly rushed in, her voice filled with excitement. That day, Ji Yinshi and his companions had spent a considerable sum at Bai Lo Men, and Qian Yang had profited greatly. Seeing him arrive was akin to witnessing moving currency. How could she not be delighted? Is he still with those young masters? Luo Li asked, her tone brightened. No, he has come alone. Good. Upon hearing this, Luo Li nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Since that night, he had escorted Luo Li backstage. He had not returned, and though there had been ongoing news regarding the Ji family, it had been quite a while since she last saw him. Adjusting her freshly curled hair, Luo Li changed into a new outfit. She donned a high-slit black qipao adorned with subtle patterns, complemented by a white fur shawl. A vintage black netted hat adorned her hair, partially obscuring her expressive eyes. Each movement accentuated her enchanting charm, standing under the stage lights. The patterns on her qipao highlighted her graceful figure, drawing many gazes. "Leah is so beautiful." Luo Li sang splendidly today. The applause from the audience grew louder, and Luo Li simply smiled gently, her melodious voice echoing throughout the ballroom. As her gaze swept across the audience, it ultimately settled on a private box upstairs. Locking onto Ji Yinshi's eyes, with a smile curving her red lips, she greeted him. He paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Watching her dressed so elegantly, his mind involuntarily flashed back to the day she nestled in his embrace, petite and soft. His thoughts halted abruptly as he abruptly turned his head away, his earlobes flushed. The applause resounded like a storm. Just then, she had already turned to leave the stage. In the blink of an eye, another performer had taken her place. He lowered his head, stroking the Bodhi ring on his finger, his gaze concealed beneath his lashes, pondering something unknown. A knock at the box door interrupted him, and the attending servant, glancing at his expression, turned to open the door. Sister Leah. Upon seeing the visitor, the servant greeted her. Ji Yinshi turned his head at the sound, meeting her gaze directly. You can go about your business. I will take care of things here. Each private box had its dedicated attendant, and upon hearing this, the attendant said nothing further, nodding before stepping out. Luo Li gracefully approached Yi Yangs, standing beside him as they both watched the performance on the stage below. Young Master Yinshi, it has been quite a while since you last came. Were you pleased with the song I just sang? The song Luo Li had performed was requested by Ji Yinshi. It was delightful, observing her natural closeness. He slightly turned away, offering a sincere appraisal. Her voice truly is unique and captivating. Her singing effortlessly draws one in, making it difficult to escape. Were it not for her performance on stage, her current tone was gentle and sweet, distinct from her singing, yet both possessed their own charm. So, what would young Master Yinshi like to drink today? She sat beside him, propping her chin on her hand, her silk-gloved fingers brushing against her cheek, smiling as she inquired. He once again turned his head, avoiding their gazes, clearing his throat twice. Is there coffee? Luoli was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Yes, we do have it. However, it is quite rare for someone to come to a dance hall for coffee. Luoli pressed a button beside her, causing the small light at the door to illuminate. Shortly thereafter, a waiter entered, and she leaned in to whisper instructions into his ear. Observing her actions, Ji Yinshi instinctively began to caress the ring on his finger. Please wait a moment, young Master Yinshi. His words were indeed few. Previously, there had been a few more exchanges to ease the atmosphere. Now, with just the two of them, the conversation consisted of her asking questions and him responding, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the air. Loli lifted her coffee cup to her lips, narrowing her eyes slightly. Having previously feared that her lip color might smudge the cup, she had toned down her lipstick, diminishing the allure and flamboyance of her appearance, making her resemble a contented cat. Yet, when she set the coffee down, her movements were strikingly graceful, akin to a cat that is both elegantly poised and playfully proud. Clearing her throat, she shifted in her seat, revealing her slender, pale legs from beneath her skirt. The stark contrast of black and white fabric particularly striking. He momentarily faltered, diverting his gaze, and draped his jacket over her legs. It's chilly. Loli turned to look at him, but he had already returned his attention to the stage. Thank you. Amused by his reaction, Loli expressed her gratitude, but he did not respond. The two remained silent, watching the performance for quite some time before he finally stood to leave. He had arrived quietly and departed just as silently, leaving Loli somewhat perplexed by his demeanor. However, glancing at the stack of banknotes left on the table, she smiled. It seemed she had earned quite a sum, which would surely please Qianyang. The following day, at the same hour, Ji Yinshi returned once more. He ordered another of Lo Li's songs, still in the familiar private room. For half a month, this had been their routine, with him speaking very little and Lo Li always searching for topics to discuss. Having grown bolder with their repeated encounters, Lo Li glanced at the man below and naturally leaned closer, just as he was unprepared and thought she would merely take her usual seat beside him. She boldly sat upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. He noticeably stiffened, his pupils dilating in shock. This is rather improper, he managed to utter with difficulty. Lo Li was taken aback. He appeared to be the quintessential young gentleman who had previously embraced her. Why was he saying this now? Unwilling to relent, she leaned in closer, gazing up at him. He remained silent, his body tense, not daring to move, even slightly. Lo Li could hear the rapid, disordered rhythm of his heartbeat. She loosened her grip, letting her fingers glide from his neck down to his chest, speaking leisurely. But it doesn't seem like that here. He turned his head away, lips pressed tightly together, his ears turning crimson. He lifted his hand, only to drop it again. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He could only speak to her in a hushed tone. What matters? Is it convenient for me to accompany you? Her eyes sparkled with innocence, her tone soft and coaxing. As her words fell, she could feel his body temperature rise significantly, and he hastily stood, cradling her waist with his arm. It's not appropriate. After a brief pause, he caught her gaze again, lowering his head. I will come again another day. Once again, he slipped away. Lo Li watched him depart from the balcony, letting out a soft huff. Coward! Qianyang, hearing the commotion, hurried over, standing behind Lo Li with concern. Liar! Why did young Master Ji leave so early today? He just arrived not long ago. Nothing happened in the private room, did it? Worried about this generous patron who frequented their establishment, Qianyang looked at Lo Li with unease. Lo Li withdrew her gaze and smiled reassuringly at her. It's nothing. He has matters at home. Is it simply that he was scared off? No big deal. Oh. Seeing Lo Li respond so calmly, Qianyang felt relieved. Well, there's nothing going on in the hall today. You haven't had a break for over half a month. Would you like to go out for a stroll? After all, the original owner was essentially raised by Qianyang, who had a fondness for her, always providing Lo Li with the best of everything, allowing her free time. All right, Lo Li would certainly not decline a break. She returned to her room to change, donned her small bag, slipped into her shoes, and stepped out. Qianyang, I'll be back later. As she left, she called out to Qianyang again. Qianyang watched her with a smile, pride gleaming in her eyes. With no one else around, she spoke candidly. Look at the girl I've raised. This demeanor, this grace, to be honest, none of the esteemed young ladies in this city can compare. Indeed, the girls nearby, who had watched Lo Li grow up, laughed and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lo Li was experiencing her first truly leisurely stroll through the bustling streets of the Republic era, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Every corner here is truly a perfect spot for photographs, she murmured, speaking to her companion. Kai, can you take a couple of pictures for me? The system can enhance them, and we'll buy some snacks to save for later. Sure, Kai replied cheerfully, ready to be the exclusive photographer for the day. All for the delicious street food. They wandered about, collecting delectable treats to store away, while Kai captured countless beautiful photos of Loli, both enjoying the day immensely. Until they passed a cafe and witnessed a scene through the glass. Just leaving the Bai Lumin, Ji Yinchi sat in the cafe, still in the clothes he had worn earlier. His expression was impassive as he sat, his gaze fixed on the coffee before him, not glancing around. Opposite him sat an unfamiliar girl dressed in a charming little dress, her demeanor sweet and her gaze clearly filled with affection. As she spoke animatedly, Ji Yinchi responded with polite nods, his demeanor icy. Loli halted in her tracks, her bag of chestnuts falling to the ground as she stared in shock at the scene before her. Once she regained her composure, she expressionlessly picked up the fallen chestnuts and turned to leave. At that moment, Ji Yinfeng, Ji Yinchi's driver waiting not far away, was startled to see Lo Li as well and quickly glanced back at the cafe scene, panic rising within him as he hurried towards the cafe. Just as Lo Li bent down to gather her things, Ji Yinchi turned his head and caught sight of her. His body stiffened, and glancing at the girl opposite him, he instinctively muttered an apology before rushing out after her. Young master, Miss Liar just saw you on a blind date in the cafe. The driver exclaimed as he caught up. There was no time to elaborate. Ji Yinchi chased after Lo Li, unsure of why he felt such urgency, yet acutely aware of his growing anxiety and his desire to prevent any misunderstandings. With a swift stride, Lo Li angrily cracked open a chestnut, as if venting her frustrations. Host, I've discovered that this blind date was arranged by the Ji family. The girl was chosen for him by them. He had previously declined many times, but today he was tricked into coming. Kai explained the situation. Lo Li replied coolly, cracking open another chestnut. Seeing his expression, she sensed something was amiss. He was certainly not there by choice. However, that did not diminish her irritation. How infuriating, just moments ago he was saying it was improper to embrace me. And now he yes on a blind date with someone else? Hearing familiar footsteps approaching from behind, she paused her chestnut cracking, but chose to ignore it, resolutely walking onward. The sound of cracking chestnuts grew louder. Miss Liar, Ji Yinchi called out, his body inexplicably tensing as an unfamiliar chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly called out to stop her. Li finally halted her steps and turned around, noticing his eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. He instinctively glanced back at the cafe. Young Master Yinchi, what brings you here? Weren't you just accompanying a friend? The way she emphasized the word friend was notably light, yet it resonated with a weight that rendered him flustered. Not a friend, he hastily clarified. However, he hesitated, realizing that further explanation might complicate matters and lead to misunderstandings. Even if he were to explain the truth, it would seem as if he was shifting the burden onto his family, lacking in responsibility. Contemplating this, he found himself at a loss for words. What is it? Yet Lo Li maintained her smile, gently inquiring. Yet Jianxi could clearly sense her displeasure, and an overwhelming panic surged within him. Please, don't be angry. After a prolonged silence, he softened his tone, gazing at her with trepidation, almost pleading. Lo Li paused, biting her lip in frustration. Suddenly, her anger dissipated by half. Who could understand? Yet, she feigned confusion, asking, Young Master Yinchi, what are you talking about? Why would I be angry with you? He met her gaze, and as he looked in her eyes, he suddenly felt his ears flush, and his responses became tangential. Regarding your question, Atlamun today, I have come to realize that I must indeed harbor feelings for you. At this point, even if he were dense, he had come to understand his emotions towards her. If it were not love, why would he be so anxious about her possibly misunderstanding him? He could not pinpoint when these feelings had blossomed. Perhaps it was the first time he saw her on stage, adorned in red like a vibrant rose, radiant and captivating. Or perhaps it was later when she confided her fears to him backstage. It could have been during those moments spent alone together, or even just moments ago in the cafe, when he caught sight of the hurt in her eyes as she turned away. He could not untangle these thoughts. Yet he clearly recognized that every encounter with her was vividly etched in his mind, precious and distinct. Ultimately, with flushed ears, he struggled to express himself. Lo Li paused once more, comprehending his meaning, and internally clenched her teeth. She felt manipulated, her anger having vanished entirely. Wasn't this akin to a confession? Who could remain upset under such circumstances, especially when faced with his strikingly handsome countenance? It was as if he understood her profoundly, despite her expression remaining unchanged. He knew she was no longer angry. Seizing the moment, he began to explain himself earnestly. Do not misunderstand me. After the matter was addressed, he gazed at her with a soft, yearning expression. She perceived correctly. Within him lay a younger brother who yearned to be coddled. Lily found herself unable to feel any anger, completely charmed by his demeanor. Yet, she also recognized a sobering reality from the situation. She was reminded of something that compelled her to confront the truth. Gathering her thoughts, she looked at him and spoke softly. How could I misunderstand? I am merely a songstress, and Mr. G has arranged for you a match of equal standing. At her words, he was taken aback, staring at Lily with shock, a painful ache blossoming within him. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. However, as she turned to leave, he resolutely followed in her wake. Step by step, they maintained their distance, walking in silence for a long while until they returned to Go back. There is no need to see me off. Her voice was as gentle and melodious as ever. It pierced his heart. Without waiting for his response, she entered through the door. He stood there at the threshold, lost in thought for quite some time, until the soft patter of rain began to fall, and the driver approached. Young master, it is time to return. Jinshi lifted his head, hearing the familiar voice, and he caught sight of a familiar figure retreating, accompanied by an oil paper umbrella. Lily stood behind the door, quietly listening to the sounds outside. I will resolve this. She heard his voice addressing her, yet she did not respond, only tightening her grip on the handle of the umbrella, until the sounds of cars faded away, leaving an eerie silence. Suju, Xiaobita nestled on her shoulder, its face a picture of confusion. It sensed the heavy emotion surrounding both its host and Jinshi, which were deeply somber. It could not comprehend. It felt as though a weight pressed upon its chest, making it hard to breathe. Why? His numbers had just soared significantly. Why is he not happy now? Everything seemed fine just moments ago. Suddenly recalling something, it paused. Is it because of the information about the G family that Kai shared with the host? Loli snapped back to reality, gently patting its head. It's all right. It will be resolved. Her response was somewhat evasive, yet it stemmed from her awareness of the information she had received. She was not the type to be restrained or overly formal. However, in this world, his family truly loved him dearly. Yet her identity bore an irreconcilable enmity with the G family. Having come to this realization, she thought it better to address the issue now rather than allow it to fester, to resolve it sooner rather than later. That night, at the G family estate. Bang. Ji and Shi, do you know what you were saying? She is merely a girl from Bang. Do you know how your parents died? How can you face them? The elder Ji trembled with rage, struggling to articulate those filthy words. The thought of his son's untimely death caused him immense grief. His cane fell heavily to the ground as he glared at Jinshi, who knelt before him, nearly blinded by anger. If you do not like the match we arranged, I will refuse it immediately, so you need not suffer. I would rather you fell for some ordinary girl, even if her family is less reputable. We are in a new era. I can accept that. You are usually so sensible, which is why I seldom interfere. But how can you? Your parents died at the hands of a songstress. How can you possibly harbor feelings for one? Tears welled in the elder G's eyes, blurring the line between anger and sorrow. Jinshi looked up in shock, bewildered by his grandfather's words. Grandfather, what are you saying? At the time of their parents' death, Jinshi was but a child, not yet 4 years old. The family had never spoken of it, leaving him in ignorance of the cause. The G family had discovered that their parents had fallen victim to a songstress, not due to lust, but rather through a moment of weakness that had cost them their lives. Though they had uncovered that the songstress was manipulated by others, the painful truth remained embedded deep within them. Even if they understood it was not the fault of others, that bloody wound was still fresh. Please, invoke the family law. After a deep, piercing gaze at Jinshi, the elder G inhaled sharply and resolutely closed his eyes. As long as I am alive, you and that songstress shall never be. In the days that followed, Jinshi did not appear, yet Loli could always catch a glimpse of his familiar silhouette at the street corner from the balcony, though he would quickly depart each time. She heard that he had angered the elder G and had been punished, uncertain if that slender frame could withstand it. As she pondered, she noticed him glancing her way, their eyes meeting from a distance. He indeed seemed thinner than before, his complexion somewhat pallid. However, before she could act, a figure appeared beside him, speaking urgently in his ear, causing his expression to shift. As if aware of her gaze, he turned back, giving her a deep look. His eyes were complex. Just as Lee thought he would silently leave again, he suddenly broke into a smile, radiant as the gentle sun in winter. illuminating the heart with its brilliance. He opened his mouth, and Luoliai deciphered his meaning from the shape of his lips. "Wait for me to return." These 4 brief words caused her heart to plummet. When she regained her senses, his figure had already vanished, leaving the place eerily vacant, as if no one had ever been there. "Host, it's chaotic, truly chaotic." It was not an internal strife. The frantic voice of Xiao Baikai echoed in her ears. His elder brother had sustained severe injuries on the front lines, and he was determined to go there. A jolt of shock coursed through her heart. The white shawl on her shoulders slipped away as she turned to glance in the direction of his disappearance, before swiftly descending the stairs. After 3 days of meticulous planning, she arranged everything for Qianyang and her sisters at the Bai Lumin, disregarding Qianyang's dissuasion, and single-handedly joined the war at the front lines. Renowned throughout the city, the captivating songstress concealed her identity, becoming an ordinary female comrade, striving on the front. In the midst of the turmoil of war, Luoliai finally comprehended the forces backing the Ji family. Among the 3 most powerful figures of the current era, her brother was one of them, so how could the leader not be wary? Initially, the position of the military supervisor, which had become vacant, was intended for Ji Yinshi to take over, yet he declined. Instead, he resolutely chose to head to the front lines, assuming his brother's role and sending the injured sibling back to the Ji family to recuperate. With the outbreak of war, there was a pressing need for someone to stabilize the situation at the forefront. The leadership position could not remain vacant. Yi Yangxi, born into the Ji family and influenced by his elder brother since childhood, was the most suitable candidate. Luoliai was not far from him, yet he remained unaware. The front lines were tumultuous and busy, where blades and guns were merciless and left no room for sentimental attachments. They were each preoccupied with their own tasks, and this busyness turned into a span of over half a year. Now Luoliai served as a frontline rescue nurse. She spent 500 points to purchase a spiritual spring from the system, though the water, when diluted, could not miraculously heal flesh and bone. It significantly increased the survival chances of the soldiers. A resounding explosion echoed as ammunition detonated nearby, flames erupting and shells raining down. Yet, Luoliai remained unflinching as she continued to bandage the wounded, diligently moving on to the next patient despite her cracked and parched lips. Every second was immensely precious. However, the external situation was noticeably more dire than usual, with a continuous influx of casualties. The leader of the medical team found Luoliai. "Xiaoli, you need to escort these injured to safety. We must retreat." Luoliai clenched the items in her hands and spoke with calm resolve. "And you?" The captain smiled gently at Luoliai. "We will follow shortly. You all go ahead." Despite her reassurances, Luoliai understood that their tone was not as lighthearted as it seemed. This outbreak of war had even affected the medical teams at the rear. Those left behind were essentially abandoned, and escaping would not be easy. The captain recognized Luoliai's intelligence and knew she could not be deceived, so she changed her approach. "Xiaoli, you are still young. Listen well. With a talent like yours in the team, I am at ease. Heroes do not concern themselves with origins, and here they did not inquire about backgrounds. Those who came were all valiant figures. Yet, at merely 20 years of age, Luoliai was the youngest and most capable among them, and thus, they were particularly protective of her. You all withdraw. I will assist the team at the rear guard." For once, Luoliai stubbornly resisted the usual orders. Observing the external situation, she continued her work without hesitation. "You have seen my skills. I am more reliable in coordinating with the rear guard than you are. Hurry and go. There is no time to waste." They were rescue troops, auxiliary forces, yet even those remaining behind needed to possess the skills to protect themselves, enabling them to assist more comrades and soldiers. With that, Luoliai strode toward the tent exit, leaving no room for dissent. Drawing upon the extensive knowledge accumulated from numerous worlds, Luoliai applied her skills to the fullest in this situation. She wished fervently that her abilities were even stronger, enabling her to aid more individuals and exert her utmost effort. "You girl, hurry and retreat. I will hold the rear with Xiaoli." The captain, taken aback by Luoliai's determination, could not deny the rationale behind her words. However, as a captain, how could she leave Luoliai alone? She and Luoliai each carried a medical kit, remaining in the rear battlefield. They swiftly attended to the injured, dragging them back with the help of soldiers from behind. One after another, the wounded passed through their hands, safely evacuated. Meanwhile, Ji Yinshi remained steadfast at the front line, protecting the retreating forces. His body was smeared with dust and blood, a gaping wound on his shoulder, injuries on his leg, and a deep gash on his brow. Yet he stood tall and unwavering. Have the rear troops retreated? The deputy commander inquired. The subordinate nodded. Most of the forces have withdrawn. A few remained to cover the retreat. Upon hearing this, Ji Yinshi finally exhaled, enduring the pain as he cast one last gaze towards the front. All right, retreat. The deputy commander also looked back at the landscape, emotions swirling in his eyes, discontent and resentment. After months of steadfastness, they ultimately could not hold the line. Watching their homelands, rivers, and mountains gradually fall into enemy hands, adorned with foreign banners, was an excruciating sentiment. Yet, their weaponry was evidently inferior, and they had already exhausted their strength. If they persisted any longer, the losses would only mount. They could not allow their soldiers to die in vain. Elsewhere, cities had already fallen one after another. Boom! Bang! The flames of war raged on as Luoliai aided an injured soldier, rushing toward the rear. Yet, as she turned, her gaze inadvertently swept over several figures in the distance, and upon recognizing a familiar silhouette, her heart skipped a beat. It seemed she caught his eye as he directed his gaze towards her, but in the next moment, she saw him collapse. Shaoli, I'm coming. The captain hurried over, taking the wounded from Luoliai's arms. In the next instant, Luoliai dashed towards Ji Yinshi. Doctor! Doctor! Seeing Ji Yinshi fall, several deputy commanders panicked, calling out frantically. When they spotted Luoliai, adorned with a red cross on her arm, rushing towards them, it was as if they had found a savior. Comrade, come quickly. It appears he has lost too much blood. Hurry and take him to the medical station in the rear. I'll bandage his wounds first. After Xiao Bite-Size examination, she sighed in relief upon seeing his injuries, her eyes uncontrollably welling with tears, but she forced herself to remain calm as she began issuing commands. The group hastily transported Ji Yinshi to the rear, where Luoliai proceeded to dress his wounds. The bullet wound on his shoulder had penetrated directly through, and the injury on his leg was severe, deep enough to expose bone. Luoliai steadied her trembling hands as she cleaned and bandaged him. Using the opportunity while dressing his wounds, she poured him a healing pill made from the system's provisions, mixed with the water from the spiritual spring to cleanse his injuries. She understood the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. He could not afford to fall, nor could she allow him to. Simultaneously, the entire unit continued their retreat. Luoliai followed closely behind in the vehicle, escorting him, quietly observing him, while the deputy commander sat in the front passenger seat. In this unobserved environment, her tears fell uncontrollably and silently to the ground. Over the past 6 months, she had witnessed countless lives and deaths, the brutal realities of war. Being immersed in it, her heart was inevitably stirred. Yet, she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Only by being adequately calm and strong could she maximize her capacity to help. Yet, at this moment, she found it difficult to restrain herself. Gently grasping his hand, she lowered her head, allowing her tears to fall onto the ground. But as the vehicle came to a stop, she composed herself once more, feigning calmness as she joined the others in bringing him into the infirmary. The wound has been treated exceptionally well. The commander is merely suffering from significant blood loss and is temporarily unconscious. However, now that the injury has been addressed, he should awaken shortly. After the suturing of his wound, the doctor also spoke. Upon hearing this, several deputy commanders cast grateful glances at Luo Li, and thereafter, Ji Yinshi was entrusted to her care. Chapter 241. How could a beauty mislead a lifetime? Ji Yinshi awoke only in the evening, recalling the fleeting figure he had glimpsed before losing consciousness, and hastily propped himself up in search of her. Do not move, came a cool, feminine voice. One he recognized all too well. He paused, stiffly turning his head, and upon seeing the figure beside him, astonishment and joy washed over him. Lia? His voice was barely a whisper, filled with cautious uncertainty, as if fearing this was merely an illusion. After experiencing the brink of life and death on the battlefield, he was unsure if he could ever return. He regretted the words he had spoken before leaving, fearing she might have understood them, yet also worrying she might not have. Additionally, he lamented the emptiness of approaching her, only to depart with nothing tangible to remember her by. It is I, Luo Li replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she offered him the smile he cherished most. Seeing this, he smiled in return, no longer able to restrain himself as he enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if afraid that if he loosened his grip, she would vanish. With the uncertainty of tomorrow looming over him, he could no longer concern himself with past decorum. Feeling the warmth of her presence, he found solace. Yet gradually, he regained his composure, releasing her to scrutinize her closely. At that moment, Luo Li was clad in military attire, her long hair neatly tied back, presenting an air of sharpness and efficiency. However, his heart tightened at the sight, and he admonished her. "What are you doing here? You must return. This is no place for you." Every soldier embroiled in this tumultuous war harbored unavoidable selfish desires. They would gladly sacrifice themselves for the peace of a land, wishing only for the safety of their loved ones. She was the one he yearned for, wishing her a life devoid of peril. Yet, in the face of his reprimand, Luo Li maintained her smile, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Why are you here?" "That is precisely why I am here." Meeting his gaze, her voice was tender yet resolute. He fell silent, gazing intently at her, noticing the red cross emblazoned on her shoulder. They remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, he conceded defeat, eyes reddened as he chuckled softly. "How did I not notice before that your temperament is so fierce?" His quivering tone concealed a deep-seated concern as he lowered his gaze to her hands, momentarily lost in thought. In just half a year, her hand had lost their previous delicate softness, now marked by frostbite, calluses, and a multitude of small scars. This was merely what he could see. The horrors of war were blind to mercy, and he dared not dwell on what she had endured over the past months. Yet, he was captivated by her unwavering spirit. She was, as ever, radiant and vibrant, like a blazing sun that dispels the chill of winter. Luo Li, as if intentionally lightening the mood, raised an eyebrow playfully. "Because your understanding of me is still too shallow, you need to put in more effort." Hearing her words, he paused, then laughed, nodding earnestly at her. "That is reasonable. In the future, I shall devote myself to understanding you fully. Now lie down and rest. You still have wounds. Do not risk reopening them." Luo Li found him rather endearing. Since their reunion, he had been smiling foolishly, his lips struggling to suppress a grin. At her urging, Ji Yinshi glanced at his own body and obediently lay back down, though he felt as if he had nearly recovered, with minimal pain from the wound. During his unconsciousness, he had a vague recollection of being fed something, but the details eluded him. "I will fetch the doctor." "Yes." Luo Li went to summon the doctor, informing him of his awakening. Soon, the doctor, accompanied by several deputy commanders, entered the room. After examining Ji Yinshi, the doctor confirmed that his condition was excellent, with no signs of fever or complications, and that he simply needed rest for the wound to heal. Upon hearing the doctor's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Once the doctor departed, the deputy commanders remained to update him on the situation. Noticing this, Luo Li prepared to leave, but he silently gazed at her, his expression filled with longing. This reaction caught the deputy commanders off guard. "Commander, Comrade Luo, do you know each other?" Even the most oblivious could sense that something was amiss. Ji Yinshi seemed to be waiting for this question. He gestured for Luo Li to come closer and introduced her. "She is the person I mentioned to you." This revelation stunned not only the deputy commanders, but also left Luo Li bewildered. He had spoken of her to others? What had he said? "So she's your sister-in-law." "My apologies." "Sister-in-law, greetings." Realizing this, the deputy commanders quickly lined up to greet her. Witnessing Yangxius affectionate demeanor, they were utterly astonished. This was not the commander they had come to know. However, if they were in his position, having a long-awaited beloved suddenly appear before them, they would struggle just as much, if not more, to contain their emotions. Luo Li, feeling her ears redden, responded, "Hello." Upon hearing her reply, Ji Yinshi's excitement surpassed theirs. He held her hand tightly, the calluses in his palm offering both discomfort and an unexpected sense of security. Since they were all comrades, there was no need for pretense. Before Luo Li, the deputy commanders candidly reported the current situation to Ji Yinshi. When the discussion turned to the critical issue of weaponry, Luo Li's mind stirred, secretly searching the system's marketplace. In that moment, Ji Yinshi transformed, shedding his earlier demeanor to once again embody the iron-willed commander, appearing more mature, composed, and resolute, evoking both respect and trepidation. "Very well. We shall send a telegram to the rear for communication and allow everyone to rest for a few days." "Understood." Once everyone had departed, Ji Yinshi did not release Luo Li's hand, yet his brow was furrowed, clearly troubled by the challenges they faced. Their troops' current weapons and ammunition were sourced through the Ji family's traditional channels, and they possessed sufficient production capabilities, so material concerns were minimal. However, their weaponry was inferior to that of their adversaries, placing them at a significant disadvantage on the battlefield, resulting in considerable losses. Yet, Obtaining the enemy's weaponry sources was exceedingly difficult. This issue presented an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 242. How could a beauty mislead a lifetime? After refreshing the marketplace several times, Luoli finally located the information she sought. After exchanging 100 points, she looked at him, then at the system panel displaying a staggering value of 98. Suddenly, she leaned forward and placed a kiss on his lips. His pupils contracted, staring at her in shock, his thoughts having been abruptly drawn from contemplation. Yet he remained in a daze, gazing at her. You and I. His heart raced, and he stammered for a moment, utterly at a loss for words. Ding. Favorability 2, current favorability 100. Congratulations, host. This strategic task has been successfully completed. Hearing the notification and witnessing his bewildered expression, Luoli smiled gently. Do you trust me? He nodded vacantly, inadvertently glancing at her lips, his face flushing as he averted his gaze, obediently waiting for her to continue. With these, we will protect our homeland. Placing the obtained information in his hands, Luoli knew he would find a most suitable way to handle it. He stared at the suddenly materialized items, his heart racing, astonished as he shifted his gaze to her, suddenly recalling something as he glanced at his own body. Did you feed me something earlier? Yes, Luoli admitted without hesitation. Seeing her candid acknowledgement, he paused, then dutifully lowered his gaze to the items in his hands. Excitement building as he looked at her with admiration. She merely smiled gently. The first reaction upon regaining her senses was to check the doors and windows, ensuring that every device in the room was secure. Only after confirming everything was safe did he return her smile. Do not inform a third party. I saw nothing today. This information was obtained from a foreign individual. He quickly found a suitable explanation for the weapon-making materials he had secured for Luoli, offering careful reminders. He feared that a third party might discover her uniqueness, worried that it could endanger her. The homeland cherishes every citizen, loving each child. Yet, the current state of the homeland was fraught with peril. If even a hint were to leak out, he could not bear to imagine the dangers she might face. According to the information he had received, this group of audacious invaders had been conducting various studies. He was terrified that she might become a target. Luoli was also acutely aware of the need for discretion, nodding solemnly in agreement. Yes, seeing her like this softened his heart, and he carefully tucked the materials close to him. Liar, I wish to make a phone call home. All right. Although Luoli did not understand why he felt the need to inform her, she responded affirmatively. I also want to submit a report to the political commissioner. This left Luoli puzzled. He looked at her earnestly, subtly gesturing to his lips. You must take responsibility. For now, we cannot return a host a banquet. However, we still have our comrades. We can celebrate together and have the political commissioner issue a marriage certificate. Luoli, do you wish to marry me? He spoke slowly and solemnly, fearful of her rejection. Here, there were no rigid rules. The present was all that mattered, and they cherished it with each step. This truth was deeply understood by each of them. And how could Luoli refuse him? I am willing, she affirmed, nodding resolutely. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her gaze as she recalled something. But what about Grandpa G? He paused at the mention of his grandfather before breaking into a relaxed smile. Do not worry, Grandpa will be very pleased. It had been a long time since Ji Yinshi had gone to the front lines, and Grandpa Ji had received numerous reports of severe injuries from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ji Yinshi's brother, having recovered from his injuries, was tirelessly working on the rear lines. Observing the situation, the old man had long regretted his earlier decision to intervene. If he had known, he would have allowed them to marry sooner. It was better for them to be united than for Ji Yinshi to be alone on the front lines, uncertain of tomorrow, burdened with regrets. Grandpa Ji wished to visit Luoli, but due to the turmoil, the girls at the Bellaman had all dispersed, leaving him with no means to find her. Now, hearing this good news, he would surely be delighted. That is good. Relieved by his words, Luoli felt at ease. His actions were swift, and soon he returned with a marriage certificate from the political commissioner, having also called the Ji family. They chose a date, and, with their comrades as witnesses, held a wedding ceremony within the military. Everyone was genuinely happy for them. Perhaps inspired by their joy, several other couples were also formed during the celebration. They held dear the notion of cherishing the present. There was no time to waste. If they loved one another, they must unite swiftly, not missing a moment or harboring regrets for an uncertain future. Ji Yinshi's speculation was accurate. Upon hearing the phone call, Grandpa Ji sighed, then chuckled in relief. Good. He had not anticipated that the girl would also go to the front lines. This confirmed her worthiness. He realized that he had been too narrow-minded initially. Now that the children had no regrets, he felt a weight lift from his conscience. However, thoughts of these children still filled him with concern. After arranging matters, Ji Yinshi personally delivered the materials to the rear with Luoli. It was during this journey that Luoli met her elder brother and sister-in-law. It turned out that the two brothers had been coordinating efforts, one on the front lines and the other securing the rear. The sons of the Ji family were shedding blood for this land. Not just the Ji family, but sons and daughters from countless families were bravely advancing to protect their motherland. Sister-in-law, brother, sister-in-law. Upon their first meeting, both sides exchanged greetings filled with joy. The two brothers bore a striking resemblance. Yet Ji Ge was a full decade older than Ji Yinshi, appearing more composed and mature. Perhaps because Ji Yinshi had been raised by his brother, Ji Ge regarded them not merely as siblings, but more as a father. Later, when Luoli mentioned this to Ji Yinshi, he smiled and earnestly said, "Brother is indeed like a father to me. Our parents passed away early, and with Grandpa's poor health, he raised me single-handedly." Upon seeing the materials, Ji Ge shared Ji Yinshi's excitement. "Brother, do you think we can produce this?" Yi nodded firmly. "Rest assured with this, we shall undoubtedly achieve victory." Hearing his words, Luoli and the others felt a surge of confidence and smiled. Time was of the essence. That very day, Ji Ge immediately set plans into motion. Witnessing the operations at the rear, Luoli and the others finally felt reassured enough to return to the front lines. Before long, the first batch of improved weapons arrived at the front. This new gun is truly effective. With these, let's see how they dare to act arrogantly. After testing the first batch of newly acquired weaponry, everyone was elated, their morale soaring. Soon after, a second large shipment of new weapons arrived at the front, including not only guns, but also new types of grenades and ammunition. Ji Ge and the comrades at the rear made every effort to apply the materials Luoli provided to their fullest potential, sending supplies to the front in steady batches. The fruits of their labor brought joy to all. After thorough discussions and adjustments in tactics, utilizing these self-manufactured weapons, they launched a surprise attack and achieved victory. They pursued relentlessly, winning several battles in succession, catching the enemy off guard, and within half a month, they reclaimed the first city. But this was merely the beginning. They could not afford to relax. They must drive out every last one of those scoundrels. This is our homeland, our mountains and rivers. We shall not allow a single foreign flag to remain here. Drive them out. For this conviction, they fought fiercely on the battlefield, disregarding life and death. Even with the system protecting them, Luoli and Ji Yinshi still suffered multiple injuries, a testament to the war's brutality. Yet, they remained undaunted, courageously advancing, supported by their compatriots, who were their source of strength. Witnessing town after town being reclaimed filled them with immense satisfaction and joy. On the front lines, they treated each day as if it were their last, seeing survival as a stroke of luck. Should they perish, they would do so without regrets. Moreover, they could meet their loved ones and fight side by side, safeguarding their homeland, and for that, they deemed themselves fortunate. In this uncertain time, many individuals around Luoli came and went. Old friends departed, yet new companions always stood by her side. No matter when, they always had a group of like-minded and passionate comrades, never fearing isolation. After many years, they finally celebrated victory, driving the invaders completely from their homeland. "We have won. We have triumphed." At that moment, upon hearing the news echo through the streets, countless individuals at home were moved to tears, overwhelmed with joy. The cheers of victory resonated across the vast land. Luoli and Ji Yinshi returned to their hometown, sitting atop a mountain, gazing at the new life before them, witnessing happiness and peace, and they shared a smile, unspoken yet understood. "Comrades, look, we did it!" Soft whispers rise gently with the wind. In a moment of daze, it seems as though many figures stand beside them, their indistinct silhouettes merging with their presence. Observing the scene before them, they nod vigorously, smiles gracing their faces. They have departed, yet Grandpa patiently awaits their return for dinner at home. They gaze for quite some time, until the sun descends in the west, and Ji Yinshi finally speaks. Luoli nods, reaching out to take his hand. "Let's walk slowly." "Understood. I will watch the path for you, rest assured." He replies with a smile, a breeze stirring, causing the sleeve of his empty right shoulder to sway gently. She gazes at his figure, following him in small, unsteady steps. He turns to look at her, his eyes filled with tenderness, securely holding her hand as they stroll at a leisurely pace. "Welcome back. Please take a seat. We have been waiting for you." Grandpa G stands at the door, his face lighting up with a smile upon their return. Yet he cannot help but feel a sting in his eyes as he lowers his head. However, they simply smile at him, seemingly oblivious to the pain they carry, relishing the happiness of the moment. Uncle Aunt, two small figures dash over from his side, launching themselves into their embrace, clinging to them with fervor. Oh, Luoli struggles to see clearly but still tightly hugs the little girl in her arms, smiling as she retrieves some candy from her pocket. Ji Yanxi too chuckles as he ruffles the hair of the little one in his hold. These two only remember their uncle and aunt. Jiga and Asal watch them with smiles. Though their eyes are misty, laughter fills the courtyard, echoing the joy of their family. They are blissful. In this lifetime, they have endured too many old ailments, unable to accompany each other for long. In the third year of victory, at the age of 30, they embraced tightly, closed their eyes, and never woke again. Yet in this life, they harbor no regrets. A beauty shall not misguide her lifetime. A beauty is also a hero in turbulent times. The strong conquer themselves, while the weak succumb. Do not let beauty bear the blame. The grand finale concluded. In the moment Luo Li departed from the small world, a cluster of light returned to the main realm, and soon the figure on the ice bed awakened once more. However, due to the complete fusion of physical strength, he required some time to recuperate. Meanwhile, within the system space, the report sounded. Points, 1,000, fortune value, 70, merit value, 70. Xiaobai announced, noting that this was their highest yield yet, though it could not share in the excitement. In this small world, the host had spent over 1,000 points on various purchases, resulting in a deficit of 200 points in this realm. The scoreboard displayed, points, 21,800, 21600. Fortune value, 43070. 500, merit value, 43070, 500. Observing the dejected Xiaobai, Luo Li gently patted its head. It's all right. I feel as though I have already gained. Xiaobai looked up at her, eyes reddened, clinging tightly to Luo Li, reluctant to let go. The last fragment has returned to its rightful place. We have successfully awakened the great demon lord. The task is a resounding success. So, what does the host plan to retire? May I accompany you, Kai Kai? Xiaobai pleaded, choked with emotion. Lu Li, feeling a wave of tenderness, replied, if Kai Kai wishes to come with me, of course, you can. As for the retirement world, I wish to venture into the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight, instantly uplifted. This is splendid. If the host successfully cultivates and ascends, then Kai Kai can stay with the host forever. Indeed, Luo Li smiled at Xiaobai's enthusiasm, finding it amusing. Xiaobai immediately turned to rummage through the system shop. Host, look at these. These are all useful items in the cultivation realm, including magical tools. If the host does not return to the modern world and convert points into currency, we can purchase them with points. Let us buy them. After scanning the shop, Luo Li responded, can I buy them after entering the cultivation realm? I do like to choose based on the circumstances. Certainly. Also, Kai Kai just inquired. If the host goes to the retirement world, it will be a direct rebirth, but the grown appearance will resemble the host's original form. Luo Li nodded, expressing her satisfaction as she greatly admired her own appearance. Excellent. So, shall we depart now? Listening to Kai Kai, Luo Li instinctively glanced towards the system screen, as if trying to glimpse something through it. Yet there was no change, and she smiled softly at this. Yes, let us set forth now. The sooner we embark, the sooner we shall cultivate, and the sooner we shall meet. All right. Xiaobai clapped joyfully, bustling about on the screen, shaking its little backside in excitement. Everything is arranged. Host, please prepare, and the system will initiate the teleportation immediately. Are you ready? Once more glancing toward the screen, Luo Li nodded. In the next instant, a notification chimed from the system. You are awarded 300 fortune value and 10,000 points. Original values, points, 21600, fortune, 500, merit, 500. Acquired cultivation talent, upper grade. Current values, points, 31600, fortune value, 800, merit value, 500. Cultivation talent, special grade. Hearing the series of notifications, both Luo Li and Xiaobai were taken aback. It turns out that talent in the cultivation realm is indeed determined by fortune. Grateful for the timely rewards from the great demon lord, they drew a heart. Upon seeing this number, it was easy to guess it was him. Listening to the countdown for teleportation, Luo Li turned to the screen, smiling as she silently spoke. Wait for me. Finally calming down, he promptly checked her status. Watching her disappear with the little system from his sight, Mo Munian smiled, understanding Luo Li's intent. Apologies, my dear wife, but I cannot comply this time. For he could no longer wait to reunite with her. Stepping forward, his figure vanished within the system's space. Oh dear, the child is gone, and the little host has run away. The tardy radish lord lamented helplessly, while Luo too smiled at him. After waiting so long, a little more time is inconsequential. Very well. In the realm of cultivation, Tying sect, 18 years had passed in a blink. Luo Li had blossomed into a graceful beauty, adorned in vibrant red, alluring yet dignified, exuding an air of elegance. In the bamboo grove, two figures, one red and one white, danced among the trees. Verdant bamboo leaves fluttering in the wind, their swords slicing through the air, cleaving the shadows in twain. Ultimately, the tip of Luo Li's sword rested against her opponent's throat, the outcome determined. Yet, she was not pleased. Senior brother, you have gone easy on me again. In the cultivation realm where strength reigns supreme, Luo Li, as the sole daughter of the renowned Luo master of the greatest sect, was born a prodigy, possessing an exceptional mutated spiritual root and unparalleled talent. However, she did not grow complacent. Despite her gifts, she worked tenfold harder than others. She aspired to become a formidable being, to ascend swiftly. To this end, she set herself a small goal, to defeat the foremost sword immortal, her senior brother, the eldest disciple of her father. Yet, her senior brother was unreliable, frequently holding back, preventing her growth. Little junior sister, he shrugged, choose someone else. If I win against you, master and mistress, along with the second junior brother, will truly have my head. On her path of cultivation, her obstacles were her doting parents and her overprotective brother. By the way, senior brother has matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. Sensing something amiss, her senior brother dashed away swiftly. Sigh, Luo Li Siga. Before long, Luo Master arrived. Glancing at the scene and instantly understanding what had transpired. Lear, did you challenge your senior brother again today? Did you win? Luo Li Numbli Nudda. Luo Master instantly burst into laughter, puffing up his chest with pride. My daughter is truly remarkable. She has even triumphed over the first sword immortal. The familiar praises flowed endlessly, leaving Luo Li somewhat dazed, prompting her to raise her hand and interrupt. Father, let us speak of serious matters. Did you summon me for a specific reason? Or is it my mother who seeks me? Without hesitating, the headmaster Luo revealed. Your father and mother have found you a suitor. Upon hearing this, Luo Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Xiaomo, come here. However, before she could elaborate further, the headmaster Luo gestured towards the back. A figure clad in dark robes stepped forward, offering Luo Li a gentle smile. Ligong, Ia Montak Munian. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Luo. He continued, what do you think? He looks rather acceptable, does he not? He has come today to propose, bringing Ligong as a bridal gift. Your parents have chosen wisely. Although Ligong may not rival our Tying sect, it certainly possesses some strength, being the second in the world, after all. His appearance and cultivation were slightly superior to her father's, making him a somewhat suitable match for her. Thus the offering of Ligong as a bridal gift was deemed sincere. The headmaster Luo continued to chatter, but Luo Li found it difficult to focus on his words. Despite his unfamiliar yet handsome visage, she recognized him instantly and rushed towards him. He, adorned in dark robes, caught her fiery embrace effortlessly, a broad smile gracing his lips. What brings you here? Luo Li, with reddened eyes, questioned as she nestled in his arms. He looked down at her, a smile illuminating his face, his eyes brimming with affection as if he could never gaze at her enough. You asked me to wait, but I found it hard to do so. However, the transmission was slightly delayed, hence my tardiness. Luo Li's tears transformed into laughter. Not late at all. It is perfectly timed. Everything is just right. The two exchanged smiles, while the headmaster Luo felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite having analyzed the situation and concluded that this young man was indeed a suitable match for his daughter, he could not help but feel envious. Beside Luo Li, Xiao Baikai beamed with joy. The great demon lord has arrived. The host in this world also has the great demon lord accompanying. Candy, candy, candy. Just as she thought this, two figures suddenly appeared beside Xiao Baikai, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. Master God? Lord Luo too? After conversing, Xiao Baikai's eyes widened in realization. Wow, so you're my daddy. Kai Kai is so happy. With that, she leaped into their embrace, forming a tight-knit family. Luo Li and Mo Munyan could not help but laugh at the scene. Eventually, with Mo Munyan by her side, Luo Li successfully ascended to become an immortal. He remained by her side until she progressed from the realm of immortals to that of a deity. Thus, the two were eternally bonded, living a life of happiness and fulfillment together. This tale has reached its conclusion.